Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Survival System. The incident stirred up a tempest for a brief span of half a month. Within a Taekwondo dojo in Longquan City, the women's black belt competition had officially commenced. The Chinese contestant, Jiang Sheng, stood at approximately 175 centimeters tall, with fair skin and noticeable muscle definition on her arms upon closer inspection. This exemplified the notion that clothes can conceal one's figure while revealing it when stripped away. Her long hair was pulled back into a ponytail, exuding an aura of vigor. Her opponent happened to be a female fighter from a relatively prosperous nation. As the referee's signal descended, Jiang Sheng launched a front kick, which her opponent evaded. She swiftly transitioned into a side kick, successfully scoring a point. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, she elevated her leg post-kick, targeting her opponent, who had yet to regain her footing. She executed a downward strike that landed squarely on the shoulder. This maneuver incited the ire of the Japanese competitor, who charged directly at Jiang Sheng. A faint smile graced Jiang Sheng's lips as she lifted her right leg, bending her knee to deliver a push kick that sent the Japanese fighter crashing to the ground. The opponent, however, demonstrated tenacity, daring to rise once more. After all, this was a 7th-degree black belt advancement match, a battle of honor for both contenders. 3-2-1. The red team wins. The Japanese competitor seemed too preoccupied with her comfortable life to possess real prowess. Host successfully detected, scanning physical attributes. Beep, beep. Jiang Sheng. Female. 19 years old. Physical condition. B. Survival rating. A. Survival probability. Slim. Preliminary detection aligns with the apocalypse survival system. Would the host like to bind? Jiang Sheng glanced around, puzzled. Strange. Where is that voice coming from? Would the host like to bind? Only then did Jiang Sheng realize that the voice emanated from her own mind. Could it be that a genuine system exists? Am I the chosen one? Regardless of its authenticity, as a woman well-versed in apocalyptic literature, how could she let such a rare opportunity slip by? Bind. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on becoming the 32nd individual to bind to the apocalypse survival system. Newcomer prompt begins. The apocalypse is imminent. Countdown. 15 days, 10 hours, 36 minutes. You have received a starter pack. Personal space of 50M x 50M, survival sign and device, 1 zombie virus serum, 1 physical enhancement potion. Please prepare accordingly during this period. Wishing you success in survival. At this moment, the belt and trophy in Jiang Sheng's hands clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Sheng, are you all right? Did you lose your breath? Shall I help you? The young man speaking was Jiang Sheng's company driver. As the driver began to collect the items from the floor, Jiang Sheng remained frozen in place. System? Zombies? Survival. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Uncertain of how long she had been in a daze, a smile slowly spread across Jiang Sheng's face. Boss, weren't we headed to the company? Having already dashed out of the dojo, Jiang Sheng was eager to board the vehicle that we're not going. I've entrusted the matter to Sister Li. Such a scenario seemed utterly absurd. However, Jiang Sheng was excessively trusting by a stroke of fate. She had joined a discussion group focused on survival in a post-apocalyptic world, filled with various evidence suggesting impending disasters. Not long ago, the incident regarding Japan discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean prompted a significant portion of the group to begin stockpiling supplies and fortifying shelters. Yet, 6 months had passed without any significant occurrences. Jiang Sheng had transformed her villa into a fortress, amassing a considerable stockpile of resources, which was why she felt an overwhelming excitement upon hearing the systems. Voice that it felt akin to the rare instance of having a single piece of poetry that she had cheated on during an exam miraculously appearing on the test. After several minutes, she opened the robust titanium alloy door and began to inspect her space. With a mere thought, Jiang Sheng's consciousness entered an expansive gray area measuring 50 by 50 meters. Within this space were 2 glass vials containing liquid. These must be the novice rewards the system had mentioned. 50 meters away from her was an abyss of darkness, stretching into oblivion. Returning to her senses, she used her thoughts to place the trophy into her space. And indeed, her hands were empty. The trophy now rested in a corner of the space. At that moment, Jiang Sheng recalled another statement from the system that piqued her curiosity. Why was she the 32nd person to complete the system binding? Was she not the chosen one? Alas, how unfortunate that this golden finger is not unique to me. Moreover, the system had claimed her chances of survival were slim. How ruthless could this apocalypse be? And how was she supposed to utilize the serum and potion? Should she simply drink them? If she were to reveal her system binding to the group, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, but Jiang Sheng would refrain from doing so. Common sense dictated that such an act would be foolish. She then proceeded to the bathroom, filled a cup with hot water, and placed it into the space. Half an hour later, when she retrieved it, the water had already cooled. It appeared that this space lacked a preservation feature. Perhaps she had been overly optimistic. Why was it that the spaces in novels could preserve items indefinitely, while hers was so lackluster? Well, having something was better than nothing. She filled her room with rice, flour, and oil, placing them all into the space, which only occupied a small corner. There was still much more to stockpile. What she lacked was not resources, but cash. After her parents' untimely demise, they had left her with 50% of the company's shares, meaning that she alone could manage the company, as 1% was donated to a welfare institution. This implied that no one could muster the remaining 50% to challenge her. Jiang Sheng was keen to be an absentee owner. Her primary concern was the finances. As long as the shareholders did not engage in tax evasion under her watch, everything would be manageable. Now that the world was in chaos, she had little desire to continue running the company. It was time to sell it to her unscrupulous second uncle. With 200 million in her bank account and her shares worth at least $1 billion, she took out her phone and dialed the number she had saved under the name Jiang Ergo. "What is it, Xiao Sheng?" The middle-aged voice on the other end made Jiang Sheng feel as though she might regurgitate the small cake she had just eaten. Cough, cough. "Uncle, I have something to discuss with you. I plan to go abroad, and I no longer wish to manage this company. That if you could generously provide me with a few billion, I would transfer my shares to you." Jiang Wenji had just taken a sip of hot tea, yet he sprayed it out before he could swallow. Cough, cough, cough. What? Chapter 2, A Bitter Rivalry with Jiang Ergu. Jiang Wenji had long been attempting to acquire the shares that Jiang Sheng held. If it were not for the formidable stipulations of the will, he could have easily utilized underworld connections to resolve the matter. This was a testament to the astuteness of Jiang Sheng's parents. The will explicitly stated that shares would only be inherited upon Jiang Sheng reaching adulthood, with all shares held in trust by the lawyer until then. You think money is like paper to be handed out casually? Little Sheng, how about letting uncle manage for a few years before transferring the shares to you? Jiang Sheng inwardly cursed the old dog for resorting to such primitive tactics. Alas, since uncle does not wish to take them, I shall offer them to Jiang Shi Group instead. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Sheng toyed with her hair, feigning regret as she spoke. "You little rascal, you wouldn't dare." "No, never mind. Sheng, uncle is not in a position to part with that much money at the moment. Could you wait a few days?" "Unacceptable. I demand 13 billion, 9 billion, 15 billion, 10 billion. Deal." "Hee. We'll be sure to collect the fund from you shortly, uncle." At this moment, Jiang Wenji's expression turned dark. This wicked girl is truly selling them. She's got such a heart of stone, asking for so much in one breath. Luo Li, Jiang Sheng's sister-in-law, was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a 20-inch television, her long, fair legs draped over Jiang Wenji's lap. Jiang Wenji brushed against her smooth calves. Perhaps this is for the best, better than that little rascal selling them to that old dog Jiang. Jiang Sheng could easily sell to Jiang Shi for an even greater sum if negotiations went well. As the apocalypse approached, she was determined to extract a hefty sum from that family, who had conspired to harm her parents. The accident that befell her parents could have been averted. However, Jiang Ergu had meddled, bribing doctors to alter medical records. Although surviving would have led to a vegetative state, it was still preferable to death. This debt would be settled after the apocalypse. There was ample time for now. She needed to prepare for her survival in the impending chaos. Just then, her phone buzzed with messages from the survival group. Jiang Sheng eagerly opened the notification. As this group rarely engaged in conversation, and messages would self-destruct within hours, each one more explosive than the last. This time, a user named Little White Rabbit had shared a video, and the thumbnail alone promised something sensational. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Sheng clicked on the video, which displayed footage captured by the coastal streetlight cameras. It revealed a flesh-colored object slowly approaching the shore. "Little shit, is this video truly reliable, Little White?" Little White Rabbit. If I'm lying, may I eat feces? This was filmed near my home. Ying. It's true. My aunt sells seafood and occasionally catches some astonishingly large specimens that are in the realm of mundane existence. One might question why so many individuals from other nations flock to our country, as their own territories seem impervious to the predations of these monstrous marine creatures. Jiang Sheng swallowed hard, realizing that every occurrence bears its omens. Selecting an SUV from the garage, he sped towards the largest wholesale market in the city, a place of ample capacity. Upon reaching the entrance, a throng of vendors eagerly awaited his descent. In that moment, Jiang Sheng felt akin to a luminary of unparalleled stature, akin to a star basking in the adoration of countless admirers. Beautiful lady, would you care to purchase some rice? Our prices are the most reasonable. Dearest, my rice is exceptionally delicious. Internally reveling in the attention, Jiang Sheng maintained his composure, reminding himself to proceed methodically, addressing each vendor in turn. With financial prowess at his disposal, he felt assured that he would not be overlooked. From the first stall he approached, he ordered 50 bags of rice, followed by 50 bags of flour, and a minimum of 200 boxes of hot pot base ingredients, seasonings, and soy sauce. Salt was procured in the most extravagant manner, as he secured an entire truckload from the sweetest-tongued vendor. The Jiang Sheng group possessed its own warehouse, making this particular acquisition even more private. He also purchased 50 bags of various legumes and grains, prepared for any potential cravings, for as a connoisseur of countless post-apocalyptic novels, he was well aware of what to stockpile. Leaving behind the warehouse address amidst the adulation of the vendors, he departed with an air of nonchalance. As a prudent individual, he considered the possibility of an early apocalypse. The supplies in his space would not last indefinitely. Only with tangible goods in his possession could Jiang Sheng find solace in sleep. Ignited by the belief in survival amidst impending doom, Jiang Sheng fervently scoured various websites and short video platforms for terms such as zombies and apocalypse. While the footage and images circulating were scarce, they were sufficient to affirm the ferocity of the harbingers of doom. Jiang Sheng stumbled upon an image shared by a netizen from the land of pickled vegetables adjacent to Japan. It depicted a net brimming with fish, their heads disproportionately large compared to their bodies, achieving a startling 80-20 ratio that rendered them nearly indistinguishable. Most unsettling were the fish's blood-red eyes, with abnormally large pupils that defied the norms of biological existence. The remaining images bore a similar eerie quality, differing only in the peculiar species depicted. After a thorough search, he finally encountered something that did not belong to the marine realm, posted by a netizen from the United States. The image revealed 2 deer in the background, held captive by barbed wire, and upon closer inspection, he noted that the deer's eyeballs had detached, hanging limply from their necks. Their lips were adorned with what appeared to be hives, grotesque blood-red blisters adding to the horror. Strangely, in the subsequent image, one of the deer's drooping eyeballs had shifted position. The stark white orb was still capable of movement, and upon further scrutiny, he observed that one of the deer possessed 5 legs. Jiang Sheng's brow furrowed to the point where it could crush a mosquito. He promptly shared these 3 images in the survival group. Sheng, image.jpg, image.jpg, image.jpg. Sheng, what are your thoughts? The little white rabbit is not white. Do you have any idea how detrimental this fishing net can be for someone with a phobia of dense crowds? Ying, I concur. The little white rabbit is not white. Those who speak only half of their thoughts deserve to suffer 1,000 hemorrhoids. Ying, ugh, that painted a vivid picture. Little days eating excrement. Little days eating excrement. According to reliable sources, these images are essentially corroborated. Jiang Sheng glanced at the messages on his phone and took a deep breath. Impressive. I've managed to survive another day. Before long, several trucks arrived outside the iron gate, presumably delivering goods. Chapter 3. Moving. Jiang Sheng rose to open the iron gate. A procession of trucks entered the courtyard, accompanied by unloading workers who had been thoughtfully summoned. Jiang Sheng meticulously compared the goods list in her hands, ensuring that not a single drop of her hard-earned money was overlooked. Once all the items had been unloaded and their quality and quantity verified, she settled the final payment with the merchant. After everyone had departed, Jiang Sheng locked the warehouse door and transferred all the contents into her space. At that moment, a notification chimed, Detection of a substantial amount of food stored in the system space has triggered a novice reward. Please select one of the following options as your reward. 1. Expansion of space with permanent preservation functionality. 2. Host granted access to the space. Jiang Sheng could not contain her excitement. This system was remarkably efficient. It appeared that merely filling it with provisions could yield additional rewards. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng was affluent. Otherwise, an ordinary person would struggle to accumulate such a bounty. Jiang Sheng sat in the courtyard, contemplating for an extended period before ultimately deciding to expand her space and ensure its perpetual freshness. This choice would allow her to stockpile more items, such as freshly prepared meals and steaming barbecues. Although the alternative option was equally enticing, essentially allowing her to reside within the space, perfection is a rare commodity, and the mere prospect of additional rewards left Jiang Sheng feeling profoundly content. However, just as she stepped out of the elevator and into her bedroom, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Detection indicates that the terrain of the host's residence is relatively low, which may diminish survival chances. A relocation is advised. The system's words prompted Jiang Sheng to ponder deeply. A lower elevation? Should she consider moving to a higher altitude? Jiang Sheng prepared to move the following day and decided to list his house on a housing platform today, hoping for a swift transfer. This villa, purchased for $8 million, could easily fetch the same price now. Being acquainted with numerous real estate agents, Jiang Sheng added a dozen of them to a group chat, promising a brokerage fee of $100,000 to the agent who sold the property first and at the highest price. Fueled by the allure of monetary gain, the agents eagerly assured him that they would sell the house within 5 days for no less than $8 million. After receiving their firm commitments, Jiang Sheng began to scout for a new residence in a community managed by his company. Although he would soon no longer be the owner, he could still enjoy certain benefits. Ultimately, he settled into a luxurious new development located in the northeast of Longquan City, which had a low occupancy rate due to limited promotion. The quality of the construction was impeccable, having undergone thorough inspections by the state, ensuring at least satisfactory seismic resistance. Having completed these tasks, it was already quite late, and with a house viewing scheduled for the next day, he decided to call a night. The following morning, Jiang Sheng was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw that it was Jiang Ergo calling. "Hello, Ergo." No. Dad, what is it?" He almost let slip something he shouldn't. Upon hearing that the funds had arrived, Jiang Sheng quickly sat up to check his balance, 12 billion and 80 million. "Hey, Dad, I'll have Xiao Wang deliver it to you. I'll hang up now." Look at this girl, so eager, as if she's in a rush to be reborn, allured by the sight of money. Luo Li was applying a facial mask while using a humidifier to care for her legs. Jiang Wenji set his phone aside. "As long as that extravagant device is delivered to me promptly, I shall be content." After following the navigation, Jiang Sheng arrived at this secluded upscale community. The adjacent building is still under construction, rumored to be the site of a large shopping complex. Once the shopping center is completed, this area will undoubtedly come alive with activity. Jiang Sheng, with a hint of regret, shook his head slightly, fearing that such an opportunity might never arise. Guided by the company agent, he arrived at the rightmost apartment on the 18th floor, which boasted the finest natural light. Each floor contained 3 rooms, each approximately 140 square meters, making it quite a spacious layout. Upon entering the residence, Jiang Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction, especially considering it was a complimentary arrangement. After handing over the keys and property certificate to the agent, this place officially became Jiang Sheng's new home. The basic furniture was already in place, yet he realized that he would need to procure additional items, as the expansive space felt somewhat vacant. Following his arrival, the system remained silent, indicating that the height should be sufficient. The agent then added Jiang Sheng to the resident group of Building D, which comprised 25 floors with 3 units per floor, though the group contained only about 30 individuals. Upon joining the group, Jiang Sheng promptly added the WeChat contacts of her neighbors, both above and below her, informing them of her intention to renovate and offering 200 yuan as a gesture of goodwill. Everyone readily expressed their understanding, provided the renovations were completed within the stipulated time frame. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng made her way to the largest renovation company in Longquan City. As she entered, her eyes were immediately drawn to the sturdy security doors and windows, alongside some intriguing trinkets she had never encountered before. Ah, a beautiful lady at the entrance. Our doors are remarkably secure. Would you like me to give you a brief introduction? Jiang Sheng gently nodded and articulated her request. I require your most robust door, the kind impervious to artillery fire, and the glass should be the finest bulletproof variety, preferably one way. The proprietor, a portly middle-aged man with an affable demeanor, instantly comprehended the significance of her demand. Such purchases were undoubtedly the domain of the affluent. Ah, my dear lady, allow me to show you this door. Crafted from the latest alloy. As long as your walls remain intact, it shall not falter. After several detailed presentations from the proprietor, Jiang Sheng decided to acquire 2 doors. She intended to reinforce the walls within and install an additional door as a precaution. Furthermore, she requested the installation of solar panels on the balcony and insisted that the drainage system be constructed as an independent pipeline. She also procured 5 of the largest generators available. The proprietor mentioned he had connections to source gasoline and diesel, to which Jiang Sheng responded with a satisfied smile, promptly ordering several tons and providing the address of her warehouse. The proprietor, astute and unfazed, inquired about the privacy of these wealthy clients, recognizing that substantial orders were a lucrative opportunity. Ultimately, after settling the final payment, Jiang Sheng spent a staggering $20 million at the establishment, and the proprietor graciously included numerous maintenance tools and a multifunctional toolbox as part of the deal. The construction was estimated to take 10 days, primarily due to the complexities of coordinating with property management regarding the independent pipeline. This was the fastest timeline achievable. Upon exiting the renovation company, Jiang Sheng decided to resolve her lunch at a nearby restaurant. The cuisine was satisfactory, and while dining, she instructed the proprietor to pack 100 servings for her SUV. After all, the space was adequately preserved, and it would be prudent to stockpile. Initially, Jiang Sheng believed that expanding the space would yield only modest gains. But upon attuning her mind to the sensation, she grasped the true extent of opulence. The space expanded an astonishing 5 to 6 times its original size, granting her the freedom to arrange it as she pleased. After satisfying her hunger, she secured the meals from the back seat and trunk into her newly expanded space and commenced her journey to the largest water plant in Longquan City. Chapter 4. Stockpiling supplies. Since she had posted a message in the survival group 2 days prior, Jiang Sheng had noticed a lack of activity from its members, leading her to suspect they were also covertly amassing supplies. Before she could dwell on this thought, she arrived at the entrance of the water plant company. Having collaborated on previous projects with the company's owner, she was greeted directly by the general manager. Xiao Jiang. It has been quite some time since you last visited. The man at the door, dressed in a suit, though graying at the temples, retained an air of charm. Hong Shu, I have indeed come to see you. Jiang Sheng alighted from the vehicle and gracefully took hold of the man's hand. I have heard that you do not intend to take over the company? Alas, I can no longer manage it. My energy has waned. Haha, that is just as well. Young people ought to roam and indulge in adventures. Otherwise, how shall we continue to do so at our age? Consequently, Jiang Sheng procured over 10 tons of drinking water at wholesale prices. Water itself is not dear. It is the containers that render it costly. Though Jiang Sheng was indifferent to such trifles. Subsequently, she requested Uncle Hong to utilize his connections to acquire beverages for her. Everything from cola, Sprite, iced tea, to energy drinks like Red Bull and coffee, all to be delivered by truck. Uncle Hong jested, inquiring whether Jiang Sheng was planning to develop a new beverage. The procurement of these goods necessitated preparation time. However, under Uncle Hong's influence, they were expedited and would arrive at the warehouse over the course of 3 days. After bidding farewell to Uncle Hong, Jiang Sheng instructed Xiao Wang to oversee the warehouse and ensure that wages were disbursed as usual. Before departing, she advised Uncle Hong to stockpile supplies, as a friend of hers had mentioned the possibility of a new virus spreading, which could lead to a city lockdown in the near future. She reiterated this warning several times, despite Uncle Hong's initial agreement at her first mention. Jiang Sheng has but a few individuals in the world whom she truly cares for, and Uncle Hong is certainly one of them. It was thanks to Uncle Hong's assistance that she secured several billion in contracts with a water plant back in the day. With half a day remaining, Jiang Sheng flitted from one restaurant to another, ordering several hundred portions of everything she had previously deemed delectable. She indulged in an array of Sichuan and Hunan cuisines, having initially contemplated a buffet, but ultimately deemed it somewhat unethical. In Longquan City, there exists an extravagant buffet priced at 50,000 per person, a place even someone as affluent as Jiang Sheng hesitated to visit. This time, she resolved to experience it, for she could not bear the thought of leaving any regrets in a world on the brink of collapse. After her bank card was swiped by the charming receptionist, she felt a pang of regret for 3 seconds. However, subsequent experiences dispelled any lingering feelings of loss. The meat, vegetables, fine wines, and desserts were all composed of the highest quality ingredients, and should one require, there are professional 5-star chefs available to grill meat personally. Yet, this was not Jiang Sheng's intent. She had come here to procure supplies. Apologies to her fellow wealthy patrons. But she knew that acquiring these delicacies would not significantly impact the company's bottom line. Australian lobsters, caviar, black gold scallops, sashimi, premium Wagyu beef, and vintage red wine from the 1990s. She selected whatever caught her eye, deliberately choosing a corner where she was certain the cameras could not capture her. There were hardly any surveillance devices in this secluded area. The wealthier individuals tend to value their privacy, and upscale restaurants are unlikely to infringe upon that. During her meal, a group of young men approached her for drinks, interrupting her enjoyment. Fortunately, after Jiang Sheng effortlessly split a watermelon with her bare hands, she made a provocative gesture towards them, prompting those bothersome suitors to vacate the premises. Nearby, she chose a hotel for her stay. Her home was undergoing renovations, and with Xiao Wang residing in the warehouse, she would have to settle for a month in the hotel. The Jiang family also owns hotels, which, while not inexpensive, are a luxury that Jiang Sheng can afford to enjoy without guilt. He is wealthy, yet not foolish. The expenditure he could easily incur could instead be utilized to amass a plethora of items. After indulging in a refreshing bath at the hotel, he commenced browsing shopping applications, purchasing nearly everything he encountered online, with his total acquisitions amounting to no less than several hundred items. He meticulously selected high-cost performance products, including toothbrushes, towels, blankets, pillows, facial cleansers, lotions, and masks, believing that even in a post-apocalyptic world, one should not compromise on appearances. He procured an abundance of renowned perfumes, skincare tonics, and health supplements in quantities sufficient to last a lifetime. Although he relished the thrill of wielding weapons, he remained quite concerned about his visage. He acquired heating pads, electric blankets, and ultra-warm down jackets, as well as high-powered flashlights and an ample supply of batteries. Furthermore, he indulged in an online wholesale of snacks, fully aware that he would visit the supermarket in a few days, yet the online purchases consisted of regional delicacies unavailable locally, such as crispy candy, ergo-2, autumn pear syrup, candied chestnuts, hairy crabs, roasted duck, red fruits, rice noodles, century eggs, floral teas, and spicy beans. He continued shopping until the screen blurred before his eyes, ultimately directing all deliveries to his warehouse, albeit with a slight inconvenience to Xiao Wang, whom he resolved to compensate with double pay thereafter. The following day, after a brief morning routine, he departed from the hotel. Just as the owner served him a basket of buns, Jiang Sheng proceeded to purchase all the breakfast offerings from the establishment for the day. The owner, beaming with delight, hung a closed for business sign at the door. As he packed buns, fried dough sticks, vegetable boxes, soy milk, ate treasure porridge, sesame balls, and spring rolls, all of which were loaded into Jiang Sheng's vehicle. For the past few days, he had been undisturbed, apart from Jiang Air Go's anxious attempts to finalize their handover process, which left him with no choice but to accompany him on a trip. Arriving at the company's entrance, he observed Jiang Air Go seated in the lobby, his countenance stern. As soon as Jiang Sheng alighted from the vehicle, the security guard began to discreetly inform Jiang Wenji. Sheng, why have you arrived so late? Jiang Sheng wore an expression of utter dismay. He had only been tardy by a mere 5 minutes, yet old Deng's impatience was palpable. As Jiang Sheng exited the office, a sense of unreality enveloped him. Had his family's painstaking efforts to build the company over the years truly culminated in its surrender to Jiang Ergo? He could still vividly recall the radiant smile on Jiang Wenji's aged face after the paperwork was finalized. He could laugh now, but the future held its share of grimaces for him. After attending to the last remnants of corporate affairs, Jiang Sheng drove to a small eatery renowned for its barbecue delicacies. In his childhood, his mother often admonished him against eating there, warning him that it was unsanitary and would lead to stomach troubles. Yet his father would secretly take him there after finishing his work, and they would indulge in the savory treats, never forgetting to stop by a nearby shop for a pack of chewing gum to mask the lingering scent. In truth, his mother was acutely aware of their clandestine outings. How could she, always occupied with laundry, remain oblivious to their escapades? Jiang Sheng lingered at the crossroads for an exceptionally long time, until her eyes glistened with unshed tears. A gentle breeze caressed the tips of her hair, whisking away the remnants of warmth from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 5. Armament reserves amidst the evening meals being prepared by roadside vendors. Jiang Sheng stepped into a small eatery. The proprietor of the barbecue joint was grilling eggplants and greeted her with warm enthusiasm. "Ah, little Jiang, what shall you have today? Uncle will give you a discount." Jiang Sheng selected a relatively secluded spot to take a seat. "Boss, what delectable flavors are you grilling today? I would also like to pack some for my colleagues at the company who are eager to savor your culinary skills." Naturally, the boss, familiar with this longtime patron's preferences, promptly prepared an abundant spread, which included delicacies such as tender chicken feet, succulent lamb skewers, starchy sausages, vibrant chives, and savory sweet potato noodles, all generously laid out on a grand table in no time. Jiang Sheng expressed the desire to prepare more, as the lingering aroma of cumin and chili powder clung to the air for an extended period. Although there was an undeniable anticipation for this apocalyptic survival journey, it still felt somewhat abrupt. "I crave the sweetness, I long for the fragrant bubbles." After a prolonged search, Jiang Sheng finally located her phone on the bed, the caller ID revealing it was Xiao Wang. "What is the matter, Xiao Wang?" she inquired. "Sister Sheng, how many packages do you have? I'm on the verge of cramping my hands from all the deliveries." All right, you've worked hard. I'll double your salary. Just ensure the tasks are completed efficiently." This fellow certainly had a knack for rapid mood changes. That evening, she indulged in another online shopping spree and even reached out to someone in M Country. The following day, Jiang Sheng made a trip to the slaughterhouse, purchasing an abundance of chicken, lamb, beef, pork, and even venison, meat she seldom consumed, in bulk. Adjacent to the slaughterhouse was a frozen food factory, where she procured everything available: chicken, bone-in meat, frozen dumplings, various duck flavors, starch sausages, and meatballs, all destined for the warehouse. She also acquired fertilized chicken, duck, and quail eggs, as well as Lu Ding chickens and soft-shell turtles, alongside various fruit, tree saplings, and seeds of different plants. To facilitate future gardening, she purchased 2 truckloads of exceptionally fertile soil. Vegetables and fruits were acquired in tonnage: cabbage, oil wheat, Shanghai greens, cauliflower, radishes, apples, peaches, cherries, and durians, enough to last several lifetimes. With Xiao Wang no longer residing in the warehouse due to the overwhelming quantity of goods, she had to collect them into her space at night. To her surprise, the system once again bestowed a gift, detected a large quantity of soil, upgraded to black soil, increasing additional planting space by 2 acres, detected abundant water resources, rewarding a stream. The space here lacked preservation capabilities, but next to it flowed a small stream. Jiang Sheng sampled the water, finding it remarkably sweet, reminiscent of some mountain spring water. Jiang Sheng consumed the potion that increased her physical attributes, resulting in a notable transformation across her various capabilities: strength, speed, and mental acuity all exhibited remarkable enhancements. After a week of diligent efforts to organize these items into her spatial storage, she purchased a ticket to Country M. During the 2 days leading up to her departure for America, she instructed the dessert shop to prepare confections with a shelf life of 3 days. as she intended to stay in M for merely 2 days. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by a golden-haired youth. "Sister Sheng, it is an honor for you to visit me," he said, carefully taking Jiang Sheng's hand. She had chosen to wear a white short skirt, revealing her fair thighs, complemented by white high-heeled shoes adorned with a modest daisy. "Long time no see, John." After this gentleman treated Jiang Sheng to a meal, she promptly addressed the matter at hand. "What about the items I requested?" "Rest assured, sister, I can fulfill every task you entrusted to me," John replied. He then led Jiang Sheng to a 5-star hotel, where upon entering, she observed 2 lengthy black clips arranged on the bed, alongside several wooden crates, which were painted in a vibrant green hue. Jiang Sheng stood before a black box, which she opened to reveal a sniper rifle, a model she had trained with during her visit to the United States, notable for its relatively low recoil. In another compartment lay 2 handguns and 5 grenades. The remaining boxes were filled with ammunition and spare parts, the source of which she could only speculate. Yet she knew it had cost her a staggering $200 million. Originally, shipping it would have required an additional $100 million. But Jiang Sheng possessed her own spatial capabilities, rendering such an expense unnecessary. The items were impressive, and her satisfaction was evident. "As long as you like it, sister." She then opened another side of the leather suitcase, revealing a set of chemical protective gear, a gas mask, and a seemingly lightweight outfit. Despite the limited quantity, these few pieces were valued at another $100 million. "Isn't this constant temperature attire a bit too thin?" Jiang Sheng picked up the black garment, somewhat reminiscent of thermal wear, yet thankfully appearing opaque. "Rest assured, dear sister, only 10 of these have been developed nationwide, and it took considerable effort for me to acquire one." "Oh, and what about the large item?" John handed Jiang Sheng the room key and drove her to a secluded warehouse. Upon reaching, he opened the creaking wooden door. One wonders what John was thinking, storing such a crucial item in such a place. Once inside, John switched on the lights, revealing only a large black sphere. "Sister, this is it, the amphibious protective pod, capable of accommodating up to 3 individuals. It is impervious to even the most powerful grenades from the outside." Jiang Sheng was aware that this bargain cost only $80 million. "Very well, I shall come to collect it tonight." Just as she was preparing to bid farewell, Jiang Sheng felt compelled to offer John a word of caution. "John, we have known each other since childhood. Allow me to remind you that the world is on the brink of transformation. It would be wise to stockpile some survival supplies." After delivering this message, she stepped into the hotel entrance. She stowed away the items from both the bed and beneath it into her space, feeling a sense of reassurance. With these provisions, post-apocalypse, survival should not prove excessively arduous. At the very least, it afforded a semblance of safety. Subsequently, she ventured out of the community, reluctant to leave her safety pod outside for too long. Only with her belongings on her person could she feel at ease. She then commenced a thorough search of the restaurants in M, with the supermarket being her primary destination. It would not be a wasted trip. She stocked up on steak, hamburgers, barbecued meats, and salad dressings, despite her unfamiliarity with Western cuisine. Nonetheless, a change of flavor now and then could be delightful. There truly is no place like home. After disembarking from the plane, Jiang Sheng languidly stretched her limbs, instructing the taxi to proceed to the largest hardware trading market in Longquan City. Solar panels, generators, batteries, flashlights, various tents, survival kits, and an array of tools such as pliers and wrenches. She scoured the hardware store for anything that might come in handy. When it came to procuring medicine, Jiang Sheng lacked any special connections and had to resort to the most straightforward approach, buying from store to store. When questioned by the clerks, she stated that she was preparing for an extended journey and needed a variety of medications. Predictably, the clerks ceased their inquiries and instead began to explain various necessary medicines and their applications, likely filling the clerk's annual sales quota in one go. Had it not been for the store's policy against excessive sales, the clerk might have continued to promote more products. Nevertheless, Jiang Sheng diligently recorded the receipts to continue her procurement. Chapter 6. Check-in rewards. After completing her purchase of medications, Jiang Sheng roamed through various locations in Longquan City, ordering 100 portions of each dish at every restaurant she visited, loading them into her vehicle. This procurement spree continued until the final day before the apocalypse, at which point Jiang Sheng converted her remaining funds into gold bars, leaving 1 million in cash within her space, preparing to venture outside no more. Gazing at her fortress-like abode provided a profound sense of security. The renovation workers had reinforced it further. Even if walls were breached, entry was improbable, and the 2 alloy doors were impenetrable. With the existence of her space, the house was sufficiently spacious, allowing Jiang Sheng to even jog indoors. A few days prior, she had disbursed wages to Xiao Wang, but for the past few days, Jiang Ergo had been persistently calling, to which Jiang Sheng had no desire to respond. However, the weather had taken a sudden turn, with a forecast displaying a sea of red, indicating temperatures soaring above 40 degrees in most regions. Numerous bloggers captured scenes of eggs frying on the pavement, leading to a surge of interest. Thus, Jiang Sheng retreated into her home, dedicating her time to downloading a plethora of her favorite dramas and variety shows on his several tablets. Purchasing memberships on various platforms amounts to merely a few hundred yuan, allowing one to offline download any films that pique their interest, along with numerous single-player games. Jiang Sheng has grown accustomed to solitude since childhood and does not feel lonely in the absence of company. On the contrary, she cherishes the tranquility. As she glances at her phone, she notices that a majority of the residents in Building D are inquiring about the timeline for the air conditioning repairs, lamenting the occasional power outages. It is frustrating to pay such high property fees for such inefficiency. Gently pushing open the security window, a wave of heat engulfs her, leaving Jiang Sheng feeling as though her face might be scorched. After splashing her face with lukewarm water, she applies a facial mask to rejuvenate her skin, having noticed its redness while gazing into the mirror moments ago. The temperature outside surely exceeds 40 degrees. It feels unbearable, yet she must still report to work. It seems excessive to endure such discomfort. In an effort to ease her mind, she considers shielding her air conditioning unit with a protective awning, especially after witnessing the exterior unit of a neighboring apartment detach itself just moments ago. Fortunately, the homeowner noticed it in time, preventing a more significant disaster. At this juncture, her long-neglected phone finally buzzes with activity. It is a message from the survival group. Little White Rabbit. Wasn't it supposed to be mutant animals and zombies? How did it turn into a natural disaster? Little life, eating excrement. Indeed, those of us living by the sea are experiencing conditions akin to a sauna. Jiang Sheng captured a photograph of himself reclining on a cool mat, basking in the air conditioning while indulging in ice cream, of course, without revealing his face. Sheng, image JPG, image JPG. Little White Rabbit. Goodness, those legs. Little Life Devourer. No more words. I shall go enjoy one as well. Little White Rabbit. Compensate me with one. Compensate me with one. Jiang Sheng chuckled at the antics of the 2 jesters. However, her primary focus was on certain posts circulating online. The trending topics on Weibo were inundated with entries related to the sweltering heat, as numerous bystanders, succumbing to the oppressive temperatures, were assisted by well-meaning individuals who called for ambulances on their behalf. Tomorrow marked what the system referred to as the first day of the apocalypse. Yet, observing the current state of affairs, it seemed that aside from the heat, there were no other alarming developments. As the clock struck midnight, a notification from the system heralded the commencement of the apocalypse. The first day of the apocalypse has officially begun. Please claim your sign-in gift package. Would you like to sign in? Jiang Sheng, roused from a drowsy slumber by the system's inexplicable announcement, took several minutes to fully comprehend the situation. Yes. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have earned 2 hours of access to the space. Upon grasping the system's words, Jiang Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. She could enter the space. With a mere thought, her body transitioned into the realm, albeit only to the area with fields and streams, while the other half remained inaccessible. Yet, with a simple mental command, the object from that side could materialize here, though once they crossed over, they would no longer be stationary. The passage of time would align with that of the outside world. Jiang Sheng leapt up in excitement, realizing that in the face of imminent danger, he could retreat into the sanctuary of his space. Within this realm, a grand luminous orb floated above, embodying the role of the sun. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a colossal electronic clock in the sky, displaying 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 47 seconds. It appeared to serve as a countdown, likely signaling that once time expired, he would be expelled from this haven. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sheng hastily exited the space, aware that such precious time should not be squandered. Filled with exhilaration, he gently drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he prepared a simple breakfast of congee and steamed buns retrieved from his space. Jiang Sheng had developed a penchant for observing the pedestrians from his window, as the one-way glass concealed him from their gaze. Checking the temperature on his phone, he was astounded to find it already soaring to 30 degrees at 8 in the morning, leaving him to ponder the sweltering heat that would ensue by noon. Social media was rife with reports of individuals succumbing to the heat. Initially, people treated such news as mere entertainment, as each summer seemed to herald the proclamation that it was the hottest year in recent memory. However, as days passed, the gravity of the situation became increasingly apparent. On this particular day, while Jiang Sheng was busy preparing provisions, he sat down to peruse his phone and was captivated by a trending topic. The weather was undeniably peculiar. Early in the morning, as he prepared to take out the trash, the temperature had already surged to 40 degrees, with forecasts predicting a possible peak of 46 degrees by noon. Remarkably, this was merely the morning. Furthermore, it was disconcerting to note that the nation had experienced a dearth of rain for several months, with heat warnings issued nationwide, an unsettling phenomenon. As the post gained traction, a multitude of netizens began to comment, with tens of thousands sharing their thoughts. Some advocated for stockpiling supplies to avert greater troubles, while others shrugged it off, suggesting that such conditions were now routine. After all, regions bordering the desert regularly exceeded 50 degrees. What was so extraordinary about that? Jiang Sheng regarded these discussions as mere amusement. In the ensuing days, schools announced the transition to online learning, with teachers conducting lessons virtually, a scene reminiscent of the pandemic years. Even supermarkets, shopping malls, and roadside stalls adapted their hours to operate in the evenings. Amidst the joy and despair, countless students showcased their vacations on various platforms. After all, online classes felt akin to a holiday, with teachers unable to exert control. Unfortunately, some workers faced dire circumstances due to the relentless heat. Numerous small companies were compelled to lay off employees, as they could no longer afford to retain their staff. Fortunately, the optimistic majority maintained that staying home in such sweltering weather was a blessing. Jiang Sheng had been confined to his room for an entire week, and today he yearned to venture outside and observe the situation. Chapter 7. The heat wave arrives. The system rewards over the past few days had granted him an additional 2 hours in the space. Jiang Sheng thus found himself with a considerable amount of time. As he opened the door to his home, a wave of warm air greeted him. Although the heat was bearable initially, as he descended in the elevator, he felt as though he were being slowly stewed. Upon stepping out of the apartment, he was engulfed by an oppressive heat wave, with even the wind feeling scalding to the touch. The air in the distance shimmered, distorted by the relentless sun, resembling a portal to another realm. Despite this, his arms, exposed to the sunlight, quickly reddened, and soon he would feel the sharp sting of sunburn. What was the purpose of venturing out? It was akin to courting death. After rummaging through his belongings, he found some burn ointment, and the soothing salve brought some relief upon contact with the skin. Once he had applied the ointment, he picked up his phone and approached the window, where the display temperature was a staggering 50 degrees Celsius. Such extreme heat was something Jiang Sheng had not encountered in decades. Reports on the internet detailed individuals succumbing to heat exhaustion in the streets. Should someone witness it, they might call for assistance. However, if one were to faint in solitude, it could spell certain doom. Numerous incidents of heat-related fatalities had been reported, prompting the government to advise the public to refrain from unnecessary outings and to remain indoors to evade the dangers posed by the sweltering temperatures. The oppressive heat persisted throughout the day, only easing with the setting sun, leading many to adopt a lifestyle of nocturnal activity. During this period, the only piece of good news for Jiang Sheng was that Jiang Ergo had incurred significant losses, having invested heavily in Jiang Sheng's shares. He was now grappling with the consequences of the unrelenting heat. The company's financial burdens began to escalate, with heat subsidies alone amounting to tens of millions. Jiang Sheng is no fool. Naturally, he would not acquiesce. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's refusal, curses from Luo Li could be heard on the other end of the line. Jiang Sheng, without any hesitation, ended the call, eager to observe how Jiang Ergo would navigate the aftermath. Having refrained from venturing outside for several consecutive days, she felt compelled to step out in the evening. Remembering her thermoregulating attire, she donned the outfit. Initially, it did not evoke any particular sensations, though the fabric was remarkably lightweight. However, it would be imprudent to descend while clad in garments akin to thermal underwear. Hence, she opted for a sun-protective jacket complete with a hood before finally leaving her apartment. As she exited, the familiar wave of heat enveloped her. Aside from the warmth on her face, her body felt relatively unperturbed. Clearly, the expenditure had been worthwhile. In her suitcase lay a hooded veil, which she could wear whenever she decided to venture out again. Gauging the temperature to be approximately in the low 30s, it wasn't long before perspiration dampened her hair. She resolved to wear the veil when the heat became unbearable, as it would afford her some additional respite. Upon stepping out of her community, she observed that the surrounding shops and stalls had opened their doors, with many vendors displaying their wares on tables draped with sheets along the roadside. Jiang Sheng left behind $1 million in cash, which he is likely to find more than sufficient for his needs. He selected a few books and some trinkets, discreetly stowing them away in his space before making his way towards the supermarket. The supermarket was bustling with a multitude of people. Even those not shopping could enjoy the cool air conditioning, so why not take advantage of it? As he approached the entrance, he overheard a group of elderly women discussing the weather. "Oh dear, this dreadful weather has dried up the fields back in my village," one lamented. "Indeed, the elderly in our village, who rely on farming for their livelihood, have no money for the new year this year," another replied. "It's quite pitiful, really." Jiang Sheng did not linger for long before pushing her cart into the supermarket. Although the space was not lacking in groceries, she felt compelled to purchase something. The rice and flour section was crowded with elderly patrons, and Jiang Sheng had no desire to compete with them. The vegetable and fruit area was similarly bustling, leaving her no choice but to venture into the snack aisle. Though it too was populated, she managed to squeeze in and select a few of her favorite treats: boneless chicken feet, Lay's potato chips, spicy strips, tofu, and crispy noodles, before hastily departing. The wait at the checkout took a good half hour. In these times, everyone was anxious to stock up on supplies. It was far more suspicious to buy nothing at all, so she decided to follow the crowd. Upon returning home, the first thing she did was take a shower. The sticky sensation on her skin was quite bothersome. After emerging from her bath, Jiang Sheng retrieved the ice maker from her storage space and began to fill it with water. She had been preoccupied with storing ice cream and cakes, neglecting to stock up on ice. Seizing the opportunity while there was still electricity, she filled it to the brim. Once she completed this task, she received a text from John, reassuring her that he had also gathered ample supplies, so she need not worry. Jiang Sheng felt quite at ease regarding John, her little brother whom she had known since childhood. He had always clung to her side, obediently following her lead without ever arguing back. It was delightful to finally have a well-behaved brother at home, though regrettably not a biological one. Had he been, her affection for him would have been even greater. After spending some time at her computer playing games, Jiang Sheng finally decided to retire for the night. However, upon awakening the next morning, she was greeted by an unbearable dryness in her throat. She retrieved a glass of ice water from her storage space, which brought her back to life. Checking her phone, she noted that it was only 6 in the morning, yet the blinding sunlight streaming through the window was hard to believe. It was indeed early, yet the brightness was overwhelming. The air was gradually becoming dry, prompting Jiang Sheng to turn on the humidifier and air purifier, determined to keep the sweltering heat outside from infiltrating her home. After completing her morning routine, she fetched some food from her storage space to eat. Following her meal, she began preparing dishes to store, having acquired several trucks' worth of takeout boxes. There were at least tens of millions of them, and she intended to fill them gradually. The easiest task was making dumplings. She took out the filling machine and placed fresh meat inside, while she herself retrieved a large bowl to start kneading the dough. In the past, she had only prepared enough for one meal, but now, making such a large quantity nearly exhausted her arms. Fortunately, her robust constitution allowed her to keep pace despite the labor-intensive task. By the time she had finished wrapping all the dumplings, it was already noon, and she decided to have dumplings for lunch. She prepared a variety: pork and green onion, pork and corn, pork and cabbage, lamb and cabbage, and even experimented with chicken dumplings, which turned out quite delicious. She set aside half of the uncooked dumplings in takeout boxes and boiled the other half for immediate consumption. Chapter 8. Global Warming. Jiang Sheng did not neglect the broth from the boiled dumplings, packing it away in a few takeout boxes as well. Nevertheless, she felt something was still amiss. While her storage space was well stocked with iced milk tea and fruit tea, Jiang Sheng yearned to create something of her own. With nothing pressing to do at home, she felt the urge to engage in some culinary endeavors. Place mung beans into a pressure cooker, adding a touch of rock sugar. Jiang Sheng perceived that the flavor of rock sugar differs subtly from that of white sugar, with the former offering a more delightful texture. Once the mung bean soup has been prepared, allow it to cool on the side while continuing to cook. After reaching room temperature, transfer it to the refrigerator, and after several hours, a refreshing sorbet will emerge. Jiang Sheng eagerly took a sip, feeling a refreshing coolness accompanied by a hint of sweetness, instantly rejuvenating her spirit. After packing the frozen mung bean slush into a takeout container, she could enjoy it at her leisure, while also freeing up space in the refrigerator for further uses. She retrieved a serving of cold noodles, and with a mouthful of the mung bean slush, her weary body from a long day finally found solace. Checking her phone, the weather forecast indicated that temperatures would continue to rise, likely exacerbated by trace elements from nuclear wastewater in the ocean accelerating global warming. Social media was inundated with vitriolic remarks about the current state of affairs. It seemed that the entire world was now collectively bearing the consequences of these trying times. The reality of global warming, with its greenhouse effect, was undeniable as gases like carbon dioxide and methane accumulated in the atmosphere, trapping the sun's heat and leading to glacial melt, rising sea levels, heat waves, storms, and floods. Even more alarming was the prospect that droughts following these storms could unleash ancient viruses, threatening biodiversity. It was difficult to fathom what the future world might hold. Underneath this informative post, countless netizens expressed their outrage, with some even adeptly criticizing the leader of their nation in fluent Japanese on international platforms. Naturally, the only recourse for ordinary citizens was to stockpile supplies, and many took to the internet to showcase their amassed provisions. Upon reading this, Jiang Sheng could not help but exclaim in frustration at the foolishness displayed. Do you understand why the elders emphasize the importance of humility? The principle of not flaunting one's wealth is indeed a lesson worthy of everyone's attention. Exiting Weibo, he opened WeChat, where the community group chat had reached a staggering 99 messages, and the survival group contained a dozen or so notifications. The nation of kimchi, inherently dependent on the sea for its survival, stands at the forefront of resistance while its government discharges nuclear wastewater. Although neither party is commendable in the eyes of the discerning, it is evident that this recent behavior from kimchi is particularly reprehensible. As this nation finds itself devoid of food sources, it turns to others for assistance. The first to extend a hand was our own country. Yet the messages in the group merely echoed their shamelessness, with no response from our nation or the other 10 countries involved. At this juncture, when one cannot even safeguard their own doorstep, who possesses the capacity to aid others? Should the oppressive heat persist for another half year, it is likely that a significant portion of kimchi's population will face starvation. What astonished Jiang Sheng was the emergence of profit-making opportunities even in such dire circumstances. An owner within the group circulated several business cards, offering errand services based on distance and the volume of goods procured. The minimum charge was set at 500, and those residing in this area were certainly not lacking in funds. Many were calling for assistance. Remarkably, just a few hours later, deliveries began to arrive at their doors. This prompted Jiang Sheng to reflect on humanity's blind devotion to wealth. Jiang Sheng gazed out at the distant transmission tower, emitting wisps of black smoke. and promptly contacted the property management, resulting in a power outage that left everyone uncertain about when repairs would be completed. Complaints erupted within the group chat once more. D102. My child is still nursing. How can I warm the milk without electricity? D403. Just leave it in the sun for 2 minutes. It works wonders. D602. How are we supposed to cook without power? Not every resident in this community had access to natural gas, as some did not reside here frequently and had not considered connecting it, thus making them suffer. Fortunately, by 8 in the evening, the property management had repaired the power lines, sparing the residents from hunger. Soon after, the management announced in the group chat that starting from noon, there would be restrictions on electricity and water. Electricity would only be available during the hottest part of the day, while water would be supplied once in the morning and once in the evening. The news ignited a frenzy in the chat. D403. We VE paid for our utilities. Why are they denying us our rights? D102. Exactly, without air conditioning all day, my baby is going to overheat. After much uproar, the property management finally stepped in to explain that they were bound by national regulations and that many staff members had resigned, leaving only 2 property managers for the entire community. Their complaints, they were informed, were futile. This situation was a consequence of residing in a high-end neighborhood where at least there was still access to water and electricity. In older communities, the wiring had long deteriorated, necessitating repairs that spanned hundreds of meters, with even transformers exploding, igniting sparks that could lead to fires. The administrator shared several news articles detailing fire incidents caused by such failures. Upon realizing that their own community was among the fortunate, the complaints in the chat subsided significantly. Human nature often finds solace in the misfortunes of others. Yet, despite the sweltering heat of over 50 degrees, the sounds of children laughing echoed through the hallways. Perhaps a last hurrah before the impending school break. Listening to these joyous sounds, Jiang Sheng pondered how long such laughter could endure. Without lingering on thoughts, she donned a tank top and shorts, slathered herself in sunscreen, and stepped outside, embracing the natural order of survival of the fittest. Jiang Sheng quietly resolved to acclimatize her body to the sweltering heat as soon as possible. Upon descending the stairs, she was immediately enveloped by a wave of oppressive warmth. Checking the thermometer, she noted a temperature of 35 degrees, still within an acceptable range. Fortunately, there was a large supermarket just outside her community. Venturing any farther would have been a considerable ordeal. Observing the throngs of people within the shopping mall, Jiang Sheng let out a sigh. She did not even bother to push a shopping cart, as the limited space within was already congested with queues. Thankfully, the mall's air conditioning was operational, creating a stark contrast between the interior and the sweltering exterior. After a considerable struggle to reach the grains and oil section, she discovered police officers registering purchases. Each individual was permitted to buy only 1 bag of rice per week, a regulation that left Jiang Sheng momentarily astounded. Nevertheless, she proceeded to queue for a bag of flour and a bottle of vegetable oil. The other sections remained overwhelmingly crowded, yet the snack aisle was surprisingly devoid of people. She seized some of her favorite snacks and a variety of nuts, which provided a substantial source of protein. The 1 box of chocolate on the shelf was also claimed by her. After settling the bill, Jiang Sheng hurried home, one hand clutching the flour, the other carrying the vegetable oil and a bag filled with snacks. Chapter 9. The Crisis of High Temperatures. As she exited the mall, Jiang Sheng felt as though she had plunged into a furnace. The modest collection of items she had acquired took her a full 20 minutes to drag back home. Despite her commendable physical stamina, even the strength of some of the young men paled in comparison to hers, as working in such heat rapidly depleted her energy. On her way up, she encountered the man from apartment 402. He greeted her with a smile, his gaze wandering restlessly over her damp tank top. It was only upon entering her home that Jiang Sheng felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Stepping into the bathroom, she indulged in a soothing warm shower, which left her feeling considerably refreshed. That evening, her appetite was minimal. She retrieved the dumplings she had prepared earlier in the day from storage, paired them with a bowl of mung bean smoothie, and reclined on her cooling mat, awaiting the stroke of midnight before succumbing to sleep. Congratulations, host. On the 10th day of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, please choose a reward. 1. Acquire a spatial farm, capable of harvesting creatures with intelligence below half that of the host. 2. Gain 48 hours of access to the spatial realm. 3. 1 health-enhancing pill. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Sheng concluded that the farm was indeed more suitable for him. Upon selecting the option, a refreshing wave of cool comfort enveloped him. With his consciousness sweeping across the space, Jiang Sheng noticed that a small farm had emerged beside the several acres of land, ample enough to nurture hundreds of animals. Jiang Sheng utilized his consciousness to place the fertilized eggs within the incubator, initially attempting to rear a few to observe their development. In the adjacent field, he sowed 2 acres of forage, while the remainder was dedicated to cabbage cultivation. Jiang Sheng harbored aspirations of raising a few cattle or sheep. As the space was stocked with provisions for human consumption, he intended to accumulate more while the opportunity presented itself, for one could never predict future encounters. This task could not be completed in merely a day or two. After laboring for an additional 2 hours, his eyelids began to droop in a fierce battle against fatigue, prompting Jiang Sheng to surrender to slumber. The following day, he was awakened by the oppressive heat, finding it was already past noon. After a brief wash, he instinctively glanced at the thermometer, only to be astounded by the reading, 60 degrees. The temperature was a staggering 60 degrees. His consciousness snapped into clarity. Fortunately, the fan had been tirelessly circulating air, and the cooling pad retained some residual chill. Otherwise, Jiang Sheng feared he might have succumbed in his sleep. As anticipated, upon opening the group chat, he discovered that several elderly individuals in Building D had perished from the heat, with their families pleading for assistance to transport the deceased to the crematorium. Yet, in such sweltering conditions, who would willingly assume the role of the Good Samaritan? Even the children of the deceased were reluctant to offer help, let alone implore others to do so. How heavy could a single elder be? If they truly wished to ensure their loved one's final journey, they would already be at the crematorium, rather than lamenting in this manner. Some suggested contacting the authorities, but the official lines remained perpetually busy. Jiang Sheng was consumed by unsettling thoughts. It was highly likely that the crematorium was overwhelmed with bodies, perhaps piled high in a macabre heap. Coupled with the sweltering heat, those still willing to work at the crematorium were likely individuals driven to madness by desperation for money. Outside, the temperature soared to 60 degrees, while even with air conditioning and a fan, the interior of Jiang Sheng's home struggled to stay below 30, despite having the finest thermal insulation available on the market. Fortunately, the upscale community restored electricity for a few hours during the midday. Otherwise, even with solar panels generating power, Jiang Sheng would hesitate to use it recklessly. The noise from the air conditioning unit was quite pronounced. Revealing the possession of an additional power source would undoubtedly make him a target for scrutiny. If this was the case, the temperature within ordinary residences might hover around 50 degrees, while poorly constructed buildings with inadequate ventilation would likely have turned into veritable steam chambers. Jiang Sheng was perusing distress posts on Weibo when, unexpectedly, the signal was severed. This scenario had been anticipated by him. After a brief investigation on Weibo, he surmised that the nation was witnessing a tragic surge in fatalities due to the heat, predominantly among the elderly, followed closely by children, with law enforcement in every locality overwhelmed with their duties. Jiang Sheng truly admired them for their unwavering dedication to serving others even in such sweltering heat, a feat he himself could not accomplish. With the gas still functioning, Jiang Sheng intended to prepare a few more dishes in the kitchen, knowing that the days ahead would render cooking with fire increasingly inconvenient. As he immersed himself in the culinary delights of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, carrot stew, spicy rabbit pieces, and braised fish, a knock on the door interrupted his fervent cooking. Jiang Sheng opened the inner door and peered through the peephole to observe the corridor. Her peephole was one way, preventing any view from the outside, and the lens was bulletproof, eliminating any worries of the scenarios depicted in dramas where someone might pierce through the peephole. Standing outside was a woman, and it took Jiang Sheng several glances to recognize her as the resident of apartment 102. The woman cradled something in her arms, and, in the next moment, a chill ran down Jiang Sheng's spine. causing her body to shudder involuntarily. The woman held a baby, appearing to be merely a few months old. Yet the infant's face was flushed, lying motionless in her embrace, seemingly lifeless. "Who can save my child? Please save him. He is only 5 months old." The woman incessantly repeated these desperate words, knocking on door after door, pleading with the residents to rescue her child. But what could be done? The child was clearly devoid of life. Jiang Sheng found it hard to fathom that this woman could ascend to the 18th floor under the sweltering heat of over 50 degrees, all the while uttering those few phrases that now sounded rather eerie. The fact that she managed to reach the 18th floor implied that no one had come to her aid. In such a scenario, Jiang Sheng felt utterly powerless. This was her first encounter with death, and an inescapable sorrow enveloped her, akin to a heavy stone obstructing her chest, rendering even the act of swallowing nearly impossible. Later, she overheard a resident from the first floor mention that the child had perished in the heat during the night, leading the woman to awaken the next day in utter despair, her mind gradually unraveling. Initially, the residents of the first floor sought to assist her, but upon discovering that the child was already deceased, they gently urged the woman to take her child to the crematorium. Yet, the woman remained steadfast in her belief that her child was still alive, accusing those around her of refusing to help, even going so far as to lash out at the first-floor residents. In that moment, it became evident to all that she had lost her sanity. Jiang Sheng only discovered, upon checking her phone, that the news had long been disseminated by the residents of Unit 101, warning everyone not to open their doors. That older sister has lost her mind. At that time, Jiang Sheng was preoccupied with cooking and had not paid attention to her phone. "Please, I implore you, save my child. Why do you not save my child? He is merely 5 months old. He is only 5 months old." Jiang Sheng irritably shook her head and retrieved ice water from her space to wash her face. The frigid sensation jolted her back to reality. This was not her fault, nor did she bear the burden of guilt for the woman as child. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Sheng immersed herself in a television drama, finding solace in distraction. She was no saint, after all, and could only safeguard her own well-being. Chapter 10. Soaring prices. By the time Jiang Sheng regained her composure, hunger had set in. She took out the sauerkraut fish she had prepared earlier, savoring it with rice, which significantly improved her mood. Glancing outside her community, she noticed a steady stream of people gathering. Jiang Sheng, clad in a tank top, contemplated stepping outside for a moment. Ultimately, she decided to don a sun-protective garment, apply sunscreen meticulously, and affix a cooling patch before venturing out. Upon descending the stairs, she noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly awaiting something significant. Jiang Sheng squeezed her way in, and the ensuing scene made her stomach churn with regret for having dined so heartily before venturing out. The woman from room 102 was dead, having leapt to her demise with the lifeless child she had long carried within her. She plunged from the 25th floor, her body shattered upon impact, with brain matter and organs spilling forth, attracting numerous flies that feasted upon the remains. The child, however, was held tightly in her embrace, miraculously unscathed. As everyone dialed the police and awaited their arrival, one woman lamented that they had already been waiting for an hour, leaving the crowd in a state of uncertainty about what to do next. Jiang Sheng knelt beside the greenery, retching incessantly, expelling everything consumed the previous night, with remnants of bile surfacing at last. Once there was nothing more to purge, a wave of nausea surged within her chest. Changing her position, she sipped some water and gently caressed her chest, finding a modicum of relief. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the property management to gaze upon the two lifeless bodies. Jiang Sheng joined the throng heading to the supermarket, which was less crowded than the previous day. Most of the exiting patrons were young and vigorous, and Jiang Sheng was taken aback upon seeing the prices of the goods. A 500-milliliter bottle of mineral water had surged to 10 yuan, while a bucket of instant noodles now cost 30 yuan. Everyone anxiously sought out the manager to negotiate. The supermarket manager simply stated that these were the prevailing prices, and that smaller shops charged even more, suggesting that those unwilling to purchase here could try their luck at the local stores. Despite the chorus of lamentations, the patrons' actions remained undeterred. According to rumors, the supermarket would not operate for much longer. With only a few bags of groceries costing several hundred yuan, Jiang Sheng had no desire to vie for the scarce resources needed for survival, recognizing that she possessed enough to forego competition with others. Upon leaving the store, she found a secluded corner to store her items in her spatial compartment. Lacking alternatives, she perused a roadside stall, where she indeed discovered a few vendors selling seeds. Aware that seeds were scarce for planting, the merchants were offering them at reduced prices, and they expressed their gratitude profusely. Several seed vendors had been operating for days without selling a single seed and had intended to close up shop that day when they fortuitously encountered Jiang Sheng. The outside world had descended into chaos, with the night streets resonating with the sirens of police cars and ambulances. The air was thick with sorrowful cries, and a few deranged elderly individuals ran barefoot along the streets, their feet bloodied and raw. Jiang Sheng decided to shower first, as the sweat had thoroughly drenched her clothes, creating an uncomfortable stickiness. She resolved to keep this outfit unwashed, for few possessed the means for bathing at present, and she wished to conceal her uniqueness from others. She had purchased an entire set of gym equipment, including wooden dummies and training mannequins for Taekwondo. Familiar movements flowed from her, each strike releasing the pent-up emotions of the past few days. However, after merely half an hour of training, she felt herself becoming overheated and exhausted. She collapsed onto a cool mat, breathing heavily, before taking a 10-minute break and turning on the fan to its highest setting. She had no desire to catch a cold in the sweltering heat, especially when alone. Behind the air conditioning fan was a small compartment stocked with ice cubes, which she placed inside to produce a gentle, chill breeze. As her body began to feel refreshed, fatigue washed over her. She applied a few cooling patches and activated several more before daring to succumb to sleep. When she awoke, it was already 1 in the afternoon, yet in this weather, no living soul could be seen outside. While freshening up, she applied a hydrating face mask, as her skin had recently felt parched and dry. Jiang Sheng need not fret about others discovering her water usage, for she has invested a substantial sum in an independent pipeline. If necessary, she can always retreat to her space for a cleansing bath. The time within the space has exceeded 40 hours, making it quite acceptable to indulge in a brief shower lasting mere minutes. Seated upon a cool mat, with the fan circulating a refreshing breeze around her, she activates the projector and selects a survival documentary to immerse herself in. Once she removes her facial mask, her appetite wanes, prompting her to retrieve a chilled watermelon from her space, savoring each spoonful with delight. The icy, sweet essence of the fruit brings a wave of happiness to Jiang Sheng. The man featured in the documentary displays remarkable prowess, embarking on a solitary journey into the rainforest, surviving in the Amazon jungle, a genre of documentary that Jiang Sheng has cherished since childhood. From these films, she has gleaned a wealth of knowledge, learning techniques such as fire starting, trap making, survival skills, animal dissection, and the identification of edible plants along with their medicinal properties. Indeed, her self-study of pharmacology has equipped her with an understanding of various herbs and their effects. This apocalyptic scenario serves as her inaugural survival documentary, not just for her, but for all of humanity. After concluding the documentary, Jiang Sheng picks up her phone and accesses the property owners group. The chat remains lively, with a plethora of messages, most of which are complaints directed at the property management regarding the timing of electricity supply. The refrain of sweltering heat echoes throughout the conversation. Jiang Sheng feels utterly powerless in this regard, uncertain of her own survival in this apocalypse, let alone the prospect of aiding others. The property management has announced a reduction in power supply from 3 hours to 2, eliciting a litany of grievances in the group. Yet such complaints bear little fruit. However, the residents of this community are affluent individuals, each with their own means. Jiang Sheng observes that several households have begun to install solar panels. Others are acquiring high-quality blackout curtains, and seeing them do so prompts her to consider bringing out her own, as the insulation of her windows leaves much to be desired. In D1001, there is an uncle involved in the construction industry who possesses both a generator and solar panels. It is common knowledge that he charges exorbitantly, 10,000 for a single solar panel, a price inflated 100-fold. Residents criticize him for his greed, accusing him of profiting from the misfortune of others. He retorts that those who cannot afford it should refrain from inquiring, for there are plenty willing to buy. Indeed, wealth exists in varying degrees. Even those with affluence find themselves overshadowed by others with greater means. The occupants of D1203 have purchased 5 solar panels and a generator in one fell swoop. Now, that is true wealth. Rumor has it that they even own a helicopter, though Jiang Sheng has yet to witness it firsthand. Since the imposition of power restrictions, those who previously worked from home can no longer continue. Companies, unable to bear such significant losses, have commenced mass layoffs or extended vacations. The cessation of employment inevitably leads to a loss of income, particularly at a time when prices are soaring. Those with savings may withstand the storm for a while, but the majority of young individuals live paycheck to paycheck, necessitating the exploration of alternative solutions. Jiang Sheng, overwhelmed by hunger, retrieved a bowl of cold noodles to satisfy his appetite, relieved that the internet remained operational. The apocalyptic discourse on Weibo escalated, with global prices surging several-fold due to a halt in production. One could only ponder how long the already produced goods would endure under such consumption. Each night, Jiang Sheng would venture to the supermarket, purchasing whatever was available. With $1 million in hand, he still had ample resources. After perusing the supermarket, he would explore the nearby street stalls. The local supermarket was nearly depleted of stock, prompting Jiang Sheng to consider visiting smaller supermarkets, which, though somewhat stocked, sold their goods at a slower pace compared to the larger ones. The primary reason being that smaller supermarkets were slightly more expensive, and with everyone's finances strained, it was only natural for people to flock to the larger stores. However, Jiang Sheng remained indifferent to such matters. His foremost concern was utilizing his currency before it became worthless. The more he could hoard, the greater his sense of security. On his way home, he carried numerous bags filled with supplies, as everyone in his community was relatively affluent, belonging to the class with savings. Unless absolutely necessary, his neighborhood remained quite safe. After enduring a week of high temperatures, Jiang Sheng gradually acclimatized to the heat. His skin no longer flushed, and the dryness improved. As September arrived, marking the first month of the impending apocalypse, the system announced the promise of special rewards, igniting a spark of excitement within him. This system, while aloof and cold in tone, provided him with a semblance of companionship, leading Jiang Sheng to contemplate the notion of perhaps adopting a pet. Typically, in Longquan City, autumn would be setting in by this time, necessitating coats to fend off the chill. Yet this year, he found himself in shorts and short sleeves, still feeling uncomfortably warm. Nationwide, trains, high-speed rail, and flights had ceased operations as the heat rendered outdoor work untenable. The government issued urgent directives urging residents to remain indoors and minimize interprovincial travel. Emergency supplies for high temperatures were being distributed to households, and Jiang Sheng anticipated the delivery of provisions to Longquan City the following day. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the streets became increasingly populated. It seemed that everyone was gradually adapting to the situation. Jiang Sheng prepared to visit a clothing store. Although his space was filled with autumn and winter attire, he still wished to seize the opportunity to acquire some men's clothing. As his height of 1.75 meters would allow him to wear them comfortably, even if they were slightly oversized. Furthermore, he pondered the possibility of encountering someone he truly admired in this new world, though he found that notion rather unlikely. It was more prudent to stockpile clothing for himself, just in case he experienced another growth spurt. The clothing store he visited was quite distant, and Jiang Sheng drove there in his SUV. With a few other vehicles in the vicinity, the loss of this one to the sun's rays would not cause him too much distress. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the vehicle allowed him to make several trips to stow the garments inside. Passers-by gazed at him with bewilderment as he purchased an abundance of thick outerwear. "Oh dear, have you heard the news? Water rationing begins today. I heard my wife mention that the jars and containers at home are already filled with water. In this sweltering heat, how could we possibly manage without it? Indeed, I certainly do not wish for my grandson to suffer in this heat." After listening for a while, Jiang Sheng took the elevator upstairs. Upon entering her room, she opened her phone and was met with even graver news. The owner-S group was filled with a red announcement. In addition to power restrictions, the voice-activated lights and the elevator would no longer have electricity. Living on the 18th floor, she realized that descending would require traversing the stairs, which would be utterly exhausting. Ultimately, Jiang Sheng decided to transform her sorrow into appetite, selecting braised pork knuckle and spicy fish from her supplies, accompanied by 2 golden, crispy pancakes. The pork knuckle was stewed to perfection, tender and melting in the mouth without a trace of greasiness. In her childhood, Jiang Sheng had a strong aversion to fish, but as she matured, she inexplicably found it delicious. The pancakes were freshly baked, carefully procured by her at the entrance of the morning market. Besides the pancakes, she had also bought an assortment of buns, vegetable boxes, fried dough sticks, and savory pancakes. This meal was the finest she had enjoyed since the onset of the apocalypse. As she dined, Jiang Sheng began filling a bucket with water, although there was already a small river in her space. She felt a lingering unease about not having enough stored. Checking the corner of her space, which was piled high with beverages and bottled water, she decided to fill some herself, as she had nothing else to do. Upon turning on the tap, she noticed a significant decrease in water flow, indicating that others were also hoarding supplies. This water would be indispensable for washing clothes, cleaning vegetables, or flushing toilets. Despite her home having independent plumbing, she feared making any noise, better safe than sorry. What if someone was watching her with ill intent? In times of water scarcity, would she still be able to flush the toilet or take a shower? It seemed likely that such concerns would only bring her trouble. Finally, as the clock struck 12, the system's notification chimed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving 30 days. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Access to the space for 72 hours. 2. A small home in the space. 3. 1 pill to enhance physical constitution. The small home in the space appeared to hold no particular allure. However, the pill to improve her constitution was enticing. The previous potion had indeed enhanced her bodily functions, and this option had been available in her last reward as well. The temptation was considerable. Yet, after much contemplation, Jiang Sheng was curious about what the small home entailed and how it differed from her current dwelling. She chose the small home in the space. Following a refreshing sensation, the system fell silent once more. Jiang Sheng eagerly delved into the exploration of her surroundings. Chapter 12, Golden Mushrooms. Through the probing of her mental faculties, a quaint wooden cabin materialized above the farmland. The cabin, though modest in size, boasted a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom, all of which were adequately furnished. This indicated that she could now use the facilities within the space without fear of being discovered. The system was indeed considerate. Although bathing was possible within the confines of this realm, it felt somewhat cramped, and while her home-esque bathtub was a sanctuary of comfort, it regrettably could not be accommodated in the cabin. After absorbing the transformations within her space, Jiang Sheng hastily withdrew, anxious not to squander her precious time within this realm. Upon unlocking her phone, she noted, with peculiar intrigue, that the survival group had fallen silent over the past few days, while messages from Jiang Wenji had accumulated to the hundreds. This old rogue still harbored ulterior motives, expecting her to part with her money once more? Not a chance. However, as she casually scrolled through, one particular message compelled her attention. Jiang Wenji is set to relocate to the garden community, specifically to the 19th floor of Building D. It is hardly surprising, as this community is funded by the company, making it effortless to ascertain one's residence. Indeed, 2 days later, Jiang Wenji moved in with his wife and children to apartment D1902. That day, Jiang Sheng was leisurely watching a drama on a bamboo mat when a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening the inner door and then the small iron window on the outer door, he was greeted by Luo Li, who exclaimed, "Sheng, we just moved in." However, upon seeing her at the threshold, Jiang Sheng felt a wave of nausea. "Second aunt, why didn't you mention this earlier? Had I known, I would have chosen not to move here," he retorted. Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. Why does Sheng's home have 2 doors? Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" She quickly attempted to shift the conversation. To her surprise, Jiang Sheng promptly closed the iron window, stating, "Second aunt, the layout of the houses is identical. There is no need to check. I have other matters to attend to, so let us not chat now." Frustrated, Luo Li remained outside, initially intending to discuss matters regarding shares, but this stubborn girl wouldn't even open the door for her. After a while of futile shouting with no response from Jiang Sheng, she ultimately departed. Jiang Sheng plopped down onto the cool mat, savoring a steamed bun. Mid-bite, he unexpectedly burst into laughter. This was a gift delivered right to their doorstep. He had never intended to soil his own hands. Ever since discovering that Jiang Erga's family had conspired to murder his parents, Jiang Sheng had yearned for that hypocritical quartet to meet a dire fate. Initially, he believed that nature would take its course, and with their fortunes already claimed by him, they would not survive long, sparing him the need for involvement. Yet now, with the opportunity presented to him, how could he possibly refrain from taking action? Little did old Jiang know how haughty that wretched girl was, refusing even to open the door for him, let alone allow him to enter. Jiang Wenji reclined upon the sofa, while his son, Jiang Shaohua, a striking 16-year-old, had perfectly inherited Luo Li's beauty. Although handsome, he possessed a fiery temperament. From a tender age, Jiang Sheng had been subjected to his bullying, which ultimately motivated him to take up karate. At the age of 11, he decisively bested the young bully, leading to an unspoken truce between them. They exchanged not a single word thereafter. Standing by the window, disdainfully surveying the room, was Jiang Wenwen, whose fair complexion and innocent charm belied her true nature. From elementary school onward, Jiang Sheng had recognized his cousin as a quintessential schemer. Jiang Wenwen approached Luo Li, tugging at her arm. "Mom, why must we reside in such a cramped space? It feels so suffocating. Houses in the garden community can comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 people. Yet for the Jiang family's villa, this is indeed considerably smaller." Luo Li hurriedly reassured her daughter, Wenwen, "The situation has changed. Our finances are tight, and we had no choice but to move here, or else how we manage." As she spoke, she gestured towards the stacks of supplies in the living room. Though Jiang Wenji had sold the villa and still possessed several million, in this era of soaring prices, such an amount could procure only a limited array of goods. However, filling a house in the garden community would be more than sufficient. They were in fact well-stocked. It's all that vixen Jiang Sheng's fault, tricking Dad out of his money and forcing me to live in a place like this. Stop lamenting and use that energy to demand your sister Sheng return the money to us. It was evident that Jiang Wenji's countenance was far from pleasant. After all, the president of the illustrious Jiang Group was now residing in such a place, a fact that would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation if it were to become public knowledge. Jiang Wenwen gazed at Jiang Wenji's sullen face, choosing silence. After a week of power and water restrictions, the water reserves of the residents had nearly been depleted. The owner group was rife with complaints about overflowing toilets. Some ill-mannered individuals resorted to using plastic bags for their needs, carelessly tossing them out of windows, while others, under the cover of night, indiscriminately relieved themselves in the corners of the community's bathtubs. It was said that when Jiang Wenwen accompanied Luo Li to procure supplies, she inadvertently stepped on a landmine. The dim evening light obscured her view, and by the time she realized the foreign object beneath her foot, a foul odor had already permeated the air. Allegedly, she felt such despair that she contemplated severing her foot, weeping inconsolably outside. Ultimately, Luo Li, unable to bear the sight, opened several bottles of water on the spot for Jiang Wenwen to wash herself. To be fair, Luo Li was also reluctant to touch the filth, but given Jiang Wenwen's penchant for wearing small sandals, it was likely that her toes were entirely soiled. One cannot deny the abundance of the landmine's owner. Jiang Wenwen even extracted a few enoki mushrooms from between her fingers, which sent her into another emotional spiral. It is well known that emotions are conserved. Where there is sorrow, there is also joy. For instance, at that moment, Jiang Sheng was reveling in the gossip within the owner group, laughing uncontrollably while rolling on the bamboo mat, slapping the ground in delight. Her laughter was so vigorous it strained her abdominal muscles. One must admit, although D402 is a lecher, he is indeed a true warrior. When trouble arises, he speaks boldly, painting vivid scenes that draw one into the narrative. However, this was merely a bystander's perspective, not Jiang Wenwen's experience with the landmine. Currently, Luo Li was confronting D402, accusing him of spreading rumors. But how could she possibly out-argue a provocateur? D402 relentlessly bombarded the group with references to Luo Li and Jiang's ancestral lineage, leaving Jiang Sheng bewildered, as she hadn't anticipated such theatricality amidst the apocalypse. Ultimately, Luo Li was swiftly defeated, and the man triumphantly taunted the group. From that day forward, Jiang Sheng would venture out with a flashlight, fearing that if she too encountered a landmine and unearthed enoki mushrooms, she would likely succumb to despair. It was nearly 7 o'clock, yet the sun blazed fiercely. Glancing at the temperature, which read 53 degrees, she closed her eyes to rest, intending to rise when hunger beckoned. The community had adapted to a nocturnal lifestyle, with daytime stretching longer than nighttime, thus constraining the hours of human activity. A few days prior, they had received a supply distribution from the government, which included a small box of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of 300-milliliter mineral water, and 2 cans of food, all contained within a modest package. Chapter 13. Steam Buns. Most individuals harbored gratitude towards the government, yet a minority believed that the delectable and useful provisions were reserved for the affluent, viewing these supplies as mere tokens to placate the ordinary populace. Jiang Sheng glanced at the comment and uttered a curse under her breath. Despite being a billionaire herself, she wondered why the nation did not offer her protection. The internet seemed to be rife with pests, speaking without restraint. They declared wind to be wind and rain to be rain. The city, in an effort to align with the modern human lifestyle, had adjusted the timings for electricity and water supply to the nighttime, a change that the populace had seemingly come to accept. Many shops had reopened outside, yet prices continued to soar alarmingly. Today, Jiang Sheng made the rare decision to venture downstairs. Remembering Jiang Wenwen's cautionary tale, she brought a flashlight, determined to illuminate any dark corner she encountered. To her delight, she discovered that the breakfast shop next to the supermarket had opened its doors, just as she awoke craving steamed buns. However, upon seeing the new price list inside the shop, her appetite vanished. A single bun cost 50, regardless of meat or vegetable filling, and with her appetite, she would need to consume a dozen or more. Just as she turned to leave, Luo Li entered with Jiang Shaohua and Jiang Wenwen. The three of them bumped into Jiang Sheng, who was on her way out. Is that not Jiang Sheng? How has she fallen to the point of being unable to afford bun? Jiang Wenwen's sarcastic tone piqued Jiang Sheng's interest. With your stepmother's wealth, you brought your siblings here for buns? I reckon the 3 of you could easily consume 30 or so, right? At that moment, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing her words. Meeting his fervent gaze, Jiang Sheng nodded, determined not to disappoint him. Could it be that Cousin Wenwen cannot afford these buns? She quipped, Sir, I'll take 30 buns, half meat and half vegetarian. The shopkeeper, eager to comply, hurried to the back and returned with the order, placing it before Jiang Wenwen, who immediately grabbed a bun to devour. Jiang Sheng, if you were kneel and beg, perhaps I might graciously grant you a bun. After all, we are relatives, Wenwen taunted. Although Luo Li yearned to humiliate Jiang Sheng as well, she felt compelled to play the mediator for the sake of money. Wenwen, how can you speak of your cousin in such a manner? Gulme, Xing, do sit down and join us for a meal. Jiang Sheng understood that this lowly was up to no good. Well, it just so happens that I cannot afford the 51 dumplings at the moment. Jiang Sheng settled beside Jiang Shaohua and promptly stuffed a meat bun into his mouth. Luo Li, upon hearing the price, was equally bewildered. She had initially assumed that the buns would cost around 10 or so yuan each, yet they astonishingly priced at 50. What? This bun cost 50 each? Jiang Sheng indulged without restraint, for it was complimentary. After satiating his hunger, he let out a hearty belch. He expressed his gratitude to Aunt Air for her hospitality, remarking that the dumplings were still rather inexpensive, considering her stature. Upon departing, he patted the proprietor on the shoulder, who understood the cue to settle the bill. The total for 41 dumplings amounted to 2,050, paying 2,000 sufficed, as only cash was accepted at that moment. Luo Li, with a scowl, rummaged through her bag to produce 1,500, while Jiang Wenwen followed suit with an additional 500 to settle the account. This is even less palatable than what I had in France, yet priced so exorbitantly. Despite being scolded by Jiang Wenwen, The proprietor's smile remained radiant. Let the reprimands come. As long as the payment was made, all was well. Jiang Sheng stepped out into the darkness, his spirits soaring. Who would have thought that, even in the apocalypse, he could still have a satisfying meal at the expense of Jiang Ergu? Curiously, he wondered why Jiang Ergu had not accompanied him. Without dwelling too long on the thought, he made his way towards the night market. The current night market truly offered an array of bizarre and peculiar items for sale. Comic books, calligraphy, oil lamps, and masks. One might mistakenly believe they were merely clearing out household clutter. Along the roadside, a few vendors were grilling skewers. The selection of meat was scant, mostly consisting of vegetarian options, yet their prices were far more appealing than those of steamed buns. Jiang Sheng merely cast a fleeting glance, for within her space lay an abundance of barbecue varieties, rendering her no fool to squander her resources. Despite having just finished her steamed buns, a yearning for meat surged within her. Seizing the opportunity while the market still offered fresh meat, she resolved to prepare a greater quantity to store in her space. Contemplating the future when fire would no longer be an option, she envisioned the chaos that would ensue when hunger struck and the enticing aroma of meat wafted from a nearby home, compelling her to invade. Suddenly reminded of the fragrant allure, Jiang Sheng rummaged through her space, faintly recalling her acquisition of a silent range hood. At the time, her stockpiling had been rather haphazard, and many items still lay in corners, encased in their delivery packaging. After an exhaustive search, she finally unearthed the bulky appliance, connecting it to the solar panel-linked battery to ensure its proper functionality. Within her space, fresh pork, chicken, beef, and fish awaited her culinary prowess. Today, she opted to create delectable dishes using pork. Employing a meat grinder, she finally minced the pork, then donned disposable gloves to fashion the ground meat into small balls, which she placed into warm water. These pork meatballs would be exquisite whether fried or simmered in broth. Her pace in crafting the meatballs was swift, primarily due to the efficiency of the grinder. Before long, the mixture was uniformly processed. Jiang Sheng preferred a leaner meat ratio for enhanced texture, yet a touch of fat was essential to avoid a dry outcome. After forming a batch, she stored them in a basin for preservation within her space. For the next batch, she planned to incorporate diced bamboo shoots to enrich the meatball's texture, with the option to add crunchy bones, shiitake mushrooms, or asparagus, dependent on her creative whims. After diligently working for 3 full hours, she had produced a diverse array of fillings, though plenty of pork remained, having been stockpiled by the ton. Half of the meatballs were fried while the other half were boiled. Once the oil reached the right temperature, she lowered the meatballs into the pot, frying them to a golden hue and coating them in breadcrumbs, eliciting envy from her neighbors next door. At this moment, Jiang Sheng deliberately cast a glance at the owner's group. D402, who is the scoundrel indulging in such delectable food, is driving me wild with hunger. D902, it must be meatballs. My nose cannot be mistaken. D1203, whose house is it? Reveal them. I shall pay a handsome price. Jiang Sheng merely smiled as he glanced at his phone before shutting it off, devoting his attention to the art of culinary creation. After all, aside from physical exercise, there was little else to occupy his time. Preparing delightful dishes at home served as an excellent diversion. The space was filled with an abundance of meal containers, and filling them was not a task to be completed in a day or two. Ignoring the scalding heat, Jiang Sheng popped a freshly fried meatball into his mouth, even sought it further in his mouth to ensure it was thoroughly cooked. Ouch, how hot! Yet, despite the heat, the taste was undeniably exquisite. The warmth of the meatballs made all his efforts worthwhile. Chapter 14. The neighbors were left craving. Merely making meatballs could hardly satisfy Jiang Sheng's culinary ambitions. Having completed the pork portion, there were still other cuts to attend to. After a brief respite, he resumed his bustling activities in the kitchen. He chopped the ribs into pieces, blanching them before placing them into a pot to simmer. He added scallions, ginger, garlic, and other spices to eliminate any unpleasant odors, ultimately seasoning the dish with corn, radishes, and goji berries. After simmering gently for 2 hours, this simple yet delectable braised rib dish was ready to be savored. Jiang Sheng deliberately purchased a large pot, capable of accommodating a substantial quantity of 4 racks of ribs. Meanwhile, the gas canister was also put to use. As he meticulously cut the ribs into individual pieces and prepared chicken feet, chicken wings, duck paws, duck necks, and chicken gizzards, all washed and set aside. Once the water in the vast iron pot reached a boil, he added a fragrant seasoning pouch and allowed it to simmer for 10 minutes before introducing the assorted ingredients. Jiang Sheng had longed for braised delicacies, and the provisions he had stockpiled in his space were already being consumed as snacks. Before long, a man's voice resonated outside the window. "Who the hell is making braised meat? Who is it? Where's your conscience? What are your intentions? And what is your address?" Subsequently, a chorus of voices emerged, all condemning the individual responsible for the braised meat. At that moment, Jiang Sheng realized that he had forgotten to turn on the range hood, allowing the aroma to escape. This was indeed a grave oversight that must not be repeated. Just past midnight, the system's voice once again echoed in his mind, announcing that he would acquire the desired items in just 2 hours. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Wenwen continued to clamor for steak, prompting Luo Li to prepare homemade pork chops instead. Since Jiang Sheng had initiated the trend of indulging in meat, the residents of the community no longer restrained their appetites. Instantly, the neighborhood was filled with enticing aromas, causing even the dogs passing by the entrance to linger a while longer, relishing the feast, while those in the adjacent community suffered in silence. To catch a whiff of delectable food during humanity's most ravenous moments was akin to a piercing torment. The owner's group chat buzzed with inquiries about the meal, with several residents proposing to exchange a portion of their dishes, as the monotony of home-cooked meals had begun to wear thin. Especially now, when enjoying a meat dish became a rarity, Jiang Sheng chose to disregard the chatter in the group and instead packed his meticulously prepared delicacies into containers. He left behind a bowl of braised chicken feet and duck necks, which he began to savor. Seated on a cool mat, with the air fan gently blowing, he watched his favorite show on the projector, while a chilled drink awaited him nearby, quenching his thirst and sweeping away the heat. Despite being amidst adversity, one must strive to find moments of joy. Jiang Sheng wished to browse Weibo for a while longer to see if there were any intriguing happenings outside, but inadvertently clicked into the homeowners group, where a lively discussion was in full swing. Jiang Sheng scrolled through the conversation for quite some time before grasping the topic at hand. The owner of D-1002 was inquiring if anyone was interested in adopting a dog, as a German Shepherd had just given birth. In the past, such a pup would have fetched several thousand yuan. His dog was a purebred, with the mother hailing from a military lineage. The family comprised a military husband, currently away, his wife, and their daughter. The litter consisted of 3 pups, one of which sadly did not survive, leaving 2 remaining. With the dog food supply dwindling, the wife was reluctant to keep them and had thus posed the question in the group about potential adopters. This discussion had lingered in the chat for half an hour, yet no one had stepped forward to adopt, as none wished to be taken advantage of. After careful contemplation, Jiang Sheng added the WeChat of Mrs. 1002, who promptly accepted the request. Jiang Sheng clearly stated her purpose, and Mrs. 1002 invited her to come over immediately to make her selection. A few minutes later, Jiang Sheng arrived at the doorstep of D-1002 and knocked lightly. A woman opened the door. "You must be here to choose a dog. Coming quickly." "Mrs." Jiang appeared warm and welcoming, embodying the graceful demeanor of a military spouse. Upon entering the bedroom, which was pleasantly cool due to a fan, Jiang Sheng's gaze fell upon the German Shepherd nestled in its bed. Indeed, as a large breed, it stood tall, nearly reaching her height. She then noticed the 2 puppies, both a light brown with black markings on their mouths and backs. The little creatures, unafraid of the newcomer, blinked their large eyes, observing Jiang Sheng with curiosity. "Mrs." Jiang did not rush her, allowing Jiang Sheng the time to choose at her leisure. Meow Meow went to fetch a glass of water for her sister. It was only then that Jiang Sheng noticed another small figure on the bed, a little girl perhaps around 4 years old, dressed in a pink skirt and sporting a bun hairstyle, exuding cuteness. "Goodbye, Mama," the little girl exclaimed, bouncing into the living room. Before long, she cautiously approached Jiang Sheng, offering her a blanket. "Sister, have some water." In that moment, Jiang Sheng's heart melted, touched by the sweetness and thoughtfulness of this adorable young child. Jiang Sheng gently patted Meow Meow's head and pretended to rummage through his backpack, but in reality, he retrieved a bottle of Waha from his spatial storage and handed it to Meow Meow. Meow Meow gazed at the bottle in Jiang Sheng's hand, licking her lips. Yet she turned to Mrs. Jiang to seek permission. "You may drink it yourself. Such items are quite precious these days, Mrs." Jiang replied with a warm smile directed at Jiang Sheng. "I have more at home. I truly appreciate how considerate Meow Meow is. Now, quickly thank your sister." Meow Meow cradled the Waha bottle in her hands, beaming a sweet smile at Jiang Sheng. "Thank you, sister. What is your name?" "I am Jiang Meow Meow," she replied. Jiang Sheng crouched down, meeting Meow Meow's gaze, a radiant smile adorning her face. "My name is Jiang Sheng, but you may call me Little Sheng Jia," she said warmly. Meow Meow approached and embraced Jiang Sheng, the sweet scent of childhood enveloping her. Little Sheng Jia. This moment might well be the happiest day for Jiang Sheng in the past few weeks. Meow Meow was nothing short of a little angel. Mrs. Jiang stood nearby, smiling gently. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng felt something soft and furry brushing against her leg. Looking down, she discovered a small German shepherd had bounded over, affectionately nuzzling against her, its tongue lolling out in joy. Jiang Sheng then discerned that there was a dark, square-shaped object on the tongue of the little German shepherd. He understood that such features on a dog's tongue were quite normal. Perhaps this was fate. "Madam Jiang, I shall take it." Jiang Sheng gently lifted the little German shepherd, who playfully licked her fingers, sending delightful tingles through her hand. Just as Mrs. Jiang turned to head to the kitchen, Jiang Sheng stopped her. "Mrs. Jiang, I have enough for this little one to drink at home." She then retrieved her backpack, producing a block of compressed biscuits, 2 cans, and 2 bottles of water. Initially, Jiang Sheng had not intended to offer so much, but her fondness for this family, especially for Meow Meow, had grown significantly. Meow Meow was simply irresistible. "There's no need to give us all this. After all, you are the one helping us. We can't afford to care for this little one right now," Mrs. Jiang insisted, pushing the items back towards Jiang Sheng. "How can you say that? If it weren't for the inclement weather, Mrs. Jiang would surely be reluctant to share with others. I feel as though I am taking advantage of you. Please accept it," Jiang Sheng replied earnestly. Hearing her words, Mrs. Jiang ceased her objections. "Very well. Do come by our home when you have the chance." Jiang Sheng carried the empty backpack and cradled the little one in her arms. "Yes, I am coming, Mrs. Jiang. Goodbye, Meow Meow." "Goodbye, Sister Sheng." Chapter 15. You actually dislike the raucous beast? The corridor was still too warm, and Jiang Sheng feared that the little one might not endure it, so she quickened her pace towards home. It was only upon settling onto the cool mat in the bedroom that she began to assess the little one's condition. The young German shepherd seemed to sense the refreshing air from the air conditioner, circling around Jiang Sheng twice before lying down at her feet to rest. There appeared to be no significant issues. Subsequently, she called the dog food and canned food factory, realizing that she had not stocked up on provisions for her dog. She spent 2 gold bars, and the other party promised delivery to the warehouse within 3 days. At that time, she would simply hand the gold bars to the driver. The price of dog food had indeed risen, though not to an outrageous extent. The supplies Jiang Sheng purchased would suffice for the little German shepherd for several lifetimes. Jiang Sheng glanced to the left and then to the right, pondering for an extended period, utterly perplexed about what name to bestow upon it. Seeing its adorable appearance, he decided to name it Sangbiao. The little German shepherd replied with a puzzled expression. "Ahem, why the discontent?" After another round of contemplation, he settled on the name Sero, having always held a fondness for that little fellow who could effortlessly conquer a village with a single punch. Noticing the little German shepherd's lack of objection, the matter of the name was thus resolved. Jiang Sheng retrieved a delicate ceramic bowl from space, adorned with a charming pattern of little yellow ducks. After searching once more, he found some goat's milk, which was still warm to the touch. With a few swift licks, Sero polished off half the bowl, seemingly yearning for more as he wagged his tail eagerly at Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng had no choice but to pour the remaining milk for it. A few more days of milk would pose no issue. If the vendor failed to deliver within 3 days, she would lodge a complaint. She had not provided a doghouse for Sero, allowing him to lie on the cool mat beside her as they both slept under the fan. Despite the blazing sun outside, Jiang Sheng began to feel a sticky, damp sensation on her face. She noticed Sero, with his eyes fixated on her, licking her cheek. "Oh dear, what's the matter, Sero? A beautiful girl's face is not meant for licking. You are not merely a dog," barked Sero in a high-pitched voice. "I understand your urgency, but please hold on." It was not until Sero could no longer contain himself and rushed to the flower pot to relieve himself that Jiang Sheng realized what the little fellow needed. "Oh dear, you need to go to the bathroom? You could have mentioned it sooner." Sero gazed up at her with an innocent expression. "Ahem, do be more mindful next time." Jiang Sheng procured a large box, lined with cat litter. However, it is said that dogs typically utilize absorbent cloths. Nevertheless, he decided to make do with what he had. If cats can adapt to their own litter, what is there to fear about a dog not being able to use it? Jiang Sheng brought Sero over, casually tossing aside the cat litter. Since there was no excrement, Jiang Sheng opted to bury the air instead, subsequently filling the excavated spot back up. "Do you understand? Just follow this method from now on." She then produced a slotted spoon to scoop through the cat litter, extracting the waste and depositing it into the trash bin. "Do you comprehend?" Sero gazed at his little paws, lost in contemplation. The cat litter was something he had heard about from members of a survival group. In this apocalyptic world, where water was scarce, it provided an effective solution for biological needs, minimizing unpleasant odors and proving to be long-lasting and affordable. A true marvel. Having risen from his slumber, he decided to continue preparing a meal, intending to simmer a rich bone broth. He retrieved several large bones and added a variety of seasonings to slowly cook them. The pot, standing a height of 1.2 meters, was nearly unwieldy. This pot was specifically designed for broths. Foreigners often used it to concoct curry, though he pondered the reason behind their excessive consumption. This time, he remembered to turn on the range hood, as waking others with the scent of his cooking while they were in a deep slumber would be an egregious offense. Seeing her smile, Sero barked joyously. Perhaps this was the essence of being a puppy, his happiness derived from his owner's joy, and in times of her sorrow, he sought ways to bring her cheer. What ill intentions could a small dog possibly harbor? The finished bone broth filled over 100 takeaway containers, and Jiang Sheng lifted a metal spoon to sample it. It was utterly delightful. Jiang Sheng picked up a box to let Sero sniff, and the little puppy drooled in anticipation. Cautiously, she took out her phone to search, only to discover with regret that a newborn puppy should not consume meat broth. "Sero, it seems you are out of luck." Consequently, under Sero's pitiable gaze, Jiang Sheng finished the entire bowl of bone broth, even letting out a hearty burp. She poured some goat milk for Sero, adding a bit of corn porridge to enhance its nutritional value. With this, Sero ceased to whine, although the little pup's tendency to bark still needed some adjustment. If food ever became scarce in the future, one could hardly rule out the possibility of resorting to drastic measures with the puppy. Later that night, 3 days hence, the merchant timely called Jiang Sheng to inform her that they were en route and would arrive within the hour. As Jiang Sheng was about to step outside, she noticed Sero rubbing against her feet incessantly. This made her uneasy about leaving the dog at home alone. Suddenly, she recalled that her space could accommodate living beings. With a mere thought, Sero appeared in the wooden cabin within her space. Upon entering, Sero began to jump around anxiously, barking continuously in response to the unfamiliar surroundings. In exasperation, Jiang Sheng materialized in the cabin, leaving behind a small ball for Sero before exiting through the door, which seemed to soothe the dog somewhat. The underground garage was located on the second basement level, which meant Jiang Sheng had to descend 20 flights of stairs, a daunting task indeed. Upon reaching the garage, she did not rush to enter. Instead, she activated the air conditioning to cool the space for a moment. Entering without this precaution could result in unbearable heat, and she was not one to squander her resources. Fortunately, the roads were relatively clear, allowing her to drive swiftly. Upon arriving at the warehouse, several trucks were already present. After delivering some items to Lu Jinqiao, she also handed 1,000 yuan to a few others to assist with unloading. The heat slowed down the work, and it took 3 hours to finally unload all the supplies for the dogs. Jiang Sheng entered the warehouse and gathered everything into his spatial storage before departing in his vehicle. However, He had scarcely driven for long when an unexpected situation arose. A group of 4 or 5 men stood on the road, with obstacles strewn across the pavement. Jiang Sheng realized he had stumbled upon a robbery. He retrieved a handgun from his spatial storage and tucked it into his pants pocket, then took out a katana. He parked his car about 10 meters away from the group of men and stepped out of the vehicle. What does this mean? It is the 20th century, and yet there are still instances of robbery. Jiang Sheng gazed coldly at the 5 men before her. The leader was surprisingly a woman. A short middle-aged man, standing at merely 1.60 meters, scrutinized Jiang Sheng with a lewd gaze. Dressing so provocatively, are you not merely seeking to be kept by capable men like us? I offer you this opportunity, provided you serve us well, he leered. Before the diminutive man could finish his sentence, a crossbow bolt pierced his thigh, causing him to roll on the ground, howling in agony. Damn it, you filthy whore! How dare you injure our brother? The 4 men, undeterred by Jiang Sheng's weapon, charged forward with reckless abandon, only to find themselves either struck in the arm or thigh. Except for one man, slightly taller and robust, who clearly bore the demeanor of a seasoned fighter. Chapter 16. Coolness. His strength was commendable, and his movements were swift and decisive. It was indeed unwise for a girl to engage in such violent pursuits. The muscular man charged from the front, closing the distance too quickly for the crossbow to be effective. Rising to her feet, she drew her blade and executed a horizontal slash in one fluid motion. The glint of the blade slicing through the man's abdomen, the light revealing a crimson stain appearing on his shirt. Enough, you may leave, she commanded as he stepped forward to remove the obstacle, clutching his abdomen with his left hand. TCH, it would have been better to do this sooner. Next time you see me, keep your distance. With that, she made a slashing gesture toward the men sprawled on the ground, causing them to retreat in terror, some even losing control of their bowels. Understood, understood. Sister, elder sister, noble lady, ancestor. Jiang Sheng swiftly drove away, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation despite having emerged victorious. She could not bring herself to commit murder. At most, she would only injure others, for we still reside in a society governed by the rule of law. Jiang Sheng harbored no desire to find himself incarcerated at such a time. Upon returning home, he meticulously cleaned the blood from his katana and then indulged in a soothing bath. Today had indeed been somewhat inauspicious. He observed Sailor devouring his meal with gusto, then proceeded to replace the oversized litter box, which would eventually become a necessity. Although there was a dog kennel, the heat had rendered it unappealing, as the dog seemed eager to pan its tongue out all day long. For the subsequent half-month, Jiang Sheng remained at home, having nearly depleted his funds. Venturing out would yield little in terms of purchases, so he resolved to simply lie low at home. Sailor had grown considerably. This little fellow was remarkably perceptive, mastering simple commands such as shake hands, sit, and spin with just a few instructions. The puppy exhibited a keen curiosity about the outside world. However, each time Jiang Sheng opened the door, the warm gust of air wafting and deterred Sailor from yearning to venture outside. During this period, he visited D1002 several times to keep Meow Meow company. Despite Mrs. Jiang being alone at home, she had adequately stocked supplies. Another puppy had been adopted by a family in Building C, leaving the larger dog somewhat melancholic in recent days. The German Shepherd was a retired military dog. Although it bore a heavy heart, it did not outwardly display its sorrow. Mrs. Jiang expressed remorse, stating it was her fault for the dog's mother. Today marked the 2nd month of the apocalypse, and Jiang Sheng had received the special reward for 2 months of sign-in from the system, a pill designed to enhance physical strength. The system had been promoting this for quite some time. It was high time to ascertain its effects. Jiang Sheng held the diminutive yellow pill in his hand. Scrutinizing it thoughtfully, it appeared unremarkable at first glance. This pill, designed to enhance the physical capabilities of any living creature, could be consumed only once. Any living creature? He pondered. Can a puppy partake in it? Indeed, came the affirmative response. Overjoyed, Jiang Sheng realized that this meant that Ciro could also partake in its benefits. Jiang Sheng placed the yellow pill into her mouth, savoring a faint sweetness akin to that of a candy. After scrolling through her phone on the cool bamboo mat for a while, she prepared to retire for the night. That evening, She fell into a dream where she found herself surrounded by frigid seawater, struggling desperately as bizarre marine creatures assailed her. Just as a colossal pink starfish lunged at her, she awoke with a shudder. As she sat up, her senses sharpened considerably. Her body trembled violently, and the fine hairs on her skin stood on end as Sero nuzzled against her. The familiar sound of rain brought her back to reality. Cautiously, she approached the window and pulled back the curtains, incredulous. Indeed, it was raining. No, it was a torrential downpour. No wonder it felt so cold. How had the rain come so abruptly? She turned off the ice machine, stowed away the air conditioning fan and bamboo mat, and swiftly gathered Sero into the warmth of the blankets, gradually feeling her body warm up. Once the trembling subsided, she retrieved her phone. Messages began to trickle in from the resident group chat. D402. Damn it, it finally rained. The word from 902 sparked a flicker of doubt in Jiang Sheng. Could it be that the calamity had truly ended? Was the so-called apocalypse merely 2 months of relentless heat? If it is over, then so be it. Humanity is indeed minuscule in the face of natural disasters. Indeed, the oppressive 50-degree heat had made normal life nearly impossible, let alone any productive endeavors. If it could come to a halt, it would be a blessing. The downpour quickly took over Weibo, with posts flooding in, who claimed the world was ending. How swiftly they were proven wrong. They had warned against unnecessary worries, yet here they were, a bunch of fools. At last, we could experience some relief. The heavier set dread the heat. According to experts, normal work would resume tomorrow, and workers would return to their jobs while students would return to school. The area beneath the residential building was filled with people celebrating under the torrential rain, howling and shedding tears of joy. Jiang Sheng was also quite elated, so much so that he could not sleep a wink throughout the day, attributing it to a mere adjustment to the time difference. Some supermarkets, which had stockpiled a significant amount of goods, along with oil and grain merchants, had intended to release their inventories for a hefty profit in 2 months' time. However, to their surprise, the sweltering heat ended even before it began. By the afternoon, the rain had considerably lessened, yet it continued to fall in a gentle patter, leaving one uncertain as to when it would cease. Jiang Sheng donned a pair of jeans, complemented by a blue baseball jacket and a black cap, preparing to venture outside for a breath of fresh air. After spending half a month indoors, the change was indeed necessary. As the rain subsided, many workers and shopkeepers began clearing the accumulated water from the streets, while the property management attended to repairs within the community. The faces of those encountered were adorned with smiles. The small shop around the corner had reopened, and, as Jiang Sheng passed by, she overheard an elderly woman teasing the shopkeeper. "Boss Yang, didn't you sell it a month ago? How is it that you have so much stock just because it rained?" The middle-aged proprietor, scratching his balding head awkwardly, chuckled in response. "Well, the country's efficiency is commendable, isn't it? I was thinking of serving the residents right away. Everyone had experienced hunger and preferred to stockpile food at home, for it is better to be prepared than to face unforeseen circumstances." The supermarket opened its doors at 8 in the evening, and while the patrons mocked the shopkeeper for having claimed they were out of stock, they still rushed to snatch up the goods available. The merchants were content, having already made a considerable profit, and were satisfied to earn even more at this juncture. Chapter 17. Catastrophe. After strolling outside for several hours, even a light rain had drenched Jiang Sheng's cap. "I must have a bowl of mutton soup to warm up," she thought. She prepared the ingredients: mutton, lamb bones, Chinese yam, carrots, and salt, placing them all into a pot to simmer. Once it reached a boil, she skimmed off the froth. After an hour, she added slices of ginger and let it simmer for another hour, garnishing it with chopped green onions to complete her labor. The staple was a steaming flatbread, freshly retrieved from her storage space. She filled Sai Luo's bowl with dog food and sheep's milk, along with a lamb chop, knowing that he could now indulge in meat, albeit in moderation. A sip of the mutton soup instantly warmed her, the meat having been cooked to tender perfection. Devoid of any gamey taste, the pot was large, and there was more broth than she could consume in one sitting. So Jiang Sheng retrieved takeout containers to store the leftovers. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Sheng noticed small red bumps beginning to appear on her skin, likely a result of the drastic temperature change. having transitioned from 50 degrees to a mere dozen. Fortunately, the indoor climate was more stable. I crave sweet flavors. I long for fragrant bubbles, and my wardrobe is overflowing. She had left her phone in the bedroom and was curious about who might be calling her at that moment. Hello, Mrs. Jiang, what is the matter? Meow Meow is unwell. She has developed numerous red spots. I need to go buy some medicine. Could you come over to look after Meow Meow? Of course, I'll be there right away. To cheer Meow Meow up, she decided to bring Sai Luo along. A few minutes later, Jiang Sheng knocked on apartment 1002's door. Mrs. Jiang was already dressed and, upon recognizing Jiang Sheng, handed her something from her pocket. Be careful out there, Mrs. Jiang. Meow Meow lay listlessly in Jiang Sheng's embrace. Greetings, dear sister Xiao Sheng. Jiang Sheng gently patted Meow Meow's head, noticing that she was still slightly feverish. Do you miss your sister, Meow Meow? Look, Ciro has come to see you as well. I do, Meow Meow replied. Her small hand caressed Ciro's head, and the obedient creature allowed her to play with him. Fortunately, Meow Meow's cheerful disposition shone through as she sat on the sofa, engaging in playful antics with Ciro. The hospital was overcrowded, and the doctor had prescribed an allergy ointment. Seeing it was also available for adults, I decided to purchase a few extra tubes. Subsequently, I handed a box over to Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng accepted the ointment without any pretense. By the way, it seems that Meow Meow has a slight fever. Have you purchased any antipyretics? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Jiang pressed her forehead and prepared to head out once more. Let us not trouble ourselves today. We have a child at home who can manage with just half a tablet. Thank you, little Jiang. Mrs. Jiang expressed her gratitude by holding Jiang Sheng's hand, to which Jiang Sheng waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. Once home, Jiang Sheng applied the allergy medication given by Mrs. Jiang to the red bumps. As darkness enveloped the outside world, exhaustion overtook him, and he tucked himself under the covers to sleep. Jiang Sheng felt utterly fatigued throughout the night, even experiencing dizziness while rising to drink water. Fortunately, upon awakening the next day, he felt considerably better, and the red spots on his body had diminished significantly. Jiang Sheng surmised that the pill provided by the system was finally taking effect. Jiang Sheng approached the window, observing the relentless rain outside. It was no longer the gentle drizzle of the previous days. It had transformed into a steady downpour. Just 2 days ago, he was clad in a short-sleeved shirt, and today he found himself donning a thick coat. Such is the capricious nature of the weather. Ciro continued to slumber beside the pillow, and Jiang Sheng refrained from disturbing its rest. Instead, he wrapped himself in a coat and made his way to the living room for breakfast. He retrieved steamed buns and warm soybean milk from the kitchen, and the comforting warmth of the milk greatly lifted his spirits. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed with a WeChat message. Jiang Sheng opened it and discovered it was from the survival group. Little White Rabbit, video 100 megabytes. Jiang Sheng curiously clicked on the video. It depicted the coastal regions of the nation, where colossal waves crashed against the shore, submerging the adjacent roads. The street lights by the roadside had been battered into disarray, each one twisted and contorted. The footage was captured by a middle-aged man speaking in a dialect that Jiang Sheng could not comprehend. Suddenly, a sea cucumber struck the man's face, and an extraordinary event unfolded. The man emitted a piercing scream as crimson blood streamed from his visage, in a frantic attempt to remove the sea cucumber from his face. His other hand flailed helplessly, yet the sea cucumber seemed to cling stubbornly to his skin. When he first reached for it, the pain made him instinctively withdraw his hand. However, the agony on his face proved to be more intense, prompting him to stretch out his hand once more. After considerable effort, he finally pried the sea cucumber from his face, revealing that his skin had been grotesquely corroded, with only a bloodied and mangled nose bone visible. The video concluded at this point. Xiao Rizi exclaimed, "What on earth is this sea cucumber?" Ying remarked, "Surely this sea cucumber has been soaked in sulfuric acid." Jiang Sheng immediately began to search online, discovering that there absolutely exists no sea cucumber capable of swiftly corroding human flesh. This revelation inevitably led him to contemplate the recent discharge of nuclear wastewater into the ocean by Japan. Considering the timeline, it has already been over half a year. Could it be that marine life has undergone a grotesque mutation? And such a perverse transformation at that? Even the sea cucumbers, which were once merely a source of sustenance for humans, could now effortlessly claim the life of an adult man. This situation is utterly bewildering. The little white rabbit is not so innocent. The high temperatures are merely the catalyst for the apocalypse. There are likely even more terrifying events on the horizon. Little Day should have been more generous with gifts to the little white rabbit back then. Jiang Sheng refrained from checking the messages in the survival group, as the vivid imagery from the recent video lingered in her mind, leaving her in a state of profound reflection. After ensuring that Sarah was well fed, she turned to Weibo to assess the situation. From today onward, the trending topic on Weibo was the catastrophic tsunami that had struck the South China Sea and its coastal regions. Although she did not frequently follow the news, she was not entirely oblivious to the events unfolding. The tsunami had inundated the first floors of buildings, and the footage revealed a woman sobbing uncontrollably while cradling her child in a tree, her legs battered beyond recognition by debris. The cacophony of sounds echoed all around, the tumultuous waves harmonizing with the desperate cries of humanity seeking help. Local police were tirelessly assisting refugees, while numerous military rafts were deployed, bravely endeavoring to protect the populace amidst the calamity. This exemplified the solidarity of a great nation. After viewing several different videos, it became evident that the coastal areas had transformed into a zone of profound disaster. Jiang Sheng set down his phone and lifted the nearby Sero, bringing him to the window. Gazing at the dark, ominous clouds and the relentless downpour, Jiang Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that a peculiar creature lurked within the shadows of the clouds. Chapter 18. I have connections. As night fell, Jiang Sheng still found himself struggling to adapt. Even at 11 o'clock, he remained quite alert. The rain continued to fall outside, occasionally accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Jiang Sheng does not particularly fear the heat, yet she has a notable aversion to the cold, which seems to be a common trait among young women. Fortunately, fate has been kind to her. When her monthly cycle arrives, it is devoid of discomfort, merely accompanied by a melancholic mood. After completing her training tasks, she indulges in another session, and following a refreshing shower, she cradles Sero in her warm bed. Thus, Jiang Sheng gently shakes Sero's head, urging, "Sleep quickly, sleep swiftly." Remarkably, after an indeterminate period of playful disturbance, they both drift off to slumber. Jiang Sheng was awakened by the chill, rising with bleary eyes to discover that the window had been left ajar the previous night. The rain had thoroughly soaked the bedroom floor, and as she gingerly placed her foot upon the damp surface, an icy sensation coursed through her. She retrieved her waterproof shoes from the storage space, followed by a large bucket, and approached the window to secure it tightly. She resolved never to forget this again. For now, she could only scoop the water into the bucket bit by bit. Sero, having awoken, wished to assist, but Jiang Sheng, quick of hand and eye, managed to press him down. "If you jump down, you might just meet your great-grandmother tonight." Sero responded with a despondent emoticon. The task of clearing the room took 2 exhausting hours, leaving her back sore and her posture strained. She activated the dehumidifier, as the moisture in the bedroom was overwhelming. After placing Sero on the living room sofa, she retrieved the lamb soup from a few days prior and warmed a meat bun to enjoy. Sero feasted on dog food soaked in warm goat's milk. Once satiated, she draped a blanket over him and picked up her phone to browse. The homeowners group was abuzz with discussions about the incessant rain. Just days before, they had rejoiced in the downpour, but now it was a source of concern. Exiting the chat, she glanced at Weibo, where reports indicated severe casualties among coastal city residents, who were now migrating inland, with authorities pledging full support for relief efforts. It seemed wiser to refrain from further reading. The more she saw, the greater her anxiety grew. In the days that followed, Jiang Sheng remained indoors. As the rain continued to intensify, without any sign of abating, the water levels in Longquan City had even reached the first floor, submerging the underground parking lot of the garden community, and her car was now submerged alongside those of the other residents. Yet, Jiang Sheng was not overly distressed, for she had a few vehicles in storage. Residents on the first floor frantically tagged the property management in the group chat, demanding housing replacements. but the management had no authority to grant such requests. It was on this day that the last property manager of the garden community resigned, and the company was unable to address such minor matters. Schools had barely resumed before another break was announced, and various cities began converting gyms into emergency shelters. News reports warned of the necessity of these precautions, as meteorological experts predicted that the rain could persist for an extended period. The state of the internet was sporadic, but fortunately, electricity continued to be supplied normally. Shops that had previously moved their stock to sell now felt the brunt of their losses. The day after the official announcement, 90% of the shops in Longquan City closed their doors, leaving only a few large supermarkets operational, reportedly due to local mandates. A knock echoed at the door. Jiang Sheng set down her tablet and peered through the peephole, surprised to see Mrs. Jiang standing there. Uncertain of her purpose, she opened the door. "Mrs. Jiang, please come in and have a seat." "Xiao Jiang, gather your things. Let's go out and procure some supplies." Mrs. Jiang settled onto the sofa as Jiang Sheng poured her a cup of hot tea. "My husband, who serves at the police department, just informed me that I should relocate to 1901. The situation has spiraled out of control, with nearly the entire northern hemisphere engulfed in rain. This week, the presidents of Japan and South Korea have been in communication with our country, seeking refuge, but naturally, we have declined their requests. The coastal areas have become uninhabitable, and my husband has advised me to utilize all available funds. Concerned about the safety of the 10th floor, he has procured 1901. Jiang Sheng inhaled sharply, hastening the process of dressing. How astonishing it was to encounter such a situation. A few minutes later, Jiang Sheng entrusted Sero to room 1002 to keep company with Miao Miao, while she accompanied Mrs. Jiang to the supermarket. Our household was already well stocked with supplies, yet my husband insisted it was insufficient and insisted on preparing heating facilities. Upon entering the supermarket, we found ourselves confronted by a throng, with half the staff engaged in clearing the accumulated water, while others worked diligently to maintain order. As Jiang Sheng was about to push his way in, he was halted by Mrs. Jiang. "Follow me. I am acquainted with the owner of the supermarket. We shall proceed over there." Mrs. Jiang led Jiang Sheng to the entrance of an office. Upon entering, they found a middle-aged man who appeared to have been waiting for Mrs. Jiang's arrival. "Ah, Mrs. Jiang, Officer Jiang has already made the necessary arrangements. We have prepared the items you require. Please verify them against the list." The man then handed a lengthy list to Mrs. Jiang. She meticulously checked it, ensuring everything was in order before expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Wu. You must also prepare well." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I have nearly everything ready on my end. The supermarket likely won't last more than a few days." Mrs. Jiang clasped Jiang Sheng's hand and turned to the man. "Brother Wu, could you also assist my cousin? She is home alone, and it is quite challenging for her." The man hesitated, yet eventually nodded. "I shall do my utmost. I can manage to secure up to 100,000, but you must understand that the present value of 100,000 is not what it used to be." At this moment, Jiang Sheng pulled Mrs. Jiang aside. "Mrs. Jiang, I currently lack sufficient funds." At present, Jiang Sheng had only a few thousand yuan to his name. Although gold bars held considerable value, it was not plausible to claim he was without money while suggesting he could engage in transactions involving gold. "Mrs. Jiang smiled with a touch of resignation. "Oh, what does it matter? I can lend you the money, and you can repay me later." Before Jiang Sheng could decline, Mrs. Jiang exchanged a few more words with Brother Wu. Upon returning to room 1001, Miao Miao was behaving well, still playing with Sailor. Miao Miao clung to Mrs. Jiang's leg, while Sailor mimicked the gesture, wrapping his arms around Jiang Sheng's leg. "All right, Miao Miao, go play with Brother Sailor. Mother has some matters to discuss with Sister Xiaosheng. Little Jiang, I must trouble you to assist me with moving. As a single woman, I cannot imagine how long it will take, and Miao Miao is still so young." Jiang Sheng expressed her agreement, acknowledging that while she did not possess a saintly disposition, she had observed Mrs. Jiang's character and deemed this gentle and dignified woman to be trustworthy. Having prepared a simple meal, Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Sheng commenced their task together. Chapter 19. Discovery. It was only when Jiang Sheng truly beheld the stockpile at the Jiang residence that she comprehended the significance of connections. The supplies hoarded by Mrs. Jiang were not extensive, resembling the contents of a single bedroom. Fortunately, with the sweltering heat subsiding and power restored, the elevator was still operational. Had they been reliant solely on their own strength, it would have taken the two women an eternity to transport everything. Indeed, moving the items from just that single bedroom consumed a full 2 hours. Mrs. Jiang, seated on the sofa, gasped for breath. "Thank goodness you're here," shouted Jiang. "I would have taken 5 hours on my own." The majority of the supplies had been moved by Jiang Sheng, who worked tirelessly alongside Mrs. Jiang. Despite the blisters forming on her delicate hands, she never uttered a word of fatigue. This was a stark contrast to all the noble ladies Jiang Sheng had known. As they progressed with the relocation, Miao Miao also joined in, and Mrs. Jiang did not deter the little one, who was now so exhausted that she had fallen asleep. Sweat had thoroughly soaked Jiang Sheng's outerwear, and it took her half an hour submerged in hot water to recuperate. Please select a sign-in reward. 1. 3 hours of access to the event space. 2. A multifunctional assault boat. Unbeknownst to her, it was already midnight. To her surprise, the ordinary rewards included an additional item. A multifunctional assault boat? The items provided by the system were invariably useful. She opted for the multifunctional assault boat. Jiang Sheng utilized his mental prowess to investigate the assault boat within the space, observing that it bore no significant distinction from an ordinary vessel. After all, he had not hoarded such an item, and it might indeed prove useful. After watching a few more episodes of a television series, he reclined on the sofa, indulging in a game of happy elimination, when a sudden knock at the door interrupted his leisure. After clarifying the situation, Jiang Sheng confirmed that it was a delivery before opening the door. The 100,000 worth of supplies included delivery fees, and just for transporting such a short distance, each person was charged 2,000 yuan. However, the quantity was indeed substantial. 5 boxes of compressed biscuits, 10 boxes of bottled mineral water, 15 boxes of instant noodles, 1 thick quilt, 2 boxes of honeycomb coal, 1 stove, 10 bags of rice, 2 gas cylinders, 5 bags of flour, and 5 barrels of oil. This is what one could acquire for 100,000 yuan in these times. The considerations were quite thorough, although Jiang Sheng had plenty of gas cylinders in her space. An ordinary person would not think to stockpile such items. Mrs. Jiang also messaged, saying she would move to 1901 tonight and could be found there if needed. After moving these items, it was already past 3 in the morning, and Jiang Sheng, utterly exhausted, laid down and fell asleep. "Mom, last night a woman moved in next door, and many people helped her with the move. She had quite a lot of belongings." Luoli placed a neatly cut sandwich in a Jiang Wenwen's bowl. "Did you see what they were moving?" "I didn't hear the noises I expected. It was too dark outside, and they were moving cardboard boxes." "Oh, I did see a large iron object." "An iron object?" At that moment, Mrs. Jiang was preparing breakfast for Miao Miao when there was a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw Luo Li and Jiang Wenwen at the entrance. Mrs. Jiang secured the safety lock and opened the door just a crack, ensuring that even if someone attempted to break in, they could not enter. "Is there something you need?" Luo Li forced a smile. "We heard someone moved in on the 19th floor, and, as neighbors, we came to pay a visit." "Heard? You moved in secretly in the early hours. Who did you hear it from?" It was likely that this family had noticed. Furthermore, the two women's eyes kept darting towards the interior of the house. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I have things to attend to, Mrs. Jiang replied before shutting the door. They must have supplies. Opening the door was like guarding against thieves. Back in the living room, she picked up her phone and sent Jiang Sheng a message about this encounter. Upon reading it, Jiang Sheng was somewhat taken aback. Despite exercising caution, they had still been discovered. Wait, the 19th floor. Previously, the Jiang Ergo family had lived there, and it seemed they could no longer stay. Simultaneously, there was unsettling news. The rain had intensified. Jiang Sheng had never witnessed such heavy rainfall. Each raindrop was the size of a soybean. The weather forecast issued yellow alerts for torrential rain across the nation. The national television began sending flood relief knowledge to various mobile phones. Through the homeowners group, they learned that the water had already flooded the second floor. Residents on the first and second floors started knocking on doors, and indeed, some kind-hearted individuals took them in. Jiang Sheng found herself unable to make decisions for others, but she would not allow anyone into her own home. She had grown weary of the tale of the farmer and the snake. Perhaps everyone considers this to be an ordinary disaster. Yet Jiang Sheng understands that this is merely the beginning. The rule of law in society will cease to exist. When that time arrives, will your own home truly still belong to you? All that can be done now is to safeguard oneself. Jiang Sheng is not a saint, yet he certainly does not concern himself with the affluence of others. Perhaps due to the relentless downpour, by the third day, the second floor was submerged, and the authorities announced that an emergency shelter had been established at the city sports hall. Currently, both the military and volunteers are diligently going door to door to assess the situation, uncertain of when they will reach the happy community. The sky looms dark and oppressive, with the sunlight obscured by thick clouds. The affluent residents of D1203 have begun renting speedboats within the community at a rate of $1,500 per hour. While many criticize this exorbitant pricing, a considerable number still opt to rent. Each speedboat can accommodate 8 individuals. Thus, dividing the cost results in a few hundred yuan per person. Jiang Sheng stood by the window, observing 8 men embarking on a speedboat despite the pouring rain outside, occasionally pierced by the sound of thunder. The families of the men in the owner's group began to grow anxious. D1001, my son has also gone out. Does anyone have another speedboat? I will search for them. D901, given the dreadful weather outside, the situation may be dire. D503, Lu Hui, you vile woman. If you curse my husband again, I swear I'll come down and tear your mouth apart. D901, it's true. Just look at how heavy the rain is. As the group awaited the safe return of their loved ones, they sought to rent a speedboat from D1203, hoping to procure additional supplies while the opportunity still existed. The men who returned informed the group that the supermarket in the happy community had closed, and they had traveled 10 kilometers to the Dangshan Mall, which was teeming with people. If they did not hurry, they risked losing their chance to buy essentials. Chapter 20, a frenzied dash for supplies at that moment. A knock echoed through the door. It was Mrs. Jiang. In survival situations, being conspicuous is a grave misstep. In the corridor lay an inflatable speedboat. Jiang Sheng donned a raincoat, grabbed a cloth bag, and descended the stairs with Mrs. Jiang. To exit now, they could only use the window on the second floor, but fortunately, the window was sufficiently large to accommodate the boat. The area around the second floor window was crowded, as many awaited their turn to venture out, hoping to follow the first group once they had utilized their supplies. Unbeknownst to them, Mrs. Jiang also possessed a boat. Mrs. Jiang, is this your speedboat? Could you take us along? There are only 2 of us women. It would be cramped, they implored. Indeed, 5 men from our side can provide protection, can't they? Jiang Sheng did not recognize these individuals, having moved in only recently, but Mrs. Jiang had been acquainted with these so-called affluent people for several years. Noticing Mrs. Jiang's hesitation, Jiang Sheng interjected, we will charge 500 each for a round trip. It's not exorbitant. D1203 is asking for 1,500. A few exchanged glances, and ultimately, an older gentleman broke the tension by promptly handing Mrs. Jiang 500 yuan. The others quickly followed suit, contributing their share. It was not that Jiang Sheng was in dire need of the money. Rather, she wished to convey that her services were not to be taken for granted. Jiang Sheng placed the speedboat upon the water's surface, and after ensuring everyone was seated, he activated the vessel. This was yet another reason for Mrs. Jiang Sheng's presence, as she lacked the skill to operate a speedboat. Initially, she had intended to inquire about the operation at 1203, but to her surprise, Jiang Sheng claimed proficiency, thus sparing her considerable hassle. The water was anything but tranquil, with occasional waves crashing against them, and a few raindrops fell, chilling to the bone. As the speedboat journeyed onward, they encountered a group of individuals who had departed a few hours earlier. The man aboard the speedboat greeted them. How's it going, Lao Zhao? You should hurry. The supplies at the mountaintop market are dwindling and may not be available tomorrow. Understood. Thank you, came a response. Armed with this information, Jiang Sheng increased the speed of the vessel, and after half an hour, they safely arrived at the market. At the market, there were security personnel overseeing the speedboats, and a fee of 400 was required for their oversight. After marking the speedboat and Mrs. Jiang with identifiers, they were permitted entry. During this process, an individual attempted to commandeer a speedboat, but was subdued by the security personnel with a stun baton, a stark reminder of the necessity of paying the oversight fee. Once the fee was collected, it was imperative to perform one's duties diligently. Upon entering the market, Jiang Sheng finally comprehended the true meaning of congestion. As nearly every inch was occupied, the two women exerted considerable effort to push through, finding the grain and oil section similarly guarded by security. Each individual was permitted to purchase a maximum of 1 bag of rice or 1 bag of flour. In such a humid environment, rice was undoubtedly a more favorable option than flour. After verifying their identities with the security personnel, Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Sheng retrieved 2 bags of 15 kilograms of rice. Bottled mineral water had skyrocketed to 40 yuan per bottle, while large containers were priced at 80 yuan, rendering beverages unaffordable. Despite the collective lamentations regarding the exorbitant prices, the reality remained that hands were ultimately honest. Jiang Sheng engaged in a protracted struggle with a group of middle-aged women before finally securing 3 large heads of cabbage. She generously bestowed one upon Mrs. Jiang and, as she departed, seized the last bottle of discharging from a shelf. Initially, her outing was merely for show, and there was no need for such fierce competition. However, at the checkout, what would typically cost around 200 yuan ballooned to several thousand, prompting Jiang Sheng to lament that they were essentially consuming gold. Meanwhile, the grocery store was selling inflatable boats. A 4-person model that previously cost over 1,000 yuan was now priced at 8,000. Jiang Sheng compared it to the one provided by the system and, gritting her teeth, made the purchase. With this inflatable boat, she could now act independently in front of the community. The two did not rush to retrieve the boat, as several men from the neighborhood were still shopping. A few minutes later, the men emerged together, proclaiming their intent to protect the two women, yet still prioritizing their own interests. Upon seeing Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Sheng, the men finally smiled. Alas, the current cost of living is exorbitant. Even cabbage has become unaffordable, let alone for families of modest means. Indeed, who residing in the garden community does not have several million at home, given the current prices. Even those deemed affluent find them excessive, let alone ordinary citizens. Once everyone had gathered, Mrs. Jiang took possession of the inflatable boat, and Jiang Sheng drove it towards the garden community. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and they were already drenched, with the wind stirring the water-esque surface. Jiang Sheng's hands, numbed by the biting cold, struggled to steer the speedboat, while Mrs. Jiang anxiously observed, unable to take over the controls herself. As for the few men present, they were of no assistance. The moment the door swung open, Sailor leapt excitedly at Jiang Sheng's side. Jiang Sheng retrieved several miniature suns from his spatial realm, trembling as he peeled off his damp clothing and cocooned himself tightly in a blanket. He warmed his hands by the small suns for a few minutes until he began to feel somewhat revitalized. He then extracted some ginger soup from his face, which eased his stomach, alleviating the shivers that had plagued him. After turning on the air conditioner in his bedroom and placing the small suns inside, he prepared for a hot bath in the bathroom. Finally, he felt as though he had come back to life. After soaking for a few minutes, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting Jiang Sheng to realize he might be running a fever. He quickly emerged from the hot water, dried his hair, and retrieved a few antipyretic pills from his space before lying down in his warm cocoon. He drifted off into sleep amidst his dizziness, unaware of the passage of time. Fortunately, when he awakened the next day, the vertigo had subsided. His WeChat was flooded with messages from Mrs. Jiang, who had knocked on his door the previous night but received no response, leading her to worry that something had happened to him. He mused about how Mrs. Jiang, a woman in her 30s, appeared as youthful as a girl in her 20s, possessing radiant skin and an enviable figure, coupled with a kind and gentle disposition. What manner of man could be worthy of such a perfect woman? If he were a man, he would undoubtedly pursue Mrs. Jiang with fervor. Alone in his thoughts, he suddenly felt his stomach grumble, a reminder of his neglect. From the spatial realm, he procured a meat sandwich, the rich aroma of the bread wafting towards him, while the tender meat within melted in his mouth. Jiang Sheng had never been one to embody the traits of a demure lady. He devoured the palm-sized sandwich in mere bites, and feeling unsatisfied, he reached for several McDonald's meals to indulge further. However, Halfway through his feast, a sudden thought struck him. Sarah. Jiang Sheng turned sideways and got out of bed. She was not the only one who had gone without food since yesterday. Chapter 21. Infected? Upon opening the door, Cyril looked at Jiang Sheng with pitiful eyes, as if to say, "Master, are you going to let me starve?" Jiang Sheng tenderly cradled Cyril's face, gently rubbing against the little one's head. After a considerable delay in arriving to the rescue, Cyril finally regained his lively spirit following a generous serving of dog food and an apologetic offering of freeze-dried treats. However, upon noticing the disbandment of the survival group, his mood swiftly soured. It seemed that the administrators had also caught wind of the peculiarities observed yesterday, leading to the group's abrupt closure. Regrettably, this meant a loss of access to information from other realms. To Jiang Sheng's surprise, he received an urgent message from Jiang Shaohua, requesting a meeting with him. Jiang Ergu's foolish son. Sister Sheng, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Sheng, speak your mind without hesitation. Jiang Ergu's foolish son. I truly have an urgent matter. I am on my way to your home now. Jiang Sheng was equally curious about the intentions of this individual. Moments later, there came a knock at the door. Jiang Sheng opened the iron window. You're quite prompt. Isn't your father dead? Almost. Upon responding, Jiang Shaohua seemed to sense that something was amiss. Oh dear, not that. My father is truly on the brink of death. Please let me in first. I am frightened. Jiang Sheng opened the outer door and then entered through the inner door, leaving Jiang Shaohua confined in the space between the two doors. Speak, he commanded. Jiang Shaohua was momentarily speechless. However, it was certainly preferable to remain here than to voice his concerns outside. He then adopted an expression that was a blend of anxiety, excitement, and a touch of fear. It seemed that my father was on the brink of transforming into a zombie. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow. Zombies? A mere shot to the head will suffice. Are you unable to take action? Allow me to handle it. Jiang Shaohua sprang to his feet in a fit of anxiety, leaving Jiang Sheng struggling to fathom the lewd gestures he might be making with that handsome face. This is no jest. It is indeed a genuine zombie. Jiang Sheng was certainly not jesting. She genuinely wished to obliterate Jiang Wenji's head. A couple of days ago, my father ventured out, mentioning that my second uncle's family had devised a means to procure a batch of seafood, prompting my father to retrieve it. Jiang Sheng calmly remarked, Indeed, they have turned into zombies. Aim for the head. Jiang Shaohua was once again infuriated, jumping up and down in agitation. Upon returning home, he appeared unscathed. But by the time he arrived, his complexion had turned a striking shade of blue, rendering his speech incoherent and causing him to foam at the mouth. Jiang Sheng pondered for a considerable time. Does this mean I am permitted to partake in the feast? Jiang Shaohua could no longer endure it and hastily exited through the door. Alas, do remember to call me. Jiang Sheng sought to ascertain whether Jiang Wenji was indeed afflicted with an infectious disease. Should he transform into a zombie, she would not hold back. She rummaged through her belongings to locate a protective suit, ensuring that her mask and glasses were properly donned before ascending the stairs. This marked Jiang Sheng's inaugural visit to Jiang Wenji's new abode. Upon knocking on the door of Unit 1902, it was Jiang Shaohua who answered. What brings you here? He inquired. Despite Jiang Sheng's meticulous wrapping, Jiang Shaohua recognized her at once. Did you not invite me to come and take a look? Jiang Shaohua ceased his banter with Jiang Sheng and stepped aside, allowing her to enter. The living room was empty, and Jiang Shaohua led her into a bedroom. Luo Li stood nearby, her brow furrowed as she observed Jiang Wenji, bound to a chair. Upon the opening of the door, she also took note of the situation. Who is this? She inquired. This is Jiang Sheng, Jiang Shaohua replied. Luo Li scrutinized the figure clad in a protective suit, taking a moment before recognizing a resemblance to Jiang Sheng in her eyes. What brings you here? She asked. Jiang Sheng contemplated for a moment. Dining? Luo Li feigned an attempt to dismiss them, only to be halted by Jiang Shaohua. Oh dear, Sister Sheng studied medicine independently in university. Let her take a look at Dad. Luo Li cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Sheng. What does she possibly know? With that, she crossed her arms and disregarded Jiang Sheng. At that moment, Jiang Sheng also beheld the bound Jiang Wenji, whose current state bore little resemblance to a human, aligning closely with Jiang Shaohua's earlier descriptions. Jiang Sheng picked up a wooden stick and brought it close to his mouth, testing for a response for some time. Yet none came. At that moment, Jiang Wenji's eyes slowly began to close, and his body became utterly still. It appeared as though he had drawn his last breath. How could this be? Luo Li, pushing Jiang Sheng aside, disregarded her fear and reached toward Jiang Shaohua among the crowd. Before Jiang Sheng could intervene, Jiang Wenji, drawn by the scent of flesh, suddenly opened his eyes and bit down on Luo Li's hand. Jiang Sheng observed with clarity. His eyes were an ashen hue. The layer of skin beyond Lori's fingertip had been bitten off by Jiang Wenji, revealing the tendons connecting her fingers. My goodness! Jiang Shaohua knelt on the ground, examining Luo Li's injuries. The commotion roused Jiang Wenwen from her slumber in the adjacent room, prompting her to rush over. Mom, what happened? Upon seeing Jiang Wenwen's arrival, Jiang Shaohua shouted at her, quickly, fetch the medical kit. Hurry! Startled by her father's outburst, Jiang Wenwen hesitated for a moment, but eventually sprinted to retrieve the first aid supplies. Mom, what transpired? She inquired. Your father bit her, came the terse reply. Jiang Sheng observed Jiang Shaohua's clumsy attempts to unwrap the bandage for quite some time before he finally took over the medical kit. Their medical supplies were rather comprehensive. Upon locating Yunnan Baiyao powder, he promptly sprinkled it onto Luo Li's finger. If you don't want your finger to rot, bear with it, Shaohua. Hold your mother steady. Jiang Shaohua gritted his teeth and embraced Luo Li from behind. Mom, just hold on for a moment. Wenwen quickly restrained Mom's hands. With the cooperation of the three, they finally managed to wrap the bandage around her. However, Luo Li was now trembling violently. It was at this moment that Jiang Sheng realized the true culprit still lingered behind her, and when she turned her head, she was nearly frightened to death. Jiang Shaohua's blue flesh had become putrid, oozing down like a pool of pus. Alas, your father is no more. Jiang Shaohua abruptly lifted his head. Jiang Sheng, mind your words. Before Jiang Shaohua could finish his words, he noticed his father's demeanor at that moment. He attempted to reach out and touch Jiang Wenji, only to be kicked aside by Jiang Sheng. What? Do you wish to throw your life away as well? The truth was that his own parents, Jiang Wenji and Luo Li, were the ones who had conspired against him, and this foolish son had no connection to their treachery. Jiang Shaohua had always been inept and rarely took an interest in family matters, while Jiang Wenji and his wife had indulged their son excessively. Such heinous conspiracies were kept from his knowledge. Although Jiang Sheng harbored a deep animosity towards that family, she was not a senseless brute who indiscriminately harmed the innocent. After being kicked away by Jiang Sheng, the foolish young master, with his eyes reddened, surprisingly burst into tears. Jiang Wenwen had also fainted from the shock of the scene, while Luo Li lay momentarily unconscious, uncertain whether it was due to pain. Chapter 22. Forced Maturity. What are you doing? I haven't bullied you. This was the first time Jiang Sheng witnessed the young master in tears. Even when he had been ruthlessly beaten by Jiang Sheng before, not a single tear had fallen. He merely covered his head and fled. Jiang Sheng was utterly inept at offering consolation, and he made no effort to comfort Jiang Shaohua. Only after witnessing Jiang Wenji's complete transformation into a puddle of despair did he finally take his leave. Whether he had contracted the ailment would depend on how Luo Li appeared upon awakening. As he departed from the Jiang residence, he approached the door of 1901 and knocked. Is that you, little Jiang? Come in quickly. Jiang Sheng removed his mask, his expression heavy as he gazed at Mrs. Jiang. Do not venture outside these days. Be particularly cautious of whoever knocks on your door, especially regarding the family next door. Before even entering the house, Sai Luo was eagerly waiting at the door. Do not rub against me. You're filthy. Though he yearned to cuddle with his master, Sai Luo restrained himself, merely wagging his tail while observing Jiang Sheng change his attire. The protective suit must be laundered in a specialized disinfecting washing machine, as this garment is intended for repeated use, and there is limited space available. Jiang Sheng had purchased only high-quality protective suits, which were quite expensive. Come here, my dear. Jiang Sheng cradled the spirited Sero, inhaling deeply. The little pup bore no foul odor, characteristic of the fluffy German Shepherd breed during its youthful days. While rummaging through her snacks, she stumbled upon a chewy beef stick for teething puppies, laying on a cushion to encourage Sarah to gnaw at it. She resigned herself to munching on duck necks and boneless chicken feet instead. Outside, the relentless downpour and incessant thunder rumbled, yet it bore no consequence for Jiang Sheng, who found solace in her own company at home. At this juncture, most households had stockpiled provisions. Natural disasters seldom arrive without warning, granting people ample time to prepare. Some astute individuals had already amassed a considerable supply of food. Mrs. Jiang had once shown Jiang Sheng her family's stores, revealing that apart from one bedroom, the entire house was brimming with supplies. Jiang Sheng admonished Mrs. Jiang, declaring such a display to be perilously reckless. One's reserves must remain concealed, even from relatives. However, Mrs. Jiang, feeling somewhat wronged, playfully pouted at Jiang Sheng, who, a mature woman, found it hard to resist such charm. Ah, the fortune of beautiful women. Before dawn could break, a knock echoed at Jiang Sheng's door that very night. It was Jiang Shaohua. "What is it?" she inquired, noticing the anxious expression on his face. "Sister Sheng, please check on my mother. Her condition is quite dire." "Oh, and what concern is that of mine?" Jiang Sheng retorted. If Jiang Shaohua himself were ill, she might have considered extending a hand out of lingering affection, but the thought of assisting that woman, Luo Li, was out of the question. She could only offer aid for the sake of Jiang Shaohua's filial devotion. Bang! Jiang Sheng could hardly fathom that Jiang Shaohua was actually kneeling before her in supplication. "Sister Sheng, I implore you. I am aware that my mother disapproves of you, yet she is suffering immensely. I beseech you." Outside the door, Jiang Shaohua spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks as she continued to kneel and bow her head in desperation. How could Jiang Sheng truly possess a heart of cruelty? He, too, is a child bereft of his parents. Jiang Shaohua, witnessing the stillness within, continued to plead earnestly. A few minutes later, Jiang Sheng emerged, clad in protective gear, only to find a crowd gathered outside. What has transpired? Could it be a quarrel between the young couple? Uncertain. The Jiang family and Jiang Sheng, having recently relocated, are unfamiliar with their neighbors. Now, amidst the calamity, everyone has emerged from their homes, seeking camaraderie in these trying times. Jiang Sheng assisted Jiang Shaohua to his feet. "Let's be on our way." Jiang Shaohua attempted to wipe his crimson eyes with his hand, only to have Jiang Sheng swatted away with a firm slap. "Are you out of your mind? Such filthy hands on your eyes?" At that moment, no matter how Jiang Sheng scolded or struck, Jiang Shaohua could only acquiesce. It was not until the two entered that the onlookers from 1902 finally dispersed. Jiang Sheng gazed at the chair that had bound Jiang Wenji the previous day. "I have placed my father's bones into a bag, and I intend to find an opportunity to cremate them." Jiang Sheng let out a soft sigh, initially believing that his revenge would be a grand spectacle. However, he was taken aback by the fragility of humanity in the face of natural disasters. It seemed unnecessary for him to lift a finger, as all those living under the shadow of calamity were already enduring profound suffering. Perhaps, in a way, death could indeed be seen as a form of liberation. Jiang Sheng beheld Luo Li, who lay upon the bed. Her palm, bitten by Jiang Wenji the previous day, had swollen to the size of a basketball, exhibiting a deep shade of blue and purple. Suddenly, with a piercing scream, Luo Li cried out, only to lose consciousness once more after mere seconds. Jiang Shaohua spoke through her tears. Observing that the electric blanket was turned on, Jiang Sheng began to remove Luo Li's clothing, revealing the unmistakable blue-purple veins that extended from her palm to her body. At this moment, Luo Li's entire arm was adorned with these bluish markings. It must be amputated. I suspect this is a viral infection caused by a radioactive element that has not yet fully spread throughout her body. Go ahead, Sister Sheng. How can I assist you? Jiang Sheng had not anticipated that Jiang Shaohua would be so resolute. This foolish young master seemed to have developed a semblance of understanding. The medical kit contained anesthetics and hemostatic powder, yet Jiang Sheng felt a sense of uncertainty within. Jiang Shaohua nodded solemnly. Initially, he intended to take Luo Li to the hospital. However, upon calling, he discovered that it was now closed. Only the first municipal hospital remained operational, albeit under government intervention, and it was already overwhelmed with patients in dire need of assistance. Should he take Luo Li there? It was conceivable that they might not even be able to queue for treatment before her condition worsened, or worse. What if the doctors mistakenly treated her as a zombie? After administering a local anesthetic to Luo Li's shoulder, he waited for a brief moment. During this time, Jiang Sheng opened the fire escape and retrieved the fire axe within. He meticulously wiped the axe with alcohol for disinfection, and then secured Luo Li with a strip of cloth. Jiang Sheng observed Jiang Shaohua trembling incessantly beside him. Jiang Shaohua trembled as he shook his head. I can do it. Jiang Sheng's strength, particularly after consuming the fortifying pills, has significantly increased, allowing him to wield the fire axe with remarkable ease. Jiang Sheng executed his actions with ruthless precision. A swift and accurate strike was all that was required to achieve a flawless incision. After the blow, Luo Li's entire body trembled, yet fortunately, she remained unconscious. In an instant, crimson blood began to gush forth. Jiang Sheng set down the axe and commenced administering a coagulant to her arm, followed immediately by the application of medicine. And finally, he meticulously wrapped it in bandages. Blood saturated half of the bed, while Jiang Shaohua, with reddened eyes, stared vacantly from the side. Ensuring that Luo Li was still breathing, Jiang Sheng retrieved a plethora of medications from the first aid kit, including those for hemostasis, coagulation, and anti-inflammation. Following the instructions, she believed she would recover. Yet, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species. However, from this day forth, the wealthy young master would earn Jiang Sheng's newfound respect. Chapter 23. A month's worth of canned goods as punishment once her thoughts were organized. Jiang Sheng retreated to the bathroom for a soothing bath. There is hardly a worry that cannot be alleviated by a warm soak. After her bath, she found it quite late. As soon as she lay down, sleep overtook her. That night, she was plagued by a nightmare. In her dream, Luo Li's severed hand relentlessly clung to her, incessantly murmuring, "Why was my hand severed? Why? Why didn't anyone save Jiang Wenji?" The scene shifted, and Jiang Sheng found herself in a dimly lit space, where Jiang Wenji appeared before her, transformed into a pool of blood, emitting soft, mournful sounds. It then lunged toward her. Jiang Sheng ran with all her might, but ultimately she expended her last ounce of strength and was engulfed by the blood, gradually feeling the air leave her lungs. As her consciousness began to fade, she kicked her legs and jolted awake, gasping for breath. Her forehead glistened with a sheen of sweat, yet the sensation of suffocation lingered. She glanced ahead to find Sero curled up against her chest, sound asleep. Anger flared within her, and she shoved Sero aside. "You're trying to crush me. For this, you're punished with a month's worth of canned goods." Sero. After lying back down, she wiped the sweat from her face with her palm. Taking a deep breath, she reached for her phone beside her. Numerous messages awaited her. Jiang Shaohua informed her that Luo Li had improved after taking her medication, albeit struggling to accept the loss of her hand. Mrs. Jiang mentioned that water had begun to leak from her toilet, unsure of how to remedy the situation. It then dawned on Jiang Sheng that such a gentle soul as Mrs. Jiang would never have deleted her. She exited the homepage, only to find that the network was unavailable. Thank goodness it was just a disconnection. Relieved that Mrs. Jiang had not removed her from her contacts, she attempted to rise from bed, only to realize a far graver issue. Damn it, the internet was down. Jiang Sheng was utterly disheartened. Though he was aware that the internet would be cut off, he never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. After a brief wash-up, he took a bag of cement and sand and made his way to 1901. Little Jiang has lost his connection. How will you manage? Mrs. Jiang invited Jiang Sheng inside and promptly shut the door behind him. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Sheng promptly sealed the sewage drain. Although he is independent, he is uncertain of the multitude of diseases that may arise when rainwater begins to backflow. I've already sealed my own drain, and this is the remaining cement. Thank you ever so much, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Sheng meticulously mixed cement and sand in the sewer, effectively sealing it with ease. The sewer is not a straight descent. It possesses a bend. As long as the cement reaches that point, it will cease to descend further. Today, let us dine at our home, Xiao Jiang. Miao Miao has been incessantly clamoring to meet her dear sister, Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng swiftly sealed the drain, confident that his gloved hands remained unsoiled. Very well. Please keep the remaining cement, Mrs. Jiang. It may yet prove useful. Mrs. Jiang nodded, handing a quilt to Jiang Sheng. How delightful, she exclaimed. This is the milk powder that Miao Miao enjoys. It only needs to be mixed with water, and I often indulge in it myself. With her apron donned, Mrs. Jiang made her way to the kitchen. You entertain Miao Miao for now. The two little ones should wait patiently while I prepare the meal. Miao Miao, you must listen to Sister Sheng. Understood. Miao Miao was obedient and charming, reminiscent, no doubt, of Mrs. Jiang's own childhood. Jiang Sheng spent some time playing with Miao Miao before making his way to the kitchen. Is there anything I can assist you with? He inquired. At that moment, Mrs. Jiang was busy whisking the eggs. No need, I'm managing just fine. Little Jiang, why don't you teach Miao Miao some phonetics? I've nearly forgotten, and I'm not even sure if I remember it correctly. Thus, after being gently ushered out of the kitchen by Mrs. Jiang, he began to instruct Miao Miao in writing phonetics. Miao Miao was quite earnest. He couldn't help but wish he had been as obedient as she was in his own childhood. He recalled that his younger days were often spent running outside with a group of boys. Before long, the delightful aroma of pastries wafted from the kitchen. At that moment, Mrs. Jiang emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate. The chicken soup needs to simmer a bit longer. Let us enjoy some cake first. The cake was exceptionally fluffy, with just a light coating of cream on the top, ensuring it was not overly sweet. It's delicious, he exclaimed. Jiang Sheng, without any pretense, nodded in acceptance. Mrs. Jiang's household possessed a radio, which intermittently emitted a crackling sound, yet no voices could be discerned. The internet had been entirely severed, leaving the radio as the sole connection to the outside world. For lunch, Mrs. Jiang prepared a sumptuous feast. The chicken soup was rich and savory, with the meat tender to the point of falling off the bone, a texture that Jiang Sheng relished. The lotus root was stir-fried to crisp perfection, and each person enjoyed a lion's head meatball, leaving Jiang Sheng thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, he assisted Mrs. Jiang in washing the dishes. The three of them had not used many plates. Ciro had begun wagging its tail even before Jiang Sheng entered, and upon leaving, Jiang Sheng had installed a timed feeding machine in the living room, ensuring Ciro would not go hungry. In the future, it would be safer to place it in the wooden cabin within the space. The torrential rain persisted, with the water level ominously nearing the third floor. Residents on the third and fourth floors began knocking on the doors above, hoping to find refuge. Several kind-hearted individuals had already accommodated those from the first and second floors, leaving no room for others. Meanwhile, some, like Jiang Sheng, feigned unavailability, while others outright refused to venture outside. Jiang Sheng, though unafraid of others, preferred to avoid disputes. In the late hours of the night, she was suddenly awakened by a commotion in the building. Rising from her bed, she opened the door and pressed her ear against it to listen to the sounds outside. After several minutes, she managed to piece together the situation. The source of the disturbance was a man from room 402, who was either arguing with a resident on the 17th or 19th floor. The voices of others were somewhat subdued, but it was clear that the man belonged to 402. Little brat, what is the problem with me staying at your place for a few days? I'm not even charging you. The man from 402 stood in front of room 1701, facing two boys who looked to be around 14 or 15, resembling high school students. We only have 2 bedrooms. My grandparents occupy one, and my brother and I share the other. There is no other space. I don't care. I can sleep on the sofa, the man from 402 said, displaying a brazen demeanor. As one of the boys attempted to shut the door and disregard him, the man from 402 seized the doorknob firmly. You, isn't this sheer bullying? The boy's eyes glistened with tears at the man's actions. Chapter 24. Do not cry. Another household on the 17th floor merely observed, showing no intention of intervening in the family's plight. Why are you making such a racket at this hour? A woman's voice called out as she ascended the stairs from the 16th floor. Zhao Xiaohua, mind your own business. This doesn't concern you. The man from 402 was evidently not one to be trifled with. Wang Chong, since you've lost your own home, go to a safe base. What kind of behavior is it to seize someone else's house, especially from children and the elderly? The woman, in her 30s and standing at about 5 feet tall, approached the boys. After a brief argument, more and more people gathered around, and now Wang Chong found it difficult to assert his dominance. "Fine, I'll remember you. Zhao Xiaohua." "And Zhao. Thank you," the slightly older boy said, his eyes reddened, bowing deeply to her. "Oh, it's nothing. Just be cautious about opening the door for strangers in the future." Jiang Sheng held a certain admiration for individuals imbued with a sense of justice, particularly for their ability to maintain an observer's perspective for the most part. The following day at noon, an official rescue team arrived, forcibly evacuating residents from the floors below the fifth. Experts estimated that at least up to the fifth floor would be submerged. It was not a matter of unwillingness to relocate everyone to a safe haven, but rather that the sheer number of individuals rendered such accommodations impractical, with many reluctant to move to the safety zone. The space was overcrowded, akin to a vast communal sleeping area housing thousands, if not tens of thousands, with the provisions available being woefully inadequate. Wang Chong was also compelled to leave, grumbling as he departed. This development provided a sense of relief to the family in apartment 1701. The only channel that maintained a signal on the television was the news channel, where experts reported on the situation across the nation. The entire network could sustain only this single channel's operation. Jiang Sheng relocated the television to the bedroom, as it was simply too cold to watch in the living room. After a few crackling sounds, the screen revealed a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean. Reports indicated that the territories of Pickled Cabbage Nation and Yamato had been submerged by seawater to the extent of 75%. The president had abandoned his responsibilities, fleeing to the southern hemisphere, and communication between nations had completely ceased. The duration of this relentless downpour seemed infinitely prolonged, with even the most advanced scientific instruments unable to ascertain when it would relent. At this juncture, the nation could no longer afford to worry about potential panic. The preservation of the populace's lives took precedence. Establishing safe havens and relocating refugees became of utmost importance. The television image began to stutter, the sound growing increasingly indistinct, until it eventually succumbed to darkness. Unsure of the next steps, Jiang Sheng removed a now-cold hand warmer and retrieved a pre-packaged spicy hot pot from the pantry, the aroma of chili instantly permeating the bedroom. The flavors of fish balls, vegetables, fatty beef, and corn sausages ignited a nostalgic longing within him. One day at a time, he thought, as long as life persisted, it should be lived richly. In the days that followed, Jiang Sheng continued to cocoon himself at home, seizing the opportunity to binge-watch the thousands of episodes of Naruto he had previously neglected, staying up all night in the process. Jiang Sheng found himself contemplating the possibility of harnessing chakra, wondering if he too could possess the extraordinary ability to move mountains and fill seas. Each time he approached the window to gaze upon the flood below, he was enveloped by a surreal sensation, as if he were caught in a dream. The flood appeared so unreal, with the relentless downpour over the past fortnight causing the water to rise to the fourth floor. On this particular day, Jiang Xiaohua visited Jiang Sheng, expressing concern that Jiang Wenwen's mental state seemed somewhat abnormal. Jiang Sheng arrived in 1902, where the armless Rory lay in bed, his eyes devoid of any spark. "Where is Jiang Wenwen?" Since entering, he had not seen her at all, prompting him to inquire with Jiang Xiaohua. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaohua instructed Jiang Sheng to look up. To his astonishment, Jiang Wenwen was crouched atop a cabinet, which stood approximately 1.5 meters from the ground, her head just grazing the ceiling. "You go and bring her down," he said. Jiang Xiaohua brought a stool from the living room and stood on it to reach Jiang Wenwen's feet. "Ah, do not pull me. I am balloon. Please, do not pull me." Jiang Wenwen's feet flailed in a frenzy, inadvertently kicking Jiang Xiaohua down to the ground. With his head bowed, Jiang Xiaohua, who lay sprawled on the floor, had eyes streaked with crimson veins. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, this young master had wept countless times. Jiang Sheng gazed at him and let out a profound sigh. From a life of opulence to merely subsisting on half-cooked noodles each day, the stark contrast was overwhelming. With his father deceased and his spirits languishing, his sister had also succumbed to madness. Such a tremendous disparity would surely drive anyone to despair. Indeed, It must have been an immense shock that led to her insanity. Yes, I understand. Jiang Shaohua wept upon the ground. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, intent on hurling himself against the wall. Sister, please leave me be. I truly wish to perish. In their childhood, he would take Jiang Wenwen along to play. And during the summer, when confronted with repugnant caterpillars, he would willingly assist his sister in driving them away. What could have led to such a transformation? Is it vanity? Or perhaps the allure of power or the seduction of wealth? Jiang Sheng is perplexed. What could possibly transform the lofty heir of the Jiang family conglomerate back into the obedient follower he once was in his childhood? Ultimately, he cannot bear to witness such a change. Jiang Sheng stepped forward and gently caressed Jiang Shaohua's head, the latter clinging to her leg and weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Sheng gazed at her brother in such a state, her heart heavy with sorrow. After an indeterminate passage of time, Jiang Shaohua rose from the ground, tears streaming down his face as he softly uttered, "I am sorry, sister. I was wrong." Jiang Sheng remained silent as he walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen lay a bowl of noodles, frozen into icy clumps, appearing still undercooked. Indeed, how could a young master be expected to prepare his own meals? Yet, Jiang Sheng found his willingness to consume such fare had significantly altered his perception of Jiang Shaohua. They possessed 5 canisters of gas, sufficient for approximately 6 months. Among the household appliances, only the refrigerator remained operational, indicating that Jiang Shaohua was not entirely foolish. Inside the refrigerator, he discovered eggs, which Jiang Sheng surmised had been left untouched due to Jiang Shaohua's lack of culinary skills. He cracked a few eggs into a pan to fry, then added the remaining half-batch of noodles to boil, enough to serve the 3 of them. As he watched the noodles bubble in the pot, a self-deprecating smile crossed Jiang Sheng's face. Here he was, preparing a meal for his adversary. He mused that while others might label him a saint, he was, in fact, the most saintly of all. Lost in thought, he instinctively added a bag of dried tofu into the mix. He then served 3 bowls of noodles, calling out for Jiang Shaohua to join him for dinner. "Jiang Shaohua, come here." Jiang Shaohua limped over, gazing at the contents of the bowl, tears once again escaping his control. "Please, stop crying and eat your noodles first." Chapter 25. The floor leader Jiang Shaohua seemed to be utterly famished, carelessly shoving the hot noodles into his mouth without a thought for the scalding heat. Witnessing this, Jiang Sheng felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. After all, she was his sister. How could she bear to watch him in such a state? "Sister, this is truly delicious," he exclaimed. An angel whispered to her, "You are his sister. You cannot bear to see him eat so much while crying. He has recognized his mistakes. He remains your beloved little brother." Yet a devil countered, "Who cannot feign pity? He is merely exploiting your compassion to secure your care. Remember, he is the son of your adversary. Can he truly be sincere towards you?" Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a tumultuous sensation in her stomach and hurried towards the restroom. Upon her arrival, she was rendered speechless. Before Jiang Shaohua could intervene, Jiang Sheng had already caught sight of the restroom as disarray. A bundle of clothes had clogged the drain, and beside it lay a wooden bucket, apparently intended for the disposal of waste. Overwhelmed by the appalling scene, Jiang Sheng could no longer contain herself and retched into the sink of the vanity. How could one leave a toilet in such a state? At that moment, Jiang Shaohua had approached Jiang Sheng. "I apologize. A leak occurred a few days ago, and I had no choice but to block it this way," he explained. Faced with the current state of affairs, Jiang Sheng found it utterly unbearable. "You should go eat first. I will call for you later." Jiang Sheng ventured out to retrieve the remaining cement and sand from the drainage system that had been sealed off from Madame Jiang. "Have you finished eating? Remove that lump. I have mixed the cement. Please wear gloves and use a shovel to transfer it inside." Jiang Shaohua gazed at that unsightly object with a mix of jealousy and aversion. Yet he complied with the task nonetheless. Fortunately, he wore gloves. Otherwise, the thought would have lingered in his mind for several days. After completing the chore, he hurled the refuse from the windowsill into the torrential rain. From now on, he would discard the garbage directly outside, for keeping it indoors would only breed bacteria, and at that point, one might as well await their demise. Jiang Shaohua picked up a bowl of noodles to feed Luo Li, who remained silent and did not open her mouth, merely sitting on the bed and observing the two. Thus, he had no choice but to feed Jiang Wenwen first. Upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, Jiang Wenwen swatted the chopsticks off the bowl and began to shove the noodles into her mouth with her hands, showing no intention of stopping even as her mouth became stuffed. Jiang Sheng gazed at her calmly. Is this still the same Jiang Wenwen who cherished cleanliness and beauty, whose dining manners were elegant and composed? Natural disasters have altered far too much. Jiang Sheng, unwilling to linger any longer, rose and knocked on the door of room 1901. Little Jiang, it has been several days since you last visited. Meow Meow has missed you dearly. Jiang Sheng managed a smile as she embraced Meow Meow. Seated on the sofa, Mrs. Jiang brought over a cup of tea, the delightful aroma reminiscent of what they had enjoyed before. What's the matter? Are you feeling down? Would you like to share? Mrs. Jiang inquired, settling beside Jiang Sheng and patiently observing her with a gentle smile, even as silence lingered between them. After what felt like an eternity, Mrs. Jiang wrapped her arms around Jiang Sheng, softly patting her back. Meow Meow, under the impression that her mother was engaging in a game with Sister Sheng, clung tightly to Jiang Sheng. The warmth of Meow Meow's small hands proved overwhelming for Jiang Sheng, and tears began to well in her eyes. This little one was growing rapidly. In just a few days, she had become plump, her fur thickening considerably. Even when Jiang Sheng felt chilled to the bone, Meow Meow would frolic about with unbridled joy. Jiang Sheng had barely settled onto his bed when a knock echoed through the room. Could it be Jiang Shaohua again? It was truly exasperating. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a middle-aged man whose height was around 1.7 meters and whose face bore the marks of age. Who are you? Jiang Sheng inquired. The man clutched a notebook, seemingly intent on recording something. Oh, are you here for the household distribution? Jiang Sheng's question evidently caught the new building manager off guard. Well, I haven't quite decided yet. I'll allocate resources once they arrive. How many people reside in your household? Just one. After jotting down the information, the man departed. Reflecting on Unit 1001, Jiang Sheng recalled that it belonged to the same individual who had previously sold generators. He was surprised that he had been appointed as the building manager. However, such matters were inconsequential to Jiang Sheng. It made no difference who held the position. He had been somewhat careless, having assumed it was Jiang Shaohua seeking him out, and had opened the door without a second thought. Had it been a group of robbers outside, he would have found himself in dire straits. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. A few men piloted a speedboat steadily away, and this prompted Jiang Sheng to consider a brief excursion of his own. Dragging the speedboat to the window on the 4th floor, he found it already crowded to the brim. After much effort, Jiang Sheng finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, only to be approached by an elderly woman eager to strike up a conversation. Oh dear, young lady, do you have a speedboat? It must be quite inconvenient to venture out alone. Allow my husband and me to accompany you. It's not safe for a young girl to be out by herself. Jiang Sheng did not grant the elderly woman a pleasant demeanor. I can manage on my own, she asserted icily, casting a cold glance at the woman before placing the speedboat upon the water and proceeding forward. Oh, the youth of today are truly lacking in manners. Devoid of any compassion, the old woman exclaimed indignantly from behind, hurling insults at Jiang Sheng, who remained unfazed by the tirade. Retrieving a crossbow from her spatial storage, she secured it at her waist for easy access, while brandishing a katana in her hand, as she noticed another individual not far away piloting speedboat. Ah, Jiang Sheng, I am Zhao Yukai, the owner of Building D. Jiang Sheng suddenly recalled that he had only registered his information this morning, and he did not expect to venture out for supplies so soon. Uncle Zhao, he remarked, the large supermarket near Dingshan Garden is still open. If we delay any longer, we might miss the opportunity to acquire what we need. Jiang Sheng nodded in gratitude before bidding farewell to Zhao Yukai and the others. She had no intention of visiting the supermarket, not only because her funds were nearly depleted, but also due to the likelihood of being jostled in the crowd. It would be far better to pursue a zero-cost acquisition instead. After the speedboat set off, they arrived in front of a tall building, which Jiang Sheng recognized as a large commercial complex. However, it was uncertain how many floors above were unaffected by flooding. Entering through a window, she discovered that rainwater had accumulated on the 4th floor, reaching up to her calves, but fortunately, she was wearing rain boots. She stored the speedboat in her space and began to explore the building. The fourth floor housed various restaurants, and Jiang Sheng struggled to push open the door of a shop specializing in braised chicken rice. Inside, a large freezer emitted a pungent odor as she opened it, compelling her to shut it quickly. The kitchen was also plagued by the scent of decay, mingled with the mustiness of spoiled vegetables. Ultimately, she managed to salvage a gas canister and a few packets of seasoning. As she departed, she noticed that the tables and chairs inside were intact, so she decided to store them in her space, thinking they might prove useful in the future. Chapter 26. Harvest. In the other restaurants, there were no significant discoveries, and she could only take the gas canister and seasonings. The only notable find was at a milk tea shop, where she managed to collect a substantial amount of milk tea powder and coffee powder. Despite her rain boots, her legs were submerged in the icy water, and her toes had begun to feel numb. Upon reaching the fifth floor, she found a chair in the hallway, sat down, and removed her boots, placing 2 warmers beneath her feet to restore warmth. Glancing up, she noticed a sign not far away, Longquan Pharmacy. A look of surprise brightened Jiang Sheng's face as she rose and walked towards the pharmacy, only to find the door securely locked. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved a hammer and struck the lock with force 3 times. With a resounding clang, the lock fell to the ground. Inside the pharmacy, the shelves were sparsely stocked. Common cold and fever medications were conspicuously absent. Nonetheless, Jiang Sheng was undeterred, thinking that perhaps she might need some of the lesser-known remedies. She took a third of the remaining supplies, leaving the rest behind, and also removed several shelves as the items in her spatial pocket were cluttered and insufficiently organized. Not long after leaving the pharmacy, she encountered another one, this one seemingly dedicated to a larger assortment of medicines. The inventory appeared limited, likely due to sales following the heavy rains of the previous days. Having never thoroughly explored the supermarket before, she found it surprising to do so in this manner during the apocalypse. The medications in her spatial pocket could last her several lifetimes, yet she hoped never to require them. On the 6th floor, there lay a clothing store where a few scattered garments hung on the racks. However, the boutique's offerings remained plentiful. Adorable plush toys, attractive earrings, small fans, and mirrors were among the items, which held little significance for survival. Yet Jiang Sheng found joy in collecting such trinkets. The clothing store had several items that appealed to her, including socks and undergarments, all of which were consumables. She intended to stock as many as possible. On her inflatable boat rested several bags of instant noodles, a self-heating hot pot, and 2 bottles of mineral water, a necessity to maintain appearances for others. "Would you like some help, young lady?" A middle-aged woman asked with a friendly smile, reaching out for the supplies on Jiang Sheng's boat. "No need," Jiang Sheng replied. Jiang Sheng first cast the speedboat down before gracefully leaping from the window with his backpack, landing steadily on the ground. No borrowing. Jiang Sheng ceased her idle chatter and lifted the speedboat beside her, preparing to ascend the stairs. However, to her surprise, the elderly gentleman, the husband of the woman, positioned himself in front of her. "I implore you, young lady, do not be so heartless. My wife has pleaded with you. Please lend it to us." Jiang Sheng let out a light laugh. "No, are you all insane? I have already stated that I will not lend it to you, so please clear the way." The middle-aged man, seeing that his attempts had failed, resorted to force. Just as he reached for the speedboat, he witnessed Jiang Sheng wielding a knife, descending with a fierce strike. Fortunately, he managed to evade it. Otherwise, his wrist would have surely been severed. In a state of urgency, a nearby ant hurried over to reprimand Jiang Sheng. "Everyone come quickly. A murder has occurred." Jiang Sheng could hardly be bothered with such individuals. As she hoisted her backpack and prepared to depart, the man attempted to grasp her, yet upon noticing the knife in her hand, he ultimately refrained. The elderly woman wailed and threw a fit, lamenting, "Is there no law? In broad daylight, someone dares to wield a knife and threaten lives. Is there no one to intervene?" A crowd began to gather, yet none took action. The 18th floor was dauntingly high, and the ascent proved to be quite arduous. Upon returning home, she activated the small sun lamp and electric blanket in her bedroom. She then retreated to the wooden cabin within her space to take a shower, where Zero lay watching, joyfully spinning in place. At that moment, Jiang Sheng lacked the time to indulge Zero in play. Utilizing her mental energy, she had already filled the bathtub in the cabin with water. As her body met the warm water, a wave of relaxation washed over her. It was only September, yet the chill was quite severe. Next time, she resolved not to venture out without necessity, for it was perilous. After donning her clothes, she emerged from the space with Zero, opened a can of beef for him, and then retrieved a serving of rice topped with stew for herself. There was still a considerable amount of the lamb soup she had previously prepared, so she hurriedly poured herself a bowl. A warm exterior from the shower complemented the warmth of the lamb soup, nourishing her from within. Having spent a significant portion of the day outside, Jiang Sheng found her endeavors to be quite fruitful. She pondered the nature of this apocalypse. If it were to be marked by relentless natural disasters, the very fabric of human order would be irrevocably shattered. The civilization that belonged to humanity would face destruction. This system, aside from providing a daily check-in reward at a specific hour, remained silent, offering no further communication. Jiang Sheng found himself unable to extract any information regarding the apocalypse from the system's lips. Additionally, he was quite concerned about the serum given to him at the outset that purportedly countered the zombie virus. He initially believed that Jiang Wenji would succumb to the affliction of zombification. However, observing his current state, it appeared that the mutations were merely a result of an excess of trace elements, entirely unrelated to the zombie virus. Jiang Sheng, feeling a wave of irritation, raked her fingers through her hair, resigning herself to the inevitability of facing her challenges. For the next few days, she harbored no desire to venture outside, choosing instead to nestle within the confines of her home. The lengthy episodes of Naruto captivated her, allowing her to immerse herself fully in the unfolding narrative. Occasionally, she would prepare meals, taking advantage of the abundance of meats and fried delicacies that filled her kitchen with their robust aromas. With the heavy rain masking the scent, she busied herself making a variety of dishes: chicken strips, starch sausages, shrimp balls, and fukabukuro, each procured in bulk. Despite turning on the exhaust fan, the house remained enveloped in the fragrance of fried food, a scent that would undoubtedly lure in any hungry souls lurking outside. However, the tranquility of the water's surface lasted no more than 2 days before torrential rain returned. Rumors circulated that the largest bridge in Longquan City had succumbed to the floodwaters, with some dilapidated neighborhoods collapsing as well. This was a test of the integrity of poorly constructed buildings. Luckily, the materials used in her own community had passed rigorous inspections, ensuring their safety for now. Yet, if they were to face a more ferocious natural disaster, the outcome remained uncertain. At that moment, Jiang Sheng recognized that Zero was indeed a divine gift sent to her. With Zero's companionship, she felt no pangs of loneliness. Whenever her spirits soared, the sight of Zero's adorable smile would dissolve all her worries. A few nights later marked 2 months since the apocalypse, and special rewards for signing in continued. Jiang Sheng decided to give Zero a new pill designed to enhance physical abilities, as the system indicated it would be effective for all living beings. She remained curious about the potential benefits for Zero. Chapter 27. Special Forces. On this day, Jiang Sheng realized it had been quite some time since she had last seen Mrs. Jiang. She prepared some fried snacks to share with Mrs. Jiang and Meow Meow. Having long finished the desserts Mrs. Jiang had made previously, she found herself yearning for them. Upon arriving at the door of Mrs. Jiang's apartment on the 19th floor, she knocked, only to be greeted by a man. Jiang Sheng initially thought she had taken a wrong turn and turned the door handle to take a closer look, confirming that it was indeed 1901. "Who are you? Where is Mrs. Jiang?" The man before her stood at an imposing height of 6 feet 1 inch. With a rugged visage clad in a black trench coat, undeniably handsome. He scrutinized Jiang Sheng with keen interest, a look of realization dawning upon his face. "Ah, it's you." Jiang Sheng was still puzzled, wondering if they knew each other, as he had no recollection of this person. At that moment, Mrs. Jiang squeezed her way over. "Little Jiang, come in quickly." Thus, the bewildered Jiang Sheng was drawn into the house by Mrs. Jiang. "Hello, Sister Xiao Sheng," Meow Meow greeted from the sofa. where the living room had already been prepared with a stove. "This is my husband, Jiang Hao." Mrs. Jiang, whose name was Song Meiya, had known Jiang Hao for a long time. They were each other's first loves. "Mr. Jiang seems to recognize me?" Jiang Hao smiled. "Not just recognize. You have even struck me before." The more they spoke, the more confused Jiang Sheng became. When had she ever hit Jiang Hao? This was clearly their first encounter. "Don't call him Mr. anymore. Just call him Jiang Ge, and you can refer to her as Sister Song," Mrs. Jiang added. "As for how we know each other, do you recall the incident over a month ago when you were driving and got intercepted by robbers?" "Oh, it's you. You were the robber." At this moment, Song Meiya served a bowl of hot tea to Jiang Sheng. Understanding dawned upon her as Song Meiya explained, "Jiang Sheng, you have quite the skills. Did you practice Taekwondo or Jiu-Jitsu? No wonder you can tell after just one encounter, given your profession as a police officer." Song Meiya exclaimed, "No wonder you look familiar to me, little Jiang. You participated in the national competition organized by the city, right? I remember your opponent was Xiao Rizi." Jiang Sheng gently nodded. "Thank you for taking care of Maya and Miao Miao." Jiang Hao invited Jiang Sheng to stay for dinner, and Sister Song's cooking remained as delightful as ever. Jiang Sheng also brought out a bag of barbecue, and Miao Miao indulged, her mouth smeared with grease. Just as they were finishing their meal, a frantic knocking echoed from the door. Jiang Hao rose and peered through the peephole, spotting several individuals clad in tactical gear outside. He gestured for silence to those behind him. Initially, he intended to feign the absence of anyone at home, but a voice blared from a loudspeaker. "I know someone is inside. If you do not open the door, we will force our way in." Realizing the gravity of the situation, especially with weapons in hand, Jiang Hao reluctantly opened the door, allowing the men to enter. The city has initiated a requisition of supplies and is relocating residents. The garden community is among the first. You are required to accompany us to the base with your supplies. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, the man turned to assess him. "You just resigned, didn't you? You may be unaware of the situation. If you prefer not to be under the protection of a city base, that is your choice, but the supplies must be surrendered. You understand the rules." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao replied, "We will not go to the base, but may we retain some of our supplies?" The man in tactical gear, seemingly considerate of Jiang Hao's position, ultimately agreed to take only 3/4 of their provisions. Given the circumstances, it was evident that their door had been easily breached. Such specialized units could pick locks effortlessly. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng had been placing their pet Ciro into the wooden cabin whenever she stepped outside, and their supplies were minimal. Nonetheless, Jiang Sheng was curious about Jiang Hao's aversion to the safety base or emergency shelter. "Darling, what is happening?" Jiang Hao shook his head in resignation and sat down on the sofa in the living room. It seemed that the situation had escalated significantly. Previously, the city had reached out to various regions for discussions, and now the most severe measures were being implemented. They were prepared to abandon civilians. As human intervention during this disaster had been minimal, it was likely that a week prior, efforts had begun to gather supplies nationwide for transfer to the Northwest, prioritizing those with influence who had made substantial contributions to the nation. Even if they were to go, they would merely be cheap labor. Conditions in the safety base might not be better than those outside. After listening, Jiang Sheng finally had some clarity. It seemed that this Jiang Hao held a significant position, as he was privy to such confidential matters. Suddenly, Song Meiya cast a glance at Jiang Sheng. "Xiao Jiang, your home may have been breached, and I fear the supplies as well." Jiang Sheng shook his head, wearing an expression of helplessness. "Xiao Jiang, are you not planning to go to the base?" Jiang Sheng shook his head in refusal. He harbored too many secrets within himself, and the government's intervention was alarmingly swift, defying all logic. It was highly probable that there were already others like him within the safe haven, conspiring and strategizing. Jiang Sheng was uncertain whether the system could locate each other. She dared not take the risk. The nation had made the most decisive and correct course of action by relocating the elite residents. Humanity must endure, yet at this moment, any discourse seemed futile. Jiang Sheng found it perplexing how those endowed with the system managed to convince the state of their assertions. To her observation, the situation did not appear as grave. The national mortality rate was currently less than 1 in 10,000. She was at a loss about how survival would unfold in the future. "What are you doing? Do not take my family's belongings. Let go of me." At that moment, a voice echoed in the corridor, and Jiang Sheng instantly recognized it as Jiang Shaohua. Jiang Sheng pushed the door open and stepped outside, pulling Jiang Shaohua away from the man clad in combat attire. "Sister, they have come to take my belongings." "All right, give it to them. Just follow them to the base." Jiang Sheng's intentions were indeed for Jiang Shaohua's benefit. Their presence here is merely due to the high-end nature of this community, which is a limited refuge for those who have been displaced, even if it means resorting to labor. They shall no longer prey upon ordinary individuals. Even if they remain here, they can procure resources from elsewhere to survive. Should one oppose these individuals, it could provoke their wrath, and one might find themselves swiftly dealt with no one to intervene. "I shall not go." Observing Jiang Shaohua's demeanor, Jiang Sheng felt a deep sense of helplessness. In this place devoid of supplies, who would care for Wenwen and Aunt Air? At least at the base, there is a chance of survival. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Shaohua gently nodded. However, the man clad in combat attire remained obstinate. "No, the first security base does not accept the disabled or the insane." Upon hearing such derogatory remarks about her mother and sister, Jiang Shaohua was ready to charge at him in a fit of rage. Yet, reality struck. Before she could even reach him, she was knocked to the ground. Chapter 28. He too is an orphan. The Special Forces took nearly 10 individuals from the garden community, loading several speedboats with supplies. Jiang Sheng was unaware of who had been taken, as she did not recognize any of them. To her surprise, the family of the aunt who had disgusted her yesterday did not go to the base. The weather grew increasingly frigid, compelling many survivors to scour the surface for wood and branches for warmth. Jiang Hao's family relied on a stove, and Jiang Sheng had a matching one, procured by Meiya in a supply run. After tidying up her disheveled home, she set up the stove in the living room. However, the ventilation was poorly designed, leaving it for future consideration. Fortunately, she had developed the habit of carrying a cello with her, knowing that those who encountered animals would likely take them along, as the protection of biodiversity was paramount. After several days of relentless rain, while Jiang Sheng was operating the speedboat near the community with Jiang Hao to gather firewood, she noticed something translucent floating on the water's surface. "Jiang Sheng, do you see it in the water?" Jiang Hao maneuvered the speedboat closer to her. "It's a jellyfish. It's best not to touch them," Jiang Sheng warned. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. Why are there jellyfish in inland waters? Shouldn't they reside in the ocean? Jiang Sheng shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. The only plausible explanation was that the jellyfish had mutated, no longer constrained by the sea's embrace. Just as he contemplated whether to taste the floodwaters, a wave of unease compelled him to abandon the notion. Drinking it could easily lead to death. Zhao Yukai was going from door to door, seeking medicine. Due to the actions of the Special Forces, much of Zhao Youcai's supplies had been confiscated, leaving only a scant amount of medication that could neither detoxify nor reduce swelling. The household possessed a few remnants of child-specific medicine for their 10-year-old boy. Everyone in Block D had been summoned to his home to see his wife. After all, they were old neighbors, and it was not unusual for them to take a glance. Yet, what good was mere observation? His wife lay in bed, wailing in agony, her cries piercing the air. Zhao Shaohua provided Zhao Yukai with half a tube of erythromycin, suggesting it might help. In gratitude, Zhao Yukai knelt before her. But that mere half-tube was insufficient to cover his wife's severely swollen hand, rendering it ineffectual, and soon the onlookers dispersed. The following day, Zhao Youcai's wife succumbed to her condition. He pried open the door to room 901 and cremated her there. In the waters lurked man-eating jellyfish, while on land humans coveted what little supplies remained. This rendered survival for humanity exceedingly arduous. Even someone as skilled as Jiang Hao faced peril, let alone the average person. Jiang Sheng was at home, simmering brown sugar water, into which he added several slices of ginger, known for their remarkable ability to dispel the cold. He delivered 2 bottles to the Jiang family, and in return, Song Maya presented him with a potato, asserting that reciprocity was essential and one should not take advantage of Jiang Sheng. After visiting the Jiang household, Jiang Sheng made his way to 1902, where he found Jiang Shaohua seated on the sofa, the fire in front of him flickering with a few remaining embers on the verge of extinguishing. Strangely, the house was unusually quiet today. Typically, one could hear Jiang Wenwen's exuberance echoing through the halls. Jiang Sheng added the few branches nearby to the fire, and the flames gradually enveloped the living room. At this moment, Jiang Shaohua lifted his head, his eyes tinged with crimson. "Sister, my mother and sister have died." Gazing through the window, all he could see below was the surging flood, accompanied by a few white jellyfish. Nothing else disturbed the water surface. Soon after, he discovered a note left by Luo Li at the bedside, which he showed to Jiang Sheng. "To my dear son, I am so sorry, Shaohua. Mother is truly helpless and cannot be with you. I have witnessed your changes over these past few days. You have grown up and can protect yourself. I am sincerely proud of you. I also apologize for Wenwen's situation. Mother has to take your sister away first. Wenwen does not wish to burden you. Luo Li, your mother will love you forever." The note did not contain many words, yet once again reminded Jiang Sheng of the gentle woman he first encountered in Luo Li. In his childhood, when he misbehaved and went to his second uncle's house, Luo Li would prepare her specialty, peach blossom pastries, for him. She was the most beautiful woman Jiang Sheng had ever seen, incomparable to any other, unlike Song Maya, who possessed a gentle demeanor and refined grace. Luo Li was adorned with an almost flawless exterior. It remained a mystery as to when this aunt had ceased to be gentle. Was it the passing of their grandfather, the interests of the family, or perhaps something else entirely? Jiang Sheng scoffed disdainfully, pondering within himself. What manner of creature is humanity? Why does desire run so rampant? Observing Jiang Shaohua, who bowed his head in apparent dejection, he resembled a forsaken puppy, forever bereft of parental care. Jiang Sheng added a few more pieces of firewood to the blaze and went to the bedroom to shut the window. Whether it was an act of retribution from those individuals, the contents of the refrigerator had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a few packs of instant noodles in the kitchen cupboard. He boiled a bag of noodles and placed them on the small table beside the fire. His second aunt wished for him to survive, urging him to eat well and don warm clothing before coming downstairs to find her. In Jiang Shaohua's memory, it had been a long time since Jiang Sheng had referred to his mother as second aunt. He understood that Jiang Sheng had forgiven her. As he lifted the steaming bowl of noodles with his frostbitten hands, a comforting warmth radiated from his palms throughout his body. Moments ago, Jiang Hao had suggested venturing out once more to seek supplies, believing that the impending calamities would prove even more challenging to endure, and that it was prudent to take advantage of the current opportunity. The special forces would not return, and the supplies hoarded would be a matter of life and death, provided he could safeguard them. Just as preparations were complete, a knock echoed on the back door, and Jiang Shaohua stood at the threshold, his head bowed. "Sister." Jiang Sheng observed him clad in sneakers, yet adorned with a trench coat. He set down the inflatable boat and briefly entered the house, emerging with a pair of men's rain boots. "Wear these. The jellyfish in the water are venomous, so exercise caution." Jiang Shaohua, with a hint of emotion in his voice, changed his shoes at the door before ascending the stairs. He then took the initiative to grab the inflatable boat, following Jiang Sheng downstairs. Just as Jiang Hao and Maya arrived. Chapter 29. Searching for supplies once prepared, they set the inflatable boat upon the water, with Jiang Shaohua and Jiang Sheng sharing a vessel. Thus, the two boats departed from the garden community. Jiang Hao intended to explore the nearest mall, hopeful for a fruitful discovery. This mall comprised a mere 8 floors, entirely dedicated to retail, functioning as a sizable supermarket. Jiang Hao maneuvered the inflatable boat into the mall and unfurled a waterproof tarp to cover it, safeguarding it from potential theft. For safety's sake, the group ventured inside together. The 4th floor was already submerged halfway, and Jiang Sheng wielded a powerful flashlight, searching within. Scattered on the shelves were a few remnants of goods. With water shoes at their disposal, the 4 of them ventured into the icy floodwaters. Jiang Sheng fared somewhat better, as the heating pads beneath his feet provided some warmth. He then collected several floating bags of instant noodles into his backpack, and upon closer inspection of shelves, he discovered an assortment of snacks, jellies, and candies. Sister, over here, there's some beans. Jiang Sheng approached the grain trough, where some difficult-to-store mixed grains remained. There were remnants of soybeans, mung beans, and black beans. He retrieved a clean plastic bag from his backpack for Jiang Shaohua to fill. Mei closely followed Jiang Hao, prioritizing the items he discovered to be placed into his backpack. After thoroughly rummaging through the supermarket, they stumbled upon several packets of vermicelli and instant noodles flavored with pickled vegetables. Even a few bottles of beverages floating in the flood did not deter Jiang Sheng. The four of them hastily ascended the stairs, their feet growing numb from being submerged in water. Sister, those mixed grains fill an entire bag, one remarked. Although this small bag would not sustain an individual for many meals, the black beans, when cooked, would swell, while the other beans required less water. The supermarket on the 5th floor proved to be somewhat superior to that on the 4th, as they even discovered 3 bags of 5-pound rice and a small package of loose flour. Primarily, the living area contained a wealth of supplies, including mosquito coils, floral water, soap, and facial cleansers. Jiang Sheng, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, discreetly stored a portion of supplies in his spatial compartment. The others prioritized essential food items, each taking a portion of hygiene products. Fortunately, Jiang Hao discovered the supermarket storeroom, which contained several boxes. Upon opening them, they found chips and spicy strips, and surprisingly, a smaller box held several bags of snail noodles. The sight of such abundant provisions filled everyone with joy. And Jiang Hao did not disdain a case of beer tucked away in a corner, recognizing it would quench their thirst. The 7th and 8th floors housed shops selling local specialties, such as dried fruits, chocolates, biscuits, and cakes. Clearly, these had been previously scavenged by other survivors. As each box of specialties contained only a meager remainder, Jiang Sheng promptly began to fill a bag with these high-protein snacks. Although the quantity was limited, it was certainly better than nothing. Jiang Shaohua imitated Jiang Sheng, carefully packing the nuts one by one. Their bags were soon filled to the brim. And aside from a few everyday items, the mall held little else of value. As they prepared to leave, only Jiang Hao carried a case of beer. The inflatable boat had not traveled far when they spotted 3 kayaks and another inflatable boat approaching them. Within 2 minutes, the opposing boat reached Jiang Hao's, with men brandishing knives on board. "Leave your belongings in the boat, or jump into the water and get lost," commanded a man in green, aiming his knife at Jiang Hao. However, before he could utter another word, Jiang Hao swiftly kicked the man into the water, causing him to flail helplessly. The others on the inflatable boat grabbed their weapons and charged forward. One man stood up, only to be struck in the chest by Jiang Sheng's crossbow. A butcher's knife was handed to Jiang Shaohua, whose hands trembled as he accepted it, fully aware of the impending confrontation. Observing Jiang Hao's adept movements, Jiang Sheng realized he possessed professional skills, effortlessly subduing 5 men with just a piece of wood. Was this the confidence that allowed him to survive without seeking refuge in a base? In a mere 6 minutes, all adversaries from the opposing boat had been sent plunging into the water, surrounded by drifting white jellyfish. Before the assailants' kayaks could reach them, Jiang Sheng instructed Jiang Shaohua to commandeer the bandits' inflatable boat along with their supplies. Upon returning to the community, Zhao Yukai and 2 boys from room 1701 were busy salvaging wood. Noticing the bloodstains on Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng, they inquired, "Officer Jiang, did you encounter robbery?" Jiang Hao nodded. "Yes, and please do not call me officer anymore. In this world, there are no police left." Zhao Yukai stood awkwardly, hoping to engage Jiang Sheng in conversation, but the latter ignored him. Even Mei, usually the most amiable, appeared sullen, prompting him to wisely remain silent. Jiang Hao first helped Mei and Jiang Sheng down, distributing supplies to them before finally lowering the inflatable boat. Jiang Shaohua kept watch on the 4th floor, while Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng first transported their belongings upstairs. Ultimately, they would carry the robbers' possessions to the 18th floor, where they would assess the items before distributing them. Ascending several flights of stairs with such a heavy backpack was a formidable challenge for an ordinary person. By the time Mei reached the 11th floor, she was utterly exhausted, prompting Jiang Hao to suggest that she take a moment to rest. "Jiang Sheng, devoid of anyone's affection, gritted her teeth and resolutely ascended the 18th floor while burdened with an enormous backpack. Upon ultimately transporting the bandit supplies, she found her hands trembling from exhaustion. The goods were contained within 3 burlap sacks, aside from 2 bags of rice. The majority comprised instant noodles and compressed biscuits, along with 3 packets of dehydrated vegetables and a box of energy bars. Most delightful to Jiang Sheng was the unexpected discovery of 2 large cabbages and 5 potatoes. The items were so varied that they were divided as best as possible, and the uneven distribution led Mei to suggest that they could cook a meal together that evening using the mismatched portions. Fortunately, the Jiang family had a large German shepherd to keep Meow Meow company, ensuring that she remained well-behaved even when alone at home. Jiang Sheng removed her rain boots and discarded the now chilly heat pack within. She swiftly immersed herself in a wooden tub for a warm bath. For the outing had truly been a trial. Inside the tub, she pinched her icy ears, and it took a full 5 minutes for her body to completely revive. Upon dressing, she embraced the little one, Sire, and ventured into her space. After savoring a bowl of previously brewed ginger tea with brown sugar, she prepared a packet of Banlon gin, for she had no desire to fall ill in this post-apocalyptic world. She packed a can of beef, a small bag of bean curd skin, and a can of Wangzai milk in her backpack, cradling Sire as she made her way to Jiang Hao's residence. The couple was bustling about in the kitchen. Jiang Sheng placed Sire on the sofa to play with Meow Meow, and took out the milk, which was still warm. Meow Meow, come and drink the milk before it cools. Thank you, Sister Xiao Sheng. Jiang Sheng entered the kitchen and presented the canned beef and tofu skin to Mei. Xiao Jiang, you may join Meow Meow in the living room. These ingredients you brought can be added to the hot pot. The others had not savored hot pot for a month, while Jiang Sheng had indulged just 3 days prior. Yet, the essence of a shared meal was amplified in the company of many. Before long, Jiang Shaohua arrived, taking a seat at the opposite end of the sofa, though Meow Meow felt a touch of shyness when she inquired about him. Brother, what is your name? I am Jiang Shaohua. Meow Meow rose from the sofa and embraced Jiang Sheng. Brother, you also bear the surname Jiang. Are you a relative of Sister Xiao Sheng? Indeed, he is my younger brother, and Meow Meow shall frequently encounter him henceforth. Meow Meow gazed at Jiang Shaohua, her smile radiant. Sister, please take this. Upon receiving the items, Jiang Sheng discovered 2 packets of cold medicine. He reflected on how much his cousin had changed in this post-apocalyptic world. Have you taken any yourself? Yes, it's best to take precautions early. Falling ill is no trifling matter these days. Jiang Shaohua felt a surge of happiness at Jiang Sheng's willingness to accept his gift, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Preparing hot pot was a simple affair, and the ingredients cooked rapidly. Before long, Jiang Hao brought forth a pot of assorted hot pot, brimming with an array of ingredients: slices of beef, sausages, bamboo shoots, tofu skin, cabbage, and more, all simmering in a rich, red broth that made one's mouth water. The rice was complemented with various grains, and what once felt unfamiliar now brought an unexpected joy. Jiang Hao remarked that moving forward, they would act as they had in the past. There was a comforting sense of security in having trustworthy companions by one's side. Jiang Sheng harbored a desire to collaborate with such capable individuals, firmly believing that even Jiang Hao could thrive independently. Subsequently, she proposed dedicating 2 hours each day to learn combat techniques from Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shaohua. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her practice of karate was indeed a form of combat, yet the techniques taught by Jiang Hao were authentic and lethal. After finishing their hot pot meal, Jiang Hao began to elucidate the most vulnerable parts of the human body and instructed them on the most effective methods of striking. At that moment, there was no room for any semblance of honor. If an ambush was possible, it was to be executed with the paramount goal of survival in mind. Meanwhile, Mei cradled Meow Meow beside them, listening intently. Typically, Jiang Hao, who was especially tender-hearted toward his wife, tacitly accepted the notion of involving Mei in the learning process. This was no longer a civilized society. Frail women merely awaited their inevitable elimination. Clearly, Mei grasped this reality and listened with utmost seriousness. Jiang Shaohua took the time to tidy up his living room, transforming it into a training ground since he now resided alone. Initially, the focus was on strength training, utilizing the dumbbells and barbells available at Jiang Sheng and Jiang Hao's homes, which were sufficient for the four of them. They practiced stances and punching techniques. And although Jiang Hao understood the importance of gradual progression, time did not permit them to slow down. Outside, the jellyfish population continued to swell, and after several days, no one dared to venture outdoors, as the jellyfish had begun to climb onto the assault boats and could spray a corrosive white liquid from their tentacles. Zhao Youcai's wife suffered a direct spray to her palm, leading to a horrific decay that forced her to amputate her entire hand. The pain rendered her unconscious for several days. Zhao Youcai knelt in despair, cursing the heavens for such torment and lamenting the unfairness of fate. The other survivors in the community looked upon him with expressions of helplessness. The torrential rain persisted, and the floodwaters engulfed the 7th floor. The mutated jellyfish began their ascent, and all windows in the community were sealed, effectively severing any connection to the outside world. Jiang Hao recognized that the greatest threat lay with the other survivors. In the preceding half-month, a team had ventured out to gather supplies, enabling them to sustain themselves at home for 3 to 4 months. However, their bounty was bound to be discovered, and with no means of acquiring food from outside, the only remaining option was to resort to plunder. In times of desperation, people are capable of anything. Thus, the majority of their time was spent in training, and with each session, Jiang Sheng found himself increasingly awed by the techniques imparted by Jiang Hao. Having a background in Taekwondo and some martial arts knowledge, he learned at an accelerated pace, prompting Jiang Hao to remark on the waste of talent should he not pursue a career in law enforcement. After half a month of diligent practice, Jiang Sheng was already capable of sparring with Jiang Hao and began sharing some Taekwondo techniques with the other three. Most delightfully, upon receiving a 3-month check-in reward, he discovered that his daily access to the training space had increased to 3 hours, thus advancing his plans for a future of tranquility within that realm. Jiang Sheng cultivated some cabbage and leeks at home, finding it a pleasant diversion that could also enhance the meals for Miao Miao and her younger brother. The matters concerning the system would remain undisclosed for the time being, until Jiang Sheng fully entrusted them. After repeatedly watching videos on cultivating crops on her phone, she commenced the practical endeavor. When the tender green shoots began to sprout, Jiang Sheng leaped with joy. Green symbolizes hope and signifies life. Jiang Sheng firmly believes that she will undoubtedly overcome this calamity. By chance, she stumbled upon the methods for cultivating bean sprouts. With a sense of curiosity, she endeavored to grow them using both yellow and green beans. The initial batch of sprouts produced roots that were somewhat short. Despite their unappealing appearance, they were still edible. She shared some with Meiya and Jiang Shaohua, while also preparing a stir-fry for herself, which unfortunately turned out to be rather bitter. After reviewing the materials several times, she decided to attempt the cultivation once more. Occasionally, Jiang Shaohua would visit to learn cooking from Jiang Sheng, as his own culinary creations were quite difficult to describe. Jiang Sheng could only teach him from the very beginning. It wasn't necessary for him to become an expert in culinary arts, as long as he ensured the food was cooked properly. Currently, there were no conditions for him to master gourmet cooking. However, Jiang Shaohua's approach to cooking was in stark contrast to Jiang Sheng's. After a week of instruction, he had only managed to teach a few common dishes, during which Jiang Sheng continually berated him for his ineptitude, leaving him unable to retort and often causing Jiang Sheng to laugh in exasperation. On this particular day, Jiang Hao also came down to find Jiang Sheng, claiming there was trouble. Jiang Hao led Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shaohua to the glass corridor, where they could clearly see numerous jellyfish crawling on the surface. Chapter 31, You Want to Kill Me? A few days prior, Jiang Sheng had already noticed the jellyfish above, but this time it was markedly different. The window frame had been corroded by the jellyfish's mucus, and it was likely that in a matter of days, the jellyfish would break through the window and invade the residential building. Subsequently, Jiang Hao sought out Zhao Youcai, who was considered the building's leader, to organize the survivors in sealing all the windows and blocking the stairway entrance on the 7th floor. Half an hour later, All the remaining residents of Building D gathered in Unit 1001, totaling 13 individuals. Only 2 children from Unit 1701 showed up, prompting Zhao Yukai to feel that something was amiss, and he inquired about the 2 15-year-old boys. Luo 1, Luo Shi, where are your grandparents? The 2 boys lowered their heads in silence for a moment, and the boy named Luo 1, who was the elder twin, finally spoke. Our grandparents passed away half a month ago. As they spoke, both boys began to sob. A heavy silence fell over the group, without adults. It was uncertain how long these 2 children could endure. Ahem, Zhao Yukai began. The urgency in gathering everyone here is primarily due to those jellyfish outside. They are about to break in, and we need to seal all the windows in the 7th floor corridor. Upon hearing Zhao Yotsai's words, the 2 men in their 30s at the front laughed heartily. The jellyfish can't get into the house. What is there to fear? You're wasting my time. We won't interfere. So whoever wants to go can go. After saying this, the 2 men pushed open the door to Unit 1001 and left. Maya explained to Jiang Sheng that the 2 were brothers living in Unit 903. The elder was named Wang Chong and the younger Wang Gang. Both had previous run-ins with the law and frequently clashed with Jiang Hao's family, disapproving of Jiang Hao's role as a police officer. Let the jellyfish take those 2 scoundrels, Zhao Xiaohua remarked, glaring fiercely in the direction the brothers had departed. The most challenging task was at the corridor entrance. In the end, Zhao Yukai, along with Jiang Xiaohua and Jiang Hao, forcibly dismantled the door from another unit and installed it at the stairway entrance on the 7th floor. By the time they completed this task, 4 hours had passed. Zhao Xiaohua organized the group to donate some supplies to the 2 boys from the Luo family. Jiang Sheng felt that donating was no trouble at all, and Zhao Yukai considered it a merit for his wife. In the end, the 2 brothers knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to everyone, tears streaming continuously from their eyes. Jiang Sheng let out a gentle sigh. The transformations in this world felt overwhelmingly alien. After returning home and indulging in a warm bath, he lay in bed, reflecting on the vast disparities among people. Those endowed with wealth and power possess the means to seek refuge and safety, while the capable and contributing individuals are often granted special privileges. In this apocalyptic era, ordinary souls could rely solely on themselves, surviving at the cost of everything they had. Yet, pondering the advantages bestowed upon him, Jiang Sheng realized he need not endure a life of hardship. He could not empathize with others' plights. He would seize the joy of each day as it came. 3 days later, Zhao Yukai summoned everyone once more, but this time, the Wang brothers were not invited. They could no longer be depended upon, and their mere presence was deemed a misfortune. The firewood from the Luo and Zhao families had been nearly exhausted, leaving them with little to burn. And at night, they dared not even show their heads outside. Strangely enough, the jellyfish outside appeared undeterred by the cold, even becoming more active. With this notion in mind, Jiang Sheng resolved to capture a few jellyfish for experimentation. I suspect these jellyfish fear fire. Though it is merely conjecture, I shall conduct some tests. He prepared a simple torch by soaking cloth in alcohol. As he descended, he had already captured several jellyfish in a bucket. Jiang Sheng cautiously approached the bucket with the torch. When the flame made contact with the jellyfish, they dissolved into a pool of white, and the temperature within the bucket began to rise, with the remaining jellyfish meeting the same fate. They indeed fear fire, Zhao Yukai exclaimed with excitement. I believe it is not just fire they fear. They are afraid of high temperatures. Jiang Hao interjected, acknowledging the meticulousness of his observation. The group nodded in agreement. With this revelation, Jiang Sheng instructed Jiang Hao to open the window. As soon as a jellyfish attempted to crawl inside, it was scorched by the torch. After a few rounds of exposure outside, the jellyfish no longer dared approach the 7th floor windowsill. They then brought out the speedboats, with one person holding an umbrella and another wielding the torch to drive the jellyfish away. Fortunately, there was no wind, otherwise the torch would have been rendered useless. On the 2 speedboats stood 8 individuals, who exerted considerable effort to retrieve a substantial amount of wood from the water surface. Luo 1 and Luo Shi, the 2 brothers, also gathered numerous branches from the windowsill. Each person diligently engaged in tasks within their capabilities, with even Miao Miao below binding small twigs together. At that moment, however, two men stood at the 8th floor stairway. "We all live in the same community, yet you don't call us," they remarked. Observing the repugnant faces of Wang Chong and Wang Gang, Zhao Xiaohua could no longer contain her anger and shouted, "What are you two? You never come when there is work to be done, yet you're always here when it's time to divide the spoils. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? You didn't summon us. How could we know?" Zhao Xiaohua spat on the ground. "Bah, we never see you when it's time to eat. How come you two haven tea frozen to death?" At this moment, Zhao Yukai spoke up. "The firewood we found is insufficient for all of you. There is plenty more outside for those who wish to seek it themselves. So, you conspired to isolate us. Did you?" With that, Wang Chong hurled an object toward Zhao Xiaohua, who quickly dodged it. The metallic clang echoed as it struck the ground. Wang Chong intended to strike Zhao Xiaohua down. "You bastard, do you wish to kill me?" Mei tightly embraced Miao Miao, and, in that moment, the Wang brothers incited the wrath of all survivors in Building D. Chapter 32. A perilous encounter unbeknownst to anyone. Wang Chong had acquired a dagger, likely a fruit knife. Wang Gang continued to rain down objects, be it tables, chairs, or brooms. It appeared these two had long desired to sever ties with the others in Building D. Jiang Hao produced a baton from his waist, while Jiang Sheng retrieved a katana from his backpack. Even Zhao Xiaohua managed to produce a kitchen knife from an unknown source. In these times, venturing out without a weapon offers little sense of security. Jiang Hao charged forward with his baton raised, followed closely by Jiang Sheng, while Jiang Xiaohua glanced around and seized a piece of wood to join them. Jiang Hao moved swiftly, almost reaching the 7th floor in just a few strides. But the Wang brothers held the advantage of position. Wang Gang delivered a powerful kick that sent Jiang Hao tumbling down. Jiang Sheng sidestepped to avoid the falling Jiang Hao. "Daddy!" Miao Miao wriggled free from Mei Ye's grasp, eager to check on the fallen Jiang Hao. Wang Chong's abdomen was stained red, and Wang Gang lifted a chair, aiming to smash it over Jiang Sheng's head. As Jiang Sheng ducked to evade, Jiang Xiaohua struck Wang Gang's hand fiercely with the long stick. Wang Gang, in pain, released his grip on the chair, allowing Jiang Sheng to seize the opportunity and slice off Wang Gang's right hand entirely. "Brother, you damn bastard!" Wang Chong cursed incessantly, thrusting the fruit knife toward Jiang Sheng's head. Jiang Sheng raised the katana once more, striking it down upon Wang Chong's kidneys. Surprisingly, Wang Chong showed no sign of retreat, and as the fruit knife drew closer, Jiang Sheng instinctively considered seeking refuge in the wooden cabin within his space. Just then, a gust of wind rushed from behind him, followed by the sound of the fruit knife clattering to the ground. Jiang Sheng glanced down to discover Jiang Hao had retrieved the lock that Wang Gang had previously used to strike Zhao Xiaohua. Now, this very lock resided upon Wang Chong's forehead, eliciting a wail from him that was even more harrowing than Wang Gang's. His skull had been shattered. Seeing that Jiang Sheng was unharmed, everyone exhaled in relief. At that moment, Jiang Hao approached and took the stick from Jiang Xiaohua's hand, delivering a blow to each of the brothers' heads. Though the Wang brothers were rendered unconscious, the immediate peril had been momentarily alleviated. "What to do now?" Zhao Yukai stepped forward, trembling. "Let us throw them into the water. They intended to kill us." Jiang Hao had taken lives before, but only those deemed irredeemably wicked. Now, amidst their ranks, the thought of taking a life seemed inappropriate. Better to dispose of them without staining their own hands. No one opposed this suggestion. In a moment of life and death, compassion waned, particularly as the Wang brothers had already provoked the ire of all present. With the window opened once more, two more corpses joined the water-esque surface in the garden community. Yet, even upon entering the house, the turmoil within Jiang Sheng remained unresolved. Today marked her first act of killing, and the sensation was peculiar. Neither fear nor exhilaration consumed her. Holding Sero in her arms, her inner agitation began to subside. Sero, sensing his owner's unease, persistently licked Jiang Sheng's hand with his tiny tongue. Jiang Sheng gently wrapped Sailor in a blanket and soon drifted off to sleep. In the following days, everyone would find time to venture out together in search of firewood, as it was not merely a matter of warmth. The gas in their home had also run out, making survival without a source of heat utterly impossible. Mei was concerned that Jiang Sheng might be psychologically affected, so she made several visits to the 18th floor to check on her, feeling relieved only after confirming that Jiang Sheng was well. Though she had long been a homemaker and seldom engaged in strenuous tasks, she never complained of fatigue. From initially managing only 5-kilogram dumbbells to now tackling food preparation, her progress was evident to all. Everyone was elated, since they were still not overly familiar with one another. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Sheng had mooncakes in her space, and she took out a red date and mung bean paste-filled one to enjoy for a Mid-Autumn Festival without mooncakes lack soul. Sailor also had one, but the little creature wished for more, only to be gently refused by Jiang Sheng. She longed to share them with everyone, but could not explain their origin, so she decided to prepare her own using a mold. She opted for red bean paste, as they had collected red beans during their last outing for coarse grains, and no one would suspect otherwise. First, she mixed corn flour with wheat flour, then added yeast and water, stirring until a smooth dough formed. After allowing the kneaded dough to rest for a few minutes, she cooked the red beans and mashed them, adding a touch of sugar for flavor. She then wrapped the red bean paste in the rested dough. Although she had a mold, she thought better of it and pressed the dough into thick cakes by hand, placing them in the oven to bake for a few minutes. Jiang Sheng prepared 12 items and placed them into a basket. He then took a chicken leg and half a bag of bean sprouts and made his way to Meiya's home. She had insisted several times that he must come over. As Jiang Sheng entered the room, Jiang Shaohua was already engaged in playful activities with Miao Miao and Huan Huan, who happened to be Sero's mother. Upon noticing Jiang Sheng's arrival, Jiang Shaohua rose and approached her. Observing the snow cake in Jiang Shaohua's hand, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Ah, little Jiang, everyone has some. You should accept it as a token of Shaohua's goodwill." Indeed, in a world ravaged by chaos, what more could one desire than delightful snacks to share? However, Jiang Sheng's amusement was not directed at this. "How many days has it been since you last washed your hair? It is all tangled together." Jiang Shaohua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, began to tidy his disheveled hair. It is worth noting that prior to the apocalypse, this young master would have washed his hair 3 times a day, prioritizing his hairstyle above all else. Even in the face of life and death, Miao Miao had not washed her hair for 5 days. She rose from her small stool and embraced Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng gazed at Miao Miao, whose hair appeared somewhat greasy, ultimately finding himself unable to take action. "Very well, Miao Miao shall save you some oil in the future." Aside from Miao Miao, everyone else burst into hearty laughter. "In a while, shall Sister Xiao Sheng take Miao Miao to my home for a wash?" "All right." At this moment, Jiang Shaohua cast a somewhat bashful glance at Jiang Sheng and inquired, "Sister, may I also accompany you?" Jiang Sheng nodded, placing the basket in her hand upon the table. Beside her, Jiang Shaohua grew excited, carrying the chicken legs and bean sprouts into the kitchen. Once again, the culinary duties fell to Meiya and Jiang Hao. Chapter 33. The rain has ceased. "Oh dear, Xiao Jiang, you still have chicken legs. We finished ours just a couple of days ago." Jiang Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Chicken legs are meant to be savored, and the joy of sharing them enhances the experience. After several rounds of polite refusal, Meiya finally relented. "All right, do make sure to indulge a little." Upon returning to the living room, Sheng retrieved the plate from the bottom of the basket. "Miao Miao, look what Sister Sheng has brought for you." Miao Miao leaned closer, sniffing the contents of the plate. "Wow, it's mooncakes. Go fetch one for Mommy." With a mooncake in hand, Miao Miao dashed to the kitchen. Meiya, having overheard the conversation in the living room, was pleasantly surprised to learn that Jiang Sheng had made mooncakes herself. After taking a bite, she lovingly fed a piece to Jiang Hao beside her. "This one's for you." Jiang Shaohua gazed at the mooncake handed over by her sister. "Is it truly for me? If not, I shall forego it." "No, do indulge," came the reply. In anticipation of the moon's ascent, the evening meal was deliberately prepared later, and from the vantage point of the Jiang household, a perfect half-moon was visible. As dish after dish of stir-fried delicacies graced the table, the first mid-autumn festival in this post-apocalyptic world was thus celebrated. The family conversed animatedly, recounting tales of childhood mishaps and the challenges of adulthood, as if sharing stories with old friends. On this day, every survivor felt a profound longing for their loved ones. A few days later, Jiang Sheng was engrossed in a film in her bedroom when a loud rap echoed on the door. "Sister, the rain has ceased." Observing Jiang Shaohua's face alight with excitement, Jiang Sheng realized she would not fabricate such a notion. She dashed to the living room, drew back the curtains, and indeed, the torrential rain had abated, with faint rays of light piercing through the clouds from the east. "Does Brother Jiang know?" "Yes, he is already on the 7th floor. Let's hurry down. The rain is truly stopped. Thank heavens." Zhao Yukai knelt on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably, while the two children from a Luo family also clung to each other, weeping. Jiang Sheng understood that these were tears of joy. "Let's venture outside," suggested Jiang Hao, proposing that they seize the opportunity to stockpile supplies. "I have observed that the jellyfish in the water have drifted downstream. They seem to shy away from sunlight." He was no longer the miser he once was. Rather, he sought to ingratiate himself with Jiang Hao, who undoubtedly was a formidable figure in their midst. Jiang Sheng still advised everyone to don raincoats before venturing out, and there were no objections from the group. Miao Miao was entrusted to Zhao Youcai's wife for safekeeping. The swift boat departed from the residential complex, having previously deliberated with the group about their destination. To the north lay a relatively remote supermarket, where the sparse population increased the likelihood of finding supplies. At this moment, survivors were already visible outside, their appearances disheveled and dirty. They had learned to sidestep one another, with no desire to approach. Clearly, they had been profoundly affected by the collapse of humanity in the face of the apocalypse. After 3 hours on the boat, they finally reached the supermarket, and upon entering, they were enveloped by the musty scent that lingered within the building. Wasting no time, they concealed the boat and dashed towards the 8th floor where the supermarket was located. The locked door indicated that no one had come to claim the place since the disaster. Jiang Hao forcefully kicked the door open, revealing that the shelves were already half empty, a testament to the frantic scavenging that had occurred in the aftermath of the calamity. Jiang Hao's insight proved wise. A frenzied rush for supplies could lead to unfriendly confrontations. He and his wife joined the Luo brothers in the grain and oil section, while Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shaohua scoured the instant food aisle, where they discovered scattered instant noodles. Their diligent search yielded a surprising amount. "Isn't anyone staying behind?" Zhao Yukai's greedy thoughts resurfaced, proving that one's nature is difficult to change. A dog will always revert to eating excrement. Jiang Hao shot him a disapproving glance. "What if other survivors come looking for supplies? Do you intend to remain here and await your demise, or would you prefer to face a brutal beating?" Jiang Sheng could not help but admire Jiang Hao, the current terrain, which he himself might need to study dozens of times to memorize. Jiang Hao had already become quite familiar with after just one glance. Truly, as a police officer, his powers of observation were remarkable. Among the snacks, potato chips, instant noodles, and the like, those with substantial filling capabilities were beef jerky and sausages. As the group piled their goods halfway, a new group of individuals entered the supermarket. Jiang Sheng counted a total of 5, 4 men and 1 woman. Upon their entrance, there was little interaction. However, Jiang Sheng's pace quickened as he hastily grabbed whatever he could without much thought. Zhao Yukai cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Hao, lost in his own contemplations. After they had moved the supplies to the 7th floor, Jiang Hao prepared to jump out of the window to transport the goods. "Officer Jiang, what's the matter? Aren't you going to continue on? There's still plenty of items in the supermarket." Jiang Hao did not pause in his actions. "If you wish to go, then go. That place has already been discovered. It is no longer safe." Jiang Sheng descended with Mei Ye and Jiang Shaohua, and eventually, Zhao Yukai, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. The previous batch of items remained untransferred, and together they labored for half an hour to move everything to room 1001. Jiang Hao commenced the inventory check, finding no significant discrepancies. Ultimately, the distribution was based on the adults present, accounting for Zhao Youcai's wife, who was unable to attend due to her responsibilities at home. In the end, each individual received 2 bags of rice, a packet of flour, 2 bags of mixed grains, 3 boxes of instant noodles, a box of self-heating hot pot, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits containing 20 pieces each, and 3 large bags of snacks. This was all that they could procure from the supermarket. After the distribution, there were no objections, and everyone began to transport their share back home. Chapter 34. The middle-aged saint lying prone on the bed. I found myself unwilling to move. At that moment, Sero leaped onto the bed, walking over Jiang Sheng's waist as if intending to reach his shoulder. Ah, Sero, just tread there. It feels delightful. And I shall reward you with a can of meat. Indeed, just there. Sero, you're splendid, so utterly comforting. After indulging in a 10-minute massage, Sero, exhausted, collapsed on Jiang Sheng's waist, contemplating a strike. What is this? You have only worked for 10 minutes. Get back to it. Sero stood on his short legs, determined to earn that can. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Sheng rose comfortably and rewarded Sero with a pet can. Payment must be rendered, lest this little creature be deceived in the future. The items collected today were placed in the kitchen, for should anyone intrude unexpectedly, it would reveal the secret of the film they had yet to finish watching from yesterday. Jiang Sheng retrieved a piece of fried chicken from the kitchen and poured himself a cup of cola. Settling into his cozy nook, he indulged in canned food while donning gloves to tear apart a chicken leg, reclining on his bed to enjoy a film. Such bliss. Hours later, he glanced at the clock. It was 3 in the morning, time to retire for the night. Just as he prepared to freshen up, a knock echoed from the door. Odd. Who could it be at this late hour? Peering through the peephole, he was astonished to find Zhao Yukai's wife on the other side. Given the late hour, and his unfamiliarity with her, alongside his overwhelming fatigue, he chose to ignore the knock and proceeded to wash up before heading to bed. The following morning, Jiang Hao arrived, knocking on the door, and Jiang Sheng sensed something was amiss. Xiao Jiang, Zhao Yukai has vanished. Jiang Sheng's face bore no expression. The death of Zhao Yukai was of no consequence to her, for she had not been the cause of his demise. Brother Jiang implied that he was likely already. Jiang Hao nodded. Presently, aside from the woman from room 1602, no one was inclined to assist Li Xiulian in her quest to find her husband. As Jiang Sheng had mentioned, Jiang Hao had previously informed Zhao Yukai that the location had already been discovered by others and that returning would be perilous. Yet he had chosen to disregard this advice. Moreover, it was highly probable that he was already deceased. Jiang Sheng saw no reason to jeopardize herself for a stranger's misfortune. I cannot possibly go, she declared. Brother Jiang, I advise you all to refrain from getting involved. The world has changed, and he is not one of our kin. Naturally, Jiang Hao understood this and had no intention of searching for Zhao Yukai. After exchanging a few more words, he ascended the stairs. Ultimately, only Zhao Xiaohua was willing to accompany Li Xiulian in her search for Zhao Yukai, and Jiang Sheng resolved to keep her distance from Zhao Xiaohua moving forward. Initially, when she donated supplies to the Luo brothers, Jiang Sheng had regarded her as a person of righteousness. However, it now appeared that she was merely a middle-aged do-gooder. The emotional equilibrium she had painstakingly restored yesterday was once again disrupted today, though the weather had warmed slightly, providing Jiang Sheng with a modicum of solace. Sitting on the sofa, she delved into her spatial awareness, exploring what provisions remained. Observing a plethora of whole chickens, chicken legs, and wings, Jiang Sheng felt restless. With such an abundance of raw ingredients, she pondered how long it would take to utilize them all. Seizing the opportunity presented by the day, she decided to fry some snacks, having learned a great deal from watching videos. She began by finely chopping ginger and preparing a large bowl, into which she added the minced ginger, salt, sugar, and either 5-spice powder or cumin. After cleaning the chicken, she marinated it in this mixture for 30 minutes, using the time to retrieve the bagged chicken wings and legs from her space to fry them. The chicken legs purchased by Jiang Sheng can be considered semi-finished products, requiring only frying until cooked through. As soon as the chicken legs were immersed in hot oil, a rich aroma permeated the air. Jiang Sheng promptly activated the range hood, for there was no rain to mask the scent, and exercising caution was undoubtedly wise. Sailor dashed into the kitchen, wagging his tail furiously at Jiang Sheng. You must be soaring to the heavens, with a tail wagging so swiftly. Jiang Sheng selected a rather modest chicken leg, setting it aside to allow excess oil to drain before feeding it to Sero. He could hardly contain his eagerness and took a bite himself. the flavor reminiscent of that found in fried chicken establishments. Thus, he spent the entire day in the kitchen, when his spirits waned. The most effective remedy was indulging in gourmet delights. For as long as one's mouth remained occupied, worries would not catch up. His body bore numerous wounds, the deepest being a knife gash on Zhao Xiaohua's back, exposing bone. The two women collapsed at the stairwell on the 7th floor, and it was the Luo brothers who discovered them later in the afternoon. Initially, they exhibited signs of life, but by the time Luo summoned Jiang Sheng, both had succumbed. This tragedy was clearly not Zhao Xiaohua's fault. She had brought this fate upon herself. We're at the world before the apocalypse. Such actions might have earned applause, but now, in this cannibalistic era, overflowing compassion would have been better replaced with a swift end. Jiang Hao procured a waterproof tarp to transport the pair's remains to the water outside, as corpses were unwelcome in the building. Aside from the risk of bacteria, it simply felt taboo. It was a pity for Zhao Youcai's child, Zhao Xiaobao, who was merely 6 years old. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence, Jiang Hao took a hammer to the door lock, but despite his efforts, the door remained steadfast. It appeared the locks had been reinforced. After all, Zhao Youcai was a builder, and this door would not yield easily. Zhao Xiaobao had already been left alone in the house for a day, and his current condition was unknown. Jiang Hao called out for the child, hoping he might open the door from within. After several attempts, there was no response. "Brother Jiang, we can access the younger brother through the balcony beneath window 1101, suggested Luo 1, awakening a glimmer of hope among them. However, upon reaching 1101, they were dismayed to find that the Zhao family's balcony was enclosed, rendering entry from outside impossible. Their home had transformed into a miniature fortress. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Jiang Hao decided to postpone their efforts until morrow. The following day, the group first visited Zhao Xiaohua's residence, where Jiang Hao easily forced the lock. The resources inside were plentiful. There were over a dozen bags of rice. Though the owner had perished, those who remained were determined to survive. After distributing the provisions from Zhao Xiaohua's home, they resumed their attempts to breach Zhao Youcai's door. Jiang Hao endeavored several times to enter through the door, but it proved futile. They were left with no choice but to break through the wall. The adults took turns striking the wall, driven by the urgent desire to ensure the children's safety. It was not until the second day that they finally exposed the rebar within. Underestimating the steel's resilience, Jiang Hao spent a full hour bending a single rod. He encouraged Mei to join in, suggesting it would help her build strength. The group was tirelessly engaged in the rescue efforts. Yet it was already the 5th day since the passing of Zhao Xiaohua and her companion by the time they managed to create an opening wide enough for passage. As Sheng stepped inside, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted from the bedroom, stirring an unsettling premonition within her. With each approaching step, her heart raced ever more vigorously. Ultimately, she was confronted with a sight she had hoped to avoid. The abundance of supplies in Zhao Youcai's home could only be described as plentiful. Yet within such a well-stocked dwelling, a 6-year-old child had somehow managed to starve himself. It was nothing short of absurd. Even Meow Meow could prepare instant noodles. At the very least, she could survive on plain noodles. It was evident how deeply the elderly couple indulged their son. Jiang Sheng opened the door to Zhao Youcai's home and helplessly shook his head at the people outside. Everyone understood the implication and, after taking care of the young boy, they proceeded to divide the supplies from Zhao Youcai's household. Perhaps this is simply the way of fate. Jiang Hao and Mei seemed to agree that it was time to take Meow Meow out to witness the world. Confronting reality as early as possible would be beneficial for her. 2 days later, Jiang Hao approached Jiang Sheng and handed him a soda can. "This is my homemade landmine. Its power is sufficient for self-defense." Jiang Sheng took the small object, which appeared rather rudimentary and hardly evoked any association with a landmine. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Where shall we set off? Let us descend now. We shall be there shortly." Zhao Youcai's speedboat was provided for the Luo brothers, Luo 1 and Luo Shi. The primary objective of this outing was to procure some gas canisters, as the warmth of the season rendered the use of firewood impractical, and it consumed rapidly. With the household already brimming with supplies, there was simply no room to store additional firewood. Jiang Sheng previously shared a comprehensive map of Longquan City with Lu Jianghao. Observing Jiang Hao's unwavering confidence, Jiang Sheng took it upon herself to follow his lead. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the front of the building. This establishment was the nearest food court in the vicinity, housing numerous restaurants, leaving their success to chance. Jiang Hao smashed a window, peering through the waterlogged glass to discover that the 6th-floor window was already shattered, the cause unknown, whether it was due to flooding or previous survivors. The closest restaurant was a hot pot venue, and Jiang Hao urged everyone to act in unison, as danger lurked outside. Earlier, they had witnessed survivors navigating kayaks in search of supplies. The glances those individuals cast upon the motorboat were filled with intent, as if they yearned to seize it at a moment's notice. Inside the hot pot restaurant, it appeared that it had already been ransacked. The condiments had been depleted, yet fortunately, there was still a significant amount of gas left in the tanks. Only 2 canisters for such a large establishment. Following this, they methodically searched each shop. But luck did not favor them. Several more gas canisters had vanished, indicating that many survivors in Longquan were well stocked with provisions. Everyone had ventured out in pursuit of fire sources. After thoroughly inspecting the 7th floor, they found only 3 gas canisters, with nothing else of use. They then continued their ascent to the 8th floor, with Meow Meow closely trailing behind Maya. The little one struggled to ascend the stairs, exerting considerable effort with each step. Meow Meow, would you like your mother to carry you? Maya offered, extending her hand. Meow Meow smiled and shook her head, determined. I can do it. Meow Meow, keep going. Sister Sheng will help you climb. This food court boasted 10 stories, and after a thorough search, they had located 4 canisters. Jiang Hao seemed unfazed by the outcome. The gas canisters were quite heavy. Jiang Hao shouldered one as he descended, while Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shaohua lifted another. By the time they reached the ground, Meow Meow had exhausted her strength, and Maya carried her down. Afterward, they casually explored another building to see if there were any additional treasures to be found. This new structure was impressively tall, estimated to have over 20 floors. Upon entering, they were met with orderly rows of tables, each adorned with computers, suggesting that it had once been a large corporation. Jiang Sheng casually approached a workstation, where a small work card rested at the edge of the desk. Omping Group, Chen. So this is the company. At that moment, Meow Meow came over and hugged Jiang Sheng's leg. What does Omping Company do, Sister Sheng? Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment before making a phone call. Subsequently, she opened the adjacent drawer and was pleasantly surprised to discover a teddy bear within. Meow Meow, isn't it adorable? This is for you. Thank you, Sister Xiao Sheng. She replied. It appeared that the employees had left a plethora of items in the drawers, transforming it into a delightful lottery game, a sensation that Jiang Sheng thoroughly enjoyed. Soon, everyone began rummaging through the drawers. Umbrellas, sanitary napkins, tissues, seat cushions, clothing, bags, an assortment of trinkets was found. The most abundant items were delivery boxes, likely forgotten purchases. Maya unearthed a pack of beef jerky from one of the boxes, labeled as Inner Mongolian flavored beef. Following suit, Luo Wenchai extracted a bag of dried fish. Indeed, this was an office space where such snacks were indispensable. As Jiang Sheng observed the disassembly nearly complete, he placed the items he had dismantled at the entrance and greeted Jiang Hao, preparing to ascend the stairs for a closer inspection. The upper floor was presumably the office, consisting solely of individual rooms. Drawing from experience, Jiang Sheng successfully located the office of the company's CEO. Upon entering, he was surprised to find several money trees at the doorway still alive. Their leaves were parched and perilously close to withering. Jiang Sheng watered them gently before stowing them away in his space. To his left stood several shelves adorned with the CEO's collectibles. Most of these were decorative pieces, including jadeite cabbages and galloping horses. Jiang Sheng collected the entire shelf into his space and approached the desk, where a golden toad was perched. Uncertain if it was crafted from gold, it certainly appeared intriguing, and he decided to take it as well. Jiang Sheng subsequently swiveled around in his office chair. Alas, it pales in comparison to the comfort of those in my company. After a few more rotations, a concealed door on the right side of the office creaked open. How intriguing! Initially, he intended to explore any additional features within the office, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the CEO's secret chamber. Stepping inside, darkness enveloped him as he retrieved a flashlight. The space was modest, containing a bed that could scarcely accommodate 2 individuals. It was evident what its purpose was. Beside the bed, a cabinet brimmed with an array of diminutive umbrellas. These umbrellas, aside from their primary function of shielding the younglings from the elements, possessed other applications as well, such as serving as makeshift containers or even gloves. To the right stood a shelf adorned with an assortment of fine spirits and various teas, most of which Jiang Sheng recognized, with even the least valuable amounting to several thousand. However, what piqued Jiang Sheng's interest the most was the safe located at the very bottom of the shelf. Yet, as it was currently locked, he decided to store it away for later examination. Chapter 36. An Earthquake? Finding nothing further of utility within, Jiang Sheng exited to rejoin his companions. After thoroughly searching the second floor, there was no longer any room on the speedboat to accommodate their findings, necessitating the dismantling of delivery boxes for repacking. It was prudent to depart for the time being, with plans to return tomorrow. Safety was paramount. Yet, observing the weapons in the hands of his companions, particularly the young lady wielding a crossbow, he abandoned any thoughts of robbery. "Brother Jiang, what do you see over there?" Jiang Sheng pointed towards a low building submerged beneath the water, and curiously, a large hole had been mysteriously created in its center. Perhaps it had been struck by a car, plummeting downwards. Such an explanation seemed the only plausible one. The sight of that gaping hole was indeed quite alarming. The 4 canisters of gas were perfectly allocated, with Jiang Hao's family possessing the largest one. It was already afternoon, and they decided to tidy up and address matters tomorrow. At home, there was no need for coats. The weather had truly turned warm. Jiang Sheng, in a cheerful mood, indulged in a facial mask and applied her skincare before retiring for the night. Upon awakening in the morning, sunlight streamed into the house. Jiang Sheng eagerly pulled back the curtains, allowing the long-missed sunlight to envelop her in its warm embrace. However, as she glanced down, a sense of dread engulfed her. The water's surface was marred by dark, unidentifiable shapes. Jiang Sheng, having donned his attire, descended to the 8th-floor window to gaze upon the water surface, which was densely strewn with the lifeless bodies of jellyfish. Some had already dissolved into a murky black liquid, while others lay submerged beneath it. Fragments of these remains clung to the walls, clearly visible due to their proximity. At that moment, several hundred meters away, he spied an individual paddling a kayak, and Jiang Sheng couldn't help but admire this person for venturing out so early in search of supplies, especially given the ominous nature of the black water. Subsequently, he seized a nearby plastic tube and lowered it from the 8th-floor window into the water. After allowing the tube to soak for approximately a minute, he retrieved it, noting that the submerged portion had turned a deep black, indicating the corrosive nature of the black water. He then placed the tube in a nearby basin of clear water for comparison, and after a minute, he pulled it out to find no change whatsoever. The black water was indeed corrosive. Jiang Sheng ascended the stairs to Jiang Hao's residence and recounted the events that had transpired. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing outside, as the inflatable boat would not endure for long. Although only a few days had passed since their last foray, they were now compelled to remain indoors. However, for Jiang Sheng, this was of little consequence. She had already chosen a path of tranquility. Aside from preparing meals, there seemed to be little else to engage in. Recently, Jiang Sheng had developed a fascination with knitting. Initially, she struggled even with the simplest stitches, but being a person who relished challenges, she was determined to excel in whatever she found difficult. After repeatedly watching instructional videos and practicing diligently, she finally managed to knit a small hat by the 3rd day. To her surprise, the yarn she had whimsically chosen was green. The hat, adorned with several uneven stitches, appeared rather peculiar. Yet Jiang Sheng felt a profound sense of accomplishment, for it was her own creation. Consequently, Sero found himself the unfortunate model of the green hat. Observing Sero donning the green cap, Jiang Sheng beamed with satisfaction and hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Sero, while you are preoccupied with your new hat, could you not assist your mother in tidying the table?" Sero tilted his head, his innocent eyes gazing at Jiang Sheng, too timid to respond. He displayed no semblance of obedience. Sero felt unjustly accused. The dark waters on the surface continued to accumulate, and Jiang Sheng surmised that the jellyfish lurking beneath had perished, transforming into the murky substance that tainted the water surface. Gazing down from the window, it appeared as if the city had descended into a swamp. Gradually, the remains of birds, stray cats, and dogs surfaced amidst the mire, and inevitably, human corpses were not absent. Jiang Sheng meticulously secured all the windows in her home before activating the air purifier, as the stench lingered in the air ever since the black water tainted the surface. The weather grew increasingly warmer, and Jiang Sheng felt as though the temperature inside her home had risen by several degrees. On a brighter note, the vegetables she had planted thrived remarkably well. She shared some seedlings with Jiang Hao's family, and Maya graciously baked a few small cakes for her. Pages upon pages of literature regarding the care and nurturing of agricultural products were perused by Jiang Sheng, who had recently shifted her focus from knitting to the study of how to properly tend her crops. Initially, she emulated the techniques described in the books to construct a support structure for her young tomatoes, and then she rummaged through her space to find some nutrient-rich soil to cover them. Jiang Sheng had nurtured numerous seedlings. A portion remained within the confines of the house, while another was planted in the fertile soil of the space, which boasted an ideal temperature for plant growth. In addition to tomatoes and bok choy, Jiang Sheng had also planted all the fruit saplings he had previously unearthed. 3 acres of the 4-acre plot were now dedicated to fruit trees, patiently awaiting their maturation. At present, she not only had to learn the art of garment making and explore culinary recipes, but also tend to the lively little creature, Sero. Over the course of 2 months, Sero had grown considerably, and Jiang Sheng estimated he now weighed around 50 pounds. With an abundance of energy, Sero was often allowed to roam freely in the space, lest he become destructive indoors. He persistently burrowed beneath the bed. Moments later, the building ceased its gentle swaying. Earthquake? That seemed improbable. Cautiously, she approached the window, observing the swaying power poles outside, which remained upright, certainly not indicative of an earthquake. The ground tremored once more, yet this time Jiang Sheng was prepared. Firmly anchoring herself by the window, glancing outside, she noted that the neighboring buildings remained still, leaving D building as the sole source of movement. As she lowered her gaze to the inky surface of the water, a massive gray creature surged forth, creating a splash that revealed a relatively clearer expanse of water surrounding it. What was that? It resembled an enormous fish. Could it be a shark? That seemed implausible, given the considerable distance from the sea. Upon reflection, if jellyfish could drift here, perhaps sharks could too. A few minutes later, Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua arrived and knocked at the door. Jiang Sheng ushered them to the window to witness the colossal being in the water. It was this great fish that caused D building to sway violently. How could such a large fish exist inland? Jiang Hao's expression mirrored her shock upon seeing the creature. It resembles a hammerhead shark, he remarked. Look at its head. It is flattened and extends outward, forming a hammer-like protrusion. Chapter 37. The exploding head. Jiang Sheng gazed at Jiang Shaohua, surprised to discover that he possessed a modicum of skill. However, something felt amiss, if memory served correctly. The largest hammerhead shark measured only 4 to 5 meters in length, yet the creature beneath appeared to be over 10 meters long. Jiang Hao's words jolted Jiang Sheng into clarity. Moreover, observe closely. Are there not numerous small fleshy growths upon its hammerhead? Jiang Hao leaned down for a better look, and as the shark revealed its body, indeed, those 2 hammers bore such peculiarities. Jiang Hao seemed lost in thought, as if pondering something profound. What troubles you, Brother Jiang? Do you recall the incident from over half a year ago when Japan discharged nuclear wastewater? At the mention of this, the expressions of the trio darkened with palpable disdain. It is a memory no person can ever erase, the abhorrent acts committed by them. The actual release occurred 2 years ago, while the Japanese government had been deceiving the world, only to be inadvertently exposed half a year ago, which finally alerted the global community. This implies that the nuclear wastewater has likely been contaminating the ocean for an indeterminate length of time. As the 3 delved deeper into this grim topic, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Each face wore a pallor of distress. Perhaps this is retribution. Japan had been entirely consumed by the ocean months prior. And in the preceding months, apart from attempting to negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom for land to resettle disaster victims, only to be rebuffed, no further news had emerged from Japan. What are we to do now? If this collision continues, the community will be unable to endure the consequences. Jiang Shaohua could only rely on Jiang Sheng and Jiang how to devise a solution. The three stood by the windowsill, contemplating for quite some time, when Jiang Sheng finally broke the silence. I still have a chicken in my refrigerator. Let us ascend to the 10th floor, suspend the chicken, and insert a grenade into its belly. When the shark opens its mouth, Brother Jiang, you can seize the opportunity to throw another one. It's unlikely that 2 grenades would merely injure it. They should certainly kill. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. The shark below showed no intention of departing. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Hao handed a grenade to Jiang Sheng. Shaohua, in a moment, you take the rope to lure the shark. Xiao Sheng, I fear I might falter, so let us act together. All we need to do is pull the safety pin and throw. Jiang Sheng nodded in affirmation. Jiang Shaohua meticulously secured the chicken and began its slow descent, while the other 2 stood ready to spring into action at any moment. As the muscular figure approached closer to the water's surface, the shadow upon the surface expanded gradually. Shaohua, that's sufficient. Otherwise, we won't reach the desired height. Xiao Sheng, prepare yourself. With a resounding splash, a creature from the depths, equipped with a gaping maw, lunged toward the chicken laden with explosives. Jiang Sheng could even discern the 3 rows of teeth within the shark's mouth. Release. As 2 landmines were deployed, one detonated upon contact with the water surface, while the other exploded within the shark's jaws. A thunderous roar erupted, surpassing the combined noise of the previous 2 detonations, emanating from the shark's belly. The hammerhead shark's head was obliterated, its massive body slowly surfacing from the depths. The landmine I crafted shouldn't possess such overwhelming power, Jiang Hao remarked, prompting a wave of unease among certain individuals. Perhaps I inadvertently added too much gunpowder, he mused, though he did not delve further into the matter. As the immediate threat had been neutralized. By the way, is shark meat edible? Jiang Sheng grasped Jiang Shaohua's waist, fully aware that consumption was feasible. However, it is well known that ordinary sharks contain significant levels of mercury. Improper handling could easily lead to poisoning. Moreover, considering the contamination from nuclear wastewater, one should not entertain the notion of consumption. Jiang Shaohua merely mentioned it in passing. In the eyes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, anything edible is prepared as a dish, while inedible items are transformed into medicine. Upon encountering anything peculiar, their first thought invariably revolves around whether it is consumable or not, an instinct ingrained in their very DNA. Alas, it is time to depart. Upon returning home, Jiang Sheng still felt a twinge of apprehension at having thrown that landmine awkwardly today. Fortunately, Jiang Hao did not falter. The 3 rows of teeth within the shark's mouth were indeed terrifying, and one could easily envision the fate of a human caught within, reduced to mere pulp. Never mind. Perhaps a grass carp for dinner would soothe the nerves. While searching for the grass carp, he unexpectedly discovered numerous crabs. After all, they too were destined for consumption. And crabs are relatively simple to prepare. Just steam them until they are done. After cleaning the grass carp, he disposed of the entrails and scales in the vegetable garden of his spatial realm. As it is said, these remnants greatly nourish the plants. Since the crabs were to be steamed, he decided to prepare the grass carp in a spicy, numbing sauce. To contain the aroma, Jiang Sheng thoughtfully activated 2 range hoods. Once the crabs were cooked, he shelled one for Sero, mixing it with the dog food. It would be unjust to indulge alone, and he had truly missed that flavor after such a long time. In Jiang Sheng's abode, there exists no seafood. It is not that he harbors an aversion to it, but rather a profound apprehension of potential repercussions from its consumption. Thus he refrains from stocking it. After completing his workout and indulging in a refreshing shower, he noticed that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. However, a faint glimmer caught his eye through the window, prompting his curiosity to draw back the curtains. The source of the illumination emanated from the base of the building, where the remnants of the shark, previously battered during the day, now lay surrounded by a multitude of survivors gathering nearby. Jiang Sheng counted at least 20 individuals who were incessantly wielding knives to dissect the flesh of the shark carcass. Remarkably, Two men even engaged in a fierce altercation over the matter. Following their path, the dark mud on the water's surface had been scraped away by their implements, thus preventing the mud from corroding the kayak, allowing them to emerge and divide the meat. Jiang Sheng paid no heed to the matter. After all, it was something he had no desire for. As for the consequences of consuming it, that was a burden they would have to bear themselves. To be honest, Jiang Sheng was rather curious about the effects of eating the shark meat. Since they could not control their appetites, it might just satisfy his curiosity. By the next day, when Jiang Sheng went to inspect the shark, he found it crawling with green-headed flies. In merely a day's time, the shark had decayed to such a state. There was still a considerable amount of flesh near the tail, indicating that the survivors had not completely stripped it bare. Yet overall, it resembled nothing more than a massive fish skeleton. During noon, Jiang Hao and his companions also witnessed this, confirming that the group from last night belonged to Building F, the furthest from Building D, as evidenced by the trail they had left when they peeled back the black mud. Sister, what do you think will happen to those who consumed the shark? Jiang Sheng sliced the potato in his hand. Who could have known that in a few days it would become apparent? Chapter 38. The One Who Has Eaten Shark. The stench in the air grew increasingly pungent. By parting the black muck, the surface of the water once again revealed the survivors. Even at home, Jiang Sheng insisted on lighting some mint incense. Jiang Sheng cast another glance at the shark skeleton. The decaying flesh revealed writhing maggots, sending shivers down his spine even through the glass barrier. A swarm of green-headed flies clung to the putrid remains, and upon closer inspection, Jiang Sheng noticed that a small portion of them bore red spots upon their heads. The flies buzzed around the skeleton, and Jiang Sheng felt that if he lingered any longer, the goosebumps on his skin would accumulate into a mound. Before he could reach his front door, he spotted Sister Maya knocking urgently. "What's the matter, Sister Maya?" he inquired, sensing her evident distress. "Meow Meow has developed numerous red spots all over her body and keeps complaining about the itchiness. Xiao Sheng, you must come take a look." Jiang Sheng hurriedly ascended to the 19th floor, where she lifted Meow Meow's shirt and discovered the alarming redness on her back. It appeared to be a severe case of prickly heat. The rapid rise in temperature had made it all too easy for children to develop such rashes. "I have a cooling powder at home. I shall fetch it. In truth, I merely intended to retrieve the prickly heat powder from my storage. But lacking a child at home made it difficult to explain its origin, so I referred to it as a cooling powder. Gently, I applied it to Meow Meow's back and proceeded to inspect other areas, finding a few patches here and there. Meow Meow felt a soothing coolness wash over her, and the irritation from the bumps subsided. "Thank you, Sister Sheng," she expressed gratefully. Jiang Sheng gently ruffled Meow Meow's hair and instructed Captain Jiang Hao and Maya to check for any signs of prickly heat on their bodies. He placed several packets of prickly heat powder at the Jiang residence before descending the stairs. Previously, the crackling sound of the radio could be heard at Jiang Hao's home, but now that faint noise had vanished entirely. For days swiftly passed, and Jiang Sheng found himself curious about the inhabitants of Building F. Clad in his temperature-regulating attire and donning a hat, he prepared to venture outside. The once visible shark skeleton had disappeared, presumably submerged beneath the water. Yet, an unsightly swarm of flies lingered by the 7th-floor window, and to his dismay, he discovered numerous maggots writhing on the windowsill. This repulsive sight deterred Jiang Sheng from immediately launching the speedboat into the water. He retrieved a longer piece of wood from his storage space and used it to dislodge the maggots into the water before clearing away a patch of the dark sludge on the surface. Only then did he lower the speedboat into the water. It moved slowly, as Jiang Sheng had to periodically clear the surrounding muck. After half an hour, he arrived at the 7th-floor window of Building F. Upon pulling the speedboat into the entrance, he was met with the familiar stench of decay. As he ascended to the 15th floor, the foul odor grew more overwhelming, causing him to feel increasingly restless. He knocked on the door of apartment 1502, but after a minute of silence with no response, he impulsively kicked it open. To his astonishment, the door swung ajar, and as he cautiously pushed it further, the putrid smell assaulted his senses. Jiang Sheng promptly donned a gas mask, which offered some relief. On the sofa in the living room lay a lifeless figure. the source of the putrid stench seemingly emanating from this unfortunate soul, who was unmistakably deceased. Upon encountering the corpse, Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow. The body was emaciated, lacking any semblance of flesh, with a face and hands that appeared gaunt, the skin taking on a ghastly red and green hue. The visage was marred by festering sores of the same dismal colors, and had it not been for the gas mask, Jiang Sheng would likely have succumbed to nausea. As he witnessed a white maggot wriggling out from the corpse's eye socket, he could no longer contain himself. He transported himself to another realm, removed the gas mask, and began to retch violently. Jiang Sheng was unaware of how long she had been retching, until the acrid taste in her mouth indicated that she had expelled bile. Resolving not to glance back at the corpse, she turned to enter the kitchen, only to immediately regret her decision. There, within a stainless steel basin, lay a piece of putrid flesh, its silver gray hue marred by a swarm of white maggots writhing upon it. After a bout of dry heaving, Jiang Sheng managed to regain her composure, only to realize that these maggots were peculiar. Unlike ordinary maggots, which are entirely white, these had 2 or 3 red spots at each end. Something was amiss, far too amiss. The flesh within the basin was likely that of a hammerhead shark, and hanging from steel wire in the kitchen were strips of jerky, their surfaces astonishingly adorned with iridescent blue-green specks. The bedroom door stood ajar, yet Jiang Sheng found no one inside. In a frenzy, she began to spray disinfectant over herself, the nauseating sensation in her stomach robbing her of the courage to investigate the other occupants of the building. Jiang Sheng felt as though her body was teeming with viruses. Whether this sensation stemmed from psychological factors or something else entirely, she was consumed by an incessant itch. She relentlessly scrubbed herself with antibacterial shower gel, spending a grueling 40 minutes and changing the water 3 times before emerging. In a fit of desperation, she discarded the entire package of products on the rooftop and set it ablaze. Not content with merely sanitizing her own apartment, Jiang Sheng meticulously sprayed disinfectant throughout the entire 18th floor, and feeling it insufficient, ascended to the 19th floor to continue her efforts. Jiang Hao, detecting the pungent scent of disinfectant, ventured out to investigate. "Xiao Sheng, what are you doing? Why are you spraying so much disinfectant?" Jiang Sheng stammered as he recounted the events he had just witnessed to Jiang Hao. "Are you concerned that there might be a contagious virus?" Jiang Sheng nodded earnestly. High temperatures create an optimal breeding ground for viruses, and the sight of those flies, along with the putrid red and green flesh, filled her with dread. We understood the gravity of the situation, and I also began to spray disinfectant at home. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of belief, but rather a question of life and death. It was better to err on the side of caution. The scent of disinfectant was far more tolerable than that nauseating stench. Subsequently, upon knocking on the door of 1902, Jiang Shaohua opened it, only to be met with a barrage of admonitions from Jiang Sheng. "What is the matter, sister? Pay close attention to personal hygiene. There is a strong likelihood of a virus circulating. Do you still have disinfectant at home?" Seeing Jiang Sheng's grave demeanor, Jiang Shaohua took her words to heart. "Yes, I do. Has something happened? The individuals who consumed shark meat have all perished, their bodies decomposing into grotesque green and red flesh within mere days." Jiang Sheng did not offer much explanation. After disinfecting the residence of Jiang Shaohua, he proceeded to the 17th floor. Out of goodwill, he left a bottle of disinfectant at the entrance of the Luo family. Upon completing these tasks, Jiang Hao informed him to refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary and to dispose of household waste promptly. Jiang Sheng naturally comprehended these directives. Chapter 39. The system store for reasons unknown. Jiang Sheng pondered whether he was overreacting, as he had yet to ascertain the presence of a virus, yet was taking such extensive precautions. Observing Sero, who was still sneezing, he decided to summon the dog into his spatial realm, as their keen sense of smell found the scent of disinfectant somewhat overwhelming. Glancing at the clock within the space, Jiang Sheng realized he had accumulated 15 days' worth of rights to enter. While he could manage to evade a transient calamity, he found himself contemplating what measures to take should a cataclysmic disaster arise. Jiang Sheng gently patted his own face, dismissing his thoughts with a resolve to address them later. When the scent in the bedroom had dissipated sufficiently, he returned to the room with Sero. He retrieved a large wooden basin, intending to give Sero a bath. The little creature showed no resistance upon encountering the warm water, obediently allowing Jiang Sheng to apply the shower gel to its body. As the gel made contact, Sero transformed into a frothy pup, and upon noticing the bubbles on the tip of his nose, he extended his tiny pink tongue to taste them. However, as soon as he sampled the flavor of the foam, Sero shook his head in displeasure. Jiang Sheng was amused by its appearance. Indeed, Sero was her angel. Throughout that day, Jiang Sheng remained confined to her bedroom, never once stepping outside, even opting for the wooden cabin in her space for restroom needs, determined to shield herself from any potential virus. However, when she grew weary of watching television and decided to glance out the window, she was startled to see numerous objects floating on the water's surface, leaving her uncertain of their nature. The dark water once again dominated the expanse, and as she retrieved her binoculars, the familiar hues of red and green greeted her gaze. So many corpses? The only explanation for this phenomenon could be the outbreak of a virus, and the sight of those floating bodies extinguished any thoughts of venturing outside. Her home was quite comfortable. There was no need to risk her safety, especially with Sero by her side. This thought led her to worry about Meow Meow and the others, wondering if they were faring well. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in for 4 months. The system store is now open. You may purchase food and water, 2 gold, hammerhead shark meat, 5 gold. Please choose one of the following check-in rewards. 1. Healing capsule, capable of curing all ailments. 2. Automatic watering device. 3. 50 hours of access to the space. In mere seconds, the system bombarded Jiang Sheng with an overwhelming amount of information, leaving her momentarily stunned on the bed. Compared to the opportunity to enter the space, the healing medicine felt far more pressing. While she was also intrigued by the automatic watering device, what use was it to cultivate land if her life was at stake? I choose the healing capsule. Soon after, a small capsule materialized in Jiang Sheng's hand. She picked it up and scrutinized it closely, wondering if this little object truly had the power to cure all diseases. System, how can I exchange gold? Value is determined based on the resources provided by the host. Jiang Sheng placed a bottle of water upon the table. Let us exchange this for gold coins. Detected 1 bottle of purified water. Awarded system gold coins 5. How is it that a mere bottle of water is worth only 5 coins? Shortly thereafter, the water upon the table vanished, and the panel of the system store displayed an additional 5 gold coins. Jiang Sheng pondered why the store only offered the meat of jellyfish and hammerhead sharks. Could it be related to his own experiences? Was the food from the system shop truly safe? Absolutely safe. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng exchanged 5 gold coins for a piece of hammerhead shark meat. To be honest, he had never tasted it before. He was uncertain about how to prepare it. But recently he had been inclined to grill it, as many foreigners preferred their fish cooked this way, while he personally could not accept sashimi. He sliced the shark meat and retrieved the barbecue grill, where the coals were still glowing from his previous barbecue. To Jiang Sheng's surprise, the pristine meat of the hammerhead shark was remarkably tender, and within less than a minute on the grill, it developed an enticing caramelized hue. At the opportune moment, Jiang Sheng sprinkled a blend of pepper, chili powder, and cumin onto the shark meat, allowing the spices to coax the moisture from within, filling the room with the tantalizing aroma of the fish. After another 5 minutes of cooking, Jiang Sheng deemed the dish ready, savoring a small bite that awakened her taste buds with its fresh sweetness. The thought of enjoying a bottle of red wine transported her to a sophisticated restaurant in a romantic land, reminiscent of gatherings before the end of the world. As her cravings intensified, she retrieved a bottle of Antonini from her space, recalling the last time she had tasted it during a family dinner shortly after taking over the company. While it did not quite match her current selection, it was certainly of high quality. With each sip of wine followed by a bite of fish, Jiang Sheng felt she ought to be in a charming tavern in that romantic land, sharing the experience with a refined gentleman. Alas, she nearly stumbled upon a double door. In her frustration, she playfully tugged at Sero's ear, reprimanding him. For the next piece, she grilled a portion for Sero, mindful to use less salt, as dogs should not consume too much sodium. Once she finished the fish, she found herself yearning for more. So she produced some semi-prepared barbecue items and a bottle of affordable Miraveau roast wine, one that could be enjoyed without regret. Sensing the lack of excitement in drinking alone, she poured a generous bowl of Wangzai milk for Sero. Today, my dear Sero, you shall accompany me with milk instead of wine for a delightful experience. Sero seemed to understand, wagging his tail joyfully. With each sip of red wine Jiang Sheng took, Sero eagerly lapped up his milk, a hearty serving indeed. Jiang Sheng possesses a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Even after consuming an entire bottle of beer, he hardly feels its effects, especially after indulging in a copious amount of chicken wings, leeks, and grilled sausages to line his stomach. Thank you for your company, Sero. Jiang Sheng thus embraced Sero as she drifted into slumber. The moon outside shone particularly full, seemingly brighter than on any day prior to the apocalypse. A dark, colossal shadow lurked beneath the surface of the water, yet the surface remained undisturbed. Upon awakening in the morning, Jiang Sheng noticed that Sero's bowl of milk had been entirely consumed. She gently ruffled the little head that was still asleep. What a loyal companion Sero is. Her mother's affection was not in vain. Today, Jiang Sheng felt an unusually good mood, marking her first venture beyond the confines of her bedroom in several days. The scent of disinfectant gradually wafted into her nostrils, not unpleasant at all. Upon opening the door, she discovered a piece of paper at her doorstep. A reminder from Meiya and Jiang Shaohua to leave a note whenever there was something to communicate. She picked up the paper and read it inside the house. Dear Sister Sheng, Miao Miao is no longer here. She misses you dearly. As she gazed upon the crooked letters and pinions scrawled on the paper, a warm current flowed through her heart. Miao Miao must be Meiya and Jiang Hao's little angel. Sister Sheng misses you too. In a couple of days, I will come to find you, Miao Miao. Jiang Sheng, having donned his attire, placed a sheet of paper and a bottle of disinfectant at the entrance of room 1901. Upon his departure, he also left a bottle at the entrance of room 1902. Chapter 40. The collapse of Building D upon returning home. Jiang Sheng resolved to engage in some physical exercise. Just as he completed his warm-up and picked up his equipment, he felt his balance beginning to waver. The sound he recognized so well echoed in his ears, and he understood its implications. Ignoring the pain in his wrist, he hurriedly gathered all the items in his room into his spatial storage. Clutching the plush toy, Sero, in his left arm, he hoisted a large hiking backpack and sprinted upstairs. With a sense of urgency, he disregarded everything else and continued his ascent, frantically pounding on the doors of rooms 1901 and 1902. Jiang Hao observed Jiang Sheng, now fully armed, and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Hurry, remind your brother, there is no time to spare. Jiang Shaohua trembled as he emerged from the house, hastily gathering some supplies. He could no longer remain in this building, as it was likely to collapse at any moment. As Jiang Sheng spoke, he grasped Jiang Shaohua and led him into the room. Jiang Sheng seized his medical kit and stuffed it into his backpack, followed by compressed biscuits, canned goods, and several bottles of water. Hurry and pack it all. We must head downstairs, he urged. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Sheng, we need to move swiftly. Time is of the essence. Jiang Hao held Miao Miao in his right arm, while grasping a speedboat with his left, a large backpack slung over his shoulders. Behind Maya, a sizable bag was also present, and she clutched a deflated kayak in her hands. The five of them dashed down the stairs in haste. As they passed the 17th floor, Jiang Sheng paused momentarily before continuing downward. Now is not the time for altruism. We must flee. Whether they survive is a matter of fate. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the entire D building tilted significantly towards the west, causing all five to tumble to the ground. Jiang Shaohua rolled down the stairs, descending all the way to the 8th floor. Jiang Sheng rose and took a few steps down to assist Jiang Shaohua, who was fortunate to have only suffered a scraped injury. After much effort, they reached the 7th floor, where Jiang Hao unleashed a series of powerful blows, shattering the window completely, and subsequently lowered the speedboat onto the water surface. At that moment, due to the impact, water had already spilled into the corridor of the 7th floor. Jiang Hao first tossed his backpack and Miao Miao onto the speedboat, then proceeded to hoist each of the 3 individuals onto it, using his hands to support them as they made a steady leap onto the vessel. Jiang Sheng watched as Jiang Hao climbed aboard and activated the speedboat, paying little heed to the murky water beneath. Miao Miao was cradled in Mei Ye's arms, weeping, while Sero cowered at Jiang Sheng's feet, trembling incessantly. Jiang Hao glanced back to see 5 hammerhead sharks frantically leaping from the water, relentlessly battering the building with their formidable heads. Fortunately, none of the sharks seemed to notice their presence. After 3 minutes of navigating away, the D building could no longer withstand the deluge, and a colossal spray erupted, creating towering waves as it collapsed. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Sheng had forgotten the pain in his wrist as the surging waves relentlessly battered the speedboat, propelling it further away. The emotions of everyone were profoundly complex. Jiang Sheng himself failed to notice how violently his hands trembled on the controls of the speedboat. Miao Miao continued to sob, while Mei held her and quietly wept. Jiang Shaohua appeared still dazed from the turmoil, and Jiang Hao remained silent, embracing Mei Ye. Xiao Sheng? Huh? What is it, Brother Jiang? Jiang Hao pointed towards the speedboat. The vessel can't hold much longer. I can already smell the acrid scent of melting plastic. We must find a place to dock quickly. Once everyone had climbed through the window, the speedboat could no longer endure and sank beneath the floodwaters. Jiang Hao led them upwards, suggesting they take refuge in what appeared to be a mixed-use building, cluttered with various items and even housing a few small companies. Let's not ascend too high. The 15th floor should suffice. I see office space that looks acceptable. Jiang Hao commenced organizing the office, while the others busied themselves. The office contained only a single sofa, which could accommodate just one person for rest. Jiang Sheng set down his backpack. I shall venture out once more to see if there is anything else of interest. Would you like me to accompany you, dear sister? At this moment, Jiang Shaohua finally set down the bag he had been carrying. Upon arrival, Jiang Sheng had already noticed that the building had been thoroughly searched, making it rather challenging to find anything further within its confines. He first ventured to the 16th floor, where he recalled a training class filled with numerous desks. Inside, he managed to discover a few articles of clothing. Subsequently, he explored other areas of the building, only to find that there was indeed nothing left to uncover. Extracting 3 blankets from his belongings, Jiang Sheng observed that Jiang Hao had also brought a blanket. So he arranged for Maya and Miao Miao to rest on the sofa while the 3 of them continued their search for additional items. Jiang Sheng placed 3 blankets upon the sofa. With that settled, Brother Jiang, along with Xiaohua and myself, proceeded to fetch several tables to serve as makeshift beds. The trio arranged the tables to the right of the sofa, with Jiang Sheng positioning one adjacent to it, layered with blankets, thus enabling us to cozy up with Mei Ye and Miao Miao. Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua took to the table on the other side for their slumber. Jiang Sheng placed the collected garments upon their table, utilizing the backpack as a makeshift pillow. After completing these tasks, everyone settled onto the sofa. Alas, the home still harbored an abundance of supplies, sufficient to last for nearly half a year. Mei Ye consoled Miao Miao with a sigh, remarking, "There is little we can do to prevent this." But why did those sharks attack Building D? The questions posed by Jiang Shaohua resonate with the collective curiosity of the group. Why is it that only Building D has come under attack, while the other structures remain unscathed? Could it be connected to the hammerhead shark we previously hunted? Jiang Hao's analysis, though not without merit, raises further questions. However, it is perplexing to note that the earlier shark also targeted Building D. I suspect it might have been an unfortunate coincidence, yet at that moment, it posed a genuine threat to our safety. Perhaps it is all a matter of fate. Overthinking will not aid us. Jiang Hao has been diligently soothing everyone's anxieties. He truly embodies the qualities of a competent leader. Soon after, the group began to inventory the supplies they had salvaged. 50 packets of instant noodles, 80 pieces of compressed biscuits, 20 cans of food, and 30 bottles of drinking water. As Maya gazed at the meager provisions laid out on the table, a shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes. It is uncertain how long these rations will last. If the 5 of us ration carefully, we might sustain ourselves for half a month, but what lies beyond that? What will we do next? Excluding Jiang Sheng, who possesses a system, Jiang Hao, being a police officer, is undoubtedly among the most likely to survive. Jiang Sheng is a recent graduate and the owner of a company, while Jiang Shaohua is a privileged heir. Maya is merely a housewife with a background in geography, and Miao Miao is but a child. Jiang Sheng hesitated whether to reveal to them that he possessed a system. However, if Jiang Hao harbored malicious intentions towards him, he knew he would stand no chance against him. Chapter 41. Rectification. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to wait a little longer. Sister, what has happened to your hand? At this moment, Jiang Sheng glanced at his wrist, which appeared somewhat swollen and tinged with purple. He had not noticed it before, but now, upon closer inspection, he felt a twinge of pain. He had twisted it during a fall when he left the house. I shall fetch the first aid kit. Jiang Shaohua handed the medical kit to Jiang Sheng, who observed the dried bloodstains on his forehead. Let me tend to you first. Your skin is broken, and we must prevent any infection. All right. Carefully wiping away the blood, he took the alcohol and a cotton swab to disinfect the wound. Sister, it hurts. Bear it. Oh. After dressing Jiang Shaohua's injury, he turned to his own, merely requiring disinfection and a light bandage, though he would need to take some anti-inflammatory medication. Didn't they say a safe base would be established? Why is there still no news after all this time? Mei suddenly inquired while rummaging through her bag. I suppose the base hasn't been completed yet. We want to be able to reach the first base in the northwest. We should wait for news from Longquan City or a nearby base, Jiang Hao remarked. Considering himself somewhat of an insider and aware that the establishment of such a base would take longer than anticipated. Look, the water level seems to have decreased. Following Jiang Shaohua's gesture, everyone noticed the distinct strata marks on the water level beneath the opposite building. The mention of sharks sent a shiver down their spines. The destructive power of such creatures was truly formidable. Jiang Sheng had a total of 5 grenades, having already used one, and if they encountered another shark, they would likely have to forfeit another, which could hinder their progress significantly. Xiao Jiang, and I will go check the building again. Now, Jiang Hao and Mei refer to Jiang Shaohua as Xiao Jiang and Jiang Sheng as Xiao Sheng. Mom, I'm hungry. Mei patted Miao Miao's head and glanced at Jiang Sheng. Xiao Sheng, I noticed there's a wooden table next door. Let us chop some wood to cook. Considering that 5 or 6 hours had passed since their escape from Building D, it was indeed time to eat something. The two, along with Miao Miao and Sero, proceeded to the adjacent room. Jiang Sheng tapped on the table a few times, surprisingly discovering it was made of solid wood. Fortunately, it was an assembled table, making it considerably easier to dismantle by simply unscrewing the joints. This task posed a considerable challenge for Jiang Sheng, and even more so for Mei, who nearly exerted all her strength to detach a single leg of the table. Observing her mother's reddened hands, Miao Miao felt a pang of sympathy and gently blew on her mother's hands. At this sight, Mei's eyes began to glisten with tears. Little Sheng, am I particularly useless? Not all. Mei, you have done remarkably well. This calamity is beyond our control. After half an hour of effort, the two managed to produce a small heap of table legs, sufficient for preparing a meal. Mei fetched a stainless steel bowl and placed 2 packets of instant noodles inside, while Jiang Sheng had already ignited the fire. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the hallway, and for the first time, Jiang Sheng realized how delectable instant noodles could be. Miao Miao, hurry and eat. But remember to leave some for Sister Sheng. In that moment, Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of selfishness, acutely aware of the abundance of food she had yet to share with others. Miao Miao consumed nearly half of the noodles before pushing the bowl towards Jiang Sheng. Sister Sheng, I'm full now. You have some too. Jiang Sheng stared blankly at the bowl of noodles in his hands. What's the matter, Xiao Sheng? Hurry up and eat. Jiang Sheng nodded, consuming half of the noodles in his bowl, leaving the other half for Mei. I've had enough. I'm not hungry, he said, gazing at Mei's smiling face, which made his heart ache. All right, Sister Mei, please eat quickly. I shall go feed Sero some dog food. In Jiang Sheng's backpack lay several bags of dog food. Fortunately, Sero was still a pup and could not consume much in one sitting. Gazing at Sero, Jiang Sheng was reminded of the pup's mother. Sero, you will be without a mother in the future. No, I am your mother now. Sero looked at his owner, uncertain whether to comfort her as she oscillated between sadness and joy. Maya prepared a bag of food for each of them, considering that boys generally had larger appetites. They each finished their soup, leaving only a few bottles of water to be rationed. Thus, they spent the night in this makeshift manner. The next day, Jiang Sheng discovered that the swelling in her wrist had subsided completely, without any lingering effects. Could it be related to the serum provided by the system? Normally, such swelling would take several days to heal. Yet, Jiang Sheng's redness and swelling had vanished entirely in just one day. It appeared her physical condition had indeed improved significantly. While searching for a suitable place to stay, Jiang Sheng noticed that the black mud on the water's surface had diminished considerably, with some areas entirely free of it. Observing further, she realized that the places devoid of black mud were those exposed to sunlight. With the absence of that black muck, they could continue their quest for supplies. It must be said that Jiang Hao had planned meticulously, utilizing a speedboat while having Maya bring along a kayak as a backup. "Sister, what is that?" Jiang Shaohua craned his neck to gaze upon the water's surface, and then he retrieved a dark, shadowy object from its depths. Jiang Sheng swiftly cast the object to the ground, deftly delivering a light tap to Jiang Shaohua's nape. "You truly dare to seize anything," unaware that many creatures have undergone mutations nowadays. Just moments ago, it was still crawling. Jiang Shaohua clutched his head, clearly feeling the impact of Jiang Sheng's blow. The crowd glanced down, and to their astonishment, the dark object outside turned out to be its shell. "Is this a conch?" Jiang Sheng meticulously observed the back of the sea snail, which exhibited a gradual transition from a pristine white to a deep black at the shell's edge, measuring a considerable size akin to that of a fist. "Ah, I realize this is a fragrant snail. However, fragrant snails are typically brown. How is it that this one appears black? Moreover, its size is truly astonishing. The largest fragrant snail I consumed in the South China Sea 2 years ago was merely the size of a basketball. Hammerhead sharks can grow to over 10 meters. So this is hardly surprising." After Jiang Sheng finished speaking, he glanced outside, peering down along the wall. Several sea snails were already affixed to the surface, visible through the clear water devoid of black mud. Scattered black spots marred some of the structures, and Jiang Sheng surmised that these too were likely the fragrant snails. It itches terribly." Observing Jiang Shaohua scratching his fingers, Jiang Sheng swiftly seized his hand. It was evident that a multitude of red spots had erupted on the 3 fingers that had touched the fragrant snails. Could these creatures be toxic as well? Jiang Hao gazed at Jiang Shaohua's hand with a troubled expression. Jiang Sheng took out the alcohol from his bag and began to cleanse Jiang Shaohua. In Chapter 42, Natural Disasters and Calamities, it was astonishing to discover that the alcohol emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with those crimson spots. Jiang Sheng even anticipated that white smoke would emerge at any moment. Could the toxicity of this fragrant snail be so potent? Jiang Hao carefully examined Jiang Shaohua's hand. The smaller the creature, the greater the concentration of viruses or radioactive elements within. They primarily consume algae and plankton, making their venom incomparable to that of a mere shark. After hearing this, Jiang Sheng retrieved the capsule provided by the system and administered it to Jiang Shaohua, who had become her only remaining family in this world. She could not afford for anything to happen to him. "Quickly, take your medicine." Upon swallowing the capsule, Jiang Shaohua felt a warmth spreading through his body, and the itchiness in his fingers gradually subsided, though a few red spots lingered. "Sister, what kind of medicine is this? It works so effectively." Jiang Shaohua attempted to move his fingers. Initially, there was a slight tingling sensation, but after a brief interval of several seconds, apart from the persistent red spots on his fingers, no further anomalies were evident. "The special medicine, this solitary capsule, should suffice. I implore everyone not to touch that conch again." Upon hearing that there was only one dose, Jiang Shaohua lowered his head slightly, seemingly filled with remorse. The 5 continued their ascent, exercising greater caution than before. Yesterday, when Jiang Hao had ventured out with Jiang Shaohua, they had discovered a spacious lounge, partitioned to allow communal living while affording each individual a semblance of privacy. As they climbed the stairs this time, their vigilance was palpable. They were uncertain whether the fragrant conch had infiltrated the building. After selecting an appropriate lounge, Jiang Sheng settled into a room adjacent to Jiang Shaohua, who similarly chose a nearby space. Their belongings were minimal, 4 backpacks and a kayak. It was still early morning, and Jiang Hao expressed a desire to venture out in search of supplies, while Jiang Sheng opted to remain behind to set up the lounge. Having been entrusted with the care of Miao Miao by Meiya. Within the lounge, there was a long bench that could barely accommodate a single person for sleep. Jiang Sheng, along with Miao Miao, began to search for tools. Miao Miao, let us look for a broom and a mop. You know what they look like, right? Jiang Sheng guided Miao Miao along, believing that if Miao Miao were to cultivate her physical abilities from a young age, she would thrive in the future. Little Sheng, aware of this, noted that Miao Miao assists her mother with household chores at home. Observing the smile return to Miao Miao's face, Jiang Sheng felt a sense of relief, dispelling any concerns of leaving her with psychological shadows. After all, children are simply wonderful. The lounge was quite spacious, and it took Jiang Sheng and Miao Miao a good 10 minutes to locate what they needed. The broom and mop appear to be brand new. By spilling water on the floor and then mopping it up, they could conserve some water. Subsequently, hanging a few cushions at the entrance of the lounge served as a makeshift curtain, providing a degree of privacy. Jiang Sheng approached the window and gazed downward. The fragrant snails had ascended to the 10th floor. He took out his phone and zoomed in to capture photographs of these snails. The once crystal-clear flesh nestled within their white shells was now marred by red spots, and the trails they left behind were slick with mucus. Jiang Sheng observed for a considerable time, noting that the mucus remained glistening, devoid of any signs of having dried under the sun. Afterward, he and Miao Miao proceeded to seal all 5 windows in the lounge, yet he still felt that the barriers were insufficient. Except for the first window, he used glue to seal the others, ensuring that the fragrant snails could not infiltrate. "Sister, look, I brought you a little stool and a pot of cactus," Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, holding a blue flower pot in his right hand, which contained a wilted cactus, its fate uncertain. This cactus, known to mitigate radiation, appeared to have been deprived of water for a considerable time, its revival uncertain. Jiang Sheng cautiously took the cactus, as if a mere exertion could lead to its demise. "Little Jiang, I have found a packet of soybean milk powder. I shall share 5 packets with you." Jiang Sheng graciously accepted the soybean powder that Meiya handed to her, and the sight of the tidied-up lounge brought joy to everyone. Miao Miao dashed over to embrace Meiya's leg, exclaiming, "Mom, I also helped Sister Sheng." Meiya lifted Miao Miao into her arms, praising her for being so considerate. "I'll prepare something delicious for you at noon." After setting down their belongings, Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua ventured out again, stating they were heading to the 6th floor to move the firewood. The weather was already sweltering, and Meiya, seeking a secluded area to kindle a fire, was pleasantly surprised to discover a bag of rice in Jiang Hao's backpack. It seemed he had prepared this pack in advance, ready to depart at a moment's notice. He also retrieved a can of meat floss from his bag, sprinkling a bit onto each rice ball, and thus their lunch concluded. After the meal, Jiang Sheng retreated to the partition to rest, taking Sailor to the wooden cabin to feed it, realizing the meager rice balls had not satiated her hunger. She pulled out a loaf of bread to supplement her meal. While escorting Sailor to the cabin, she noticed a new item available for purchase in the system's marketplace: fragrant snails 4. Jiang Sheng recalled that the quantity provided by the marketplace was 1 kilogram, meaning that 4 gold coins could buy 1 kilogram of fragrant snails. Did this space generate creatures based on her observations? Jellyfish, sharks. And now these fragrant snails had only appeared after she discovered them. As she envisioned a future of seafood abundance, another troubling thought crossed her mind. The natural disasters alone should have kept humanity occupied, yet they also had to contend with mutant creatures, exacerbating the already bleak existence of humankind. On the 3rd day, the fragrant snails had crawled up to the 16th floor, where Jiang Sheng resided. However, they were not alone. A colossal cylindrical entity was also scaling the window, rendering its entirety obscured from view. The sight of this creature left everyone with a furrowed brow. Such a massive being made the window seem rather ludicrous. This must be a sea cucumber, specifically the largest in the world. Yet wasn't this species on the verge of extinction? Moreover, it was not native to this region. The sea cucumber was adorned with numerous protrusions, its deep red body stretching at least 3 meters in length. How do you know so much? Jiang Sheng beamed with pride as he recalled accompanying his father on an inspection in the South China Sea, where he had befriended a marine biology enthusiast. To establish rapport with her, he had diligently studied marine science for 2 whole years. Chapter 43. Into the mountains. Upon returning to the partition, Jiang Hao spread out a map of Longquan City. We are on the outskirts of the city, and I recall that Longquan has mountains. We can no longer remain in the city. After the events they had experienced, it became evident to everyone that most marine life had mutated, transforming Longquan City into a veritable maritime metropolis. Gazing at the incessant rain outside, Jiang Sheng pondered aloud, "Brother Jiang, isn't there a large reservoir in the suburbs of Longquan?" The mention of the reservoir caused the adults to exchange knowing glances. If the reservoir were to breach its banks, the water levels would continue to rise ominously. Initially harboring thoughts of departure, the recent revelation regarding the risks associated with the reservoir has only fortified the desire to venture forth. After much deliberation around the map, we decided on Xian Mountain, the closest destination and not particularly low, albeit not the highest peak compared to Longquan. I refused to believe that the water's surface could inundate the mountain. Jiang Hao had previously undertaken a mission at Xian Mountain and possessed a fair understanding of its terrain. Thus, it seemed a prudent choice. Moreover, if fortune favored us, the base in Longquan City might be established there. We gathered our belongings and set off without delay. Jiang Hao opened the window, clearing the surrounding area of various snails, while the absence of sea cucumbers was noted. Each individual wielded a homemade paddle, and the black mud that had once cloaked the water's surface had entirely dissipated, the sun's rays from the previous days having been quite scorching. With the obstruction of the black mud eliminated, our kayak glided swiftly through the water, but the sight of the buildings, now overrun with creeping vegetation, sent shivers down Jiang Sheng's spine. Those afflicted with acrophobia might well succumb at this sight. As we rode, Jiang Sheng could not shake the notion that a colossal creature lurked beneath, ready to swallow us whole. The rain struck the water's surface, creating ripples that obscured the visibility of the depths below. Jiang Hao, with his keen sense of direction, diligently identified the surrounding structures. As evening approached, we sought refuge within a building. No one in their right mind would travel through the night under such circumstances. Jiang Hao estimated that we would reach Xian Mountain by the following day. At the break of dawn, while the sky still bore the faintest light, Jiang Hao urged everyone onward. The buildings in sight had diminished significantly in height, and the base of Xian Mountain was surrounded by villages, devoid of towering structures for concealment. Should we fail to reach our destination today, we would have no choice but to proceed in darkness. Fortunately, by midday, Xian Mountain came into view. Although the water had submerged its base, it posed no real challenge to the mountain itself. Ultimately, the 5 of us arrived at Xian Mountain before sunset. The long-forgotten earth beneath our feet evoked a profound sense of familiarity in Jiang Sheng. Walking upon solid ground instilled a sense of security. We trudged along, our luggage in tow, following Jiang Hao. Ascending further, we discovered a cave, where we decided to set up camp. The weariness of the day had rendered us all exhausted, yet none dared to relent. The mountains harbored their own dangers, and vigilance could never wane. After 2 additional hours of trekking, darkness enveloped us completely. Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng, armed with 2 flashlights, finally located the cave he had mentioned. "Quickly, come inside," he urged. After placing our belongings within, Jiang Hao stepped outside once more, while Jiang Sheng and Mei tidied the interior, with Miao Miao and Jiang Shaohua illuminating their efforts with flashlights. The cave was quite spacious, capable of accommodating a dozen individuals without issue, its stones adorned with moss. For the time being, we could only clear a small area, resolving to explore the cave thoroughly at dawn. The flickering firelight would ward off wild animals and provide warmth. A lack of a persistent fire in the wilderness posed a grave danger. Mei prepared instant noodles for everyone, a suggestion from Jiang Hao. Initially, he had contemplated cooking rice to conserve provisions, yet he asserted that survival in the mountains would be more advantageous. He had once spent over a month living alone in a tropical rainforest while on a mission with the military abroad. The fragrant aroma of instant noodles lingered throughout the cavern, and with each warm sip of broth, a soothing warmth enveloped the body. After finishing their meal, Jiang Sheng constructed a makeshift frame in the center and draped a blanket over it. Everyone was in dire need of changing clothes, as their garments had long since become soaked. The discarded clothing was hung by the fire to dry, which would take most of the night. By the following day, all were left with sore backs and weary limbs. And Jiang Sheng found himself genuinely admiring the individuals featured in documentaries who managed to survive in the wilderness for extended periods. Curiosity about the mountains filled the group, including Jiang Sheng, as they set their belongings within the cave and stood outside. "Is it a tea tree?" Maya inquired, pointing at a tree near the cave's entrance. "Yes, it's the common variety of green tea," came the reply. "I'll accompany Xiao Sheng to search for a water source while you all tidy up the cave." Jiang Sheng retrieved a bag of disinfectant tablets from her backpack. A single tablet could yield a considerable amount of disinfectant solution. Jiang Hao led Jiang Sheng out of the woods. It was autumn, and many plants had begun to turn yellow. After walking for 20 minutes, Jiang Sheng heard the sound of flowing water. "Brother Jiang, there must be a water source nearby," she remarked. Jiang Hao nodded, recalling that when he had visited a few years prior, the sound of the water had not been so pronounced. As they approached, they discovered that a small creek had formed a delightful little pool, the water crystal clear, revealing tiny fish and shrimp darting about. "Are you able to manage this?" he inquired, noticing that Jiang Sheng was carrying a bucket of water while also balancing 2 bamboo poles, whereas he could only manage 3. "It's nothing. I possess considerable strength," she replied confidently. Fortunately, after half an hour, they persevered and reached the cave's entrance, where a heap of decaying plants and moss lay. Maya and Jiang Shaohua were still inside, tidying up the interior. Jiang Sheng stepped inside, greeted by the pungent scent of disinfectant. "How is Maya?" she inquired. "Xiao Sheng, we just moved some stones and discovered a plethora of insects. We are still in the process of cleaning this filthy place. You should step outside for now." Meow Meow was outside, diligently using a small shovel to push the collected debris further away, while Jiang Hao looked on with concern for her well-being. Thus they traversed, chopping along the way, for a solid 30 minutes before arriving at the pond. Chapter 44. Recognition function. A fire crackled in the outdoor pit as Maya prepared to cook. Jiang Sheng plopped down onto a bed of pine needles, utterly exhausted from their journey. Jiang Shaohua brought her a cup of freshly boiled water. Lunch consisted once again of instant noodles, but Maya had thoughtfully opened a can to provide everyone with a bit of nourishment. After their meal, Jiang Sheng felt rejuvenated, while Jiang Hao busied himself with the bamboo, claiming he intended to fashion it into long strips to lay within the cave. Jiang Sheng instructed Maya to accompany Meow Meow on an excursion to gather a greater quantity of pine branches and leaves. Their intention was to lay them in the cave before covering the floor with bamboo, thus minimizing the presence of mosquitoes while infusing the space with the aromatic essence of pine. This marked Jiang Sheng's inaugural venture into the depths of the mountains. Although he harbored a fondness for survival documentaries, his demanding job had hitherto precluded him from such experiences. Despite merely observing, he had committed a considerable amount of survival knowledge to memory. Once the groundwork was completed, Jiang Shaohua entered with meticulously cut bamboo strips, while Jiang Hao coordinated the efforts of the 3 individuals inside the cave. Each person wielded a knife, trimming any uneven sections to fit appropriately. After more than an hour, the cave floor was entirely covered with bamboo. Subsequently, Jiang Hao erected the remaining bamboo poles within the cave, partitioning the space into 3 distinct chambers, with the entrances facing the main cave area. However, the bamboo supply had dwindled. Thus, on the next trip, the entire group, including Meow Meow, would accompany him. Maya prepared several bottles for Meow Meow, who took up a water bucket. The water source was still quite distant. This was the first time Maya and Jiang Shaohua traversed this route, which Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng had previously cleared of the rampant vines and occasional thorns. On this occasion, Jiang Hao selected smaller bamboo poles, while also reserving a few larger ones to construct a door for the cave. "Look, Mama, there are little fish inside," Maya exclaimed, spotting several fish measuring about 10 centimeters in length. Yet, the group hesitated to consume these creatures, wary of potential mutations in marine life. Uncertain of the edibility of terrestrial animals, Jiang Hao left a small window above the door and, after securing it, began to saw a small block of bamboo slightly in front of the three chambers, intending to use it to create a fire pit. Jiang Sheng, along with the mud, coated the bamboo surrounding the fire pit with earth, for the risk of an uncontrollable blaze loomed ominously. This precaution was yet another reason for Jiang Hao to leave a small window in their shelter, as constructing a fireplace within the cave was unfeasible. By the time this task was completed, the sun had dipped to the horizon. Muscles began to lay down a mattress, and, at least for tonight, they would rest upon bamboo, with plans for Jiang Hao to teach them how to build proper beds the following day. Dinner consisted of rice balls, and fatigue enveloped them. They finished their meal and retired early. Please select a reward for surviving 150 days. 1. Upgrade system to obtain recognition function. Basic. 2. 2 healing capsules. 3. Access to spatial privileges for 50 hours. Jiang Sheng only discovered the system message upon awakening that morning. She felt a twinge of frustration. Why must she choose? Each time, she was faced with the dilemma of selecting from a list of desired items. What exactly did the recognition function entail? Identify animals and plants. Is that all? I choose option 1. Basic recognition function unlocked. Usable 5 times daily. The system's communication was hardly beneficial. A basic function limited to just 5 uses a day felt trivial compared to the healing capsules. After a brief morning routine, Jiang Sheng stepped outside and discovered Jiang Hao already busy at the entrance of the cave, utilizing the identification function on a tea tree. Green tea tree. Partially edible. Indeed, it was only a basic classification, merely distinguishing edibility, which was quite fitting for the current predicament Jiang Sheng and her companions faced. There had been numerous fish and shrimp in the pond yesterday, but the uncertainty regarding their edibility had prevented Jiang Sheng from acting. If the system later determined they were consumable, she could set traps within the pond. It had been quite a while since she and Jiang Hao had eaten their fill, so this time they might indulge a little. Taking Sarah with her, she greeted Jiang Hao and made her way toward the pond with a bucket in hand. Fixating her gaze on the fish swimming beneath the surface, she activated the identification function. Loach, partially edible. Once again, only partially edible. Setting aside the fish for the moment, Jiang Sheng retrieved a can from her storage and opened it for Sarah. The instant the can was opened, Sarah's eyes sparkled with hope, and he wagged his tail excitedly at Jiang Sheng. It was evident the little one was hungry. Jiang Sheng then produced a deluxe pancake roll, still steaming in her hand. With the first bite, the fragrant dough mingled with the savory fillings, evoking profound delight within her. Truly, savoring delicious food was a remarkably healing experience. Enjoying the pancake roll while sipping on soy milk, she felt that life should indeed be like this. From her storage, she extracted a fishing net. With the abundance of small fish in the pond, if she was swift and precise, she ought to be able to catch at least one. Jiang Sheng stood by the edge of the pond, his gaze fixed intently on the loach swimming beneath the surface. With a swift motion, he plunged his net into the water and raised it, only to find it filled with a mass of mud. Jiang Sheng poured mud onto the ground and began to stir it with a wooden stick. To his surprise, he caught 3 fish, among which was a loach, along with 2 others he did not recognize, which he placed into a water bucket. Taking out a dagger, he proceeded to gut the loach, which, lacking scales, spared him the trouble of scraping them off. He then removed the gills, the earliest part of the fish, which filter impurities from the water. After cleaning it thoroughly, he conducted another inspection. The prepared loach was now suitable for consumption. A smile unexpectedly graced Jiang Sheng's face as she turned her gaze towards the 2 unfamiliar fish in the bucket. Wheat ear fish, partially edible. Jiang Sheng had anticipated this outcome and began to deftly clean the 2 small fish, each measuring 5 to 6 centimeters. The processed fish, known as wheat ear fish, are fit for consumption. Jiang Sheng spent some time by the pond, yet his efforts proved rather fruitless, capturing merely 6 loaches and 8 barnyard minnows, along with a few other fish. However, his identification function had been exhausted for the day, preventing him from presenting anything uncertain to Mei Ya and the others. Thus, he decided to leave matters as they were. discarding the empty canister that Sai Luo had consumed into his spatial storage upon his departure. In Chapter 45, Renovating the Cave, Miao Miao watched as Jiang Hao wove bamboo, and upon noticing Jiang Sheng, she hurried over with a light jog. Jiang Sheng strung the prepared fish together with reeds, a skill he acquired from watching documentaries. As for the bucket of water, it was retrieved from the space only as they approached the cave. Jiang Sheng also cut down some bamboo and excavated tree roots to cultivate in a space. This is still insufficient. When he has more time, he will chop down some additional ones. Oh, look, small fish. Sister, are these fish edible? Jiang Shaohua could not forget the moment when he merely touched the fragrant snail and succumbed to its poison. This was the loach and the wheat fish. As I cleaned them, I pondered whether there was anything peculiar within their bodies which should be edible. To be honest, Jiang Sheng was at a loss on how to convince them that these fish were indeed consumable. At that moment, Jiang Hao, who had been busy, stood up. Let us eat. If we cannot consume the game from the mountains, we will inevitably starve. Everyone seemed to agree with this sentiment. Maya took a few small fish, sprinkled some salt on them, and placed them into the pot to boil. In truth, these small fish would taste more delightful when roasted. However, boiling them preserves the maximum nutritional value of the fish, and just sipping the fish broth could suffice to fill one's stomach. There were only a few fish, and each person was allotted 3, which soon disappeared, yet everyone feasted with joy. Looking out from the cave, one could see the city below, still submerged in floodwaters, giving Jiang Sheng a surreal sense that he was not in the mountains, but by the seaside. Jiang Hao directed a few individuals to craft simple structures from bamboo, while he tinkered with something nearby. However, Jiang Sheng was indifferent to this, wholly focused on mastering the technique of making tools from bamboo. Earlier, he had observed Jiang Hao skillfully weaving the bamboo strips, which seemed to obey his every command. Yet, when it came to his own hands, it felt entirely different. Frustrated, Jiang Sheng ran his fingers through his hair. Xiao Sheng, don't be impatient. I took a long time to learn this as well. In Maya's hands, the bamboo basket was already taking shape. Jiang Sheng turned to look at Jiang Shaohua, relieved to find that he was not alone in his inability. A few minutes later, Jiang Hao approached, carrying a fish basket. What do you think? Jiang Sheng had seen in a survival documentary that one should first create a larger trap, and then a smaller one within it, placing bait inside the larger trap. This way, once the fish and shrimp enter, they can never escape. Quite impressive, Brother Jiang. To craft such an intricate design, Jiang Shaohua was uncertain about what this was, yet it appeared quite impressive. Xiao Sheng, may I borrow your fishing net? Xiao Jiang, let's go, brother. I shall take you hunting. Jiang Shaohua set aside the bamboo strip, the nature of which was unknown to him, and eagerly followed Jiang Hao with a water bucket in hand. Xiao Sheng, allow me to teach you how to construct a bamboo wall. Inside the cave, only a few bamboo poles served as partitions, leaving significant gaps in between. Meiya guided Jiang Sheng in using thinner bamboo strips to fill these voids. Under Meiya's meticulous instruction, Jiang Sheng finally grasped the technique. Meanwhile, Miao Miao was engaged in playful antics with Sai Luo, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic explorations. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from outside, startling Miao Miao and Sai Luo, who hurriedly sought refuge behind Meiya and Jiang Sheng. I shall venture out to investigate. As Jiang Sheng exited the cave, he beheld enormous ripples rising from the floodwaters not far away, followed by a thunderous roar. Xiao Sheng, what is that sound? Buildings are collapsing, many of them. Upon emerging, Meiya observed that the few structures visible from the mountain had all succumbed to ruin. The cause remained a mystery, perhaps the flood, or perhaps mutated creatures, akin to Building D. Regardless of how the edifices crumbled, they posed no threat to their current position on Xian Mountain. Let us move, Meiya. For now, we are safe here. The two continued their journey, weaving a narrative in silence, with Miao Miao merely cradling Sai Luo, sitting quietly by their side. Jiang Sheng held no objections. She merely observed as Meiya skillfully constructed the framework. Following her lead, Jiang Sheng took on the task of filling in the bamboo ceiling, akin to adorning a wall with intricately woven reeds. Truly, as the wife of Jiang Hao, Her survival skills were unmatched by ordinary individuals. However, their heights were evidently insufficient for the task at hand, prompting Mei to fashion a stool, upon which Jiang Sheng stood to hoist the ceiling into place. Gradually, the cave began to resemble a home, as the sun dipped low in the sky. Mei felt a twinge of concern for Jiang Hao and the others. Sister Mei, brother Jiang is remarkably capable. You'll be fine. You should prepare some water for tea. Just a brief moment to steep the leaves will suffice. Keeping oneself occupied would alleviate her anxiety. Mei approached and took the bucket from Jiang Hao's hands. Below, the houses stood resolute. Jiang Hao nodded and commenced preparations for their meal. Jiang Sheng glanced inside. Apart from loaches and wheat fish, there were several unfamiliar species that she had yet to identify. She refrained from inquiring whether they were edible, concerned about potential toxicity. Brother Jiang, let's stick to loaches and wheat fish. I have no knowledge of the other fish. Very well. I too have not paid much attention to what else is here. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Fortunately, they had agreed to wait until the cool-down period for the identification function would allow them to ascertain what was safe to consume. Maya poured tea for the two, and Jiang Sheng, having already tasted it, found it quite palatable. It was not as bitter as fresh tea, having merely been lightly roasted before brewing. Jiang Hao had a fondness for tea. Prior to the apocalypse, there were many rituals surrounding its consumption, but in these times, having any tea was a blessing, and no one would complain. For dinner, aside from the fish, Maya and Jiang Sheng had forged a handful of shepherd's purse nearby. It was essential to include vegetables, lest one suffer from constipation. After dinner, Jiang Hao tested the sturdiness of the bamboo door, reassured that he would awaken should it be compromised, meaning he would no longer need to keep watch at night. Jiang Sheng hung a bell at the entrance, which would chime whenever the door was opened. Life within the cave was no longer feasible. Autumn had set in, bringing with it a chill, compelling everyone to take brief strolls before retreating into their blankets. Jiang Shaohua's bed is furnished by Jiang Sheng, and this young lad has indeed brought very few belongings. In the future, we must devise a way to procure additional furniture for everyone. After Sero burrowed into the blankets, Jiang Sheng nestled close to it. The softness of Sero's fur is delightful. Once it matures, it will surely serve as a splendid source of warmth for the winter. Jiang Sheng glanced at the system shop and indeed noticed that new items have been added. Kelp 2 gold coins, loach 4 gold coins, wheat fish 4 gold coins. Shepherd's purse 2 gold coins. Chapter 46, Wild Fruits. Jiang Sheng had always been unaware of the colossal entity lurking beneath the water as he departed from the city. It was only now that he realized it was indeed kelp, stretching an impressive length of over 10 to 20 meters. The following morning, Jiang Hao resumed his crafting of small items while Jiang Sheng, alongside the other two, worked to level the path in front of the cave. Rain began to fall once more, yet their endeavors could not cease. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Jiang Sheng boiled a crab, meticulously extracting the tender meat while discarding its innards and gills for identification. The clean crab meat is edible. Processed betta fish flesh is mildly toxic and not recommended for consumption. No wonder the fish, adorned in vibrant hues, appeared so visually appealing. Often, such beautiful creatures are either unpalatable or inedible. Jiang Sheng transformed the remaining fish into dried fish. These fish scarcely grow larger than 8 centimeters. The crabs must be consumed today, lest they spoil. Since the onset of the apocalypse, one is either overwhelmingly busy or plagued by an unsettling idleness. Jiang Sheng belongs to the former category, tirelessly engaged in her tasks. Throughout the entire morning, she dedicated herself to the preparation of dried fish, utilizing one of the 2 barrels of fish she had procured the previous day. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao accompanied Jiang Shaohua to continue their fishing endeavors, while Jiang Sheng, unable to remain idle in the cave, took Sero to explore the nearby woods. Beside the tea trees, she discovered numerous small tea saplings and gathered some to place in her space, where they would thrive in the fertile soil. Jiang Sheng had observed that the soil in her space was rich and dark, and the fruit trees she had planted exhibited no signs of wilting. The bamboo roots she had sown remained dormant, yet the leeks and bok choy she had placed in building D flourished robustly. Jiang Sheng had not found the time to harvest, and some leaves had begun to yellow and wither. She contemplated finding a suitable moment to organize the items in her space. This forest indeed harbored a plethora of plants familiar to Jiang Sheng: foxtail grass, morning glories, plantain, and dandelions. She diligently excavated many roots, placing them into her space, intending to plant them when time permitted. Jiang Sheng recalled having spotted some fruit from a distance, but upon approaching, they seemed to have vanished. Woof! Turning to glance at Sero, she observed the little creature tugging vigorously at a vine. Jiang Sheng, dressed in vine-like attire, gazed upward, where clusters of brown fruits hung. Could this possibly be wild kiwi? It appeared that what she had seen earlier was not this. Nowadays, it has become customary for everyone to carry bags or buckets when venturing outside, just in case they encounter something interesting. This kiwi vine bore a number of fruits, albeit smaller than usual. However, Jiang Sheng was well aware that wild varieties are often far sweeter. Jiang Sheng's hand scarcely paused as she plucked the kiwi fruits, swiftly filling an entire bag. Once she had harvested all the fruits from the vine, she retrieved a spade from her space and meticulously began to excavate the root of the vine. For reasons unknown, Jiang Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to gather them. From a single vine, she had collected 2 large bags brimming with fruit. While she was digging, she instructed Sero to search the vicinity for any additional finds. Sero ventured toward the nearby grove and, after a short while, called out excitedly. Jiang Sheng approached to examine the scene, her heart racing with excitement. To her astonishment, the sunlit area was adorned with over a dozen kiwi vines. She carefully uprooted the smaller vines growing at the base, collecting no fewer than 20, yet still feeling uneasy. She extracted 3 larger ones and plucked the kiwis from them, placing everything into her spatial storage. At this moment, Jiang Sheng realized what the fruits she had spotted from afar were. The greenish-yellow fruits nearly covered the entire small tree. With their speckled skin, they were indeed wild pears. In Longquan City, the mountains abound with various wild fruits and vegetables, cherished by local residents who relish foraging. However, due to the unusual weather this year, no one had ventured to gather them, resulting in an overabundance that nearly overwhelmed the trees. Among the 3 pear trees, Jiang Sheng searched diligently beneath them and eventually discovered 5 saplings. She climbed the trees to harvest a multitude of pears, ensuring to gather some from each tree to place in her spatial storage. Wild pears edible, peeled wild kiwis edible. It must be noted that Jiang Sheng remained as cautious as ever. Since her system had a recognition function, she insisted on verifying everything in her spatial storage. She first stored the bucket in her space, then retrieved some boiled chicken breast for Sero, and treated herself to a chicken steak, not wanting to suffer from malnutrition after such a long absence from indulgence. As she walked and ate, she prepared to take the bucket out of her space as they neared the cave. Meow meow, come here, sister has brought delicious treats. Upon hearing the mention of food, Meow Meow leaped over from her bamboo stool like a little rabbit. Wow, Sister Xiaosheng, what are these? Jiang Sheng picked up a pear from Meow Meow. This was a wild pear, unlike the yellow ones they had eaten previously, and he intended to wash it for his mother before consuming it. Maya looked at the item in Jiang Sheng's hand with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Xiaosheng, you are truly remarkable. We haven't had fruit in nearly 2 months. Once it was washed, Meow Meow attempted to break the pear in half, wishing to share it with herself. Maya, smiling, gently explained to Meow Meow that pears should not be divided, for sharing them would imply separation. Mother does not wish to be separated from Meow Meow. Thus, Meow Meow decided not to split it after all. Jiang Sheng presented another delicacy to Maya, yet she did not partake. Sister Maya, there's still plenty over there. Please indulge. Once you finish, we shall embark on another journey shortly. Jiang Sheng remarked that Maya felt embarrassed to indulge. The skin of the wild pear is quite thick. However, the flesh is remarkably sweet and crisp. It would be wise to peel it and simmer it into a syrup, as the skin is rather tough. Transforming it into syrup is not a waste, especially since Meow Meow struggled to bite through the pear's skin. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng selected a few relatively soft kiwis from the bucket and peeled them for Meow Meow. Is it delicious? Very sweet. Thank you, Sister Xiaosheng. Observing Meow Meow's joyful consumption brought happiness to Jiang Sheng as well. Many of the kiwis were not ripe yet and required a few more days. One should only select the soft ones for eating. Meow Meow took note. When they returned to this patch of land, Maya expressed disdain for her small backpack and bucket. How can there be so many? How long will it take to eat all of this? Jiang Sheng set down the 2 bamboo baskets in her hands. With our numbers, let us first gather the larger fruits. The smaller ones can wait for a few more days. Maya, you and Meow Meow can pick the kiwis while I climb the tree to harvest the pears. Little did she know that while Jiang Sheng was still contemplating where to begin her ascent, Maya had already scaled the pear tree. Don't underestimate me, Xiao Sheng. I used to follow your brother Jiang up trees when I was young. It was only a few days later that Jiang Sheng learned that Maya had known Jiang Hao since childhood. Thus, the arrangement transformed into Maya picking pears above, while Jiang Sheng and Meow Meow collected kiwis below. Meow Meow gazed at her mother in the tree, feeling a surge of excitement. Mom, I want to go up too. Then give it a try, sweetheart. Xiao Sheng, keep an eye on Meow Meow. Despite her petite stature, Meow Meow, with the support of the branches, effortlessly climbed up, proving that they were indeed a family. Mom, I made it. Well done, Meow Meow. She looked down at Jiang Sheng with a beaming smile, her dimples accentuating her charm. Xiao Sheng, I'm taller than you now. Meow Meow had truly grown up. Jiang Sheng carried 2 bamboo baskets, one in each hand, feeling the weight as a form of physical training. The journey to the cave was merely a matter of minutes, so it was manageable. Maya also bore a backpack and held a bucket, while even Meow Meow clutched a small basket brimming with pears. Where have you all been, sister? Jiang Sheng extended the bamboo basket in his hands to Jiang Shaohua. Come and take it, he urged. Upon catching sight of the contents within the basket, Jiang Shaohua exclaimed with enthusiasm, Where did you find all these pears? And what is this tiny fruit? This is wild kiwi fruit, considerably smaller than the usual variety. Came to reply. Jiang Shaohua did not wait for Jiang Sheng to finish speaking. He peeled open one fruit and put it into his mouth. However, in the next moment, a pained expression crossed his face, prompting Maya to rush over with water. What's wrong? This fruit shouldn't be toxic. No, that's not it. It's just so sour. Jiang Shaohua felt inclined to spit out the uneaten fruit pulp in his mouth, merely sensing a tinge of wastefulness. The others, upon hearing his remark, were rendered speechless. Brother Jiang, Xiao Sheng remarked, want something soft and sweet. Meow Meow placed a slightly larger piece into Jiang Shaohua's hand. Thank you. Meow Meow. Yet, uncertain if the fruit might be too sour, he hesitated to peel and consume it. You have caught a rabbit. Jiang Hao began to prepare the rabbit by the fire, and after draining the blood, the skin came off easily. Indeed, we only managed to catch one. One is quite an achievement. Maya peeled several pears, and, following Jiang Sheng's method, began to simmer them in syrup. Within minutes, the sweet aroma wafted from the pot. Eventually, the fruit peels reduced to a gelatinous consistency, which Maya then ladled into jars. She poured a little into each bamboo cup and added hot water to stir. The cups being crafted by Maya herself, each adorned with the name of its owner. Jiang Sheng took the sweet soup, its flavor not overly intense, but imbued with the distinct fragrance of pear. It took a considerable amount of pear skins to concoct this modest syrup. Jiang Hao strung the rabbit onto a branch, roasting it while sprinkling salt and chili powder. The 3 of them, along with the dog, eagerly gathered around, gazing intently at Jiang Hao as he cooked the rabbit. Jiang Sheng found their anticipation amusing and eventually joined them, watching Jiang Hao with a cheerful demeanor. The lunch was quite sumptuous. In addition to the roasted rabbit, there was crab meat, making it the most satisfying meal they had during their time of wandering. The following days were spent improving the cave and crafting tools such as bamboo baskets. As the rain intensified, Jiang Hao fashioned umbrellas for everyone, albeit somewhat heavy since they were made of bamboo, which he had painstakingly sliced thin, to ensure everyone had enough to eat. Jiang Sheng specifically selected smaller potatoes and sweet potatoes from his space, preferably those with some leaves. Sister Maya, look what I found. Maya's eyes welled with tears of joy upon seeing what Jiang Sheng held. These are potatoes and sweet potatoes. Where did you find them? Xiao Sheng. Are there any more? Unfortunately not. I searched around the discovery site for quite some time and didn't come across any others. Yet, having these is sufficient. Perhaps we could plant them in a suitable location, and they might thrive. As they continued their conversation, the sound of gunfire echoed from a distance. Jiang Hao emerged from the cave. I'll go take a look. I hope everything is all right. Noticing the calm expression on Jiang Hao's face, it seemed he had not encountered any trouble. Xian Mountain has a base. It takes 5 to 6 hours to reach it from here. No wonder we have been living here for half a month without hearing any human voices. It is quite far away. Jiang Sheng seemed to perceive Jiang Hao's apprehension. Brother Jiang, shall we proceed to the base? Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. My suggestion is to go. The base in Longquan City is situated on Xian Mountain. The group we encountered earlier belongs to the base's hunting team. They mentioned that the construction of the base is relatively complete, nestled halfway up the mountain, housing over 10,000 survivors. Let's cast a vote, he proposed. The final consensus was unanimous. Everyone agreed to go. As Jiang Hao walked towards the cave, he addressed the group. Let us gather our belongings and find something to cover the cave entrance. To enter the base, we must pay 2 jin of grain. Excluding the cave's entrance, everything else will be taken. During their stay, they had amassed a considerable amount of supplies. Collecting 2 jin should not pose a challenge, especially with over 10 jin of pears alone. However, humans are inherently social beings, and the base would undoubtedly offer greater safety than the wilderness. Moreover, with Miao still so young, any illness without the care of a qualified physician could lead to dire consequences. Although Jiang Sheng had studied a modicum of medicine, the knowledge he acquired was still insufficient. He could manage common ailments such as headaches and colds, but beyond that, he was powerless to assist. The base was situated quite far away, but fortunately, the path beyond a stretch of forest was relatively smooth. Given the multitude of items everyone was carrying, they could only afford to walk for an hour before taking a brief respite of about 10 minutes. Thus they pressed on, arriving at the gates of the base as dusk began to settle. A queue formed at the entrance, indicating that there were still numerous survivors seeking refuge within. Before long, it was Jiang Sheng and his companion's turn. The individual responsible for registration was a middle-aged woman clad in a yellow raincoat. Jiang Sheng, she inquired, do you possess any form of identification to verify your identity? Jiang Sheng handed over a student ID, beneath which lay a hidden chocolate. My brother, sister-in-law, and I had just arrived at the base and were still bewildered by many matters. The woman, upon discerning the item Jiang Sheng had offered, swiftly tucked it into her pocket, and Jiang Sheng even caught a glimpse of her fleeting silhouette. Subsequently, the woman smiled and shared some information about the base with Jiang Sheng. Chapter 48. Renting a house Sero had been discreetly stowed away in Jiang Sheng's backpack, before reaching the base. In a world where people could scarcely find sustenance, the ability to maintain a pet raised suspicions. The receptionist collected the food supplies for the 4 of us entering the base, even waiving the fee for Miao Miao. This is your identity badge. Take good care of it, as replacing it will cost 50 points, she instructed. Proceed straight for 30 minutes after entering through the main gate, and you will arrive at the service hall, where you can exchange points or conduct any necessary business. With a smile, Jiang Sheng bid farewell to the elderly woman. Expressing his gratitude, the woman waved her hand dismissively, saying it was nothing. As they stepped into the base, the scene before Jiang Sheng was entirely different from what he had envisioned in the novel. The streets were teeming with people, all burdened with various packages. Much like Jiang Sheng and his companions, he noticed a woman ahead, cradling a baby only a few months old, while simultaneously guarding her bag against potential theft, leaving one to wonder where the child's father had disappeared to. That must be the administrative hall, Jiang Hao pointed out, indicating a larger office building that was crowded with people. Reluctantly, Jiang Sheng and his companions joined the queue, but after a long wait, it became evident that their turn would never come. Eventually, 5 individuals were ushered into a factory. Upon entering, a foul stench assaulted Jiang Sheng's nostrils. A pungent mix of sweat, various food odors, and even a hint of urine. The vast space was devoid of oxygen, and it didn't take long for Jiang Sheng to feel suffocated. Perhaps it would be better to endure the night outside. He simply could not bear it any longer. Jiang Sheng hurried towards the main entrance, with Jiang Hao and the others trailing behind her. Sister, where are we headed? Jiang Shaohua. Upon seeing the makeshift bedding along the roadside, finally understood why they had refrained from entering. The factory was simply too cramped. "Let us rest here for the night. We shall enter early tomorrow," Jiang Sheng suggested, pointing to a corner beside the administrative hall where they could be among the first to enter once the doors opened. However, the prime spots had already been claimed by other survivors, leaving Jiang Sheng and her group to settle for a less favorable location for their bedding. "I would rather stay in the mountains," Maya remarked as she distributed compressed biscuits to the group, breaking them into smaller pieces to feed Meow Meow. "It will be better once we find a place tomorrow." Jiang Hao embraced Maya, laying out a mat on the ground, and retrieved a blanket to cover the three of them. They could only spend the night outdoors, yet fortunately, it was autumn and the nights were not unbearably cold. Jiang Hao took it upon himself to keep watch, for in such a chaotic base, one could never be certain that all their belongings would remain secure. Jiang Sheng was the last on duty. At 7 o'clock, the doors of the service hall swung open, prompting Jiang Sheng to awaken Jiang Hao. Grabbing her backpack, she proceeded to line up at the service hall. There were still over 20 individuals ahead of her, but she would soon reach the front. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Sheng made her way directly to the housing rental section, where she encountered a young man, seemingly in his 20s, adorned with a pair of black glasses. "Hello, I wish to rent a house," she stated. The young man, after tossing a flyer her way, glanced at her and, upon realizing she was an attractive woman, softened his demeanor somewhat. "The types of houses available are all listed on the flyer." Jiang Sheng carefully picked up the flyer, noting the accommodations: a 10-person bedroom yielding 20 points per day, an 8-person dormitory offering 25 points, a 4-person dormitory granting 30 points, and a single apartment providing 50 points daily. Upon scrutinizing the accompanying images, it became evident that the dormitories differed only in the number of beds. While the so-called single apartment contained merely one bed, the bathing and restroom facilities were situated at the far right of the corridor. Was it that the girl was unaccustomed to such living arrangements, or were there other reasons at play? "Brother, I desire a 2-bedroom apartment, preferably a 3-bedroom. The boy glanced around before handing Jiang Sheng a more refined flyer. The 2-bedroom apartment was priced at 750 points per month, while the 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit cost 900 points, and the 4-bedroom, 1-bathroom option was available for 1,300 points monthly. These are newly constructed units. I had intended to reserve them for acquaintances, but seeing how beautiful you are, I decided to present them to you. If you fancy one, just let me know," the boy whispered into Jiang Sheng's ear as he stood. "I shall take the top-floor 3-bedroom apartment," she replied. However, the 3-bedroom unit required 900 points per month, a sum Jiang Sheng currently lacked. The boy discerned her predicament. "You can earn points by completing tasks for the base or by exchanging materials." Jiang Sheng retrieved a pack of Yushi cigarettes from his bag. As time progresses, the value of such items only appreciates. Within Jiang Sheng's possession, there was an abundance of Xiaogu, an item of considerable worth in terms of points. Rather than exchanging it with the base, "I would prefer you convert it into points for me." Jiang Sheng evidently intended for the boy to profit from a price differential, and the boy comprehended Jiang Sheng's intent. The girl, indeed, was quite straightforward. In this day and age, tobacco and alcohol serve as hard currency. This particular item could be valued at 1,500 points. "So if I offer you 1,004, I stand to gain 100. What do you say?" "Sounds good." Jiang Sheng handed the identification card to the boy, who proceeded to perform a series of operations on the computer. 2 minutes later, he returned the card to Jiang Sheng. "Next time, you'll need to rent a place. Continue seeking out the older brother," a Jing remarked as he led the guest towards the residential area. In the next moment, a rather frail-looking youth stood before Jiang Sheng, his clothing marred by numerous stains. "Sister, I'll take you now," he said. After leading the boy out of the administrative hall, they found Jiang Hao and the others. Maya and Jiang Xiaohua had already awakened. "Xiao Sheng, how is it going?" Maya inquired. "Don't worry, Sister Maya. I've already secured a rental and paid a month's rent. This is a Jing. We'll follow him to view the property." A Jing led the way, while Maya engaged in conversation with Jiang Sheng. "Xiao Sheng, ISNT 3 months rent rather steep. It's 900 points a month. I exchanged a cigarette for 1,400. I still have 300 points left. I've heard from those inside that completing tasks for the base can also earn points." No one questioned the origin of Jiang Sheng's cigarettes. The house was rented under her name, and she would eventually need to pay rent. Under the boys' guidance, they walked for half an hour before reaching the residential area. I apologize, this area was only established this month. It is somewhat distant from the main city, but it excels in quality and is very secure. The apartment rented by Jiang Sheng is situated on the 6th floor, which is considered a high-rise in this area. Given the hillside terrain, the construction of taller buildings is discouraged due to the heightened risk of collapse. After handing Jiang Sheng a key, Jing departed. Upon entering the apartment, it resembled the description seen in the advertisement. The living room is small, yet undeniably a 3-bedroom unit with a parlor. The kitchen is integrated within the living space, and the bathroom features a shower along with a squat toilet. At this moment, Jiang Sheng truly comprehended the meaning of a bare and empty home, for the place lacked even tiled flooring. It was undoubtedly a raw shell of a house. Chapter 49. The fruit extravaganza. A few individuals placed the bamboo tools crafted in the mountains in the living room. Jiang Sheng selected the room on the far right, adjacent to Jiang Shaohua, while on the far left were Meiya, Jiang Hao, and Miao Miao. The bedroom lacked a bed, resembling merely the shell of a house that could be purchased for 900 points. Fortunately, the faucet was functional, and each bedroom was equipped with outlets, surprisingly providing electricity. This situation was untenable. In the afternoon, Xiao Jiang would accompany me to retrieve the bed from the cave and, incidentally, gather additional bamboo strips. Jiang Hao gazed at the desolate space, feeling a twinge of guilt. As a man, relying on Jiang Sheng, this young girl, to procure a house was somewhat disheartening. He would have to devise a plan for furnishing it himself. Very well, brother Jiang. You and Meiya, along with Miao Miao, should stay home and await our return. After emptying their backpacks, the two set out with a bottle of water and 2 compressed biscuits. Xiao Sheng, I noticed many vendors downstairs. Let's take the kiwis and pears to sell. This was indeed a splendid idea, for those residing in the apartment complex were not devoid of points to purchase goods. Jiang Sheng placed Sero in his bedroom, which was actually a cozy wooden cabin in his space, preparing a special meal for it. Sero had not eaten well for several days, and, after spending an entire day in the backpack yesterday, it must have felt quite neglected. He placed kiwis and pears into a bamboo basket, no longer troubled by the absence of a bag, as everything now required money, even a simple bag costing 20 points. Upon descending the stairs, he walked several meters to the marketplace where everyone gathered to sell their goods. Just as the 3 of them set down their items, an elderly lady approached to inquire about the price. These must be wild pears. How much do they cost? She asked. Jiang Sheng, the company as president, could assess the approximate prices based on the current market conditions. Pears were priced at a few points each, while kiwis were valued at 10 points for 2 larger ones and 3 for the smaller ones. The elderly lady observed quietly, contemplating her thoughts yet hesitating to voice them. At that moment, Meiya discreetly whispered in Jiang Sheng's ear, questioning whether the prices might be excessively high, given that their rent was only 900 points per month. Jiang Sheng gently tapped Meiya's hand, saying, "Consider the fact that we transported these for over 3 hours. The price reflects the effort involved." Enlightened by this realization, Meiya began to organize Miao Miao to promote the sale. Standing at the forefront, Miao Miao enthusiastically called out to the crowd, "Delicious large pears, only 10 points each. Grandmother, would you like one?" As Miao Miao's cheerful invitation resonated, more and more people were drawn in by the charming little one, who exuded an adorable innocence, especially when she smiled, revealing 2 delightful dimples. "Oh dear, what a lovely grandson. Choose one for your grandmother," an elderly woman remarked. In truth, the pears were all quite similar in size, and Miao Miao casually selected one for the elder. However, when the woman presented her identification card to Jiang Sheng, she was momentarily taken aback, realizing they currently lacked a card reader. Ultimately, she borrowed one from a neighboring stall, where a kind lady lent her a card reader for an afternoon fee of 10 points. In exchange, Jiang Sheng offered the lady a pear and a kiwi, much to the delight of both parties. The gathering crowd had not savored fresh fruit in quite some time, and the modest price of 10 points was a far cry from the canned fruits available at the base. Remarkably, within half an hour, Jiang Sheng's stall was ready to close, having earned over 1,000 points. Fortunately, the kind lady, surnamed Zhao, quickly established a rapport with them. She lived in the adjacent building to Jiang Sheng. Her husband was part of the hunting team at the base, and she spent her time selling various goods. Her daughter had previously assisted her, but was currently resting at home due to illness. Zhao, Jia, we'll let you be. We're off to buy some vegetables, Jiang Sheng said, lifting her empty bamboo basket as she bid farewell. Xiao Sheng, I never imagined our sales would go so smoothly. Do we have more items to sell at home? Maya inquired, holding Miao Miao's hand as they chatted with Jiang Sheng. We should sell the pears. They won't last long and will spoil. It's better to exchange them for other goods. The points from their sales were credited to Jiang Sheng's identification card, which now held approximately 1,500 points. They had ample points to purchase necessities, and the grocery stores here were easily recognizable, predominantly operated by the official establishment, though private shops existed, albeit at slightly elevated prices. Upon entering an official store, Jiang Sheng examined the grains displayed behind the glass counter, each item labeled with its price. Broken rice at 30 points per pound, millet at 40 points per pound, and rice bran at 10 points per pound. The latter being a mixture of bran with a small quantity of broken rice. Typical survivors often bought it to make coarse grain cakes, which were notoriously unpalatable, akin to consuming dry hay that scraped painfully against the throat. Soybeans and mung beans were similarly priced around 50 points. Maya, who had previously deemed herself relatively affluent, began to feel anxious upon glancing at these prices. It is worth noting that a day's labor at the base earned merely 20 points, with female survivors receiving even less, only 15 points. Jiang Sheng approached the foremost shelf, which housed numerous cans. To his astonishment, he discovered that the can of yellow peach preserved at the very bottom required a staggering 100 points. Jiang Sheng exclaimed that he could not afford it. It felt as though they were consuming gold. After all, even before the apocalypse, gold was not this valuable. Ultimately, he purchased 4 pounds of broken rice and a pound of flour, leaving without a bag. But fortunately, Maya always carried her own. She turned to head to the vegetable market across the street. Potatoes cost 30 points per pound, cabbage 40, and the most outrageous was spinach, which astonishingly required 50 points per pound, leaving Maya so frustrated that she nearly turned away. In the pre-apocalyptic world, one might have encountered wealthy individuals, yet these prices made even the affluent feel the pinch, let alone the ordinary folk. However, the apocalypse was relatively equitable. Roughly 80% of people found themselves starting from the same point, regardless of whether they were formerly ride-hailing drivers, food delivery personnel, or executives of publicly traded companies. In the face of natural disasters, everyone remained helpless. Despite the exorbitance of vegetables, abstaining from them was not an option, as the human body requires trace elements, most of which are derived from fruits and vegetables. Prolonged deficiency in these elements could lead to a weakened immune system and even disrupt cellular structures, making it difficult to perform basic bodily functions. Gritting her teeth, Maya purchased a pound of potatoes and 2 pounds of cabbage, as she needed to ensure that Miao Miao ate well. Both Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shaohua were merely teenagers. Jiang Hao required more energy for his labor as well. With a heavy heart, Maya completed her transaction, leading Miao Miao and Jiang Sheng swiftly away from this distressing place. As they exited, she noticed Jiang Sheng surprisingly holding a canister of oil. Little Sheng, where did you acquire that? They had long consumed the meager oil they brought, although they still had some salt and chili powder. How could they manage without oil? Miao Miao would lack vitality. Maya had just seen that the price for that oil was over 200 points for a mere 500 milliliter bottle. Chapter 50. Little 5 with a soft sigh. Maya smiled and said, well, if we must buy it, then so be it. You little ones are still growing, and your sister can earn enough to support you. The key to their room was with Jiang Sheng, who, once inside, released Sero from the bedroom. Maya crouched down to pat Sero's head. Little Sheng, what'll Sero eat? Should we buy something for him? There's no need. The dog food I brought will suffice for a while, Jiang Sheng replied, waving his hand as he set down the items. The advantage of having Sero was that he could play with Miao Miao, the 2 little ones running about the house. As it was still early, Maya prepared 3 rice balls to eat. Jiang Sheng tidied up his backpack and inquired of Maya, Sister Maya, I shall be stepping out for a while. Jiang Sheng believed it essential to first comprehend the base. The Longquan base is situated on the hillside of Jiang Sheng, at a relatively elevated altitude, allowing most of the buildings to bask in sunlight. It was evident that the majority of survivors were engaged in the construction of the base. The daily allocation of 20 points was likely earned through such labor. After a while, she arrived at the administrative hall. The clerk informed her that the adjacent building housed the task hall, where assignments could be obtained to earn points. Upon entering the task hall, Jiang Sheng found it still brimming with people, leading her to wonder if the buildings at the base were filled with numerous occupants. To the right of the crowd, she spotted a blackboard, and despite her stature not being short, she could discern the inscriptions from a distance. The tasks listed included construction of the base, where men earned 20 points per day and women 15. Cultivation of vegetable fields, where both genders earned 30 points per day, contingent upon possessing relevant knowledge. Doctors earned 50 points per day with additional commissions, requiring proof of expertise. Nurses earned 30 points per day with added commissions, limited to females. Base guards earned 100 points per day, necessitating a physical fitness test. It must be said that the variety of jobs required at this base was indeed reflective of daily life. Among the numerous occupations, Jiang Sheng was particularly intrigued by the hunting team and the plantation work. Moreover, the wages at the base were generally modest and settled on a daily basis. Without supplementary income, the points earned would scarcely cover rent and living expenses. "Do you need a guide, miss?" A young boy came running from a distance, clad in a black long-sleeve shirt. Despite it being autumn, he wore no jacket, and his face was flushed from the cold, almost obscuring the color of the dirt smudges. "What can I offer you?" he asked, rubbing his hands together with a smile. "A piece of bread or a packet of instant noodles will suffice, as long as it's something to eat." Jiang Sheng gazed at him with a hint of confusion, pondering why he would forego water. "Sister, there are mountain springs here. We have no shortage of water." "Very well, guide me through the base," she replied. Jiang Sheng retrieved a black cap from her bag and donned it. The boy approached her side, yet maintained a distance of 2 to 3 meters, speaking loudly enough for her to hear. "Sister, you were just observing the work. Would you like me to take you to see the work areas of the base?" "All right," she consented. Under the boy's guidance, Jiang Sheng first arrived at the entrance of the base, where a multitude of workers had gathered. The foreman was addressing the crowd, and amidst them, Jiang Sheng noticed several elderly individuals. "Sister, these are the base's guards, tasked with maintaining order. We ordinary folks must steer clear of them, as they are unreasonable," the boy remarked, lowering his head as the vehicles passed through. Jiang Sheng furrowed her brows, realizing that the base was not as tranquil as it appeared. Regardless of the time, hierarchies would inevitably emerge, a game orchestrated by those in power. "Well, let us proceed." The botanical garden was off-limits, thus. Jiang Sheng took a moment to survey the expansive grounds from the outside, which were entirely obscured by a thin membrane. "Sister, it is said that the botanical garden is establishing an underground cultivation area. In the future, employment opportunities at the garden will increase. If you find yourself in need of work, you might consider exploring options here." Jiang Sheng retrieved a packet of instant noodles from her bag and handed it to the boy, who quickly concealed it within his clothing. "Aren't you afraid I might ultimately renege on my promise?" Jiang Sheng jested with a smile. The boy pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. "I've grown accustomed to it. Not everyone possesses a kind heart like my sisters. I've encountered many who, after leading me, refuse to share their food. As a mere child, I dare not confront them. Then why not pay for the food first before guiding them?" she inquired. "They fear I might be a fraud, taking the provisions and fleeing. Unless I promise to pay upon arrival, they would not allow me to lead them. At my age, the base does not require my assistance." The boy, appearing merely 11 or 12 years old, lacked the strength for labor, and his presence only squandered their precious points. The base had never been benevolent. They sought value above all else. Jiang Sheng fell into a moment of silence before continuing on. Upon receiving the instant noodles, the boy's spirits lifted, and he became more talkative. "Did you come here by yourself?" he inquired. "No, I came with my younger brother and my cousin's family. I have a younger brother who is 4 years old, and he is quite obedient. I adore him." The boy guided Jiang Sheng through the entirety of the afternoon, leading her to every notable building within the base. It must be noted that this young lad was a clever, industrious, and responsible older brother. He was not much older than Zhao Youcai's son, yet he bore the responsibility of caring for both himself and his younger sibling. Perhaps this exemplifies the disparity among individuals. As they were about to depart, Jiang Sheng retrieved a somewhat feminine black coat from her backpack and handed it to him, along with another bag of instant noodles. The boy stepped back, hesitating to accept the items. "Sister, you've already paid for the guide fee." Jiang Sheng smiled as she observed the earnest child. "You have accompanied me for an entire afternoon. With that time, you could have attended to several customers. Here, take this." She placed the items into the boy's hands. With his head bowed, the boy's eyes gradually filled with tears. "Sister, you have given me this. Do you have anything else to eat?" The boy deeply bowed in gratitude. He hurriedly stuffed the items into his clothing and ran off. Soon, a voice echoed from a distance. "Sister, my name is Xiao Wu, and my younger brother is called Xiao Lu." As Jiang Sheng gazed at the retreating figure of the boy, a deeper sorrow welled within her eyes. She had never been one to offer kindness indiscriminately, yet when faced with truly benevolent individuals, she found herself unable to turn away. Sometimes, Jiang Sheng pondered why those with the purest hearts seemed to endure the harshest trials. Chapter 51, A Toast. Uncertain of the reason, a sense of discomfort lingered in her heart. "Sister Xiao Sheng." Miao Miao rushed over with Sai Luo, wrapping her arms around Jiang Sheng's legs. Maya had gone to the kitchen to serve the dishes, while Miao Miao settled onto a small stool, eagerly waiting. "Sister Xiao Sheng, come sit beside me." Jiang Sheng nodded and took a seat. There were a total of 4 dishes: fish stewed with cabbage, steamed crab, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a can of meat. The fish soup counted as the broth, completing the meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup. It was a fitting occasion to celebrate our move into the new house. In honor of our survival and to wish for a brighter future, we raised our cups of tea in lieu of wine. Maya lifted her cup toward everyone, now resembling a caring parent, diligently overseeing the household affairs. "Cheers! Cheers!" "Mom, what does cheers mean?" Miao Miao inquired, gazing at her cup of tea. Soon enough, she would come to understand. "Yes, let us toast." In the bedroom, a bamboo bed was set up, accompanied by a small stool, with the quilt and mattress neatly arranged. The contents of the backpack lay orderly on the bed. In the coziest corner, a bamboo basket sat, presumably intended for Sire's nest. The floor was surprisingly clean. Jiang Sheng placed the items from the bed onto the ground, gradually adding to the household's belongings, as was the case for everyone. The door could not be locked, and Jiang Sheng could only feed Sire in the space where it was kept. After a long day running around with Xiao Wu, exhaustion set in, and just before drifting off to sleep, she released Sire. The next day, it was Maya who awakened Jiang Sheng. Breakfast consisted of a small bun for each person. Though diminutive, it sufficed to quell hunger. "Xiao Sheng, we need to sell the crab today. Jiang Hao and Xiao Hua have gone out again. I prepared their meals, so you needn't worry." Maya and Miao Miao were busy sorting through the crabs, ensuring they were all alive. "Yes, I know where we can fetch a good price," Jiang Sheng replied, finishing her bun in 2 bites and grabbing her cup of tea before heading out. Maya carried 2 bamboo tubes filled with warm water. Drinking water cost 80 points per cubic meter, relatively cheaper than other resources. Even without base water, the recent rains had provided ample supply. After traversing 2 streets, the trio arrived at the villa district of the base, where the disparity between wealth and poverty became starkly apparent. The villa area was enclosed by tall walls, with security personnel stationed at the entrance and patrolling figures visible within. The elegant villas boasted small gardens, some even adorned with roses or climbing roses, each meticulously decorated. Villas were available for purchase only, and Jiang Sheng had no idea how many points were required to buy one. The 3 set up their stall on the street, not far from the villa district, bringing along the only bamboo table from home, now dried and lightweight. Each pair of crabs was bound together with slender bamboo strips, and to emphasize freshness, Jiang Sheng had placed a few leaves atop them. However, shortly after setting up, a security guard from the villa district approached. "Setting up stalls is not permitted here. Move along," a man in a uniform barked, and if she wasn't mistaken, he was armed. "We're just trying to make a little money with our business. Could you show some leniency?" Jiang Sheng pleaded, pulling a pack of cigarettes from the bamboo basket and offering it to the guard. Upon discerning the contents clearly, the security guard promptly pocketed the item. Presently, A pack of cigarettes can fetch several hundred points. However, the crux of the matter lies in the absence of stock, regardless of the inflated price. If the product is unavailable, it is of no consequence. Jiang Sheng, what did you offer him? Mei was prepared to close up shop, yet unexpectedly, Jiang Sheng provided the security guard with something that allowed her to continue. Ideally, it would be best to sell within the confines of the villa, as those affluent ladies prefer not to venture out, fearing the unsavory presence of the filthy homeless. It is currently breakfast time, and many wealthy women enjoy taking a stroll after their meals. The trio lingered at the stall for half an hour without any customers, when a gentleman from the neighboring shop approached to inquire. I noticed you all early this morning. What are you selling? Jiang Sheng opened the leaves to reveal a crab still bubbling with vitality. The uncle adjusted his glasses, exclaiming, "Isn't that a crab?" To see such a creature at this time is quite a surprise. Maya picked up a pair of tide crabs, remarking, 30 points for a pair. Why not give it a try, uncle? The size is quite impressive. After much contemplation, the uncle finally resolved to purchase one, saying, I'll buy it for my son. He often complains that there's nothing delicious at the base. He had rented a card machine for 200 points for the month, but it required a deposit of 300 points, as he feared he might not return it. You should definitely buy, uncle. The goods we managed to procure might not be available tomorrow, Maya encouraged, as she retrieved the card machine and entered the amount. The uncle generously swiped his card and took the crab into the shop. Jiang Sheng, we've made a sale. Maya beamed with delight, while Meow Meow looked around to see if anyone else would come to buy. Half an hour later, residents of the villa district began to emerge from their homes to stroll about. Jiang Sheng hung a pair of crabs for display, ensuring the inside dwellers couldn't see what she was selling. This tactic proved effective when a young boy pointed towards Jiang Sheng's stall, prompting his mother to accompany him. Sister, let us buy some crabs. The woman, in her 30s, couldn't help but smile at being addressed as sister by the young girl. Pretty sister, please buy some. Meow Meow chimed in, smiling at the woman. The woman's face lit up with joy, asking, how much are they? 30 points for a pair. These crabs are exceptionally fresh. Having arrived just this morning, Jiang Sheng began to showcase her business acumen. Furthermore, crab meat can clear heat and detoxify. It's beneficial for children too. All right, I'll take 5 pairs, she decided. Indeed, those living in the villas were not concerned about a few points. Take care, sister, Jiang Sheng said, now unconcerned with how to flatter others. Even before the apocalypse, she had experience in sales and had faced many challenges. Chapter 52. The talent for business. The crowd around the stall grew increasingly larger, all intrigued by the crabs nestled in the basket. What species of crab is this? Inquired a woman in a long gown with almond-shaped eyes. Jiang Sheng picked up a crab that had been cooked the previous day and began to dissect it. These crabs were all sourced from the mountains, freshly delivered early this morning, having thrived in the mountain springs. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng opened the crab, explaining to the wealthy ladies which parts were inedible. Even in this day and age, despite their affluence and ability to afford a butler, they could hardly procure such delicacies. All right, I'll take 10 pairs, said a woman with phoenix eyes, as she elegantly brushed her hair back and reached for her limited edition handbag to retrieve her card. A middle-aged man counted the crabs on Jiang Sheng's stall, noting that only 23 pairs remained. If this woman buys so many, what will they eat? He pondered aloud. Mrs. Zhu, everyone is eager to taste them. Is it necessary for you to purchase so many when there are only 3 in your family? The man spoke with a degree of politeness. However, upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhu's eyes sparkled with determination. I arrived first. I shall buy as many as I desire. The man then smiled at the young girl, saying, I'll use 40 points to buy 1 pair. Could you sell me an additional one? At this moment, Jiang Sheng wore a gentle smile, yet internally, she was laughing uncontrollably. It is a well-known fact that raising prices on the spot is a grave mistake. Yet what time is it now? It is the apocalypse, and the rules of the past can no longer be applied to the present predicament. Esteemed guests, we are but humble merchants, and today we have a limited supply of crabs, 30 pairs to be precise. There are still 23 pairs remaining. Please deliberate among yourselves on who shall offer the highest bid, and we shall sell to that individual. As Jiang Sheng spoke, she removed the leaves, revealing the lively crabs beneath. Earlier, She had divided the crab meat from the one she had caught that morning, but naturally, the taste was unfamiliar to everyone. Old Wang, must you oppose our Zhu family, even when I merely wish to purchase a crab? Mrs. Zhu exclaimed, her hands on her hips, her long robe slipping and exposing part of her shoulder. What nonsense is this, Mrs. Zhu? In the realm of commerce, the highest bidder prevails. That is simply how our circle operates, the man replied warmly, continuing to engage Mrs. Zhu in conversation. Ultimately, Mrs. Zhu acquired 13 pairs for 80 points each, while Uncle Wang purchased the remaining 10 pairs for 70 points. After their departure, the other wealthy ladies were visibly upset. Jiang Sheng discerned that the Zhu and Wang families likely wielded significant power within the base, or else these affluent women would not have dared to compete with them. Forgive me, esteemed sisters. I cannot guarantee tomorrow's stock. However, should we acquire more fine goods in the future, I sincerely hope you will grace us with your patronage. Jiang Sheng said sweetly to the group of affluent ladies. Such individuals are easily influenced. A few compliments will suffice. Indeed, beautiful elder sister, do come again tomorrow. Meow Meow chimed in, waving at them. What a lovely little girl, they remarked, clearly charmed by the well-mannered and adorable child. Once everyone had dispersed, Maya and Meow Meow began to pack up the stall. Jiang Sheng reserved 2 pairs of crabs to deliver to the security office. This was a deliberate act. Relying solely on her meager pack of cigarettes was insufficient for her business aspirations. Here, take this and enjoy, she offered to the security guard. Thank you for your assistance today. Jiang Sheng was naturally attractive, tall and graceful, and possessed a gentle demeanor. Those who were short-sighted would undoubtedly appreciate her capabilities. Thank you. Xiao Sheng, you truly excel. Had it been me in business, I would have likely been escorted out by the security long ago. Maya, with a basket in hand, smiled radiantly. Sister Xiao Sheng is remarkable. Meow Meow chimed in, equally commendable for assisting her mother and sister, Xiao Sheng, in retaining customers. Jiang Sheng lifted Meow Meow in her arms. This diminutive card reader costs 3,000 yuan. Jiang Sheng pondered that if she were to engage in business long-term, renting would be impractical, as the expense was exorbitant. Take Sister Zhao, for instance. When business dwindled, she could scarcely afford to rent the card machine. Upon returning home, Mei resolved to craft additional bamboo baskets. Today, someone inquired about the price of her baskets, to which she responded 120 points each. Presently, a mere bag costs 20 points. Selling a sizable bamboo basket for 101 is indeed reasonable. Moreover, their family was the sole vendor of bamboo baskets in the vicinity, as Jiang Sheng had learned from Xiaohui yesterday that there were no bamboo groves near the base. Jiang Hao, trained in a special forces unit, had acquired this skill for survival through self-study. Sister Maya, we must act swiftly, should others discover this opportunity. Our sales may dwindle. Let us produce a larger batch and promote them in advance. Jiang Sheng was organizing her backpack, seemingly preparing for an outing. Xiao Sheng, where are you going? Maya had already begun her preparations, with Meow Meow beside her, imitating her actions diligently. I'm going out to explore. Being unfamiliar with the area, I must gather more information. I'll have lunch outside, Jiang Sheng replied, shouldering her backpack as she departed. All right, but don't stay out too late. After walking for several minutes, she arrived at the trading hall, the location Xiao Wu had mentioned the previous day. Here, items could be exchanged for points, and it was reputed for its fairness. Upon entering, she immediately noticed 4 armed security guards flanking either side. No wonder it was deemed a just place, as no one would dare to cause a scene there. Boss, I'd like to exchange points, Jiang Sheng announced, placing her backpack on the counter. She was attended to by a woman in her 30s. All right, let me see what you have, the woman said, opening Jiang Sheng's backpack before quickly closing it again. This is quite challenging. If you sell everything, I can offer you this amount. Sister, 6,000 seems a bit low, doesn't it? The wealthy clientele must be in dire need of this. It's practically new, with not a speck of dust on it. Surely, you could offer me a better price, Jiang Sheng countered. After a moment's consideration, the woman replied, 600 for 6,006 is quite a bargain. Beyond that, I want to make a profit. However, Jiang Sheng was reluctant to sell herself, as it would expose her too much, inviting unwanted attention. Little sister, do come back to me next time you have goods, I'll offer you the best price," the woman said cheerfully, returning the card to Jiang Sheng. After Jiang Sheng nodded, he exited the trading hall and proceeded to the adjacent area where card readers were rented. He spent 2,006 points to purchase one of these machines. After placing the card reader into his space, Jiang Sheng left the base and ventured into the mountains. Walking along the small path cleared by the base, he noticed that not a single wild vegetable was in sight. Likely, they had been foraged by survivors or individuals from the base, where some were still being sold, albeit at a modest price. Such readily available items naturally commanded low value. After walking uphill for half an hour, he found a relatively secluded grove to rest. Chapter 53. The Coming Storm. From his space, he retrieved a prepared bowl of braised pork rice and released Sero for some fresh air, although the little fellow had already eaten his fill in the wooden cabin. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy. It melted in his mouth, and the lean meat was tender, while the rice was perfectly fluffy, a testament to his culinary skills. While dining, Jiang Sheng could see the distant city still engulfed by floodwaters, which were no longer the murky yellow of before, but had become noticeably clearer. He spotted patches of yellow-green, recognizing them as mutated kelp. The once visible buildings were dwindling, all having collapsed into the water, reduced to mere ruins. Occasionally, a breeze would sweep across the water's surface as rain began to fall, the dark clouds thickening overhead. Raindrops created ripples on the water, and one corner of a distant skyscraper had already crumbled. How could this place, where he had lived for nearly 2 decades, have transformed so drastically? At that moment, Jiang Sheng felt an incessant twitch in his right eyelid, a premonition of impending misfortune. Resolute, he decided to descend the mountain via the same path to find Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua. As the rain intensified, he had no choice but to retrieve a raincoat from his space. The raindrops, initially the size of rice grains, had now swelled to the size of soybeans. The ground beneath his feet grew increasingly muddy, and halfway along the path, he spotted 2 figures ahead. "Shaohua, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Sheng called out loudly, only to lose his footing and stumble. "Sister, what are you doing out here?" Jiang Shaohua set down his belongings to help Jiang Sheng up. The two were carrying a large bamboo basket on their backs, and they handed one of the bamboo poles to Jiang Sheng, keeping a bucket in hand. "Xiao Jiang, Xiao Sheng, we need to hurry," Jiang Hao said, his unease growing as the weather darkened ominously. The clouds above were gathering in greater numbers, creating a suffocating darkness that seemed poised to engulf the horizon. Due to the rain, the ground had become quite slippery, and all 3 were struggling to maintain their footing. The 2 carrying the bamboo basket fell to their knees, attempting to protect the contents within. After more than an hour of braving the rain, the trio finally reached the entrance of the base, just as hail began to fall, each hailstone the size of a broad bean. Jiang Sheng donned a hat and retrieved 2 garments from his backpack, draping them over the heads of Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua. He secured the backpack on his head and sprinted toward the residential area. Mei brought a bowl of hot water to Jiang Sheng, and as the warmth entered his body, he began to feel rejuvenated. The 3 of them, wrapped in blankets, settled in the living room. "Brother Jiang, what do you have in your basket?" Jiang Sheng, now bundled tightly to retain every bit of warmth, inquired. Mei served each of them a pastry, and Jiang Sheng detected mashed potatoes within. They were perfectly baked to a crisp, delightful texture. Suddenly, rain began to pour, catching them off guard. As just moments before the sun had shone brightly, Jiang Hao felt a pang of apprehension. If the rain intensified, they would have no choice but to seek refuge in a cave for the night. "Indeed, my brother and I intended to gather more, even if only to make some jam. Such a pity," Jiang Shaohua remarked, savoring his pastry with careful deliberation. "Let us first observe the weather. If it's unfavorable tomorrow, we ought not to venture out." "Today, we earned over 1,000 points selling crabs," Mei said, offering consolation to Jiang Shaohua. The points were divided equally between Mei and Jiang Sheng, with each responsible for tracking expenditures to ensure they could cover the rent. Gazing at the torrential rain outside, which rivaled the downpours in Longquan City, a sense of foreboding settled over them as they looked at the darkened sky. The room began to grow chilly, prompting Jiang Sheng to don his thicker attire. He assisted Jiang Shaohua and Miao Miao in selecting the reddest of the hawthorn fruits for sale the next day. Meow meow. Do taste one. See if it's palatable. Jiang Sheng offered the ripest hawthorn to her. Meow meow shook her head. Sister Xiao Sheng, I cannot eat these. They're meant for tomorrow's sale. Jiang Sheng observed meow meow as she discreetly swallowed, feeling a pang of concern for her. What if she didn't taste it first? What if it turned out to be unpalatable, leaving them unable to sell it? After contemplating for a moment, meow meow replied, All right, then let's share it, Sister Xiao Sheng. Each taking half. Jiang Sheng took a small bite. The fruit was predominantly crisp and sweet, with just a hint of tartness. Meow meow accepted it and slowly savored it. By the time the three of them had sorted the hawthorn fruit, Jiang Hao had just completed the first bamboo basket. Jiang Sheng moved the stool closer to learn from Maya how to prepare the dishes. The four of them toiled throughout the afternoon, managing to produce only 6 servings. Their hands reddened from the cold. After finishing their meal, they hurried to nestle under the covers. Back home, with a heating pad, an electric blanket, and a small heater, the chill had not felt so severe. Now, with nothing but a single blanket to rely on, Jiang Sheng found even the warmth of the bed insufficient. It was only after donning his thermal wear that he felt a semblance of comfort. The following day, Jiang Hao took Jiang Shaohua to the base to work, for the settlements were made daily. The rain had yet to cease, and they could not afford to venture out in such torrential downpours. For doing so would be tantamount to gambling with their lives. Resting at home was no viable option either, as the 5 of them would consume 70 to 80 points daily, and with 900 points due for rent next month. Life remained an unending hustle in pursuit of survival. Jiang Sheng carried a table, his left hand grasping a bamboo basket filled with prepared hawthorn fruits, while Maya held 2 bamboo baskets in her hands. Even Meow Meow struggled with 2 empty bamboo baskets, yet she felt compelled to keep pace with her mother and Jiang Sheng, each burdened with their own loads. Upon their arrival, Jiang Sheng first slipped a small bag of hawthorn fruits into the security room, where the same young man with a wheat-colored complexion and sharp brows was on duty as the day before. Back again to sell goods? I see, he remarked. The young man accepted the offering and distributed a few to a companion nearby. Indeed, while winter had yet to arrive, there was an opportunity to earn extra points. The security guard nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate, and Jiang Sheng understood that this was tacit consent. Jiang Sheng gestured an okay to Maya, prompting her to begin arranging the items. What are you selling today? I inquired, noticing the activity as soon as I opened the door. The gentleman who had been the first to purchase crabs yesterday emerged from the shop and greeted Jiang Sheng. Chapter 54, A New Job. Jiang Sheng placed 4 baskets upon the bamboo table, while the remaining ones were set at the edge of the table. Ah, it is you, uncle, Jiang Sheng greeted, a smile gracing her lips. I thought you might not come today. Ah, these must be hawthorn berries, the uncle remarked, finally noticing the small red fruits hidden beneath the leaves. Do give them a taste, Jiang Sheng offered, handing one to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper wiped his hands and accepted it, exclaiming, Indeed, they are delightfully sweet and sour. How much are they? Currently, fruit prices are rather steep. 3 points for 2. 5 points for 3, Jiang Sheng replied. Well, since I've already sampled your wares, I shall purchase a few for my son, the shopkeeper chuckled. By the way, what is your surname? Jiang Sheng asked, selecting a few larger berries for the uncle. I am Yang. I have been at the base for 2 months now. After lingering for a few more minutes, several individuals began to emerge from the villa. Isn't that the vendor who sold crabs yesterday? Quick, let us go check before the Zhu and Wang families arrive. 2 women spoke, arm in arm, approaching the stall, one of them holding a small parasol adorned with white lace. Shopkeeper, are you not selling crabs today? No crabs in stock. Today we have hawthorn berries, sweet and sour. Perfect for beauty and vitamin replenishment, Jiang Sheng explained as she revealed the berries hidden beneath a few leaves. They do look rather appealing. I'll take 30, the woman declared, handing her purse to Jiang Sheng. Even these affluent ladies opted to carry their own bags when shopping, preferring to avoid unnecessary expenditures. The woman then noticed the 2 bamboo baskets beneath the table. Are these for sale as well? Indeed, 120 points each, finely handcrafted and of excellent quality. They are quite handy for carrying items and serve well for storage at home, Jiang Sheng elaborated while packing the baskets for the woman. Maya winked at Jiang Sheng and lifted a bamboo basket for the two ladies to admire. After completing their transaction, the other woman took a taste and remarked, "These are quite delightful. I've been consuming canned fruits lately, but none compare to this flavor. I shall also take 30. The two ladies seemed unimpressed by the bamboo baskets. Jiang Sheng pondered that these wealthy women preferred elegant and exquisite bags, rendering the baskets too rustic for their tastes. After a fruitful morning of sales, they successfully sold all the hawthorn berries, with the last bamboo basket purchased by a customer visiting Mr. Yang's shop. It appeared that bamboo baskets were ill-suited for such an establishment. The rain continued to pour incessantly, though it was lighter than the previous day. Still, the damp chill in the air remained palpable. Meow Meow rubbed her little hands together, indicating that the young one was feeling the cold. Jiang Sheng allocated all the points to Maya, and whatever points are sold thereafter are under your purview. That is acceptable. Just inform me of your culinary desires then. The following days continued to be drenched in rain, leaving Jiang Sheng with nothing to sell. Thus she was compelled to labor for the base. Having been there for nearly 10 days, she could not afford to idle away. Xiao Sheng, let us venture to the plantation, or perhaps become nurses. Jiang Sheng had previously mentioned the base's work to Maya, as she too was inclined towards the botanical gardens. Henceforth, only Meow Meow could remain at home with Sai Luo. All four adults needed to work. However, upon their arrival at the plantation, they were informed that additional hands were unnecessary. They were left with no choice but to apply for nursing positions. Nurses earned 35 points per day, and an extra point was granted for each patient admitted. They were greeted by a male doctor clad in a white coat, though it was hardly pristine, having taken on a yellowed hue. Initially, Jiang Sheng had considered the pay insufficient, but upon witnessing the hospital wards filled to capacity, her perspective shifted. The primary role of the base nurses involved assisting doctors with medication, documenting patients' conditions, and mastering the basics of intravenous insertion, skills Jiang Sheng had already acquired. They commenced their duties that very day, toiling from dawn until dusk without respite, attending predominantly to those with injuries, alongside a small fraction suffering from high fevers. It seemed that these individuals had come to regard their lives with a reckless disregard. A middle-aged man, upon experiencing a mere 38-degree fever, wept and pleaded for hospitalization, oblivious to the exorbitant costs of medication. Perhaps the calamities of nature had instilled fear in everyone. The weather remained bleak and uncertain, particularly at night when even the moonlight appeared feeble. Thankfully, Meow Meow was a well-behaved child, quietly accompanying Sai Luo at home without causing a stir. Maya began preparing rice, steaming some rice balls and a couple of dried fish sufficient for dinner. Currently, they possessed over 2,000 points. Yet next month's water and housing fees would amount to over 1,000 points. What happened to you? Maya asked, noticing bloodstains on Jiang Hao's arm and the tattered state of his clothing, while Jiang Shaohua's face bore signs of swelling. Sister Maya, today we were apprehending robbers at the base, and unexpectedly, they wielded knives. Brother Jiang was injured while protecting me. It is all my fault. As she spoke, Jiang Shaohua's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Maya carefully removed Jiang Hao's clothing, relieved to discover the wound was not deep. Jiang Sheng retrieved the medical kit and began by gently cleansing the surrounding wounds with saline solution, followed by a thorough wipe with alcohol, before finally applying a sprinkle of medicinal powder. She held great admiration for Jiang Hao, despite having previously experienced the stinging pain of this very powder on his own wounds, remained utterly silent. Is this the demeanor of one who has served as a police officer? After administering an antibiotic to Jiang Hao, she proceeded to apply a cold compress of water to Jiang Shaohua's eyes and face. Although there were painkillers available, Jiang Hao refrained from taking any. Maya, standing aside, secretly shed tears, while Meow Meow clung to her father, weeping. Life was already fraught with hardship, and Maya was determined to ensure that both individuals recuperated fully before departing. Fortunately, the base had provided a subsidy of 200 points per person, serving as compensation for maintaining public safety. On the following day, as they arrived at the hospital for work, they were met with a throng of people at the entrance. Jiang Sheng's spirits were already low, and it appeared that overtime would be inevitable due to the sheer volume of individuals gathered. When the hospital doors finally opened, both Jiang Sheng and Maya, as nurses, struggled to push their way inside. A small portion of the crowd consisted of individuals who had been inadvertently injured during yesterday's robbery, revealing the severity of the incident that had transpired. According to the doctors at the hospital, over 20 individuals had suffered from knife wounds, and tragically, some had even lost their lives. Chapter 55. Leech in the face of natural disasters, humanity is driven to madness. Who would willingly resort to theft, if not for the unbearable pressures of existence? Despite the necessity of working overtime today, the silver lining was a slightly increased wage, with each earning 65 points, while the doctors would surpass the 100 mark. Jiang Sheng had been summoned to administer injections, as the hospital was severely understaffed. Merely registering for treatment required 15 points. Currently, glucose was administered in halves, with 100 points yielding merely half a unit of glucose. Despite this, the daily supply of glucose was limited, rendering it nearly unattainable for ordinary individuals. Prescriptions for medications were even more elusive. Sister Maya, the hospital is utterly exhausting. Jiang Sheng lamented as she sank into a chair, feeling as if her limbs might disintegrate. Indeed, even these old bones of mine are feeling the strain, Maya echoed, mimicking Jiang Sheng's posture in the chair. Meow Meow trotted over to massage Maya's shoulders, while Sai Luo imitated Meow Meow, resting his paws on Jiang Sheng's shoulders and incessantly nudging her. Sai Luo, stop being a nuisance. I'm already quite irritable. With a dejected demeanor, Sai Luo scurried away, clinging to Meow Meow's short legs. Sister Xiao Sheng, after Meow Meow finishes massaging Mama, I'll massage you. Thank you, Meow Meow. Upon returning to her bedroom, Jiang Sheng secured the door. The latch, crafted from wood by Jiang Hao, was reasonably sturdy, better than having no latch at all. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Sheng ventured into the wooden cabin within her space, reclining on her soft bed, shutting out the cold and enveloping herself in gentle sensations and faint fragrances. Subsequently, she set up a grill in the cabin, having long craved barbecue. Today presented the perfect occasion, as she felt that failing to indulge in this meal would leave her with a lingering resentment from work. It was evident that work invariably affected one's mood, as the marbled pork sizzled on the griddle, emitting delightful sounds, while a sprinkle of chili powder released an enticing aroma. Ignoring the heat, she stuffed a piece of grilled pork into her mouth, savoring the explosion of meaty and oily flavors, complemented by a sip of a refreshing beverage. This is the essence of life: oysters, crayfish, sausages, and an array of fried skewers. Jiang Sheng declared that she had indulged in every delicacy, and Sai Luo had also enjoyed a substantial feast. Jiang Sheng paid little mind to restrictions. As long as the little one was happy, nothing else mattered. Observing the clock in her space, she realized she had lingered for 2 hours and could not tarry any longer. The precious time she had accumulated needed to be reserved for her future elderly life. Emerging from her space, she landed on the cold, hard bed, regretting not having let Sai Luo warm the blankets first. Upon waking the next morning, she discovered Jiang Hao and Jiang Xiaohua gazing intently out the window. What is happening? Jiang Sheng mumbled, still groggy. Sister, I advise you not to look, Jiang Xiaohua cautioned. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Sheng leaned closer to the window, her eyebrows knitting together in distress. Outside, a multitude of insects crawled densely, and the rain continued to fall, leaving a trail of slime on the ground. Goodness, are those leeches? On the road and on the houses, leeches were swarming, with white liquid splattered across the ground, and several clung to the window ledge. Jiang Sheng observed intently, noting the yellow stripes adorning the leech. Previously, he had heard that leeches, also known as medicinal leeches, possess certain properties. Their flavor is predominantly salty with a hint of bitterness, capable of invigorating blood circulation and alleviating bruises, thus serving a purpose in treating injuries. More intriguingly, despite their repulsive appearance, they are indeed edible, although moderation is advised. I have heard that these leeches can be consumed and utilized for medicinal purposes. Should we procure some? Before Jiang Sheng could finish his thought, Jiang Hao had already fetched a bucket. Subsequently, he crafted 4 bamboo clamps to capture the leeches. Maya, are you joining us in the hunt for leeches? Jiang Sheng called from outside the door. What do you intend to do with them? They are edible and can also be. When we set off, before Jiang Sheng could respond, Maya had already emerged from the room, showcasing the couple's remarkable initiative. The four of them seized a water bucket and, upon pushing open the unit door, began to capture leeches with their makeshift apparatus. However, they took great care to protect themselves, binding their pant legs and sleeves with ropes. They also wrapped their necks, and Jiang Sheng distributed mass to each person for a modicum of protection. As the clamp grasped a leech, it writhed vigorously, causing Maya to yelp in fright. Yet, the thought of its edibility compelled them to persevere. Capturing leeches requires finesse. One must ensure they are placed in the bucket before they can violently escape. Numerous onlookers peered from their windows, bemused by the peculiar antics of the four. What are they doing? It appears they are capturing leeches? How revolting! They must possess considerable courage. After several minutes, Sister Zhao, thoroughly bundled up, recognized Maya and Jiang Sheng. What are you catching these for? Maya discreetly confided in Sister Zhao. These are edible, but remember not to consume too many. They are rich in protein. Upon hearing of their edibility, Sister Zhao's eyes gleamed with interest. Really? Why would I deceive you, sister? Maya replied, her words stemming from the camaraderie they shared with Sister Zhao, whose amiable nature she appreciated. Jiang Sheng, equipped with gloves, seized the opportunity to place leeches into the container within her space, while others struggled to catch them. A mere touch from her would cause the leeches to instantly materialize within the receptacle. In no time, she had captured over 100, with many more still in the bucket. Minutes later, Sister Zhao and her husband joined the ranks of leech collectors, resorting to chopsticks or even their bare hands, as they lacked bamboo tongs. Gradually, others descended to inquire, and Jiang Sheng, recognizing it was no secret, many were aware of the medicinal properties of leeches, did not conceal her actions. What was initially perceived as a calamity turned out to be a source of warmth. The leech-catching brigade grew in numbers, and Jiang Hao and his companions hastened their efforts. After an hour, the area near the community entrance had been nearly depleted of leeches, prompting everyone to venture onto the streets, for these creatures were abundant. Realizing that remaining there was a waste of time, Jiang Sheng retrieved a bag from her pack, feigning to collect leeches within, though she dared not wander far, as every young girl harbored a natural fear of such writhing creatures, albeit to varying degrees. Jiang Hao placed the leeches upon a bamboo slat, suspending it over the stove to dry them gradually. The process was straightforward. The leeches twisted and writhed under the heat, their movements gradually slowing until they became straightened. Chapter 56. Missed after a quarter of an hour of roasting, during which Jiang Hao turned the leeches repeatedly to ensure even heating, they transformed into dried leeches. Maya placed the desiccated leeches into a basket, finding it preferable to stay home and enjoy the warmth of the fire, given the cold weather outside. Jiang Shaohua, with a look of distaste, lifted a freshly dried leech. I suggest you refrain from consuming that. After all, it is primarily used for medicinal purposes and may induce nausea or dizziness as side effects. Jiang Sheng earnestly educated her oblivious younger brother. After listening to the discussion, Jiang Shaohua set aside the dried leeches. In the afternoon, Jiang Sheng gazed out of the window and observed numerous individuals from the base-clad in protective suits, presumably capturing leeches for the purposes of sanitation and pharmaceuticals. After all, leeches are known to treat external wounds, and currently, many are suffering from such injuries. The survivors, witnessing the officials fervently collecting these creatures, became even more motivated. Jiang Sheng was quite curious about the origin of such an abundance of leeches, wondering if they might also be found in the mountains. Maya and Jiang Sheng ventured out with umbrellas, as their home was devoid of food, and they intended to purchase some rice or coarse grains. The streets had been largely cleared, making their outing relatively unproblematic. Their first stop was the hospital, where, fortunately, the doctors did not reprimand anyone for their absence from work, declaring it a day off, with a return expected the following day. At the official grain and oil store, Maya ordered 10 pounds of broken rice and 4 pounds of coarse grains in one go, opting for the cheapest vegetables available, which were bean sprouts and potatoes. The potatoes, similar to those previously purchased, were quite small and showed signs of greenness. possessing a somewhat astringent taste that was utterly inferior to the texture of potatoes enjoyed before the apocalypse. "Maya, are you buying so much?" Jiang Sheng inquired while carrying the rice. "Who knows when prices might rise? It's prudent to stock up. There's no harm in that. And we might as well utilize our points." Having trained for several days, Maya found herself strong enough to carry the heavy items without feeling fatigued. Upon returning, Jiang had already packaged the leeches, preparing to see if the base would accept them for sale. When Jiang Sheng awoke the next day, she noticed that most of the leeches outside the window had been cleared away. It was only when she and Maya headed to the hospital for work that she learned these leeches had emerged from a pond located behind the mountains, where rain had caused the water to overflow, prompting many leeches to seek refuge within the base. Jiang Sheng suddenly recalled something and inquired of Dr. Zhang. "Does the hospital accept medicinal leeches? The price they offer might be rather low." Jiang Sheng informed Maya about the situation, deciding to hold off on selling to see how prices would fluctuate. Maya worked at the front desk, responsible for recording information. "Are you Maya?" A man in his 30s looked at her with palpable excitement. "Wang Chong." Maya recognized him as the individual who had been taken to the safe zone by the security team earlier. "Oh my, I didn't expect to encounter an acquaintance here, haha." Wang Chong was clad in a blue outfit, his hair slicked back in greasy strands, which made Maya feel somewhat nauseous. "What illness do you have? Which department do you need?" Maya furrowed her brows, instinctively taking a step back. "I just injured my leg. Could you spare me a few pills?" Wang Chong chuckled in a rather unsettling manner. "Painkillers cost 80 points each, and coagulant powder is 50 points for a set." "What? We are old acquaintances. Yet you still demand points from me?" Wang Chong exclaimed, his mouth agape as he shouted at Maya. At that moment, Jiang Sheng also took note of the commotion. Just as Wang Chong reached out to grab Maya, Jiang Sheng swiftly intervened, slapping him away with the registration book. "Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Points for medicine." Jiang Sheng glared at Wang Chong menacingly. "Oh, it's the little girl from the 18th floor, still dressed so neatly at this hour. Your family must have plenty of points. Yet you refuse to help out your neighbors. Truly heartless. I used to assist you, you know," Wang Chong sneered derisively. Jiang Sheng felt utterly speechless. She had never encountered such a repugnant individual before. Today, Wang Chong truly opened her eyes, akin to a small knife on a tender backside. Within a few minutes, he was escorted away by the hospital security, leaving Maya in a rather foul mood for the entire day. One might wonder if Maya herself is unwell. He had also moved to the garden community a few years ago, and it was rumored that his residence was acquired through dubious means. Jiang Sheng cast a glance towards the direction in which Wang Chong had departed, and a sense of murderous intent gradually stirred within him. Tomorrow, he would commence work alongside Jiang Shaohua. Alas, what is this? A thick fog has descended. Maya was preparing dinner, and upon casting a glance out the window, she beheld a world shrouded in white. Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng also sat up to peer outside. It was the first time he had encountered such dense fog. Jiang Hao gazed outside with a furrowed brow. When they looked out again a few minutes later, they could discern only about a meter beyond the window. Jiang Sheng felt an unease regarding Jiang Shaohua and decided to descend the stairs to check on him. Jiang Hao had initially intended to accompany her, but was turned down by Jiang Sheng. Upon reaching the lower level, Jiang Sheng was momentarily convinced that her sight had betrayed her. The visibility around her dwindled to less than 2 meters, rendering the distant surroundings utterly indistinguishable. Dense fog. It is advised not to expose your eyes and wounds to it for extended periods. Jiang Sheng was taken aback. Why would the system's identification function assert that the dense fog was toxic? Or was it something else? Sister? Jiang Sheng also noticed her peculiar behavior. Upon returning home, he led him into the bedroom, which was enveloped in darkness. "What is the matter, sister?" Being pulled into the bedroom like this made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Sheng then took out his phone and turned on the flashlight, directing the beam towards Jiang Shaohua's eyes. The light from the phone was relatively dim, as he was fearful of blinding him with the flashlight. A look of astonishment soon spread across Jiang Sheng's face. To his dismay, he observed several tiny, transparent insects crawling within Jiang Shaohua's eyes, so diminutive and clear that they were nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. He promptly pulled Jiang Sheng into the living room, instructing Maya to pour a glass of hot water. Take the medicine first. Jiang Sheng gazed at the medicine Jiang Sheng had handed him and, without further inquiry, swallowed it. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng instructed Jiang Sheng to keep his eyes open while resting them on a cup filled with boiling water. Sister, what is the purpose of this? He asked. Chapter 57. Another worm, Jiang Sheng replied gravely. There are transparent worms in your eyes. I just administered deworming medication to you. Now we must observe whether these worms can escape through the steam emanating from the water. When droplets gather on your eyeball, blink forcefully to expel the water. Then quickly open your eyes to prevent the worms from descending deeper. After listening to Jiang Sheng's explanation, Jiang Sheng swallowed hard and nodded gently. Sister Maya, I would like to show this to Brother Song as well. In the end, Maya took a moment to examine Jiang Sheng's eyes, and fortunately, everything appeared to be fine. Jiang Sheng repeatedly squeezed the moisture from his eyes, and when Jiang Sheng glanced again, the insects were no longer visible. Do your eyes feel uncomfortable? She inquired. At first, there was some discomfort, but now it has significantly improved. I hardly feel anything. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment before responding. It appears the medication is taking effect. Jiang Sheng sighed in relief. However, she realized that in the base, she might be the only one aware of the invisible insects lurking within the dense fog. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the streets were nearly deserted. Jiang Sheng contemplated how to disseminate this news to a wider audience. Although we are currently safe, the base is teeming with people. Maya approached him, offering reassurance, urging him not to worry, as we would devise a method to inform them. Gazing out at the dense fog, Jiang Sheng could not shake the feeling that it concealed ravenous demons. Within the room, a profound silence enveloped everyone. While it was imperative to notify the base, it should not come at the cost of our own safety. In his personal space, he possessed a diving mask which could effectively shield him, yet retrieving it now would seem rather abrupt. Jiang Sheng's immediate thought was to inform Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang resided in a nearby building. The base was equipped with a broadcasting system. As long as they could communicate through the speakers, they could at least ensure proper precautions before venturing outside. Jiang Sheng donned her diving mask, earplugs, and a face mask, momentarily disregarding her own comfort in light of the lives of tens of thousands at the base. She could not bear to witness her fellow beings succumb to illness. I'll step out for a moment. As soon as Jiang Sheng opened the door, Maya halted her. Is this safe? Let me double-check your protective gear. After Maya conducted a thorough inspection, she finally permitted Jiang Sheng to proceed. Equipped with a flashlight, Jiang Sheng illuminated the dense fog, which effectively expanded her field of vision, granting her a sigh of relief. If the light had failed to penetrate, it would have been utterly despairing. She navigated her surroundings with meticulous attention to the architecture, and after half an hour, she located the place. Earlier, she had heard Dr. Zhang mention that he could be sought in case of urgency. Upon knocking, a woman opened the door. Hello, I'm looking for Dr. Zhang. Jiang Sheng, wrapped tightly in her gear, appeared so imposing that one might mistake her for a man. Old Zhang, someone is here for you, the woman called inside. Moments later, Dr. Zhang emerged at the door. Who are you? He inquired. I am Jiang Sheng. Ah, Xiao Sheng, come in and have a seat, he said, stepping aside to invite her in. No need, Dr. Zhang. The fog is peculiar, and there are translucent insects within it. Jiang Sheng calmly recounted the sequence of events to Dr. Zhang. As they listened, their astonishment grew. This was indeed troubling. Fortunately, it was nighttime, but I cannot hastily report this to the base. Subsequently, Dr. Zhang donned his protective gear, took a culture plate, and gently scooped a sample of the fog through the open window. Let us go, Xiao Sheng. We need to head to the hospital. Jiang Sheng followed Dr. Zhang for a further 10 minutes until they arrived at the hospital. Dr. Zhang possessed the keys to the facility, and even without them, there were always staff on duty during the night. Upon entering the hospital, they proceeded to the medical room, where, through the lens of a microscope, a small cluster of dense fog within a petri dish revealed a disturbing presence of over a dozen insects. While not excessively dense, the sight was nonetheless alarming. Dr. Zhang picked up the hospital's landline and made a call. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals clad in tactical gear entered, followed by several in white lab coats. "Dr. Jiang, is this true?" inquired a robust man, his tone laced with urgency. "Indeed it is. Jiang Sheng was the first to make the discovery, and we conducted experiments under the microscope before notifying you," Dr. Jiang affirmed. The man in tactical attire took notes for a while before departing, while the group in white coats leaned closer to begin their examination of the insects within the petri dish. Jiang Sheng nodded, illuminating the path with his flashlight as he departed from the hospital. Indeed, midway through his journey, he heard the voice of the base's broadcast. "Attention, esteemed residents. The dense fog renders the outside perilous. We kindly urge everyone to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Those who venture out do so at their own risk. I shall repeat." Jiang Sheng nodded at everyone, grateful for the presence of Dr. Jiang. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to inform a base. Now, all he could do was await any developments from the hospital. That night, Jiang Sheng found himself unable to sleep, his mind plagued by visions of transparent insects. When he awoke the next day, the thick fog outside had yet to dissipate. Fortunately, Sarah was by his side, the little fellow seemingly carefree, lost in slumber. As he went to freshen up, he discovered Mei is skillfully making pancakes. "You're up early," he remarked. "It's not early anymore. It's already past 7. She replied, "I noticed you had little appetite yesterday, so I decided to make you some pancakes today." The enticing aroma of flour wafted from the pan, enhanced by the addition of beef from a can, making it particularly delectable. Jiang Sheng, while indulging in his pastry, gazed out the window, uncertain whether Dr. Jiang and his team would yield any breakthroughs. It was only by noon that the base made another announcement. The dense fog remains under investigation, and operations at the base have been temporarily suspended. Residents are advised to remain in isolation for a few more days. I repeat, Jiang Sheng seized the opportunity to organize the contents of her spatial realm, her consciousness delving into the space. This marked her inaugural meticulous exploration of her system's domain. Storing supplies in small mounds, it became evident why her previous searches had been so cumbersome. Observing the presence of shelves within, Jiang Sheng began to mentally assemble them, subsequently categorizing and placing various small items, predominantly an assortment of snacks, upon them. Jiang Sheng has only recently come to grasp the magnitude of her 2 billion. This sum is truly overwhelming. The shelves, in comparison to the provisions within, are woefully inadequate. Although the shelves may be insufficient, the organization remains commendable. Chief Engineer Jiang has divided the space into 7 distinct areas: the grain and oil section, the snacks and treat section, the fruits and vegetable section, the daily necessities section, the pharmaceutical section, the parking area, and the weapons section. There may be a need for further refinement in the future, but the mere act of categorization has already left Jiang Sheng utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the items were categorized upon arrival, which has facilitated her current efforts in organization. Chapter 58. The patient. After categorizing the storage space, Jiang Sheng found herself utterly fatigued, her consciousness gradually fading as an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her. The section for living essentials would have to wait until tomorrow. When Jiang Sheng awoke at noon, she discovered that only Mei remained at home, along with Miao Miao and Ciro. "Where are Brother Jiang and my younger brother?" she inquired, wiping her face with a towel. Noticing Mei busily engaged with something on the table, "They've gone out to work. The base has issued protective suits to every household, which effectively isolate the insects lurking within the dense fog. Since our family consists of base personnel, we received 2 additional suits." Jiang Sheng approached and noticed Mei meticulously arranging the green protective suits, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Why are these suits here? How did they manage to leave?" Mei quickly clarified that the base had issued the suits, which the 2 of them had taken. She continued, "These 2 sets were sent by Dr. Jiang, who mentioned that we can start working tomorrow. He also mentioned that your prompt notification to the base would earn you an additional reward." Jiang Sheng was indifferent to any rewards. His only desire was to prevent further loss of life. In order to ensure the survivors could live normally, the base not only issued protective suits to every household, but also sought individuals to install streetlights, offering 50 points a day for the labor. This was considered a generous wage, and both Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua eagerly set out to repair the streetlights upon hearing the news. The peas and leeks previously sown had long since withered, so Jiang Sheng gathered the old leeks and stored them in the storage space to prevent them from rotting here. Fortunately, the fruit trees that had been planted were still thriving. Jiang Sheng planted the bamboo roots separately at the edge, followed by kiwis and pears. These wild varieties boasted greater nutritional value than the saplings purchased from the plantation, although the taste of those from the orchard was superior. After poring over books on fruit tree cultivation for quite some time, Jiang Sheng decided to follow the methods outlined therein. He began by planting some mature varieties, such as cherries and peaches, which would not bear fruit in their first year due to their need for an adaptation period. Each plot of land was to be cultivated separately, as he was uncertain whether different species would crossbreed in the storage space. For now, they had yet to blossom. He would address that when the time came. The leeches in the container appeared to be on the brink of death, and Jiang Sheng was reluctant to place them in the storage space, but ultimately he cast them into the storage, where they perished completely, having already been half alive. For the moment, only plants were being cultivated in the storage. The fertilized eggs remained intact. Jiang Sheng knew he could not manage everything alone, and the living space was rather limited. Before long, he had finished organizing everything and, upon exiting, found Maya preparing a generous quantity of pancakes from flour. "Sister Maya, why are you making so many pancakes?" Jiang Sheng inquired, puzzled. "The weather is humid. We must process the flour quickly, or it will become inedible." Thankfully, we didn't purchase too much. Jiang Sheng washed his hands and began to help Maya knead the dough. For dinner, they would have pancakes accompanied by a cold dish of wild vegetables and potato slices. The following day, the two donned protective suits and ventured out with flashlights. This was Maya's first encounter with such thick fog. "Xiao Sheng, this is quite frightening. It reminds me of the movies back home where monsters emerge from the mist," she said, clutching Jiang Sheng's neck and instinctively shrinking back. "Maya, we must trust in science. Just follow closely behind me," Jiang Sheng reassured her. Thus, Maya was led by Jiang Sheng to the hospital. Along the way, they nearly collided with walls several times, for the density of the fog was indeed overwhelming. They only breathed a sigh of relief upon sighting the hospital. Leading the way was Maya, who, like Jiang Hao, had an excellent sense of direction, while Jiang Sheng, akin to Jiang Shaohua, struggled to navigate. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a challenge, but at this moment, finding the correct path was far from easy. As they pushed open the hospital's grand doors, a cacophony of cries echoed within. "Xiao Sheng, Maya, you finally arrived." Dr. Zhang hurried over, clutching a bottle of disinfectant. "What's wrong? What ailments are these patients suffering from?" Maya inquired, distressed by the loud wails of the patients, which pierced her heart. Dr. Zhang sighed softly. "Alas, the base has reported that there are insects in the fog, and many survivors remain in disbelief. The hospital has been overwhelmed since early morning. Those who entered are suffering from severe eye pain and are at risk of blindness." Jiang Sheng furrowed his brows and remarked, "With so many insects in one's eyes, how could it not hurt? They truly deserve it. I had already advised against going out, yet they refused to listen." At this moment, they returned to squander the hard-earned points. The rebellious nature and insatiable curiosity of humans are remarkably high. It is indeed a facet of our inherent nature. Presently, the hospital is not only lacking in doctors and nurses, but even in hospital beds. Many patients have taken to sleeping directly on the floor. When Jiang Sheng approached, there was hardly a place to set foot. He had to tread on the bed sheets to make his way, and the individual, upon seeing a nurse, refrained from saying much. Jiang Sheng approached an elderly lady, urging her to open her eyes so he could show her something. The woman, writhing in pain on her hospital bed, remained unresponsive to Jiang Sheng's words. He felt a sense of helplessness, but refrained from raising his voice. "Dear lady, please open your eyes. I wish to show you something." "Oh, what's the use? My eyes feel as if they might fail me. Hurry and give me my medicine. I came here to seek treatment." The elderly woman began to flail her arms on the bed, nearly grasping Jiang Sheng. He was not a doctor, and the thought of causing her further distress troubled him. Dr. Zhang was engaged in an examination of a young girl, and even from a distance, Jiang Sheng could observe the insects crawling on her eyes. His own vision seemed to have improved significantly, and he recalled the medicinal pill he had consumed, now understanding why it was labeled as a physical enhancement remedy. Its effects were simply gradual. Doctor. Jiang picked up a vial of clear liquid and applied a few drops into the girl's eyes. Before long, yellow liquid began to seep from her eyes, and she ceased her cries, though her eyes remained somewhat swollen. Dr. Jiang, what is this? Jiang Sheng inquired, pointing at the transparent bottle. This is a collaborative effort from our medical team, Dr. Jiang explained patiently. It only cleanses the surface. We are still uncertain if these insects have penetrated deeper into the body, which would require specialized machinery for further examination. He continued, acknowledging that this solution was not a closely guarded secret. The liquid was costly, with just 2 drops costing 50 points, and many patients arriving at the hospital were unable to afford such expenses. As Jiang Sheng gazed sympathetically at the survivors in the corridor, a familiar figure caught his eye. Was that not Xiao Wu? After scrutinizing for a while, Jiang Sheng confirmed that it truly was Xiao Wu. Dr. Jiang, I have a relative outside. I shall go and check on him. After nodding, Dr. Jiang gestured for Jiang Sheng to hurry. Outside the corridor, a boy clad in short sleeves draped his jacket over a smaller boy, whose eyes were swollen and red, reflecting a visage of profound anguish. Chapter 59. Illness. The little boy merely blinked with great effort. Even adults would cry out in pain, yet he remained silent. Brother, I am not in pain. Xiao Wu tenderly covered his younger brother with the jacket, assuring him, I will take you to see a doctor right away. Just hold on a little longer. Xiao Wu had already paid the registration fee, but the hospital was overwhelmed with patients, many of whom had prioritized their emergency treatments with greater points. It was uncertain how long it would take before it was Xiao Lu's turn. Xiao Wu. Jiang Sheng approached and inquired. Pretty sister, Xiao Wu replied, his eyes red-rimmed, tears glistening in their corners. What has happened? Jiang Sheng crouched down to examine the boy cradled in Xiao Wu's arms. He appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, only slightly older than Miao Miao. My brother, he is sick, and I have no money to buy medicine. I am a useless brother, Xiao Wu lamented, and as he spoke, tears cascaded down his cheeks, prompting his brother to wail in unison. Jiang Sheng gazed at the 2 unfortunate children, her heart heavy with sorrow. Is this little 6? Let me see your eyes, she gently coaxed. Little 6, despite the pain, obediently opened his eyes slowly. Jiang Sheng cast a quick glance, relieved to find that the situation was not dire. Little 5, please stay here with your brother, she instructed before making her way inside. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a vial of clear elixir. Little 6 opened his eyes wide. After Jiang Sheng administered the drops to Xiao Lu, yellow liquid also flowed from Xiao Lu's eyes, though the hue was not as deep as that of other patients. Thank you, beautiful sister, Xiao Lu expressed gratefully. Xiao Wu knelt before Jiang Sheng and bowed his head heavily. When he attempted to bow again, Jiang Sheng stopped him. That's enough. You mustn't injure yourself again. I will fetch the medication. You should let your brother rest for a while. With that, Jiang Sheng rose to her feet. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Is there anything else I need to be aware of? After administering the drops, Jiang Sheng handed the medication to Dr. Jiang, expressing her gratitude. Dr. Jiang waved his hand dismissively, saying, There's nothing more for now. We must continue to observe. Jiang Sheng was still occupied, leading Xiao Wu to Mei Ye's workstation, where she was responsible for registration, seated upon a bench. Sister Mei Ye, please look after these 2 little ones. Just keep them beside you, he instructed. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng spread his coat on the floor and placed Xiao Lu upon it. Oh my, such a tiny child, Mei Ye exclaimed with a heart full of compassion as she gently caressed Xiao Lu's forehead. Jiang Sheng then retrieved a deworming tablet from his pocket and handed it to Mei Ye. Sister Mei Ye, break it in half for him to take now, and give him the other half later, closer to the end of the workday. Understood, don't worry. I'm here, Mei Ye reassured him, nodding as she accepted the tablet. In the afternoon, the hospital was inundated with numerous visitors, prompting the base to reiterate the dangers of the dense fog several times, until the influx of patients significantly diminished by evening. Jiang Sheng had also been working overtime alongside Dr. Jiang for an extended period. When they finished for the day, the 2 little ones were still there. What is the matter? Mei Ye bent down to look at Xiao Wu. Before long, Xiao Wu's tears began to fall onto the floor. Maya hurried to wipe his eyes. What's wrong? Is Xiao Wu feeling unwell? No, it's not that. Xiao no longer has a home. It was only through Xiao Wu's sobs that they learned that since the arrival of the thick fog, no one needed a tour guide anymore. Even the usual labor jobs had vanished, and now they could no longer afford to rent a room for 10. Previously, they had shared a bed in a dormitory with his younger brother. The landlord, seeing their plight, had allowed them to sleep in one bed for the price of one. Now, with the fog's arrival, work had dried up, and the only 10 credits they had were spent on treating Xiao Lu, who had fallen ill after being outside for too long. The little one was so frail that when Jiang Sheng held him, it felt as if there was nothing in his arms. Maya exchanged a glance with Jiang Sheng. Sister Maya, perhaps we could. All right. Maya sighed softly, and seeing Xiao Lu reminded her of Miao Miao. The two children were of similar ages, and Xiao Lu had no adult by his side, which was truly pitiful. In truth, she did not wish to burden her beautiful sister any further, but with her brother unwell, remaining outside would be akin to sending him to his demise. She only lamented her own helplessness. Xiao Wu had protective clothing, and when they were outside, he had donned it while tucking Xiao Lu inside. However, due to Xiao Lu's weak immunity, he had been vulnerable to the bugs. Maya helped Xiao Lu into her protective suit, and the four of them hurried home. The last time I went out, this little friend helped me. He can stay with us for a couple of days. Jiang Sheng thought for a moment, but chose not to voice the remaining words. Mama! At that moment, Miao Miao emerged from behind Jiang Hao, hugging Maya's leg. Maya gently removed Xiao Lu's protective suit and lifted Miao Miao, tenderly asking Miao Miao, "Have you missed your mother?" Miao Miao nodded softly, her voice sweet and childlike. "Yes, I miss Mama all day." Xiao Wu looked at Maya, comforting Miao Miao, feeling a pang of envy in his heart. Jiang Sheng placed Xiao Lu on the bamboo chair and was in the process of removing his protective suit when he noticed Xiao Wu still standing at the door. Yet to enter, Jiang Sheng gazed at him in confusion, questioning what was amiss. "Mean, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu rubbed his small hands together, lowering his gaze to the tips of his shoes. "It's fine outside. My brother is inside." Jiang Hao exchanged a glance with Maya, who gently sighed and shook her head in resignation. "I told you to stay for a couple of days, so be obedient. However, there are no beds for you here, so you'll need to share the bench with your brother at night." Jiang Sheng pulled Xiao Wu inside and pointed to a bamboo chair leaning against the wall. In truth, any place would suffice for sleeping. The house lacked heating, and though the bamboo chair was smaller than a bed, the two children would not occupy much space. Xiao Lu sat on the chair, somewhat anxiously clutching Xiao Wu's hand. Maya set Miao Miao down, instructing her to play with her brother as she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Miao Miao," she called softly. Miao Miao nodded and slowly approached Xiao Lu, tilting her head to observe the boy, who appeared to be of similar age. Xiao Wu glanced at Miao Miao. She was the same age as his brother, yet her cherubic face exuded a delightful charm, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Quickly averting his gaze, Xiao Wu lowered his head, pulling Xiao Lu slightly backward to prevent him from dirtying Miao Miao's clothes. Chapter 60. Shelter. Miao Miao seemed to have recalled something and dashed into the room, with Sai Luo following behind eagerly. Moments later, Miao Miao emerged, holding a piece of dried fruit. "This is for you, brother. I dried these hawthorn fruits myself." She beamed at Xiao Lu. Xiao Wu stood stiffly, too apprehensive to move. At this moment, Jiang Sheng approached and took the dried fruit from Miao Miao, explaining that his elder brother's eyesight had faltered and he could no longer see. He then placed the dried fruit into Xiao Lu's mouth. Xiao Lu felt a touch of embarrassment to refuse, as it had already brushed against his lips, and cautiously consumed it. "Big brother, you should have some too," Miao Miao said, presenting another piece to Xiao Wu. "Since Miao Miao offered it to you, do partake," Jiang Sheng remarked, observing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu slowly extended his hand to accept the small piece of dried fruit, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miao Miao." Seeing Xiao Wu savor the treat, Miao Miao smiled and popped a piece in her own mouth. "Maya Jia, you should fry your own. I traded for this with Jiang Ge today," Jiang Shaohua declared, holding a chicken leg as he approached Maya. Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at the array of dishes on the table: braised chicken legs with potatoes, clear stewed fish soup, and wild vegetable pancakes. After swallowing hard, he discreetly edged away with Xiao Lu, aware that the beautiful sisters were about to dine and he needed to keep his distance. Jiang Sheng gazed at the child with a pang of sorrow, and with a serene expression, he softly addressed, Xiao Lu, come for dinner. Startled, Xiao Wu embraced his younger brother and replied, we are not hungry. At this moment, Jiang Shaoa beckoned the two children over, and my sister urged them to eat. She handed each little one a wild vegetable pancake before joining them at the table. As she took a piece of chicken leg and savored it, the long-forgotten aroma of meat enveloped her senses. Jiang Sheng consumed very little, preferring to prepare a separate meal for herself, generously allowing others to indulge in the more delectable offerings. As she savored a wild vegetable pancake accompanied by a piece of tender, well-cooked potato, the flavor was beyond compare. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, dared only to eat the pancake, holding his chopsticks hesitantly and refraining from taking any vegetables, for he feared that if he ate too much, the beautiful elder sister would send both him and his younger brother away. Jiang Sheng served herself a bowl of soup, accompanied by 2 small fish, several pieces of potato, and some chicken, before placing the bowl in front of Xiao Wu for Xiao Lu to sip the fish broth. For one must eat well when unwell. Observing the tears that dripped onto the table, no one uttered much. Indeed, they were pitiable, yet in this apocalypse, countless children shared their misfortune. Must Jiang Sheng extend her efforts to save them all? Jiang Sheng now finds herself in a profound conflict, pondering whether she resembles a saintly figure from a novel. She gently patted her face and finished the last morsel of her meal. The dishes had been devoured with great enthusiasm, and the task of washing the plates was merely a matter of a quick rinse to restore their pristine condition. Jiang Sheng brought a cushion and a thick garment, ensuring that the 2 children would not feel the chill by the fireside at night. This was all he could offer. Survival in the face of calamity relies solely on oneself. After Jiang Sheng departed, Xiao Wu held Xiao Lu close. Brother, today's soup was so delicious. And we even had meat. Will we have meat to eat in the future? Xiao Lu murmured in his brother's embrace. Yes, Xiao Lu, I will earn many points in the future to buy meat for you. Xiao Wu replied, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart. Outside, the dense fog lingered, and if the survivors within the base faced such hardships, one could only imagine the struggles of those enduring the harsh realities beyond its walls. Jiang Sheng lay beneath the covers, his emotions in turmoil. Is this truly the world after the apocalypse? Would living alone perhaps be far better? The following dawn, Jiang Sheng arose unusually early. Ever since she consumed the vitality-enhancing pills, she felt her need for sleep diminishing. Previously, she required a solid 7 hours to feel invigorated. Originally, she intended to cheerfully prepare a hearty breakfast for Sister Maya, but was surprised to hear faint sounds emanating from the living room. Sister Maya is up so early? Jiang Sheng remarked as she pushed open the door. Xiao Wu. She had anticipated that Sister Maya was in the kitchen, only to find Xiao Wu diligently tidying up the space. Xiao Wu was sweeping the floor with a broom crafted by Jiang Hao, his movements graceful. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng emerge in her pajamas, Xiao Wu felt a tinge of shyness. The attire of the beautiful sister was impeccably clean and lovely. Most women in the base sported short hair, but the beautiful sister's hair flowed smoothly, unlike the frizzy locks of the others. I am Jiang Sheng, but you may call me Sister Xiao Sheng, just like Miao Miao does. Jiang Sheng approached the living room and poured a glass of water for Xiao Wu, aware that the child would not take the initiative to fetch it herself. Sister Xiao Sheng. Yes, you're up so early. How is Xiao Lu? Jiang Sheng inquired, standing by the sofa as she gently touched Xiao Lu's forehead and carefully lifted his eyelid to inspect. Thankfully, there were no more insects present. Xiao Lu should be all right. Last night, a lot of discharge came from his eyes, but I cleaned it all up, Xiao Lu replied bashfully, holding the broom. All right, you need not be so reserved at my home. It feels rather awkward. Weren't you quite cheerful when you saw me out before? Jiang Sheng seated herself, took a sip of water, and began to prepare breakfast. Thank you, Sister Xiao Sheng, and to the other 3 older siblings as well. Jiang Sheng remained silent, engrossed in the preparation of ingredients while deep in thought. How about this? I have a bag of rather aged leeks here. Today, you shall don your protective suit and venture to the market at the base to sell them. I shall set the price at 15 points per pound, and any surplus will be yours to keep. These leeks were cultivated by the elders in the space, and she had yet to find the opportunity to process them. Moreover, she wanted to teach Xiao Wu that in a post-apocalyptic world, one must never expect to exploit others without consequence. This was also a means to preserve the child's sense of dignity. Really? Sister Xiao Sheng, I'm certain I can fetch a good price. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement, lifting her head to gaze at Jiang Sheng with a radiant smile. Jiang Sheng prepared wild vegetable rice balls, and everyone who worked at the base was provided with lunch, which typically consisted of broken rice or a mixed soup containing an assortment of ingredients. The soup included various oddities such as broken rice, yellow beans, and crushed green and red beans, all thrown together without concern for taste. The only requirements were that it be safe to eat and filling. The Longquan base had only recently been established, and these were the best provisions they could manage. Xiao Wu waited until everyone had left before he ventured out with the bamboo basket Jiang Sheng had given him, filled to the brim with leeks. Miao Miao was particularly cheerful today, as she had Bosai Luo and Xiao Lu at home to keep her company. Chapter 61. Do I look like a fool? Xiao Lu was finally able to open his eyes, as the medication from the hospital proved somewhat effective. Brother, your eyes are quite dirty, he remarked, noticing Miao Miao sitting close by, seemingly studying him. Is that so? Xiao Lu recoiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed to see Miao Miao in her clean clothes while his own were faded and soiled, his fingers smeared with dark mud. He quickly tucked his hands into his pockets, worried that Miao Miao might find him unpleasant due to his uncleanliness. Suddenly, he exclaimed in delight as he spotted a small dog wagging its tail and tilting its head towards him. Miao Miao, you have a puppy too? This is raised by Sister Xiao Sheng. Here, you can pet it. Its name is Sai Luo. Miao Miao crouched down, gently stroking Sai Luo's head while smiling at Xiao Lu. Seemingly understanding something, Miao Miao dashed to her room to retrieve a bucket, pouring in boiling water that Jiang Sheng had prepared before leaving. Brother Xiao Lu, let me wash your eyes. Mama says we must use boiling water to wash our hands now, or we might get sick. You must have gotten ill because you didn't wash with boiling water. Come on, Miao Miao will help you. With that, she pulled Xiao Lu down from the bamboo chair. Xiao Lu, his face flushed, made no protest, and allowed Miao Miao to fuss over him. At the hospital, have you heard? The second young master of the Long family has died. When did this happen? Jiang Sheng had just delivered medication to the patient when he overheard several individuals discussing the matter of the second young master of the Wang family. Dr. Zhang, who is this second young master of the Wang family? Jiang Sheng inquired softly. Dr. Zhang glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before responding. The Wang family is one of the major investors in the base. Besides the Wang family, there is also the Zhu family. That second young master of the Wang family possesses a rather arrogant demeanor. Jiang Sheng, filled with perplexity, inquired why such matters should have been divulged in this manner. Considering he was a young master, was he not? Indeed, under normal circumstances, this would not have been disseminated. However, his young lover had a brother who, unable to bear the horrific sight of his sister's demise, succumbed to madness, leading to widespread awareness of the tragedy. The hospital was becoming increasingly crowded, and the doctors found it difficult to articulate their thoughts. Let us not speak of this indiscriminately. Such matters are best kept between us. He gestured for silence. The Wang family was not one to be trifled with lightly. Yet, in comparison to the gossips surrounding young Master Wang, Jiang Sheng was far more intrigued by the notion that the creatures lurking within the dense fog posed such a significant threat. If humanity was powerless against the fog, would they be doomed to live perpetually clad in protective gear? Jiang Sheng suddenly had an idea. He took a petri dish filled with dense fog to the storeroom and then utilized the system's identification function. Petri dish. Container. Jiang Sheng. I am uncertain whether this is a petri dish. My intention is for you to identify the contents within. Insects. Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was beginning to question his own intelligence. Are you truly jesting with me? Is it not apparent that this is an insect? I am inquiring about the specific type of insect. However, identification system level 2 low to recognize. Jiang Sheng found himself at a loss for words, pondering the unreliability of his own system. It was evident that Dr. Zhang would not disclose the hospital's research findings to Jiang Sheng. However, One fact could be established with certainty. These insects, upon reaching a certain quantity, could prove fatal. Fortunately, given the relatively low number of patients visiting the hospital today, he was able to leave work on time. Jiang Sheng clasped Maya's hand and, after much contemplation, decided to share with her the troubling news conveyed by Dr. Zhang that day. Are these insects truly that formidable? We coexist with them daily. What would happen if they infiltrated our homes? Maya expressed her concerns anxiously. Indeed, they are so diminutive that we might not even notice their presence, Jiang Sheng realized, coming to a sudden understanding. He had never considered the possibility that these creatures might survive solely in the dense fog. He immediately urged Maya, Sister Maya, let's leave 1,000 points for rent at the grain and oil shop and exchange the remainder for food. I have a foreboding feeling. Apart from the 1,000 points, Maya possessed over 1,800, while Jiang Sheng held more than 7,000. 6,000 of which were earned from selling sanitary napkins, a detail he felt compelled to keep for Maya. Sister, I have 2,008. Thanks to the rewards from the hospital and my brother, Jiang Sheng informed Maya as he transferred the points to her. The two purchased 30 pounds of broken rice, a large bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes, along with over 20 compressed biscuits and 2 heads of cabbage. The four of them could only afford such a modest quantity through diligent labor, which also included funds from their previous crab and hawthorn sales. Sister, why on earth did you buy so much? Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, astonished by the bounty in their hands. You must be the foolish son of a landlord. Hurry and lend a hand. Jiang Sheng rolled her eyes at him. At that moment, Xiao Wu brought over 2 cups of water for Jiang Sheng and Maya. Ah, Xiao Wu is truly considerate, Maya remarked, playfully pinching Xiao Wu's ear, who shyly scratched his head in response. I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Sheng. I didn't finish buying the chives, Xiao Wu murmured, his voice laden with guilt. I thought it was something serious. If we can't sell them all, we can eat them ourselves, Jiang Sheng reassured him, noting that selling at least half of their basket was commendable, especially since few ventured out after the dense fog. Under normal circumstances, they would certainly sell out, but given that the market was indoors, they might not have sold even half had it been outdoors. Xiao Sheng Maya, why are you purchasing so many items? Jiang Hao inquired, equally curious, as everyone was aware of the family's point balance. Jiang Sheng expressed his doubts to everyone, suggesting that they should take precautions. I will go and secure the windows. Jiang Hao, filled with determination, picked up a bamboo stick and headed towards the living room windows. Is Xiao Lu washing his face? Jiang Sheng noticed Xiao Lu, seated on the bamboo chair, looking fair and delicate, his enchanting peach blossom eyes appearing particularly charming. I apologize. Xiao Lu suddenly stood up, rubbing his hands together. Jiang Sheng inquired, why must I apologize? I did not intend to waste water. Xiao Wu approached his younger brother, similarly bowing his head like 2 little dogs in error. Jiang Sheng gazed at the little girl, whose eyes were filled with compassion. How could it be a waste of water? The base had an abundance of water, and we sourced it from outside at no cost. Bathing thoroughly would prevent illness. Jiang Sheng knelt down to comfort the 2 little ones. Sister Xiao Sheng, you aren't angry with us, are you? We only made Daddy upset, which is why he discarded us. Chapter 62, The Fog Spreads. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Jiang Sheng fell silent for a moment. Of course not. It's merely a bit of hot water. Soon, I'll ask Brother Jiang to wash up as well. Jiang Sheng glanced at Jiang Shaohua and pointed towards the pot. Jiang Shaohua hurriedly scurried off to boil water. The installation of streetlights at the base has been halted, citing a lack of resources. Currently, only the villa area and the official buildings are illuminated. Without the incentive of a high salary, Jiang Sheng believes there is no longer a need for Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua to toil away at the base for a meager wage. Xiao Lu and Xiao Wu also came to assist Jiang Sheng, understanding that diligent work would spare them from disdain. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement and then shouldered a bamboo basket as he stepped outside. Such is his nature. He prefers to tackle tasks promptly rather than procrastinate, exhibiting an unwavering resolve to take action. Jiang Sheng generously uses oil in her cooking. Otherwise, the dishes she prepares turn out both unpalatable and devoid of nutrition. She has discreetly added oil to the barrel on several occasions. The 2 men, unaccustomed to cooking, remain oblivious to this fact. However, Mei has not inquired about it. and thus it remains as is. Xiao Wu, what grade were you in before the apocalypse? Jiang Sheng asked while kneading the dough. Almost sixth grade, he replied. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment and said, why don't you teach your younger brother pinyin and Chinese characters, along with other related topics? Would that be acceptable? Little Wu nodded eagerly, replying, yes, Sister Xiao Sheng, I can do that. Jiang Sheng believes that even in the apocalypse, one should not succumb to ignorance. A fundamental education is essential, especially for the children who can interact more freely with one another. As she spoke, Jiang Sheng wiped her hands and retrieved a children's book from her bedroom, filled with enchanting fairy tales. Here, this is for you all, she said, handing the book to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, wiping his hands on his clothing, gratefully accepted it, saying, thank you, Sister Xiao Sheng, we will cherish it. Mei was curious about the origin of Jiang Sheng's beautifully crafted book. Acquiring such exquisite literature in these dire times seemed quite a challenge. Since Jiang Sheng had not disclosed its source, she refrained from asking further and hastened her preparations. The first batch of pancakes was ready to be cooked. For dinner, they would have these pancakes, as the mantra now was to eat whatever was available. Later that evening, Jiang Sheng lay quietly in bed. It marked the 5th month of the apocalypse, and she anticipated that the rewards for her system sign-in would be more generous. Having successfully signed in for 5 months in the apocalypse, please select one of the following rewards. 1. Automatic planting function for the system. 2 healing capsules. 3. Qualification to enter the space for 40 hours. Jiang Sheng gazed at the rewards with a countenance full of disappointment. He had hoped to upgrade the identification function, only to discover that it was absent from this round of rewards. Thus, he opted for the automatic planting feature. After all, he would eventually need to cultivate crops. Whether he acquired it sooner or later was inconsequential. Moreover, he pondered the possibility of its unavailability in the future. The system has unlocked the automatic planting feature, which includes automatic sowing, watering, fertilizing, and harvesting. Such a comprehensive functionality. The perplexed expression on Jiang Sheng's face faded, replaced by a smile. This meant that as long as he provided seeds to the system, he could become a hands-off manager, allowing it to develop at its own pace. However, the living area within the space was rather limited, with a substantial portion of the land allocated to fruit trees. Currently, the mechanical arms within the system were busy watering, fertilizing, and even pruning the branches of the fruit trees. It was nothing short of remarkable. Gazing at the remaining patch of vacant land, Jiang Sheng decided to plant potatoes. If one were to consider the most perfect vegetable in the world, it would undoubtedly be the potato. Not only can it serve as a staple food, but can also be stir-fried or even transformed into potato flour with relative ease. In a post-apocalyptic world, the potato is indeed the most commonly encountered vegetable. Upon receiving the directive, the mechanical arm began its industrious work in that plot of land. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Jiang Sheng resolved to call it a day. The next day awaited. Upon awakening, Jiang Sheng found Xiao Wu still diligently cleaning. Was this child perhaps overly meticulous? Xiao Wu up so early again? Have you had enough rest? Jiang Sheng inquired, tying her hair back with a black elastic band as she addressed him. Xiao Wu turned his head and replied, I usually sleep very little. I'm well rested. Have you washed your face? Jiang Sheng began to fill a pot with water, as there were no kettles or water heaters available, and everyone resorted to boiling water in pots. No, I haven't. At the mention of this, Xiao Wu shyly lowered his head, realizing he might not have washed his face in a week. Jiang Sheng ceased her chatter and, after kindling the fire, settled beside the stove to warm herself. The morning air still carried a hint of chill, making her hands slightly cold. As for breakfast, she simply reheated the chive pancakes made the previous day. Each morning, she dedicated 10 minutes to freshen up in the wooden cabin of her space before casually finding something to eat and stepping out again. She had no intention of enduring hardship. There lay a treasure trove of resources within her space, and there was no reason for her to suffer. Previously, by checking in daily, she had accrued 3 hours of access to her space, and just yesterday, the system had informed her that from now on, daily check-ins would yield 4 hours. By any calculation, that would suffice for her retirement. After briefing Jiang Shaohua on certain matters, Jiang Sheng and Mei proceeded to the hospital for work. As they approached, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. The base hospital was never a tranquil place, often filled with chatter, yet today, an eerie silence enveloped the interior, which felt distinctly odd. Head Nurse Lee, what is going on today? Jiang Sheng greeted a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. She was among the first to join the base hospital, and, as the population grew, she had managed to secure a position. Head Nurse Lee made a gesture for them to come closer, and the three began to speak in hushed tones. Early this morning, the Wang family arrived and took several patients away, claiming they were spreading rumors, which has left everyone in the hospital too frightened to speak. After sharing this, Head Nurse Lee glanced around to ensure the Wang family members were not present. What rumors are they spreading? Jiang Sheng inquired. It's regarding the matter of young Master Wang. I want to elaborate further. It's become a taboo topic now. I also advise you to stock up on some eye drops, Head Nurse Lee said, her demeanor suddenly turning serious. Jiang Sheng exchanged a glance with Meiya, the reason for which remained elusive. After posing his inquiry, he handed a package of sanitary pads to Nurse Lee, who accepted it and tucked it into the pocket of her white coat. This illness had begun to resurface, and many at home had fallen ill. Last night had been tumultuous, and early this morning, Dr. Zhang had specifically instructed me to open the doors ahead of schedule. Despite the current tranquility, the upper floors were bustling with people. Jiang Sheng's fears have materialized. The thick fog is now advancing towards his home, indicating that safety within his abode has been compromised. Chapter 63. The Crimson Fog. After expressing their gratitude to Dr. Li, the two ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the stairwell, they were met with the sight of numerous patients on the steps above, their eyes swollen to the size of ping-pong balls. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and steeled himself to ascend. Sister Meiya, you go procure the medicine. I shall inquire with Dr. Zhang. After Meiya nodded, the two parted ways. Dr. Zhang was currently administering medication to a patient. Jiang Sheng donned his protective suit, adding an extra layer of mask within it. Dr. Zhang. Jiang Sheng approached earnestly and said. Dr. Zhang regarded Jiang Sheng for a moment before responding, First, assist me. Jiang Sheng understood that Dr. Zhang likely knew the reason for his visit, and this was not the appropriate moment for conversation. Jiang Sheng gazed at the patient's swollen, spherical eyes, feeling his heart race with unease. Dr. Zhang delicately dipped a cotton swab into the eye drops, applying it around the engorged eyeball, producing a peculiar sizzling sound upon contact. Jiang Sheng found himself perplexed by this reaction of the medication. Even more strangely, the patient remained silent, not uttering a word of pain or distress. No matter how formidable the Wang family's influence may be, one would expect a cry of discomfort when faced with such agony. Dr. Zhang, do these patients not feel anything? Jiang Sheng inquired softly. Dr. Zhang nodded affirmatively, explaining that the patients reported discomfort but no pain, promising to elaborate further shortly. After administering the medication to this patient, he approached another bed, where the woman had evidently already received treatment. Dr. Zhang then took a syringe and injected a small amount of liquid into each of her swollen eyes. By the time Dr. Zhang completed his tasks, it was already noon. Time for lunch. Jiang Sheng thoughtfully covered the meal for Dr. Zhang, even adding an extra drumstick. Dr. Zhang, not one to be overly formal, waited until the three found a secluded spot to sit before speaking. The insects within the dense fog have undergone an evolution. Evolution? Jiang Sheng inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Dr. Zhang took a bite of his food and continued in a calm manner. The insects now exhibit red spots at one end, and their distribution within the fog has become less dense. We suspect they have migrated inside the buildings. Jiang Sheng nodded, acknowledging that he too had contemplated the possibility of insects infiltrating their abode. They had taken precautions in advance, thus for the moment, all was well. Moreover, the patients being brought in now were beyond their capacity to treat. At most, they could alleviate swelling and ease pain. Have you ever wondered why the Wang family frequents the hospital at such late hours? Wang Jiangwo's mistress exhibits similar symptoms, and I am often roused from my slumber by the Wang family seeking medical attention. Wang Jiangwo is, as you all refer to him, the patriarch of the Wang family. As Zhang, the doctor, spoke of Wang Jiangwo, his voice fell to a hushed tone. It seems the Wang family is quite insidious in their dealings. Jiang Sheng pondered silently about his second uncle's family, who often claimed that Jiang Shaohua would lead a life of immense wealth and prosperity. Hush! Do not speak of such matters in front of others. Those patients were merely delivered today. I fear they may meet a fate as tragic as that of the second young master of the Wang family. After a brief period of calm, it seems the base is poised for upheaval once again, Zhang remarked, shaking his head with resignation. I intend to resign today. If I delay further, the old-timers at the hospital may not allow me to leave. They have been studying the insect for several days now, yet progress remains minimal. You all should consider your own plans. Zhang rose, having finished his meal, which had already been scant. As for submitting his resignation, someone in Jiang Sheng's position did not require such formalities. It was simpler to depart without ceremony. Maya purchased a vial of medicine, a mere 100 milliliters costing over 300 points, even at the internal rate. Others would pay an even steeper price. Let us go, Sister Maya, Jiang Sheng urged, taking her hand as they made their way out of the hospital. It was best to conserve points today. Presently, Maya possessed only a little over 600 points, which would scarcely suffice for her rent. Jiang Sheng returned to the grain and oil store with Maya once more, this time purchasing no less than on their previous visit. Xiao Sheng, I only have 600 points, which is insufficient, Maya said, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice as she observed Jiang Sheng energetically packing the grains. I have some. I sold a few of my accessories, which should fetch a decent amount, Jiang Sheng replied calmly. Jiang Sheng grasped Maya's hand and reassured her, Sister Maya, it's nothing. Those possessions are merely ornaments to me. What truly matters now is our survival. She recounted the events that transpired at the hospital to Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua, both of whom were taken aback. Sister, what shall we do now? Did we not agree that our home is no longer safe? Jiang Shaohua exclaimed in distress as he rose abruptly. We cannot venture outside. Doing so would be akin to walking into a death trap. We must secure the house, sealing off any openings and relying on the gaps in the doors for ventilation. It is imperative that we maintain cleanliness daily. Jiang Sheng articulated her plan meticulously. For the time being, this is our only option. If matters worsen, I will consider taking everyone to the space for refuge. She could not bear the thought of losing those she regarded as family, even though second mother was an irksome presence. The only request she had ever made of Jiang Sheng was to look after Jiang Shaohua. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with tension. Xiao Lu nestled closer to Xiao Wu, both acutely aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could very well be expelled. Sister Xiao Sheng said we could stay at her home for a couple of days. Today marks the third day. At that moment, Jiang Sheng approached Xiao Wu, extending her hand only to see Xiao Wu shrink back, closing her eyes in trepidation. Xiao Wu, this little blanket is for you. Jiang Sheng held out a pure blue blanket, modest in size, perhaps around 1 meter 20 in length. Sister Xiao Sheng, can you truly give this to us? Xiao Wu gazed at Jiang Sheng with pleading eyes. After Jiang Sheng nodded, she fell silent, gazing out the window, entranced by the dense fog that had inexplicably turned red. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, everyone turned their attention toward the outside. No, I still see it as grayish-white, Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, widening his eyes for a closer inspection. It does seem a bit red, he conceded. Jiang Hao pointed to a specific area of the fog, his expression one of distress. The red hue was indeed more pronounced there, though it remained indistinguishable to the average observer. At that moment, Jiang Sheng recalled what Dr. Zhang had mentioned about the mutated insects within the fog, translucent creatures that had begun to develop crimson spots. From now on, everyone would need to sleep in protective gear. This fog was decidedly peculiar. Furthermore, food must be securely sealed. After issuing these directives, Jiang Sheng hurried inside, retrieving a bottle of disinfectant from the ground, well aware that she possessed it. With disinfectant in hand, she meticulously sprayed the windows and door seams, while Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua began inspecting whether the windows were properly sealed. Chapter 64. Cremation. Once Jiang Sheng completed a thorough cleaning of her home, she felt a sense of relief. The following day, personnel from the base conducted inspections in every household to check for individuals infected by the insects. They meticulously recorded the details of each resident, clad in heavy protective gear, complete with goggles and N95 masks. They also brought along the latest formulated disinfectant to re-sanitize the homes. As these individuals descended the stairs, Jiang Sheng caught sight of them dragging several corpses. "Sister, is that what those infected look like?" Jiang Shaohua swallowed hard, gazing in shock through the crack of the door. Jiang Sheng nodded and securely closed the door, the situation appearing even more dire than what she had witnessed yesterday at the hospital. The infected individuals she encountered previously merely exhibited swollen eyes, whereas the ones she observed just now had their entire heads grotesquely inflated. The base is now in utter disarray, and judging by the reactions of those around her, it is likely that these corpses are also contagious. Feeling exceedingly bored at home, she resorted to a deck of playing cards for distraction. Fortunately, with Sero accompanying her into the bedroom, she found herself with ample tasks to occupy her time. First, she decided to check on the potatoes planted in the space yesterday. The dark soil appeared still moist, and the branches of the surrounding fruit trees had been pruned significantly. However, Jiang Sheng did not comprehend the rationale behind this, trusting that the system would oversee the care of these plants, ensuring they would not perish under her watch. Subsequently, she began to meticulously categorize the items within her storage space, discovering in one corner the protective gear she had procured from the United States, costing several W for a single set. It seemed comparable to standard protective suits, yet considerably lighter. It must be a matter of material, prompting Jiang Sheng to decisively change into this more sophisticated protective attire. Jiang Sheng also wished to exchange with others, but it was worth noting that only 2 sets remained in the space, and with everyone clad in protective suits all day, there was no time for a change. In the morning, when the inspectors arrived, they distributed protective suits to Miao Miao and Xiao Lu, as many had already perished in the base. After several hours of meticulous sorting, the storage base had transformed into a colossal marketplace, with items purchased from the base neatly piled together by Jiang Sheng. In the future, when he presented these items in front of others, he would not arouse any suspicion. When Jiang Sheng emerged from his bedroom, he found everyone peering out the window. "What are you all looking at?" he inquired, perplexed. Jiang Shaohua beckoned to Jiang Sheng's sister. "Come quickly." Looking down from the window, they were astonished to see a great fire raging in the open space below. A group of individuals clad in protective gear stood by the blaze, occasionally tossing something into the flames. With her current eyesight, Jiang Sheng could see it all too clearly. They were incinerating corpses. How many lives have been lost? Jiang Sheng furrowed her brow and remarked. Everyone turned to look at her. "Can you see what they are burning?" "Everything appears so blurred to me." "They are burning the recently retrieved survivors." "How long has this fire been burning?" Jiang Sheng had remained in her bedroom, unaware of the events unfolding outside. "It has only just begun," Jiang Jiao replied calmly, for he too could discern the happenings below. As the flames grew ever larger, the mist surrounding the bonfire gradually dissipated. Xiao Wu, accompanied by Miao Miao and Xiao Lu, ventured off to find Sai Luo to play. Jiang Sheng sent the children away. Witnessing such a gruesome scene at a tender age is hardly beneficial. Within merely a few hours, the stones delivered downstairs had already accumulated into a small mountain. Jiang Sheng gazed out the window of Maya's room, which faced a different direction, revealing numerous distinct bonfires scattered across various locations. Below, he observed the infected individuals from their community. Jiang Sheng returned to the window in the living room. "Sister, are there also pyres burning elsewhere?" Jiang Sheng nodded gravely, relieved to know that the dense fog feared sources of light. As long as the illumination was sufficient, the fog would likely dissipate on its own. However, it was not feasible to set fire to the mysterious mountain. Just then, chaos erupted downstairs as a figure emerged from the corpses, seemingly not infected for long, closely followed by a throng clad in white coats. To Jiang Sheng's astonishment, the individual was heading directly towards his residential area. Bang! 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 Minutes later, the door was struck with great force. Jiang Sheng exchanged a glance with Meiya, and the expressions on everyone's faces were far from pleasant. Jiang Hao approached the door, inquiring about the visitor, but the person outside remained silent, only incessantly knocking. The building did not possess a peephole, making it impossible for Jiang Hao to open the door for the individual outside. "Brother Jiang, help me. They're going to kill me." A hoarse cry emanated from outside, the voice sounding as though it were muffled by a wad of paper lodged in the throat. "Who are you?" Jiang Hao carefully attempted to discern the voice, yet he could not recognize who it belonged to. "It's me, Wang Chong. Brother Jiang, please save me." "Wang Chong?" Jiang Hao turned to look at Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng contemplated. Wang Chong had just referred to them, and they implied, "Do not open the door, Brother Jiang. He is likely the very person who had just emerged from the pile of corpses." Jiang Sheng approached the entrance and securely locked the door. Outside, Wang Chong seemed to have exhausted his voice, yet he continued to pound relentlessly on the door. After a few minutes, the knocking from outside ceased. Jiang Sheng witnessed the personnel of the base dragging Wang Chong down the stairs. While others remained oblivious, it was only Jiang Sheng who had consumed the strength-enhancing capsule, who noticed Wang Chong's swollen eyes burst open, oozing a milky white fluid interspersed with streaks of blood. Wang Chong's mouth was agape, as if he were on the brink of questioning why no one came to his aid. Jiang Sheng trembled in fear, her legs weakening as she collapsed onto the ground. "Xiaosheng, what has happened to you?" Mei crouched down to gaze at Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng's complexion was far from favorable. Mei gently assisted Jiang Sheng into a bamboo chair, while her mind was consumed by the grim aftermath of Wang Chong's demise. An air of silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Miao Miao arrived, accompanied by Sai Luo, and with considerable effort, she managed to settle Sai Luo beside Jiang Sheng. "Sister Xiaosheng." Miao Miao looked up at Jiang Sheng, as Sai Luo playfully extended his tiny tongue to lick Jiang Sheng's hand. Jiang Sheng's vacant gaze refocused as she looked at Miao Miao, who wore a worried expression. "Sister Sheng, are you feeling unhappy?" Miao Miao inquired, clinging to Jiang Sheng's arm with a playful charm. Jiang Sheng raised her right hand and gently patted her face, striving to maintain a smile. "Sister Xiaosheng is fine." Thus, everyone sat with Jiang Sheng, while only Jiang Hao remained vigilant, observing the circumstances outside. That night, due to the day's events, Jiang Sheng was plagued by nightmares. In her dreams, her delicate face became swollen, her features grotesquely exaggerated, surrounded by bloated corpses, with her own body lying amidst a mountain of cadavers. Before she could rise, Wang Chong suddenly surged forth, his decaying hands gripping her throat, causing white pus to ooze from her neck. As he strangled her, he demanded, "Why didn't you save me? Why?" It was only when a whirlwind swept through her mind that Jiang Sheng jolted awake. Chapter 65. Artificial rain. Jiang Sheng awoke with a start, breathless, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Within the confines of his protective suit, a layer of mist had already formed. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, prompting Jiang Sheng to press his forehead and gradually regain his composure. It seemed that Sero, sensing his master's unease, leapt from the bamboo basket onto the bed, mewing softly. As the warm water filled the bathtub, Jiang Sheng slowly reclined within its embrace. A mere corpse had frightened him to such a degree. No wonder the system had initially indicated his chances of survival were bleak. All were products of a civilized age. When had they ever encountered such a grotesque scene? Fortunately, he had previously witnessed those who had consumed shark meat, which had granted him a modicum of resilience. The horrors he had witnessed the previous day had truly unsettled him. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the shower gel, Jiang Sheng felt a resurgence of spirit. After cleansing his soiled protective suit and donning a fresh one, he stepped into the space, realizing he had spent half an hour there and needed to exit promptly. Upon leaving the bedroom, he spotted Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, lost in thought, hugging their knees on a bamboo chair. Jiang Sheng gently inquired what the two brothers were pondering as she settled beside them. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu softly murmured, "Sister Xiaosheng, I'm sorry for being a burden to you. We reside here without any tasks, and yet consume your provisions." Xiao Lu cautiously glanced at Jiang Sheng before hastily lowering his head once more. Jiang Sheng gently patted the heads of the two children and said, "This is what you owe your elder sister, Xiaosheng. In the future, when you're able, you may repay your debt to Sister Xiaojiang. For now, I will keep track of how much you consume. Consider a loan, if you will." Jiang Sheng harbored such thoughts. However, she wished to lessen the burden on them. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were both kind-hearted children, and the mere notion of witnessing their transformation into something undesirable would weigh heavily on her conscience. Jiang Sheng, being a person who appreciated gratitude and possessed a benevolent heart, would extend her assistance whenever possible. She considered herself favored by fate and deemed it virtuous to lend a helping hand to others within her capacity. In the subsequent weeks, everyone remained confined to their homes. Jiang Sheng unearthed a bundle of blue yarn from Maya, who, with chopsticks in hand, crafted a sweater for Miao Miao. Initially, the plan was to create a scarf for both Jiang Sheng and Miao Miao. However, Jiang Sheng declined, and Miao Miao was growing rapidly, rendering her previous garments somewhat small. Children in their developmental stages change significantly day by day. Thus, the new outfit was fashioned from the remnants of the old clothes, complemented with yarn, deliberately made one size larger. Just as Miao Miao was proudly showcasing her new attire, a series of explosions echoed from outside. Jiang Hao rushed to the window, observing bursts of light illuminating the sky. Simultaneously, the base's announcement system crackled to life once more after a hiatus of over 20 days. The base was currently launching rain ammunition into the ominous clouds above, urging all survivors to remain calm and stay indoors. Please do not venture outside, the message repeated. Little Sheng, what is rain ammunition? Xiao Wu inquired, perplexed. Jiang Sheng pointed to the faint clusters of light in the sky, indicating that they were the result of artificial rainfall. By launching these projectiles into the clouds would yield rain, and once a sufficient quantity had fallen, they would dissipate. Upon hearing this, smiles finally graced everyone's faces. This meant that as soon as the clouds vanished, sunlight would once again pour in, and with the illumination of the sun, the dense fog would gradually lift. Now, all that remained was to wait. Indeed, in the following days, the rain continued to fall, and the precipitation was quite substantial. The thick fog slowly dissipated, and within the home, one could still detect the faint scent of damp earth, mingled with a more pronounced aroma of disinfectant. Jiang Sheng leaned against the window, observing a small, dark pit in front of the apartment building. Only a handful of individuals were privy to the origin of this ominous hole, yet it was not a closely guarded secret. For the sake of caution, Jiang Sheng decided to wait until the thick fog had completely dissipated before venturing outside. The current mist bore no distinction from ordinary fog, and aside from the occasional figures clad in protective gear, there appeared to be no other survivors in sight. It had been over a month since the viral outbreak engulfed the area, leaving uncertainty about how many inhabitants remained at the base. After the incident, Jiang Sheng secluded himself at home, indulging in a plethora of gruesome films such as Saw, determined to fortify his resolve against fear. Nonetheless, he contemplated the necessity of living separately in the future, ensuring he would wear headphones in his bedroom. Without the reminders from Sero, he would remain oblivious to Maya's knocking at the door. Gentle rays of sunlight streamed through, and Jiang Sheng could sense numerous insects lingering in the mist, particularly illuminated by the sun's glow. On the morning of the third day, individuals clad in protective gear began to knock on doors throughout the compound, inquiring about the residents' circumstances as part of a comprehensive registration task, while simultaneously conducting disinfection across the premises. "Hello, comrade. When will we be able to go outside?" Jiang Sheng inquired, stopping one of the workers. "You may go out now, but you must take proper precautions. The base is yet to assure that all those insects have been eradicated," the individual replied coolly before departing the neighborhood. Jiang Sheng discreetly cast a glance earlier, noting that there were only a little over 20 survivors in their building. It is worth mentioning that, in the current housing market, with property prices soaring, her family of 6 is considered modest. A 3-bedroom apartment ideally accommodates at least 10 individuals, with everyone living in shared arrangements. The base does not impose restrictions on the number of residents in an apartment. However, there are designated limits within dormitories. Jiang Hao felt that it was not yet the opportune moment to venture outside, as the supplies at hand could sustain them for several more days. Thus there was no immediate rush. There were no dissenting voices, as all had witnessed the grim aftermath of infection and would not gamble their lives for a fleeting taste of freedom. Today marked the 6th month since the onset of the apocalypse, and Jiang Sheng would be in her room by 10 o'clock. eagerly anticipating the rewards the system might bestow upon her. Congratulations, host, on signing in for the 6th month. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Expand living space by 10 acres. 2. Earn 50 hours of access to the space. 3. Upgrade identification skills to intermediate level. Upon hearing that she could elevate her identification skills to an intermediate level, Jiang Sheng felt a surge of excitement. She had yearned for this skill last month, but now, in addition to the intermediate identification skill, there was also the offer of 10 acres of fertile land. Although she had recently acquired the automatic sowing skill, she hesitated at the thought of parting with such a vast expanse of land. Despite being affluent, she had never truly possessed land of her own. I shall choose the 10 acres to leave no regrets. Jiang Sheng harbors a deep fondness for sandbox games, particularly those that involve constructing homes, tending to livestock, and cultivating crops. Each time he gazes upon the humble abode he has painstakingly built from gathered materials, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment washes over him. As his awareness shifts to his real-life surroundings, he finds the wooden house nestled at the heart of the space, with a well positioned to the right of the entrance. Not far from the well lies a meandering stream, while the wooden dwelling is encircled by rich, dark soil. Jiang Sheng possesses a clear understanding of the 10 acres of land, recognizing that the fruit trees she has cultivated are merely insufficient. If she were to plant vegetables and fruits across the entirety of this expanse, she could undoubtedly achieve a state of self-sufficiency in produce. However, even in the absence of land, Jiang Sheng could still realize this goal, as her space is replete with fruits. Chapter 66. Jiang Sheng. The invisible wealthy woman, although she currently possesses over 10 acres of land, the seeds at her disposal would suffice for cultivation on several thousand acres. Half of the land has been designated for fruit trees, which, while stored in her spatial pocket, tend to be somewhat cumbersome. The remaining half has been dedicated to her preferred vegetables: green beans, carrots, tomatoes, lettuce, and peas. As she withdrew her consciousness from the spatial realm, Jiang Sheng drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following noon, the sunlight outside the house had nearly dispelled the lingering mist, and survivors were engaging in activities beyond the community. Everyone donned protective suits, as the base had yet to inform them whether the outside world was genuinely safe. However, the dire need to procure supplies was evident, for without doing so, they risked starvation within their homes. Jiang Sheng stood by the window, observing the air for a while and discovering that there were no insects present. It was time to venture outside. Sister Maya, do you wish to go out? Jiang Sheng tightened her protective suit and made her way to the door. Maya picked up a basket and followed her out, for today was the day to pay the rent, which had been postponed due to the dense fog that had lingered over the base. Upon exiting the community gate, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but recall the scene from that fateful day as she gazed at the ominous black pit before her. She quickly averted her gaze and moved on. Jiang Sheng had meticulously inspected the land and trees within the base, finding no traces of insects. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she retrieved a petri dish from her bag. Exposing the transparent dish to the sunlight, the thick fog within swiftly dissipated, along with dozens of transparent insects that vanished alongside it. Jiang Sheng's expression reflected a sense of confirmation. After the two arrived at the administrative hall and paid the rent, Maya's card was left with a mere 80 points. With a furrowed brow, Maya looked at Jiang Sheng and lamented, "Little Sheng, we have once again become impoverished." Jiang Sheng found it somewhat amusing to hear Maya's words, as one could always earn back lost points. Maya sighed softly and remarked, "Indeed, I still have 80 points left. Let us go and indulge in some delightful treats." Jiang Sheng smiled as he followed along. Upon arriving at the base's grocery store, he found it crowded with numerous individuals, all vying for food, particularly rice bran. After much effort, Jiang Sheng finally managed to squeeze inside with Maya, only to find that he had spent all his money on 2 pounds of broken rice and 1 pound of millet. After experiencing that incident with Wang Chong, Jiang Sheng became exceedingly cautious. She insisted on identifying and verifying anything that was to be ingested or worn. Better safe than sorry. Sister Maya, let me take you somewhere, Jiang Sheng said, pulling her along. Soon, they arrived at the market within the base. Boss, I would like a pound of pork, Jiang Sheng said, pointing to the neatly arranged streaky pork in the display case. The proprietor was a short, stout man wielding a butcher's knife, exuding an intimidating presence. "Young lady, a pound of this pork will cost you 180 points. Are you sure you want me to cut it?" He responded, resting his hand on the glass counter. Previously, there had been no such counter, but now, with lingering fears of airborne pests, everyone took great care in preserving their food. Maya, concerned, interjected, "Forget it, Jiang Sheng, this meat is far too expensive. For that price, we could buy 5 pounds of broken rice." Jiang Sheng smiled and remarked, "It's all good. Sister Maya has treated me to millet, and I must reciprocate by treating her to something delicious. Besides, the children are all growing." The short and stout proprietor deftly wielded a cleaver to slice off a piece of pork, and upon weighing it, he couldn't help but exclaim that it was precisely 1 pound. Jiang Sheng cheerfully paid with her points and also purchased 2 pounds of tofu from a nearby stall. Maya gazed at Jiang Sheng with envy, exclaiming, "You are an invisible wealthy lady." At that moment, Maya felt as though she were being escorted through a supermarket by a domineering CEO, albeit one who happened to be a beautiful younger sister. Jiang Sheng had meticulously selected both items before making her purchase. It should have been this way from the beginning, but it was only now that Jiang Sheng realized it. "Have you heard? A quarter of the people perished during the dense fog at the base." "Is it really that many? I thought it was only a few hundred." 2 middle-aged women at the potato stall were quietly conversing, but with Jiang Sheng's current hearing, she could comprehend their discussion perfectly. As she approached the stall with Maya, the 2 women ceased their chatter upon noticing her arrival. Jiang Sheng leaned closer and whispered, "How does Aunt know that so many people have perished?" The matron cast several furtive glances at the young lady and cautioned, "Do not speak such words carelessly. Then please give me 2 kilograms of potatoes." Jiang Sheng replied with a smile. As the matron filled the bag with potatoes, she murmured, "My husband is on duty with the patrol team, and he mentioned that the base's statistics have arrived. All the refugees in the stadium have died, and many have perished near the security building, if not more." Jiang Sheng produced her identity card and inquired, "Where has that insect gone?" The aunt, picking up the nearby card reader, lowered her voice further. "The insects have all perished under the sun. My husband heard this from someone within the base. I cannot say for certain." Upon hearing the information he sought, Jiang Sheng waved his hand and departed from the market. It appears that this calamity has claimed the lives of at least 10,000 individuals, which explains why the base is incinerating corpses in various locations. If left unaddressed, the bodies would facilitate the further spread of the virus. "Sister, you have purchased quite a substantial amount of items." "Oh, there is even meat," Jiang Shaohua remarked as he rummaged through Jiang Sheng's basket. Jiang Sheng swatted his hand away. "Sister Xiao Sheng, Meow Meow wants to eat meat." Meow Meow dashed over, clinging to one of Jiang Sheng's legs alongside Sai Luo. "All right, today Sister Xiao Sheng will personally cook, shall we?" Jiang Sheng squatted down to show Meow Meow the pork belly in the basket. "Great." Meow Meow beamed and scampered to the sofa to continue playing with Xiao Lu. Although Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Jiang Sheng had bought meat, they dare not show it, nor did they entertain the thought that it would be for them. Meat was far too precious. The pork belly was sliced into pieces, and the potatoes were washed thoroughly without peeling. In this dystopian world, no one would waste a morsel of food, and nobody would peel potatoes or sweet potatoes. The potatoes were diced and set aside. A few dried chili peppers were added to the pan to sizzle in oil, followed by the pork and potato chunks, with half the chopped green onions sprinkled on top just before serving. Jiang Sheng cut the block of tofu into pieces to prepare a soup. "What's wrong?" Maya inquired with concern as she approached. Jiang Hao shook his head, suggesting they would discuss it after dinner. Jiang Sheng placed the dishes on the table, while the 2 little ones, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, sat awkwardly. Despite the enticing braised pork and potatoes before them, they hesitated, opting instead to pick up tofu, occasionally daring to sample a piece of potato. "Meow Meow, do have a bit more," Jiang Sheng urged, serving a piece of pork to Meow Meow, and simultaneously offering each of the little ones a slice as well. Jiang Sheng understood that they would not take the initiative to serve themselves. "Thank you, Sister Xiao Sheng," Meow Meow said with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Sister Xiao Sheng," Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu echoed, taking small bites of the pork belly. Everyone had not tasted fresh meat in quite some time, and they even had several extra bowls of rice. leaving them short by the end of the meal. Jiang Sheng poured them some tofu soup, and soon the entire table of dishes was cleared. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Shaohua joined Mei in washing the dishes, while Jiang Hao sat on a chair. "Brother Jiang, where did you go earlier?" Jiang Sheng inquired as she brought a cup of tea to Jiang Hao, brewed from aged tea leaves found in a cave. Jiang Hao took a sip before slowly responding. "All the buildings visible from the mountain have collapsed. The water level has risen again, and I even saw a whale." Jiang Shaohua turned in astonishment and inquired, "Is that truly the case? Whales? But this is inland. Sharks I can understand, but whales are vastly larger." Jiang Sheng harbored some doubts as he inquired, "Are you certain that is a whale, Brother Jiang?" Calmly nodding, Jiang Hao responded, "It is indeed immense, comparable to a 20-story building." In addition to the whale, he also observed vast expanses of greenish-yellow substances on the water's surface. Yet their distance rendered them unidentifiable. Meanwhile, the base had resumed operations and was now recruiting workers, offering a generous daily wage of 45 points. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao planned to work for half a day, which would still yield 20 points. Jiang Shaohua decided to accompany Jiang Hao. Do not underestimate this former scion of a wealthy family. Jiang Sheng could see that Jiang Shaohua's hands were beginning to develop calluses. He was no longer a child, but rather a man capable of taking care of himself. In the afternoon, Jiang Sheng ventured out, while Mei remained at home to care for the child. Jiang Sheng, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, ventured outside the base, resolute in his refusal to engage in laborious tasks that would only bring him unnecessary hardship. Initially, he had intended to scour the forest for mushrooms and wild fruits, as it was said that autumn was the season of abundance for mushrooms. However, after combing through the nearby foliage, he found not a single mushroom in sight. Gazing down the mountain, he spotted the greenish-yellow expanse that Jiang Hao had mentioned. Could that be seaweed? How had it grown so large? Jiang Sheng marveled at the distant view. The current landscape of Xian Mountain resembled an island. Today, he had one more opportunity to practice his identification skills, and he thought it prudent to casually seek out an edible plant to examine. After a considerable search, he finally stumbled upon a patch of verdant grass. Although the leaves were not particularly large, the quantity was quite substantial. "Purslane, edible," he exclaimed with delight. "What splendid fortune! Even a casually found plant was suitable for consumption." Jiang Sheng chuckled as he bent down to gather the wild vegetables. The juice of the purslane was plentiful. Although the specimens he gathered were somewhat mature, they were still edible, perhaps just slightly less palatable, with some stems clearly too tough to bend. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Jiang Sheng meticulously harvested every last bit, even planting some along the edges of his spatial farmland. As they were not his own crops, and he wouldn't tread upon the fields. Several hours later, his backpack was brimming with bounty. Yet there was still more to collect. After finishing his gathering, he stowed the contents in his spatial realm. To reach the community, he had to pass through the dormitory area of the base, but before he could arrive, he noticed a few women standing in front of the dormitory building. Upon spotting Jiang Sheng, they began to flaunt their figures, and as he approached, one of them sauntered toward him with a suggestive sway. "Do you need some company, handsome? Just 30 points a bargain." The woman, in her 20s and clad in a blue dress, though her hair appeared somewhat unkempt, had a relatively clean face. Jiang Sheng shook his head and continued walking ahead. Alas, does he have no interest in the elder sister? There are many younger sisters here. Which one does the young master prefer? The woman leaned closer, her ample bosom occasionally brushing against Jiang Sheng's arm. Jiang Sheng, feeling somewhat impatient, replied, "I have already stated that it is unnecessary." This left a group of women bewildered. "Are you a woman?" they questioned, glancing at the towering figure before them. Standing at least 175 meters tall, they had not anticipated that this formidable presence was indeed a woman, clad in protective gear and shouldering a large pack, making her true identity difficult to discern. "We do have men here as well, sister. What type do you fancy? We have plenty of adorable young pups around, easily manageable." The women continued to chatter around Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, but do you have water here?" The woman chuckled in surprise, seemingly amused by his question. It appeared she needed water for bathing. With a smile, she replied, Yes, we do. Come with your sister. Soon, Jiang Sheng followed the woman to the entrance of a room, where a man with a mischievous grin awaited him. This is it, she said. Our establishment boasts handsome gentlemen with fair skin, available for 30 points per hour. Jiang Sheng glanced at the points before the woman swayed her hips and departed, leaving her sister to indulge in leisurely play. As Jiang Sheng entered the room, a faint whiff of inexpensive perfume wafted through the air. On the pink bed lay a boy, appearing to be no more than 16 or 17 years of age. He was adorned in sheer lingerie that left little to the imagination. His skin was undeniably fair, evoking a tinge of envy in Jiang Sheng. The boy gazed at her with a smoldering intensity, occasionally casting flirtatious glances, fully revealing his form before her, though she had encountered similar sights on certain websites. The reality of the moment rendered her somewhat anxious, if not exhilarated. Jiang Sheng brought over a small stool and placed the basin from the bathroom in front of it. Come sit here, he said. A smile graced the boy's delicate face, for this was the first time a guest had made such a seemingly powerless request of him. Was this a new game? He then obediently twisted and turned into position, closing his eyes. Jiang Sheng chuckled mischievously. The boy's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Yet he complied and kept his eyes shut. An hour later, Jiang Sheng emerged from the room, his expression one of contentment. The woman, noticing Jiang Sheng's delight, approached him and inquired, Sister, did you not deceive me? Are you truly satisfied? Jiang Sheng chuckled, indeed, quite delightful. Then she slung her bag over her shoulder and departed from the shadowy path. After Jiang Sheng left, the woman hurried to the boy's room, only to find him sprawled on the bed, utterly motionless. The woman thought to herself, this girl is even more formidable than the men, having brought down our top performer. With a smile, she turned away. Xiao Chen, how is it? Did you receive a generous tip? The boy flipped over, delicately wiping away his tears as he lamented. That woman is a beast. After drying my tears, I indignantly shouted that she made me wash wild vegetables for an entire hour. Woe is me. The woman gasped in disbelief. What? You're exhausted just from washing vegetables for her? I went up the mountain to gather wild vegetables. Look here, Jiang Sheng announced, opening the bag in Jiang Xiaohua's hands to reveal porcelain. Maya approached, her eyes sparkling with joy. So much. You even cleaned it. This stuff is hard to wash. Isn't it? Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu whispered as they passed by. Yes, Sister Xiao Sheng, I also want to help you with your work. Meow Meow expressed her desire as well. Woof woof. Chapter 68. Robbery dinner was prepared using the freshly gathered porcelain, tossed in a refreshing salad. Although the texture was somewhat tough, it was overall quite pleasing. The next day, Jiang Sheng instructed Maya to accompany Meow Meow to sell the porcelain, while she took Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu for another outing. As the three made their way to the base, the two little ones gazed up at Jiang Sheng with wide eyes. Sister Xiao Sheng, where are we going? Up the mountain. I stumbled upon plenty of wild vegetables yesterday, so let us see if we can strike luck again today. Before Jiang Sheng could finish her sentence, a black SUV suddenly barreled towards them from behind. Jiang Sheng swiftly pulled the two little ones aside, narrowly avoiding being brushed by the vehicle. Jiang Sheng was driving that black SUV. Are you two all right? Xiao Wu swallowed hard and replied, It's nothing. Jiang Sheng furrowed her brow upon noticing the Wang family's emblem on the license plate of the vehicle behind her, her gaze cold and disdainful. Without further delay, she continued onward, accompanied by the two little ones, towards the outskirts of the base. Since yesterday, survivors had gradually ventured out of their homes, and now it was evident that many were making their way to the main gate of the base. It seemed that everyone was in search of wild vegetables. How could someone from the city compete with these indigenous farmers for wild produce? It was likely that the areas rich in wild greens would soon be stripped bare. If they did not hasten, they might not even manage to unearth a single root. Indeed, when they arrived at the spot where they had gathered porcelain the previous day, even the roots had been excavated. Jiang Sheng stood with her hands on her hips, exasperated at the utter disregard these people had for leaving any sustenance behind. Suddenly, Xiao Wu brightened, exclaiming with excitement, Sister Xiao Sheng, I know where we can find persimmons. Although it's quite far. That's all right. Before the calamity, my mother often took us there. Xiao Wu replied with an air of ease. Following Xiao Wu down the mountain, They walked for approximately 20 minutes until they spotted two individuals perched atop a persimmon tree, harvesting the fruit. It appeared they had arrived a bit late. Jiang Sheng lamented, "What a pity." However, she did not relent. It was clear that those two had only just begun their endeavor. Placing her backpack on the ground, Jiang Sheng climbed towards another persimmon tree. The two men, seeing her, offered no objections, for this was the wild. "Miss, you must take your backpack up. The persimmons are soft," called out a man clad in a red jacket from the tree. "Oh, thank you, brother. Xiao Wu, can you climb up?" Jiang Sheng called down to Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu swiftly ascended, clearly a skilled climber. The yield of persimmons was not abundant, but it was sufficient to fill the backpack, and the fruits were not particularly large. As she plucked a persimmon, Jiang Sheng activated her identification function. Wild persimmon, edible persimmon leaves, can be consumed in small quantities. Jiang Sheng was astonished that the system could even identify the leaves on the persimmon. What is more, it was edible. "Xiao Wu, has your mother ever foraged for these leaves to eat?" Jiang Sheng inquired eagerly. The older gentleman nearby, evidently a kind-hearted soul, chuckled at the conversation and replied, "Ah, young lady, you may not be aware, but dried persimmon leaves steeped in water can alleviate cough and reduce swelling. Regular consumption is beneficial for one's health, although the effects may take time to manifest." Jiang Sheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your help, esteemed brothers. This is the first time I have heard of such a thing." The two men waved their hands dismissively and continued on their way, carrying the persimmons. In Jiang Sheng's space, there is a persimmon tree, yet the wild variety has yet to be found. After wandering around the vicinity, I discovered a few seedlings that resembled persimmon trees, and, taking advantage of the two little ones' momentary distraction, I discreetly gathered them into the space. Thoughtful children are the most endearing. Jiang Sheng retrieved 2 pieces of fruit candy from her pocket and presented them to the two little ones. "Brother, it's candy," exclaimed Xiao Lu, carefully accepting the treat with a joyful smile. "Thank you, Sister Xiao Sheng," Xiao Wu said, gazing at Jiang Sheng with gratitude. Memories flooded back to Jiang Sheng, reminiscent of how her mother used to reward her in her childhood. She affectionately ruffled the hair of the two little ones and continued her ascent up the hill. On their way back, the two behaved impeccably, cherishing their sweets without rushing to consume them, instead laughing and playing as they walked. Jiang Sheng assessed the weight of their backpacks, noting they were filled with a considerable amount of persimmons. She possessed the means to provide them with a better life. Yet a nagging thought lingered. What if unforeseen circumstances led to their separation in the future? Whether it was for Miao Miao or Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, Jiang Sheng was determined not to indulge them excessively. She recalled the child from Zhao Yukai's family. Despite the abundance of provisions at home, they still faced starvation, a notion that seemed utterly absurd. As Jiang Sheng ascended the path, 3 men with dubious intentions scrutinized the woman burdened with belongings and her 2 children. "Look at that girl, she's quite fair," remarked the tall, slender man with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Miss, would you like me to assist you with your load?" he continued with a smile, his gaze lingering on Jiang Sheng. "Our brother here is quite chivalrous. We shall help you carry your things, sister," he added, as they began to advance towards the trio. Alarmed, the 2 younger boys, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, hid behind Jiang Sheng, their faces pale with fear. Trembling, Xiao Lu urged, "Sister Sheng, you must run. I will hold them back." Jiang Sheng gazed at the 2 little ones, a warm feeling swelling within him as he sat down and secured the backpack. A man approached, extending his hand towards the backpack, but Jiang Sheng swiftly drew a dagger and aimed to strike at the man's hand without a moment's hesitation. The 2 men behind were not taken aback by the sight of Jiang Sheng wielding a knife. In these times, even a child might be armed. The man retaliated by brandishing his own dagger and charging at Jiang Sheng, who deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. "This little girl is quite the fighter," remarked the 3rd man, as he and a tall colleague brandished their weapons and advanced towards Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng advanced rather than retreated. The path was sufficiently wide. He deftly maneuvered to the left of the 3rd man, intercepting the attack with his dagger. Subsequently, he seized the 3rd man's arm and twisted it back with a swift motion, dislocating the entire limb, eliciting a painful cry. Meanwhile, the tall, slender man on the right hesitated to strike, for Jiang Sheng was nearly overlapping with a third man in that confined space. Jiang Sheng brandished a knife, thrusting it towards the vulnerable spot of the third brother, the blade entering with a stark brightness and exiting with a darkened hue. Jiang Sheng gazed at the knife in his hand, his furrowed brow capable of squashing a fly. He pondered whether his hand would remain intact. Chapter 69, once again, the Wang family. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng hurled the enchanted knife toward the tall, slender man, driving the yellow blade deep into his chest. Without granting the man a moment to react, he seized a wooden stick from the ground and struck at the man's head, though the wood was somewhat brittle, yielding only a mediocre effect. Xiao Wu, blindfold yourself, and Xiao Lu, Jiang Sheng calmly instructed Xiao Wu. Observing Xiao Wu comply, Jiang Sheng retrieved a samurai sword from his space and swiftly severed the throat of the man behind him. Lao San continued to weep uncontrollably, and Jiang Sheng efficiently brought an end to his life. The tall, slender man, witnessing Jiang Sheng's ferocity, discarded his weapon and fled up the mountain in terror, shouting, "Murder! Murder!" The man, rendered delirious by the blow from the stick, was no match for Jiang Sheng's speed. Although Jiang Sheng harbored no desire to take a life, he understood that leaving potential threats unchecked would lead to an insurmountable number of troubles. In this apocalyptic world, he was no longer a person bound by moral constraints. Since others sought his demise, there was no reason to hold back. Moreover, they had witnessed the secrets of his space, making their elimination both a moral and logical necessity. Once he confirmed the three were beyond saving, Jiang Sheng delivered several decisive blows. Strangely, he found himself growing increasingly cautious, retrieving their identity cards and transferring their points to his own account. It was remarkable how much he accrued, 5,000 points in total from the three individuals, a testament to the many lives they had claimed. Subsequently, he concealed their bodies at the base of the mountain, confident that wildlife would take care of the remains. After storing his katana in his space, he turned to Xiao Wu and said, "It's done. You may open your eyes now." Xiao Wu glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and remarked, "Sister Xiao Sheng, those three villains." Upon returning home, the trio chose not to mention the incident again. "Wow, you all gathered so many persimmons." "So many?" Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu had also collected a substantial amount. "Wonderful." Maya beamed with delight at the sight of the abundant persimmons. Jiang Sheng brought a cup of water, took a sip, and inquired of Sister Maya, "How is the sale of wild vegetables?" "Not too bad," she replied. "Meow meow, and I exchanged several locations before selling out. However, it might not go as well tomorrow." This afternoon, many people began to sell wild vegetables as well. I suspect everyone has ventured out to forage. At this point, Maya appeared somewhat perplexed. Jiang Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Maya gently squeezed a persimmon, noting its softness. Fortunately, those at the bottom remained uncrushed, yet prolonged pressure would not do. She began to extract the persimmons from her back basket. Alas, they were soft persimmons. Had they been firm, she could have made persimmon cakes. Maya beamed with delight at the sight of the golden persimmons scattered on the ground. Meow Meow came bounding over, gratefully accepting the fruits. Thanking Sister Xiao Sheng and brother Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Observing Meow Meow's cheerful smile, Xiao Lu shyly lowered his head, only to be playfully tugged away by Meow Meow to join in her frolic. Jiang Sheng began to assist Maya in placing the finer persimmons into a basket, preparing them for sale the following day. Xiao Wu, at the tender age of 11, also joined in the endeavor. In this post-apocalyptic world, children of his age dared not indulge in play. Observing Xiao Wu lend a hand, Jiang Sheng did not refuse. As an elder brother, it was indeed his duty to exhibit diligence. "It's nothing, sister, just a minor injury," Jiang Shaohua remarked with a smile, retrieving a handful of chestnuts from his pocket to offer Jiang Sheng. Noticing Jiang Sheng's unwavering gaze upon him, he felt compelled to elaborate. "Today, trouble found us at the city gate. It appeared to be individuals from the Wang family. We had initially set out to the mountains to fell trees and gather timber. Brother Jiang discovered a wealth of chestnuts, and we had collected quite a few when suddenly a woman emerged demanding that we surrender all the chestnuts to her. I was quite displeased and exchanged a few harsh words with her. To my astonishment, a multitude of individuals appeared behind her, including a rather rotund man who embraced her in support. Ultimately, they seized all our chestnuts. It was infuriating. Once again, it is the Wang family, Jiang Sheng stated with a solemn expression. Jiang Shaohua rummaged through his pockets once more and handed Jiang Sheng 3 chestnuts. Do you know the Wang family? He inquired. Jiang Sheng responded with a cold smile. Indeed, they nearly bumped into me today. Having heard of the recent events involving the Wang family, she realized that they were not of good character. She had not anticipated their brazen audacity. They truly acted as if above the law. However, upon further reflection, Jiang Sheng concluded that in this apocalyptic world, those wielding power and influence could act with impunity. Since the Wang family had crossed her path, they should not blame her for her ruthless response. All right, take off your clothes. Let me patch you up, she said, patting Jiang Shaohua's shoulder. After all, her foolish brother had saved some chestnuts for her. Hee, thank you, sis, Jiang Shaohua replied, feeling no hesitation as he appreciated Jiang Sheng's concern for him. On the side, Jiang Hao extracted a few chestnuts from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Sheng, who cradled them in Jiang Shaohua's clothing before placing them in the kitchen basket. Meiya, visibly indignant, remarked, "Those Wang family members are truly despicable. We even sold them crabs previously." Hearing this, Jiang Sheng recalled that the steward who purchased the crabs had indeed mentioned the Wang family. Yet the elder steward had appeared so affable. It was hard to believe that such a seemingly pleasant person could be associated with such vile actions. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The following morning, Jiang Sheng set out with Meiya and Xiao Wu to sell persimmons, leaving the 2 little ones at home, as she felt the base was unstable lately, and the children would be safer indoors. "Oh, how delightful! It's wonderful to see you all setting up shop," exclaimed Boss Yang as he emerged from his store, just as Jiang Sheng finished arranging the table. "Boss Yang, it's been a while." Jiang Sheng greeted him with a smile. Boss Yang approached with a hearty laugh. "Ah, persimmons. You always manage to bring out these delightful treats. They are my wife's favorite fruit. How much are you selling them for?" Meiya replied, "If you buy from us, it's 12 points each. We sell to others for 15. She placed a basket of persimmons on the table, their golden hue appearing incredibly enticing. In the end, Boss Yang purchased 10, driven by his wife's fondness and the rarity of such a fruit. Jiang Sheng still delivered a few persimmons to the gatekeeper, but it seemed that there was a change in personnel. "Oh, whatever happened to that young man who always wore a red scarf?" Jiang Sheng inquired with a hint of puzzlement. "You mean Brother Chu? He has some matters to attend to today, so I am here on duty." "We have met before," replied a boy of modest stature, appearing to be in his early 20s, yet impeccably dressed. Jiang Sheng smiled as he handed the persimmon to him, saying it was no trouble at all. The boy accepted it, responding amiably. Chapter 70. The aloof young man upon returning to the stall. Jiang Sheng recalled that Meiya had sold wild vegetables here yesterday, attracting the attention of affluent ladies who might return today. Before long, a crowd gathered. "Ah, persimmons today, and they're still soft. How much are they, dear vendor?" Amidst the lively inquiries, a black car approached, and before Jiang Sheng could pack up, a figure emerged from the vehicle. Jiang Sheng observed a man clad in a suit, whose austere brows framed a pair of slender eyes. The man sported a crew cut, yet beneath it, he wore athletic pants that did nothing to diminish the elegance of his long legs. Upon recognizing the man, the onlooking women quickly converged around him. One woman brusquely pushed aside another, exclaiming, "Brother Zhengxi, come to my house." The man, seemingly perturbed by the commotion, furrowed his brows, his stern expression intensifying. Indeed, the delicate daughters of affluent families and their wealthy matron counterparts fell silent, intimidated, lest they leave a poor impression on the man before them. Jiang Sheng had no time to pay attention to the situation around her. She was hastily preparing to pack her belongings and make a swift exit. Wang Zhengxi, observing the stall vendor's intention to leave, coldly inquired, "Where are you headed?" Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Sheng looked up, surprised that such a gentle tone could emanate from such an aloof man, and subsequently halted her actions. Would you like to buy some persimmons?" Jiang Sheng said with an awkward smile. Wang Zhengxi picked up a persimmon and sniffed it before asking, "How much?" 15 points. We don't have many left. This is likely our last batch for a while. If you buy more, I'll give you a discount. Handsome, Jiang Sheng replied, uncertain of the man's age, but opting to assume he was younger. I'll take the whole basket, Wang Zhengxi said, pointing to a basket of persimmons in front of him. Jiang Sheng wore a professional smile as she noted the basket of persimmons, totaling 130 points, culminating in an impressive 880 points. Indeed, the handsome gentleman exuded an effortless charm when it came to shopping. In response to Jiang Sheng's compliments, the man remained silent, while her thoughts were solely consumed by the points. Admittedly, he was strikingly handsome, yet her encounters with attractive men numbered in the thousands. Moreover, Jiang Shaohua was no less appealing than the man before her. The high aesthetic genes of the Jiang family were undeniably potent. After Wang Zhengxi swiftly completed his car transaction and took the basket to his vehicle, a throng of admirers bid farewell to their beloved brother. Due to Wang Zhengxi's earlier purchases, the women were fervently clamoring for Jiang Sheng's persimmons. Boss, I'll take a basket too. No way, that's mine. Can't you see there are only 2 baskets? The more the women bickered, the more delighted Jiang Sheng became. It was amusing how these very individuals helped elevate her prices. Eventually, the price soared to 20 points each, and Xiao Wu happily filled the baskets for the women, while Meiya's growing points brought a youthful glow to her face. In truth, Meiya was not very old, merely 28 this year, while Jiang Hao was just 29. Both maintained their youthfulness remarkably well. After about 20 minutes, Meiya joyfully tidied up the stall, and Jiang Sheng decided to return the table to Boss Yang, knowing she would be back. Boss Yang was more than accommodating, encouraging Jiang Sheng to visit the shop frequently. The trio, with their bamboo basket in hand, made their way to the market, having sold all the persimmons and earned 2,880 points. Come on, Sister Meiya will treat you to something delicious. Meiya beamed as she pulled Jiang Sheng and Xiao Wu along, having realized that as long as one is alive, they should indulge in self-care. With points in hand, it was time to enjoy good food. Before long, they arrived at the pork vendor, where the short and stout proprietor greeted Meiya with a smile. Here, gonna buy meat again? Is it still £1 today? Meiya, hands on her hips and brimming with pride, declared, give me £3, with more lean meat. The proprietor chuckled. Ah, our beauty is feeling generous today, not worried about points? My sister helped me earn points, so I'm treating her and my brother to something nice. Meiya cheerfully presented her identification card to settle the bill. They also purchased a cabbage and a pound of mushrooms, claimed to be foraged from the wild, though Jiang Sheng had not spotted any mushrooms during her excursions, indicating her lack of foraging skills. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it became customary for everyone to take afternoon naps, primarily out of boredom. In the world before, one could lounge on the sofa, scrolling through short videos or playing games, but now such pastimes have become nearly non-existent. Jiang Sheng lay on the bed, affectionately stroking the head of Sero, when a sudden thought struck him regarding the plants he had sown in his space. His consciousness shifted to that realm, where he noted that the seeds planted 2 days prior had yet to show any signs of growth, leaving him uncertain whether the pace of development in his space differed from that in the outside world. Accompanied by Sero, he made his way to the wooden cabin, where he heartily devoured his grandfather's family meal and generously shared portions of chicken breast with Sero. The latter's appetite had grown significantly. Mere dog food was no longer sufficient, necessitating the addition of rice and meat to his diet. A glance at the time in his space revealed that he had been accumulating time for over a month, bringing him a step closer to a life of leisure in retirement. An hour later, Jiang Sheng emerged from his bedroom, finding Meiya engaged in teaching Miao Miao and Xiao Lu to recognize characters, while Xiao Wu attentively observed. Good afternoon, Sister Xiao Sheng. Miao Miao greeted him. Good afternoon, Miao Miao. Are you learning to read? Jiang Sheng seated himself behind the 2 children. Yes, Mama is teaching, and I've memorized many characters. After chatting with the little ones for a while, a commotion erupted from downstairs. The spirit of gossip ignited within Jiang Sheng, prompting her to swiftly glide to the window. Below, a group of men encircled a woman, seemingly vying for something. Brother, I cannot extend credit here. What shall I do if I cannot find you tomorrow? The woman cried out in anguish. One of the uniformed men forcefully shoved her down, exclaiming, You old hag, I'm working for the Wang family. Do you think I would forfeit your points? I'll give it to you tomorrow, just as I said." After uttering these words, he disregarded the gazes of those around him and departed with a cohort of similarly attired individuals. At that moment, Jiang Sheng recognized that the woman being accosted was indeed Sister Zhao. She had overheard their conversation clearly, and it struck her why the Wang family seemed to be omnipresent. "Xiao Sheng, is that not Sister Zhao? How pitiful," Mei remarked, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the sobbing woman crouched on the ground. Sister Mei was the man who came to buy things today, also from the Wang family? Jiang Sheng inquired, turning her head. Mei clapped her hands. "Indeed, I was so preoccupied with selling that I didn't notice." That group of women seemed to call him Brother Zhengxi, so that man must be Wang Zhengxi. Jiang Sheng initially harbored a fondness for that man. Not only did he refrain from driving them away, but he also purchased an entire basket of persimmons. Little did she know, he was affiliated with the Wang family. It seems prudent to remain cautious in the future. Chapter 71. The hunting team. As the situation at the base gradually stabilized, Jiang Hao took Jiang Shaohua to the hunting team, and this time, Jiang Sheng accompanied them, while Mei stayed home to tend to the children. The wages for constructing the base were rather meager, and the two little ones, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, consumed very little food, yet they were exceptionally obedient. Over the course of the past month, everyone had grown fond of these two children. Despite their tender age, they displayed an admirable sense of responsibility, never causing Jiang Sheng any trouble. And they were often the ones to rise early and attend to household chores. "Xiao Sheng, Xiao Jiang, once you have everything prepared, we shall set forth," Jiang Hao announced. Clad in a dark green tracksuit that appeared to be the uniform he wore during his time as a police officer, the two men cast envious glances at the samurai sword Jiang Sheng wielded. "Sis, that sword is absolutely magnificent." Jiang Sheng patted Jiang Shaohua's shoulder, remarking that the cleaver was quite satisfactory. Subsequently, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and followed Jiang Hao out the door. The weather was growing increasingly frigid, necessitating not only an outer coat, but an additional layer beneath it. However, clad in his thermal attire, Jiang Sheng felt little discomfort. It was indeed a time when winter was fast approaching. In the pre-apocalyptic world, one would already be donning a cotton-padded jacket. The trio arrived at the assembly point, where they were met by a man in his 30s, tall with a neatly trimmed mustache, whose physique suggested he was quite fit, leading a team of 8. He held the position of captain, while Jiang Hao served as the vice captain. Jiang Hao took the lead, with Jiang Shaohua closely trailing Jiang Sheng. The group descended the mountain, where the flora had largely succumbed to withering hues of yellow, save for a few hardy plants that remained green. It appeared that the fauna of the mountains had not been adversely affected by the dense fog, not long after their descent. Jiang Sheng spotted various insects and small creatures scuttling across the ground. Ever since the advent of the identification system, Jiang Sheng had developed an affinity for identifying these unfamiliar plants, although he preferred to do so at night to conserve his usage for the day. The Xian Mountain was not steep, featuring gentle slopes throughout, and the team's descent proceeded smoothly. Jiang Sheng followed the direction pointed out by Jiang Shaohua and indeed spotted a patch of purslane. Having ventured far, the survivors of the base had yet to arrive at this location. Although it felt akin to foraging, they were, after all, engaged in a hunt, and the team could not afford a halt for anyone. Unfortunately, the team's luck was rather poor. They had traversed nearly halfway up the mountainside without encountering any game, and they had even lost sight of 2 squirrels along the way. As dusk approached, Captain Hong stated that it was no longer safe to continue their journey, and they would need to set up camp. The 3 individuals had brought along 2 tents, with Jiang Sheng and Jiang Hao sharing one, while Jiang Shaohua occupied the other. Their current position was situated at a point descending from the mountainside, not far from the village that had succumbed to flooding ahead. After Jiang Sheng had pitched the tent, he wandered around the vicinity. It was now dusk, with an hour remaining until complete darkness. The group split into 2 teams to kindle 2 campfires, with Captain Hong and Jiang Hao among the trio. Jiang Sheng focused on identifying a plant with slightly pale leaves, which was adorned with clusters of delicate yellow flowers atop its slender stalks. Cursory identification, edible. To her surprise, she discovered that it was indeed consumable. Thrilled, Jiang Sheng gathered the cursory plant into her space, noting that many more surrounded her. Cashew seeds, inedible currently. The system's identification feature could only ascertain whether a substance was fit for consumption, which perfectly aligned with Jiang Sheng's penchant for food. In an effort to appease her hunger, she exchanged some system coins for a pound of crabs and a pound of loaches, justifying her foray into the hunt. Wow, sister, you've gathered so many crabs and fish in such a short time, Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, taken aback by the loaches and crabs that Jiang Sheng held in her hands. Jiang Sheng only took out half a kilogram, as the crabs and fish provided by the system were of remarkably similar size and appearance. It was prudent to take a little less. He chuckled, attributing his fortune to luck. With that, Jiang Sheng grasped the iron kettle and began to prepare a meal. This iron kettle was a military canteen belonging to Jiang Hao, quite substantial in size and reportedly made of alloy, said to be capable of deflecting bullets, though the truth of that remained uncertain. The four teammates nearby, drawn by the enticing aroma of the meat, gazed at him with envy. However, the quantity was too scant for Jiang Sheng to share, especially with Captain Hong present. It was essential to cultivate a good rapport with the leadership to reap benefits within the team. Each of the four individuals received a crab and a loach, while the extra loach was given to Captain Hong, who was encouraged to savor the wild delicacies of the mountains. Captain Hong laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, it has been ages since I last tasted such fare. It is truly delectable." Through their conversation, Jiang Sheng learned that Captain Hong hailed from Qingcheng, which was not far from Longquan and more developed than Longquan City, hinting at the possibility of a larger base there. Captain Hong took care of Jiang Sheng and his companions, assigning Jiang Sheng to the first shift, followed by Jiang Shaohua, with Jiang Hao scheduled for the morning shift the next day. It must be said that Jiang Sheng adeptly navigated the intricacies of workplace dynamics. The first and last shifts were the least taxing on one's energy. The following day, as dawn barely broke, the team set off once more. For breakfast, Jiang Sheng reheated the soup from the previous day, pairing it with the flatbreads brought by everyone for a makeshift meal. There was enough soup for each person to have a bowl, and the other four team members expressed their gratitude to Jiang Sheng for the sustenance. In the early morning mist of Xian Mountain, a slight fog lingered, and the sight of it evidently instilled a sense of trepidation among the group as they continued their descent. Should they find no game at the base, the team would ascend from another direction. Suddenly, all heads turned towards the teammate who had cried out. Captain Hong inquired, "Ah Chong, what are you yelling about?" "Captain, I've been bitten by a snake. I think I'm going to die," the man shouted in agony. The snake that had bitten him had already been slain by the other team members. Jiang Sheng activated his identification function on the snake. "Cauliflower snake, edible, Captain Hong. This is a cauliflower snake. It is non-venomous." Such snakes are quite common in Shu territory. Jiang Hao approached and remarked after careful examination. Jiang Sheng meticulously noted the appearance of the snake. His system could only discern its edibility, leaving the matter of its venomous nature unknown. The snake was relatively small. It could be considered a quarry. As they descended the mountain, the temperature grew increasingly mild, and Jiang Sheng came to a clearer understanding of the phrase, "The higher you climb, the colder it gets." Particularly at this midday hour, Captain Hong, observing the individuals behind him attempting to shed their outer garments, delivered a swift kick to one of them. "You reckless fool, do you seek your own demise? The mountains are teeming with countless mosquitoes and venomous scorpions. Without your clothing, you would be nothing but a living target," Captain Hong admonished loudly. The team member who had been kicked quickly nodded in gratitude. Jiang Sheng had also contemplated shedding her outer garment, for the combination of her thermal attire and an additional coat, coupled with the substantial backpack behind her, rendered her somewhat stifled. Nevertheless, Captain Hong's words served as a timely reminder. Chapter 72. The enormous corpse. The group descended further, bringing Jiang Sheng once again in close proximity to the floodwaters after several months. The banks were teeming with clusters of slender, elongated red insects, presenting a rather unsettling sight. "Sister, what are these insects? They appear rather peculiar," Jiang Shaohua remarked with a frown, gazing at the ominous red masses by the water's edge. Jiang Sheng employed his appraisal skill on the crimson orb before him. "Red lineworm. could be consumed in small quantities. After listening to the system's explanation, Jiang Sheng furrowed her brow even tighter. Can this thing be consumed? She exclaimed incredulously. Everyone turned to look at her. Captain Hong inquired, Sister Jiang Sheng, is it truly edible? It is indeed consumable. This is a red line worm, also known as a water earthworm. It is said to possess considerable nutritional value. I heard about it before the apocalypse, but I have never tasted it myself, Jiang Sheng explained with a nod. To prevent herself from getting goosebumps, Captain Hong urged the team to continue moving forward. After trekking for a considerable distance, Jiang Sheng began to wonder if there were any large animals remaining in Shinshan. Captain, look by the water. It appears to be a fish, one of the team members exclaimed, pointing into the distance. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the bank ahead. Jiang Sheng also beheld the sight, and it undoubtedly resembled the shape of a fish. However, it was rather excessively large for that classification. It was not until the crowd drew nearer that they discerned the true nature of the creature. It was a whale, Jiang Shaohua exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Sheng carefully scrutinized the colossal whale, towering nearly 20 stories high, which had begun to emit a foul odor. Numerous birds were pecking at its decaying carcass. Didn't he, brother Jiang, see a whale like this one last time? Jiang Sheng inquired. Jiang Hao had been observing the deceased whale intently since his arrival. Upon Jiang Sheng's question, he slowly nodded, acknowledging that it appeared to be the same. A blue whale, albeit rather oversized. There is nothing peculiar about it. The hammerhead shark we encountered previously was absurdly large, Jiang Shaohua remarked, seemingly accustomed to the post-disaster variants of wildlife. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng employed the identification system on the whale. Blue whale, inedible. Captain Hong, we can't consume this meat. Back when we were in the city, someone in the neighborhood ate shark meat and ended up with skin lesions before dying, Jiang Sheng quickly cautioned. The hunting team's quarry was not for personal consumption, but rather to be submitted to the base, where the meat would be processed and sold to survivors. Jiang Sheng now understood the gravity of the situation and was determined to prevent further unknowing casualties. Come on, you just said it was shark meat. This is a whale. A whale of this magnitude could sustain the base for months, Zhang Jie retorted disdainfully. Clearly, Zhang Jie harbored fears about the meat's safety, yet was reluctant to forego such a significant contribution. After slicing some flesh, the team hastily made their way back to the base, with no one knowing when the whale would begin to decompose. They managed to reduce their journey from half a day to just a few hours. Upon delivering the whale meat to the registration office, Captain Hong explained the circumstances, and the staff promptly contacted the authorities. I wonder if that meat is edible. I've never tried whale meat before, Jiang Shaohua murmured. Hearing this, Jiang Sheng immediately checked his spatial marketplace, discovering a new item, blue whale meat, priced similarly to shark meat at 5 gold coins per pound. Upon returning home, Maya prepared an additional meal, and everyone shared stories of their recent experiences. Hunting outdoors sounds thrilling. Me, oh, and I hardly ventured out of home, Maya lamented. Since Jiang Sheng entered, Sai Luo had been wagging his tail excitedly, now nestled in his master's embrace, as if to say, hey, what took you so long? I was starving these past few days. It then struck Jiang Sheng that he was unaware of what Maya had been feeding Sai Luo, as he had always been the one to feed him. Taking Sai Luo into the spatial realm, he ensured he was well fed. While feeding him, Jiang Sheng noticed that the seeds in the ground had sprouted. Though they were merely small seedlings, the entire plot had transformed into a vibrant shade of yellow-green. Though he had not personally tended to the garden, Jiang Sheng felt a profound sense of pride. The following morning, upon arriving at the hunting team, Captain Hong was addressing the group, and it was evident that their team was not the only one present. Other hunting teams, along with non-hunting groups, had also gathered. Jiang Sheng walked into the line with a sense of confusion. If it weren't for certain individuals hindering us, we would have already made a fortune yesterday, Zhang Jie remarked to Jiang Sheng with a sarcastic tone. A large question mark loomed over Jiang Sheng's face as he pondered. Did the system not declare that consumption was forbidden? Could it be that the system malfunctioned? Throughout the journey, Jiang Sheng's countenance remained sour, until he arrived once more at the site of the whale carcass. Upon approaching, he observed a noticeable increase in the avian scavengers feasting on the remains. Not only birds, but also the unmistakable bite marks of tigers and bears adorned the scene, indicating that a substantial portion of the whale flesh had been consumed. It's all your fault. Other creatures have nearly finished it off. Zhang Jie glared at Jiang Sheng with palpable ire. Jiang Shaohua was quite indignant at that moment, seemingly dismissing the value of his own eyes. He advised me to speak more respectfully when addressing my sister. I retorted, what of it? It was precisely because of him. Zhang Jie wore a mocking expression, dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Shaohua was on the verge of making a move when Jiang Sheng intervened, advising against engaging with such matters. Subsequently, he employed his identification skill on the lifeless form before him, a somewhat decayed whale carcass, unfit for consumption. The system could not be erroneous, yet why were the personnel at the base unable to detect this anomaly? Jiang Sheng pondered in perplexity. Meanwhile, the individuals over there had commenced their actions, leaving Jiang Sheng with no choice but to lend his assistance. Chapter 73. Transportation. Jiang Sheng presented a pair of gloves to Jiang Shaohua and Jiang Hao. Please refrain from touching the meat with your bare hands. I still harbor some reservations. Jiang Sheng earnestly cautioned the two. They nodded in acknowledgement, signaling, Sister, we shall heed your advice. Jiang Sheng would never consider consuming whale meat, nor would her family be permitted to partake. With the current situation, it seems impossible to prevent those at the base from doing so. One can only hope that any repercussions can be swiftly identified. This is not a matter of overreacting. Jiang Sheng has witnessed firsthand the dire fates that befell those who indulged in shark meat. If she does not exercise greater caution, it would be sheer folly. This expedition yielded an abundance of whale meat, at least several thousand pounds, prompting the dispatch of additional personnel to transport it overnight. The base awarded special recognition to the team for their discovery, with Captain Hong receiving 1,500 points, Jiang Hao 1,200, and the other team members 1,000 each. In my opinion, such accolades should not have been granted to her, as it resulted in a loss of points for us. Zhang Jie continued to hold onto Jiang Sheng, and their points were transferred to her, as her household consisted solely of 2 women, making the points unnecessary for them. The first order of business upon returning was to take a shower, with Jiang Sheng insisting on being the first, and the others had no objections. Jiang Sheng added a considerable amount of harmless antiseptic to the bathing water, and in preparation for a shower, Maya specifically purchased soap. Shower gel is significantly more expensive than soap, making the latter a more cost-effective choice. Jiang Sheng selected a scentless shower gel from the space, took a brief wash, and promptly called for Jiang Shaohua to take his turn. In an effort to conserve water, Jiang Shaohua washed the floor alongside Jiang Hao, and the 2 men felt no embarrassment in doing so. At that moment, Mei was changing the water after she finished washing with Miao Miao. It would be Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu's turn. Taking a bath was indeed much more refreshing. Jiang Shaohua plopped down beside Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng glanced at him, and indeed, after a little grooming, he appeared significantly more handsome, surpassing even Wang Zhengxi in charm. His hair had grown somewhat long. Should he have it trimmed? Jiang Sheng inquired. Sure, sister. Let it be a little longer, as the weather is turning cold. Jiang Sheng had not considered that the weather had turned cold. Clad in her thermal-regulating attire, she felt little discomfort. Ultimately, she decided against giving Jiang Shaohua a haircut. While others were enveloped in the delightful fragrance of soap, Jiang Sheng seemed devoid of any scent. Sister Xiao Sheng, why is it that after washing, you have no fragrance? Miao Miao inquired, perched on Jiang Sheng's lap, inhaling the scent of her hair. Perhaps Sister Xiao Sheng is too dirty, and the fragrance has washed away. Jiang Sheng joked lightly. That won't do. Miao Miao wants to snuggle with Sister Xiao Sheng. You must smell lovely too. With that, Miao Miao embraced Jiang Sheng, nuzzling against her in an earnest attempt to share some of her own sweet aroma. Jiang Sheng gazed at the little girl in his arms, feeling an increasing fondness for her. After Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were cleaned up, Jiang Sheng realized how remarkably fair their skin was. Xiao Wu's hands were calloused, yet Xiao Lu's remained pristine. Sister Maya, while the day is still young, shall we venture out to procure some items? Jiang Sheng suggested, donning his attire and slinging the basket over his shoulder in preparation for departure. Although Maya was uncertain of the reasons behind his enthusiasm, she placed her trust in Jiang Sheng's words. with over 3,000 points in his possession, alongside his previous total of more than 7,000. And Maya holding a similar amount. She inquired, "Shall I carry one as well?" Gesturing towards the basket on the ground. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment and said, "Xiaohua, you should join us. Brother Jiang is quite exhausted today and should stay home to tend to the children." This marked the first occasion that Jiang Xiaohua accompanied Jiang Sheng on an outing, promptly donning her attire and shouldering her basket. As the trio ventured forth, numerous onlookers cast glances in their direction. It was inevitable, for few could resist the allure of handsome men and beautiful women. Before they even reached the grain and oil shop, several women approached Jiang Xiaohua, attempting to engage her in conversation. "You possess quite a charm, little brother," one remarked, eliciting a chuckle from Jiang Sheng. "I could never be interested in them," Jiang Xiaohua replied, shrinking back timidly towards Jiang Sheng. Subsequently, whenever they encountered others, Jiang Xiaohua boldly clung to Jiang Sheng's arm, declaring him her boyfriend. Observers noted the couple's striking compatibility and remarked on their harmonious appearance. How could they not look alike, considering they share a grandfather? As it was evening, the shop was relatively empty, and the proprietor was preparing to close for the night. He gathered 2 large bags of broken rice, a small bag of flour, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, and a case of canned goods. Jiang Sheng had already contemplated his purchases prior to their arrival, and when he voiced his intentions, the shopkeeper was taken aback. "Why so much? Do you have enough points?" he inquired, though his hands moved swiftly to gather the requested items. Jiang Sheng meticulously arranged 3 baskets, followed by purchasing a barrel of oil, deciding that this would suffice for the day. Upon settling the bill, he utilized over 3,000 points. However, everyone seemed indifferent, believing that points should be spent rather than hoarded for potential future calamities. It was wise to utilize them promptly. The following day, Jiang Sheng received news regarding the factory's recruitment of staff, offering 50 points per day, rumored to be in a food processing facility, though he needed no elaboration to understand the nature of the processing. Despite the appealing salary, Jiang Sheng was reluctant to wade into such murky waters. He planned to accompany Mei to Boss Yang's shop to procure some winter clothing. "Ah, Xiao Sheng, what do you intend to sell today?" Boss Yang inquired as he organized his merchandise. He noticed Jiang Sheng and Mei emerging with Meow Meow, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar youngsters. "Oh, wonderful. What would you like to purchase? I'll give you a discount." Boss Yang cheerfully invited the group to browse his quaint little store. Jiang Sheng purchased cotton clothing for everyone, making sure to buy a size larger for Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, fearing that they would outgrow them in just a few days. "Why didn't you buy anything for yourself, Xiao Sheng?" Mei inquired. "I have a cotton coat in my bag. I can wear my own," Jiang Sheng replied. Mei had indeed seen it before and chose not to press the matter further. Jiang Hao had a military overcoat, yet he received no new clothing either. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng acquired several pairs of cotton socks and 2 quilts, as the chilly weather necessitated that Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu have proper bedding to avoid catching a cold. Moreover, Jiang Xiaohua's quilt was rather thin, although he was too proud to admit it. The 2 little ones felt somewhat embarrassed. "Sister Xiao Sheng, we will work hard," Xiao Wu said, lowering his head. Indeed, the items purchased amounted to over 4,000 points, even with old Yang's discount. Accumulating such points was arduous, while spending them felt like pouring water. Chapter 74. A surge of acting skills after placing the items at home, Jiang Sheng intended to take a stroll, with Xiao Wu following closely, as he was somewhat familiar with the base. "Sister Xiao Sheng, where shall we go?" Xiao Wu asked, keeping pace behind her. "Do you know where the food processing plant is located?" "There is only one processing plant in the base. It should be there," he responded. Under Xiao Wu's guidance, Jiang Sheng arrived at a processing plant that was not particularly large. Gaining entry seemed unlikely, as there was a large iron gate blocking the entrance. However, it wasn't too long before they spotted a delivery truck departing from the factory, suggesting that the whale meat was likely being canned. They followed the truck, knowing that the freshly processed goods would primarily be delivered to the base's supermarket and the affluent residents of the Villa District. Jiang Sheng intended to first visit the supermarket, having never actually purchased anything there before. By the time the 2 arrived, a truck was in the midst of unloading its cargo, revealing cans devoid of any outer packaging, each one a gleaming silver tin. Jiang Sheng was astonished to see that the price displayed on the supermarket screen for a can of food was an astonishing 200 points, which was 20 points more expensive than the beef canned goods. Jiang Sheng exited the supermarket after purchasing half a kilogram of fruit candies and 3 bags of potato chips. If he desired the base's points, he could easily acquire the entire base. However, he felt an unsettling premonition of impending trouble. Upon returning home, he distributed the potato chips among the 3 little ones and entrusted the candies to Maya for safekeeping. The children giggled with delight, cradling the chips as if they were precious treasures. "Are you treating them like little river snails?" Jiang Sheng teased, picking up a snail that was just the right size for a delectable bite. He then proceeded to assess the items scattered on the ground. Pine nuts, edible; pine needles, edible in moderation; field snail, partially edible; apple snail, partially edible. Ultimately, Maya suggested cleaning the snails for sale, proposing that they could sell them downstairs alongside the creeping grass. Wealthy individuals would not indulge in such wild vegetables, as evidenced by the poor sales of porcelain in the Villa district. Jiang Hao meticulously sliced bamboo into fine strips, beginning to teach Jiang Shaohua how to craft small cups, a request made by Jiang Sheng. The field snails would be placed in the cups and sold incrementally, each portion fetching 100 points. Cleaned pine needles could be brewed into tea, exuding a refreshing aroma reminiscent of pine sap. Spices were quite expensive at the base, yet the flavor of the snails would greatly diminish without them. However, given their high price, they were not overly concerned about the cost of seasonings. Everyone was diligently occupied, while the little ones busied themselves with washing and sorting the field snails and apple snails. The apple snails were intended for sale downstairs alongside the creeping grass the following day. Despite being edible, they harbored numerous parasites. Before the apocalypse, such creatures were notorious pests, but with proper handling, they could be consumed. Jiang Sheng had no intention of preparing them himself. He planned to sell them alive the next day, even if it meant offering them at a lower price, as cleaning them would require far more effort. He placed some pine needles and old tea leaves in a pot, and soon a delightful fragrance wafted through the room, with Jiang Hao tending to be more talkative during tea time. The next morning, Jiang Sheng began to assign tasks. Maya, Meow Meow, and Xiao Lu would sell creeping grass and apple snails downstairs, while he and Xiao would sell the packaged field snails. Pine nuts were also included, and with just 1 bag, they filled 2 bamboo containers before running out. Strangely, today, Boss Yang had not opened his shop. When Jiang Sheng arrived, he casually chatted with the security guard while grabbing a handful of candies. Jiang Sheng observed that their bags contained silver cans, a luxury that only the affluent residents of the Villa district would indulge in. If only his sealed snails could be perfected, he could likely sell them for 200. Was Boss Jiang selling today? Inquired a woman clad in leather, gesturing towards the array of bottles and jars on the ground. In order to maintain cleanliness, Jiang Sheng laid out an abundance of yellow leaves on the ground. "Miss Zhu, these are the snails that were delivered last night and processed this morning. They are simply delightful." Jiang Sheng presented a small bowl containing some prepared snails, specifically for tasting. Indeed, they're quite similar to those sold at street stalls before the apocalypse. "How much do they cost?" Miss Zhu inquired, setting down her toothpick while fiddling with her fingers. 120 points for a large jar, and this bamboo container is included, Jiang Sheng stated, handing a portion to Miss Zhu for her inspection. "Very well. I shall take 2 jars." Originally, Jiang Sheng intended to sell them for 100, but felt uncomfortable with the wealthy clientele purchasing numerous 200 jars, prompting him to raise the price. "Wait a moment, Miss Zhu, would you like some pine nuts as well? I have 2 jars, each weighing about 3 pounds. Quite a bargain at 500. All right, let us settle the payment together." Miss Zhu swiftly swiped her card, while her young attendant assisted her in carrying the bamboo jars. It appears that even the affluent could be easily persuaded to part with their money. Customers sampled the goods before purchasing, and the taste was indeed satisfactory, leading to a smooth sale. However, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but wonder why Boss Yang had not opened his shop today. He had always been open after the recent fog. Xiao Lu and Meow Meow, understanding the unspoken cue, began to feign tears. "Uncle, Auntie, please spare us some food." Jiang Sheng merely smiled from the sidelines, refraining from approaching. For doing so would reveal his intentions. Ultimately, only a substantial bundle of wild mouse grass remained unsold. Yesterday, Jiang Sheng and his companions had tasted it, and its flavor was rather ordinary, akin to eating grass, save for a faintly aromatic essence. It was Maya who had heard from the residents of a neighborhood that this wild herb was best enjoyed when mixed with pancakes. Had he known earlier, they might have prepared it as pancakes for sale. However, given that the base frequently sold cooked dishes, Jiang Sheng deemed it unwise to take such a risk. A single plate of stir-fried vegetables at the base required hundreds of contribution points, and only the villa area and occasional official personnel frequented it. Since yesterday, Jiang Sheng had sensed an unsettling chill, even within his temperature-regulating attire. Chapter 75, The Investigation Order. Maya, do you feel cold at night? Jiang Sheng inquired as he approached upon noticing that most items had been sold. Maya, while tidying up, pondered that it was indeed somewhat chilly. It would be better if the three of us slept together. What about Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu? The two little ones merely nodded, hesitant to express their discomfort with the cold. Come on, Maya, let us go purchase a simple stove. Jiang Sheng took her hand and directed her towards the official general store. Why do you want to buy a stove? Maya questioned, puzzled. I feel that the temperature is dropping rather swiftly. Just the day before yesterday, it was warm enough for short sleeves, and now it's unbearably cold. I fear winter may arrive prematurely, and regardless, we will need one when winter comes, Jiang Sheng reasoned with conviction. Maya concurred that it was indeed time to make the purchase, especially considering the health of the children at home. The cheapest stove cost 600 contribution points, but Jiang Sheng opted for one priced at 800, thereby spending a significant portion of his earnings for the day. He subsequently purchased a large sack of honeycomb coal for 400 points. Jiang Sheng has added an extra 100 yuan each month. Now the rooftop is exclusively hers, allowing her to store firewood there in the future. The three individuals carry their baskets, having already gathered most of the dry wood from the mountains. With no axe available at home for chopping trees, and though Jiang Sheng had ample space, it would be impractical to retrieve it. The two men took over the firewood from Maya and Jiang Sheng, while Jiang Sheng continued to carry Xiao Wu's basket, which contained only light twigs. Sister, let Jiang Gu and me handle this. We had already planned to gather firewood tomorrow, Jiang Hao mentioned as he tinkered with the stove at home, swiftly fixing the chimney. I told you, there is no need to waste that money. Maya proudly embraced Jiang Hao. The following morning, Jiang Hao borrowed 2 axes from the hunting team, while Jiang Sheng rented a tricycle for 80 points for the day from the dormitory area, pretending to transport items from the vehicle. With the entire family engaged in outdoor activities, Jiang Sheng seized the opportunity to treat Sero to a meal, and she also enjoyed a cup of milk tea to rejuvenate herself. Lunch was resolved in the mountains, and after a day of hauling, every part of their bodies ached. Jiang Hao led everyone in stretching exercises, warning that without them, their bodies would be rendered useless the next day. Effective stretching could alleviate most muscle soreness. After 3 consecutive days of toil, Jiang Sheng informed Jiang Hao that the rooftop was now filled with wood, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. When everyone arrived at the rooftop and beheld the neatly stacked wood, their faces radiated with pride. Sister, you are truly remarkable, arranging everything so neatly, Jiang Shaohua praised. Indeed, if it were me, I would have just tossed it aside, Maya marveled. Jiang Sheng would never disclose that he had resorted to spatial manipulation, meticulously adjusting everything within that realm before presenting it. Haha, well, it's all good. To commemorate the ample stockpile of wood, Maya decided to prepare a delightful fish soup with a small dried fish she had previously stored, and she also purchased 2 pounds of pork to treat everyone. Just as the group was relishing their meal, the sound of numerous vehicles arriving echoed from downstairs. Jiang Sheng approached the window and observed at least 5 vehicles parked beneath the building. What could be the reason for their presence? What purpose do they serve? Jiang Sheng shook his head, yet it appeared he was searching for something. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Sheng went to open it, revealing a woman accompanied by 2 men, one of whom was brandishing a weapon. What brings you here? Jiang Sheng inquired. We are from the base, here to register the living conditions of the residents. Your cooperation is appreciated, the woman replied. Following her words, The two men entered the house and began their search. Rather than a request for cooperation, it felt more like an imposition. After the men rummaged through the rooms, the woman recorded each person's name before departing. What was termed as registration seemed, in reality, more like an intrusive search, rather conspicuous in nature. Once they finished investigating the entire building, they proceeded to the adjacent community. What on earth are they doing? Maya questioned, watching their departing figures in confusion. It seems something significant is about to unfold, Jiang Hao remarked as he resumed his meal. Jiang Sheng was deeply troubled by the mystery surrounding the reason why the Wang family and the authorities conducted searches late at night. Everyone was puzzled, clearly unable to deduce any logical explanation, and thus they continued their meal. After dining, an unsettling feeling lingered within Jiang Sheng, a sensation that had previously troubled him, which he ultimately quelled by indulging in barbecued delicacies within the confines of his space. In the subsequent days, the frequency of the official searches intensified, exacerbating the discontent among the already aggrieved survivors. Many of them congregated outside the official premises, demanding an explanation. It was one thing to endure an occasional search. However, the increasing regularity had become intolerable. Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shaohua also arrived, her curiosity piqued by the official's intentions. Subsequently, a leader from the base emerged, clutching a microphone, and after a moment of deliberation, began to speak. First and foremost, we extend our apologies for the actions taken by the authorities. The reason for such measures is the recent decline in personnel at the base. However, these actions were deemed necessary to prevent widespread panic. With the situation now made public, the officials wish to remind everyone to venture out only in groups and to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary, particularly ensuring the safety of children. As the speaker continued with a flurry of announcements, Jiang Sheng gradually grasped the situation's context. Missing? Could it be that bandits have infiltrated the base? Jiang Shaohua inquired from the side. Jiang Sheng shook his head, expressing his belief that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Let us proceed. We shall pay the rent first, and then procure some items. Chapter 76. A blunt instrument in the subsequent days, the control at the base tightened significantly, as a majority of those who had vanished were residents of the villa district. Logically, with security personnel present, it should have been improbable for any violent acts to occur within the villas. Thus, this entire affair has become a perplexing mystery. Jiang Sheng has exhausted all the savings in his household and can only venture once more with a hunting team, hoping for a stroke of luck. This time the group, having gained experience, is better prepared. The mountain path of Xianshan, frequently traversed by the base's hunting team, has gradually formed a small trail, serving as a guide for their direction. Even now, as Jiang Sheng walks with the team, he can still feel Zhang Jie's gaze fixed upon him. Their previous discord raises the question of how he has not yet met a dire fate. Captain Hong leads the group to the foot of the mountain, where they finally set up camp. Jiang Sheng identified several unfamiliar plants in her vicinity, feeling that if she had possessed this system before the apocalypse, she could have easily pursued a doctoral degree in botany. That night, as Jiang Sheng was enjoying a peaceful slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a loud shout. Upon exiting her tent, she noticed that the other team members were already awake. Captain Hong, frowning, inquired Zhang Jie what happened. Zhang Jie, in a state of panic, hid behind Captain Hong and pointed towards a riverbank nearby. Captain, just now, someone ran past the riverbank. The group followed Zhang Jie's gaze, but saw nothing unusual. You dare venture out to hunt with such cowardice? If you were to encounter a grizzly bear, you would surely soil your trousers. Captain Hong admonished Zhang Jie before proceeding towards the riverbank with a flashlight in hand, followed closely by Jiang Hao. Jiang Sheng nestled in the tent, cautiously peering out, reluctant to brave the frigid air outside. Meanwhile, Captain Hong shone his flashlight back and forth, finding nothing amiss. However, when he directed the beam toward the ground, his expression darkened. Jiang Hao also noticed the footprints on the ground, distinct impressions made by shoes, indicating someone had recently traversed this area. The footprints were still fresh. Recently, Captain Hong had organized the team into pairs for night watch, ensuring greater safety. Until the following morning, no further peculiarities were observed. Upon rising, The atmosphere among the group was notably grim, a clear indication of their restless night. The unsettling notion of someone wandering through the depths of the mountains during the night was rather disconcerting. Thankfully, dawn had arrived. It was said that supernatural beings feared the light of the sun. Jiang Sheng had already indulged in her clandestine feast within the confines of the tent, while others presumed her to be lacking in appetite. In truth, she was merely overindulged, having consumed an entire egg-filled pancake. Several times, she nearly succumbed to a burp, but managed to restrain herself. Once the meal was concluded, Captain Hong reassembled the team, and the day's objective was to traverse the foothills of Xian Mountain for an entire day. Jiang Sheng gazed at the red thread worms drifting on the water surface, sensing that they had grown somewhat larger. Throughout the journey, everyone took turns leading the way, treating Jiang Sheng no differently due to her gender. However, when it was her turn to lead, she navigated with an extraordinary swiftness, as Jiang Sheng wielded the katana effortlessly to slice through the branches. It became evident that none could rival her prowess, not even Jiang Hao. While navigating the path, she stumbled upon numerous withered mushrooms by the roadside and casually picked one to employ her identification skill. Somewhat decayed king bolete, not recommended for consumption. The warning against consumption only piqued her curiosity. Gazing at the vast expanse of mushrooms before her, she felt a profound regret. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Sheng had grown increasingly appreciative of precious food. Witnessing such a bountiful array of mushrooms succumb to decay before her very eyes was akin to a wound in her heart. Nevertheless, it underscored the richness of Xian Mountain's resources. There was an abundance of everything. In the forthcoming autumn, she resolved to rise early, determined not to squander such a harvest again. Along the way, she also discovered several aesthetically pleasing plants that would serve well for ornamental purposes. As the team journeyed into the afternoon, Zhang Jie suddenly let out a roar. "Captain!" he exclaimed, startling many around him. Jiang Sheng observed Captain Hong's expression, which was one of murderous intent directed at Zhang Jie. However, Zhang Jie's subsequent words prompted a shift in his perspective. "If you have something to say, just say it," Captain Hong remarked impatiently. "There is a whale stranded ahead." Zhang Jie exclaimed excitedly. Captain Hong approached to take a look, and in an instant, his demeanor transformed. "Well done, Zhang Jie. You never fail to impress," he praised. Jiang Sheng found it rather curious that he had encountered Zhang Jie on only 2 occasions, both of which were initiated by Zhang Jie himself. One might mistakenly assume that he was the one who had driven the whale ashore. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng noticed the expression of triumph on Zhang Jie's face as he sat before him. There was no choice but for Jiang Sheng to endure this. Approaching the whale, he observed that this specimen was even larger than the previous one. Drawing upon his prior experience, Captain Hong began to skillfully segment the whale's flesh. Jiang Sheng instructed Jiang how to don gloves alongside Jiang Shaohua before commencing their tasks. The others observed this and found it rather unremarkable. Indeed, when Captain Hong knocked on the door, a cacophony of curses emanated from within. "What the hell? Knocking at this hour? Sister, where are you off to?" Adults should not involve themselves in children's affairs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaohua felt a surge of joy, realizing that in his sister's eyes, he would always be a child. After the two departed, Jiang Sheng swiftly followed behind Zhang Jie, eager to conceal himself before Zhang entered the alley. This was Jiang Sheng's first experience engaging in such activities, and he felt a thrill of excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie strolled towards the alley, humming a tune, daydreaming about relishing meat after accruing points the following day. Suddenly, he was caught off guard as a bag was thrown over his head, and he was shoved to the ground, mercilessly beaten with a stick, each blow landing with brutal force. As if that were not enough, his assailants produced a whip from somewhere, continuing their assault. "Please, brother, spare me," Zhang Jie whimpered, writhing on the ground in agony, pleading for mercy. Jiang Sheng still harbored intentions of striking, yet the raucous cries of his fellow summoned the patrolling guards of the base. "Never mind, I shall spare your life." Subsequently, she swiftly darted into the depths of the alley. Indeed, after the altercation, her heart felt considerably lighter. "Sister, what has you in such high spirits?" Jiang Shaohua inquired, bringing Jiang Sheng a basin of warm water for her feet. "Oh, Nothing, merely in good cheer. Everyone is elated at the prospect of earning points tomorrow, she replied. The following day, Jiang Sheng arose unusually early, brimming with anticipation to witness the state of Jiang Jie after their encounter the previous night. In the past, it was Jiang Hao who urged others to hasten. Today, however, it was Jiang Sheng who spurred him and the others along, leaving Jiang Hao feeling somewhat disoriented. Even during the assembly, Jiang Sheng's gaze incessantly scanned the ranks. Chapter 77. The fisherman, after a thorough sweep, her eyes finally landed on a figure not far off, swollen like a pig's head. Zhang, yeah. What on earth has happened to you? Captain Hong inquired, puzzled as he regarded Zhang Jie, whose head was swathed in bandages. After pondering for a moment, Captain Hong declared, Well, that's that. Zhang Jie's expression softened slightly, but Captain Hong's words soon plunged him back into despair. The base does not compensate for work-related injuries now. Jiang Sheng, observing the spectacle, could not restrain her laughter. Upon noticing her amusement, Zhang Jie immediately retorted, Laugh all you want, disaster star. You're just putting on a brave front. It won't be long before I get even with you. Jiang Sheng whispered softly in response. At that moment, Jiang Shaohua leaned closer to Jiang Sheng and murmured, Sister, this fellow is quite deserving of a beating. Shall I take care of him for you? Jiang Sheng solemnly patted his shoulder. Good lad, you have a promising future. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about how to dispose of a body. Jiang Hao looked at them with a helpless shake of his head. However, if the two truly intended to eliminate Zhang Jie, he would lend his assistance. The first order of business for the official assembly was to distribute rewards, akin to those from a few days prior. The onlookers gazed enviously at Captain Hong, who received an abundance of contribution points. Why was it always their team that made the discoveries? Pure luck, it seemed. The team did not linger much longer. After distributing the containers, they began their descent down the mountain. This time, nearly all the men from the base had come. When the containers were insufficient, they resorted to foam boxes. Upon once again encountering the immense creature, Jiang Sheng remained undeterred, attempting to utilize the identification system on the whale once more. Whale, inedible. He then watched the two don their protective suits and gloves, finally feeling at ease. Their team had truly become professional, even fearing to soil the whale meat by wearing protective gear. Among the crowd, a man took notice of the scene. Indeed, we had not considered such details. The officials commenced the organization of whale meat division, everything proceeding as it had previously, smiles adorning everyone's faces, until a survivor began to dissect the whale's belly. The survivor plunged a dagger into the whale's abdomen and forcefully sliced backward. After the incision was made, to everyone's horror, a human hand began to emerge from the whale's belly. There's someone inside the whale. The survivor shouted in terror, and nearly all eyes turned towards the whale's abdomen. Jiang Sheng also noticed the commotion over there. When she glanced in that direction, a naked woman emerged from the belly of a whale, her entire body enveloped in a viscous substance. Jiang Sheng observed that the woman's calves and wrists exhibited an astonishingly pure white hue, unlike any ordinary shade of white. The officials immediately rushed to examine the woman, and it was perplexing to find that she was still breathing, which elicited a collective gasp from the staff. The whale's belly gaped wide open, and as the air within gradually dissipated, it began to deflate. Then, Jiang Sheng witnessed an incredibly spectacular scene. One by one, naked men and women flowed out from the whale's belly. Some exhibited patches of pale skin, with the whiteness intensifying as they emerged, until the last ones appeared entirely white, complete with the growth of fins. Jiang Sheng widened her eyes, pulling Jiang Hao and Jiang Shaohua backward, feeling that the revelations ahead were exceedingly bizarre. At that moment, the crowd descended into chaos. Sister, what on earth is that? It can't possibly be human, can it? Jiang Shaohua exclaimed in shock. Jiang Sheng shook his head, expressing uncertainty. It would be prudent for us to maintain our distance from the front. Jiang Hao nodded, acknowledging, I recognize that individual. He has been missing from the residential area for several days. He gestured toward a man who had not yet fully transformed into a white merman. As Jiang Hao's words resonated in the air, chaos erupted at the scene. The mermen began to rise to their feet, their naked forms growing increasingly agitated. Suddenly, the entire whale exploded, sending flesh and blood splattering hundreds of meters away. The mermen slowly stood up and then frantically pursued the survivors, dragging them towards the water. While countless survivors desperately sprinted up the mountain, the official personnel were equipped with only a few firearms, struggling to defend themselves. No, please save me. Inside the whale, there were at least 100 people. Once they seized one individual, they would relentlessly pull them into the water. In a mere few minutes, the surface was left awash in blood and entrails. Captain Hong, please help me. My leg was broken yesterday. Don't abandon me. At that moment, Jiang Jie was caught by a merman, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded with Captain Hong. In a moment of desperation, Captain Hong kicked him away, exclaiming, "At this point, who can save anyone? I'm sorry." Several officials stood frozen in terror, realizing that the white mermen were impervious to gunfire. Unless a bullet struck their heads directly, Jiang Sheng was oblivious to everything else, focusing solely on the forward momentum. Typically, the ascent to the mountain would take 6 hours. However, they reached the base's entrance in merely half that time, underscoring the boundless potential of human beings. Shall we proceed to the official grain and oil store? Are you still able? Jiang Sheng inquired, panting heavily from exhaustion. Of course, but once we procure our supplies, we must take a moment to rest. Those creatures cannot possibly pursue us at such speed, Jiang Hao interjected. The trio hastily made their way to the store, expending all their points on provisions: a bag of broken rice, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, a case of mineral water, a bottle of oil, and 2 packets of salt. Over 3,000 points barely sufficing for these items. Observing their frantic demeanor, the shopkeeper couldn't help but inquire further. What seems to be the matter? Why the haste? We are part of the whale hunting team venturing into Xianshan Mountain. Jiang Sheng struggled to articulate the bizarre scene they had just witnessed. Zombies, you know? Creatures akin to zombies have emerged. Those who vanished from the base have transformed into them. Departing amidst the shopkeeper's skeptical gaze, they were gifted a small bag of corn flour as a token of gratitude. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, they shouldered their supplies and hurried home. Upon reaching their community, chaos erupted at the base's entrance. "What has happened to you?" Maya exclaimed, observing the trio drenched in sweat. Upon entering, she swiftly locked the door and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Xiao Wu hurriedly poured water for them, and after downing 3 glasses, they felt considerably rejuvenated. As they shed their protective gear, sweat pooled beneath them. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Hao recounted the events that transpired at the mountain's foot to Maya. After listening intently, her hand flew to her mouth, disbelief etched across her face. Is it truly zombies? And with fins, no less? Jiang Sheng was also pondering why it was exclusively the residents of the Villa District involved. Whales, fish, canned goods, the missing individuals, the Villa District. Jiang Sheng abruptly stood up, startling everyone, who feared she too was about to undergo a transformation. "I figured it out," Jiang Sheng exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the crowd. "Figured it out? Xiao Sheng, what have you discovered?" Maya inquiret, perplexet. Chapter 78, Captivating Deduction. Everyone looked at Jiang Sheng with expressions of curiosity etched upon their faces. Calmly, Jiang Sheng remarked that they had consumed whale meat, which the base processed into canned goods sold at exorbitant prices. I accompanied Sister Maya to observe that it required 200 points to purchase, a sum only affordable to the residents of the Villa District. This elucidates the disappearance of individuals exclusively from that area. Subsequently, those who feasted on whale meat would inexplicably race down the mountain at night, as the wall behind the Villa District provided a more expedient route to the valley below. Just the other day, Jiang Jie witnessed individuals sprinting by the river, likely those who had partaken in the whale meat, having entered the whale's belly through the rectum, undergoing mutations within. Due to our discovery, they had awakened prematurely. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively swallowed hard. "Sister, you are remarkable." Jiang Shaohua gazed at Jiang Sheng with admiration. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement, affirming that this explanation rendered the situation comprehensible. "Maya patit herchist." relieved that she had refrained from purchasing the can of whale meat, as those who had previously indulged in seafood had not met with favorable fates. Jiang Sheng nodded solemnly. A year ago, the nefarious entities of Japan discharged nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean, resulting in extensive pollution of our nation's waters. It is crucial to comprehend that this wastewater harbors hundreds of radioactive elements, with fluorine and mercury being particularly insidious as they can directly alter biological structures, leading to mutations in living organisms. At this moment, the collective disdain for Japan among the crowd reached its zenith. Despite the recent calamity that had submerged the nation under an overwhelming tide. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 minutes, the base issued a broadcast notification. Due to specific circumstances, the survivors within the facility were unable to enter or exit freely. Access would be reinstated once the issues were resolved. The announcement urged all survivors to remain calm and advised residents who had purchased canned fish and meat to promptly visit the base supermarket for replacements, as a technical failure had compromised the shelf life of the cans. Residents were strongly cautioned against consuming any affected products. Upon hearing the official announcement, Jiang Sheng scoffed. Recalling the mockery he had endured earlier, they had ridiculed his warnings, insisting on consuming forbidden items, only to now seek to shift blame. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of vindication as the casualties predominantly comprised affluent individuals residing in villas. His household was well stocked with provisions, sufficient to sustain several individuals for over 2 months, and he still possessed over 2,000 points in his account, more than enough to cover his rent. This surplus stemmed from the sale of sanitary pads, and since he and Mei jointly managed the household points, it would go unnoticed. In the ensuing days, the base remained remarkably tranquil. The authorities dispatched military personnel to the incident site for cleanup operations, yet despite their prolonged presence, the fishmen had not been sighted again. Time swiftly passed, and 20 days elapsed. Today marked the celebration of Jiang Sheng's 7-month survival milestone, and he lingered in bed until 10 o'clock, uncertain of how to occupy his time. The vegetables he had planted in the space had grown impressively tall. The once yellow-green soil had transformed into a lush emerald hue, and Jiang Sheng felt elated at the sight of the thriving crops. At this rate, in another fortnight, he would be able to harvest the greens and some early maturing vegetables. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in for 7 months during the apocalypse. Please select one of the following as your sign-in reward. 1. Gain 80 hours of access to the space. 2. Upgrade the identification system to intermediate level 3. Acquire farm automation functions. All 3 options were exceedingly tempting. Jiang Sheng sat up, astonished. Clearly, he had a pressing need for each of the rewards. The most cumbersome task was choosing one from 3 equally desirable options. He meticulously contemplated the significance of each choice. Access to the space was primarily for future retirement purposes. Upgrading the identification skill to intermediate level would enable him to discern the additional uses of items, as the basic level only indicated an ability. Farm automation implied the possibility of raising animals. The space contained numerous fertilized eggs, chickens, ducks, fish, turtles, quails, and various breeds of each type of egg. After all, within chicken eggs, there were breeds such as black-bone chickens, free-range chickens, and pearl chickens, while duck eggs included varieties like Beijing ducks, Putian black ducks, and Shaoxing ducks. As the world approached its demise, the farm owner generously bestowed upon us an array of egg varieties, which subsequently exacerbated Jiang Sheng's struggle with indecision. I require an intermediate appraisal. Ultimately, I had to part with some items, albeit with great reluctance. Presently, I am not lacking in sustenance. Functional evaluations are more pertinent to my current circumstances. Long-grain aged rice, suitable for consumption, primarily serves to alleviate hunger and replenish carbohydrates. Jiang Sheng nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the apparent identification function. However, it could only be utilized 5 times a day. 5 times would suffice for now. At that moment, the bedroom door was knocked upon. Sister Xiao Sheng, come out quickly, it is snowing. Jiang Sheng first leaned against the bedroom window, observing the snowfall. Indeed, it was snowing, and the flakes were quite substantial. Jiang Sheng pushed open the door, and outside, Xiao was calling out to him. Soon, Everyone awakened and gazed at the magnificent snowfall outside. This must be the first time in Longquan that such a heavy snow has fallen. Mei stared out the window, somewhat entranced by the swirling flakes. Indeed, such a spectacle could only be witnessed previously in the northern frontier or northeast. The accumulation from just one night is astonishing. Jiang Sheng, filled with excitement, gazed at the vast expanse of white outside. It is unclear how long the snow has been falling, but the ground is already blanketed. If it continues like this, venturing outside tomorrow might prove challenging. When I was on a mission in Ural, a single night of snowfall could reach waist-deep by morning. The current conditions seem comparable to that time, remarked Jiang Hao calmly as he observed the serene scene beyond the window. Jiang Sheng nodded, having visited the Ulan nation himself. The group engaged in lively conversation by the window for quite some time, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion before retiring for the night. Maya advised everyone to cover themselves warmly, while Xiao Wu spread out the previously purchased quilt, placing the earlier mat beneath it. At that moment, Jiang Sheng retrieved a quilt he had bought for Jiang Sheng, which he had forgotten to give earlier, having previously purchased it alongside Xiao Wu. Jiang Sheng, with a face full of gratitude, received the heartfelt gesture from his sister. In addition, a warm cotton jacket was also bestowed upon him, along with one from Miao Miao. The sight of the new garments brought joy to everyone, knowing that they would stay warm when venturing out the following day. Early the next morning, Jiang Sheng acutely sensed a significant drop in temperature and retrieved a thermometer from the space to place it outside the window. It would be prudent to wash up inside the wooden cabin. It was far too cold outside, and the water would surely be frozen. As he exited the bedroom, Mei was boiling water, adding a sliver of ginger and a handful of pine needles to each cup. In such frigid weather, one must indulge in something warm. After breakfast, Jiang Hao expressed his desire to venture out. The lockdown had been lifted a week prior. Chapter 79. The Mousehead and Duck Neck from the evening onwards. The snowplows at the base commenced their operations. Thus, the roads at the base remained clear of snow. After finishing their meal, Jiang Hao urged Jiang Sheng and Jiang Sheng to accompany him outside. Once the trio was adequately equipped, they stepped into the biting cold. "Brother Jiang, why the haste?" Jiang Sheng asked, wrapping his scarf snugly around his ears. Jiang Hao meticulously ensured his gloves were secure. The snowfall had arrived unexpectedly, leaving many forest creatures with no time to take refuge. "I fear many animals may perish in the woods due to the cold," he lamented. Fortunately, the base was equipped with snowplows, as the snow had accumulated to knee height. Jiang Sheng gazed at the snow piled atop the roof with trepidation. "Little Sheng, have you forgotten something?" Mei inquired. "Sister Mei, Xiao Wu, could you please clear the snow from the rooftop? The terrace is now our responsibility. We must handle it ourselves." After offering a few more reminders, Jiang Sheng departed. Those with hunting experience understood that this was a time when one could encounter many valuable finds outside. As the three made their way beyond the base, they encountered several slips and falls. After all, they were southerners unaccustomed to such treacherous surfaces. The snow against the outer walls of the base had been managed. Yet the mountains still harbored considerable accumulations. "Be cautious as we descend. Avoid slipping," Jiang Hao cautioned. Jiang Sheng gazed at the vast expanse of white, interspersed with delicate hints of green. Such a wondrous sight was truly a first for him. The snow, exquisite yet perilous, held an allure that was hard to resist. Jiang Hao, ever the curious one, would prod at any mound with a stick, and Jiang Sheng mimicked his actions. As fate would have it, when Jiang Sheng poked at the third mound, he felt the stick make contact with something. Clearing away the snow, he discovered a vibrant wild chicken, which he proudly held aloft in his hands. "Sister, you're incredible," Jiang Sheng exclaimed, laboriously making his way over, his eyes widening in awe at the close proximity to the wild chicken for the very first time. Jiang Sheng smiled with satisfaction before utilizing the identification function on the wild chicken. Pheasant, edible, rich in protein with traces of calcium, phosphorus, and iron. Beneficial for improving physical health. To his surprise, this wild chicken was indeed a treasure. It was no wonder that it was so highly regarded before the apocalypse. Filled with excitement, Jiang Sheng secured the wild chicken and placed it into his backpack. The weather was favorable, alleviating any concerns about the meat spoiling. As he continued onward, Jiang Sheng discovered another wild chicken, while Jiang Hao also succeeded in catching his first. Only Jiang Shaohua, anxious, hurriedly quickened his pace. Jiang Sheng grew increasingly exhilarated, akin to unboxing a mystery package, as each snowdrift held the potential for unexpected treasures. Over the ensuing hours of exploration, Jiang Hao encountered several snakes, while Jiang Sheng uncovered a wild chicken, and Jiang Shaohua finally spotted a frozen little squirrel nestled in a tree. "Sister, look at this little frozen squirrel," Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, grinning as he held up the frosty creature. At that moment, Jiang Hao began to ascend the tree where the squirrel was found. "Brother Jiang, why are you climbing the tree?" Jiang Sheng inquired, puzzled. "This is likely the squirrel's home, and squirrels have a habit of storing food." "I intend to investigate," he replied. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Sheng observed Jiang Hao indeed rummaging through a small tree hole, although the contents remained obscured. "Little Jiang, catch!" Jiang Hao called from his perch on a branch, tossing down whatever he had retrieved. "Got it!" Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, but after a brief flurry of activity, he unfortunately failed to catch the item. After a moment of mockery, Jiang Sheng discerned the objects scattered on the ground, dried mushrooms, to be precise. Upon examination, she identified the red fungus, which is edible and boasts a high content of protein and dietary fiber, beneficial for digestion. Another type of darkened mushroom was deemed unfit for consumption. However, Jiang Sheng categorized it as permissible in small quantities, noting its decent appearance. Should her collection grow, she might consider selling them. Jiang Hao descended from the tree, mentioning he still had some pine nuts in his bag, and suggested paying closer attention to the treetops for more. Fortunately, the snowfall had ceased, otherwise he would not have ventured out with the two others. Yet, their streak of good fortune could not persist indefinitely. As the sun began its descent, they had not encountered any game. Jiang Hao led the pair to the cave where they had first arrived at Xian Mountain for rest. The cave was well preserved, devoid of signs of large animals or human presence. Luckily, there was firewood stored from before. Gathering more in such weather would be a hardship. Jiang Sheng commenced building a fire, intending to cook a wild chicken. The day's haul included 4 wild chickens, 3 snakes, a squirrel, and some mushrooms and pine nuts, which was a satisfactory bounty overall. The 3 of them had only brought a single tent, but it mattered little since one person would remain outside to keep watch, ensuring the campfire would not extinguish. Jiang Hao was aware that the night would be quite cold. While Jiang Sheng prepared the meal, the 2 men ventured out to gather more firewood, placing it nearby to dry, anticipating that they might need additional supplies later in the night. Jiang Sheng meticulously cleaned the wild chicken, setting aside the heart, liver, and gizzard while discarding the other entrails. The water, sourced from melted snow, was brought to a boil. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 men were away, Jiang Sheng exchanged the water in her space for a fresh supply to prepare the meal, determined to eliminate any possibility of falling ill. She chopped the wild chicken into small pieces and placed them into the kettle. One must commend Jiang Hao for the impressive capacity of his military kettle. A spoonful of hot pot base was unlikely to be noticed by those 2 oblivious men. She soaked the mushrooms in water, cleaning them with great care, lamenting the absence of scallions, ginger, and garlic. After covering the kettle, she allowed it to simmer for several minutes, and the enticing aroma could not be contained. "Sister, are you cooking wild chicken? My brother Jiang and I caught a whiff of it from afar," Jiang Shaohua exclaimed as he set down the firewood and rushed over to crouch beside the fire. Inhaling the delightful scent, Jiang Sheng gazed at Jiang Shaohua's hands, which were already calloused, a testament to his toil despite being merely a 17-year-old boy. Just a few months prior, he had reveled in luxury cars, indulging in carefree adventures. Yet now he found himself huddled by a fire, sharing a small wild chicken with 2 companions. Jiang Sheng held a certain admiration for his cousin, recognizing his remarkable psychological resilience. At that moment, Jiang Hao joined them, chuckling as he remarked on how long it had been since he had tasted wild chicken, recalling the last occasion when he shared a similar experience with comrades abroad. He then retrieved some dry flatbread, placing it atop the lid to warm. When he deemed it ready, Jiang Sheng lifted the lid, releasing a plume of steam that carried the delightful aroma of mushrooms and chicken, causing his stomach to grumble audibly in response. Jiang Sheng eagerly picked up his chopsticks and grasped a piece of chicken, and as soon as it entered his mouth, he was utterly captivated by the exquisite flavor. The chicken was stewed to perfection, tender and succulent, melting effortlessly on his tongue. The mushrooms were delightfully crisp, fully saturated with the savory broth. Chapter 80. An unexpected encounter. Jiang Hao, having finished his meal with Jiang Shaohua, couldn't help but sing praises as well. Indeed, having a lady present makes all the difference. The chicken we prepared previously was delectable, but in comparison to Xiao Sheng's culinary skills, it pales significantly, Jiang Hao exclaimed. Jiang Sheng should pay attention that Jiang Hao tends to speak more when recounting his life with his comrades. Indeed, brother Jiang, my sister has always been an exceptional cook. When I was young, I would often visit her home, and she would prepare potatoes for my sister and me, which were baked to perfection and had an exquisite aroma. Jiang Shaohua savored the meal with a look of utter satisfaction. After finishing the chicken, Jiang Sheng divided the soup among them, since they had not brought any containers. Each person took a sip directly from the water jug, quickly consuming it all. Following the meal, Jiang Sheng took the first watch, followed by Jiang Hao, and finally Jiang Shaohua. Jiang Sheng sat by the crackling fire, gazing at the sparks that danced before him. He reflected on the serendipity of encountering Maya and her family. What a fortunate turn of events it was. Initially, he had resolved to face the apocalypse alone, but now, with such wonderful friends by his side, he felt profoundly blessed. Jiang Sheng gathered an abundance of snow from the outside world into her space. Ever since she arrived at Xinshan, an inexplicable desire to fill her space with various items consumed her, as if fearing she would never see them again. A cold wind swept through, prompting Jiang Sheng to rise and secure the entrance of the cave. Outside, the biting chill had rendered the leaves frozen overnight, while the snow's surface reflected the moonlight, illuminating the darkness with a soft glow. The following morning, everyone set out promptly. Jiang Sheng tightened her scarf. The morning was even colder than she had anticipated. The trio had never ventured beyond the cave, and Jiang Hao decided to ascend the mountain from this point. Before the snowfall, this area was densely wooded, but now, the snow would facilitate their passage. Follow the path I tread. After an hour, we will let Xiao Jiang take over. We will rotate to conserve our energy. Jiang Hao articulated with practiced ease. Yes, brother Jiang, please be cautious, Jiang Sheng said, handing him a sturdy stick which would aid in scouting the way. The ascent was already arduous, and traversing through the snow made it even more challenging. After walking a few hundred meters beyond the cave, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a grove of pine trees. Jiang Hao collected numerous pine needles, while Jiang Sheng cheerfully gathered her share. Just as she was enjoying her task, Jiang Shaohua spotted several frozen pines at the treetops. The trio dispersed to gather an ample supply of pine cones and mushrooms. After identifying their finds, Jiang Sheng began to categorize them, noting several edible varieties in addition to the red mushrooms and tea tree mushrooms they had collected the previous day. The sky had darkened without warning. Jiang Hao looked up at the gathering storm clouds, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Before Jiang Sheng could extricate her leg from the snowbank, snow began to fall heavily. Suddenly, she lost her footing and tumbled sideways, attempting to brace herself against a snow mound, only to topple down with it. However, her displeasure turned to delight when she discerned what lay within the snow. "Brother, there's a frozen roe deer here," she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and calling to the others. Indeed, it was a roe deer, an unexpected stroke of luck. Jiang Hao scrutinized it closely. Roe deer, edible, primarily serve to replenish protein and enhance vitality. Enhance vitality? As a young lady, that might not be suitable for me, Jiang Sheng murmured. Sister, we should hurry. The snowfall is intensifying, Jiang Shaohua urged, shouldering the deer and following Jiang Hao. Within mere minutes, the snow had escalated to a torrential downpour, and it would take at least 4 hours to reach their base from their current location. What is wrong, brother Jiang? Einen Xing inquired, noticing a ho sidern die hot. Others have entered the cave. Exercise caution, he replied, moving closer to the cave. Before they could speak, the occupants inside had already sensed their presence. Are you here to escape the snow? One of them asked warily. We reside here. You can see the fire pit still warm, Jiang Hao replied calmly, keeping his knife at the ready. When the occupants remained silent, Jiang Hao pressed, "Is it just you?" At his question, a trembling figure rose from within, slowly making their way outside. "It's you?" Jiang Sheng gasped, recognizing Wang Zhengxi, the son of the Wang family. The same gentleman from whom they had purchased supplies, and he appeared to be injured. Wang Zhengxi, spotting Jiang Sheng, remarked, "You're that female proprietor, I presume. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Sister, do you know him?" Jiang Shaohua asked, eyeing the man with suspicion. Jiang Sheng nodded, acknowledging their acquaintance. As the man had purchased numerous items from his stall, "How did you sustain that injury?" Jiang Hao immediately noticed the bloodstain on the man's chest. "Shall we discuss this inside? I assure you, my condition poses no threat to you," Wang Zhengxi remarked, gesturing towards his own chest. After a nod from Jiang Hao, they entered the cave where he stoked the fire. "I must tend to my wound first, or it may become infected," Wang Zhengxi stated calmly before beginning to remove his clothing. Jiang Sheng wore an expression of indifference, as if he had encountered a man's physique numerous times before. After all, it was the form of a handsome gentleman. Why not admire it? It was he who had disrobed. Wang Zhengxi, having removed his outer coat, was on the verge of shedding his sweater beneath, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his hands hesitated, lingering in their task. "Thank you." Jiang Sheng could not help but smirk at the scene before him. He realized that the act of undressing a handsome man evoked such feelings. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of anticipation stirring within him. As the sweater was removed, remnants of threads clung to the wound, and Jiang Sheng's gaze remained fixed on Wang Zhengxi. To his surprise, not only was Wang handsome, but he also possessed a commendable physique. His pectorals appeared remarkably solid, and his abdominal muscles were impressively defined, showcasing a perfect eight-pack. Once Wang Zhengxi donned his outer garment, he began to clean his chest. At that moment, Jiang Sheng noticed several 5-centimeter-long gashes adorning Wang's arms, likely the result of some sort of scrape. After rummaging through his bag, Wang retrieved a packet of powder, preparing to pour it directly onto his chest, but Jiang Sheng interrupted him. "Aren't you being reckless? You haven't even cleaned that wound yet, and you're just going to pour it on? It's a wonder you haven't become infected already." Feeling a tad embarrassed under Jiang Sheng's unwavering gaze, Wang Zhengxi pleaded, "Could you assist me, please?" "Not a chance. What a ridiculous request," Jiang Shaohua retorted, exasperated as he sat up from the ground. "Fine," Wang Zhengxi replied, taken aback. "Jiang Shaohua, but you must cover the medical expenses," Jiang Sheng said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 81, Red Beans. Jiang Shaohua wished to express more, yet he was interrupted by a gentle nudge from Jiang Sheng. After all, who would be foolish enough to forego the opportunity to earn money? It is certainly not his intention to indulge in the notion of touching a handsome man's chiseled physique. Absolutely not. Jiang Sheng ventured outside with a water bottle to collect some snow, which was in fact water retrieved from another realm. After securely fastening the lid to prevent detection, he placed the bottle over the fire. Squatting beside Wang Zhengxi, he urged, "Turn towards me. How can I show you otherwise?" Jiang Sheng found amusement in Wang Zhengxi's demeanor, which appeared to be one of playful teasing. Previously, any mention of the Wang family elicited anger, yet this individual seemed distinctly different from the others, devoid of the typical arrogance associated with noble youths. Wang Zhengxi awkwardly turned around, exposing his bare torso to Jiang Sheng, while his gaze fell downward, avoiding direct eye contact. The more Jiang Sheng observed Wang Zhengxi's delicate demeanor, the more he felt inclined to tease him. While examining the wound, he inadvertently brushed against the red bean at Wang Zhengxi's chest. At this unexpected contact, Wang Zhengxi's body involuntarily shuddered, followed by a few awkward coughs of embarrassment. Jiang Shaohua, observing the scene beside him, wore a grim expression. "Do we have any cotton swabs?" Jiang Sheng remarked, noticing that the water had reached a boil. "They're all in the bag. Do have a look." Jiang Sheng rummaged through the small cloth pouch. Although it was modest in size, its contents were quite comprehensive. Soon, he discovered a small box of cotton swabs within. "It may hurt a bit, but bear with it," Jiang Sheng gently reassured the patient. Wang Zhengxi nodded. wearing an expression that conveyed a fearless acceptance of his fate. Jiang Sheng was once again amused by his antics, chuckling softly. "How can you wear such an expression when I am not even attempting to harm you?" "No, it's nothing, just a touch nervous," he replied. With a cotton swab, she first dipped it in hot water before meticulously wiping around his chest. The wound had begun to scab over. Jiang Sheng lifted the lid of the water jug and poured a bit of hot water, waiting for it to cool slightly before commencing the rinsing. Throughout the entire process, Wang Zhengxi did not utter a single sound of discomfort. Jiang Sheng replaced the cotton swab once more and began to soak it in alcohol. This would certainly sting. Wang Zhengxi nodded slightly and closed his eyes resolutely. As the cotton swab made contact with the wound, Wang Zhengxi's body quivered momentarily before he surrendered to Jiang Sheng's disinfection process. Jiang Sheng swiftly tended to the wound, aware that it should not be exposed to the air for too long. I began to apply the medicine, and the pain was truly intense. Wang Zhengxi swallowed hard, opting to bite down on his sleeve to stifle his discomfort. The entire process of applying the medication lasted but a few fleeting seconds, and the agony was unmistakable. Jiang Sheng could observe the veins on his neck bulging as he clutched his sleeve tightly. Jiang Sheng swiftly wrapped the bandages around him, casually feeling his pectoral muscles. "Put on your clothes quickly. Don't cover yourself too tightly or you'll start to smell," he said, then rummaged through his bag to retrieve the card reader. After Wang Zhengxi donned his attire, he stared at the device in front of him for a moment, surprised that Jiang Sheng carried such an item with him. Of course, one must always have dining essentials on hand, Jiang Sheng replied matter-of-factly. Wang Zhengxi, not one to linger, pulled out his identification card from his pocket and allowed Jiang Sheng to charge 1,000 points. "Is that all you're giving?" Jiang Shaohua interjected, clearly displeased ever since Jiang Sheng had treated this man who lacked his own handsomeness. "Apologies, but that is all I have," Wang Zhengxi responded calmly. "All right, enough of that. Now tell me how you got injured," Jiang Sheng interjected, placing a hand on Jiang Shaohua to silence him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhengxi, now fully clothed, began to explain. "Early yesterday, my father arranged for me to survey the disaster situation surrounding the base. During the inspection, an accident occurred, and I slipped down the mountainside. The injury on my chest was caused by something I fell onto. When I regained consciousness, there was a lynx licking the blood from my chest. After a struggle with it, I sustained some scratches. Feeling a bit dizzy, I noticed footprints ahead and followed them, eventually discovering a cave. Are you not a member of the Wang family? Why would they assign you to such a hazardous task?" Expecting the young master of the Wang family to take matters into his own hands, Jiang Sheng inquired, puzzled. "There are certain matters at home that I cannot discuss." "My apologies," Wang Zhengxi replied with a hint of coldness. "That's all right. Since it's a family matter, it's understandable if you can't share. I was merely curious." Jiang Sheng quickly smoothed over the situation. Sensing that Wang Zhengxi's attitude towards the incident was not something easily explained, he realized he was merely seeking conversation and had little genuine interest in the affairs of the Wang family. Wang Zhengxi spent the entire night by the fire. Since Jiang Sheng and his companions had only one tent, he could not offer accommodation to someone he had just met. However, considering the 1,000 points Wang Zhengxi had provided, he still tossed him a blanket. In the morning, Jiang Hao stepped outside to find that the snow had accumulated to about half the thickness of the first day. Wang Zhengxi returned the blanket to Jiang Sheng, expressing his gratitude. Jiang Sheng waved his hand and began preparing breakfast. Having consumed all the provisions he had brought, Jiang Hao efficiently removed the foreleg of a roe deer he had hunted. He placed the neatly cut meat into a kettle to roast, seasoning it with just a sprinkle of salt and chili powder, releasing an enticing aroma. "Have a bite, young master," Jiang Sheng offered a piece of meat to Wang Zhengxi. Jiang Shaohua cast him a disdainful glance, feigning innocence. "Shall we go? Are you joining us?" Jiang Hao inquired of Wang Zhengxi. Jiang Hao held a favorable impression of this individual, and indeed, he posed no threat to him. Furthermore, offending the Wang family's influence could prove to be quite perilous. As before, everyone took turns to clear the path, with the roe deer also being carried in shifts. Given his injury, Jiang Sheng assigned Wang Zhengxi the task of carrying the tent, allowing him to rest from both clearing the path and bearing the deer. The small team ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace, though the accumulation of snow made the ascent treacherous, leading to occasional slips. During their journey, Jiang Sheng lost his footing and nearly tumbled backward, but fortunately, Wang Zhengxi, who was at the rear, managed to catch him. Jiang Sheng sat on the ground, gazing at the mere centimeters that separated his head from the severed trunk of the small tree, a chill running down his spine. If Wang Zhengxi had grasped him with his left hand moments ago, now Jiang Sheng felt a gaping wound at the back of his head, a consequence of Wang Zhengxi's injury to his left hand. "Are you all right?" Wang Zhengxi asked, extending his hand towards the seated Jiang Sheng. "Thank you," Jiang Sheng replied, grasping Wang Zhengxi's hand to rise. As Jiang Sheng hurriedly arrived, he stumbled and fell. Rising to his feet, he kicked Jiang Sheng's rear, admonishing him to be more cautious, lest one might fall entirely. "You are fortunate to have survived that," he added. "Have you expressed your gratitude?" "I have," Jiang Sheng replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Say it again, louder." "Thank you." Wang Zhengxi nodded. "Be mindful of your footing. Do not rush to lift your other foot too quickly, as I once tumbled in haste." Following this incident, the group proceeded with increased caution. Chapter 82. The refugees' arrival. The four travelers ambled their way to the base, arriving around noon. "Why are there so many people outside?" Jiang Sheng remarked, observing a throng of individuals, all laden with various belongings. "They are likely refugees," Jiang Sheng surmised after a thorough observation, noting that most were queued in the service hall. As they approached and presented their identification, they inadvertently attracted the attention of nearby refugees, particularly when Jiang Hao, a police officer, was spotted carrying a roe deer, which elicited expressions of avarice. Aware of the gazes upon them, Jiang Hao cautioned his companions to remain vigilant, especially should chaos ensue. However, those gathered at the service hall seemed rather timid, and the eyes of the crowd cast an unsettling feeling upon Jiang Sheng. "Why are there so many refugees at the base? If more arrive, there may not be enough space," he speculated, glancing back. "They must have traversed from elsewhere. Perhaps due to floodwaters being frozen over," Jiang Hao elucidated. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, they bid farewell to Wang Zhengxi. "How are you all faring?" Upon entering, Mei meticulously checked each individual for injuries. As they progressed halfway, it began to snow, prompting them to linger an additional day. Jiang Sheng brought the roe deer to the hearth, exclaiming to Mei, "Look, we have gathered quite a bounty." He then proceeded to display the entirety of their catch. "Is this a deer? It appears rather small," she remarked, observing intently. "This is a roe deer," he corrected her. After a brief chat with Mei, Jiang Hao began the task of preparing the roe deer. The pelt could be fashioned into clothing, perfectly suited for crafting a genuine leather jacket for Miao Miao. He was reluctant to discard the entrails, yet Jiang Sheng was not keen on handling this aspect. It was Mei and Jiang Hao who took on the cleaning duties. Jiang Sheng had experience in making cured meat, having seen it in short videos, though he had never practiced it himself. Despite the considerable amount of salt required, it would extend the preservation period significantly. "Shall we sell some of it?" Jiang Sheng inquired, recognizing they lacked sufficient salt. "We could sell the head along with the neck, and perhaps one of the front or hind legs," Jiang Hao contemplated. They had found a total of 5 wild chickens. They planned to consume one, sell another, and freeze the remainder on the rooftop. For dinner, they intended to prepare the roe deer's innards, a delicacy none had previously tasted. Jiang Sheng found the flavor somewhat strong, possibly due to insufficient seasoning, though the others relished the meal. After some playtime with Sero, they retreated to the wooden cabin in the space. During their 3-day absence, Mei had consistently fed Sero rice, ensuring he shared in their meals. Upon entering the cabin, Sero dashed to his bowl, eagerly devouring dog food, while also pawing at the box containing canned goods, casting a hopeful glance at Jiang Sheng. To make amends for Sero, Jiang Sheng opened 2 cans and added a chicken leg. Watching Sero relish his meal, he stepped outside the cabin, greeted by a vast expanse of white, contrasting sharply with the verdant vibrancy within the space. Reflecting on the automated farm, Jiang Sheng felt a pang of regret. The chickens and ducks grew swiftly, capable of laying eggs in mere months, and the black soil of the space yielded crops at an impressive rate, particularly the forage. The following morning, Jiang Sheng, accompanied by Mei Ye and Xiao Wu, ventured to the market in the villa district. Upon noticing that Yang's shop had opened, they intended to greet him, only to be confronted by a woman emerging from within. "Why are you setting up a stall in my storefront? This disrupts my business," she questioned, puzzled. "Isn't this Yang's shop?" Mei inquired. "Old Yang? He transferred the business to me," she replied. Jiang Sheng harbored a sense of disbelief. How could Boss Yang, whose business thrived and prospered, suddenly decide to sell without any forewarning? Why, indeed? The woman sighed softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Alas, old Yang's son had gone missing, and the elderly couple had been searching tirelessly, nearly driven to the brink of madness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng finally understood the reason. "Ah, it seems that Boss Yang must have purchased kin goods for his son. The bamboo table in the shop also belongs to you, does it not? Old Yang has mentioned it to me. If you wish to set up a stall, please feel free to do so. We are all but unfortunate souls." The female proprietor shook her head as she entered the shop. Jiang Sheng appeared somewhat dazed as she took out the meat and arranged it. Mei, too, felt a pang of discomfort for Xiao Sheng, for life is seldom a smooth journey. Mei gently grasped Jiang Sheng's hand in a gesture of solace. "Good morning, Miss Jiang," Wang Zhengxi remarked, having spotted Jiang Sheng some time earlier and waiting for her to finish her tasks before approaching. Jiang Sheng raised her head and greeted. "Good morning, young Master Wang. How is your injury?" "Thanks to you, I'm much better," Wang Zhengxi replied with a smile. "Send me a hind leg, would you? The one we had in the cave was delectable. A hind leg weighs over 7 pounds, and with pork priced at over 100 points per pound. Jiang Sheng planned to sell it for 200 points per pound. 1,400, but I'll give you a discount." Jiang Sheng mused while weighing the roe deer's hind leg. "Xiao Sheng, have you developed a fondness for this handsome gentleman so quickly?" Mei teased with a smile. "Not at all. I merely saved his life," Jiang Sheng replied nonchalantly. Wild game sells briskly at the base. Even the head and neck of the roe deer were quickly snatched up, and she had earned over 3,000 points. However, recalling the refugees she saw that morning, Jiang Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that the base was becoming less peaceful than before. Noticing Jiang Sheng's intention to head to the supermarket again, Mei asked, "Why are you off to the supermarket once more? You just managed to save some points, and the rent has risen by 50. After pondering for a moment, Mei ultimately agreed, "Well, it's cold. It won't spoil." The three of them made another trip to the supermarket to stock up. When Jiang Sheng returned the next day, she found that the shelves were indeed more depleted than before. She heard that the dormitory area had begun to increase the number of beds. The current accommodations were so cramped that moving around was a challenge. The 8-person dormitories now housed 10, and communal spaces added several more beds, yet the rent remained unchanged. Despite the base's actions, no one dared to voice their discontent. Those unwilling to rent can simply not do so. There are plenty of people outside eager to move in. Housing prices and living costs continue to rise, yet points remain stagnant. Previously, with careful budgeting, one could save a little each month, but now they found themselves relying on their old savings just to survive. The plight of the lower-tier survivors was truly dire. Chapter 83. The mountains and rivers. The young girl flinched back in fear as she saw Jiang Sheng approach. "Do not be afraid. I wish to ask you a few questions." Jiang Sheng produced a compressed biscuit, gazing at the girl before her. "Where did you flee from?" Jiang Sheng had not anticipated that the collapse of the base had begun months prior, shrouded in thick fog. The Qingqing base was significantly larger than the Longquan base. Yet it was the former that fell first, a most unwelcome revelation. After handing her a compressed biscuit, Jiang Sheng was preparing to depart when a young girl behind her sobbed, "Sister, could you possibly assist me? I am capable of washing clothes and cooking. I can endure any arduous tasks. I simply have nowhere to stay. Since you're willing to work, you should approach the authorities. No one can save you." Jiang Sheng replied, tossing another compressed biscuit to the young girl before hastily making her exit. If she could help, she would, but she was no saint. Providing an extra morsel was already the last flicker of her conscience, and she hoped for the girl's survival. Many, unable to find shelter, had taken to lingering in the official hall, where warmth prevailed, far more comfortable than the communal dormitories. The authorities had intervened several times. Although they managed to expel the occupants, Those individuals would brazenly return whenever others came to conduct their business. People were on the brink of freezing to death. Yet pride held no value in such dire circumstances. Jiang Sheng stood by, observing the refugees huddled together, seeking solace in each other's company as they bickered over a meager morsel of food. All were driven to desperation by the calamities that had befallen them. At times, Jiang Sheng contemplated the possibility of utilizing the provisions from her space to aid many, yet reason cautioned her against such impracticality. With nearly 100,000 souls at the Longquan base, the meager supplies at her disposal would scarcely suffice. Perhaps one or two individuals might thrive in comfort. Yet for a multitude of 10,000, it would merely be an ephemeral sustenance. Human nature is inherently selfish, and Jiang Sheng was no exception. She resolved to wait until the farm's harvest was sufficiently abundant, seizing an opportunity to sell some at a modest price, thereby offering what little assistance she could muster. The nation may be in ruins, yet the land endures. It is essential for someone to rise to the occasion. Jiang Sheng aspired to safeguard her compatriots until her country could stand tall once more. She could not predict her impact, but could only vow to exert her utmost effort while ensuring her own safety. Upon returning home, the alluring aroma greeted Jiang Sheng as she opened the door. "Maya, what are you cooking? It smells delightful." Maya smiled, using her chopsticks to serve a piece of meat to Jiang Sheng. "You hardly ate yesterday, so I stewed that bone. How does it taste?" "Everything you make is delicious." Jiang Sheng turned to Xiao Wu and inquired, "Where are Xiaohua and Brother Jiang?" Xiao Wu, who was teaching the little ones to recognize characters, set aside the children's book and replied, "Brother Jiang took Xiaohua to the rooftop, claiming he wanted to line the wall with wood." Jiang Sheng also noticed that the temperature had dropped rather rapidly. This morning, a glance at the thermometer revealed it had plummeted to over -10 degrees. "All right, I shall go take a look. You continue to teach the younger ones," she said, heading towards the rooftop. On the terrace, Jiang Hao's expression was grim. He understood that without reinforcing their unfinished house, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure the winter. "If only we had cement, it would make things much easier," he lamented. "I will find a way regarding the cement," he added. As Jiang Sheng pushed open the terrace door and slowly ascended, she was greeted with, "Sister, you're here?" Jiang Xiaohua came forward to assist her. "Xiao Sheng, how do you plan to acquire the cement?" Jiang Hao inquired. "Isn't there Wang Jingxi? He should be able to procure some. I will go seek him shortly." Jiang Xiaohua immediately felt displeased and questioned the necessity of seeking him out. It simply would not do. Jiang Sheng rolled her eyes and said, "If you can procure the cement, I shall seek you out as well." Jiang Xiaohua fell silent, choosing not to speak further, yet his heart remained uneasy, troubled by his sister's tendency to seek the company of a pretty boy who lacked his own charm. Jiang Hao, however, was indifferent. "Is the points balance sufficient?" he inquired. "Indeed it is. I shall go at once." To maintain discretion, Jiang Sheng truly needed to pay a visit to Wang Jingxi. Upon arriving at the security booth at the entrance of the villa district, before Jiang Sheng could utter a word, the young security guard greeted her. "Sister Sheng, are you here to sell something again today?" Jiang Sheng chuckled and shook his head. "No, I'm here to find someone. Could you kindly assist me?" "Of course. Who are you looking for?" The young security guard replied promptly. "Wang Jingxi." However, upon hearing this name, the guard's expression soured. "Do you know him?" "Yes," Jiang Sheng acknowledged, noticing the guard's discomfort, and quietly inquired, "What is wrong?" The guard hesitated, then pulled out a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to her. "He may be handsome, but he is the illegitimate son of the old Master Wang. In the Wang family, he has little standing. His mother was a maid's daughter, and once, after a drunken escapade, the old master—" "I see you have connections, Sister Sheng, but don't jeopardize your future over a pretty face," the young guard cautioned in a hushed tone. In the villa district, idleness often led the wealthy ladies to gossip together. Having spent enough time in this place, they were somewhat aware of the internal affairs. Wang Jingxi being an illegitimate child was hardly a secret. Jiang Sheng was indeed taken aback. It turned out that the illegitimate child was rather different from the rascals of the Wang family. It was not as one might have imagined. "I merely sought him out for a batch of goods. He is handsome, and I am not lacking in that regard either." The young security guard chuckled. "Indeed, with Sister Sheng's pack of cigarettes, I shall ensure your matters are handled properly." Before long, the young security guard returned with Wang Zhengxi. "This young master is the lady," he announced. "I knew it was you," Wang Zhengxi said warmly. "Impressive, isn't it? Could you assist me in procuring 2 bags of cement?" Jiang Sheng asked directly. Wang Zhengxi pondered for a considerable time before responding. "Well, 2 bags shouldn't pose much difficulty. However, when combined with sand, it will amount to over 1,000 points. And I must leverage some connections, which requires a fee. My resources are a bit constrained at the moment." Jiang Sheng was under the impression that there must be a reason behind it. Surely, monetary matters could be resolved independently. "How could I possibly ask you for financial assistance?" Subsequently, Jiang Sheng transferred 1,001 to Wang Zhengxi, accompanied by 2 packs of cigarettes. This relationship fee was hardly engaging. Do not foolishly give it all away. Keep some for yourself. This brand of cigarettes is not easily procured, Jiang Sheng remarked in a tone of an experienced connoisseur. "Haha, very well. I shall send someone to deliver it to you tonight," Wang Zhengxi replied with a smile as he accepted the items. To be frank, his laughter resonated with a charm surpassing that of many celebrities from before the apocalypse, leaving Jiang Sheng somewhat captivated. "All right, I await your good news." Yet, having encountered countless handsome individuals, she assured herself that mere admiration would suffice. Her heart would remain unscathed. Chapter 84. The Uprising in the Afternoon. Wang Zhengxi arranged for the delivery of the items. The following morning, the entire family commenced affixing wooden planks to the walls as makeshift tiles. The house, which did not require external cladding, was enhanced by Jiang Sheng's purchase of several foam boxes, creating an unexpectedly artistic ambience. Since yesterday, the snowfall had ceased, yet the temperature plummeted rapidly, resulting in a tragic fate for many who had fled here. Refugees gathered at the entrance of the official office. Their silence would not spare them from the bitter cold, prompting the base to allocate a large building for their accommodation, with all refugees crammed inside. Initially, Jiang had planned to venture out to earn points, but Jiang Sheng intervened. The food at home could be rationed for several months, and the frigid outdoor conditions were far from suitable for excursions. Working indoors was manageable, but outside, one could perish from the cold at any moment. Gradually, the streets became desolate, and eventually, even the base fell silent. It was at this juncture that everyone recognized the wisdom of Jiang Sheng's decision to hoard wood on a rooftop. Daily, several hours' worth of wood was required for burning. Should the house cool down entirely, death from freezing would not be far off. With nothing to occupy their time at home, even the pages of 2 books became creased. Jiang Hao spent an entire week carving a chess set from wood. Having something to entertain themselves with was undoubtedly a welcome respite. Jiang Sheng was hardly affected. She spread out the electric blanket and covered it with a thick comforter, indulging in single-player games or watching television series on her phone. Aside from the inability to scroll through short videos, her life remained largely unchanged. When nature called, she simply visited the wooden cabin in her space, and, during mealtimes, she opted for smaller portions, both to conserve food and to endure less cold. Whenever hunger struck, she would dine in her space, where she now spent at least half an hour each day, though she had little choice, as Jiang Sheng did not wish to subject herself to discomfort. The vegetable system in her space had already begun to yield harvests, with the crops being meticulously categorized and stored in the storage space, more efficiently than Jiang Sheng could manage herself. It had been a while since she had closely observed Siro, and she realized how swiftly it was growing. Its size now resembled that of a wolf. Thanks to Siro, every time she went to eat, she had the comforting warmth of the large pup beside her, which had become substantial enough to serve as a pillow. On the night 2 days later, while waiting to collect her daily check-in rewards from her space, Jiang Sheng heard a commotion outside. Initially, she had no desire to engage, as moving around in such cold weather was a torment. However, as the noise escalated, she felt compelled to investigate. Upon entering the living room, she found Jiang Hao and Xiao Wu peering out the window. "Jiang, what is happening outside?" Jiang Sheng inquired, wrapping herself more snugly in her clothes. "The refugees have begun to riot," Jiang Hao said, gazing into the distance where flames flickered, his vantage point from the top floor affording him a clear view of the unfolding events. Jiang Sheng instantly regained his composure. hastening to the window to observe the distant flames engulfing the administrative hall. Indeed, not just there. Look towards the villa district. Jiang Hao gestured toward the more distant area. The villa district was similarly illuminated. Inside the Wang residence, Wang Zhengxi's mother anxiously inquired, "Zhengxi, how did this happen?" "Mother, it's nothing. I'll go take a look." Wang Zhengxi reassured her before stepping outside. "Sierra, you've come at the right time. Take some gear and go investigate," instructed the elderly patriarch of the Wang family. Wang Jianghua, the eldest son, cast a derisive glance at Wang Zhengxi. Nodding, Wang Zhengxi proceeded outdoors. Upon stepping outside, security personnel were in a standoff with a throng of refugees. "Do not advance any further. We will open fire," they warned. "There are only a handful of us. We're bound to freeze or starve anyway. If one of us can survive, that's a win," a voice shouted from within the crowd of refugees. Subsequently, a mass of desperate individuals armed with sticks, knives, and anything that could inflict harm surged forward. The security guards, not fools, were unwilling to resort to lethal force. They were merely employees, after all, and not inclined to risk their lives. They fired a couple of warning shots into the ground and retreated with their colleagues. The refugees stormed into the villa district, home to affluent individuals and their pampered wives. How could such privileged beings withstand the onslaught of the starving and frantic? The refugees, driven mad by hunger and cold, began to loot the villas, seizing clothing, food, blankets, grabbing whatever they could find. The number of refugees equaled the number of residents in the district. Many who could not find clothing resorted to forcibly stripping the wealthy of their garments. The Wang family, possessing a private militia, prepared to defend themselves. Wang Zhengxi rallied the household to resist. Anyone daring to breach the courtyard would be met with gunfire. The refugees, not foolish, recognized that only the Wang family was armed. Unable to confront them directly, they sought easier targets. "Zhengxi, please help us. Your cousin has been stripped bare by those beasts," pleaded a wealthy matron in her nightgown, kneeling before Wang Zhengxi. Soon, numerous affluent families joined her in supplication at the feet of the Wang family. Currently, the only household in the villa district that had not been pillaged were the Wangs and the Zhus. The Zhus, a lesser power, could barely protect themselves. Yet the Wangs were different. Their private army provided them a semblance of security. Consequently, both those with connections and those without began to beseech the Wang family for assistance. Should other relatives hold the elder Wang accountable, he could easily deflect blame onto himself. However, if he were to offer help, what could he provide? He held no real power within the Wang family, and it was unlikely any soldiers would accompany him to assist others. Wang Zhengxi began to gather valuable items from the house, living there with his mother. The elder Wang claimed it was a measure to economize. Yet it was merely a pretext that aligned perfectly with Wang Zhengxi's intentions. Having his mother nearby would allow him to better protect her. "Mother, please pack your belongings. We must find an opportunity to leave this place. Keep it simple. Only take the valuables," he instructed. The queen mother remained silent, fully aware that her son had recently endured considerable hardship within the Wang family. Now that he had departed, there was little worth reminiscing about. The refugees, having plundered everything in sight, fled without the slightest hesitation. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Zhengxi took his mother and escaped amidst the throng of refugees, armed with 2 handguns and a substantial supply of ammunition. The points accumulated on the Wang family card were transferred to another identity. It was only after the refugees had been on the move for several minutes that the authorities, accompanied by the military, arrived belatedly. "What in the world are you doing?" A wealthy man shouted in anger, his body exposed. Soon, many others began to chastise the officials for their tardiness. Among them was a young leader in his early 20s, clad in a military coat and sporting a disheveled fringe, his countenance grim. After enduring a barrage of insults for over 10 minutes, the wealthy individuals, shivering from the cold, finally ceased their tirades. The young leader ordered his subordinates to remove their outer garments and offer them to the affluent. "Xiao Yi, you must demand accountability from the base," one of them insisted. Yi Kongcheng, having been berated for over 20 minutes, was already exasperated. "Are you done yet? I've been insulted for half an hour as the deputy commander. Accountability? I'll give you accountability." he retorted. The base's headquarters has been besieged by thousands of refugees. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to make this journey? I traversed through tens of thousands of people to protect you. Do you realize that as thousands of refugees? These operations occurred during the night, well organized and disciplined. Our officials are on the brink of collapse. Besides cowering and allowing a weaponless mob to ransack, what else can you do? Even if you had put up some resistance, it wouldn't be this dire. Damn it, we don't care. The officials must compensate us. Indeed, Jiang Sheng, suppressing the urge to eliminate those entitled individuals, calmly stated, each of you will receive 2 points. Anything beyond that, the base cannot provide. If you don't want it, you may leave now. With that, he drove off to the headquarters for reinforcements, leaving the wealthy in a state of bewilderment. These refugees are not to be underestimated, Jiang Sheng remarked. They are targeting the affluent in the villa district. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement, noting that they had been driven to desperation. They were merely escaping and, faced with such treacherous weather, had no choice but to plunder or risk freezing to death. He shook his head in resignation. The villa district was restructured by the authorities, with each individual receiving a compensation of 2,000 points and security replaced by official military forces. Jiang Sheng realized that his future prospects of selling goods were now severely hindered. The villa district, now resembling an ordinary neighborhood, was nothing more than a shell of empty houses. Jiang Sheng had witnessed the grim state of the villa district, where several affluent ladies, who had previously purchased goods from him, donned nothing but military overcoats, weeping inconsolably amidst the snowfall. The chill outside was utterly terrifying, with temperatures plummeting to a frightening -40 degrees. Fortunately, he was clad in temperature-regulating attire. Just the day before, the villa district had succumbed to the cold, resulting in numerous fatalities. The authorities spent nearly a week merely addressing the aftermath in that area. For Jiang Sheng, the days spent in solitude at home passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 2 months had elapsed. During this interval, he opted for 2 sign-in rewards: the automation of the farm and 3 capsules to enhance physical constitution. The farm, situated adjacent to the vegetable patch, was brimming with various fowl and had successfully hatched fish fry, infusing vitality into the space. Early in the morning, Mei kindled a fire with Xiao Wu, while Jiang Hao ascended to the rooftop to gather some wood and retrieve the last wild chicken for their evening meal. There remained a piece of venison rib and a hind leg, which Mei planned to slice into portions for tasting, alongside potatoes and previously dried wild vegetables. However, outside the base, there was not a hint of festive spirit, let alone the atmosphere of celebration. There were scarcely any souls to be seen. Just as Jiang Sheng was preparing to assist Mei in the kitchen, a knock resounded at the door. "It is I, Miss Jiang." Jiang Sheng found the voice somewhat familiar. It took him several seconds to recall who it was. Upon opening the door, he saw Wang Zhengxi standing at the entrance alongside his mother. "What brings you here? Please come inside," he invited. Wang Zhengxi, with a determined expression, stepped in. "My mother and I have come to extend our New Year greetings." As he spoke, he set down the items he was carrying. "Hello, Auntie. Please, come in and have a seat." Jiang Sheng gestured warmly. "Call me Aunt Shui," she replied with a gentle smile. Aunt Shui was clad in a substantial woolen overcoat layered beneath an ordinary down jacket, her skin well-maintained, making her appear to be in her early 30s. "You are here for more than just New Year greetings, aren't you?" Jiang Sheng inquired directly as he poured them both a cup of water. Wang Jingxi took a sip of tea and nodded. "I'm no longer associated with the Wang family. 2 months ago, during the upheaval, I escaped with my mother. I came to alert you about something. About a week ago, I discovered that the Wang family is planning something significant. They have been secretly stockpiling a considerable amount of supplies, and I have a foreboding sense about it. Are you suggesting that there is trouble brewing at the base?" Jiang Hao asked. In this apocalyptic world, aside from natural disasters, the greatest threat is humanity itself. Contradictory, selfish, and an ever unpredictable variable, Wang Zhengxi replied gravely. "The weather is growing colder, and the base's supplies have been depleting without replenishment for quite some time. Moreover, concerning the refugees, I heard they have retreated to other hills, forming their own bandit factions." Wang Zhengxi's brow furrowed tightly. He would not have sought out Jiang Sheng unless absolutely necessary. "That is indeed troubling. A lack of food could incite riots, and the repercussions would not be limited to the villa district and the authorities, but would affect the entire base. Jiang Sheng analyzed calmly. What shall we do? Should we relocate? Jiang Shaowan inquired. Wang Zhengxi shook his head. Not at this moment. The base is under stringent control, and venturing outside reveals a vast, desolate expanse with no clear direction. Despite it being New Year's Eve, the atmosphere was unusually tense. After a prolonged silence, Wang Zhengxi finally spoke again. There is one more matter. May I request that my mother finds refuge here for a while? The Wang family is currently hunting for us. Are they specifically after Aunt Chui? Jiang Hao asked. That cannot happen. Zhengxi, we agreed to stay together, Aunt Chui insisted, gripping her son's arm. Mother, I can hide at Xiao Zhao's for a few days. Jiang Sheng, Brother Jiang, could you assist me? I'm truly out of options. I have 10,000 points, which is all my savings, and I am willing to give it to you, Wang Zhengxi said, handing a card to Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng gazed at the card presented by Wang Zhengxi without accepting it, her eyes drifting towards Jiang Hao, Meiya, and Jiang Shaohua. This residence did not belong to her, and she felt it was essential for everyone to deliberate together. How about this? Let's confer. You may provide me with your current address. If I come to visit you tomorrow, it shall imply my consent, Jiang Hao suggested tactfully. Thank you, Wang Zhengxi replied, bowing deeply to everyone present. Jiang Sheng invited 2 individuals to dine, and Wang Zhengxi did not decline the invitation. They enjoyed a sumptuous meal consisting of braised wild chicken with potatoes, spicy stir-fried ribs, stewed meat with mushrooms, cold-tossed wild vegetables, and a bowl of red bean soup. In the context of the apocalypse, such a feast could be considered lavish. I apologize for the expense, Aunt Chui, he said. The new year is meant to be lively with many people. Jiang Sheng distributed red envelopes to each little darling, which were essentially lollipops, the kind that used to cost 50 cents each before the apocalypse. Sister, I have one too, Jiang Shaohua exclaimed with delight. Chapter 85. Abandonment. Jiang Sheng glanced at Wang Zhengxi and asked, How old are you? I'm the same age as Shaohua, came the reply. Jiang Sheng then handed him a lollipop. Wang Zhengxi hesitated to accept it, feeling somewhat bashful. Just take it. It's for you. We're all just children at heart, Jiang Sheng said with a smile. As the family shared the New Year's Eve dinner with Wang Zhengxi and his mother, a sense of festivity began to envelop them. After bidding farewell to the two, the family convened to discuss their thoughts. What do you all think? Jiang Sheng inquired, seeking the perspectives of the others, especially since Jiang Shaohua had come along because of him. The information he has brought us seems quite valuable. I believe it's worth pursuing. If we later find that their character is lacking, we can always send them away, Jiang Hao stated, arms crossed. Jiang Sheng nodded and continued, moreover. I visited the Wang family the day after the turmoil, and indeed, I did not see the mother and son. Their departure from the Wang family is inescapable. Jiang Shaohua curled his lips in disagreement. Are you envious of his good looks, constantly targeting him? Jiang Sheng teased. Sister, I'm far more handsome than he is. I was just contemplating how we will have to accommodate 2 more when they arrive. After Jiang Shaohua spoke, Xiaowu lowered his head, diminishing his presence. All right, let us not forget that he has saved you before. Don't be so heartless. If he truly causes trouble, I shall be the first to expel him. Tomorrow, you'll go to fetch him. Meanwhile, Maya's sister, Jiang Dage, and I will exchange the card he gave us for supplies. If we don't use these points soon, they may become utterly worthless. Jiang Sheng meticulously planned, convinced that even with the depreciation of points, 10,000 could still procure a significant amount of goods. The following morning, the group split into 2 parties. Although Jiang Shaohua was displeased, he still felt compelled to heed his sister's instructions. The shopkeeper's expression was also grim, as Jiang Sheng, a familiar face, had come to purchase numerous items. Goodness, my dear, in this current climate, the base has very little food stock left. I fear I won't receive any new supplies this month. Just look at what's left in the store. If you don't buy, there will be nothing. Observing the few remaining bags of rice and the pale flour, Jiang Sheng decided to purchase everything. The shopkeeper, unwilling to deceive his major customer, acquiesced. All right, let us see how much that comes to. 5 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, 1 bag of red beans, 1 bag of green beans, 1 box of noodles, and 1 box of flour, totaling 8,500 points. This is already the lowest price. Very well, let us proceed with the card. Jiang Sheng nodded and handed over the card. The shopkeeper noticed that this card was not Jiang Sheng's personal identification, but thought little of it, as long as the points were accepted. With over 1,000 points remaining, Jiang Sheng purchased 2 cotton blankets. The already cramped room became even more congested as Wang Zhengxi came to lend a hand, saying, "You can call on us to help as well." Jiang Sheng observed Wang Zhengxi, who brought an ample supply of provisions. Several large bags of grain were placed in Jiang Sheng's room. Jiang Hao scavenged a considerable amount of timber from the rooftop and constructed an elevated wooden platform beside the bamboo chair, which could accommodate a single person for rest. "And Shui, you shall henceforth share the living room with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Brother, you'll manage to squeeze in with Wang Zhengxi." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Shaohua's expression instantly darkened, as he vehemently declared his disapproval. Observing Jiang Shaohua's unwilling demeanor, Jiang Sheng gently pulled him aside to offer reassurance. "I understand your feelings towards him, but the circumstances have changed, haven't they? Could you possibly lend a hand for your sister's sake? They are rather pitiable." Being a single mother with her child. As the bedroom door swung open, Sero dashed out energetically. "You also have a dog?" Wang Zhengxi exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of such a large German shepherd. "Come here, Sero," Jiang Shaohua called out, leading the dog away with a triumphant grin directed at Wang Zhengxi. Wang Zhengxi gazed longingly at the majestic dog, yearning to reach out and pet it, yet he restrained himself. "Thank you both for your help." Aunt Shui expressed her gratitude to everyone. "It's nothing. We all have our struggles," Maya chimed in, continuing the conversation seamlessly. Jiang Sheng did not wish for everyone to crowd together for too long. She needed to discern the true intentions of the Wang family. That very evening, Jiang Sheng ventured out. Upon arriving at the villa district, she was astonished to find that even the security had vanished. The military personnel previously stationed there had departed in a matter of days. Jiang Sheng donned his hat and scarf, leaving only his eyes visible. While the scarf had already accumulated a considerable amount of frost, the Wang family's courtyard was easy to locate. Yet, Jiang Sheng observed from the outside for quite some time without encountering any signs of activity. "How is the matter we discussed last time progressing?" "It is nearly complete. Everything is being prepared." "Is there any issue on the Yinshan side?" "Certainly not. I have already arranged everything." Jiang Sheng listened from outside the wall, able to ascertain only that 2 men were engaged in conversation. It was fortunate that his body had been enhanced by capsules. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hear clearly. Yinshan? The more he pondered, the more it fell amiss. Yinshan lay nearly 100 kilometers away and was a towering mountain. Was the Wang family planning a retreat? Most vexing was the sudden silence emanating from within. 2 minutes later, the head of the Wang family escorted a middle-aged man out. The man was draped in a heavy military coat, accompanied by several individuals clad in police uniforms for protection. Observing the private army vigilantly guarding the Wang residence, Jiang Sheng had no intention of forcing his way in and instead began to wander through the villa district. Previously, he had never had the opportunity to enter, but it now appeared to be quite opulent. The district housed fewer than 50 villas, yet occupied a vast expanse, even featuring a substantial parking lot filled with numerous luxury vehicles. Jiang Sheng noted a dozen peculiar-looking cars. They were not wheeled but rather equipped with tracks, reminiscent of snow vehicles. He had seen such vehicles before, but remained uncertain if they were indeed the same. Each villa possessed a small plot of land, and it struck Jiang Sheng as peculiar that, even at this juncture, they were still cultivating flowers. Surely, a family could subsist on a mere patch of land for a year's worth of peppers, scallions, ginger, and garlic. A few months prior, he had heard that many affluent individuals, unable to withstand the pressures of robbery, had taken their own lives, leaving their wives and daughters to be sheltered by other men or to wander aimlessly. A glance around revealed that, despite the 50 villas, only a handful had their lights aglow. In the ensuing days, the base remained tranquil until that fateful day. Trouble had arisen. Wang Zhengxi entered with a troubled expression. "What is it, son?" Aunt Shui poured a cup of hot water for him. After taking a sip, Wang Zhengxi revealed the Wang family, along with the base S leader, has fled with all the base S supplies. What? The crowd erupted in disbelief. In a fit of rage, Jiang Sheng stood up, questioning why the commander of the base would choose to flee at such a critical moment. Only Jiang Sheng and Jiang Hao remained composed, contemplating the situation. Wang Zhengxi shook his head, recalling how he had only heard rumors of the Wang family's impending actions over the past fortnight. He had anticipated a visit from them, but the old man had surprisingly allied himself with the base commander. Outside the official administrative building, throngs of survivors from the base had gathered, clamoring for the military to surrender their food supplies. The streets were suffocated with the crowd. Many individuals wrapped themselves in whatever clothing they could muster, while several others even draped themselves in blankets. The biting cold wind swept through, inciting further unrest among the masses. Inside the building, Jiang Sheng anxiously inquired whether they had made contact with the base commander or his mentor. "Deputy, we are unable to reach them. The satellite signal has not been received," a police officer reported with a sense of urgency. "Damn it," Jiang Sheng exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table, the sound echoing through the room. It dawned on him that he had been deceived by both the base commander and his mentor. They had claimed to be on a reconnaissance mission, but in reality, they had left him to bear the brunt of the blame. He had inspected the granary, finding not a single grain left. "Captain, what should we do? They are about to break in." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sheng replied, "Let us retreat from the back. If they wish to enter, let them. There is nothing left here for me to take the fall for. I will not shoulder this burden. I will not let the old hound of the Wang family and the base commander escape justice." Leading a contingent of individuals, Jiang Sheng withdrew. Moments later, the survivors surged into the building, frantically searching through its contents as the crowd flowed like a torrent toward the administrative structure. A few minutes later, upon learning that the building was deserted, the survivors descended into madness, beginning to loot every visible store. The most unfortunate were the shopkeepers, for without any official oversight, dozens of people surged into their establishments, leaving them powerless to intervene, resigned to the fate of being robbed. "What is all this noise outside?" Jiang Hao rose and approached the window. Inside, discussions continued regarding the Wang family's collusion with the authorities to abscond with the food supplies. "What is the situation?" "Meya inquiret." "To see for yourselves," came the reply. Jiang Sheng approached and observed the dense throng of people not far away. The base's supermarket had been thoroughly ravaged by the survivors. "This is utterly insane," Jiang Sheng exclaimed. "I fear the base can no longer support so many residents of Longquan. The extreme cold has persisted for 3 months, compounded by the earlier incidents of refugees plundering the villa district. The base is utterly overwhelmed." He continued, "I have visited Yinshan. Its scenery is breathtaking, and it boasts an ancient city atop its lofty and perilous terrain, serving as a natural fortress." Jiang Hao nodded, understanding that they must have colluded with the Yinshan base. Jiang Sheng seemed to have suddenly recalled the presence of several snowmobiles in the nearby villa district. Their departure would not pose a significant challenge. Jiang Sheng himself was indifferent, harboring little hope for the base. Yet, witnessing the chaotic throngs below stirred discontent within him. In the face of calamity, the administrators had fled. What manner of conduct was this? It was nothing short of a pack of beasts, the base leader, the Wang family. And even those scavenging survivors below were equally despicable. Jiang Sheng exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, in this apocalyptic era, how many truly virtuous individuals remained? I'll flee quickly. It was at that moment that shouts erupted outside, followed by a series of explosive sounds emanating from all directions. Jiang Sheng gazed in astonishment at the multitude of hailstones, each the size of a chicken egg, descending from the sky. It was crucial to note that at this moment, the area was teeming with survivors. While it would have sufficed for the hail to strike elsewhere, Jiang Sheng's heart sank as she witnessed a woman in the distance collapse, struck on the head by a hailstone. The crowd stood too densely packed, and in the ensuing panic, a series of stampedes erupted, the cacophony of cries, screams, and the thunderous impact of hailstones on the ground merging into a chaotic symphony. Everyone, grab a blanket to shield your heads, secure your bags, and be prepared to leave at any moment. Jiang Sheng shouted as she dashed into the bedroom, pressing a comforter atop her head, fully aware of the house's structural integrity. Miao Miao and Xiao Lu were both in tears, while Mei and Aunt Shui each clutched a small child tightly, shielding them with blankets. The hail pounded against the rooftop terrace, but fortunately, the substantial wooden beams there mitigated the force of the impact. Although they remained unscathed above, a hailstone shattered the window, sending shards of glass flying, one of which grazed Jiang Hao's hand, leaving a crimson mark. Stay away from the window. After 2 solid hours, the hail finally ceased. When Jiang Sheng emerged from her cocoon of blankets, her hands still trembled. The walls bore significant damage, but thankfully, aside from Jiang Hao, no one else was injured. Mei continued to comfort the frightened Miao Miao, while Jiang Sheng tended to Jiang Hao's wound. Observing Jiang Sheng's quaking hands, Jiang Hao reassured her, "Do not be anxious. The hail has passed." "Indeed," came a voice as Wang Zhengxi hurried over. "Are you all right?" Jiang Sheng managed to force a smile, assuring, "I am fine." He returned to the window, which was in disarray, revealing a floor strewn with corpses and a layer of ice formed from hail. Moments later, the air was filled with the harrowing cries that echoed throughout the Longquan base. "This house is no longer habitable," Jiang Hao stated coldly. "Xiaohua, Wang Zhengxi, come with me to take a look." Jiang Sheng set down his belongings, grasped his katana, wrapped himself warmly, and stepped outside, followed closely by the 2 youths, who also armed themselves. "Sister, where are we going?" Jiang Shaohua inquired, closely trailing behind. "To the villa district. Once we're outside, you 2 stay close to me, understood?" Jiang Sheng unsheathed his katana, prepared for any foolhardy individual who dared to provoke trouble. The ground was littered with ice clumps, making it quite inconvenient to traverse. After a quarter of an hour, the trio arrived at the villa district, where countless bodies lay strewn about. It was evident that the inhabitants of the villa district had perished from the hail. Those inside either refused to open their doors or had already vacated the premises. Jiang Sheng first arrived at the parking lot, only to find that all the vehicles had been driven away. At this moment, apart from a few sports cars, the off-road vehicles and snowmobiles had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he began to knock on doors one by one. The materials used in the construction of the villas varied. The hail had at least not caused any significant damage, and, with some repairs, they could still be habitable. Jiang Sheng knocked on a nearby building adjacent to the parking lot. After several minutes of silence, he kicked the door, and with a few swift blows, the locks gave way, allowing him entry. As he had suspected, the interior was deserted. Chapter 86. Relocation, what do you think? Jiang Hao inquired. Without delving into further questions, Jiang Hao grabbed a pre-packed backpack and collected some additional provisions before promptly following Jiang Sheng outside. The icy ground hindered their movements, and after more than 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the villa beside the parking lot. The villa was furnished with an abundance of items. There was no need to retrieve the previous belongings. Yet a significant amount of food remained untransferred. Jiang Sheng nodded, urging everyone to prioritize their safety. Sister Mei, Aun Chui, please check if there are any issues in the villa, while Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu moved the belongings inside. After directing them, Jiang Sheng commenced the task of repairing the lock on the door. The courtyard was unsecured, so he locked it from the inside. This type of lock was beyond repair. It had been damaged beyond functionality. He could not retrieve 2 padlock-style combination locks from the space, but they would serve as a form of security. A few minutes later, Mei approached with a worried expression, glancing at the road outside. The villa contained 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a toilet, and what appeared to be a storage room, all devoid of significant items. The appliances consisted of a rice cooker, and the bed and table remained. There was little else of value. Oh, and a kettle. "No, sister. You go tidy up. I will wait here, so don't worry," Jiang Sheng reassured her, though he himself felt uncertain. Setting aside the question of whether the hail had truly ceased, what if those survivors came after them? Take a break for a moment. "Is there anything else we haven't taken?" Jiang Sheng inquired, accepting the items from Jiang Shaohua. "Sister Mei and I will go check. You 3 rest for now." He grasped his katana and departed with Mei. Though the others were anxious, they understood the necessity of taking action in this apocalyptic world to survive. On their way back, Jiang Sheng observed scattered survivors on the road. Most had seen too much bloodshed. How tragic this world had become. Mei spoke calmly, her tone tinged with a sense of resignation. Upon returning, Jiang Sheng carried 2 bags of rice in his backpack, wielding a knife in his right hand, while Mei took the remaining items. The only valuable belongings left at home were the firewood on the rooftop. "Please, I beg you, say my daughter." A man in his 30s knelt before them, while Jiang Sheng pointed his knife at him. Mei turned to the little girl lying on the ground nearby, her pink down jacket stained with a dark spot. The blood on her forehead had dried, and she lay there, barely clinging to life. In Jiang Sheng's space, there exists medicine. However, the injuries sustained by the little girl are far too grave. Without surgical intervention, her recovery is improbable. Furthermore, should they offer the medicine, an influx of survivors would inevitably converge upon them. Jiang Sheng has already noticed several gazes directed towards their vicinity. "I apologize, but we too are fleeing. We possess no medicine and are unable to save your daughter," Jiang Sheng stated, preparing to take a detour. Why won't you save my daughter? She is so young. She is merely 5 years old." The man continued to kneel upon the ground, weeping and shouting in despair, before suddenly lunging towards Jiang Sheng in an attempt to seize her. Jiang Sheng cast aside the sack of rice in her left hand and swiftly delivered a kick to the man's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. "I told you, I cannot save your daughter. She is not the one who has been harmed this way. Do not attempt to morally bind me," she exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "I have only 2 painkillers left, and I shall discard them." With a swift motion, Jiang Sheng retrieved a blister pack from her pocket, revealing just 2 remaining pills, and then she tossed them onto the ground before hastily fleeing with Mei. The survivors, upon hearing of the medication, surged forward like a swarm, desperate to seize those 2 pills that could not cure but merely numb pain. Mei's countenance darkened as thoughts of the girl lying on the ground brought her to mind of Meow Meow. Jiang Sheng struggled to find the right words to console her. In this apocalyptic world, kindness often posed a threat to one's own survival. "Sister Mei, even if you could save that child, what then? You would rescue one, and others would flock to you? 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. How could you possibly save them all? Should you choose to save the first and then refuse to assist the others, they would tear you apart, hating you for being a remorseless demon. I understand, Xiao Sheng, it is not our fault. May that child, in her next life, be spared from such suffering in this world." Jiang Sheng secured the 2 locks, while Jiang Hao tended to the furnace with 2 young companions. Aunt Shui had already prepared the room, and after a simple meal, everyone gathered around the warmth of the stove. Each face bore an expression of distress. For over 6 months, they had been in constant motion, perpetually fleeing, believing that their arrival at the base would grant them solace. Little did they know that further calamities awaited them. As the evening wore on, a number of survivors arrived at the villa district. Apart from the villas, only the administrative building remained unscathed. Fortunately, they noticed the flicker of flames within and refrained from intruding. Jiang Sheng has now been granted her own independent room. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu share a space with Jiang Xiaohua, while Aunt Shui and Wang Zhengxi occupy another. The rooms in the villa area are spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 beds. The room is rather empty, and Sero wags his tail as he approaches Jiang Sheng, gazing up at her with an expectant expression. Jiang Sheng crouched down to embrace the large, furry creature. "Sero, is Mother truly heartless? That child is merely 5 years old." "Woof." After a bark, Sero licked Jiang Sheng's ear, seemingly assuring his master, "You are not at fault." After holding Sero for a tranquil half-hour, Jiang Sheng securely locked the door and led Sero into the wooden cabin. Having run about all day, Sero's little paws were now quite dirty. Jiang Sheng first carried Sero into the shower room, rinsing him several times before placing him into the bathtub for a shared soak. Observing his master enjoying the bath alongside him, Sero's tail wagged like a fan. "Enough, you've splashed water all over the room. Let us just relax quietly for a while." Sero, ever obedient, allowed himself to be cradled by Jiang Sheng. After drying Sero, they emerged from the space. Today, she was on the 2nd shift, from 11 to 12 o'clock. It mattered little, as she typically retired around midnight. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Hao took some individuals to transport firewood. They toiled all day, but fortunately, Jiang Shaohua discovered tricycle along the way. The remnants of last night's snowfall made their task somewhat easier. The firewood was neatly stacked in a yard. Today, Jiang Sheng took another look around. The entire villa area was now filled with survivors. For instance, the adjacent household appeared to be occupied by 5 or 6 young men, all clad in military coats. There was an off-road vehicle in their yard, which Jiang Hao informed her was military-grade. The young men, all in their teens or early 20s, were quite tall. Everyone was acutely aware of the current situation at the base. Reliance solely on oneself was paramount. Jiang Sheng felt fortunate to have taken in Wang Zhengxi and his mother. Aunt Shui worked efficiently, devoid of any airs of a wealthy lady, and engaged in pleasant conversation with Meiya. Jiang Sheng observed that many survivors had taken to occupying the few uninhabited rooms in the house. Since today, when he had dispatched 3 robbers attempting to force their way in, the remaining survivors had become somewhat more subdued. At that time, Jiang Hao and the others were absent, leaving 3 women and 2 children at home, presenting an easy target for any who might wish to exploit them. Yet, they underestimated Jiang Sheng's combat prowess. After settling into the villa for a week, a hailstorm had struck, but the weather gradually improved, with not a single cloudy day in sight. If this trend continued, they would likely thrive until spring. Indeed, I noticed that the temperature had risen above freezing. Jiang Sheng retrieved a small thermometer and decisively hung it in the house. Today, Jiang Sheng intends to venture outside the base, accompanied by Sero. Previously, the base was teeming with people, leaving Sero with little room to roam. Now that the crowd has thinned, it is only fitting that Sero be granted the freedom to explore. Upon entering the outside world, Sero joyfully circled around Jiang Sheng, instinctively keeping his distance from others, as if he sensed their ill intentions. The survivors gazed at Sero with wide eyes, their interest piqued. Such a beauty. How much food can we trade for this dog? A group of men approached, their eyes glistening with hunger. Not for sale, Jiang Sheng replied coldly. However, the persistent men were undeterred. It's been ages since we had meat. We'll trade you 4 bags of rice. Does that show enough sincerity? One man in black chuckled, revealing yellowed teeth that made Jiang Sheng furrow her brows in disgust. She brandished her katana before her, declaring, I said, not for sale. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Third brother, I don't think we need to be polite with this woman. A long-haired man squeezed forward, his bangs a tangled mess. Jiang Sheng could tell he hadn't washed his hair in at least 2 months, the stench of the group wafting towards her from a distance. The men exchanged glances and chuckled, one of them leering, Hey, little lady, you're not bad-looking. Come with us, and I guarantee you'll eat twice a day. Jiang Sheng unsheathed his blade, eliciting laughter from several men. Women should refrain from wielding such things daily. Brother, I have a stick here. Let's have some fun tonight. Ha ha ha. Sero sensed the murderous intent emanating from the man before him and bared his teeth at the group. Suddenly, he was tackled to the ground by Sero, while the foul-breathed man attempted to stab him, only to be nimbly evaded. Witnessing the audacity of the foul-breathed man, Jiang Sheng's fury ignited. In the blink of an eye, he dashed in front of the man and swung his katana down with lethal precision. The foul-breathed man's right hand was severed cleanly by Jiang Sheng's strike. The remaining men charged towards Jiang Sheng in unison. He first blocked their attacks with his katana, then delivered a horizontal slash that tore through one man's abdomen. Without hesitation, he turned his attention back to the previous assailant, raining down a flurry of strikes, each one drawing blood. The cacophony of the battle gradually attracted a number of survivors. Auntie, we were wrong. Please stop. We'll leave right now. We'll leave. The foul-breathed man sobbed, tears streaming down his face. The cold weather dulled the pain in his arm, and he could only feel the absence of his right hand. A terror-induced numbness. Jiang Sheng cast a sidelong glance at the man with foul breath, who had already been frightened to the point of losing control. The 5 men who had encircled Jiang Sheng, along with their dog, were all met with a swift retribution that would leave anyone incredulous if recounted. Very well, I advise you to leave at once, Jiang Sheng admonished, glaring fiercely at them. The 5 men hastily scrambled to their feet and fled into the alley. However, Jiang Sheng was not one to exhibit such mercy. His restraint was due to the considerable number of onlookers that had gathered. What if someone were to resort to underhanded tactics? Jiang Sheng, accompanied by Ciro, closely pursued the group, seizing the opportunity to swiftly comprehend their vulnerabilities while they were unguarded. A grudge had already been established, and Jiang Sheng would not find peace until it was thoroughly resolved. What began as a joyous outing had been thoroughly disrupted by these individuals. The dormitory area bore the scars of 2 devastating hailstorms, leaving the hastily constructed buildings in a state of disrepair, resembling nothing more than shoddy craftsmanship. Amidst the ruins of Longquan Base, few souls were visible. Previously, they had encountered a larger crowd near the administrative building, but upon reaching the entrance of the base, not a single person could be seen. Jiang Sheng estimated that the base now likely harbored fewer than 1,000 individuals. Even with mental preparation, he did not anticipate that such an event would arrive so swiftly. Today, Ciro seemed to have enjoyed himself. Jiang Sheng was truly impressed by this furry companion, for the enhanced German Shepherd's combat prowess was indeed remarkable. Upon returning to the villa, he recounted the day's events to Maya and the others, who were all taken aback. Chapter 87. The damaged botanical garden. Such occurrences will undoubtedly recur in the future. It is prudent to remain somewhat prepared and not to hold an overly optimistic view of humanity. Jiang Hao sat solemnly on a chair and stated, "In truth, I have consumed human flesh." Everyone turned to Jiang Shaohua with wide eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. After a brief silence, Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What was its taste?" Jiang Sheng approached and twisted Jiang Shaohua's ear, asking, "Have you truly experienced it?" "Stop, stop, stop. Sister, have you never nibbled on the dead skin of your fingers?" Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, repeatedly crying out in pain. Jiang Sheng, rendered speechless, gave him a kick to the backside. "I am merely trying to liven up the atmosphere," he remarked. Jiang Shaohua rubbed his ears, which had turned red from Jiang Sheng's earlier pinch. Jiang Hao was preparing to scavenge for supplies in the ruins of the base, accompanied by Jiang Sheng and Wang Zhengxi, while Jiang Shaohua remained at home. After more than a week of stability, it was likely that the base had already been thoroughly searched. However, adhering to the principle of taking whatever could be found, it was preferable to venture out rather than anxiously wait at home. Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng followed Wang Zhengxi, who was far more familiar with the base than either of them. Each building in the base bore varying degrees of damage, evoking a sense of having recently endured war. Wang Zhengxi led them to a single-story house. "I had no idea there were bungalows in the base," Jiang Sheng observed keenly, noting that there was nothing unusual about the surroundings. "This is a supply hub directly connected to the villa area, and most people are unaware of it. I've only been here once," Wang Zhengxi explained as he ushered them inside. As they stepped onto the floor, a sticky texture enveloped their feet. Upon looking down, they discovered the room was filled with mud. "It seems the items here have already been moved. Let's see if there is anything useful," Jiang Sheng suggested, scanning the corners where he spotted some shovels, small knives, and ropes. However, the most promising areas yielded little of value, indicating that the Wang family had taken quite a bit in collaboration with the authorities. Jiang Hao continued to follow Wang Zhengxi in their search, while Jiang Sheng decided to leave on his own. Jiang Hao, fully aware of Jiang Sheng's capabilities, had no cause for concern. "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Wang Zhengxi inquired, a flicker of worry crossing his face. Jiang Sheng waved his hand dismissively, assuring that he was fine and would see them in the evening. The entrance of the botanical garden was firmly shut, which surprised him. Had no one visited this place for an entire week? After considerable effort, he retrieved a hammer from his spatial storage and managed to break open the door. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious interior, devoid of any small doors typical of museums. Numerous large tables were set out, adorned with an array of books. Jiang Sheng casually picked up the most recent volume, which detailed the cultivation process of cold-resistant potatoes, the proportions of nutrient solutions, and meticulous records of the growing process. It was evident that the base had engaged in legitimate work. Most of the herbs under the central glass dome had been removed, leaving behind only a few wilted seedlings that appeared to be struggling for survival. If left unattended, they would surely perish soon. Jiang Sheng stepped into the glass enclosure and collected the remaining herbs into his spatial storage. instructing the system to find a suitable location for planting them. Nearby, a table contained records of the herbs, alleviating any concerns regarding their efficacy. With each herb he harvested, Jiang Sheng cross-referenced with the documentation. Astragalus, Rehmannia, Gastrodia, Dendrobium, honeysuckle, common medicinal plants indeed. The remaining seedlings were few in number, and within 20 minutes, Jiang Sheng had completed his task. Gazing at the expansive glass dome, he attempted to store it within his spatial realm, and was pleasantly surprised when it complied. Previously, Xiao had informed him of their underground cultivation efforts, yet he had not come across any subterranean areas since his arrival. After circling the plantation for a considerable time, he discovered a small warehouse. Upon entering, he found various large drawers, clearly designated for storing traditional Chinese medicine. Opening each drawer revealed an unvaried outcome. They were all empty, having been cleared out by the Wang family. Such a large cabinet seemed a waste, so Jiang Sheng decided to take it all, as the spatial storage lacked traditional herbs. Once he cultivated them, he could neatly organize them in the cabinet without the need for personal classification. To the right, he noticed several large wooden crates, and upon opening them, he discovered they were filled with enormous bottles. Jiang Sheng's eyes widened at the sight of nutrient solutions. It appeared the previous occupants had deemed these too heavy to transport, thus leaving them behind. This turn of events was fortuitous for Jiang Sheng. Once he had stored everything in his spatial realm, he exited the warehouse. Adjacent to the small warehouse was another door. Pushing it open revealed a passageway leading underground. It seemed the entrance to the subterranean area was located here. With a flashlight in his left hand and a handgun in his right, he proceeded with caution into the narrow corridor, barely wide enough for a single person. Upon reaching the end, he discovered a switch, presumably for the lights. Jiang Sheng activated it, and indeed, the lights flickered to life. The underground cultivation area was in even worse condition. It was evident that the previous occupants had fled in haste. Scattered across the floor were numerous herbs, along with potatoes and sweet potatoes, lying haphazardly on the ground. Jiang Sheng, undeterred by the circumstances, collected a considerable amount as she walked, fortunate that the previous cold weather had preserved them well. Only upon witnessing the entirety of the underground cultivation area did she comprehend why the recruitment had been so limited. The available land was indeed scant. It was no wonder that the authorities chose to abandon their posts. Although the underground could yield some produce, the quantities were woefully insufficient to sustain the tens of thousands residing in the base. As the leader, failing to provide adequate compensation would inevitably lead to discontent among the residents. Faced with the prospect of freezing or starving in the harsh winter, it seemed more prudent to abscond with whatever resources one could muster. Yet, the grim reality remained that they had forsaken thousands of survivors. Even now, many among them possessed numerous unused points, leading to a palpable resentment towards the authorities and the Wang family among every survivor of Longquan Base. After retrieving a substantial collection of tools, hoes, shovels, sacks, and sickles, Jiang Sheng exited the greenhouse, her harvest deemed satisfactory, ensuring she had not returned empty-handed. "Sister, have you been farming?" Jiang Shaohua approached, catching the hoe from Jiang Sheng's hands. Jiang Sheng rolled her eyes and said, "Please refrain from speaking. It makes our Jiang family seem devoid of intellect." Outside, people were consuming a type of coarse grain cake, which was essentially a mixture of wheat chaff, tree roots, and bark, combined with wild vegetables and fragments of rice or other grains to form a dry cake. Its dark appearance suggested a texture that would be difficult to swallow. Occasionally, Jiang Sheng would secretly add some fragments of rice into the rice sack. Otherwise, their entire family could easily consume a large bowl of rice in a single day. Most of the food was stored in Jiang Sheng's room, and no one objected. "Xiao Sheng, how much longer can our food last?" Jiang Hao inquired with concern. "If we ration it, we can manage for another 3 months without significant issues," Jiang Sheng replied, speaking the truth. Under conditions of minimal energy expenditure, 3 months was more than sufficient. However, the agony of hunger was far from a simple matter. In other words, if the snow had not melted or the weather had not warmed up in a month's time, the family would essentially be left with only the path of waiting for death. Jiang Sheng observed the somber expressions on everyone's faces. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu's heads drooped as if they might touch the ground. Having endured the pangs of hunger, they understood the discomfort well enough and need not be so despondent. I discovered numerous hardy potatoes and sweet potatoes. It appeared they had not been entirely unearthed. We shall return tomorrow to see how many remain. This is not mere deception. It is implausible for Jiang Sheng to have fully excavated the subterranean planting area. And there are certainly many potatoes still hidden, along with numerous small ones that the Wang family and officials have overlooked. When the time comes, we can simply seize the opportunity to utilize a couple of bottles of nutrient solution, which will suffice. Upon hearing this, morale was restored. As long as there is sustenance, survival is assured. The following day, at just past 5, before dawn had broken, Maya anxiously urged Jiang Sheng to leave, fearful of being discovered. Maya, it is still dark. There is no need to rush, Jiang Sheng replied, lazily propping himself up, while Sai Luo beside him slept soundly. No, what if others find out? This is a matter of life and death. We cannot afford to be careless. Hurry up and get out of bed. Everyone else is already awake. Maya insisted. Jiang Sheng patted his slightly plump face, feeling discontent as he glanced at the soundly sleeping Sero beside him. Upon rising, he playfully tapped Sero on the head, causing the dog to jolt awake with a startled yelp, looking bewilderedly at his master. What have I done wrong, master? Woe is me. Seeing Sero's innocent expression, Jiang Sheng's morning grumpiness began to dissipate. I cannot indulge in a lazy morning. You're not allowed to either. The house cannot be left unattended. At least one man must remain here. Among us, Jiang Shaohua possesses the least strength, and everyone else has gone out. It's so unfair, Jiang Shaohua lamented. But no one paid him any mind, except for the drowsy Sero. Sero, with his paws resting on Jiang Shaohua, seemed to convey, I understand your plight. With a flashlight in hand, Jiang Sheng led the way, while Maya cradled Miao Miao and Aunt Shui held on to Xiao Lu. Their pace was brisk as they journeyed towards the planting area. Upon arrival, Jiang Sheng guided everyone underground, fortunate that the lights were functional. Otherwise, navigating in darkness would have been quite unbearable. Hey, look what I found, Mei exclaimed, as she unearthed 2 potatoes the size of ping-pong balls with a single swing of her hoe. Mom, you're amazing, Miao Miao exclaimed, placing the small potatoes into a burlap sack. With their initial harvest in hand, everyone busied themselves. The soil in the underground planting area was softer than that outside, yet still quite firm. Jiang Sheng observed that Maya had to dig several times to create a single hole, and Aunt Shui encountered similar challenges. But smiles adorned their faces. By the time the other survivors arrived, Jiang Sheng and his group had only harvested half. Once their basket was full, Jiang Sheng decided not to continue. He felt a deep sense of contentment with their yield. Moreover, one should always leave a little for others. After all, everyone deserves a chance to thrive. If they were to completely deplete the potatoes and sweet potatoes here, how would that differ from the practices of the Wang family? Jiang Sheng placed 2 bottles of nutrient solution in the corner. Without this nourishment, the potatoes and sweet potatoes would struggle to survive in such weather. The survivors tossed the potatoes on the ground, laboriously excavating 2 small tubers, and upon seeing them, one knelt down and wept. Lacking tools, they could only throw the earth slowly by hand, and with each passing moment, more survivors joined, acutely aware that if they did not hasten their efforts, hunger would gnaw at their bellies for days. Witnessing the frenzy of digging among the survivors, a pang of bitterness welled up within Jiang Sheng's heart. Let us just have a light meal and rest early tonight. Tomorrow we must tend to the yard and plant some ourselves, Jiang Sheng declared before heating some dry rations. Feeling utterly devoid of energy to cook, her hands felt foreign, aching painfully with the slightest touch, while the others fared little better. Finally, relief came. By the following morning, Jiang Sheng awoke feeling sore and weary, her entire body aching as though it might fall apart. Thankfully, she had stretched and taken a bath the previous night. Otherwise, she might not have been able to rise from bed today. After lounging in bed for a while, she ventured outside and found no one around. Not even Jiang Hao had risen. Entering the kitchen, Jiang Sheng retrieved a potato from her space and mixed it with a few of the tubers they had unearthed the day before. After preparing the flour, she added 2 eggs. The dough was sizable, but she knew better than to add too many eggs, lest the flavor be compromised. She also included some vitamins. Having indulged in secret snacks, her own nutrition was not a concern, yet they had gone far too long without vegetables. She sliced the potatoes into strips and mixed them with flour, waiting for the oil to heat before beginning to fry them. The aroma was delightful. "Here, try this," Jiang Sheng offered, using chopsticks to present a piece. "Thank you," Wang Zhengxi replied, his eyes lighting up as he took a bite of the potato pancake. "Don't forget to acknowledge the chef. Go rouse the others before it cools down," Jiang Sheng said with a proud smile. Chapter 88. Warming up after finishing breakfast and resting for a while, Jiang Sheng began preparing to plant the cold-resistant potatoes. These potatoes grow rapidly, maturing in merely a month, though they remain small and lack flavor. Jiang Sheng had learned the planting techniques from her readings. The small courtyard of the villa was not expansive, and the quantity of potatoes available for planting was also limited. The cold-resistant variety was slightly larger, so Jiang Sheng, along with Maya, Miao Miao, and Aunt Shui, selected the best ones, while the men in the yard loosened the soil. Fortunately, the recent warming trend had softened the ground, making it easier to work. By the time Jiang Sheng finished selecting the potatoes and sweet potatoes, the earth was already turned. Each potato was halved, and nutrient solution was applied to each piece. Once this was done, they could be buried in the soil without the need for watering at this stage. They simply needed to wait. Will they survive like this? Maya asked, worry etched on her face as she gazed at the planted tubers. "I believe it will be fine. This is what our notes indicate," Jiang Sheng reassured her, retrieving the notes from her bedroom to show the others. A man approached from a distance, one Jiang Sheng had noticed observing them earlier. "Hello. May I ask what you are planting?" Yi Kongcheng approached with a beaming smile and inquired, "I live next door." Yi Kongcheng then displayed a look of astonishment and asked, "So you have harvested? May I exchange something with you?" Jiang Sheng smiled and remarked that it depended on what it was. Meanwhile, the man appeared quite familiar, shaking hands with everyone, but he paused for a few seconds when facing Wang Zhengxi, then nodded at him. After the man departed, Jiang Sheng approached Wang Zhengxi, inquiring if he knew him. Wang Zhengxi picked up a hoe and, while walking towards the villa, explained, "Yes, he is the vice captain of the base's army, Yi Kongcheng." Jiang Sheng raised an eyebrow, questioning, did he not leave with the officials? Wang Zhengxi replied, "Someone has to take the blame." Jiang Sheng remarked, "That sounds rather unfortunate for him." Jiang Sheng observed the neighboring Yi Kongcheng, where 5 young men seemed to have an ample supply of food. With the recent warming of the weather, they occasionally ventured out for a few hours. However, what surprised Jiang Sheng was that within a mere week, the temperature had soared to over 10 degrees. Now, aside from the slopes, the snow had melted everywhere else, and fortunately, most of the roads in the villa area were paved with concrete. The potatoes and sweet potatoes planted in the yard were gradually sprouting. Yesterday, Yi Kongcheng had come over to inquire if they wished to explore the situation together. Jiang Hao deemed it necessary, and Jiang Sheng also saw this as an opportunity to venture out. At noon, Jiang Sheng donned a trench coat and slung a bag over her shoulder as she and Jiang Hao exited the villa. Yi Kongcheng was waiting at the entrance with a young man approximately 175 meters tall. The youth smiled, revealing 2 charming canine teeth. "Hello, Jiang Sheng and brother Jiang. I'm Gu Xiaobei. Just call me Xiaobei." Jiang Sheng's initial impression of Gu Xiaobei was quite favorable. He appeared to be a lively young man. The 4 of them gradually exited the villa district, and at this moment, the delivery personnel had become mere survivors, wandering aimlessly, their eyes devoid of any spark. "Brother Jiang, where shall we head first?" Yi Kongcheng inquired, perhaps sensing Jiang Hao's remarkable capabilities or simply acknowledging his seniority. "Let us go to the reservoir. I recall it is not far from here. Previously, we relied on melted snow for water, but now that it has ceased to snow, the taps yield nothing, and we cannot drink from the puddles on the ground. Be cautious. The concrete walls here are perilously narrow. Do not slip," Jiang Sheng cautioned, recalling how Wang Zhengxi had fallen from this very reservoir, and had it not been for Jiang Sheng and the others, he would have likely perished. The 4 approached the edge of the reservoir with utmost care. Much of the water had thawed, and numerous leaves floated atop the surface. Jiang Sheng could even discern the bodies of animals adrift in the murky water. I wonder if this water is still safe to drink, mused Jiang Sheng, frowning at the tainted liquid and the floating rodents. In this apocalyptic world, even the slightest misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Jiang Sheng tilted her head to gaze across the river, where the once frozen waters had transformed back into a surging flood. Observing the distant expanse of the water, devoid of any ripples, she couldn't help but feel as though the entire world had shrunk to just the few thousand people at the base. The silence was profound, almost suffocating. The melting snow had rendered the ground outside a quagmire. Each step taken left her feet coated in mud, making even the simplest act of lifting her foot a laborious task. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng slipped and tumbled to the side, expecting to fall in a rather ungainly manner. She was surprised to find herself steadied by Gu Xiaobei, who caught her just before she landed in the muck. Upon seeing the gentle smile on the face of the young man supporting her, she felt a rush of warmth. "Thank you," she murmured, her heart fluttering at the kindness he displayed. It struck her as curious how her heart raced. Was it possible to develop feelings so readily? She had previously harbored a fondness for Wang Zhengxi, yet now she found herself drawn to this tender-hearted young man. After spending half a day in his company, she learned that their group of 5 hailed from the eastern province, having executed a mission in Longquan prior to the calamity. Following the disaster, they had accompanied the authorities to evacuate and subsequently establish the Longquan base by the reservoir at Xinshan. It was no wonder they were all so tall. Their origins explain much. Lying in bed, Jiang Sheng mused to herself. The temperature was comfortably regulated thanks to her thermal clothing. The anime she had been watching had concluded without her even realizing it, prompting her to select a melodramatic television series, long and overly sentimental. Before the apocalypse, such dramas had frustrated her immensely. Yet now, she found herself engrossed in the tale of a woman who, after being wronged, made a grand return to reclaim her dignity. Relishing every episode before sleep, setting aside her tablet, she reached over to pet Sero, who lay beside her. "Haven't you grown a bit too large?" she teased, pinching his large ears. Sero, aware of her gaze, responded with a playful grin, sticking out his tongue as he reveled in her affection. Lying on the bed, he now measured nearly 1.5 meters, and with his tail included, he exceeded 1.7. Nevertheless, Jiang Sheng was unperturbed. After all, being a German shepherd, a larger size was acceptable. Even so, she pondered the considerable amount of food Sero consumed at each meal and felt the need to stockpile dog food in her spatial cabin, fretting over the prospect of not being able to support him in the future. The specialized dog food she prepared consisted of a blend of flour, chicken breast, dog kibble, and various vegetables, emphasizing both quantity and balanced nutrition. She diligently provided Sero with the necessary supplements and care products each month, and despite his impressive size, he showed no signs of shedding. His fur remained soft and odorless. Holding him close was infinitely more comforting than any man, and Jiang Sheng cherished this affectionate bond. As days passed, the temperature rose to 25 degrees, marking the 9th month since the apocalypse. Congratulations, host. You have checked in for 9 months. Please select one of the following as your reward. 1. 60 hours of spatial access. 2. Doubling the growth rate of spatial plants. 3. Upgrade the exchange shop. Upgrade? What could it possibly entail? Jiang Sheng immediately felt intrigued. It had been quite some time since the marketplace had received any updates, as he had not encountered any other edible items. Having understood the system's explanation regarding the use of gold coins to exchange for goods, he eagerly contemplated the possibility of acquiring little pigs or calves. His tone gradually grew more animated. After posing several inquiries to the system, Jiang Sheng sensed that perhaps he had spoken enough for one day, as the system remained silent thereafter. Now, I wish to access the exchange shop. With daily check-ins granting 4 hours of entry into the space, that should suffice. The plants in the fertile soil of the space grow rapidly enough. Future considerations can wait. For now, I am truly eager to explore the exchange shop. The exchange shop has been opened. Jiang Sheng discovered that beside the previous shop, a new panel had emerged over the course of a year, displaying various items. A bottle of mineral water for 1 gold coin, a pair of piglets for 1,000 gold coins, and a pair of calves for 1,500 gold coins. Jiang Sheng meticulously compared the exchange rates and found that this marketplace was quite reasonable. If she were to raise the piglets to maturity and exchange the pork with the store, she could earn 2,000 gold coins, a guaranteed profit. Fortunately, she possessed ample wealth, as the items in her space could be exchanged for a considerable amount of gold. Without hesitation, Jiang Sheng purchased 5 pairs of piglets, 5 pairs of calves, 7 pairs of lambs, and 5 pairs of foals. In addition to these commonplace animals, she also acquired some exotic game that was hardly available before the apocalypse. However, as the system tended to the farm, it soon interjected when Jiang Sheng contemplated further purchases. Farm has reached its limit. In her excitement, she had forgotten that the farm was rather limited in size. Jiang Sheng smacked her forehead, realizing that women often become so engrossed in the purchasing page that they feel the need for everything. It seemed she would need to expand her living space in the future. The living space, in comparison to the storage space, was like comparing sesame seeds to a small car. Jiang Sheng could be said to have spoken the sweetest words in the past month. The sweet potato vines have begun to sprout, albeit not very lushly. Today, the temperature finally dropped, resting at a comfortable 25 degrees. Jiang Hao, accompanied by Jiang Shaohua, Wang Zhengxi, and a few others from the adjacent villa, went to the reservoir to fetch water, as the pipeline connecting the base to the reservoir had burst due to freezing. Now, everyone must carry buckets to obtain water. The water in the reservoir has been circulating for a few days, rendering it relatively clear. Maya, shall we turn over the soil in the parking lot? The parking lot in the villa area is grassy, and the base lacks ample cement pathways, despite being in a villa district. What is wrong? There are no potato seeds. Maya assumed Jiang Sheng intended to plant more potatoes. I have other vegetable seeds in my bag. We should still be able to grow something, Jiang Sheng replied, dashing to the bedroom to retrieve a bag in which the seeds had been meticulously organized. Upon receiving it, Maya took a closer look and indeed recognized only the chili seeds, while guessing the others might be various types of beans. Without further ado, the entire family set to work turning the soil. Sister Sheng, where are you all going? Gu Xiaobei emerged from the villa, her face radiating with a bright smile. Curious about Jiang Sheng leading Miao Miao and Xiao Lu outside, she inquired, can I help? Would you be able to spare me some vegetables or seeds? Gu Xiaobei trotted over, her gaze fixed eagerly on Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng felt her cheeks flush under the gaze of that puppy-like smile. I can share some seeds with you. Wang Jing, come out to work. Gu Xiaobei called out toward the villa. A youth with a darker complexion emerged, slightly taller than Gu Xiaobei, with sparse eyebrows and a ruggedly handsome face. What's the matter, Xiaobei? As Wang Jing approached, Jiang Sheng realized he was the strongest among the 5. Sister Sheng is giving us seeds, and we will help Sister Sheng with her work. He grinned, hey boss Sheng. Wang Jing also smiled at Jiang Sheng, and indeed, they were benefiting from receiving the seeds. Jiang Sheng handed 2 hammers to the 2 men, joking that if they didn't work diligently, there would be no wages. They must indeed work hard. Gu Xiaobei pulled Wang Jing down to the fields. With the assistance of the 2 men, their efficiency significantly improved. Both were earnest individuals who did not shirk their duties. Jiang Sheng held a favorable impression of the boys in the neighboring dormitory, as they were, at the very least, not unpleasant. As the weather warmed, the task of loosening the soil felt entirely different from that in winter, and even Xiao Wu worked at a swift pace. After reviewing the agricultural materials previously downloaded in the spatial repository, Jiang Sheng commenced sowing seeds. However, he now faced a dilemma concerning the fertilizer. Jiang Sheng would not allow them to toil without recompense. This evening, I shall treat you all to a meal. Although the work is arduous and unseemly, in this apocalyptic era, no one would dare to be choosy about the nature of their tasks. The 2 looked at the tricycle and then departed. Jiang Sheng meticulously sorted the seeds left for them, and there were merely 2 small handfuls. Only 2 pieces of preserved pork ribs remained, one of which she couldn't bear to consume. Mei was well aware that the 2 young men had contributed significantly, as most of the labor today was theirs. She intended to prepare ample ingredients for Aunt Shui's grand feast. Maya, there are still a few dried fish here. Shall we cook them all? Jiang Sheng inquired, holding out a string of dried fish in his right hand while clutching a bunch of dried mushrooms in the other. although the vegetables were somewhat scarce. Increasing the staple food would suffice. Jiang Sheng diced potatoes and sweet potatoes into the rice, enhancing its flavor. Previously, everyone had enjoyed the potato shreds pancakes he made, and luckily there were still some shreds available in the space, which he decided to mix in during the stirring process to elevate the taste. Upon learning this, Jiang Hao invited the 5 young men from next door to join them, mentioning that they had been quite helpful in fetching water today. Chapter 89. A brief interlude. Apologies for the intrusion, sister-in-law. Yi Kongcheng entered with 4 companions, carrying 2 bottles of beer. Brother Jiang, shall we indulge together? Yi Kongcheng shook the bottles in his hand. Once the dishes were ready and brought to the table, the 2 bottles of beer were quickly divided among the several large men, each enjoying their share. What are your plans for the future? Jiang Hao inquired. Taking a small sip from his cup, Yi Kongcheng set down his chopsticks and replied with a smile. Today, I heard from Xiao Bei that you intend to cultivate the land. We shall benefit from that as well, won't we? Now, the ice has melted. We cannot venture far. We all know the dangers of consuming anything from the water, so we must make do with what we have amidst this desolation. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. The meal was lively, signifying a united front between the 2 families. Jiang Hao understood that with only 3 men from his household, they could not defend this territory alone. Collaboration was indeed essential. Jiang Sheng did not ponder extensively. She had a fallback plan in case of an emergency, as she would flee with Sailor. Yi Kongcheng possessed an electric tricycle, which could be pedaled manually or powered electrically, making it relatively convenient for transporting timber. Other survivors, upon noticing Jiang Sheng's vegetable seedlings, expressed a desire to trade for a plant. However, Jiang Sheng had a limited supply and could only consider exchanging seeds once they were harvested. The 2 families took turns keeping watch. For if the scant land they tended were to be pilfered, they would truly be left with nothing to eat. Jiang Sheng comprehended this principle and began to scatter vegetable seeds within the base, opting for resilient greens that could thrive. If, in the end, only 2 families had vegetables, it would be futile for thousands to scramble for them, regardless of their strength. Moreover, the survivors in the post-apocalyptic world are indeed pitiable. Assisting them without revealing the existence of one's own space is a manifestation of utmost benevolence. Have you heard? Yesterday, the daughter of the Qian family went missing. Wasn't it said that Zhao Chang's son was the one who had disappeared? Zhao Chang's son is also missing. Jiang Sheng listened for a while and soon grasped the situation. People were once again vanishing from a base, and in a mere 2 days, several individuals had already disappeared from the population. This incident inevitably brought to mind the unsettling events from a few months prior. Why were people still going missing? Could it be that someone had ingested something they should not have? Speaking of which, weren't there many white mare folk during that time? Wang Zhengxi suddenly interjected. It seems so. Are you suggesting that they re-emerged after the ice melted? Jiang Hao elucidated. We must exercise greater caution. No one should act alone, Jiang Sheng advised. While she herself felt a deep concern for those white fish-like beings, phenomena that defied scientific explanation. By the following day, Jiang Sheng received news that, indeed, someone had spotted a white figure the previous night. Consequently, all the survivors began deliberating on the idea of congregating for safety. They shifted their focus to the high-rise buildings adjacent to the villa area, which consisted of a series of retail stores. Although the conditions were not as favorable as those in the administrative building, it was better to be in groups for safety, particularly since these spaces were currently vacant. Meanwhile, a portion of the individuals chose to remain in the administrative building, albeit in more cramped quarters. Jiang Sheng strolled through the base, accompanied by Sero, a great dog that had become well known among the inhabitants over the past month. Naturally, no one dared to harbor any ill intentions towards its master. Sister, could you spare some food? A ragged little boy emerged, kneeling on the ground as he looked up at Jiang Sheng with hopeful eyes. Jiang Sheng surveyed the group of children surrounding him and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Do you all know each other? At that moment, the little boy felt hesitant to speak, for he knew that when there were many people around, even the kindest souls would not offer such an abundance of food. Nevertheless, he nodded in affirmation. Jiang Sheng made his way into the crowd, and upon seeing the scraps they clutched in their hands, he realized the depths of their despair. "What about your parents?" he inquired. A little girl, around 5 years old, blinked her large eyes and replied nonchalantly, "They have all fled." When Jiang Sheng arrived, she was already aware that such a situation would arise. Subsequently, she rummaged through her backpack and produced a dozen or so dry rations. "Sister cannot assist you much, but I hope you all managed to survive." The children's gazes turned towards the little boy who had initially come to beg. He appeared to be their leader. Jiang Sheng handed the rations to him, saying, "I will only help this once. Do not seek me out again. You know there are no good people around now." The little boy solemnly nodded after receiving the rations and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Jiang Sheng's heart had long since become numb, for such occurrences transpired incessantly in various locales. She followed Sero as they journeyed beyond the confines of the base, encountering several well-meaning individuals along the way who cautioned her against venturing outside, warning of the monsters lurking beyond. These monsters naturally referred to the fishmen. After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Sheng continued her trek outward, passing by a reservoir and traversing a thicket of trees until she reached Sero. Upon arriving, she found herself at a dead end. "Are you certain they're this way?" she inquired. "Woof." Sero wagged his tail, leading Jiang Sheng forward until they stood before a vast pit ahead. Jiang Sheng cast a glance downward, and with that single glance, her stomach churned. The pale, fish-like figures lay sprawled in the large pit, exuding an exceedingly repugnant stench. Aside from the motionless white figures, the pit was also stained with crimson blood. There was no need for Jiang Sheng to contemplate further to discern the source of the horrific sight. Jiang Sheng extracted gasoline from the space and began pouring it in, followed by a generous amount of hay. He then tossed the landmine that Jiang Hao had previously given him into the mixture and swiftly retreated to the safety of the space with Sero. After a few moments of calm within the confines of the space, Jiang Sheng emerged to find the deep pit before him filled with fragments of flesh, the acrid scent wafting toward his nostrils. "Thank you, Sero," he said, crouching down to embrace his companion. Sero leaned his head against Jiang Sheng, his tail wagging incessantly behind him, seemingly offering comfort to his master. Chapter 90. Bamboo Shoots, Bamboo Fungus, and Bamboo Worms. The Mandarin duck pot was set in the center, adorned with lamb rolls, beef tripe, duck blood, meatballs, and an array of vegetables, accompanied by an unlimited supply of crayfish. Additionally, he procured fragrant snails and shark meat from the spatial marketplace. Sero's bowl was filled with an assortment of meats, freeze-dried delicacies, and snacks. As the duo indulged in a delightful feast, the beef tripe was ready to consume within mere seconds, and Jiang Sheng relished the crisp texture of such delights, while the crayfish, skewered together, offered an exhilarating experience. Indeed, no trouble could withstand the remedy of a hot pot meal. If one was insufficient, then two would suffice. After their repast, they enjoyed a refreshing bath to cleanse the lingering aroma of the hot pot before venturing outside with Sero. Upon returning home, they found Meiya and Aunt Chui tending to the weeds in the field with several little ones. Jiang Sheng picked up a hoe to lend a hand. "Xiao Sheng, where have you been?" Meiya inquired with concern as she pulled at the weeds. "Sister Meiya, look what I found," Jiang Sheng said, retrieving 3 green eggs from his pocket. "Oh my, these are chicken eggs. Where did you get them?" Meiya exclaimed excitedly, abandoning the weeds. "These are from my farm. They're actually wild chicken eggs. It's not out of the ordinary to find them, especially since I caught some wild chickens last winter. I was fortunate. I was just foraging in the woods for any edible insects when I stumbled upon them, though there were only 3. 3 is fine. If we can hatch them, we can raise chickens," exclaimed Meow Meow, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the eggs in Jiang Sheng's hands. Jiang Sheng crouched down and placed the egg before Meow Meow, eagerly awaiting the moment it would hatch into a chick for her to nurture. However, the egg was quite fragile, and Meow Meow was cautioned against handling it too roughly, along with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Meow Meow nodded earnestly, assuring, "I will take good care of the egg." Meanwhile, Xiao Lu leaned in with an eager expression, gazing at the egg. "Let me have it. I've successfully hatched one back at home," he declared. Aunt Chui, approaching with a warm smile, chimed in, "That would be wonderful." That evening, Meiya and Jiang Hao began preparing the chicken coop. Upon seeing the bamboo, Jiang Sheng was reminded of bamboo shoots. No, sister. Brother Jiang already took us to see them. It will probably be another month, Jiang Shaohua remarked while roasting his feet by the stove, noting that his relationship with Wang Jingxi had notably improved. You have no idea how clumsy Wang Jingxi is. Ha! He can trip over flat ground, Jiang Shaohua teased. Wang Jingxi's face flushed with embarrassment. That was an accident. Cough, cough. An accident. Jiang Sheng observed with delight that the two individuals could now engage in playful banter. A clear indication that life was gradually improving day by day. Over the past week, there had been no reports of anyone going missing, yet the lingering anxiety remained. For one could never be certain when calamity might strike again. The crops in the fields were steadily flourishing. The first batch of potatoes and sweet potatoes was now ready for harvest, while early growing vegetables like green beans and chives were also ready to be picked. Furthermore, the greens that Jiang Sheng had sown in various corners of the base began to thrive. Though small in stature, these greens were eagerly plucked by the survivors, who were increasingly coveting Jiang Sheng's garden. Out of 3 eggs, only 2 hatched, but the fortunate news was that one was male and the other female. The unhatched egg was discarded, though it was likely taken by someone and consumed. The chicks were reared in the villa's courtyard, cared for by Xiao Wu and Aunt Shui, while the little ones busily dug up worms to feed them, and the abundance of vegetable leaves at home was more than sufficient to sustain several chicks. Time passed in tranquil succession, with the bedrooms in the villa somewhat distant from one another. Jiang Sheng had arranged her own room to her satisfaction, often spending her leisure hours watching television dramas or indulging in solitary games. When Jiang Hao, along with several men, set about expanding the vegetable garden for a second planting, Jiang Sheng shared seeds with other survivors, primarily exchanging them for potatoes and sweet potatoes. Following the harvest of the first batch of potatoes, the open spaces in the base were nearly filled with these crops, which had been genetically improved for rapid growth. At this juncture, the community was no longer concerned with flavor. The priority was simply to ensure their bellies were full, which took precedence over all else. Jiang Sheng extracted a honeysuckle and some mint seeds from the spatial realm and deceitfully claimed to others that he had discovered them in the nearby woods. Jiang Sheng, shall we go for bamboo shoots together today? Wang Jingxi emerged from the inner room, inquiring of Jiang Sheng. Certainly. When shall we set off? Jiang Sheng replied. The bamboo roots in the spatial realm had already sprouted, and he was astonished by the remarkable growth in the black soil. A few minutes later, Jiang Hao, accompanied by Jiang Shaohua and 2 individuals led by Yi Kongcheng, made their way towards the base, a total of 7 people. Each carried a large backpack and held a basket in hand, ready for a significant endeavor. Ha! Are you all preparing to raid a bamboo shoot haven? Jiang Sheng jested with a smile. Sister Jiang Sheng, you don't understand. Dried bamboo shoots can be preserved for a year, so we must gather plenty. Yi Kongcheng replied cheerfully, already anticipating the bounty. The group armed themselves with tools and containers, preparing to descend a mountain. Along the way, numerous passers-by inquired about their destination, but they could not disclose their intentions, at least not until they had gathered a sufficient amount of bamboo shoots. Being a group of youthful and vigorous individuals, they reached the familiar cave entrance after 3 hours of descent. So how does it feel, Xiao Shizi? Familiar, isn't it? Jiang Shaohua teased, resting his hand on Wang Jingxi's shoulder. Yes, I appreciate your help with the matters of the past, Wang Jingxi responded. Jiang Shaohua was taken aback by the seriousness of the situation. After clearing his throat twice, he fell silent. Oh, so you share a connection here? Gu Xiaobei remarked with a curious expression directed at Wang Jingxi. Ultimately, it was Jiang Shaohua who recounted the harrowing experiences of Yi Kongxing and his companions during the winter. As they absorbed the tale, they soon reached the bamboo grove. Sister, I can already see the bamboo shoots. Let us see who can gather more, Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, dashing towards the thicket. TCH, how childish, Jiang Sheng said, swiftly catching up and snatching the bamboo shoots Jiang Shaohua had just harvested. Huh, now I am in the lead. You're being unfair. Noticing the lively atmosphere, the competitive spirits of the men were ignited. They mused that while aiming for first place was commendable, they certainly could not allow Jiang Sheng, a girl, to surpass them. Golden bamboo shoots are edible, rich in protein, amino acids, and keratin, and contain various trace elements that aid digestion and promote appetite. Upon seeing the identification results, Jiang Sheng felt a sense of relief. Sister, there's a peculiar mushroom over here. Come quickly. Jiang Shaohua suddenly shouted from short distance, startling Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng approached, a single punch threatening to petrify her sister. Then, casting her gaze downward, she noticed the mushrooms at her feet, black-capped with white stems. Further afield, one mushroom had unfurled its cap, resembling a petite dress. Surely, they cannot be poisonous. Is it not said that the most aesthetically pleasing mushrooms are often toxic? Wang Jingxi also crouched down, following Jiang Sheng's gaze toward the fungi on the ground. Jiang Sheng promptly employed his identification skill. Bamboo fungus, edible. It contains various amino acids and vitamins, boasting a delightful flavor and excellent nutritional benefits, also enhancing spleen and stomach health. What a treasure! Jiang Sheng gazed at the mushroom in his hand, as if he had stumbled upon a precious gem. This is bamboo fungus, a remarkably delicious mushroom. Look, we can collect it without damaging it. After hearing Jiang Sheng's words, everyone began to search for this exquisite mushroom. The group encircled the bamboo grove, scouring extensively for bamboo fungus, neglecting to gather anything else. It wasn't too arduous at all. Thanks to you, sister, for recognizing this mushroom. Otherwise, we would have certainly missed out. Jiang Sheng simmered mushrooms and bamboo shoots in a kettle, requiring only a pinch of seasoning to evoke their delightful aromas. A group of men gathered around Jiang Sheng, their eyes fixated on the tantalizing contents of the pot. Jiang Sheng truly relished the sensation of being surrounded, akin to leading a pack of obedient puppies who heeded his every word. Let's eat, for we must get to work after our meal. He distributed a bowl to each person, and the addition of dried flatbreads rendered the meal exquisitely delightful. Once they had finished dining, Jiang Sheng began to tidy the bedding. This time, they had not brought a tent, so everyone had to squeeze together. Jiang Sheng, come quickly. There's a large fat worm in this bamboo. Upon hearing Wang Jingxi call out to him, Jiang Sheng brushed off his clothes and approached. Upon seeing the creature within the bamboo, he was taken aback. The worm was indeed rather enormous. It was thicker than an adult's thumb, with a brown head and a white body, wriggling within the bamboo shoot. Jiang Sheng noticed that the bamboo shoot in Wang Jingxi's hand appeared rather old, which explained the presence of such a worm. Bamboo worms are edible and rich in protein, along with various trace elements. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a fortuitous decision to venture out today. These were bamboo worms, thriving on tender bamboo shoots and their nourishing sap, all remarkably clean and rich in protein. Subsequently, everyone began searching for the older bamboo shoots, peeling them with anticipation. Yet, there were only a few aged ones, yielding merely 6 worms in total. Jiang Sheng, after hearing your words, I find myself salivating at the sight of these plump white worms. Yi Kongqing remarked, poking at one of the large worms resting on a leaf. Faced with the eager gazes of the crowd, Jiang Sheng could only smile helplessly and said, all right, I shall prepare these for you. But remember to call me sister. Sure, sister, came the chorus. No, Jiang Sheng is my sister, Jiang Shaohua protested, visibly reluctant, as he grappled with the notion of others claiming his sister. Nevertheless, the rest of the group paid no heed, each insisting on calling her sister with enthusiasm. Jiang Sheng began to sort the insects after coating them in oil, seasoning them solely with salt and pepper, and soon the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Brother Jiang and I, being elders, each took one, leaving the remainder for the others to share. As Jiang Sheng distributed the insects, none of the men expressed disdain, though Wang Jingxi furrowed his brow. Come now, you surely don't find me repugnant. Let us share, he remarked. Jiang Shaohua jovially draped an arm around Wang Jingxi's shoulders, courteously gesturing for him to take the first bite. At that moment, Jiang Sheng felt a sense of triumph. He had struck gold. After receiving his insect, Jiang Hao savored it, declaring it far superior to the maggots I had tasted in the rainforest. Brother Jiang, you've even eaten maggots? What do they taste like? In truth, many at the base were partaking in insect cuisine, particularly flies. The maggots merely represented a delicacy for those like Jiang Sheng, who had ample provisions but had yet to experience them. Jiang Hao regaled everyone with tales for quite some time, captivating his audience. Chapter 91. Rising temperatures. Early the next morning, Gu Xiaobei and Jiang Shaohua set off towards the base, carrying bamboo shoots on their backs. Jiang Sheng instructed the others to hang the bamboo fungus to dry, saying, "I can manage here. You all go gather the bamboo shoots." He addressed Jiang Hao and the other men. "All right, take care of yourself while you're alone." Jiang Sheng tied a slender bamboo pole between two trees, thereby creating a makeshift rod upon which he could hang the strung mushrooms to dry. Once he had gathered a sufficient quantity, he took out 3 chickens from his space and secured them with rope. A few days prior, Jiang Sheng had carefully observed those 2 feeble chicks, and he surmised that their chances of survival were quite slim. Jiang Shaohua set down the pot and first noticed the nearby chicken. Where did this chicken come from? That lad had lent a hand. Sister Maya mentioned that the survivors outside had been somewhat restless lately. Jiang Sheng nodded, proclaiming, "This chicken was caught by my sister." "Isn't that impressive?" "Incredible," Jiang Shaohua remarked, giving Jiang Sheng a thumbs up before crouching down to observe the colorful wild chickens scattered on the ground. "What luck to catch them alive!" Yi Kongchang exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "That's simply because you are too weak," Jiang Shaohua replied with a hint of pride. The group did not linger long. Soon, they resumed their tasks. Jiang Shaohua began peeling bamboo shoots, while Jiang Sheng took charge of boiling them, planning to dry them afterward. The other 3 men continued their search for more bamboo shoots, claiming they were scarce, prompting Jiang Sheng to instruct them to look for bamboo worms instead. Jiang Hao's basket was filled with plump, robust worms, more than Jiang Sheng had anticipated. However, these creatures were not easy to store, necessitating their consumption within a few days. The following day, they would only need to dry the bamboo shoots. As Jiang Sheng gazed at the water surface in the distance, he sensed something peculiar about it, though he could not pinpoint the exact difference. The group circled the area but found no other edible items, save for a few beetles. Unexpectedly, the mountainside began to shake violently midway through their exploration. Jiang Sheng clutched the nearest tree, using all his strength to stabilize himself. Unfortunately, the others were not as fortunate. Wang Jingxi and Yi Kongcheng tumbled down the mountainside. Thankfully, they did not roll far, and Jiang Sheng, watching from a distance, was uncertain of their injuries. The tremors continued for a full 2 minutes before finally subsiding. Jiang Hao immediately descended to check on their condition. Both of them bore traces of blood. Yi Kongcheng had injured his arm, while Wang Jingxi had a gash on his waist. Fortunately, neither was seriously harmed. Once the vibrations ceased, Jiang Sheng slumped to the ground, still shaken from the earlier shark attack he had faced in the city. The recent tremors had left him with lingering psychological distress. "We don't know if there will be aftershocks. We should leave quickly," Jiang Hao urged, reaching out to help Jiang Sheng up. The group hastened their pace, relief flooding through them. "You scare me. I felt the earthquake back at the base, and now you're in the mountains," Maya exclaimed, rushing to embrace Jiang Hao, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Daddy," Miao Miao ran over too, wrapping her arms around Jiang Hao. Jiang Sheng placed the chickens into the cage, and it was evident that the 3 birds were quite frightened, now huddled motionless within their confines, seemingly stunned. Fortunately, it was merely a minor earthquake. There had been several tremors throughout the day. After securing the door, Jiang Sheng retreated to the space. Having grown weary of bamboo shoots lately, he felt it was imperative to treat himself to a sumptuous barbecue. Traveling to the northwest posed significant challenges, aside from the surrounding waterways. The supplies that could be carried by the speedboat were limited, and Longquan City was quite distant from the northwest, making immediate access improbable. Currently, there were no better alternatives, and the consensus among the group was to wait a while longer. Upon emerging from the space, Jiang Sheng noticed the room had become stifling. He retrieved a battery and an air conditioning fan from the space and added some ice cubes to alleviate the discomfort. From that day forward, the temperature rose at an accelerating pace, rendering even an hour of labor in the fields utterly exhausting. Jiang Sheng intended to erect a simple shelter above, determined not to allow the crops, which had struggled to grow amidst the grass, to be scorched by the sun. The materials at the base were quite adequate. A trip to the botanical garden would suffice to procure the shade structure. Observing Mei Ye's despondent expression as the vegetables wilted under the sun, she rose to sit beside Jiang Sheng, lamenting about the sudden rise in temperature. "We ought to at least wait until the first batch of crops is harvested," she remarked. "It's tough on the little ones." Both Miao Miao and Xiao Lu had been reluctant to play outside. Even a brief run would leave them drenched in sweat. "What are you doing with that shovel, dear?" Mei inquired as she approached him. "The water in the reservoir is dropping rapidly. I fear it may decline too quickly, so I'm preparing to dig a water cellar in the yard as a precaution," Jiang Hao replied, already commencing work with Wang Jingxi. "And my brother? Where has he gone?" Jiang Sheng asked, bringing baskets to the two for soil collection. "He went with Yi Kongsheng to fetch cement. Once the water is added to the soil, it will seep down," came the response. Upon arriving at the reservoir with a bucket, Jiang Sheng noted that the water level had distinctly decreased compared to yesterday, a troubling sign indeed. Chapter 92. The struggle for water. The water cellar must be sufficiently deep. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor under the relentless sun. With the limited water in the reservoir, Jiang Sheng was disinclined to transport it. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to release some water from his space, and then retrieve an ice cream to enjoy beneath a tree. If the temperature continued to escalate, the floodwaters would eventually recede. Indeed, Jiang Sheng could now discern the yellow-green seaweed on the surface that had been obscured by the high water levels before. What lay beneath the surface remained uncertain. If severe drought were to ensue, what fate would befall the aquatic life? Would they perish? Jiang Sheng began to envision the scene of the water receding entirely. Whales, sharks, and enormous seaweed. But the retreat of the flood would ultimately be a welcome development. "Continue digging. Do we have other containers for water at home?" Jiang Sheng called as he unloaded a bucket from the vehicle. "Little brother, come help me." "Okay, coming." "Ah, thank you," he replied. "Sister, you're being preferential," Wang Jingxi grumbled, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at Jiang Sheng's gentle demeanor towards him. Jiang Sheng hurried into the villa to commence his tasks. Upon entering, he noticed the sizable plastic water buckets, a total of 13, with 6 designated for Yi Kongsheng and his companions. Jiang Sheng reloaded the plastic water buckets onto the vehicle and gestured to the men digging the water cellar, urging them to hasten their efforts. During the initial draw of water, he discerned that the reservoir's water was not entirely palatable. Amidst the surrounding silt, he spotted decaying flesh. The water he collected served dual purposes. First, to ensure the health of Miao Miao and her companions, and second, to provide sustenance for other survivors. The excavation of the water cellar took a full 2 days, after which Jiang Sheng took it upon himself to transport the water while the others busied themselves in the fields. Before departing, he advised Mei Ye to harvest the potatoes and sweet potatoes, as these were cold-resistant plants, but likely not drought-tolerant. Having consumed several meals of sweet potato vines in recent days, he decided to gather the remaining crop, uncertain if the dried vines would still be edible. In any case, preparation was paramount. The unearthed potatoes and sweet potatoes had begun to rot, but fortunately, Jiang Sheng discovered this in time. Had he delayed even 2 days longer, the sweet potatoes would have spoiled entirely. Upon learning this, Yi Kongsheng informed the survivors, cultivating sweet potatoes in an effort to minimize losses. Within 2 days, the water cellar was filled with water, and Jiang Sheng took stock of his household supplies. There were 8 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, 1 bag of mixed grains, 2 bags of dried bamboo shoots, half a bag of mushrooms, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 5 cans of meat, 3 bags of potatoes, and 5 bags of sweet potatoes. Beyond this, there was no other food. "Brother Jiang, we must dig a cellar. Storing food outside is not only unsafe, but with the rising temperatures, it will spoil rapidly," Jiang Sheng remarked, his gaze surveying the surroundings in search of the most suitable location for the cellar. Indeed, that is a valid point. Jiang Sheng chose a location near the entrance to dig a cellar, which proved to be a considerable undertaking. The family toiled for over a week at the villa before the project was finally completed. Most of the vegetables in the garden had ripened, though some tender sprouts perished under the harsh sun. Jiang Sheng and Mei Ye uprooted all the vegetables and placed them in the cellar, though the total yield was meager. The remaining immature produce was only suitable for feeding the chickens. 2 chicks had perished a week prior, and while Jiang Sheng initially intended to bury them, an old man requested them instead, presumably for consumption, though there was hardly enough for a single bite. Throughout this period, Jiang Sheng discreetly provided them with sustenance. Otherwise, the weight of the 3 remaining chickens would have dwindled significantly. Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving for 10 months in the apocalypse. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. 3 enhanced physique pills. 2. 100 hours of access to the space. 3. Collaborative permissions, allowing the invitation of others into the space, with shared time only when the host is present in the space. Jiang Sheng had never contemplated bringing others into the space, not even those like Meiya, whom she could not fully trust. Yet, in the event of a dire emergency, could she truly restrain herself from rescuing them? After much deliberation, she opted for collaborative authority. The other 2 rewards were not immediately necessary. She had yet to utilize the 2 pills that enhanced physical resilience she had acquired previously. Jiang Sheng intended to gift these pills to Jiang Shaohua and Jiang Hao. Her cousin was undoubtedly deserving, while Jiang Hao was included solely for his formidable combat prowess and extensive survival experience. It was essential for one to thrive in the apocalypse, and losing Jiang Hao was not an option. The following day, Jiang Sheng concocted an excuse for the 2 to consume the pills in her presence, claiming they were for heat prevention. The honeysuckle she had planted had withered before it could bloom, which was indeed a pity. Fortunately, she still had some in her space, which she presented as having gathered from outside. Honeysuckle tea was known for its excellent heat-relieving properties, with the outdoor work becoming increasingly unmanageable. She had also relocated the 3 chickens to the villa. After merely standing under the sun for a short while, she felt her face burning intensely. The sunscreen in her space was sufficient for a lifetime. There was no need to skimp on her comfort. In stark contrast, the other survivors at the base were suffering considerably. Food supplies were already scarce, and by the 10th day of the sweltering heat, the reservoir had completely run dry. The soaring temperatures had driven flies and other insects underground, exacerbating the challenges of survival. Now, every grain of rice at home had to be meticulously rationed, and the duration of this oppressive heat was uncertain. Simply enduring the high temperatures was a struggle, let alone venturing outside to search for food, especially given the current state of affairs where most plants had withered away. Subsequently, at the villa, aside from mealtimes, everyone remained in their respective rooms or engaged in card games. Jiang Sheng declared her intention to enjoy the cool air of the air conditioning in her bedroom, laying a cooling mat on her bed, filling 3 air conditioning units with ice, donning her headphones, and preparing a television series. To top it all off, she retrieved a chilled watermelon from her space, truly perfect. Sero had long been stowed away in the space, lounging outside with its tongue out, having lost all energy to demolish the home. Since Sero did not consume time in the space, it could frolic in the farm. Previously, the farm's cattle had attempted to invade the vegetable patch, only to be repelled by Sero, proving itself a capable guardian, adept at herding both sheep and cattle. Jiang Sheng, clad in a white tank top and floral shorts, appeared no different from the elderly gentleman at the village entrance. Every inch of exposed skin was meticulously coated with sunscreen. Despite being indoors, the high temperatures rendered the atmosphere rife with ultraviolet rays. Initially, it was believed that they could remain ensconced in the villa until the drought subsided. Are you certain this is the right place? Outside the villa at night, a few men congregated. I witnessed a woman hauling water when the temperature began to rise. Did you not notice the vegetable garden? There must be ample food within. Their lips were chapped and cracked, revealing the flesh beneath, a testament to the length of time they had gone without water. The group, parched beyond endurance, seized the cover of night to infiltrate the villa, only to find the interior equally stifling as the exterior. Quickly search, split up, murmured one man. The 5 of them scoured the ground floor. Yet not only was there no water, but food was also conspicuously absent. Just as confusion settled among them, Jiang Shaohua detected a noise from downstairs and descended, wielding the flashlight that Jiang Sheng had provided earlier. Jiang Shaohua only turned on the flashlight once he reached downstairs. Otherwise, he would have startled others along the way. Brother Jiang, Wang Zhengxi, there's a robbery. At the moment the flashlight illuminated a man's backside, Jiang Shaohua kicked him. then swiftly turned off the light and locked the villa's door. He was well acquainted with the villa's layout. Even without a flashlight, he could discern some areas clearly. This newfound clarity was a result of the special effects drug, something only Jiang Sheng was aware of. The weather was oppressively hot, making it difficult to sleep deeply. Most were merely dozing. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Hao and Wang Zhengxi rushed downstairs, while Jiang Sheng, wearing headphones and engrossed in the television, remained oblivious. Maya and Aunt Shui followed closely behind, armed, and even the 12-year-old Xiaolu joined the descent, displaying some strength for his age. What to do? Damn it. The door is locked. In the midst of their panic, they brandished their weapons and began to swing wildly. When Jiang Hao arrived, he could discern the outlines of the intruders. As a police officer who had taken Jiang Sheng's special effect drug, his vision was impeccable. He seized the long wooden stick from Maya and began to subdue the thieves. It was then that Jiang Sheng, now aware of the noise downstairs, grabbed a katana and sprinted down in her slippers. By the time she arrived, the 5 thieves had already been restrained. Please don't kill us. We just wanted some water. Upon reaching the scene, she furiously kicked the man who had spoken earlier. We should have anticipated this and stored water in advance. Lacking the vigilance now, you dare to make excuses? What if this household consisted of the elderly, women, and children? You think you can beat someone for life-sustaining water and then leave unscathed? Jiang Sheng's rebuke sent the men into a flurry, with 2 of them even reduced to tears. We're sorry. We were just so thirsty. Brother Jiang, it's up to you now. The belongings in the bedroom were still not secured, and Jiang Sheng couldn't be absent for long. Besides, it was unbearably hot outside, while these men posed no threat to her. The same cannot be said for Jiang Hao and the others. At this moment, robbing water was akin to committing murder. Chapter 93. Rainfall. Jiang Hao understood that if these men were not dealt with severely, the villa would never know peace again. However, in this apocalyptic world, the only punishment was death. One could never predict how these deranged individuals would retaliate. Have either of you killed someone? Jiang Hao turned to Jiang Shaohua and Wang Zhengxi, inquiring, Brother Jiang, you can't be thinking. Jiang Shaohua's words trailed off slowly. Jiang Hao proceeded to bind the 5 men. All right, I leave them to you. The following day, several male corpses hung from the withered tree beside the villa. This served as a reminder to other survivors that the residents of the villa area were not to be trifled with. Jiang Sheng gazed down from the windowsill of the villa, observing the desiccated corpses below, devoid of any moisture. They had been drained of their blood by other survivors. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, such occurrences seemed far from extraordinary. After 10 months of calamity, everything had taken on an air of normalcy. The relentless heat persisted, and while the villa still possessed a reasonable supply of water, the luxury of washing one's face or brushing one's teeth had become a distant memory. Even the act of rinsing one's mouth necessitated swallowing the water. Moreover, Jiang Sheng had procured an array of fish and shrimp from the spatial store, items that had not been previously stocked. The pond, though modest in size, was sufficient to nurture a new batch. Sero had fully embraced its true nature, instilling fear in the farm animals, which in turn lightened Jiang Sheng's burdens considerably. However, for others, conditions were far less favorable. Jiang Hao had fashioned several pull-type fans, placing one in each room, expending all his energy on operating them. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng had provided him with honeysuckle, tempering the oppressive heat. In the span of just 1 week, the base had witnessed a significant number of deaths, predominantly among women, who required more moisture than men and whose bodies were inherently more fragile. Survivors ventured out only at night, a scenario reminiscent of the early days of the apocalypse. Thanks to their shared experience with the sweltering temperatures, casualties had been relatively minimal during the initial disasters. After a fortnight, Jiang Sheng resolved to venture outside, first applying sunscreen, donning temperature-regulating attire, and affixing several cooling patches before daring to step out. However, as she crossed the threshold of the villa, a wave of heat assaulted her face. It must have been over 30 degrees. A compact thermometer confirmed a scorching 35 degrees Celsius, astonishingly, still during the night. Despite the oppressive heat, it remained bearable. Survivors emerged wielding torches, essentially flaming sticks. Jiang Sheng advanced with a dim flashlight, though she could discern shapes 5 to 6 meters ahead, even without it. As she made her way towards the base's entrance, she encountered numerous survivors. Yet, upon noticing the long knife in her hand, they wisely chose to avoid confrontation. The sweltering heat surged around her, and Jiang Sheng had no desire to engage in any skirmishes, as one could easily succumb to heat before a victor emerged. Once she had distanced herself sufficiently from the base, she switched off her flashlight and closed her eyes. After a few moments, she reopened them, allowing her vision to adjust to the darkness, and gazed towards the distant floodwaters. Due to the night, she could only gauge the water's level by the moonlight reflecting off its surface. Jiang Sheng estimated that the water had receded by at least a dozen seconds, as she could make out the outlines of buildings that had not been swept away by the flood. The drop in water level heralded a silver lining, signifying that survivors could descend into the underground village in search of preserved food and perhaps venture further afield to discover beverages, an undoubtedly welcome prospect. In the 11th month of this natural disaster, the flood had finally receded. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the apocalypse for 11 months. Please choose one of the following as a reward. 1. Expand living area. 2. Obtain qualification for entry into space for 150 hours. 3. Unlock the artificial rainfall function, usable once a month for 2 hours of continuous rain. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Sheng fell into contemplation. The living space had reached its limit, and the prospect of expansion was indeed appealing. However, the allure of artificial rainfall was equally compelling. If the former was a choice made for her own benefit, the latter was undeniably a decision made for the sake of other survivors. I choose the artificial rainfall function. After all, she lacked for nothing in terms of resources. It could be considered an act of benevolence, and the ability to summon rain seemed rather impressive. The artificial rainfall function has been unlocked. As she activated the artificial rainfall, the sound of rain immediately reached her ears from the window, and just a heartbeat later, she heard the distant cheers of survivors. It's raining. We have water. We are saved. One by one, the survivors ventured outside, carrying every container they could find to collect water. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from outside called, "Sister, it's raining. Come see. I'm coming." Jiang Sheng quickly stowed away any inappropriate items from her bedroom into the space and eagerly opened the door. In the yard, Meow Meow was joyfully playing with Xiao Lu. Laughter, cries, shouts, and roars filled the air. The drought had suppressed humanity for far too long. Once the containers were arranged, everyone began to wash. A rare opportunity. The boys washed downstairs, while a few girls utilized the balcony. As night fell, only those in close proximity could clearly see one another. Though the rain would last only 2 hours for those steeped in despair, it was a vital source of hope. The survivors found a glimmer of life in this rain. Tomorrow, I plan to explore the foot of the mountain. After everyone had finished bathing, Jiang Hao gathered everyone for a meeting. Jiang Xiaohua pulled Wang Zhengxi to sit beside Jiang Hao, saying, "I'm going with you, brother Jiang." This time, even Xiao Wu is coming along to sister Xiao Sheng. "I want to join as well. I assure you I will not hold anyone back." Jiang Sheng nodded. This year, Xiao Wu has reached the age of 12. If he cannot adapt to the apocalypse, he will inevitably succumb to the harshness of this extreme weather. In this post-apocalyptic world, the survival of humanity's youth hinges solely upon mastering the art of existence. Only Meiya, Meow Meow, and Xiao Lu remain at home. The others have ventured out. Jiang Hao intended to consult with Jiang Sheng and his companions, but unexpectedly, they sought him out instead. 3 individuals from Jiang Sheng's group had ventured out while 2 remained to guard the 2 villas, possessing a considerable amount of supplies, making it impossible for them all to leave. Jiang Hao made the exchange with a small portion of rice. After reaching a consensus, they prepared to descend the mountain at dusk the following day. Chapter 94. The cellar. The next evening, the sunset was hauntingly crimson, casting its glow from the horizon to the banks of Xian Mountain. "Brother, have you packed? We are ready to depart." Jiang Sheng, shouldering his backpack and wielding a katana, found Jiang Sheng and the others waiting nearby. "I'm coming. I just need to grab the tent." Jiang Xiaohua hurried over, his bulging backpack seeming surprisingly light, as if a sudden surge of strength had enveloped him. Once the group of 9 was prepared, they set off towards the foot of the mountain. Due to the scorching heat, the soil on the mountain had become somewhat sandy, making it easy to slip if one was not careful. Xiao Bei and Wang Jing stumbled several times, but fortunately, Xian Mountain was relatively gentle, allowing them to regain their balance without rolling down. Be mindful of your footing, especially you, Aunt Shui, and you too, Xiao Wang, Jiang Hao cautioned as he led the way, with Xiao Lu beside him. Familiar with the terrain of Xian Mountain, Xiao Lu benefited from Jiang Hao's protective presence. Jiang Sheng stood in the center, surveying the surrounding flora and foliage, all withered beyond redemption. He felt that even a few more degrees of heat could ignite the forest into flames. The most striking sight was the water surface at the foot of the mountain, where collapsed houses lay in ruins reminiscent of a bygone century. The mountain path was arduous, and it took the group 4 hours to reach the base. Standing once more on solid ground, Jiang Sheng felt a sense of suffocation in his heart. Sister Xiao Sheng, there's a small town down here. Let me take you to the shops, Xiao Lu said cheerfully as he approached, eager to prove his worth before Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng nodded, allowing Xiao Lu to lead the way. However, the mud along the path was somewhat adhesive, making progress exceptionally arduous. Additionally, within the crevices of the surrounding stone tiles lay the remains of unidentified fish. Jiang Sheng's curiosity was piqued as he employed his identification skills on the large, crimson fish. This species is unrecorded and inedible due to the presence of numerous reactive elements. Unrecorded? This was the first time Jiang Sheng had heard the system describe a creature in such terms. The only explanation left was that it had mutated due to nuclear wastewater contamination. Henceforth, it seemed that any unrecorded entity would be inedible and should be avoided at all costs. The ground was teeming with fish. Wang Jing spotted several colorful little fish in a nearby puddle, and just as he reached out to catch one, Jiang Sheng stopped him. Do not touch these fish. They are most likely infected as well. Everyone at Longquan Base remembered the incident where whale meat caused human mutations, which led to the official abandonment of the idea of sourcing food from water. It is best to refrain from disturbing aquatic life, even corpses, for everyone knew the true horror of nuclear wastewater. One should never gamble with their life. Since his relationship with Yi, Kongsheng, and the others was not yet sufficiently close, Jiang Sheng could only hint at this danger. As they journeyed, the group's curiosity regarding the bizarre creatures around them soared to alarming heights. Given that they were all species they had never encountered before, Jiang Sheng selected several creatures that appeared to be edible, yet to his dismay, the system indicated they were not consumable. Thus, all hope rested solely on the small supermarket ahead. Sister Xiao Sheng, that one up ahead. Xiao Lu pointed towards a partially collapsed small 2-story building, where a half-broken sign could still be seen. The group dispersed, each venturing in different directions to search. Most of the items in the shop had been swept away, with only a few fruit cans and herring tins trapped beneath the concrete slabs. Jiang Sheng regarded the can of herring in her hand with a frown. She had never tasted such a thing, nor had she even stored any in her space. To her, it was akin to a biochemical weapon. Nonetheless, she decided to toss it into her backpack, as it might serve as a valuable trade item for food with others. In contrast, the 3 cans of yellow peaches were far more precious. In this post-apocalyptic world, the prospect of consuming fruit relied almost entirely on canned goods from the time before the catastrophe. Jianggu, come quickly, there's a cellar here, called Yi Kongsheng, his voice drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Hao switched on his flashlight, and together they lifted the wooden planks covering the cellar. As Jiang Hao leaned in, his head slowly emerging into the space, the beam of the flashlight revealed some residual water that had yet to drain away, along with a trove of rice, flour, cooking oil, and several cardboard boxes. It appeared to be a stockpile from the shopkeeper. With a firm push of his hands against the ground, Jiang Hao managed to lift the wooden planks with greater care, revealing the treasures within. As the group discerned that there were indeed goods inside, smiles began to illuminate their faces. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, they finally succeeded in uncovering the cellar completely. The light of the setting sun had dimmed considerably, leaving them reliant on the flashlight to identify the contents within. Jiang Sheng illuminated the interior where Jiang Hao and Yi Kongsheng were situated with a flashlight. A musty odor began to emanate from the cellar. Jiang Sheng observed Jiang Hao opening a bag of flour, which had become entirely waterlogged, with a layer of green mold forming on the surface, rendering it inedible. The rice had turned a sickly brown hue, prompting Jiang Sheng to employ her assessment feature. Rice soaked in seawater has absorbed excessive harmful substances and is unfit for consumption. Brother Jiang, that rice is no longer edible. There's no need to bring it up. Jiang Sheng cautioned as she noticed Jiang Hao and Yi Kongcheng preparing to lift the bag. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Hao set the rice bag down, while Yi Kongcheng, perplexed, questioned why can't we eat it? It just looks a bit yellow to me. What's the harm? TSK, this kid is naive. In truth, Yi Kongcheng simply sought clarification. The remaining boxes housed compressed biscuits and vacuum-sealed cured meats. But Jiang Sheng had exhausted her assessment capabilities for the day and would have to wait several hours for them to refresh. However, the sealing appeared quite effective. Nearby were several barrels of oil and 2 large containers of gasoline, while the innermost potatoes and cabbages had succumbed to decay. Had they arrived a few days later, the fungi might have spread to the biscuits. Additionally, there were some snacks, such as potato chips and spicy strips, which should pose no issues as long as the packaging remained intact without any swelling or leaks, though caution was advised to avoid contact with the bags. Following their original formation, everyone began their ascent up the mountain, each burdened with considerable cargo. Chapter 95. The Loss of Sailor. Fortunately, Xiao Yi had discovered the cellar. Otherwise, they would not have amassed so much. After placing their belongings down, Jiang Hao began to tidy up. Sister Meia, please ensure that the food does not come into contact with the packaging. Those wrappers are not clean. While the food itself may be fine, the residual radioactivity on the packaging is quite concerning. Meia nodded, instructing Jiang Hao to keep the items separate from those found in the cellar. Upon returning home, Jiang Sheng insisted that everyone meticulously wash their hands, as the water contained unknown substances, but she would not endanger herself. Subsequently, she summoned Yi Kongcheng and the others to wash their hands as well. Although they were already clean, no one was inclined to be particular at that moment. As dusk settled, she was the last to awaken. Once Jiang Sheng had completed her ablutions and entered the living room, all the inhabitants of the villa had congregated there. What are you all discussing? Jiang Sheng casually seated herself. Wang Jingxi turned to her and succinctly explained, a portion of the survivors at the base is preparing to relocate. They wish to move to the foot of the mountain. From the perspective of the survivors, the resources in the city were undoubtedly more plentiful than those in this barren mountain. The reservoir in the mountains had already run dry, and remaining there was tantamount to awaiting death. It was far better to venture into the city in search of hope. Just moments ago, some individuals had finished packing and were making their way down the mountain. The current temperature showed no signs of rising further. The nighttime temperatures lingered in the 30s, while daytime approached 50 degrees. As long as they could find shelter from the sun at night, it was bearable. What are your thoughts? Jiang Sheng inquired of the group. The first to respond was Wang Jingxi, who stated, I believe we should remain at the base for now. The waters have only just receded, and if chemical elements are indeed lingering, the area below could very well be a cauldron of toxins. Staying here for a bit longer seems prudent. Lingering too long might lead to mutations. That's a valid point. We should at least wait for the weather to bake the area for another 2 weeks to a month. Jiang Sheng assessed, noting that this wave of high temperatures appeared to serve the purpose of disinfecting the waters through intense heat. With thousands of people from the base venturing into town, the more individuals there were, the less likely they would find anything of value. Just yesterday, we undertook a reconnaissance mission, only to discover that most of the small packaged food items, such as instant noodles and chips, had been swept away by the flood, making the search for sustenance amidst the ruins a daunting task. Moreover, the environmental conditions were far from ideal. We shall refrain from going today. Let's wait a bit longer. In truth, even if we did venture out, we would be outnumbered, Aunt Shui remarked, supporting her head with her hand. The others exhibited no adverse reactions, which likely corresponded to their physical resilience. The objective of descending the mountain was clear, to reach that small supermarket, where we hoped to procure the necessary supplies and depart swiftly to mitigate further impact. Fortunately, the food supplies at home remained relatively sufficient, allowing us to bide our time. In the following week, nearly all of the survivors at the base had evacuated. Jiang Sheng sat on the bed in her bedroom, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. Solitude was indeed a comfort. Suddenly, a notification from the system broke her reverie. Congratulations, host, on surviving for a year in the apocalypse. Please choose 2 rewards from the following options. 1. Qualification to enter the space for 200 hours. 2. 3 pills to enhance physical strength. 3. Unlock the disaster warning feature, providing alerts 2 hours before a natural disaster strikes. 4. Expand the range of the survival space. To her astonishment, she could select 2. The thrill of the system's announcement nearly made Jiang Sheng leap from her seat. Will the warning indicate the type of disaster? She inquired. No, came the response. Resigned, she opted for the warning feature and the expansion of her survival space. Although she had anticipated that the specific nature of the disaster would remain unknown, a wave of disappointment washed over her nonetheless. Upon re-entering the space, she found that her living area had doubled in size. Tonight, she had much to accomplish. She entrusted all the fruit trees she had previously stockpiled to the system for planting. The mere act of planting these trees consumed the entirety of her newly acquired space. Yet, Jiang Sheng deemed it worthwhile, for these trees had been meticulously selected and would serve her well for breeding in the future. The space efficiently allocated the distribution of various fruit trees according to their types, which was a relief for her. However, Jiang Sheng was not entirely satisfied. There were still many cultivable items and animals she wished to raise, leaving her eagerly anticipating the next reward. After planting the fruit trees, she prepared an extensive fruit platter and retrieved some grilled meat, relishing her meal in the wooden cabin of her space. The oppressive heat had rendered her irritable. She vowed to spend at least 10 minutes each day in the space, promising herself that once she accumulated enough time, she would no longer venture outside. Each passing day was increasingly exasperating. Sero, her large dog, had grown to her waist, and she estimated he might soon surpass her height. Is this pill truly that potent? Sero, you have grown remarkably, yet you were so adorable as a pup. Sero gazed at Jiang Sheng, longing to lick her, but after being reprimanded previously, he hesitated. If you grow any bigger, I may not be able to afford to feed you, she sighed, stroking his large head. Fortunately, Sero was not a picky eater. He consumed rice, dog food, meat, fruits, and vegetables indiscriminately, making him relatively easy to care for, albeit he had a hearty appetite. It was a feat to raise such a voracious dog in the apocalypse, a challenge that would drive most to madness. While Jiang Sheng could tolerate Sero's substantial intake, she was concerned about how others would perceive the amount of food he required. Sourcing sufficient sustenance for him was a dilemma. After much contemplation, she resolved to fabricate a tale. As dusk fell the following day, Jiang Sheng forcefully pushed open the door and frantically began rummaging through the villa. Sister, what's wrong? Jiang Shaohua asked, noticing her anxious demeanor and becoming alarmed himself. Have you seen Sero? He has gone. Jiang Sheng's eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill at any moment. How could such a large dog simply disappear? With Jiang Shaohua joining in the search, everyone began to assist, yet despite thoroughly scouring the base, they found no trace of Sero. Just as the cooling period for the artificial rain arrived, Jiang Sheng decided to summon the rain to conceal the tears she was unable to shed, thus justifying her efforts in slicing onions in the confined space. Xiao Sheng and Meiya approached, embracing Jiang Sheng's shoulders, lamenting the likely loss of Sai Luo. Meiya was equally distressed. Sai Luo was someone they had watched grow up, and now he was gone without a trace. Seizing the moment, Jiang Sheng pretended to weep in Meiya's embrace. Following this incident, she remained secluded in her bedroom for several days, as one must fully commit to the act. Chapter 96. Fainting, the absence of Sai Luo cast a shadow of sorrow over everyone. However, in the face of natural calamity, the quest for him proved exceedingly arduous. After this episode, no one dared to bring it up again, allowing it to fade away. In these days, aside from searching for Sai Luo, Jiang Hao instructed everyone to keep a vigilant watch on the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain, as the twilight hours offered a fleeting glimpse of clarity. Jiang Sheng bestowed 3 pills upon Wang Zhengxi, Maya, and Miao Miao, while Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu would have to await the next batch. He dispensed them with a sense of serendipity, not feeling the need to cater to others. To be candid, having taken in 2 children was already a testament to his benevolence. Fortunately, the 2 children were not indolent. They contributed to household chores, especially Xiao Lu, as the elder brother, understood the weight of his responsibilities. After a fortnight, the temperature soared once more, prompting Jiang Sheng to instruct everyone to venture outside to the cellar, where the day had reached a staggering 60 degrees. The cellar itself was sweltering at over 40 degrees, leaving Aunt Shui, along with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, succumbing to heat stroke and losing consciousness. Jiang Sheng added a touch of Huaxiang Zhengqi water to the honeysuckle infusion. Naturally, she administered the medication herself. If after a month, the weather showed no signs of improvement, she contemplated departing from this place on her own accord. Jiang Sheng sat in the corner upon a cooling mat, occasionally pondering why, despite having her own space, she chose to endure suffering alongside others. Perhaps the intricacies of human emotion are indeed this convoluted. Humans are inherently social creatures, instinctively gravitating towards populous areas. It is an innate characteristic of our species. The ice machine continued its operation within the confines of the dim cellar, where Jiang Sheng would extract ice cubes to alleviate the oppressive heat, invisible to the others who remained unaware of her actions. The most arduous tasks each day were venturing to the restroom and preparing meals, as both necessitated her departure from the cellar. Even during the late hours of the night, the villa's temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius. Jiang Sheng hurried to the restroom, swiftly entering the space within to resolve matters while indulging in a morsel or two. Through her diligent efforts, the temperature in the cellar was maintained at a steady 30 degrees, and she was rewarded once more at the month's end. She decisively opted for the medicinal pills, albeit this time there were only 2. The condition of the 3 suffering from heat stroke had shown slight improvement, and without hesitation, Jiang Sheng administered the 2 pills to Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. They were still young, and humanity's potential to reclaim this land depended on the vigor of the youth. However, she did not anticipate that the following day, temperatures would soar to the highest point in the past 2 months. Gazing at the thermometer, which approached 50 degrees, Jiang Sheng fell into a contemplative silence. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, who had shown signs of recovery just the day before, succumbed once again to unconsciousness. And even Miao Miao began to feel lightheaded. Jiang Sheng excavated 2 small holes on either side of the bamboo mat specifically to accommodate ice cubes, which melted almost instantly upon insertion. The temperature in the cellar was slightly cooler on her side. Yet even Jiang Hao and Wang Zhengxi were rendered dazed by the oppressive heat. The task of preparing the meal was entrusted to Jiang Sheng, who had no intention of actually cooking outdoors. Instead, she retreated into her space, emerging after a brief sojourn of 10 minutes with dishes in hand, clad in temperature-regulating attire. The heat sensation lingered, but was manageable. The temperature persisted in this manner, and aside from Jiang Hao, everyone else succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing Jiang Hao struggle to keep his eyes wide open, Jiang Sheng could only shake her head in resignation. Her emotions were tumultuous. While she contemplated the possibility of departing alone, the sight of the ailing Jiang Shaohua made her question whether she could truly steel herself to do so. Jiang Sheng rose to his feet, positioning everyone in the center before surrounding them with a copious amount of ice, leaving their survival contingent upon their willpower. He pushed aside the wooden planks of the cellar and made his way toward the adjacent villa. A fleeting glance at the sun revealed its alarming proximity to a blinding white. Despite the thick layer of sunscreen he had applied, the direct rays still stung his fingertips. He hastened into the villa, locating the cellar where Yi Kongsheng and the others lay. Upon opening the door, a wave of heat mingled with a foul odor assailed him, prompting Jiang Sheng to frown. He switched on his flashlight and descended, finding 5 men sprawled on the ground. One by one, he examined them, and alas, apart from Yi Kongsheng and Wang Jing, the others had lost their breath. As Jiang Sheng had anticipated, the survival of the 2 was nothing short of a miracle. He retrieved a portable air conditioner, realizing that he must first cool them down. Moving them without adequate preparation would spell their doom. After several minutes of cooling, He began to wipe their bodies with a damp cloth, noting their scant clothing. He produced 4 tubes of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid, administering 2 to each, relieved to see their primal instincts drawing in the liquid. Once they were stabilized, Jiang Sheng applied ice to their bodies. When ready, he supported Yi Kongsheng, whose temperature remained relatively cool, and carried her back to his villa. Why, he pondered, was such a radiant soul subjected to such trials? There was no time for reflection now. He arranged 3 air conditioners in a circle, with 10 individuals lying at the center. The provisions from his cellar were stored in his spatial compartment, while Aunt Shui's condition deteriorated, her pulse alarmingly faint. Jiang Sheng, after all, is not a professional in the field of medicine and is at a loss as to what to do, merely hoping that they can persevere. In just 4 days, the rain will return, and the temperature may drop a few degrees. A few hours later, Jiang Sheng sat in a daze, occasionally adding ice cubes. When she turned to glance at Jiang Hao, their eyes met. Neither spoke, enveloped in silence. Each harbors their own secrets, and it is evident that Jiang Hao is not a fool. What about them? They have all succumbed to heat, with only these 2 surviving in the neighboring villa. Now that matters have reached this point, Jiang Sheng can only feel fortunate that it is Jiang Hao who has awakened. Had it been Yi Kongsheng, she would have acted without hesitation to eliminate him. At that moment, Jiang Hao approached Jiang Sheng, bearing the news that Aunt Shui has passed away. Jiang Sheng calmly turned his head away and approached Aunt Shui. Truthfully, he felt little emotion as he lifted her and carried her out of the cellar, subsequently placing her into the space. It was not until the deep of night that Jiang Shaohua and Wang Zhengxi finally regained consciousness. Jiang Sheng prepared some food for the 2, who had likely been starving after several days of unconsciousness. The atmosphere around them was damp. Jiang Shaohua propped himself up with his hands and sensed that the surrounding earth was still somewhat moist. Jiang Shaohua lifted the bowl of rice porridge to his lips, taking a sip, and was unexpectedly surprised to find that it was still raining outside. How was the weather faring? The temperature had begun to drop, and it was likely that they would be able to venture outside soon. Jiang Sheng mentioned this, yet it merely indicated the possibility of stepping out. Chapter 97. Collapsed gradually. Others began to awaken, yet Jiang Sheng refrained from disclosing the external circumstances, simply stating that it was still unsafe. Jiang Sheng, my mother. Wang Zhengxi's face had grown so gaunt that it appeared nearly sunken. He had been in a coma for over a week. I apologize, Aunt Shui. Jiang Sheng did not continue, and Wang Zhengxi understood the gravity of the situation. Wang Zhengxi tilted his head back, tears flowing silently. In the Wang family, only his mother had placed her trust in him, and he alone cared deeply for her. He never anticipated that they would ultimately be unable to escape the sweltering heat. The rain that had fallen the day before had only slightly reduced the temperature, and Jiang Sheng estimated that a significant number of those who had descended into the town must have perished. The atmosphere in the cellar had grown increasingly oppressive, with silence reigning among the occupants, save for the occasional sounds of meow, meow, playing with Xiao Wu. Each day's meals were prepared by Jiang Sheng and delivered by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was already aware of Jiang Sheng's secret, and Jiang Sheng felt compelled to have a conversation with him. Seizing the opportunity as Jiang Hao ascended to deliver the food, he decided it was the perfect moment to clarify matters. Brother Jiang, I need to discuss something with you, Jiang Sheng called out to Jiang Hao, who was preparing to descend. Jiang Hao paused, placing the food tray down. Yes, what is it? It's about my special ability. I will keep it a secret, or I could take Meiya and Meow Meow and leave. Jiang Hao's demeanor was clearly rational. Jiang Sheng harbored a considerable trust in Jiang Hao. Despite possessing a personal space, it was implausible for him to survive in solitude. Hence, having Jiang Hao's assistance for cover in the future was indeed advantageous, and he felt it appropriate to request Jiang Ji's help. Subsequently, he handed a military canteen to Jiang Hao, filled with mint water, which possessed some cooling properties. Thank you for believing in me, Xiao Sheng. Jiang Sheng nodded, yet she cautioned, Brother Jiang, remember this, should you ever act against my interests, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Jiang Hao chuckled softly. I believe you possess that capability. Now, go on. They must be sensing something amiss. In the cellar, aside from Yi Kongsheng and Wang Jing, The others had consumed the physical enhancement capsules provided by Jiang Sheng, granting them a degree of immunity to the high temperatures. Cough. Water. A faint voice emerged from nearby, prompting Xiao Lu to rush over to check on the situation. Sister Xiao Sheng, Brother Yi, and Brother Wang have awakened. Jiang Sheng set down his bowl and picked up a cup of water, walking over to administer some cooling medicine to the two individuals, who then succumbed to unconsciousness once more, only to awaken the following day. This is Brother Jiang? Shouldn't I be in our cellar? Zhao Kong Chung murmured, dazedly surveying the dimly lit surroundings. It was Xiao Sheng who rescued you. Besides you, Wang Jing is also here. Zhao Kong Chung gazed silently at Jiang Hao, understanding the gravity of the situation. Alas, I have wronged them. These young men have followed me since childhood. Now, only Wang Jing remains. Zhao Kong Chung lowered his eyes, the light within them dimming considerably. An unknown disaster is detected to be imminent. Please evacuate promptly, host. Jiang Sheng was abruptly awakened by the system's alarming announcement. It had previously been mentioned that the system would issue warnings about impending disasters within a few hours, and the urgency suggested that it was no trivial matter. Hurry, gather your belongings. We must prepare to leave. Jiang Sheng suddenly sprang from the ground, swiftly packing her backpack. Why are we leaving all of a sudden, sister? Jiang Xiaohua was bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden urgency. Stop asking questions and pack quickly, Jiang Hao urged, his movements brisk. Maya joined in to assist. Emerging from the cellar, they found that the outside temperature had already dropped to a manageable 34 degrees. We need to descend the mountain quickly. Wang Jing, can you manage? Jiang Sheng expressed concern upon seeing Wang Jing's frail state. I can carry him, Zhao Kongqing offered, bending down. Jiang Hao approached and tossed his backpack to Zhao. I'll take care of this. Jiang Sheng led the group swiftly towards the entrance of the base, descending along the mountain path. It was afternoon, with a temperature that was neither overly warm nor too cool, allowing for clear visibility of the road. Xiao Lu sprinted ahead, guiding the way, while Jiang Hao carried Wang Jing in the middle. Jiang Sheng gazed at the surrounding dead trees, a silent sigh escaping his lips. How had the world come to this? The orange-red sun hung in the sky, while the lifeless trees stood as grim sentinels, and even the valley below was shrouded in a pallid hue. All were thrown to the ground by the tremors, rolling from one side to the other, but Jiang Sheng seized the moment, crouching down to embrace a withered giant. The tremors persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. Jiang Sheng, momentarily disoriented, regained his senses and promptly surveyed his surroundings. Miao Miao was well protected by Maya, though Maya had dislocated her arm. Sister Maya, how are you? It's nothing serious. Quickly, go check on the others. Maya let her right arm hang limply while using her left to comfort the sobbing Miao Miao. Sister Maya, you all should move forward towards an open area. I fear there may be aftershocks. Maya nodded, guiding Miao Miao forward with a limp. Jiang Hao was relatively unharmed, but Wang Jing had been thrown aside, and unfortunately, a stone had struck his leg. Wang Jing. Zhao Kongqing rushed over to assess Wang Jing's condition, prompting Jiang Sheng to jog over upon hearing the commotion. He is merely unconscious. His calf is likely broken. Brother Jiang, you should lead them onward. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaohua and Wang Zhengxi had sustained only minor scrapes. The group hastened forward with all possible speed, but as they reached the vegetable fields, an aftershock struck, accompanied by falling rocks from the mountaintop. Run! The tremors made it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing, with every few steps resulting in a stumble. Yet, in moments of peril, humanity often reveals its latent potential. Jiang Sheng unloaded Jiang Xiaohua's backpack and ran for over 10 minutes until the aftershock ceased. The base of the mountain was largely engulfed by rolling stones. Here, only Jiang Xiaohua and Wang Zhengxi joined Jiang Sheng, while the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. Jiang Sheng panted heavily, his body bearing the marks of exhaustion. Sister Maya, Xiaolu, Brother Jiang, Yi Kongqing, he called out, rising to his feet before retrieving a whistle from his pocket and blowing into it. Chapter 98, Urgent Measures. As he walked, the sound of the whistle echoed, "Ooh, Sister Xiao Sheng." Upon determining the source of the sound, Jiang Sheng hurriedly ran over, only to find Miao Miao seated on the ground, her calves and arms scraped raw, her entire right leg a dark crimson hue. Maya lay nearby, unconscious, while Jiang Hao and Wang Jing were sprawled a few meters away. Jiang Sheng rushed over and knelt down to comfort Meow Meow. "How are you feeling? Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Meow Meow shook her head and replied, "Mom, there's blood all over my mother's head." Jiang Sheng had indeed noticed as she retrieved the hemostatic agent and alcohol gauze from her backpack to disinfect Maya's wounds. After a meticulous examination, it appeared that Maya had been struck by a stone, causing a deep, but fortunately not overly large injury. After disinfecting with alcohol, she applied the hemostatic agent and wrapped it with a bandage, while the other injuries were merely abrasions. Subsequently, she took out several bottles of water and rinsed Meow Meow's legs. After cleansing the bloodstains, it was a relief to find that most of the blood was not Meow Meow's, likely belonging to Maya, confirming that Meow Meow was not in serious danger. Jiang Sheng rushed to the side, where Jiang Hao lay in a faint, while Wang Jing's condition was dire. His already compromised leg was pinned under a piece of wood, resulting in a complete fracture of the calf bone. The wood, though not particularly heavy, posed a significant threat. After removing the obstruction, Jiang Sheng administered painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication to each individual. Returning to Meow Meow, she handed her the alcohol and cotton swabs, saying, "Little Meow, your sister is quite busy now. You must assist her. Please use the alcohol to clean the wounds on both yourself and your mother. It may sting a little, but you must endure, all right?" With her eyes slightly reddened, Meow Meow nodded earnestly and accepted the items from Jiang Sheng. After swiftly disinfecting Jiang Hao, she turned her attention back to Wang Jing's predicament. Next, she needed to assess whether Wang Jing's broken leg had any misalignment. Fortunately, he remained unconscious. Otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable. Upon careful examination, there was minimal misalignment. After realigning the bone and applying medication, she wrapped it securely with gauze and retrieved several steel plates from her supplies to stabilize it. Finally, she laid a mat on the ground and gently carried Maya and Meow Meow over. Meow Meow was exceptionally obedient, having already disinfected both of their wounds. Jiang Sheng tended to the wounds of the two individuals, then placed a bowl of congee and several bottles of water on the ground. "Meow Meow, you stay here. If you feel hungry, have some food. Sister Xiao Sheng is going to find Brother Yi and Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu." "Sister Xiao Sheng, I am frightened." Meow Meow wept, clinging tightly to Jiang Sheng, unwilling to let go. Jiang Sheng gently patted Meow Meow's head, assuring her that she need not fear, for it was now her turn to care for her parents, and she would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. After calming Meow Meow, Jiang Sheng searched the surroundings. Yet despite her efforts, she found no sign of Yi Kongqing. Just as she was about to relinquish hope, she heard cries for help echoing around her. Had it not been for the enhancement capsule she had taken, she would have been oblivious to the sounds. Yi Kongqing? When Jiang Sheng beheld him, the sight was utterly harrowing. He appeared almost entirely drenched in blood. Jiang Sheng exerted considerable effort to dress his wounds, and ultimately, whether he would survive depended solely on the strength of his will. Yi Kongqing? Such a tragic fate. As they gazed upon Yi Kongqing, lying unconscious on the ground, both felt a profound sense of unease. "Come, follow me. Brother Jiang and the others are over there." "What about Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu?" inquired Jiang Xiaohua. Jiang Sheng shook his head in despair, fearing the worst. The atmosphere within the camp was particularly somber. "You two take good care of them. I shall prepare the meal. After we dine, you may search the surroundings," he instructed. The two men nodded and began their tasks with diligence. Jiang Sheng, from a distance, kindled a fire and set a pot to simmer a hearty stew. He finally chopped pig liver and spinach, tearing the dough into small pieces to cook them together. The group had lost considerable blood. Without proper nourishment, their condition could worsen. "You two must diligently clean your wounds. The heat may cause inflammation, risking necrosis." Jiang Sheng truly poured his heart into caring for this family. Once the meal was prepared, he served it to them. "Sister, what is this delicious aroma?" Jiang Xiaohua tentatively tasted the brownish concoction before him. To his surprise, it was exceptionally flavorful. Indeed, one should not judge food by its appearance. Just eat and don't ask too many questions. "Oh, Jiang Sheng picked up her meal and sat beside Miao Miao, who exhibited remarkable strength. She had likely cried herself to exhaustion and was now sipping on a thin porridge. As Miao Miao drank, she looked up at Jiang Sheng and called out, "Sister Sheng, mommy. Be good, Miao Miao. Your mother will be all right. She just needs a little more rest and will wake up soon." After soothing the young girl, Jiang Sheng began to prepare a shelter. She instructed the two men to gather sticks and branches as the night had completely descended. Initially, she had intended to search for Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, but the potential threat of mutated creatures lurking in the darkness made her reluctant to let Jiang Shaohua take any risks. Their current situation could only be described as dire. They possessed a mere 3 backpacks, and the contents were utterly insufficient for survival. Jiang Sheng contemplated that if the situation did not improve, she would have to reveal herself to a certain extent. At worst, she would leave with Jiang Shaohua. She unfurled the sunshade and spread a generous amount of dried grass upon the ground, all carefully prepared in advance, creating a comfortable resting place that would sufficiently insulate her body from the earth. The three of them drove 2 wooden stakes in the ground, utilizing the wall to secure the sunshade overhead. The two men did not inquire about the origin of their supplies. At this moment, survival was the only priority. The nearby fire must not be extinguished, for in the wilderness, one could not afford to be entirely exposed to the encroaching darkness of night. Jiang Sheng leaned against the wall, her body succumbing to fatigue. Today's flight had left her utterly drained, every muscle aching with discomfort. Although her heart longed to surrender to despair, she was reluctant to awaken tomorrow, still beset by soreness. She began to stretch her weary muscles, easing her body ever so slightly. After completing her stretches, Jiang Sheng closed her eyes, attuning herself to the medicinal herbs she had stored in her spatial realm. There was a diverse array, including some premium hemostatic powders and supplements, though retrieving them proved to be quite a challenge. Opening the map within her spatial domain, she realized that the journey from her location to the base in Jiang Sheng would require no less than half a month, especially if the ground conditions remained perilous due to ongoing collapses. Jiang Sheng let out a heavy sigh. The only piece of good news was that the temperature had begun to gradually decline. Chapter 99. The underground boss Jiang Hao awakened in the evening. As he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, he gradually sat up, relieved to see that Meiya and Miao Miao were unharmed. His heart eased as he noticed the bandage on his hand, realizing that it was Jiang Sheng who had rescued him. "Brother Jiang, you're awake," Jiang Shaohua remarked, noticing the commotion from that side and greeting Jiang Hao. "Yes, how are you all doing?" Jiang Shaohua recounted the current situation to Jiang Hao, who perceived this as the most favorable outcome. As dawn broke and the sky turned a hazy hue, Jiang Sheng departed with Wang Zhengxi and Jiang Shaohua in search of Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, leaving Jiang Hao behind at the camp. The trio ventured forth, with Jiang Sheng heading westward, emitting a series of whistles to each individual along the way, the sound echoing continuously. Observing the rolling stones beneath her feet, Jiang Sheng had relinquished all hope, realizing that evasion was ultimately futile. In the face of natural calamity, humanity appeared strikingly insignificant. "What now?" Jiang Sheng inquired, glancing up at the two companions. Jiang Shaohua shook his head, stating that he had found nothing. Wang Zhengxi also nodded in agreement, indicating that he had not uncovered anything as well. Jiang Sheng continued to be engrossed in his tasks. If he could not find what he sought, so be it. He had exerted his utmost effort. After distributing the prepared food, he intended to rest, adhering to the established routine of taking turns to keep watch, just as before. Jiang Sheng stood in the center, her condition the most optimal among them. Fortunately, the awning provided some shade under the relentless rays of the sun. Sleep would have been impossible. When noon arrived, it was Jiang Sheng's turn to be on duty. She rose and made her way behind the wall, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before quickly brushing her teeth and grabbing a bite to eat. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng, Sarah wagged his tail and rushed over, clearly overjoyed to reunite with his long-missed owner. Jiang Sheng had been engaged in her task for quite some time when Sai Luo sensed that the moment was ripe for action and swiftly made her way out. However, as she emerged, she found two unfamiliar men standing by the camp's perimeter. Jiang Sheng retrieved a long knife and a handgun from her space. Gripping the gun in her left hand and the knife in her right, cautiously advancing towards them, determined not to fire unless absolutely necessary. "Brother, they have food and water here." One emaciated man rummaged through the makeshift stove, while the other two approached the sleeping Maya with knives in hand, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Jiang Sheng had not anticipated that there were still living souls on the ground at this moment. However, judging by their appearances, life had not been kind to them. After surveying the route, Jiang Sheng decided to circumvent the area, as this angle afforded him a clear view of the two men wielding knives approaching Maya. They were nearing her swiftly, while not far away stood another man, making a total of 3 individuals. Jiang Sheng lacked the confidence to eliminate 3 individuals in one swift motion, particularly as she could only hope to strike down one of the two at the farthest distance. However, the situation grew perilous for Maya as the two men approached her with increasing proximity. With no other choice, Jiang Sheng raised her pistol and fired at the man positioned farthest away. The bullet pierced through, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining man, reacting swiftly, crouched low and lunged towards Maya. Fortunately, Jiang Hao intervened, engaging the man in a fierce struggle. The sound of gunfire roused Jiang Shaohua, meow meow, and Wang Zhengxi from their slumber. Jiang Sheng brandished his blade and pursued the man closest to him among the trio. The man, startled by the gunfire, could only focus on fleeing, yet he could never outrun Jiang Sheng. Spare me, do not kill me," he pleaded, ceasing his struggle and collapsing to the ground, prostrating himself before Jiang Sheng. Meanwhile, the other man had already fallen victim to Jiang Hao's lethal strike, and Jiang Shaohua rushed over to assess the situation. The kneeling man trembled violently, incessantly begging for mercy. "I will divulge everything I know, I promise. How many of you are there in total?" After listening, Jiang Sheng walked towards the camp. "Little brother, bring him along," the man said. Jiang Sheng was intrigued as to how an underground city could be established down below, especially one with a scale of 200 people, which was not insignificant. It was evident that they would eventually need to leave this place. One could never know when they might be ambushed by that so-called Hongji, leading to an untimely demise. Moreover, enduring the blazing sun above while seeking refuge underground was truly unbearable. Upon returning to the camp, Jiang Hao had already moved the bodies of the two men outside. Seeing Mei and Miao Miao appearing unperturbed, Jiang Sheng felt a sense of relief and settled down on a stool, waiting for Jiang Shaohua to bring the man over. "What is your name?" he inquired. "By the way, did your leader establish the underground city before the flood?" This was what piqued Jiang Sheng's curiosity the most. After the apocalypse, there was an initial heat wave followed by torrential rains. If this individual had begun excavating the underground city prior to these events, his background would surely be far from ordinary. "Indeed," the man replied. "Before the apocalypse, our leader was a developer who initiated projects in our town. His activities were so disruptive that the villagers could hardly sleep, leading to numerous complaints. However, his wealth allowed him to silence dissent. When the apocalypse struck and the heavy rains began, it was our leader who organized the evacuation of families into the underground city." Jiang Sheng observed Zhao Sigu's sincerity, sensing no intention to deceive her. However, if this matter were indeed true, it would raise further questions. Could Hongji truly possess such benevolence? At this juncture, Jiang Hao inquired, "Where is the underground city established, and what is its scale?" He had also been privy to the preceding conversation. Located approximately 2 kilometers away, the underground city initially started on a modest scale. Eventually, the leader and his followers excavated the subterranean tunnels, resulting in a significant expansion. At that time, it housed several thousand residents. Jiang Sheng stroked his chin in confusion and remarked, "You just mentioned that your group comprises merely 200 individuals. Yet natural disasters have claimed thousands of lives within a year? Your leader seems rather unimpressive." He chuckled. "Oh, valiant lady, you jest. This past year, we have scarcely ventured outside, relying entirely on the provisions bestowed upon us by our leader to survive. It is a feat in itself that any of us have managed to endure." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng became increasingly convinced that the one referred to as Hong Ji must possess a system akin to his own, or at the very least, had acquired intelligence from an unknown source in advance. Brother Jiang, I feel the need to investigate further. Would you accompany me? Jiang Sheng expressed his desire to probe into this Hong Ji, harboring an inexplicable suspicion that this individual could not possibly have altruistic intentions. Even someone of his considerable wealth, amounting to billions, would not readily extend assistance to others, and he found it implausible that this person could be wealthier than himself. The names of affluent individuals in Longquan City were few, and Jiang Sheng could recall them all. None bore the name Hong Ji. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement, consenting to accompany him. Jiang Sheng resolved to take Zhao Sigi to the underground city at dusk, disguising themselves as two other men. Jiang Sheng forcibly inserted a pill into Zhao Sigi's mouth, cautioning him, I advise you to behave yourself. This antidote is solely in my possession. Should you engage in any improper actions, this poison will certainly render you in a most dismal state. Zhao Sigu nodded vigorously, too apprehensive to utter a word. Chapter 100. Are you a turtle? As dusk approached, the two led Zhao Sigu outside. They smeared some wood ash and charcoal from the fire onto their faces. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone bore darkened visages, indistinguishable unless scrutinized closely, particularly during these water-scarce times. In this harsh reality, survival was paramount, and Zhao Sigi yearned to obtain the antidote from Jiang Sheng as swiftly as possible. Upon reaching a clearing, Zhao Sigu scanned the surroundings before rhythmically striking an iron object below. After approximately half a minute, a 1-meter diameter iron door emerged from the ground, revealing a pitch-black head peering out. It's Sigu. Coming quickly. With Zhao Sigu's assistance, Jiang Sheng and the others successfully made their entrance. Detection of other systems present. Approximately 800 meters away, Jiang Sheng furrowed her brow, pondering. Indeed, could the system also detect your presence? Uncertain. This system has unlocked the identification and foresight functions, enabling it to retrieve information about the counterpart. It is highly probable that the other party lacks such skills. After listening to the system's analysis, Jiang Sheng felt a sense of assurance. The underground city was shrouded in darkness, with a dim yellow light flickering approximately 10 meters away, the weakest kind of illumination. It was precisely for this reason that the disguises of the two had not been uncovered. Zhao Sigi led them to his dwelling within the underground city. Gentlemen, given the sparse population in the underground city, it is now predominantly solitary living, so there is no need to worry about unwanted visitors. Jiang Sheng nodded and subsequently instructed Zhao Sigu to sketch a rough map of the underground city for him. He was exceedingly curious about those who possessed a similar system. Brother Jiang, you stay here and guard. I will venture out to take a look. He then handed a pistol, 2 magazines, and a grenade to Jiang Hao. After receiving them, Jiang Hao cautioned, be careful, don't force it. Understood. Jiang Sheng stepped outside and encountered several individuals along her path. Fortunately, none of them greeted her. However, observing the passers-by, she noted their gaunt, sallow faces with some still exhibiting signs of urticaria, a clear indication of prolonged vitamin deficiency. Zhao Sigi had mentioned that those wielding glow sticks belonged to the direct squad of their leader, tasked with patrolling the underground city. If she were to be discovered by these individuals, the situation could become quite precarious, which was precisely why Jiang Sheng had ventured out alone to assess the circumstances. As she proceeded, 2 individuals approached, one of whom was brandishing a glow stick. A mere turn of the corner would reveal Jiang Sheng, prompting her to swiftly retreat into the shadows until the patrollers had passed. Utilizing the map drawn by Zhao Sigi alongside the system's distance sensing, she cautiously approached the residence of the leader. After some time, she arrived at a cave, which was equipped with a door, guarded by an individual at the entrance. Observing the surrounding structures, Jiang Sheng found it hard to believe that such a vast undertaking could truly be completed in just a month. In the dim confines of the space, Jiang Sheng groped for a tranquilizer gun, aiming it at the man's neck. With a swift press of the trigger, the doorman collapsed. Seizing the moment, Jiang Sheng deftly maneuvered to draw the man into the space, ensuring that no sound escaped. He arranged the figure into a standing pose. then pressed his ear against the door to listen intently to the commotion inside. Wang, the rations have dwindled significantly of late. The brothers are left wanting. Indeed, Wang, if this persists, it may sow discord among the ranks. Upon overhearing the exchange, Jiang Sheng's brow furrowed in puzzlement. Wang? Has he assumed the role of a local sovereign in the underground city? This Hongji is quite intriguing. Jiang Sheng listened for a few more minutes. There were only 5 or 6 individuals speaking within. Jiang Sheng swiftly entered the space, donning her bulletproof vest and preparing herself for the task at hand. Armed with a rifle, upon emerging, she held the firearm in her right hand while clutching a smoke grenade in her left. Though the device proved useful, its scarcity was disheartening, and her ignorance of its production weighed heavily on her mind. Seizing the moment, Jiang Sheng forcefully kicked the door open, tossed the smoke grenade inside, and securely locked the door from within. Equipped with thermal imaging goggles, she was able to discern biological signs even amidst the darkness. What was that? Cough, cough. Cough, there's an assassin. Quickly protect the king. The men inside were thrown into chaos, accompanied by the piercing screams of 2 women. Utilizing the system's tracking capabilities, Jiang Sheng stealthily approached Hongji, confirming his possession of the system before pulling him into the space with a swift motion. Jiang Sheng must establish physical contact to bring someone into the space. Once within, that realm becomes Jiang Sheng's domain. Who are you? Jiang Sheng lowered her gaze to the stout man on the ground, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. His face glistening as though he were enduring an apocalyptic experience. Undeterred, the man pushed himself up and surveyed his surroundings, greedily inhaling the fresh air of this newfound space. Observing the vibrant scene around him, he looked at Jiang Sheng with enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Is this your system? I had assumed that every chosen individual possessed the same system." "Oh, do you mean to say you lack a space?" Jiang Sheng retorted, subsequently aiming her firearm at Hongji. Hongji adjusted his sparse hair and replied, "Yes, of course I do. Little girl, I advise you to relinquish your system. As a woman, you are unlikely to harness its true potential." Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow. "Hand it over? How precisely should I do that?" Just then, Hongji gradually turned his hand over and pulled out a knife, charging towards Jiang Sheng with a fierce intent. "I'll make you pay for this." As Jiang Sheng fired his weapon, it merely produced a series of chimes. Before him, Hongji brandished a nearly transparent shield that deflected every bullet that was fired. What was initially perceived as an assured victory became uncertain as the familiar sound of deflection echoed once more. "Were you a tortoise?" Jiang Sheng exclaimed. "Hongji shukud. Ha, little girl, you would do well to pray that I do not catch you." Jiang Sheng fired several shots at Hongji, causing his shield to shatter. Hongji promptly replaced it with a new one. Jiang Sheng felt a surge of joy. As long as the shield could be breached, victory was within reach. Hongji then charged at Jiang Sheng once more. With agility, Jiang Sheng evaded him, for Hongji was merely a corpulent figure, while his own physical prowess far exceeded that of an average human. His initial retreat from the space had been prompted by the fear of Hongji's unique abilities. It was no surprise that one who possessed a system would prove to be so formidable. After a brief dance of evasion, Jiang Sheng abandoned the use of his firearm. Realizing that within his own domain, he could easily crush the old glutton with some heavy objects, Jiang Sheng pointed towards the sky above Hongji, and in response, several massive logs plummeted from above. However, at the very moment they descended, a translucent protective shield unfurled around Hongji, encasing him securely within. "What a turtle indeed," Jiang Sheng remarked sarcastically. "What do you know, little girl?" As the logs struck the ground, Hongji's protective barrier remained unscathed. Chapter 101, The Defense System. Jiang Sheng remained unperturbed. She skillfully maneuvered other heavy objects, such as stones and trucks, once again hurling them towards Hongji. The latter's countenance was far from favorable. Despite being shielded by a protective barrier, the plethora of items this woman could summon was overwhelming. His own spatial capacity was limited to the size of 2 basketball courts, not to mention the vast expanse that could accommodate growth. Furthermore, there existed an even larger black space on the other side. Should he manage to seize this young girl's system and combine it with his own defensive mechanism, he would be virtually invincible. Hong Ji was convinced that he could construct the most formidable fortress in the world, with resources ample enough to sustain thousands. Contemplating this, his gaze towards Jiang Sheng brimmed with exhilaration. Jiang Sheng could clearly see the protective shield of Hong Ji beginning to shatter. He only needed to endure until the shield was breached. After 10 minutes of exhausting confrontation with Hong Ji, the shield finally collapsed. However, in the next instant, Jiang Sheng felt a wave of despair. After much effort to destroy one, that old tortoise had summoned another. Frustrated, Jiang Sheng continued to strike at the remnants of wood, his patience wearing thin. Gripping his knife, he charged forward, intending to assess the shield. Although his blade was thwarted, he was perplexed as to why his fists managed to breach the barrier. He then attempted to step inside. Indeed, as long as he refrained from adopting an aggressive stance towards the shield, or rather, as long as it did not perceive a need for defense, he found himself able to enter. Hong Ji grinned wryly, clever enough, but ultimately futile. Jiang Sheng wielded his blade, aiming solely at Hong Ji's body. This attire was likely a form of armor. Once destroyed, it would afford him no opportunity to change his defenses amidst the relentless onslaught of attacks. Jiang Sheng observed that it took him at least 2 or 3 seconds to retrieve his armor from the spatial realm. Jiang Sheng was wagering on the assumption that the armor required personal donning, or that he could eliminate him within the 2 seconds it took to swap his armor at Hong Ji. Jiang Sheng wielded her blade with precision, striking for a full 5 minutes. Hong Ji soon realized something was amiss. Young lady, there's no need for haste. Let's converse. I do not require your system. We can collaborate. Just consider, if we join forces, you provide sustenance while I offer protection, we would be an indomitable force. No natural disaster could possibly breach my shield. What do you wish to discuss? A romantic entanglement? She retorted scornfully. Jiang Sheng held a deep disdain for such propositions, recognizing the foolishness of engaging with someone like him. The thought of partnering with such a person filled her with dread. Observing the imminent damage to her armor, Hong Ji's tone softened slightly. Heroine? Sister? I can accommodate your leader. I can take on a role of a deputy. Jiang Sheng chose to ignore him once more, striking fiercely at Hong Ji's armor, which shattered in response. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Sheng lifted his machine gun and began firing relentlessly. Although he yearned to inquire about certain system matters from this old tortoise, he was too exasperated to care. His instinct was to eliminate the threat first. After Hong Ji perished, the protective shield dissipated, causing the objects above to plummet rapidly. Jiang Sheng swiftly maneuvered through the space, the surrounding smoke having cleared. Assassins, where have you taken the king? Before him stood 5 men, each wielding weapons, exuding a menacing aura despite their gaunt frames. Reluctant to waste ammunition, Jiang Sheng dispatched the nearest foes with a few deft strikes. Unclaimed defense system detected. Shall it be absorbed? Jiang Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, currently devouring the defense system. Estimated time, 5 minutes. Jiang Sheng cast out Hong Ji's lifeless body. The 2 women screamed in terror once more at the sight. Observing them, Jiang Sheng hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate them to safeguard her secret. However, they posed neither a threat nor harm to her. Jiang Sheng decided to search the room first. He pushed open the sole door, and the interior decor could only be described as resplendent. The fluorescent lights illuminated the entire vast chamber, filling it with brightness. On the opposite side of the room stood a large cabinet. Upon opening it, he found nothing but garments. However, intrigued by the unusual materials used in the construction, Jiang Sheng collected everything into his spatial realm, including the powerful fluorescent light, which was of exceptional wattage. It was likely that all of this exquisite craftsmanship had found its place within his system. Yet, he pondered the extent of his spatial capacity. Upon exiting, Jiang Sheng observed the 2 women, who, with their heads bowed, dared not meet his gaze. Jiang Sheng ultimately decided to spare them. If they could endure in such a cruel environment, they might as well be considered reborn. Jiang Sheng, wielding a firearm, swung the door open, his left hand clutching a brilliantly shining flashlight. As the door creaked ajar, he was met with a sea of faces outside. Your king is dead. If you wish to join him in the grave, my gun would be more than willing. This was Jiang Sheng's threat, as well as a caution to the gathered crowd. Having slain their king, the act of extinguishing their lives would be but a trifle. Indeed, as the first individual beheld the fallen Hong Ji sprawled on the ground, he relinquished all resistance. Jiang Sheng expended little effort maneuvering through the throng, and upon reaching Zhao Sigo's chamber, the latter immediately knelt, pleading for the antidote. Jiang Sheng, irritated by the commotion, casually tossed him a heat relief pill. "How is it? Have you resolved everything?" Jiang Hao inquired, observing that Jiang Sheng seemed relatively unscathed. Jiang Sheng nodded. "Yes, let's go, brother Jiang." He then retrieved various items from his space, including water, food, and a tent. "Is it truly all right?" Jiang Sheng was acutely aware of what Jiang Hao was alluding to. Indeed, she wished to remain inconspicuous, for the camp had scant provisions left. It was prudent to prepare accordingly. Jiang Hao, understanding the gravity of the situation, said little more and began to gather the items scattered on the ground. Jiang Shaohua observed two individuals eagerly approaching, burdened with numerous packages. As they excitedly urged Wang Jingxi to assist them, Jiang Sheng observed the expressions of the two individuals, a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt gracing her face. And she couldn't help but ponder, "Is it time to find a partner for my younger brother?" "Sister, have you gone robbing?" Jiang Shaohua remarked, as he took the large bag from behind Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng cast a glance at him and said, "Is this how you look at your elder sister?" Wrong. Chapter 102. The second base in Sichuan province. Jiang Sheng crouched down before the two children, meticulously inspecting them. However, with her rudimentary medical skills, she discerned nothing of significance. Noticing Jiang Sheng's furrowed brow, Jiang Shaohua realized that the situation of the two children was likely dire. "After you left, we contemplated searching outside, and it was then that we discovered a piece of cloth near a well. We ventured inside, only to find Xiao Lu cradling Xiao Wu, both unconscious." Jiang Sheng nodded and moved aside to prepare the medicine. While it was termed as preparing medicine, it essentially involved searching through the space for remedies that might be effective. Outside, there were only superficial wounds, but the concern now lay with potential internal injuries. After locating a pill to invigorate the blood and dispel stagnation, he carefully selected some calming herbs, examined the instructions, and then administered them to the two little ones. The group sat around the fire as Jiang Sheng recounted the events of the underground city. A couple of hours later, Mei Ye and Yi Kongsheng awakened. Jiang Sheng cooked some congee to satiate their hunger, while the others consumed grain cakes. With the dawn breaking, Jiang Sheng settled against the wall, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the fluctuations of the space. The defense system has been successfully integrated, unlocking defensive functionalities for creation. Basic defensive shields, rudimentary armor, initial gloves, and elementary protective domes are now available. Additionally, special defensive building materials can be unlocked. Jiang Sheng entered the system mall with great excitement. One section was dedicated to her own food marketplace, while another showcased a variety of building materials: waterproof wooden boards, thermal insulating metals, super absorbent sponges, and ultralight frost-resistant foams. Presently, only these items were available for sale. Additionally, Jiang Sheng noticed that the space had expanded slightly. In one corner, a collection of materials was piled up, all of which appeared to be defensive construction materials, likely sourced from the Hongji space. As Jiang Sheng experienced a surge of excitement, a pang of fear simultaneously gripped him. The realization that this system could be devoured by another instilled a dread of potential pursuit from formidable systems should his own be exposed. Fortunately, he had encountered merely the defensive Hongji this time. Had it been a system equipped with weaponry, such as military-grade arms, Jiang Sheng would likely find himself in dire straits. This encounter underscored the necessity of exercising greater caution moving forward. Nevertheless, he was currently elated, for the gold coins could be exchanged within the defensive system store. This implied that his resources could be converted into gold to procure defensive materials or upgrade the store's level. Moreover, within his survival space, resources could be produced continuously, establishing a virtuous cycle. Jiang Sheng had a profound understanding of Hong Ji's defensive gear, undoubtedly of exceptional quality. She recalled that several months prior, before the apocalypse commenced, the system had informed her that she was not the sole individual possessing spatial abilities. With a staggering population of 7 billion worldwide, Jiang Sheng found it implausible that she would encounter another system bearer in the near future. The odds were simply too slim. Moreover, her system had the capability to sense other systems within a certain range, which afforded Jiang Sheng an undeniable advantage. Reflecting on this, her spirits lifted somewhat. The primary focus now was to locate a base, for survival was of utmost importance. Should circumstances prove dire, she could construct a base herself without relying on others, especially since she had the necessary materials for infrastructure. It remained uncertain when she would be able to upgrade the expanse of her space again. During her night watch, Jiang Sheng donned her basic armor and gloves from her spatial realm. The armor bore no weight, functioning perfectly as she had tested it. As for the basic protective shield, the system indicated a cooldown period of 20 minutes, which explained Hong Ji's eventual panic. The armor and gloves required changing like any clothing to be effective, while the shield could be utilized immediately upon retrieval. Jiang Sheng had already conceived the notion of establishing a base in his mind. However, to bring this idea to fruition, it was imperative to have a few trustworthy individuals by his side. From the onset of the apocalypse to the present, the Jiang family had proven to be reliable, and there was no need to elaborate on Jiang Shaohua's dependability. As for Wang Jingxi, he was a solitary figure, and currently, there was a lingering distrust towards Yi Kongsheng and Wang Jing. Perhaps it was best to defer this matter for the time being. As dusk descended that day, Jiang Shaohua inquired, "Did you hear the sound of a generator?" He rose and gazed into the distance. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Sheng also became aware of it. Several minutes later, a few robust off-road vehicles approached. Jiang Sheng, ready with his handgun, prepared for a possible confrontation and handed another weapon to Jiang Hao. The occupants of the vehicles had also noticed them. "Captain, it seems there are survivors ahead." A woman with golden hair opened her eyes and responded, "Yes. Let us drive over. What should we do now that they are coming?" Jiang Shaohua glanced at Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng, realizing that the decisions within the group were subtly shifting towards these two individuals. "Xiaosheng, what do you think?" Jiang Sheng suggested, "Let us observe for now. If anything seems amiss, our priority should be the safety of Miao Miao and Sister Maya." The off-road vehicles came to a halt 10 meters away, and two individuals emerged. A woman with long golden hair, whose fair complexion indicated she was not Chinese, and a fully armed man. "Are they survivors from Longquan City?" The golden-haired woman inquired in fluent Chinese. After speaking, she returned to the vehicle. "What are your thoughts?" The group gathered to deliberate. "Sister, I'll follow your lead," Jiang Hao remarked, glancing at his dirty daughter and the frail Maya. "I believe heading to the base is the better option. At least, I think survival would be easier there." "All right, prepare your belongings. I will negotiate with them first," Jiang Sheng instructed before striding toward the convoy, while Jiang Shaohua and Wang Jingxi attempted to follow, but were rebuffed by Jiang Sheng. With her basic armor, she felt confident against bullets and considered bringing them along as a potential hindrance. As Jiang Sheng approached, the golden-haired woman rolled down the window. "Have you made your decision?" "Yes, we intend to accompany you to the base in Sichuan province," she replied. The woman smiled faintly and said, "It is the second base. The first base has already fallen. My name is Lena, an officer in the military and the captain leading this mission." Lena retrieved a radio to communicate with the vehicles behind. "You will go to the second-to-last vehicle. The individuals inside will address your concerns." "Thank you," came the reply, and Lena merely smiled before rolling the window back up. Once she had given her instructions, the group began to mobilize. A young soldier, appearing even younger than Jiang Shaohua, took the wheel, with no one occupying the passenger seat. Once everything was stowed away, Jiang Sheng settled into the front passenger seat with Miao Miao cradled in her arms, while the others squeezed into the back with their belongings. Chapter 103. Intelligence gathering. Once everyone was seated in the vehicle, Lena commanded the driver to commence their journey. "Are you truly locals of Longquan City?" inquired the young soldier, driving with curiosity. "My name is Yochi, hailing from Dashi, not far from the base in Sichuan province." With his amiable demeanor and kind face, Jiang Sheng sought to learn more about the base. Indeed, we are all from Longquan City. Impressive. We have been searching for nearly a month in Longquan City, gathering a substantial amount of supplies, yet we have not encountered a single survivor. Jiang Sheng was equally astonished. With a population of several million in Longquan City, the fact that they had not encountered a single living soul after a month of searching spoke volumes about the severity of this natural disaster. Alas, it is all the fault of the heavens, he lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He then inquired, "What is the situation at the base? Will we need to pay to enter?" The representative patiently explained, "Previously, we required the submission of supplies, but that is no longer the case. During the extreme cold, we appointed a new base commander, and since their arrival, conditions have started to improve. While we cannot yet speak of prosperity, we can ensure that no one faces starvation." Change during the extreme cold? Is it truly that remarkable? Jiang Shaohua leaned forward, recalling the dire conditions he had witnessed at the Longquan base, where even a single morsel was a rare luxury. "You'll understand once you arrive, but we must wait another day. Today, we will complete the final reconnaissance of Longquan City, after which a specialized team will be dispatched to collect supplies. Our task is merely to investigate and mark." "Do you know what the new base commander looks like?" "Alas, I am but a mere soldier. I have never encountered a base commander," the representative replied, pondering for a moment before continuing. "Should you go, you will need to stay in the base dormitories. If you have the means, you may purchase a house, as the base offers apartments and villas for sale only, while rental properties are shared accommodations." "How much does a villa cost?" Jiang Sheng, already weary, yearned for her own space. If the villas were prohibitively expensive, she would consider purchasing multiple apartments, as living in close quarters was decidedly inconvenient. The representative looked at Jiang Sheng with wide eyes. "Sister, the villa district is beyond our means. It requires at least 5 million points. Do you know how many points a bottle of water costs?" 10 points? Wang Jingxi guessed. "I would wager 20 points," Jiang Shaohua chimed in. 50. The representative held up 5 fingers. "And that is for the most affordable drinking water. Beverages and sweetened drinks are even pricier. The base only allocates 100 points for a day's labor." "How many points do you all possess?" Jiang Sheng queried. The representative gestured toward the walkie-talkie and waved a hand, indicating the unspoken understanding among the group. Their conversations were being monitored by higher-ups, making such confidential matters ill-advised to discuss openly. Jiang Sheng swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "How many people are there in the second base?" "I'm not entirely certain, but I estimate there are around 700,000 to 800,000. "So many?" "It is quite remarkable that a base could house such a number of individuals just a year after a natural disaster." Jiang Sheng nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "What about the apartments? How much do the smaller one-bedroom units cost?" After a moment of contemplation, he added, "They would likely be priced around 300,000 to 400,000, while the larger two-bedroom units would range from 500,000 to 600,000. There are indeed quite a few affluent individuals at the base, but most of them have been residing there from the very beginning." Jiang Sheng contemplated inwardly, realizing that she currently had no feasible means to procure such a substantial amount of points. Her group required a minimum of 4 rooms for their stay in a one-bedroom apartment. Wang Jing and Yi Kongcheng could initially be set aside, but they still needed 3 rooms. Jiang Hao's family would occupy one, while Wang Zhengxi, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Jiang Shaohua would share another. She was determined to secure a room for herself. Jiang Sheng was aware that most of these accommodations were likely intended for the leaders. In the days of relative stability prior to the apocalypse, few men refrained from smoking. Even Jiang Sheng had indulged for a time, only to quit upon realizing it hindered her practice of taekwondo. After thoroughly searching the last area, the convoy commenced its return journey, which took a full week. The provisions of food and water were supplied by the convoy members throughout the trip. Upon arriving at the base and disembarking at the entrance, Lena bid farewell to Jiang Sheng before driving away. Their first entry into the base necessitated a routine registration. It is indeed a rare sight to witness the Dragon Spring district. Arriving here is no small feat. The registration was managed by a middle-aged woman, whose accent was noticeable yet did not hinder communication. Jiang Sheng smiled as she handed over the completed information, still holding a small sample of hand cream in her hand. Upon seeing the item, the elderly woman's eyes crinkled with delight. Since it is your first visit, it is understandable to take a wrong turn. Take this and show it to the person behind. It will exempt you from the obligatory labor that newcomers must perform. Jiang Sheng presented the elderly lady with a complete package of sanitary supplies, containing 10 pieces. The lady's eyes widened in astonishment, and subsequently, she issued a labor exemption ticket to each individual. Little do you know, upon first registering, one is required to work for 3 days at the base. However, the regulations are not overly strict. My dear, seeing your handsome visage, I shall grant you an exemption, but do refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Jiang Sheng smiled sweetly, expressing her understanding with gratitude. I comprehend. Thank you, dear aunt. Well, let us proceed. However, several individuals processing the paperwork could not resist whispering to the matron in front. Aunt Zhang, do not allocate too much. It will complicate matters for those of us behind. Understood. This is the final batch. There will be no more, she responded. The group was fortunate that their belongings were numerous, as everyone was alert during the journey. Now, only Wang Jing remained immobile, being carried by Yi Kongqing. Jiang Sheng observed that the alley ahead was devoid of sunlight, prompting her to walk in that direction. After depositing her belongings, she contemplated visiting the service hall. You all rest here, and please refrain from wandering about. Brother Jiang, let's take a look at the service hall, she suggested. Upon entering the service hall, which was bustling with numerous individuals, Jiang Sheng swiftly scanned her surroundings before joining the queue at the housing sales counter, which was relatively short. Jiang Hao trailed closely behind, cautious not to stray too far. Next, called the staff member as they organized their materials. Which district are you interested in purchasing a property? The official attending to Jiang Sheng was a man in his 30s. Could you provide me with some information? I'm new here and not quite familiar with the process, she replied. The man, displaying little emotion, picked up a tablet and presented it to Jiang Sheng. This area indicates the housing options, the dormitory district, apartment district, and villa district. The red areas are currently inhabited, while the green areas are available for sale. He then turned the tablet towards her, allowing her to make her selection. Eventually, feeling somewhat helpless, Jiang Sheng discreetly offered the man a cigarette, aware that it was rather inappropriate to do so at that moment. Chapter 104. Exchange of points. Upon noticing the cigarette Jiang Sheng had subtly extended, the man's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, young lady, keep that down. It is not wise to display such items openly, he exclaimed, hastily accepting the cigarette, even catching a glimpse of its fleeting shadow in the air. Jiang Sheng was taken aback. Previously, he had heard that the cigarettes here were quite popular, but he never imagined they would be in such high demand. Just a single cigarette elicited a smile from the stern-faced man. Sir, I would like to inquire about the 4 rooms on the top floor, preferably adjacent to one another. What is the total point cost for acquiring these 4 rooms on this level? 1,100,000 points. I am merely earning a modest fee for my efforts and cannot negotiate, the man replied with a grin. All right then, he chuckled. I'll be here until the end of the day. Even if the sale amounted to just over 1 million, one could still net several thousand points. After all, anyone working with the official channels surely had their connections. A sum exceeding 1 million is no trivial matter, setting aside whether you can actually obtain it. How would you even explain it to them? Jiang Hao pondered deeply. Having promised to keep Jiang Sheng's secret, he knew he must uphold his end of the bargain. Jiang Sheng said nothing as she stepped outside, entering an alley where she discovered 20 packs of Chinese cigarettes, along with 30 assorted smokes, and a whole bag of the Hong Pao tea alongside green tea. She then produced 2 bottles of fine liquor. These 2 bottles of red wine were worth over 1 million before the apocalypse, and they were what Jiang Sheng had scavenged after the world had changed. She had previously opened a less expensive bottle during a barbecue. Jiang Hao was taken aback by the items Jiang Sheng presented, but she chose to keep her astonishment concealed within her heart. Unfortunately, the base only allowed purchases and not rentals, making buying property after the apocalypse a considerable loss. As Jiang Sheng packed her items, she murmured to herself. The 2 of them secured their belongings tightly, ensuring that no prying eyes could investigate their possessions from the outside. The place for exchanging goods for points was located directly across from the service hall. Upon entering, They found themselves in a vast supermarket. Before long, a cheerful man approached them. "Are you two here to shop or to exchange points?" "We'd like to exchange points," Jiang Sheng replied. The man sized up Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shaohua before leading them to the trading area, where he would handle the transaction himself. "What items do you wish to exchange?" he inquired, his demeanor warm as he watched Jiang Sheng unload her backpack. However, upon seeing the contents, he quickly zipped the bag back up, scanned the area to ensure no one was watching, and leaned in closer to Jiang Sheng. "Are all these cigarettes?" Jiang Sheng nodded as the man greedily swallowed. "Come this way," he instructed Jiang Sheng to tidy up his belongings before leading the two into a room, subsequently locking the door behind them. Jiang Sheng found this action unremarkable. Given the substantial quantity, he was not one to dally and promptly emptied his possessions. The man's neck craned eagerly as he urged Jiang Sheng to pour gently, cautioning him not to damage these treasures. When a man beheld the 2 bottles of wine that the woman produced seemingly from nowhere, he was utterly enraptured, losing his composure as he rushed over to seize the wine from Jiang Sheng's grasp. "Is this wine?" he exclaimed. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, all glass bottles had shattered, leaving only a few cans of beer to be salvaged. The man gazed at the wine in his hands, increasingly enamored, yet lamented his lack of discernment regarding its quality. "How many points do you reckon this wine could fetch?" Jiang Sheng asked, arms crossed, regarding the man with interest. The man examined the bottles meticulously, running his fingers over the pristine packaging and noting the vintage. 50,000 points? He ventured. Jiang Sheng calmly seized the wine from the man's grasp. "Well then, this bottle of mine would fetch over 1,000,000 before the apocalypse. Surely, it shouldn't depreciate too drastically in the current circumstances." The man instantly appeared flustered. "Wait here for a moment. I cannot make this decision alone. Please do not leave." He hurried away, returning shortly with an elderly gentleman. "Director, I would appreciate your assistance." The man addressed the old man with utmost respect, clearly indicating his significant stature. The elderly gentleman approached Jiang Sheng, accepting the bottle of red wine, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized it closely. "Ah, Cabernet Sauvignon?" he remarked, studying the girl before him. "You possess quite the treasure. This wine may very well be the last bottle in the world." While not entirely as exaggerated as he suggested, it was indeed rare. "Well, I hope to receive a fair price for it," Jiang Sheng stated candidly, harboring modest expectations. Even if these 2 bottles were the last of their kind in this post-apocalyptic world, she doubted they could command an exorbitant price. After all, she had a few bottles stashed away from the pre-apocalyptic era, and she was not inclined to spend excessively on this. The old man conferred with the earlier man for a moment, and after a few minutes, he returned with a smile. "We can offer you 900,000 credits for these 2 bottles, which is the utmost we can provide. It will ensure you a life of comfort in the base." While one could manage to stay warm and well-fed, the notion of a life of luxury was somewhat exaggerated. Of course, the old man was referring to 2 people. "Let us include these as well," Jiang Sheng said, gesturing towards the cigarettes and tea leaves scattered on the ground. The old man finally noticed the items on the floor. "Indeed, you have quite the collection here. These are not easy to procure." The 2 deliberated once more, ultimately concluding the total will be 130,000 credits. "We cannot extend the offer further, as this is the highest price we can afford." Jiang Sheng was quite satisfied with this price. He had plenty of cigarettes and tea in his own space, yet he now had to feign a look of reluctance. "All right, if it weren't for the dire need for money," he chuckled, "hand me the identity card, and I shall transfer the funds to you at once." Jiang Sheng handed over his identity card, observing the card reader in the old man's hand. "Grandfather, please allow me to take this card reader. It will undoubtedly prove useful for me, as I am new here." The old man was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head and handing both the card reader and the identity card to Jiang Sheng. "Will you be able to operate it?" he inquired. Jiang Sheng, having witnessed the old man use it once, replied confidently, "Yes, our previous base had a similar device." After settling the bill, the 2 of them slung their bags over their shoulders and departed, while the man courteously saw them off, saying, "Young lady, do come to me for assistance in the future." Jiang Sheng nodded, estimating that the man could earn several thousand to tens of thousands of points from today's transaction. Although the uncle was astonished that Jiang Sheng could actually amass such wealth, he did not reveal his surprise. In this post-apocalyptic world, capable individuals still existed, should enmity arise. One might not even be aware of their demise until it was too late. Chapter 105. Adorning the bedroom, the uncle dispatched a young lad to lead the way, having already entrusted the key to Jiang Sheng, allowing for immediate occupancy. As Jiang Sheng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the building, it was midday. The modest edifice stood at 6 stories, the maximum height permitted. "Miss," the young man leading the way remarked, "the residence is located on the topmost floor of this building." Upon reaching the door, he proceeded to elucidate the pertinent details. "The ownership of the property is now yours. Water for domestic use is charged at 200 points per square meter, while electricity is billed at 20 points per kilowatt hour. There are no maintenance fees, but the apartment is sparsely furnished, containing only a bed." "Thank you for your assistance," she replied. Jiang Sheng commenced the distribution of the rooms. Jiang Hao and his family of 3 were assigned 1 room, while Jiang Shaohua shared another with Wang Jingxi. Yi Kongcheng, along with Wang Jing, accommodated Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. The others expressed no objections to this arrangement, nor did they inquire about the origins of the points. They simply accepted their assigned quarters without question. After a long journey, everyone was fatigued and began sorting through the mattresses and blankets. Jiang Sheng allocated a slightly greater share of items to Yi Kongcheng and his group, considering their larger number. After all, accommodating 4 individuals in a single bedroom was certainly preferable to sleeping in a communal space. The restroom was not private. The floor featured a shared toilet and a bathing area, but fortunately, as they were all familiar with one another, maintaining cleanliness was manageable. This residence was indeed a bare shell, devoid of furnishings apart from a bed frame, and the kitchen boasted merely a single faucet, exceedingly simplistic. The bedroom and living room were equipped with 2 functional electrical outlets. Alas, it was better than having none at all. After unloading their belongings, Jiang Sheng proceeded to the bedroom to stow the bed frame into his space. His first priority was to inspect the house for any recording devices or cameras, as one must exercise caution in unfamiliar surroundings. Once assured of their absence, he meticulously swept the floor and applied a mildly scented disinfectant. Subsequently, he closed the bedroom door and collapsed onto a sofa in the living room. After sitting in the car for so long, his backside felt numb, and the opportunity to recline was truly delightful. He dozed off momentarily, and upon entering his space to take a shower and tidy himself up, he gradually regained some vitality. Of course, the most essential thing was to indulge in a hearty meal. Sero circled around Jiang Sheng, and after a month's absence, they finally enjoyed a small hot pot together. Seated on a bamboo chair, savoring the hot pot and sipping on fizzy drinks, such moments epitomized the essence of life. Now, it was time to release Sero. Upon emerging into this unfamiliar environment, Sero became alert, but, sensing no immediate danger, joined Jiang Sheng on the sofa to relax. After several hours of waiting on the sofa while watching a drama, Jiang Sheng finally entered the bedroom, which had been sufficiently disinfected. First, he installed the curtains, allowing him to proceed with decorating the space. He laid down a waterproof sheet on the floor and applied sponge pads, determined to completely eliminate any pests. His manual skills were commendable. Although his cuts lacked precision, they were still quite satisfactory. The bedroom was relatively small, and after a brief period of effort, he completed the application. Next, he affixed an insulating film to the walls, uncertain of how the weather would change in the future, but ensuring that the indoor temperature would be adequately maintained. After finishing, Jiang Sheng adorned the walls with a soft green wallpaper that he cherished and spread a large plush rug across the floor, occupying a significant portion of the bedroom. Jiang Sheng arranged the bed in the presidential suite, placing upon it the 3-piece set from his previous bedroom, along with a collection of plush toys. Now, the bedroom is taken on a charming semblance. The small table, petite chairs, and wardrobe must all be neatly organized. Gazing at the meticulously transformed room brings him a sense of comfort. As for the bedroom, it shall remain as it is for now. Should anyone visit unexpectedly, it will be difficult to explain the disorder. Besides, he seldom frequents the bedroom anyway. Jiang Sheng reclined on the bed for a moment, when a sudden inspiration struck her. Rising, she proceeded to cover the area by the window in her bedroom with a generous layer of dark soil. Sero closely followed her, anxious after a prolonged absence from his master, fearing she might disappear again. Once the soil was thoroughly spread, she erected a wooden partition to separate it from the other side and laid down another board to facilitate passage. Subsequently, she scattered a variety of seeds, aiming for a comprehensive cultivation: peppers, leeks, cabbages, and eggplants, all left to flourish by fate. After purchasing the house, she still had over 200,000 remaining. Donning her clothes, Jiang Sheng prepared to visit Jiang Shaohua to ascertain their needs. She tucked Sarah away in her space and secured the door. Noticing that the door across the way was ajar, she entered without hesitation. Upon entering, she found the living room deserted, yet the bedroom echoed with a series of sounds. "You are utterly foolish. Exert yourself." "How can I exert myself when you're elevated so high?" Jiang Sheng was taken aback. Such ferocious words were utterly unexpected. Soon, however, only a knowing smile remained on her face. As she approached, she noticed the two individuals huddled together, seemingly engrossed in their own world, which only broadened the smile upon Jiang Sheng's lips. "Sister?" After giving the two a knowing glance, Jiang Sheng exited the bedroom, ensuring to close the door behind him. "It's all your fault. You can't even set up a tent properly," Jiang Shaohua complained. Wang Zhengxi retorted, "It's been tightened to the point of being compressed. How am I supposed to exert any force?" Jiang Sheng arrived at Maya's place, and after knocking on the door, it was Miao Miao who opened it. "Sister Sheng." Jiang Sheng carried Miao Miao into the house, and the couple sat in the living room in a daze, as the home had already been tidied up, but there was simply too little furniture. "Maya, what do you think?" Xiao Sheng. Maya said, her face etched with concern. "I cannot discern whether coming here is a blessing or a curse." "It will get better," Jiang Sheng reassured her. "By the way, is there anything the house lacks? I still have some points left. We should procure some furniture soon." Maya felt hesitant to spend Jiang Sheng's money and stammered, saying nothing further. Jiang Sheng's countenance darkened as he confronted Maya. "Sister May, what are you doing? Back when we were in the community, you casually borrowed several 100,000 from me, and I have yet to repay it. It feels rather strange now." Maya, sensing Jiang Sheng's irritation, hastily clarified, "No, how could that be? I merely feel embarrassed." "Well, dear Sheng, it's the thought that counts. Once I start earning points, I shall buy you some gifts." Jiang Hao, standing nearby, intervened to ease the tension, and the family followed Jiang Sheng as they ventured out. The primary purpose of this excursion was not merely shopping, but to familiarize themselves with the new terrain. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar locale, it was crucial to know the lay of the land. Otherwise, they would be at a loss when disaster struck. As soon as they stepped outside, Jiang Sheng encountered several individuals. True to its reputation as the second base, it was significantly larger than the Longquan base, featuring a diverse array of shops. Jiang Sheng casually entered a restaurant, where a variety of grain pancakes and stir-fried dishes were offered, albeit at exorbitant prices that left Jiang Sheng feeling unable to afford them. A plate of stir-fried cabbage required over 100 points, and it was evident that only a few stalks would be present. The cost of living was truly staggering. Even the thought of it was daunting. Maya entered briefly, merely to glance at the menu alongside Jiang Sheng, before quickly exiting. Alas, what was once deemed unworthy is now beyond reproach. The group inquired their way to the largest market in the base. Chapter 106. Sign in for a year, run fast. Do not push, please queue properly. Several individuals rushed past Jiang Sheng, nearly knocking Maya to the ground, but fortunately, Miao Miao was safely held by Jiang Hao. What was the urgency of these people? Maya, supported by Jiang Sheng, bore a slight frown of annoyance. The entrance to the supermarket was already crowded, and Jiang Sheng joined the line, standing behind a middle-aged woman. Jiang Sheng gently patted the elderly woman's shoulder and inquired, "Madam, why does it seem that everyone is in such a hurry while queuing? Are you newcomers?" Upon receiving a nod from Jiang Sheng, the elderly woman continued, "The base supermarket supplies only 20 bushels of vegetables each day. If you arrive late, there will be nothing left. Each person is limited to a maximum purchase of 1 kilogram, which, though substantial, is still beyond the means of ordinary folk. It's first come, first serve for those 20 kilograms. You must understand the dire consequences of prolonged vitamin deprivation. The milder effects are merely rough and sallow skin. But the severe repercussions include weakened immunity, tooth loss, oral ulcers, and even night blindness, not to mention excessive hair loss. By the time the queue reaches this point, there may very well be no vegetables left, yet Jiang Sheng was unconcerned as she was merely there to acquire furnishings. The line appeared lengthy, but hadn't been a long wait. Most individuals had already decided what they intended to purchase beforehand. Indeed, goods at the base were quite expensive, slightly more than at Longquan base. The previous few mats had already been distributed, and Jiang Sheng bought several comforters, anticipating that the weather would soon turn cooler. As for food, the cheapest option was a mix of bran and broken rice, which was quite unpalatable, yet Jiang Sheng opted for the broken rice. Next month, she would manage her own budget, for Jiang Sheng had her own plans. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Sheng had scarcely lain down for a few minutes when the system's voice echoed in her ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving 1 year in the apocalypse and integrating with other systems. Please select 2 rewards from the following options. 1. Qualification for 20 days of space access, with an increased daily survival sign-in time limit. 2. Space expansion by 2-fold and unlocking of new areas. 3. All functions upgraded by 1 level, along with obtaining strengthening physique capsule 2. 4. Unknown reward, temporarily inapplicable. After attentively considering the system's announcement, Jiang Sheng was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. These rewards were nothing short of extravagant, and the choice of 2 was indeed enticing. After much deliberation, she decided, I choose options 2 and 3. The cost-effectiveness of option 1 paled in comparison to the benefits of options 2 and 3. Having amassed nearly 2 months' worth of resources, she deemed it sufficient for the time being, while option 4 held no immediate utility for her current situation. Jiang Sheng was not one to take reckless gambles. She preferred to play it safe. Rewards confirmed. Artificial rainfall upgraded to level 2, with each instance lasting 1 hour and a cooldown period of 20 days. Automatic planting upgraded to level 2, allowing for accelerated seed maturation and improved harvesting efficiency. Appraisal skill upgraded to level 2. Automatic farm upgraded to level 2. Animals within the farm will not experience reduced lifespans once they reach maturity, and the effect will cease upon leaving the farm. Overall space expanded 2-fold and mining area unlocked. Awaiting development. Jiang Sheng swallowed hard, marveling at the opulence of this reward. At this moment, she felt no different from the deities of ancient myths. With a surge of excitement, she retrieved the strengthening physique capsule 2, her hands trembling in anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, she consumed it. Having previously experienced the benefits of the physique capsule, Jiang Sheng found the effects this time to be rather subtle, aside from a heightened sense of vitality. She perceived little else. Soon thereafter, she noticed a crimson emblem within the system, emblazoned with her fundamental information. Jiang Sheng, female, age, 20 physique, A, survival rating. Survival probability, slim, strength, 3, speed, 3, health level, 8. Jiang Sheng furrowed her brow. Wasn't it the system that initially conducted a physical fitness scan on her? Why was it now displaying results? Moreover, what troubled Jiang Sheng the most was the disheartening fact that, despite enduring a year of natural disasters and her significantly enhanced physique, the system had undergone numerous upgrades, yet her chances of survival remained bleak. This unsettling thought gradually seeped into her mind. Could it be that this was merely an appetizer? Unsurprisingly, after the system had tantalized her with a taste of sweetness, it dealt her a harsh blow, transforming her earlier joy into a sense of discontent. What is the basis for the determination of strength and speed values in the system? Jiang Sheng pondered, staring at the newly added attributes, utterly perplexed. The strength of an adult female human is 0. 8. Speed is 1. An adult male is 1. Speed is 1 too. An adult German Shepherd has a strength of 1 and speed of 3. An adult Chinese rural cat has a strength of 0. 5 and speed of 6. With this evaluation standard, Jiang Sheng was astonished. It meant that her current strength was 3 times that of an average male, which was indeed somewhat exaggerated. If her survival chances were so grim with her enhanced physique, what fate awaited others? After much vexation, Jiang Sheng tossed and turned in bed, while Ciro at the foot of the bed dared not make a sound. After struggling for a while longer, She rose, dressed, and prepared to venture outside. Ciro, awakened by her movements, wagged his tail and nudged Jiang Sheng. She affectionately patted him twice before retreating into her space. It had become a habit for Jiang Sheng to wield a long knife in hand. Descending the stairs, she found the base nearly deserted, save for some important buildings illuminated by lights. Jiang Sheng sensed that her vision had significantly improved, enabling her to discern shapes even in the darkness. During a previous shopping excursion, she had purchased a map of the base, yet after scrutinizing it for a while, she found it incomprehensible and decided to proceed forward, relying on her familiarity with the area. The base's architecture consisted of 6-story buildings, with courtyards likely confined to the villa district. Jiang Sheng had seen images of the second base's villas, which were constructed quite differently, primarily emphasizing safety. In truth, the main structure of the base was the administrative hall, which could be considered the central area, with supermarkets, grocery stores, and restaurants orbiting around it. The probability of individuals spending their earned points significantly increased after visiting the hall. After wandering the base for an undetermined length of time, Jiang Sheng arrived at an open area. Chapter 107, Giant Cockroach. Glancing around, she noted the considerable size of the space. What a large hole! Jiang Sheng exclaimed, crouching down. The hole before her was wider than her fist, likely a burrow made by a rabbit or mouse. Upon inspecting the ground, she discovered a green seedling. Illuminating it with her flashlight, she was unable to identify the plant. Jiang Sheng then utilized the identification system on the seedling. Green plant edible. Jiang Sheng was utterly perplexed. Could it be that I cannot discern its green hue? How can it claim to have upgraded while it seemingly regresses? Just as Jiang Sheng was about to rise, he noticed 2 tendrils emerging from the hole, swaying side to side akin to the antennae of a lobster. In the next moment, a shadow emerged from the depths of the cavity. Jiang Sheng swiftly rose to his feet, drawing his long knife as he gazed at the creature lunging towards him. Following the beam of his flashlight, he was taken aback by the sight. What manner of insect was this so immense? Lying on the ground was a severed half of a bug, roughly the size of a gourd, its body a deep brown, with notably prominent antennae atop its head. Identification. Cockroach. Consumption is inadvisable due to potential bacterial contamination, though it is rich in protein. Jiang Sheng's features contorted in disbelief. Is this what you call a cockroach? This creature is nearly the size of a kitten. Even the cockroaches of the south would pale in comparison to this one. Undoubtedly, it has undergone some form of mutation, prompting Jiang Sheng to recall the white fishmen from the Longquan base. This world is undeniably transforming in unprecedented ways. The cockroach on the ground continues to writhe, astonishingly alive even after being cleaved in two by a blade. What extraordinary vitality this creature possesses. Jiang Sheng delivered 2 more strikes to the mutated cockroach on the ground, finally ceasing its struggles. She picked up her flashlight and scanned the surroundings, revealing numerous similar holes. The mere thought that such large cockroaches might inhabit them sent chills down her spine. Having gone to bed at 4 in the morning, she awoke at 10, feeling no trace of fatigue. Jiang Hao had taken Jiang Shaohua and Wang Zhengxi out in search of work, while Yi Kongsheng and Wang Jing had yet to fully recover, with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu tending to them. Sister Xiao Sheng, Miao Miao exclaimed, running towards Jiang Sheng and enveloping her in a warm embrace, her face aglow with a sweet smile. The more I observe Jiang Sheng, the more I am captivated by this young girl. Her parents are both strikingly handsome, and from a young age, she has possessed the exquisite beauty of a rare gem, although she does appear somewhat fragile. Meiya, do you still have enough of that item? Meiya sighed softly. Alas, I fashioned it from fabric previously, and having not washed it since, I find it quite uncomfortable beneath. Jiang Sheng extracted a substantial quantity of sanitary pads from her bag and offered them to Meiya. Sister Meiya, if you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to let me know. I can procure these items. Meiya accepted the offering, fully aware of the discomfort a woman experiences in the absence of such necessities. It could indeed be quite dire. Thank you, Xiao Sheng. It's entirely my fault for being so inept. Jiang Sheng observed Meiya's expression of guilt, feeling a twinge of discomfort within himself. However, He had inquired the previous day and learned that the tasks at the base were arduous. Even the men found them exhausting. The women at the base worked only half a day and received scant provisions. Those with better administrative positions were often placed there through familial connections. It was rumored that even a cashier's position required several thousand points to acquire, with no clear path to attain it. Jiang Sheng observed the mother and daughter, both covered in dirt, and summoned rain through the system once more. How perplexing it was for rain to fall under the blazing sun. Maya, astonished, hurried to retrieve the only basin in their home. Maya, let us ascend to the rooftop, Jiang Sheng urged as she led the two women upstairs. The rooftop belonged exclusively to the top floor, a privilege that made it difficult to acquire. Shortly after their arrival, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu ascended with their own basin, a purchase made by Jiang Sheng the previous day, ensuring each household had one. The rain provided an opportunity to wash their hair and cleanse their skin. Maya made another trip downstairs, bringing up their clothes that had not been washed for months and had taken on an unpleasant odor. This rain brought about significant changes to their base. 120 points may not seem substantial, but it sufficed for survival. Currently, they resided separately, allowing Jiang Sheng to eat without the need for secrecy, comfortably seated on a small stool, indulging in barbecued skewers and beer, enjoying whatever came to mind. Sero, too, became more lively, as the little dog yearned for its owner's companionship. Realizing she could not remain idle, Jiang Sheng lay on her bed, contemplating, ultimately deciding that hunting was a reliable pursuit. Even if she failed to catch anything, she could still sell a domesticated chicken from the farm. The next day, Jiang Sheng donned her long knife and packed her bag before stepping outside. Jiang Hao and his companions had departed even earlier. The base, now bustling with people, had designated individuals managing each area with monthly rotations, making life quite laborious. Drawing from her experience the previous day, Jiang Sheng remained vigilant, wary of any looming dangers. The second base in Chuan province was established upon the grounds of a summer retreat, nestled within the mountains. Positioned halfway up the hillside, this base was far less steep than the Longchuan base, with wide paths suitable for trucks, yet surrounded by dense forest. Due to the drought, Jiang Sheng's gaze fell upon a landscape dominated by withered trees. She produced a stick from her space and began to sift through the dry leaves. As she peeled back the top layer, moisture gradually revealed itself beneath. With a discerning eye, Jiang Sheng assessed the rain's coverage. While not extensive, it was sufficient to envelop the entire base. After digging for a while, she discovered numerous green shoots, a clear sign that life was beginning to rejuvenate. The sight of these verdant sprouts lifted her spirits considerably. Taking a moment to listen intently, she discerned several faint rustlings around her, though their origins remained elusive. Following the dried-up creek downwards, Jiang Sheng realized that the mountain teemed with various forms of life. The dry leaves hinted at the presence of ferns, mountain yams, lilies, and pine trees alongside some dead kiwi trees. After walking for approximately 15 to 20 minutes, Jiang Sheng found herself at a dead end. Yet she could see the smooth stones at the creek's bottom, marked by the traces of flowing water, now appearing as dry, white surfaces. Continuing to follow the creek, she beheld a remarkable sight ahead. Chapter 108. Hua Xiao before me stood an enormous skeleton, its shape reminiscent of either a whale or a shark. From a distance, it loomed terrifyingly large, and as one approached, the true nature of the monstrous creature remained a tantalizing mystery. Jiang Sheng retrieved his phone from the spatial realm and began to capture the astonishing spectacle before him. Such a wonder could not go unrecorded. After taking the photographs, he glanced at them and nodded in satisfaction, noting that the resolution was commendable and the images were quite clear. At the forefront stood a portly man with squinting eyes, whose plump appearance and well-tailored attire suggested a considerable degree of influence within his household. "What do you intend to do?" The woman attempted to resist, but with her slender arms and legs, she was no match for the several men before her. Realizing that her defiance was futile, the woman fell to her knees. "Hua Xiao, please spare me. I have a contagious disease. Otherwise, why would no man desire me?" Her voice trembled with desperation as she pleaded for mercy. "Hua Xiao," the squint-eyed fat man scrutinized her from head to toe. "Whether or not you are ill is not for you to decide. Take her away." With a commanding shout, one of the men hoisted the woman onto his shoulder, and they all swaggered out of the shop. As Hua Xiao exited, his gaze fell upon Jiang Sheng, and the rotund figure approached him for a closer inspection. Jiang Sheng gazed at him with an impassive expression, yet internally brimming with disdain. A single glance more, and I shall have your eyes. He was indeed handsome, but alas, he was a man. If only young Master Chun were present today. Perhaps you might have enjoyed some indulgence, ha ha ha. As he watched the figure recede into the distance, Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow, pondering how, in broad daylight, no one intervened. Just how much authority must one possess within the base to act with such audacity? Jiang Sheng felt a surge of anger, as she distinctly perceived a lewd expression in the eyes of that rotund man. Had they not captured the woman just moments ago, even a man would have been unable to escape. It was utterly exasperating. In her quest to avoid breast cancer, Jiang Sheng trailed behind a group of individuals. However, it was not long before a vehicle, evidently affiliated with the base, approached them at the next intersection. Jiang Sheng glanced around and noticed only a tall man in a helmet seated on a motorcycle beside him. Without further contemplation, he leaped onto the bike and instructed, "Brother, keep up with the vehicle ahead." The helmeted man turned his head, his expression filled with confusion as he regarded Jiang Sheng. Observing the man's bewilderment, Jiang Sheng added, "I'll give you 100 points. The person is about to get away. Hurry." The man chuckled softly within his helmet, replying, "Then you better hold on tight." Jiang Sheng was taken aback. The man's voice possessed a captivating magnetism. If it were not for a damaged vocal cord or excessive smoking, it would be quite melodious. Initially, Jiang Sheng leaned against the back seat, but as the man accelerated, she had no choice but to embrace him. "Brother, impressive abs," she remarked, "but do refrain from indiscriminate touching." Jiang Sheng found it difficult to resist the allure of this hard-earned physique. "I will pay more," he declared. "It is not merely a matter of money. It is 800 points. The man fell silent for a few seconds, then guided Jiang Sheng's hand onto his sculpted abs, saying, "Little brother, feel free to explore as you wish. Do not hesitate on my account simply because I'm also a man." Jiang Sheng. No wonder they say older men can be quite lascivious. Fortunately, the experience was rather pleasant, and it wasn't a total loss, especially considering the fuel he expended along the way. Once Hua Xiao's vehicle came to a halt, the man located a nearby construction site to park. He disembarked from the car. Should he pursue him further? Jiang Sheng reluctantly withdrew her hand from the firm abdominal muscles. "I have given you a total of 1,000 points. Thank you. Do visit again, young man." Of course, of course," the man observed as Jiang Sheng casually strolled towards the villa area. The security guard, with a mere gesture, allowed Hua Xiao to enter. It seemed that gaining access to the villa district of the second base was no trivial matter. Jiang Sheng made a considerable detour. The walls of this villa district were indeed towering. However, this posed no challenge for her. Her current leaping ability was as formidable as that of two individuals combined. After a vigorous sprint and leap, she grasped the barbed wire with ease. Was this the power of protective gloves? It was remarkably convenient. Once she managed to vault over, Jiang Sheng transformed her appearance, donning a beige long dress, clutching a small bag, and letting her long hair cascade down. She was truly more delicate than the skin of the ladies residing in this villa district. Who among them was not a little princess? Jiang Sheng wandered through the villa district, distinctly recalling Hua Xiao's vehicle. Yet, the expansive area left her feeling like a headless fly, aimlessly meandering amidst the attention of numerous onlookers. Despite her predicament, her charm remained undeniable. A bold lady called out to Jiang Sheng, inquiring about her origin, remarking, "My dear, you look quite unfamiliar around here." However, the lady's curiosity about Jiang Sheng's background was fleeting. Instead, she exclaimed, "Oh, your skin appears remarkably well-maintained, so dewy. How do you achieve such a glow? The masks produced by this estate are utterly ineffective." Jiang Sheng opened her small bag and casually tucked a hydrating facial mask into it. She then presented the mask to the lady before her, saying, "I am fortunate to have saved a few of these. Since we seem destined to meet, I would like to gift one to you. You may call me Mrs. Hu." The lady replied with a beaming smile as she accepted the mask and examined it closely. This mask was from a prestigious brand, even before the apocalypse, which explained why this young woman's complexion remained so radiant. She planned to use it that very evening, certain it would captivate her husband's soul. The more Mrs. who pondered, the happier she became. She then beckoned Jiang Sheng to sit in her villa's courtyard, saying, "It's too hot outside. Come in and sit down." Once seated, Mrs. Hu quickly stashed the mask in her bag, aware that if other ladies saw it, they would surely covet it as well. "You could just call me Xiao Jiang," Jiang Sheng replied. "Oh, Xiao Jiang, since you are new to the villa, is there anything you wish to know? While I may not be well versed in many matters, I am quite familiar with certain aspects of this villa community." Jiang Sheng eagerly awaited the following statement. "Then I must trouble you, Madam Hu. Young Jiang has just arrived and is unaware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. I kindly request your guidance." Upon mentioning these matters, Madam Hu's eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance as she elaborated. "Concerning those one ought to avoid, we have the Guans, the Huas, the Sis, the Mos, and the Chens, all of whom are not to be trifled with. The Guans are affiliated with the base, while the other families hold shares in the official domain." Jiang Sheng listened intently. "Oh, so Hua Xiao is the young master of the Hua family? The plump one?" Madam Hu glanced around discreetly. "Indeed, that is the case. The Hua family holds the largest share in the base, and Hua Xiao is the sole heir of the esteemed Hua patriarch. He is cherished greatly, and anyone who encounters him in the base must tread carefully." Jiang Sheng habitually nodded, recognizing that Hua Xiao's connections were indeed formidable. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng engaged in conversation with Madam Hu, gathering a substantial understanding of the base's influence and various significant events. This facial mask proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. "I wonder which villa belongs to the Hua family. I would like to stroll around it. You must pay close attention. It is the most easterly one, which appears quite opulent and is easy to locate." Jiang Sheng nodded with a smile as he bid farewell to Madam Hu. Chapter 109. Brutality. Following Madam Hu's instructions, Jiang Sheng walked east for quite some time before finally encountering a villa that was distinctly different from the others. While the other villas stood at only 3 stories, this particular one boasted 5 floors and occupied twice the land area of the others. Undoubtedly, this was the residence of Master Hua. Jiang Sheng discovered the vehicle meant for transport in the courtyard, alongside several other peculiar contraptions. The guardians of the premises performed their duties admirably, with sentinels stationed at both the entrance and the peripheries of the courtyard. Additionally, Jiang Sheng observed the presence of surveillance cameras. This posed quite a challenge. Jiang Sheng waited patiently until dusk before making his move. During this interval, he changed into a fresh set of clothes in his space and took the opportunity to enjoy a meal. It had been a while since he had savored stir-fried dishes, and he devoured the plate of spicy stir-fried beef with great enthusiasm. Before entering, Jiang Sheng shattered the surrounding surveillance cameras with a few stones. Above Hua Xiao's villa, there was an electrified fence. Jiang Sheng scaled the wall, and in an instant, sparks flew. However, clad in a protective suit, he remained entirely unscathed. Summoning all his strength, he sprinted forward and, upon leaping over the small railing in the courtyard, immediately entered a different realm. In the next moment, people gathered around the malfunctioning electric fence. Bewildered, what is happening? It seems there is an issue with the fence. Pay close attention to the surroundings and contact the maintenance personnel at once. Jiang Sheng remained unhurried in the space, understanding that tasks must be approached with patience. After a brief interval of several minutes, he seized the opportunity to slip into the villa as the maintenance staff were summoned. The interior was indeed opulent, surpassing even the lavish decor of his own home prior to the apocalypse. However, upon entering, he was greeted by the descent of 2 maids from the upper floor. "Is there any connection to the incident outside? Should we inform young Master Hua?" Their conversation was barely audible, discernible only to someone with enhanced hearing like Jiang Sheng. Upon grasping the situation concerning young Master Hua in the basement, Jiang Sheng's intentions became markedly clearer. He began to search for a switch that would grant him access to the basement, inspecting flower pots, paintings, and floor tiles in a thorough yet futile quest. In a moment of exasperation, he leaned back, only to hear a crisp crack as a neat fissure appeared in the wall behind him. "Jiang Sheng, is this truly acceptable? What wretched fortune I possess! Without further contemplation, she securely closed the door and descended, guided by the faint light. Soon, she spotted two naked bodies through the crevice of the staircase. The sight of Hua Xiao's flabby flesh instantly elicited a wave of nausea within her, particularly upon glimpsing his nearly imperceptible member. Does he not feel a sense of inferiority? Jiang Sheng silently scoffed to herself. The woman lay motionless on the ground, likely deceased. Yet, Jiang Sheng felt no pangs of guilt. She had done her utmost to arrive at this place. Jiang Sheng meticulously surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of numerous cages. Although the illumination was dim, he discerned clearly that they contained human beings. The point of endurance had been reached. There was no longer a need to tolerate such an abomination. Jiang Sheng dashed down the stairs with remarkable speed. By the time Hua Xiao realized what was happening, he found himself knocked to the ground, a chilling sensation coursing through his neck. "Who are you?" Hua Xiao stammered, his corpulent frame trembling. "If you dare to touch me, I will ensure your entire family suffers the consequences." "How dare you, you insufferable glutton? Do you even comprehend your current predicament? As for my ancestors, I am a sole survivor of my lineage. Should you utter another word, I shall sever you with my blade." With that, Jiang Sheng directed the point of his long knife downward, a menacing glint in his eyes. At that moment, he begrudgingly caught sight of Hua Xiao's vulnerable spot. Feeling a wave of misfortune wash over him, Jiang Sheng crouched down, pried open Hua Xiao's mouth, and deftly inserted a pill before pushing his neck back, ensuring the pill was swallowed. "Cough, cough, what have you fed me?" Hua Xiao retched repeatedly nearby. Jiang Sheng paid him no heed. "Is it poison? Surely it cannot be a sugar pill?" Jiang Sheng surveyed her surroundings. Within the 5 iron cages were both men and women, 4 young women and 1 young man. Jiang Sheng was curious about what kind of young man could attract such a twisted collector. Ignoring the pleas of Hua Xiao, who was desperately begging for mercy in the corner, she approached the boy and shone her flashlight upon him. His skin was pale as snow, and he possessed a delicate visage reminiscent of a porcelain doll, so much so that one might mistake him for a girl, if not for his chest. However, as Jiang Sheng lowered the flashlight, a wave of fury surged within her, wishing she could swiftly take vengeance upon Hua Xiao. The boy's lower body had been brutally mutilated, leaving behind a ghastly scar that had already begun to scab over. Jiang Sheng turned and struck Hua Xiao's pig-like face twice, exclaiming, "How could you possibly bring yourself to do such a thing, you beast?" Cursing under his breath, he added, "Damn it, I am the beast here. Just give me the antidote." Hua Xiao felt a dull ache in his stomach, fearing that death could be imminent. For the affluent are often most terrified of their own mortality. The boy lifted his gaze to Jiang Sheng, his once vacant eyes flickering with a glimmer of vitality. He discovered a key on the table and proceeded to unlock the cage. Inside, the other 4 enclosures housed a bevy of young women, each possessing distinct beauty. To Jiang Sheng's astonishment, one of them had golden hair and bore a striking resemblance to Lina. Instantaneously, unwelcome thoughts began to swirl in Jiang Sheng's mind. Jiang Sheng distributed Hua Xiao's garments to the boy and the woman with golden hair, while tossing the trousers to the other women, who remained utterly motionless. Their presence here rendered them inferior to mere beasts, reduced entirely to being playthings for Hua Xiao. Jiang Sheng approached and helped the boy don his clothes, while the boy merely observed the movements of Jiang Sheng's hands in silence. "Will you follow me?" Jiang Sheng inquired, expecting the boy to remain unresponsive, yet to her astonishment, he nodded. "In a moment, you will enter a different realm. Please do not resist my power, if you would." Jiang Sheng gently furrowed her brow, whispering her caution, "MHM." In the next instant, the boy was drawn into the realm with Jiang Sheng. Those around them remained utterly oblivious to her presence, while Hua Xiao trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Jiang Sheng approached the golden-haired woman once more, inquiring, "Do you know Lina?" As anticipated, the woman's eyes widened with surprise. Although her face remained expressionless, tears streamed down her cheeks like a relentless river. "You heard everything I just said, didn't you?" The golden-haired woman, being closest to the boy, must have been able to comprehend some of it. "I am willing." After drawing the woman into his realm, Jiang Sheng leaned against the torture table as Hua Xiao crawled over from the side. I will grant you half a day. By dusk tomorrow, bring the supplies to the open area west of the base. You are well aware of your price, should you bring insufficient items. I cannot guarantee the antidote will reach you, Jiang Sheng threatened, twirling the handcuffs in his grasp. Though a deep desire to eliminate this fat swine surged within her, reason dictated that now was not the time for such actions. Yes, I assure you, I will make you satisfied, my lady. As for today, nothing occurred today. Nothing at all transpired. Jiang Sheng let out a disdainful hum, while the remaining 3 women appeared to be numb. Jiang Sheng absorbed them into her space. For remaining here or being placed outside would only lead to death. Hua Xiao had already glimpsed his own space. Regardless of the circumstances, his fate was sealed. Even if he did not come tomorrow, his demise was inevitable. Chapter 110. The Most Annoying You. Jiang Sheng cast a glance at the portly figure still sprawled on the ground. It was evident that venturing out in such a state was unacceptable. She lifted her foot and gave Hua Xiao a gentle kick, urging him, "Get up and take me out." Slowly, Hua Xiao rose to his feet, rummaging through the room for a garment to drape over himself. "You'd best refrain from any clever tricks. You know well that I could easily orchestrate your demise," she warned. Hua Xiao nodded earnestly, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, my dear aunt, I shall escort you out at once." The rotund man led the way, while Jiang Sheng, having changed into a dress, followed closely behind. Along their path, none dared to inquire about Hua Xiao as destination or the purpose of their journey. Jiang Sheng selected an amphibious vehicle, a type she had not previously owned. She was at the wheel, while Hua Xiao occupied the passenger seat. The journey was remarkably smooth. Upon encountering a checkpoint, Hua Xiao shouted, and the officials responded with obsequious nods, exemplifying the power that everyone yearned for in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon reaching the vacant lot Jiang Sheng had visited before, she instructed Hua Xiao to exit the vehicle. "You may leave now." Yes, of course." In the presence of Hua Xiao, Jiang Sheng made the car vanish. Although Hua Xiao had witnessed this spectacle a few times before, fear had clouded his perception, rendering the phenomenon less vivid. At that moment, Jiang Sheng appeared to him as a person endowed with extraordinary powers. Having watched numerous Marvel movies, he swallowed hard, utterly reluctant to provoke this formidable woman again. It was only upon glimpsing the scene inside that Jiang Sheng felt reassured. It seemed the individuals within were relatively astute. Sarah was outside, grazing, while they had securely locked the door of the wooden cabin. Sarah, exhibiting remarkable patience, lay by the entrance, vigilantly guarding the occupants inside. As soon as the owner arrived, Sarah instantaneously transformed, wagging its tail and bounding toward Jiang Sheng. "What a big boy," she remarked, affectionately stroking Sarah's head. Jiang Sheng settled into the chair, contemplating the situation. She noticed that time within the space had diminished slightly, indicating that bringing someone inside consumed temporal resources. However, the rate at which others expended time was merely half of what Jiang Sheng experienced upon her entry. Yet with a mere thought, she could expel them from the confines of this realm. The blonde woman grew visibly agitated, but soon the spark in her eyes dimmed once more. "Shall I assist you in contacting Lena?" she inquired. The blonde woman vehemently shook her head. Jiang Sheng cared little for the details and swiftly decided to rent a residence. Realizing that time within the confines of the space could not be squandered indefinitely, the task hall remained open around the clock, and Jiang Sheng purchased a modest apartment not far from her home, opting for a single room, not out of frugality, but because these women held little significance to her. She felt a rare sense of compassion for them, perhaps due to their shared gender. In the room, she arranged a spacious bed, blankets, and some provisions before releasing the 5 women. "Stay here for now. I shall return tomorrow," she stated, not pausing to see if they acknowledged her words before pushing the door open and departing. "Fortunately, I managed to catch you today. It's just a stranger, after all. Why concern yourself so much?" Jiang Xiaohua crossed her arms and glared at Wang Zhengxi, who furrowed his brow in silence. This only heightened Jiang Xiaohua's irritation. "I am speaking to you," she exclaimed. "You are utterly bothersome," Wang Zhengxi replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment, then hastily quickened his pace. You are the one who is bothersome. I find you most irritating. Wang Zhengxi, behind him, rubbed his forehead, grateful for his long legs as he caught up. All right, a man still complains incessantly. As Jiang Shaohua was about to speak, she caught sight of Jiang Sheng by the stairs, grinning in a rather eerie manner. Sister, what are you doing? Laughing like that at night could frighten someone to death. At that moment, Wang Zhengxi rushed over from behind and grasped Jiang Shaohua's arm. Wang Zhengxi was equally taken aback. What is wrong with her? Let go of me. After her shower, she lay on her bed, delighting in a drama. There was still ample time before the trading day tomorrow, and today brought Jiang Sheng additional joy as she had earned the opportunity to enter the space for 4 hours by signing in daily. This would allow her to accumulate more quickly in the future. The following day, around noon, Jiang Sheng arrived at the room of the person he had settled yesterday. Several women rose, their eyes vacant as they gazed at him. Thank you, sister, spoke the only boy, his voice hoarse and devoid of strength. Jiang Sheng gently rubbed his head, then drew the curtains to secure the living room. He retrieved a large bucket of hot water from his space, along with shampoo and body wash. Let us take a bath first. Do you know how to use these 2 items? The boy nodded obediently and stepped into the bath. Jiang Sheng then retrieved a set of neutral clothing and placed it nearby. The scent from the women was rather overpowering, and they would all need to wash shortly. What are your names? The blonde woman spoke first. I am Mina. The other 3 women remained silent, simply gazing at Jiang Sheng with blank expressions. Jiang Sheng shook her head. Having encountered such experiences, she could not impose any expectations upon them. After they finished bathing and changed their clothes, Jiang Sheng carefully gathered them into her space, specifically instructing Sero not to bite them. The time for the transaction was swiftly approaching, and Jiang Sheng needed to arrive early to secure her position. With no place to hide, she stood at the entrance awaiting Hua Xiao, well aware of what lay in the open area. Soon, 7 or 8 trucks rolled in, and Hua Xiao descended from one of them, greeting Jiang Sheng with utmost respect. Although Jiang Sheng wore a mask, Hua Xiao would never forget the woman who had tormented him. Hua Xiao was remarkably punctual. Jiang Sheng rose from her seat, watching him approach slowly. Indeed, you can manage here alone. Let the drivers depart, she remarked. Hua Xiao then took out his walkie-talkie and uttered a few words, prompting the truck drivers to leave. Jiang Sheng advanced to inspect the contents of the truck, with Hua Xiao closely trailing behind him. The truck was filled with items that Jiang Sheng desired. 2 trucks of gasoline, 2 trucks of oil, 2 trucks of innovative seeds, 2 trucks of pharmaceuticals, along with a variety of miscellaneous goods. Jiang Sheng was most content with oil and seeds, which he himself did not possess. Ah, quite well done, he remarked with a smile, clapping his hands. Then, dear aunt, the antidote, Hua Xiao murmured softly beside him, his clothes already drenched in sweat. Jiang Sheng retrieved a pill from her attire and offered it to him. Now may I take my leave? He inquired. Do not be hasty. Allow me to show you some more remarkable sights. Chapter 111. The green mist. Hua Xiao swallowed hard, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng released 5 individuals from her spatial realm, each wielding a weapon. As 3 women emerged, Hua Xiao noticed their legs tremble upon sight of him. In stark contrast, Mena and a boy, perhaps rejuvenated from their rest within the confines of the house, swiftly charged towards him, the boy brandishing a knife, with Mena hot on his heels. You dare deceive me, Hua Xiao bellowed as he sprinted toward the truck. Jiang Sheng settled back into his seat, asserting, What have I deceived you about? Have I not provided you with the antidote? His true intention lay in testing the 5 individuals within this confined space. Undoubtedly, he intended to discard the 3 women. The boy, in reality, was not particularly swift. Rather, it was due to the fact that Hua Xiao, weighing over 200 pounds, was simply unable to outpace him. The boy caught up in a matter of strides, expressionless as he struck the knife against Hua Xiao's lower back. Perhaps due to the thickness of the fat, the clothing stained red with minimal blood seeping out. Unperturbed, the boy continued his pursuit, only to be knocked to the ground by Mena, who had taken an alternate route as Hua Xiao opened the truck door. The boy, having learned his lesson, aimed his assault at Hua Xiao's neck. Please, don't kill me. I can offer you money. Whatever you desire, I will provide. No. As the knife descended, the boy shifted his target, delivering 3 swift strikes to Hua Xiao's groin, likely rendering that already diminutive appendage even smaller. It seemed neither of them found satisfaction, deliberately avoiding vital areas with each cut, blood splattering as Hua Xiao, due to his bulk, endured the torment for a full 10 minutes before succumbing to pain. Even after Hua Xiao's demise, Mena continued to hack at the pool of flesh, her strength waning until she could muster no more. Mena's eyes were bloodshot, each strike a farewell to her former self. Enough, Mena, Jiang Sheng interjected, grasping her now feeble hand. The release of pent-up emotions gave way to an unending flow of tears. The corpse of Hua Xiao could remain there when night fell. The giant cockroaches would take care of the aftermath. In contrast, the boy displayed no emotion, while Jiang Sheng wished he would, like Mena, allow himself to weep freely. "What's your name?" Jiang Sheng stepped forward, drawing all the surrounding trucks into the spatial realm. "The name is quite melodious. Let us proceed." It was already late, and Jiang Sheng was reluctant to encounter those entities. Mena and Hanya closely followed Jiang Sheng, while the 3 women remained numbly rooted in place. Jiang Sheng had once aided them, but there was no longer any necessity to save such individuals. He settled the 2 in the previous house, providing them with a month's worth of provisions. At this point, Jiang Sheng had shown all the benevolence he could muster. "Sister, please don't go." Hanya cautiously grasped Jiang Sheng's hem as she sensed her impending departure. "May I accompany you? I could be of service. I am capable of any task, even taking lives. Just tell me who to kill, and I shall do it." Hanya gazed earnestly at Jiang Sheng, her tone growing increasingly fervent. Jiang Sheng let out a gentle sigh and replied, "Certainly, but from now on, you must find your own way in life." This was Jiang Sheng's intuition. She sensed that these 2 individuals would undoubtedly prove to be of great value in the future. The pair expressed their agreement, and Jiang Sheng proceeded to share her address with them, saying, "If any issues arise, feel free to come here and seek me out. Also, you may refer to me as boss from now on." "Yes, boss sister," Hanya replied, nodding earnestly, a rare glimmer of joy evident in his eyes. Jiang Sheng. "Never mind, that is not the main point." Upon returning home, Jiang Sheng contemplated visiting Mei Ya's residence. "Sister Xiaoshan, you have come." The young girl appeared noticeably more spirited, having shed the fatigue of recent days, her appearance no longer as unkempt as before. Jiang Sheng lifted Miao Miao, gently nudging her small nose with his own. "Indeed, let me see what delicious food Miao Miao is enjoying. Mother has prepared some delightful pancakes. We shall soon indulge." Miao Miao giggled and pointed toward the stove. "Xiao Sheng, come quickly and taste this. I find it quite delightful," Maya chimed in cheerfully, then retrieved a dark brown pancake from a pot. For some inexplicable reason, the sight made Jiang Sheng's nose tingle with emotion. In this world, those who thrived could only partake in such humble fare. Jiang Sheng, undeterred by any disdain, graciously accepted the portion and divided it with Miao Miao. The taste was rather acceptable, albeit slightly bitter and devoid of any saltiness, rendering it not entirely unpleasant. As for Brother Jiang, where might he be? Maya collected all the pancakes and carried them into the living room. He's on night duty today alongside Xiao Jiang and Xiao Wang. Oh, I see. Warning, a catastrophe is imminent, with a remaining time of 10 seconds. The threat level to human well-being is classified as F. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow. Hadn't it been agreed upon to report 5 hours in advance? You mentioned there were only 10 seconds left, and what exactly does the disaster's hazard level F signify? Without further contemplation, Jiang Sheng swiftly darted to the window, where, illuminated by the night glow, a thick green mist began to envelop the surroundings. "What is happening, Xiao Sheng?" Meiya exclaimed, startled as Jiang Sheng abruptly rushed to the window. "Meiya Jia, quickly seal the window." At that moment, there was no time for hesitation. Jiang Sheng retrieved a roll of tape from his pocket, though the reason for carrying tape was left unspoken. The trio sprang into action. Meiya hurried to close the window, while Jiang Sheng prioritized sealing it thoroughly before attending to the gaps in the door. Not to mention the drain as well. Jiang Sheng pointed towards the window, exclaiming, "Sister Meiya, look outside." Within mere seconds, The second base of Sichuan province was enveloped by an enigmatic green fog. Instantly, terrified cries echoed from outside. It is the unknown that evokes the greatest fear. Jiang Sheng gently pulled Maya close and said, "Sister Maya, please remain calm. Venturing out now would be futile. This eerie green mist appears unsettling. Let us observe for a while longer before making a decision, shall we?" Jiang Sheng scrutinized the scene, noting that the window remained unscathed by corrosion. And several minutes had passed without the sound of a heavy object falling. The cries for help had gradually diminished, indicating that the peril posed by the thick fog was indeed minimal. System, what is the damage rating for a cut inflicted by a knife on the arm? Chapter 112. Deprivation of resources. The direct harm of a knife wound on the arm is rated as E. This was perplexing. A mere cut on the arm warranted an E rating, yet this fog was only rated F, even if the system's conclusion was as such. Jiang Sheng dared not venture outside lightly. He needed to ascertain the true nature of this green mist first. The two adults stood by the window, the dense fog still swirling outside. Jiang Sheng regretted having employed artificial rain a few days prior, for it could have easily dispelled this green mist. Just as despair began to settle upon them. "Mom, the pancake has shrunk. It has been devoured by the air." They turned to see Meow Meow pointing at the freshly made pancake in the plate. What was once a deep brown pancake had now entirely turned black. Jiang Sheng picked it up for inspection, noting its newfound hardness. Moments later, the pancake had completely decayed. Maya was evidently taken aback, shouting this. Jiang Sheng's expression was equally grim. "Sister Maya, please tend to the food bags first." Jiang Sheng dreaded the possibility that her suspicions might be correct. This ominous green mist seemed to accelerate the decay of food. "Oh no, Sister Maya, quickly seal the food bags." Jiang Sheng was uncertain of where Maya had placed the provisions, but salvaging whatever they could was imperative. After a frantic rescue effort lasting several minutes, they managed to preserve only a bag of yellow beans and a few sealed items, such as compressed biscuits and canned goods. The rest of the food had succumbed to rot and spoilage. Maya wept in despair, and upon witnessing her distress, Meow Meow felt an overwhelming urge to cry as well. Jiang Sheng shook his head in resignation. Did the heavens truly wish to drive humanity towards a path of despair? It was almost unfathomable to contemplate how long he could survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse without the aid of the system. After another half hour had passed, Jiang Sheng gradually discerned figures through the thick fog. The individuals below exhibited no unusual behavior, which only intensified Jiang Sheng's trepidation towards the green mist. "Are you all right, my dear?" Maya approached, scrutinizing him closely and finding no wounds upon his body. Jiang Hao shook his head. "I'm fine. The base is in utter chaos. The green mist not only accelerates the decay of food, but also stimulates rapid growth in plants. In the brief span of time, since the previously barren land has now flourished with verdant life." Jiang Sheng's expression grew markedly serious. If this were the case, the green mist might not be entirely detrimental. Moreover, Jiang Sheng realized that his abilities had significantly enhanced. Although there was no visible increase on the panel, he could sense a rise in his skills throughout his body. Aside from this sudden green mist, the second major event at the base was that old Master Hua was scouring the facility in search of his son. For the past few minutes, numerous vehicles had appeared on the streets of the base, now going from door to ascertain the situation. To be on the safe side, Jiang Sheng donned a gas mask from his space before venturing out. This green mist might obscure the vision of ordinary people, but to Jiang Sheng, it was akin to the typical nightfall. Just as Jiang Hao had remarked, the flora outside had grown to extraordinary heights. Most of the weeds had reached half a meter, while some already tall plants exceeded a meter in height, and Jiang Sheng was well aware of this. A greater calamity had indeed arrived. "Open the door, it's me." Jiang Sheng hastened to the side of Hanya. Hanya swiftly opened the door and then shut it behind him. "You must be aware of the situation outside. Remaining here is unsafe. For your safety, I will take you to my place. Let us heed the big sister's advice." Hanya nodded obediently. However, Mayna's expression was somewhat troubled. Jiang Sheng exhibited little curiosity to inquire further, likely preoccupied with concern for her sister. Neither the Longquan base nor the current base in Sichuan provided her with a sense of security. It was prudent to be well prepared for any eventuality. Presently, she needed to procure a sufficient quantity of building materials from the defensive store. With first-tier defensive materials, she could construct a base. And should the defensive store be upgraded to the second tier, she could invest some gold coins to enhance the first-tier materials without fearing waste of resources. The sole drawback was that the store supplied a limited quantity of materials daily. Should she opt to construct a villa first, she would have to wait over a month, rendering the establishment of the base a distant prospect. Given the tumultuous events unfolding outside, it was only natural that Jiang Sheng found it difficult to sleep. Throughout the night, she remained vigilant, observing the green mist, and even took the liberty of bottling a sample. Ever since acquiring her spatial abilities, Jiang Sheng had developed a penchant for collecting items. Even a previously unseen blade of grass warranted her attention, as it might someday become extinct. Thus, she fancied herself a distinguished collector. Ultimately, by the following morning, after a gentle rain, the mist dissipated entirely. You two stay indoors. I shall venture out to assess the situation. Throughout the latter part of the night, the clamor of the outside world reached the base, with residents demanding that the authorities distribute food to them. Jiang Sheng followed the throng into the mission hall, where even the adjacent supermarket was encircled by survivors. Standing on the outermost circle, he could hear clearly despite the distance, thanks to his acute vision and hearing. Silence, silence. Regarding yesterday's events, the authorities have provided a resolution. A middle-aged man clad in uniform stood on the steps of the mission hall, shouting through a megaphone, flanked by a row of armed guards to intimidate the survivors at the base. The distribution of supplies would occur by area, with each of the 3 zones allocated food for their households. We will only distribute to the heads of households. The dormitory area will receive provisions from the dormitory manager. Currently, the base's stock of preserved food is limited, and until we find viable substitutes, we can guarantee 1 meal tomorrow. Providing a single meal each day is the utmost the base can manage. Serving a population of several hundred thousand is no trivial matter. Before he could finish, a few men at the front exchanged glances and began to protest in unison. 1 meal a day will starve to death. There are 6 of us at home. According to the household registration, we are doomed. Another added, Old Wang's family only has 2 members, and they can still save some food. How are we supposed to survive? With these few dissenters leading the charge, the crowd grew increasingly raucous, threatening to breach the perimeter established by the base. Suddenly, a man in a black bulletproof vest shot and killed one of the foremost protesters. Seeing the crowd remain unfazed, he fired several more shots, each one striking true. If there are any issues, I'll send you to your demise right now. Chapter 113. Mutant plants. The man stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his robust physique noticeable even from a distance. Perhaps due to the recent heat, he sported a 3-millimeter buzz cut, revealing a shocking scar on his scalp. Captain Wang, the leader of the security team, quickly approached the newcomer with flattery. Wang Hongrui raised his hand and struck the face of the man before him with great force, causing blood to trickle from the corner of the security captain's mouth, yet he dared not utter a word. Indeed, subsequently, Wang Hongrui seized a megaphone from the middle-aged man's hands. The base does not possess an ample supply of food. Being able to provide 1 meal each day is the maximum we can offer. If anyone wishes to discuss the base's remaining food supplies, feel free to come and find me. Jiang Sheng, having observed the commotion from a distance, decided it was time to depart. Though the man's methods were somewhat ruthless, they proved effective. After all, in this apocalyptic era, the fact that the authorities still endeavored to support survivors was a testament to their humanity. Reflecting upon the dealings between the Longquan base and the Wang family, it was clear that Jiang Sheng held them in true disdain. At that time, when resources had not yet been completely exhausted and underground cultivation was ongoing, expanding such efforts could have safeguarded at least half of the base's populace. During the sweltering heat, one could readily seek refuge in the underground city, marking a significant advancement for the base compared to its former state. Jiang Sheng's destination was unmistakably clear: to eliminate Hua Xiao in that desolate expanse. She arrived in less than 10 minutes, though the passage of time felt entirely different in the throes of her swift sprint. It was as if she began to grasp the essence of the superheroes depicted in Marvel films. The flora here towered just as impressively. As she examined the plants before her, Jiang Sheng grasped a slender leaf, noting the serrated edges that adorned it. Having experienced its properties firsthand, she found it effortlessly sliced through, even more efficient than a knife. Mutated plant, not recommended for consumption, possesses a bitter and mildly toxic flavor. This suggested that it might be safe to consume in minimal amounts. Circumnavigating the barren land, Jiang Sheng hesitated to venture inside. If that same type of grass was intermingled, it would be akin to stepping into a meat grinder. After a while, her gaze shifted to a nearby plant with somewhat softer leaves, resembling shepherd's purse. Mutated plant, safe for consumption, contains a small amount of vitamins, aids digestion, and possesses certain blood pressure-lowering properties. Jiang Sheng furrowed her brows. Was this not the very essence of shepherd's purse? Its appearance was strikingly similar, likely resembling the mature form of the plant. However, mere moments after she had unearthed it, she heard the rustling sounds emanating from the thicket. In the blink of an eye, several dark figures lunged toward her. Having sensed their approach, Jiang Sheng swiftly drew her long blade. In her current state, the movements of these creatures appeared to be significantly slowed. After cleaving one in two, she finally discerned the nature of the intruders, a cockroach, now twice the size of those she had encountered just days prior. It became evident that even animals had undergone mutations, some even exhibiting secondary transformations. With a few deft strokes, she dispatched the two mutated cockroaches that had sought to ambush her and departed from the expansive grassy expanse. Clutching the mutated shepherd's purse in her hand, she attracted the attention of many survivors who speculated about the peculiar object she held. In these times, any opportunity to minimize exertion was cherished, yet this woman seemed to possess the energy to engage in weeding. They whispered among themselves, wondering if the plants were edible or if the girl was simply unwell. Jiang Sheng first arrived at Maya's residence, placing a portion of mutated shepherd's purse on the table. "What is this, Xiao Sheng?" Maya inquired, picking up a large leaf and pondering without any clear thought. Jiang Hao approached and took it from her hand, stating, "This should be shepherd's purse, but it is rather oversized." The food they had previously stored mostly consisted of compressed biscuits and canned goods, which should remain intact. After bidding farewell to Jiang Sheng, the two departed. Reflecting on the recent events, Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of fear. The speed of those mutated cockroaches was markedly greater. If an ordinary person were caught off guard by such large cockroaches, they would likely meet their demise on the spot, regardless of the outside chaos. The priority was to fill one's stomach. After releasing Sai Luo, Jiang Sheng prepared a large pot of Odin, accompanied by a generous glass of orange juice. This was the essence of life. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Sheng had cherished Odin, appreciating the exquisite preparation of its ingredients, which offered a rich tapestry of flavors. The most impressive element was the radish, which, when stewed until tender, lost any unpleasant odor, soaking up the broth's essence. While the potato slices became exceptionally soft, life is meant for savoring good food and drink. After enjoying a movie with Sai Luo, Jiang Sheng finally retired for the night. This was the benefit of the enhancement capsule. With only 4 to 5 hours of rest, one could regain vitality, allowing Jiang Sheng ample time for other pursuits. Early the next morning, the loudspeaker at the base announced, "All survivors are to gather at the central square. The base needs to clear the weeds. In a day's labor will earn a meal." The promise of a meal was merely a formality. The base's phrasing indicated it was compulsory, and regardless of one's inclination, attendance was inevitable. Yi Kongcheng and his companion had nearly healed, though their wounds occasionally ached. "Thank you, Jiang Sheng. From now on, my life in Wangjing is yours," Wang Jing expressed, having heard from Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu about Jiang Sheng saving him twice, and recognizing the rarity of such camaraderie in the apocalypse. Soon, a trio approached the apartment building, calling residents out one by one. The leader, armed with a rifle, and the other two wielding batons, announced 601, 3 individuals including a child. "Should the child accompany us?" the man with the baton inquired. "Yes, everyone must go." Jiang Hao had carefully observed and confirmed that the rifle was indeed real. Chapter 114. Mutated rats. In no time, All 24 households of the building had gathered. Although there were only 24 units, each, apart from Jiang Sheng's, had at least 2 occupants, resulting in a gathering of over 100 people in front of the apartment complex. During our labor, let us strive to stay together, and please wear these gloves, Jiang Sheng instructed. The gloves she provided were store-bought, but had undergone a secondary processing. The original store gloves would vanish upon wearing, whereas Jiang Sheng's modifications ensured they remained intact while still offering protective benefits. Jiang Shaohua pulled Wang Zhengxi to follow closely beside Jiang Sheng. Before long, the man wielding a gun began to speak. The area we are responsible for is to the north of the base, not far from here. We operate in groups of 10, and we have calculated the numbers. 2 children are counted as 1. Jiang Sheng counted and realized that without including the 3 children, there were merely 7 individuals, leaving him uncertain about the final tally. The man wielding the firearm was at the forefront, conducting the enumeration. When the division concluded, only a young man was allocated to Jiang Sheng and his group. Although there were many children in their midst, they were all youthful. Thus, the addition of a single individual did not affect their labor force. Once the groups were organized, the man led the procession forward. Along the way, many others were observed approaching, indicating they too were likely divided by neighborhood, similarly guided by trios. Jiang Sheng had encountered those colossal plants, whose mutated root systems were remarkably developed. If the roots of these aberrant plants were not eradicated promptly, they would rapidly overrun the entire base. Soon, the group arrived at the northern section of the base, where they discovered that the area had indeed been pre-divided. Small stones, slightly larger than usual, served as boundary markers, delineating a total of 6 sections. Today, they only needed to clear half of this designated area. However, should they possess the energy to completely eliminate the mutated flora, there would be no need to return the following day. Jiang Sheng, naturally, wished to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. After organizing the tasks, the survivors commenced their work, eager to make the most of their remaining energy. With hundreds of thousands working simultaneously across the base, the initial progress was relatively smooth. However, as time passed, cries began to emerge from the crowd. On my hand, the anguished voice belonged to a man beside Jiang Sheng, whose hand was nearly drenched in blood. Before him lay the serrated grass Jiang Sheng had previously encountered. He had tested it with pork, but its potency proved even more formidable when it affected a human. The man's pained cries attracted the attention of the 3 team leaders, who swiftly communicated the news via radio to the entire base. Consequently, the progress of the weeding efforts significantly slowed. The base had initially hoped to eradicate half of the grass by the end of the day, yet, after an entire morning, they had barely cleared a fifth. Jiang Sheng could have accelerated his pace, yet he deliberately chose to slow down, refusing to be the most exceptional one in the group. Xiao Sheng, what shall we do this afternoon? Jiang Hao inquired. After a morning of labor, the hands of the man in their team were already bloodied, yet Jiang Sheng remained unaffected, fully aware that it was due to the gloves he had provided. Although they could certainly work faster by adhering to their progress, there was no necessity for it. Jiang Sheng understood that these plants could not be entirely eradicated. Take, for instance, the tree not far away. When they arrived that morning, it stood at a height of 2 meters, and now Jiang Sheng estimated it had grown at least 60 centimeters, all within the span of a single day. Jiang Sheng had also observed the earliest of the cleared patches, where a hint of verdant green was already emerging. It would not be long before these plants would sprout anew by nightfall. With only 40 minutes of respite, they resumed their labor after a brief meal. As they worked, the 3 team leaders commenced laying kindling on the areas cleared of grass earlier that morning, subsequently igniting it. It appeared that the base had implemented precautions. Although Jiang Sheng did not believe that the scorched earth would eradicate the mutated flora, it could indeed slow their growth. Fortunately, the temperature hovered just above 20 degrees. Had it been any warmer, the survivors would likely begin to rebel within half a day. Sister Xiao Sheng, there's a hole here. Hardly had Xiao Lu's voice reached her ears when Jiang Sheng was already by his side. She understood that the dangers lurking within this hole far surpassed those posed by the serrated grasses. Step back. Keep your distance from these holes. However, before Jiang Sheng could finish her warning, a A creature surged forth from within, lunging at her. A massive mutated rat erupted from the hole, and with swift reflexes, Jiang Sheng seized it by the throat, the creature squealing in protest. Xiao Lu, attempting to assist her in restraining the rat, was met with her firm rejection. Stay back. Retreat. This rat may be venomous. Jiang Hao drew his dagger, and in a decisive motion, separated the rat's head from its body, the surrounding area erupting in screams and cries for help. Ah, rat! Run! Jiang Sheng, carrying Xiao Wu on her back, fled, occasionally glancing back to ensure Xiao Lu was keeping pace. Among the throng, a few audacious souls emerged. For these survivors, who had long been deprived of meat, the sight of such a colossal rat represented sustenance, a means to continue living. Several robust men seized nearby wooden poles and engaged in a fierce struggle with the giant rodents. The leader, regaining composure, armed with his gear, began to clear the rodent infestation, recognizing that they were merely animals that could be dispatched with a simple baton. Jiang Sheng held in his hand the enormous rat, its head severed. He employed the identification function on it. Mutated rat. Only the hind legs are safe for consumption, while the rest of the body contains a high viral load. It is advised to thoroughly sterilize through high temperatures before consumption. Jiang Sheng was equally astonished that this creature was still edible. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware of the surrounding survivors, their eyes fixed hungrily on the mouse in her hand. Were it not for the presence of her companions, she was certain that if she were alone, she would be swiftly overwhelmed and robbed clean by these desperate souls driven nearly to madness by hunger. Jiang Sheng took the dagger from Jiang Hao, severing the hind leg of the mutated teacher, and then laid the mouse's body and its front legs flesh upon the earth before them. Although questions lingered in the minds of the onlookers, none dared to accuse Jiang Sheng, for until this moment, they had all benefited from her assistance. Without Jiang Sheng, they would likely have perished long ago in Xin Mountain. Almost as soon as Jiang Sheng discarded the meat, a figure broke through the crowd, clutching the flesh tightly in his grasp. It was the man who had teamed up with Jiang Sheng, the sole outsider among them. Noticing Jiang Sheng's gaze fixed upon him, the man spoke warily. You discarded it. I found it, so it belongs to me. He stood up, cradling the mouse meat as if it were precious treasure. Jiang Sheng cast him a sidelong glance, choosing silence as she stowed the rat's leg into her backpack. She had no intention of consuming it. Instead, she opted for rabbit legs to share a meal with Meiya and the others. Upon discovering the presence of such colossal rats at the base, the authorities dispatched numerous troops to exterminate them. Just as the earlier men had remarked, those creatures were indeed a source of sustenance. The official response was swift. While the survivors rested, the team scoured the thickets in search of burrows. With a stroke of good fortune, they might encounter mutated rats. Otherwise, they would have to contend with mutated cockroaches or other pests. Beside Jiang Sheng, the team even spotted a white worm within the cave. Upon excavation, they discovered it to be a gigantic white caterpillar, which Jiang Sheng confirmed was edible. The system identified it as the larva of a stag beetle, indicating that apart from species such as cockroaches and mantises, which harbor numerous viruses, other mutated large insects are generally consumable. Interestingly, Jiang Sheng had monitored maggots, and the system indicated they were edible. However, when he curiously examined flies, the system surprisingly declared them inedible. Henceforth, utmost caution must be exercised regarding what enters one's mouth. Yet, Jiang Sheng deemed it entirely impossible to consume anything from the post-apocalyptic world, as the provisions in her space were sufficient to sustain her for several lifetimes. As the multi-grain pancakes were served, today's labor came to a close. With less than a third of the weeds removed, survivors expressed a greater desire to locate mutated rats. After catching some, the 5 men astonishingly built a fire on the spot to roast and consume them. Jiang Sheng perceived their actions as both clever and foolish. It was clever in that they consumed their meal thoroughly before everyone, ensuring that no one would linger on it afterward. However, it was also foolish, as such public consumption could easily evoke resentment from others. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species. It can tolerate the notion of others living in lesser circumstances or everyone sharing in misfortune. Yet if one finds themselves in a more fortunate position, envy inevitably arises within the human heart. Upon returning, Jiang Sheng retrieved 2 rabbit legs from his space and invited everyone to gather at Mei Ye's home for a meal. During the meal, a sense of decorum prevailed. Each person chose a piece of meat, and if there was still time, they would each take another. Should there be little left, the remaining portions were reserved for the 3 children. Jiang Shaohua was moved to tears. It had been so long since he had tasted meat. He was surprised to discover the flavor of rat meat. Though he had partaken of rat meat before, it had never been as delectable as this. Wang Jing also savored a bite, dividing a small piece into 3 morsels to finish it. Everyone followed suit, save for Jiang Sheng. So, we might as well catch rats in the future. By the way, sister, why did you discard the body but keep the hind legs? Jiang Shaohua appeared quite perplexed. If he did not resolve this question today, he might find it impossible to sleep. While he understood that Jiang Sheng had always lived among the affluent, he trusted his sister's wisdom. At this moment, Jiang Hao began to recount his own experiences. When we are on missions in the wild, we only resort to eating rats as a last resort. Roots, insects, and moss are far preferable. The viruses present in rats vary by region. For instance, those born in granaries are nearly devoid of viruses. I find that wild vegetables are even tastier than rats. Mei has selected a vibrant green, mutated shepherd's purse. Its flavor no less delightful than that of its unaltered form. Jiang Sheng nodded, stating that the primary focus in the future would be the collection of wild vegetables for safety. The rats could be caught by their hind legs and handed over to him for processing, as they lacked disinfection tools. When the group took a break the following noon, everyone was astonished to discover that today's meal included meat. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, they all recognized the source of the meat. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow as he looked at Jiang Sheng and asked if they should still eat the food. Everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Sheng, who hesitated but ultimately decided against consuming it. He suggested exchanging it for grain cakes with others, stating that any future rations containing meat should be avoided. He would devise a solution for staple foods, as he still had some points left, and would use them to acquire more food after the ordeal. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, everyone sought to barter for cakes with those nearby. The survivors were eager to trade, viewing Jiang Sheng and his group as foolish for opting out of the fatty meat in favor of grain cakes. In the afternoon, Jiang Sheng distributed jerky to everyone, albeit in small portions, and each person relished the treat. Within the group, an unspoken understanding prevailed. No one inquired about the source of Jiang Sheng's provisions. They accepted his offerings without question. Experts at the rat meat facility had researched the virus contained within and deemed it not particularly severe, especially after undergoing triple processing at the base, which they believed rendered it safe. The subsequent week bore witness to no signs of discomfort among the survivors. In the following days, Jiang Sheng continued to prepare grain cakes for the group, which bore a close resemblance in color to those distributed by the base, but were far superior in taste, enhanced with essential trace elements for human health. The task of weeding persisted until the 5th day, after which it ceased. Jiang Sheng noted that the food distributed by the base still contained small pieces of meat. It was difficult to fathom just how many rats the base had captured. When Jiang Hao inquired again, Jiang Sheng still refrained from allowing them to eat it. Preparing food for them had become impractical, so he took them outside to forage for wild vegetables. Outside the base, the environment could truly be described as a botanical wonderland, where people seemed to have shrunk to the stature of dwarfs. Jiang Sheng found it hard to imagine the towering heights of plants in the tropical rainforest and primal forests. The mutated vegetables had been stored in a designated space, and if future foraging yielded no more mutated wild vegetables, he would retrieve them from storage. Jiang Sheng was confident that the base's botanists were not engaged in researching new vegetable varieties. Even the lettuce in his modest abode had reached a height of half a meter. Once new varieties of vegetables emerged, the base would no longer suffer from food shortages. As the weeding efforts approached completion, the Hua family began to take action. They had discovered the remains of Hua Xiao. However, Hua Xiao had perished on the day the green mist enveloped the land, and all in the base believed he was consumed by mutated creatures. Only the Hua family knew that his bones bore marks of having been struck by a blade. Chapter 116. A Reunion in Response. The Hua family issued a bounty at the base. Anyone who provided information regarding a woman wearing a gas mask would be rewarded with a truckload of supplies. The survivors at the base were undeniably intrigued by this offer. However, it is evident that almost no one in the base has any recollection of the solitary woman adorned with a gas mask. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving in this post-apocalyptic world for 13 months. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. The ability to replicate objects, with a maximum volume of 30 cubic centimeters each time. 2. 5 detoxification pills. 3. A 10-day qualification for entering a space. While engrossed in a drama, Jiang Sheng was startled by the system's notification, causing the tablet to slip from his grasp and strike his face, sending both him and the nearby Zero into a startled bounce. Ouch, that hurt. Jiang Sheng clutched his nose, tears already welling in his eyes. Despite having checked in for over a year, he still finds himself taken aback when least expected. I must say, can the system's notification sound be a tad quieter next time? Certainly. I choose the first option. Jiang Sheng had long desired to test whether the small box of green mist he had collected during the initial outbreak of the green mist could still affect plants. However, he intended to preserve it as a memento, realizing that even if it proved effective, it could only be utilized once. With the advent of this replication function, Jiang Sheng was finally able to conduct his experiment. He then meticulously reviewed the explanation of the replication feature, noting that it could only replicate objects with a volume of up to 30 cubic centimeters. Although there were limitations, it remained remarkably useful, allowing for replication every 2 days. Jiang Sheng believed that it was prudent to first replicate a sufficient quantity of 30 cubic centimeters before commencing usage, as this would ensure the maximization of benefits. The following day, Jiang Sheng introduced Meina and Hanya to everyone. Meina quickly became acquainted with the group, while it was evident that Hanya experienced some social anxiety, as he seldom engaged in conversation with anyone aside from Jiang Sheng. Miao Miao and Xiao Wu remained at home, while the others ventured out together. This time, Jiang Sheng aimed to capture some large, plump insects. He had previously sampled the smaller ones before the apocalypse, which had tasted primarily of charred protein, devoid of any peculiar flavors. Locating these insects was not overly challenging, and Jiang Sheng led everyone outside the base in search of them, equipping each individual with a set of first-level defensive gear, which they all cherished immensely, for without such equipment, venturing out would have been unthinkable. Jiang Sheng and Jiang Hao forged ahead at the forefront, and before their departure, Jiang Sheng bestowed upon Jiang Hao a formidable machete. Jiang Hao swung it with satisfaction, finding it remarkably effective. Ever since the emergence of the green mist, peculiar sounds could be heard emanating from the outside, reminiscent of avian roars, yet considerably more resonant and somber. Jiang Sheng gripped his knife firmly, meticulously clearing a designated area before hastily advancing. The others began to search the ground for any edible insects. The current larvae were approximately the size of a human arm, making them relatively easy to locate. Sister, come quickly. There are 3 here. Jiang Shaohua had already subdued 3 larvae along with Wang Zhengxi. The larvae exhibited minimal aggression, merely curling up defensively. Hanya's eyes narrowed, carefully scrutinizing the direction of Jiang Sheng's gaze. Jiang Sheng swung his blade towards the shadow, and with a resounding clang, his long sword shattered, simultaneously forcing the dark figure back. It was then that Jiang Sheng discerned the creature, a massive green serpent, approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, and at least as thick as 2 adult men. Although the serpent seemed reluctant, it appeared to be deterred by something, swiftly attempting to burrow into the underbrush. Jiang Sheng, however, would not allow it to escape so easily, had it not been for his quick reflexes. He might have been caught off guard. Nonetheless, this formidable beast was unlikely to breach his defenses. The man observing appeared quite robust, wielding a short blade, still glistening with blood, his face obscured by camouflage paint, making it difficult to discern his features. The serpent, in pain, slackened its form, allowing Jiang Sheng to release its tail and, with an almost imperceptible swiftness, thrust the broken blade into the bloodied seam located at its vital point. By the time the camouflaged man arrived near the serpent, It had already succumbed to the combined efforts of 3 individuals. He scrutinized Jiang Sheng for a moment longer, recalling the intriguing woman who had ridden on his motorcycle just days prior. A faint smile graced Mo Quan's face, yet as he attempted to approach, he was halted by Jiang Hao. Mo Quan raised his hands, declaring, "I have no intention of engaging in conflict. I was the one to inflict the initial injury on this serpent. Let us leave the specifics for the arrival of the others." Approximately 2 minutes later, a group of about a dozen armed individuals burst forth from the underbrush. "Ah, it seems there are others here. Mo Quan, your skills appear lacking," quipped a burly figure stepping forward, his laughter booming, also clad in camouflage attire. The woman who had single-handedly subdued such a formidable mutated serpent was even more remarkable, piquing Mo Quan's interest. "Are you all right, sister?" Jiang Shaohua inquired, cradling one insect in one hand, while another rested in Wang Zhengxi's grasp. "Fear not, everyone." The burly man cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Jiang Sheng, and I suppose I'm the leader of this team." Jiang Sheng would never presume that this individual was easy to converse with. Merely observing the formidable machete strapped to his back was enough to reveal he was no meek character. Mo Quan chose not to elaborate further. He accepted a slightly longer knife from one of his subordinates and sliced a 2-meter length of snake meat, presenting it before Jiang Sheng. "Though we were the ones to injure it, you are the ones who ultimately brought it down. Therefore, it is only fair that we offer you a larger share. However, our numbers are considerable, and I must apologize for the inconvenience." Jiang Sheng, without further speculation, simply bid farewell, expressing gratitude for the generous gift. "Thank you for your kindness. We shall not disturb your hunting." Yi Kongsheng and Wang Jing stepped forward to take the snake meat from Jiang Sheng's shoulders. As they observed the group depart, Mo Quan wore a smile that hinted at deeper thoughts. Chapter 117, Division of Teams. Jiang Sheng walked alongside Jiang Hao. "Brother Jiang, can you discern what their affiliations might be?" Jiang Hao hesitated for a few moments before responding. "At present, I cannot ascertain with certainty. However, their equipment is not easily acquired. I observe that they possess shotguns and even a sniper rifle. Mutated green serpent edible. Exercise caution regarding the bitter gallbladder and toxic sacs within." Today, Jiang Sheng recognized the significance of a formidable team. On their side, they had Jiang Hao and Yi Kongsheng, while Wang Zhengxi and Wang Jing were equally competent. Although Hanya was rather young, he exhibited commendable qualities. Meina, having studied Jeet Kune Do abroad, may not have mastered it, but she would certainly hold her own against average individuals. They did not inquire about the nature of the drug. Instead, they swallowed it in Jiang Sheng's presence, an act that conveyed their loyalty. This unity was essential for the team. In truth, Jiang Sheng perceived that her companions were aware of her uniqueness, albeit lacking precise understanding. Currently, every member of Jiang Sheng's team was equipped with first-level armor and had consumed a Tier 1 enhancement capsule. She intended to provide each individual with a basic shield to be strapped to their arm during missions, offering timely protection against calamities. As for weaponry, Jiang Sheng possessed numerous Nepalese kukris in her storage, which were impractical in the base, so she opted for daggers instead. Jiang Sheng arrived at Maya's residence and instructed Miao Miao to summon everyone. They gathered around the dining table, their eyes fixated on the shield and dagger before them, swallowing nervously. "Sister, are you distributing equipment?" Jiang Shaohua exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement at the sight of the items. "Indeed, each of you will receive a shield and a dagger. Starting today, Brother Jiang will teach you the fundamentals of combat. Yi Kongsheng, your military district must differ from Brother Jiang's. Each of you should bring a few to rotate." Jiang Sheng spoke with a grave demeanor. The apocalypse was no longer a mere survival game, but a call to arms. "Do Miao Miao and Xiao Wu need to learn as well?" Maya inquired. Jiang Sheng nodded. "Indeed, I am referring to everyone. Sister Maya, you must be willing to let go. What if you and Miao Miao become separated? In that case, she will only have herself to rely on for protection." Miao Miao clung to Maya's leg, her eyes shining with determination. "Mama, I will study diligently, and when I grow up, I will protect you." Maya gazed at her sensible daughter, tears welling in her eyes. "If we have a shield, Yi Kongsheng should teach better than I can." I will instruct in close combat, while he will teach shield techniques, Jiang Hao added. Yi Cheng affirmed, that is certainly feasible. Our military district has indeed provided such training, as we are quite established and teach some traditional skills. Of course, I am quite stringent in my methods. Jiang Sheng cast down the shield and dagger. He had painted the shield in camouflage, as its transparent nature rendered it somewhat inexplicable. Upon receiving the shield, Jiang Hao tapped it with his hand, feeling an odd sensation, though he remained uncertain about its defensive capabilities. He promptly prepared to test it on the rooftop. Everyone ascended to the top floor, which was considerably larger than the rooftop at Longquan Base. Jiang Hao raised the shield in defense, while Yi Cheng held the dagger in his hands. Jiang Hao stepped forward with his left leg, lifting the shield while his right leg took a half step back to increase friction. Yi Cheng, leveraging this momentum, charged forward, gripping the hilt with his left hand and pushing with his right palm as he thrust the dagger towards the shield. The outcome was that Jiang Hao remained utterly unmoved. The shield appeared slightly chipped, while Yi Cheng's hands went numb from the impact, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. This shield has some substance, he remarked. Wang Jing then struck it with a massive wooden stick, yet the results were similarly unimpressive. After the test, Yi Cheng came to a straightforward conclusion about the shield. It could withstand at least a handgun bullet. Each morning thereafter, the group would gather for rooftop training, engaging in a sparring session once a week. Jiang Sheng participated in only the previous week's training, mastering the essentials before discontinuing. The most unfortunate among them was Xiao Lu, who, due to his physique, could only spar with Hanya. This young man seemed to possess his own unique insights, rendering Xiao Lu perpetually perplexed by his techniques, leaving him primarily on the receiving end of blows. Mei Ya and Mei Na's sparring sessions were relatively evenly matched, although Mei Na held a slight advantage, largely due to Mei Ya's prolonged use of physique-enhancing capsules, while Mei Na's combat skills were not to be underestimated. Morning training transitioned into afternoon hunting, where they split into two teams. One team remained at home while the other ventured out. Jiang Sheng, Jiang Hao, Mei Ya, Wang Zhengxi, Jiang Shaohua, and Miao Miao comprised Team A. Yi Cheng, Wang Jing, Hanya, Mei Na, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Wu formed Team B. Both teams consist of precisely 6 members. Today, Team A will venture out for a hunt, marking their inaugural excursion since the commencement of their training. During the training period, all provisions were meticulously prepared by Jiang Sheng, while the others expended their energy solely on the training itself. Jiang Sheng wished to impart his knowledge of Taekwondo to them, yet understood the necessity of a gradual approach. Teaching too much at once could prove counterproductive compared to mastering a single discipline. With a well-prepared first aid kit and a whistle at the ready, it was essential to remain vigilant, ready to sound the alarm in the face of danger without straying too far. Jiang Hao elucidated the precautions necessary for this expedition. The base had become sparsely populated as it expanded outward. The flora encircling the base walls required thorough clearance. Recently, an effective herbicide had been introduced by the authorities which, while not entirely eliminating the vegetation, would prevent any regrowth for at least a month or two. Another application will be necessary in due course, for the mutated plants outside had had ample time to grow, with many reaching considerable sizes. The base provided 3 meals a day, a temptation few could resist. Yet, the elderly were different. Prolonged consumption had taken its toll on them. In these times, humanity seemed solely preoccupied with self-interest. Chapter 118. Shared hardships. Hunters possessed their exclusive pathways. This particular route was diligently cleared by the base, specifically for the hunters, who were now skilled individuals. The base had its methods for processing the meat of mutated animals. While Jiang Sheng employed his own strategies, the system would determine what was consumable, and anything deemed unsuitable would be sold to the base, leaving their acceptance to the base's discretion. Along their journey, they encountered predominantly small, dog-sized mutated insects, which Jiang Sheng had no intention of consuming. This outing served a greater purpose for him, primarily to train a few members of his team, especially Mei Ya and Miao Miao. In this era, reliance on others, even one's closest kin, could not guarantee safety. A handful of insects were incapacitated by Jiang Sheng and Jiang Hao, while the remainder was left to be dealt with by Mei Ya and Miao Miao. Suddenly, Jiang Hao signaled for a halt, having detected faint noises ahead. He cautiously parted the grass before him, only to be met with a sudden, enormous tongue. Jiang Hao swung his blade at it, but the agile appendage deftly evaded the strike. "Be cautious, it may be a snake," Jiang Sheng warned the four behind him, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance as the sounds intensified, indicating the creature was moving rapidly. When the noise subsided, a lizard, larger than a horse, burst forth from behind Jiang Sheng. He braced his shield firmly against his chest, effectively wedging it into the creature's jaws. Seizing the moment, he thrust his dagger towards the lizard's eye. Wang Zhengxi yanked Jiang Shaohua towards himself, and both were subsequently knocked into the nearby grass by the giant lizard. However, this time, Jiang Hao and Jiang Sheng were determined not to let it escape. They charged forward. Jiang Hao plunged his dagger into the lizard's neck, dragging it down with force, while Jiang Sheng fired a shot at the creature's other eye, then hurried towards the grass beside them, only to find themselves at the edge of a precipice. Although both of them were clad in armor, it remained uncertain whether they would emerge unscathed from such a great height. Jiang Sheng was eager to descend, yet the rustling sounds around him suggested that their troubles were far from over. The gunfire had attracted the attention of other creatures, and a horde of giant rats came rushing towards them. An adversary Jiang Sheng was least inclined to confront, as they were both troublesome and inettable. At this juncture, Jiang Hao instructed everyone to form a line to withstand the impending onslaught of the rodents. However, the sheer number of rats was somewhat overwhelming, forcing Jiang Sheng to command a gradual retreat, prioritizing the elimination of the rat swarm before attempting to rescue Jiang Shaohua and the others. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohua had cushioned Wang Zhengxi's fall somewhat, but he lost consciousness upon hitting the ground. Wang Zhengxi felt pain radiating throughout his body. Had it not been for the peculiar garment provided by Jiang Sheng, both of them might have perished. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Wang Zhengxi slowly propped himself up and gently tapped Jiang Shaohua's face. "Hey, wake up!" Noticing the severity of Jiang Shaohua's unconsciousness, Wang Zhengxi began to survey their surroundings. They had not plummeted to the very bottom of the ravine. A gentle slope lay nearby, and had they fallen to the bottom, their garments would have been of little protection. After searching the vicinity, he discovered a modest cave behind them. Wang Zhengxi cleared some leaves to create a makeshift bed and tended to Jiang Shaohua's injuries. The external wounds seemed minor, but he feared for the possibility of a concussion. With no time to spare, he carried Jiang Shaohua into the cave. His own condition was hardly better. He felt dizzy and disoriented. He opened his first aid kit, swallowed a painkiller, and began to disinfect both his and Jiang Shaohua's wounds with iodine. His body bore several small cuts, with a notable 4-centimeter gash on his thigh. After bandaging himself, he meticulously examined Jiang Shaohua, discovering that his calf was markedly swollen, likely indicating a fracture, though thankfully it was not broken. With limited medical knowledge, Wang Zhengxi could only disinfect the area and use a few sticks to stabilize the injury. He endeavored to administer anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medication to Jiang Shaohua. Supporting him halfway upright, he attempted to give him the medicine, but the water would not allow the pills to go down. Furrowing his brow at the unconscious figure in his arms, he sighed heavily. "Forget it." Wang Zhengxi crushed the pills between his teeth and, despite his reluctance, fed them to Jiang Shaohua mouth to mouth. Though it felt somewhat bitter, he thought, "You deserve this for causing inflammation and swelling." He glared fiercely at the unconscious Jiang Shaohua. Having completed these tasks, Wang Zhengxi placed his backpack on the ground to serve as a pillow for Jiang Shaohua. He then limped out of the cave to assess their current predicament. They had fallen straight down, surrounded by deep green foliage, utterly unaware of their surroundings or any possible escape routes. Wang Zhengxi dared not act recklessly. One misstep could lead to his own demise and that of Jiang Shaohua as well. He scavenged for branches around the cave to start a fire, knowing that most wild animals feared flames. While uncertain about the reaction of mutated creatures, warmth was essential, as the night air was indeed quite chilly. Each first aid kit contained merely 2 packets of dried food, a can, and a bottle of water, leaving one to wonder if Jiang Sheng and the others would ever manage to locate them once these provisions were exhausted. As night fell, Wang Zhengxi dared only to rest with his eyes half closed. The darkness posed far greater perils than the day. Every few minutes, he tended to the fire, the very essence of their survival. Glancing over, he noticed Jiang Shaohua trembling slightly, likely from the chill. Wang Zhengxi gently shifted Jiang Shaohua closer, allowing him to rest his head upon his thigh. Having settled him, he crossed his arms and continued to ponder their next course of action. What if Jiang Sheng and the others could not descend in time to find them? What would they do if they remained undiscovered? In any case, they could not solely depend on Jiang Sheng. They must devise a means of self-rescue. While Wang Zhengxi continued to wrestle with these troubling thoughts, he suddenly felt Jiang Shaohua's body shudder as he began to speak. "Mom, little sister, please don't leave me. I am scared." "I'm so scared." Jiang Shaohua suddenly trembled, startling Wang Zhengxi as well. He gazed at Jiang Shaohua, whose youthful visage was graced by a few warm tears, while soft murmurs escaped his lips. Wang Zhengxi reached out to wipe away the teardrops from his eyes, but Jiang Shaohua unexpectedly grasped his hand, unwilling to let it go. Chapter 119. I desire a girlfriend. Hearing Jiang Shaohua speak of his mother filled Wang Zhengxi with a sense of sorrow. He had never anticipated that his own mother would perish in the sweltering heat, leaving no time for even a parting word. Lost in thought, he absent-mindedly retrieved 2 pills from his bag and swallowed them, glancing at Jiang Shaohua, whose complexion was far from healthy. Wang Zhengxi sighed, muttering, "Consider this a debt you owe me." Wang Zhengxi had never imagined he would crush medication to feed a man, especially mouth-to-mouth. After administering the medication, he pinched Jiang Shaohua's face, urging, "Come on, wake up." Wang Zhengxi kept vigil throughout the night, only closing his eyes for a brief rest when dawn began to break. Upon waking, he found a figure beside him had turned his head and wrapped his arms around his waist. Had it not been for Jiang Shaohua's injury, Wang Zhengxi would have surely reprimanded him. After consuming his own medication, Wang Zhengxi shook Jiang Shaohua gently. "Hey, wake up." Ideally, if he could awaken, it would spare Wang Zhengxi the trouble of feeding him again. After several meters had passed, Jiang Shaohua remained unresponsive, compelling Wang Zhengxi to try once more. However, just as he was halfway through administering the medication, Jiang Shaohua stirred awake, coinciding precisely with Wang Zhengxi swallowing the pills. "What the?" Jiang Shaohua began to protest, but a wave of pain surged through his body, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wang Zhengxi was equally bewildered. Why did Jiang Shaohua choose to awaken at this particular moment? Their situation was undeniably awkward. Damn it, that was my first kiss. Despite Jiang Shaohua's penchant for revelry, he merely drank with his rowdy companions. When it came to more intimate matters, he felt averse. Who doesn't cherish their first kiss? If you hadn't been unconscious like a dead pig, why have I had to feed you like this? Wang Zhengxi averted his gaze from Jiang Shaohua's face. "Let us hope your sister arrives to rescue us. Are you hungry?" Wang Zhengxi rummaged through his backpack. "A bit," Jiang Shaohua replied, as Jiang Sheng and her companions were relentlessly pushed back by the horde of mutated rats. She made a concerted effort to retrieve a grenade from her spatial pocket, which she hurled directly into the throng of rodents. A resounding explosion ensued, leaving only a few twitching mutated rats scattered across the ground. The cacophony also deterred other accompanying mutated creatures. Jiang Sheng's armor had sustained considerable damage, and her shield was nearly depleted. She hastily made her way toward the location where she had previously been ambushed by the mutated lizard. Realizing the cliff before her was insurmountably steep, to descend from such a height seemed a fanciful notion. Just as she engaged in conversation with Jiang Hao, unsettling sounds emerged from the surroundings, prompting the 4 individuals to immediately adopt a defensive stance. Suddenly, a black armored vehicle emerged from the underbrush, its front adorned with 2 massive, cutter-like appendages that crushed the surrounding tall grass. Upon spotting the quartet ahead, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and Mo Quan descended from it. Clad in heavy camouflage gear, Jiang Sheng finally had a clear view of his features. A prominent nose paired with sharp eyebrows and distinctly defined facial features that exuded a rugged charm. As he stepped down, A smile reminiscent of a fox graced his face. What a coincidence! We meet again, he greeted Jiang Sheng and Jiang Hao, before his gaze shifted to the skeletal remains of a gigantic lizard nearby, his smile deepening with intrigue. Jiang Sheng seemed to have recalled something. Could you do me a favor? Our friend fell down from here. Would you mind helping me clear the surrounding weeds? Jiang Sheng observed Mo Quan, who remained motionless. I will compensate you. What do you desire? I am Mo Quan, and may I ask your name? Jiang Sheng. Mo Quan acknowledged her with a grunt and returned to the peculiar vehicle. Understood. You lead the way. I will clear wherever you walk. Once Mo Quan had tidied up the area, twilight had already begun to descend. Jiang Sheng scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the path they had descended earlier. It should not take too long to return from here. At that moment, Mei tugged at Jiang Sheng from behind. Xiao Sheng, do not act impulsively. It's too late now. Shall we wait until tomorrow to go together? Jiang Hao nodded and then departed. Jiang Sheng turned to see that Mo Quan was alone in the vehicle. Without hesitation, she entered the passenger seat. What kind of compensation do you seek? I will do my best to fulfill your request. Mo Quan rested his chin on his hand. I desire a capable girlfriend. Jiang Sheng felt a bit bewildered. How could a handsome man like you, who hold an official position, ever lack for female admirers? The man closed his eyes and pondered deeply. No, it is not that women do not seek my company. Rather, I find myself somewhat disinterested in them. The times have changed, and I now seek a partner who can assist me, someone who brings tangible significance to my life. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. However, he expressed regret that he could not fulfill the request and suggested considering an alternative. I believe you are quite suitable, he added. Mo Quan squinted his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Sheng, clarifying, what I mean is, let us make do and share our lives together. Jiang Sheng felt somewhat bewildered. Are men in the post-apocalyptic world this forthright? However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. In an era where people resort to theft, those as courteous as Mo Quan are indeed rare. To be candid, Jiang Sheng never anticipated the utility of having a man by her side. What can you offer me? Much, Mo Quan replied calmly. Power, weaponry, and an inexhaustible supply of points. Jiang Sheng smiled softly. She was indeed not particularly concerned about such matters. If this is all there is, I find it insufficient. It certainly cannot equate to the value I bring you. Oh, pray tell, Mo Quan inquired, his interest piqued. This is not something I can conveniently disclose. In any case, let us discuss other forms of compensation. I shall require your assistance again tomorrow. Jiang Sheng wished to avoid further entanglements with this man. The sky had darkened, and the wilderness was fraught with peril. Yet, she longed to remain here tonight, ready for swift rescue at dawn. Mo Quan glanced out the window. Then let us leave it unsettled for now. I will inform you when I have made up my mind. You seem rather reluctant to depart. Why not stay here for the night? I have communicated via the intercom, and there are no issues. Mo Quan did not offer any further remarks, merely closing his eyes to rest. Then you may rest. I shall keep watch. Mo Quan acknowledged with a sound, showing no inclination to be polite with Jiang Sheng. Chapter 120. Like the wind the following day, when Jiang Hao arrived with Team B, they discovered the newly carved path leading down the mountain. Let us proceed. They have already set out. We must follow, Jiang Hao declared as they descended the mountain trail. This time, he did not summon Miao Miao, Xiao Wu, or Xiao Lu. The previous day's encounter had made Jiang Hao acutely aware of the dangers of the apocalypse. After walking for several minutes, they heard the distant hum of an engine. Xiao Sheng, what is the situation? Mei called from behind. Jiang Sheng led Mo Quan at the forefront, assuring him that all was proceeding smoothly. Brother Jiang, please take care of the mutated animals appearing behind us, she shouted over the deafening roar of the engine. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's call, Jiang Hao and the others remained vigilant. Yet it wasn't long before the vehicle could no longer advance. Thus, the group resorted to manually clearing the overgrown grass. Jiang Sheng paused to distribute new armor to everyone, which would provide substantial protection. As they ventured deeper, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Jiang Sheng. Earlier, she had encountered an attack from a mutated mantis. Its emerald body camouflaged within the foliage, nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. With a swift strike, It had sliced through Jiang Sheng's armor. Although dispatching it required little effort, its fierce assault left her astonished. If all creatures on Earth were to mutate in such a manner, could humanity endure? Without dwelling on these thoughts, Jiang Sheng focused on clearing the path ahead. After 4 arduous hours, they finally caught sight of a gentle slope beneath the cliff. Throughout this endeavor, Mo Quan had lent his assistance, for which Jiang Sheng felt nothing but gratitude. Upon entering the cave, a sudden sense of impending attack from above compelled Jiang Sheng to raise her shield for defense, as a blade struck her shield, sending sparks flying. Jiang Sheng? Wang Zhengxi exclaimed with delight, "You have arrived." Jiang Sheng nodded and then noticed Jiang Shaohua lying inside. "How is he? Is his injury severe?" Jiang Shaohua shook his head gently, his eyes slightly reddened. "It's not too serious, thanks to Wang Zhengxi, though I do have a few fractures." Jiang Sheng carefully unwrapped the bandages and retrieved some more specialized medication from his bag. "It may hurt a bit, just bear with it." Meanwhile, Wang Zhengxi was reporting the situation to Jiang Hao. "Brother Jiang, we must expedite the fortification of our defenses." Jiang Hao looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Wang Zhengxi took a deep breath. "We just spotted a massive creature, a brown bear approximately 5 to 6 meters tall, passing by below. I fear the walls of the base cannot withstand such a size." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao grasped the gravity of the situation. Having spent years undertaking missions in the wilderness, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of brown bears. Their aggression is notorious among bear species, and they are known to be man-eaters. Even before the apocalypse, there were numerous reports of brown bears attacking humans, and they have a penchant for consuming live prey. Playing dead is of little use against them. Such a tactic may work with black bears, which will cease their assault if they sense no threat. However, with brown bears, the scenario is quite different. They will relentlessly pursue you. Mo Quan maintained his usual calm demeanor. "We certainly need protection, but I must also consider my future. What are your thoughts on the matter I discussed with you yesterday?" This question left Jiang Sheng feeling somewhat awkward. "Ahem, I need to ponder this matter further. By the way, I have another request." Mo Quan smiled. "Of course. Do you have access to any villa resources? I am interested in purchasing one." Jiang Sheng had previously looked into it and found that all the villas in the base were occupied. Even with money, acquiring one was impossible. Jiang Sheng cast a sidelong glance at him, asserting, "I can't afford it. How shall we proceed with the transaction?" Just as she was about to leave, Mo Quan suddenly smiled, his eyes gleaming with mischief, and remarked, "I mean it. Think it over, and we could make a life together." To avoid drawing attention, Jiang Sheng visited numerous shops, exchanging points bit by bit. To conserve resources, she sold her 4 residences, incurring a loss of 10, yet still within an acceptable range. Prior to the incident, the two had shared a bed without sensing any discord. However, since sharing their first kiss yesterday, Wang Zhengxi found the current situation to be rather delicate. Jiang Shaohua suddenly spoke. "Thank you." "What?" Wang Zhengxi, momentarily lost in thought, truly did not catch the words. "I said, thank you." Jiang Shaohua was not offended. After all, it was Wang Zhengxi who had saved him. Wang Zhengxi turned his head to glance at him. "No, it's nothing. That night, I dreamed of my mother. She was a remarkably beautiful woman." A faint smile graced Jiang Shaohua's lips, revealing the exquisite genes of his parents. Even without him having to articulate it, the atmosphere was damp and cold, much like the chill in my heart. Had my sister not intervened back then, I might have truly perished. Jiang Shaohua wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. In truth, we shared a close bond in our childhood. One adored Jiang Sheng. He choked back sobs. "Everything has changed. Everything transformed once our family acquired wealth." Wang Zhengxi, too, had not experienced a warm childhood. He embraced Jiang Shaohua in a comforting gesture, though he was at a loss for words himself, opting instead for the language of touch. "Cry, for releasing your sorrow will bring solace. Just like the winds of this apocalyptic world, they will eventually pass." Chapter 121. The swarm, the villa chosen by Jiang Sheng, is situated in a location that is somewhat closer to the center. Early in the morning, Jiang Sheng gathered everyone to assist with the move, driven not by any other motive but to ensure their safety. Though there were over 10 individuals, the items they carried were few, or rather, they possessed hardly anything of significance to transport. As Jiang Sheng allocated rooms to everyone, he noticed that Jiang Shaohua and Wang Jingxi appeared somewhat reluctant. Ultimately, under Jiang Sheng's discreet maneuvering, the two were assigned to share a room, as the villa had a limited number of accommodations. Upon settling in, Jiang Sheng immediately summoned various defensive materials from his spatial storage, which could be directly affixed to the walls. It was no wonder that the flimsy wooden door in the underground city had proven impervious to destruction. This arrangement significantly eased Jiang Sheng's burdens. He nearly exhausted the remaining materials from his storage to reinforce the villa, a two-story structure, firmly believing that no mutated creatures could breach its defenses. The base had also exerted every effort to implement defensive measures, initially dispatching a substantial force to clear the underbrush surrounding the perimeter, followed by the application of copious amounts of herbicides and insecticides on the ground, enveloping the entire base in a noxious haze. The base hoped that this unpleasant atmosphere would diminish the mutated creatures' interest in their stronghold. Indeed, the base's expectations were met. It now relied on mutated vegetables for sustenance, with canned goods fetching exorbitant prices. While mutated animals no longer approached the base, the inhabitants faced a severe shortage of meat. Another month passed, and while Team B was out on a mission, alarms blared throughout the base. Attention, survivors! Attention, survivors! The base is under attack by a multitude of mutated creatures. All able adults are to report to the 4 city gates for defensive duties. What shall we do? Jiang Hao approached Jiang Sheng. At this moment, it was imperative for her to express her stance. Jiang Sheng pondered carefully. Let us venture forth to ascertain the scale of the beast horde outside. He left Miao Miao and Mei behind, instructing the remaining 4 to ready their equipment before stepping out. Along the way, some rushed towards the base's entrance, while many others remained nestled in the safety of their homes. They were but ordinary individuals, each haunted by the specter of death. Only within the confines of their dwellings did they find solace. Bang! As Jiang Sheng approached the gate, the thunderous sound of cannon fire reverberated in the air. Hold the line. He heard the shouts of those behind him. Do not let those vermin breach our defenses. What is the situation? Jiang Sheng inquired of Yi Kongcheng, whose arm was now swathed in blood-soaked bandages. Alas, Yi Kongcheng sighed. We had scarcely ventured out when the crows alerted us to considerable commotion from the valley below. Although we retreated at the first sign of danger, the speed of the mutated beasts was alarmingly swift. Jiang Sheng gazed outside, where the landscape was predominantly populated by mutated insects and diminutive mutated animals. The only larger creatures present were a solitary black bear and 3 wild boars. This observation was rather perplexing. Could it be that smaller animals are more susceptible to mutation? However, there was little time for Jiang Sheng to ponder this further, as the scale of the beastly horde, more aptly described as a swarm of insects, was truly overwhelming, with mutated cockroaches constituting the primary force. In the air, mutated mosquitoes and bees flitted about. On a positive note, their defensive capabilities were rather feeble. A sharp sound echoed. Jiang Sheng was stung by a bee on his back, but fortunately, it did not penetrate the armor's defenses. Let's hold our ground for a while. If the swarm breaches the main entrance, we will retreat immediately. Several nodded in agreement, continuing to wield their blades. The air was filled with the harrowing cries of the fallen. Ordinary individuals, upon contact with these mutated insects, would lose chunks of flesh. Thankfully, the defensive capabilities of the mutated bugs were not formidable, allowing regular folk to defeat them. After several grenades were launched from atop the city walls, the numbers of the swarm were finally subdued. This battle raged for over 6 hours, marked by tremendous carnage, with at least 40 of the survivors who had come to assist perishing and nearly everyone sustaining injuries. As Jiang Sheng beheld the alluring crimson sunset casting its glow upon the entire base, a lean man rushed over and whispered urgently into the ear of a man clad in combat attire. Jiang Sheng, with his keen hearing, caught every word. The man furrowed his brow, his previously relaxed demeanor tightening once more. When did this happen? Approximately 40 minutes ago. As the slender man had indicated, numerous insects had infiltrated the base, compelling Jiang Sheng to kill as many as possible. With each one slain, his chances of survival increased. Upon seeing the unscathed villa, Jiang Sheng finally felt a sense of relief. The group entered the villa, where Maya approached to assess everyone's condition. The most severely wounded was Wang Jing, whose right arm bore a wound spanning 20 centimeters. It was only then that Jiang Sheng found the opportunity to rebandage him. Fortunately, having consumed a physical enhancement capsule, Wang Jing's coagulation ability was significantly superior to that of an average person. Hanya and Wang Jing remained behind arrest, while the others ventured outside the villa to eliminate as many insects as possible without sustaining injuries. After issuing instructions, they formed teams of 3, an effective strategy to thwart ambushes by the insects. Given the initially low number of bugs entering the base, they spent over half an hour exterminating insects in front of the villa before the official cleanup team arrived. The southern flank had also been reinforced. Before Hanya could recover, she heard someone calling for Jiang Sheng from outside the villa. Jiang Sheng, Jiang Sheng. Mo Quan, fully armed, stood at the villa's entrance. Hanya attempted to discern who it was, but Jiang Sheng restrained her, insisting, "I will go." Upon seeing Mo Quan, Jiang Sheng felt a pang of confusion. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to settle a debt." Jiang Sheng felt somewhat at a loss. "Why the delay?" "Makau Quan raplia candidly." "Allow me to join your ranks. My background as a member of the armed police ensures my combat capabilities are unquestionable. At this moment, why seek my assistance if not to cling tightly to the official support?" This was the source of Jiang Sheng's greatest confusion. Had his own domain been uncovered? Official? Mo Quan shook his head. "You still know far too little." Jiang Sheng was enveloped in confusion. What is happening? Mo Quan stepped into the courtyard and approached Jiang Sheng. "The Hua family is already engaged in a confrontation with the authorities. Do you really believe that a mere handful of insects could breach the defenses of the base?" "The main forces of the authorities are currently occupied with the Hua family." Upon hearing Mo Quan's explanation, Jiang Sheng began to grasp why the base had prioritized notifying the survivors to guard the gates. If what he said was indeed true, could the authorities still be relied upon? Chapter 122. Departure. Jiang Sheng sensed something amiss. Could a single Hua family truly contend against the authorities? Was he not merely a shareholder? Mo Quan strolled over and took a seat on the chair in the courtyard. Of course, it is not just the Hua family. He is allied with the Mo family and the Chen family. The Mo family? Are you not simply surnamed Mo? The man's words grew increasingly absurd, leading Jiang Sheng to question whether he had come merely for his own amusement. Jiang Sheng settled beside him, remarking, "It appears that you are rather indifferent." "Indifferent to what?" "I share no blood ties with them. Their decision to adopt me was merely a means to serve as a beacon of positivity in society, as a public figure. One must understand," Mo Quan replied with a smile. "Is it any wonder that you tackled the weeds without a single subordinate? How pitiful." Jiang Sheng clicked her tongue and shook her head. "Your words are quite coarse," Mo Quan said, sitting up to look at her. "So what do you think? Are you tempted? A man like me, without parents, yet charming, handsome, and in excellent health, is quite rare." Jiang Sheng shot him a glance and said, "Let's discuss it later." "Xiao Sheng, is it all right that he followed us in?" Jiang Hao inquired, glancing back at Mo Quan. "Never mind him. We won't stay here for long." Thoughts swirled in Jiang Sheng's mind. If they could no longer remain at the Sichuan province base, where they go next? Moreover, the most pressing concern was how they would make their exit. The uncertainties were overwhelming. The mutated swarm might not be deterred a second time, even if they had managed to fend them off once. Jiang Sheng's mind buzzed with frustration. The more he pondered, "I believe we must leave this place as soon as possible," he asserted, stepping forward to present his reasoning. "The day before yesterday, I climbed a tall tree and observed that only the creatures within this mountain have become exceedingly abnormal. Elsewhere, despite the dryness, one can still catch glimpses of greenery, far more abundant than what we see here at the base. So how do we get out?" Yi Kongcheng asked. Undoubtedly, it was a pertinent question, and everyone fell into contemplation. "I know how we can escape," Mo Quan declared, moving closer to sit beside Jiang Sheng, his gaze fixed intently on him. "You tell me." Jiang Sheng responded, sensing the man's intentions. "I can procure parachutes. If we glide down from high altitude, theoretically, we should be able to soar over this mountain." The group pondered seriously, It wasn't that Mo Quan's plan was particularly reliable, but they had no alternative means of escape. Thus, they had no choice but to proceed with it. Jiang Sheng nodded, recognizing that although he had a warning system, it was alarmingly extreme, often leaving them teetering on the brink of life and death. Jiang Sheng gazed at Mo Quan, who remained seated. You should hurry, the sooner the better. Meanwhile, everyone began to prepare their belongings for departure. Truly unexpected that they had to move again just a few days after purchasing their villa. Jiang Sheng was acutely aware of the challenges posed by this situation. Thank you, everyone. Each of you take one. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu can share one. And Maya, you can hold on to Meow Meow. The group did not linger any longer and promptly made their way towards the exit of the base. Seizing the opportunity to depart while the swarm had just been repelled was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Jiang Sheng sought out a relatively tall tree and, upon ascending, bestowed upon Mo Quan a set of armor. Such thoughtfulness! Mo Quan received the exceptionally light and delicate ensemble, hastily donning it. Should I remove my original attire? He inquired with a smile. It's entirely up to you. We have no objections if you choose not to wear it, Jiang Sheng replied, choosing to disregard the slyly grinning man beside him. He then cast his gaze downward, observing that everyone had ascended the tree. Brother Jiang, please take the lead and choose a suitable landing spot. We shall follow your guidance. To ensure safety, Jiang Sheng tied a rope between every two individuals. This way, even if they were to become scattered, at least pairs would remain together for mutual support, making it less likely for them to be separated. Naturally, Jiang Hao was accompanied by Mei Ye and Miao Miao. Jiang Xiaohua followed closely behind Wang Zhengxi, with Jiang Sheng, Mo Quan, and Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu remaining last. They did not hesitate and, adhering to Mo Quan's guidance, leaped downwards. As for the reason Jiang Sheng chose to align himself with Mo Quan, it was a strategic decision. Should he exhibit any peculiar behavior, he could swiftly retreat to safety using his spatial abilities. At least, for the time being, this individual appeared to be quite trustworthy. As they soared through the air, reminiscent of parachuting exercises from the pre-apocalyptic era, Jiang Sheng gained a comprehensive view of the entire base from above. It became evident to him how astute the decision to leave the base was. Gazing towards the rear side from his elevated vantage point, he spotted a colossal ant nest, home to no fewer than 1 million mutated ants. The only way to neutralize this threat would be to directly bombard the nest with ammunition or, more ominously, to await the arrival of a natural disaster. Jiang Sheng found it truly difficult to fathom how the inhabitants of the base managed to survive. It was only when they landed on the barren expanse of land that Jiang Sheng felt an unsettling strangeness. Why was it that only the flora and fauna near the base had undergone mutations, while the tallest grass beneath their feet barely measured 3 centimeters in height? Jiang Sheng waved to the crowd, urging them to follow. Let us go. I have an unsettling feeling that something dreadful is about to unfold. No sooner had he spoken than 2 military off-road vehicles appeared on the ground, seemingly materializing out of thin air, though everyone harbored an understanding of the underlying truths. Witnessing such a miraculous occurrence before their eyes was nonetheless astonishing. Goodness, sister, are you some sort of summoner from a novel? How can these vehicles just manifest like this? Jiang Xiaohua exclaimed, rushing to the vehicles to inspect them closely. These off-roaders were renowned for their durability and resilience. In contrast to Jiang Xiaohua's astonishment, the others remained silent, their minds racing with thoughts more profound than mere surprise. They pondered the ramifications of betraying Jiang Sheng. A person possessing such extraordinary abilities would find it exceedingly effortless to deal with ordinary individuals. Mo Quan smiled faintly, displaying a calm demeanor that belied any overt astonishment. 2 groups, 1 vehicle each. Mo Quan, you will accompany our group. Jiang Sheng, take the front passenger seat in Jiang Hao's vehicle. All right. Macau Quan Raplia Ijarli. Striding over and gentlemanly opening the rear door for Meiya, who nodded in gratitude. Jiang Sheng produced a map for Jiang Hao. Where we headed? To the central region of the northwest, a place distant from seismic zones and sparsely populated. Jiang Sheng gazed through the car window at the road ahead, remarking that natural disasters were relatively infrequent there, devoid of human calamities. Chapter 123. barbecue as they traversed the road, Jiang Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of ease. The sensation of walking on solid ground instilled a profound sense of security in humanity, regarding her willingness to reveal her secrets in front of others. It stemmed from a burgeoning trust in these individuals, with the exception of Mo Quan. Furthermore, just a couple of days prior, her system's sign-in rewards had enhanced the level of her defensive space items. Her armor could now withstand the impact of grenades without faltering. Jiang Sheng harbored no fears. Although her offensive capabilities might not be formidable, her defensive strength was unmatched. Should the need arise, she could simply retreat into her space and don a different suit of armor to continue her journey. According to the map provided by Jiang Sheng, the journey would require at least 3 days. However, considering the unpredictable nature of the apocalyptic environment, it would likely take a month. Assuming an ample supply of gasoline and provisions, the hearts of each individual were almost tethered to the land outside. This terrain was remarkably novel to them, with immense coral reefs and the remnants of marine life scattered everywhere. Even now, a faint briny aroma lingered in the air, a testament to the deluge that humanity had yet to forget. Xiao Sheng, wake up. The road ahead is strewn with ruins. After 2 hours of driving the off-road vehicle, they were on the verge of reaching the highway, only to be met with a stretch of sand ahead. Jiang Sheng rubber brow, feeling rather uncomfortable from her recent slumber. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, she swiftly gathered all the gravel into her spatial storage. Brother Jiang, you should take a break. Let that fellow take over, she remarked, gesturing towards the pensive Mo Quan at the back. Upon receiving her command, Mo Quan donned a smile and replied, "Of course. I shall drive for you." Mississippi, Mo Quan's driving was remarkably steady, indicative of his experience. It took over half an hour before they finally exited the confines of the city. Once Meow Meow boarded, her excitement was palpable, the inquisitive little girl, in her tender age of curiosity, bombarded Meiya with questions about everything she encountered. Meow Meow's presence brought a lively atmosphere to the vehicle, preventing it from becoming overly somber. As the landscape outside gradually returned to normal, they observed the vast expanse of land riddled with numerous pits, devoid of any visible marine skeletal remains. Jiang Sheng brought the vehicle to a halt as the twilight deepened. She had no intention of traveling further into the night. "Let us alight and partake of some nourishment," she suggested. With her extraordinary abilities, the ground was soon adorned with logs that housed glowing embers. As the coals made contact with the wood, a magnificent bonfire erupted in the wilderness. Jiang Sheng skillfully maneuvered the vehicle from Group B to the other side of the bonfire. Once everyone had disembarked, he eagerly inquired, "Would you like to indulge in some barbecue delights?" The enthusiasm was palpable. Jiang Shaohua approached, followed closely by Mo Quan. This man seemed to possess an overly familiar demeanor. As they observed a variety of fresh vegetables and meats being extracted from a single large platter, disbelief swept over the group. After more than a year, it was astonishing to think they could savor such delicacies. Wang Jing felt a twinge of nostalgia, reminiscent of the weekends he and Gu Xiaobei would indulge in barbecues. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, everything had transformed. Witnessing this feast inevitably stirred emotions. Noticing the others' hesitance to approach Jiang Sheng, he understood their reluctance and promptly handed the food to Jiang Shaohua. Jiang Shaohua and Wang Jingxi hurried off to prepare some food for roasting. Jiang Sheng set up a table and arranged several chairs around it, having collected quite a few during the early days of the apocalypse, some still slightly damp. "Please, take a seat," she invited. As everyone settled down, Jiang Sheng shared her vision. "I aspire to establish a base." The others did not appear overly surprised. Given Jiang Sheng's capabilities, the establishment of a base seemed entirely feasible. "How do you envision its construction, and where?" Jiang Hao inquired from across the round table. "It will be located in the northwest. As for the population of the base, we will gradually accept more people, but must be approached with caution. Building houses alone is no trivial task. We have witnessed far too much over the past year. The nation is striving, and I wish to contribute as well." Since the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Sheng had only been part of 2 bases, Longquan Base and Chuan Province Base. where all issues arose from the upper echelons. Would it be more efficient to centralize all authority in one individual? After all, absolute power in the post-apocalyptic world is certainly worth a try. We are all in this together. My life was saved by you, so I, brother, shall follow you, little Jiang, Jiang Sheng remarked, nonchalantly seated beside Jiang Hao. Indeed, little Sheng, our lives were spared by you. Whatever happens, Jiang Hao, meow meow, and I will stand by your side, he continued. Sister Maya flashed a gentle smile at Jiang Sheng, as if meeting her for the first time, radiant and tender. Sister Xiao Sheng, both Xiao Wu and I will always be by your side. Upon witnessing the unwavering support from everyone, Mo Quan promptly took a seat beside Jiang Sheng, declaring, My commitment as your fiancé is unequivocal. Jiang Sheng playfully flicked the forehead of Mo Quan, exclaiming, What fiancé? Mo Quan, cradling his slightly aching forehead, retorted, I could also marry into your family. He then reclined in his chair, sighing, In this harsh world, even a handsome fellow like me must resort to such measures. Jiang Sheng had no desire to engage in any debate with him. At that moment, the tantalizing aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the air. Sister, the first skewer is for you, Jiang Shaohua declared, presenting a slightly charred piece of meat. Yet, having endured the trials of the apocalypse, one would not be inclined to complain. Jiang Sheng took a bite and handed the steaming piece of meat, accompanied by chili powder and cumin, to Meow Meow, who cautiously accepted it. The aroma burst forth in her mouth. Sister Xiao Sheng, this is absolutely delicious. If you crave anything, just go to your brother Jiang for it. Jiang Sheng smiled in response. She estimated that, even with the addition of these several people, they could eat and waste their heart's content for generations without exhausting the supplies in her space. The plants on the farm grew at an astonishing rate, and the quantity of eggs was the most abundant. Now, a corner of Jiang Sheng's space was filled entirely with eggs. Jiang Shaohua's grilling skills are quite commendable. Although the prolonged neglect has caused some of the food to become slightly charred, it is of little consequence, as the dishes are swiftly devoured the moment they are placed upon the table. The pace of grilling cannot possibly match the voracious appetite of the diners. Wang Jing, let them witness our barbecuing prowess from the military, Jiang Sheng declared as he rose from his seat to join the grilling team. Seeing them enjoy their meal, Jiang Sheng brought out 2 more packs of beer. Oh, Xiao Sheng, no. Sister Sheng, you have more beer? Jiang Sheng, attracted by the sound, approached, rubbing his hands in anticipation, his eyes filled with longing for the beer. Go ahead, it's meant to be enjoyed. Jiang Sheng promptly opened a can, and to his surprise, it was still cold as it slid down his throat. From now on, you shall be my dear sister. Jiang Sheng politely declined, stating, I prefer not to add any familial ties. That evening, everyone enjoyed their meal immensely. Wang Jing and Jiang Sheng abstained from alcohol, mindful of the need to drive in the morning, prioritizing safety. Observing the smiling faces around her, Jiang Sheng felt a profound sense of nostalgia. What had once been an ordinary gathering before the apocalypse had transformed into an unattainable dream for many in this new world. Chapter 124, The Strange Village. The scale of Jiang Sheng's space now surpasses that of an ordinary farm from the pre-apocalyptic era by a considerable margin. The ground is enriched black soil, and under the influence of this space, plants exhibit rapid growth, all managed through automation. It is akin to employing a dedicated workforce that tirelessly labors day and night, devoid of the need for rest, infallible in their tasks, and possessing comprehensive agricultural knowledge. In merely a month, the green mist will expand to a usable size. And even if the system's replication feature does not duplicate the green mist, it proves to be an exceptionally powerful asset for replicating rare metals. Should the crops within the space also experience significant growth, it is safe to assert that the current food reserves of Jiang Sheng could easily sustain an entire county. The situation regarding meat is even more favorable if all resources were allocated to raising chickens with continuous hatching. The broilers would reach a consumable size in just over 10 days. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Jiang Sheng released Sero. Upon seeing Sero, Meow Meow's eyes welled with tears. Woo-woo. Brother Sero, where have you been? Currently, Sero had grown considerably larger than Meow Meow, and as she embraced him, Sero excitedly nuzzled against her. I knew you couldn't bear to part with Sero, Mei remarked, her eyes crinkling with delight as she glanced at Jiang Sheng. Indeed, a single bite could be fatal. Mo was momentarily taken aback by this comment, falling silent thereafter. The dog frolicked freely with a group of young ones in the open space, while Xiaowu had invited Hanya to join. Only when playing with peers did Hanya sport a smile, and it was evident he held a fondness for dogs. Noticing that Mei Na had been in a rather poor mood since her arrival, Jiang Sheng decided to seek her out for a heartfelt conversation. Jiang Sheng gazed at the present circumstances, wishing that the future world could be as splendid. She would gladly forsake the system and the billions of dollars. In a city, owning a quaint little shop seemed quite appealing. Moreover, with the assistance of space, cultivating the barren land would not pose a challenge. At the very least, there exists a feasible solution. The bonfire party lasted for several hours, with a few burly men embracing one another in tears, all proclaiming their desire for Jiang Sheng to assume the role of their leader. Ah, the bliss of intoxication, for inebriation offers a temporary escape from all pain and worries. Several hours after Jiang Sheng departed from the base, the Hua family found themselves entangled in a fierce struggle with the authorities. The next assault of the mutated insect swarm commenced, as countless ants, each the size of a small dog, advanced toward the base. Wherever the swarm traversed, not a single spot remained unscathed. The entire facility was engulfed by the relentless tide of insects. Countless survivors were devoured, leaving the base commander and the Hua patriarch in a state of rigid despair. This was fueled by the elder's conviction that the base had orchestrated the demise of his son. For only the commander possessed the capability to make his offspring vanish within the confines of the facility. Undoubtedly, due to his fanatical beliefs, the entire base was doomed to share in his downfall. Ultimately, the commander activated the soul escape pod to safeguard a handful of experts, crucial figures for the revival of humanity, determined to protect them at all costs. A tremendous explosion ressonnetait, and half of the mountainside, along with a multitude of mutated creatures, vanished from existence. Jiang Sheng was still en route, casting larger boulders into the void while smaller debris was collectively cleared away by the group. The journey remained relatively tranquil. "Shall we stop at the village ahead?" inquired Mo Quan, who was at the wheel. Jiang Sheng, having driven for most of the day, was resting with her eyes half closed. Upon hearing Mo Quan's suggestion, she opened her eyes and gazed ahead. "All right, let's take a look," she replied. This would be their first opportunity to understand the outside world, making it a necessary visit. Once they disembarked, Jiang Sheng sensed something peculiar about the place. The locals regarded them with wary eyes. A middle-aged woman approached, her voice hoarse, likely due to dehydration. "Where do you come from?" she asked. Nodding, the woman seemed to ponder something. Although this area was not far within Sichuan province, that was a notion from the pre-apocalyptic era. In the aftermath, traversing even a few kilometers had become a daunting task. "We are not natives either. We are all refugees from various places," she continued, lowering her head, her complexion evidently poor. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, "Young man, do you require any special services? Just one meal will suffice." Mo Quan's expression soured as he furrowed his brow at the woman. "Of course, I'm not referring to myself," she clarified. "I have 2 daughters, quite fair in appearance. What do you think? Just one meal." The woman continued with a smile. "It's very inexpensive. Anything edible will do." Jiang Sheng naturally overheard the conversation between the two, and her gaze shifted toward the house behind the elderly woman, where indeed stood 2 young ladies clad in worn blue denim jackets. The jackets appeared quite soiled, rendering it difficult to discern their original hue. Noting that Mo Quan seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the elderly woman's advances, Jiang Sheng let out a sigh and resolutely took his arm. "Madam, this is my partner. We do not require your assistance." Mo Quan instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Sheng, affirming, "Indeed." The elderly woman then directed her attention toward Jiang Hao. But upon noticing Meiya, it became evident to her that they were family, and her gaze shifted once more to the other side, where Jiang Shaohua stood. Jiang Shaohua simply embraced Wang Zhengxi, believing that being misunderstood was far preferable to frequenting brothels. "All right, Annie, we have no need for that," Jiang Hao stated as he stepped forward. The matron nodded and inquired, "Would you care for a meal? We can exchange it for other provisions." What do you have here? Cassava. Our community survives by cultivating cassava and sweet potatoes. For the past few months, this has been our sole sustenance. Upon hearing this, the matron's expression brightened instantly. All right then, Dia, Arya, hurry and fetch the cassava from the house. She spoke to her daughters with a stern authority, showing them no kindness. Her daughters trembled at her harsh words. The matron swiftly seized the cassava from the girls' hands, fearing that Jiang Sheng might reconsider, and immediately proceeded with the exchange. Sisters, do you require a place to stay? My home is quite spacious. It is just me, my husband, and our 2 daughters living here. Jiang Sheng furrowed her brow. This woman was indeed suspect. Furthermore, the village itself was small, likely housing fewer than 100 inhabitants. The houses within the village were closely clustered, and one could scarcely take a few steps without encountering another courtyard. After all, she had been weary from her travels these past few days. So Jiang Sheng acquiesced to the situation. Chapter 125. The Truth. Upon entering the courtyard, she found 3 rooms within. As Jiang Sheng entered, he exchanged a glance with a girl named Dia, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Why? What could be causing such profound anguish in this young woman? Just moments ago, Jiang Sheng had observed that this village indeed cultivated some crops. In this era, having food to eat was a remarkable blessing. Yet, why did these 2 girls seem so engulfed in fear and suffering? Inside the dwelling, there were merely 2 beds and a dining table, each bed accompanied by a small blanket, and nothing else of note. Jiang Sheng offered half a kilogram of rice as payment for a night's stay. The conditions were modest. One should not complain, chuckled the matron heartily. It's quite all right, he assured her. Once accommodations were settled, Jiang Sheng, along with Jiang Shaohua, Mo Quan, and Wang Zhengxi, ventured out to assess the surroundings. The village comprised approximately 20 households, and at this hour, most villagers were tending to their fields. The cassava plants appeared rather unpromising. Their leaves were sparse and lacked vitality. In the face of natural calamities, no one was spared from hardship. Jiang Sheng, it seems that there is at least 1 or 2 women at the entrance of each of these houses, Wang Zhengxi remarked, frowning as he observed the entrance of a courtyard. Although these girls were not strikingly beautiful, they were far from unattractive. The others followed suit, glancing into various courtyards. And indeed, it was as he said. At that moment, a young woman came rushing from behind, crying out, "Help! Save me! Please!" Her voice was heart-wrenching, sending shivers down Jiang Sheng's spine. Upon reaching the house, the matron in the courtyard was engaged in conversation with Meiya. Jiang Sheng gestured to Meiya to detain the matron, who immediately grasped the elder's hand and began to weep, exclaiming, "Oh, dear lady, you cannot fathom the suffering we endure." Jiang Sheng swiftly entered a small room, finding only Arya inside, as Dia had gone to fetch water. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately struck by a foul odor. The dimly lit space contained merely a small, darkened mat. Did these 2 young women truly sleep in such squalor every day? Upon noticing Jiang Sheng's arrival, Arya seemed hesitant, her words caught in her throat as she instinctively recoiled. "Arya, please tell me what has transpired. I can help you," Jiang Sheng implored, kneeling to meet her gaze. Silence enveloped them for half a minute, yet Arya remained mute, not uttering a single word. Jiang Sheng cast a glance out of the window. "If you do not speak, I cannot assist you. That woman will soon extricate herself. You must think carefully." Just as Jiang Sheng was about to depart, Arya gently tugged at her sleeve. I'm not Arya. My name is Lu Chunmei. I have fled from disaster." Lu Chunmei's voice trembled, her tone rough and strained, and the painful expression on her face suggested that her throat was either afflicted or rendered hoarse by some torment. "I arrived in this village 2 months ago with Wang Wan. Initially, they treated us with utmost kindness, but by the following day, they surrounded us, taking advantage of their numbers to bind us." At this juncture, Lu Chunmei's eyes began to glisten with tears. "They are a horde of demons. They imprison the women and turn the men into human jerky." Jiang Sheng was taken aback. Although she had contemplated the darker possibilities, she had not anticipated such a dire situation. "Are you speaking the truth?" It seemed that despite her fears, Jiang Sheng remained skeptical. Lu Chunmei added, They placed the flesh in the basement, where the floor of that madwoman's bedroom conceals a hidden door. Beneath lies a multitude of desiccated corpses, all male. Woo-woo-woo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng could already sense the deteriorating state of Lu Chunmei's mental well-being. Jiang Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Very well, wait for me. I shall certainly fulfill your request, if it proves to be true. Stealthily exiting the room, he found Maya still engaged in conversation with the elder woman. Jiang Sheng approached her and said, Annie, I would like to exchange some cassava. May I see how much you have? If it's sufficient, I shall take it all. He smiled cheerfully. Observing Jiang Sheng's generous demeanor, the elder woman deduced that there must be plenty more in the vehicle. With a smile, she left her position and headed towards the bedroom, with Jiang Sheng and Mo Quan closely following her. Here, we have this much. It must weigh around 30 jin. The elder woman indicated a corner of the room, where indeed a multitude of cassava and a small portion of sweet potatoes were neatly arranged. While Mo Quan conversed with the elder woman, Jiang Sheng meticulously examined the floor, puzzled as to why it lacked the flooring that Lu Chunmei had mentioned. It was decidedly odd. Was it possible that Lu Chunmei had deceived him? That seemed implausible. She had no reason to lie. Jiang Sheng merely smiled as he exited, subsequently retreating to his vehicle, where he discreetly retrieved 10 pounds of rice. After repaying the cassava, the elderly woman wore a grin that seemed incapable of fading, for she could easily lift the rice and exchange it with villagers for a handsome profit. This situation was indeed peculiar. The demeanor of the villagers struck me as somewhat off. If she spoke the truth, then it was evident that this woman was particularly astute in her precautions. Mu Quan deduced. Jiang Sheng nodded affirmatively. In any case, at least 2 people must act together tonight. We cannot afford to be alone, even when using the restroom. Do you understand? If anything occurs, remember to blow the whistle. The night watch will come in groups, and it is our turn tonight. Thus the night fell. Inside a small room in the courtyard, the matron glared fiercely at the trembling Lu Chunmei and Wang Wan. Have you 2 deadweights said anything to those people? The 2 women huddled together, shaking their heads vigorously. As she spoke, the matron prepared to strike Wang Wan, but was halted by a middle-aged man. Stop. If you hit her now, what if those people wake up? The matron turned her gaze to the middle-aged man, a smirk playing on her lips. Ah, Wang Chun. Have you forgotten who your true wife is after spending months with these 2 girls? With a sharp crack, a resounding slap landed on Wang Wan's face. I see you pity her, so I must strike. After delivering several stinging blows to the 2 women, the matron felt a sense of relief. Wang Chun, I advise you to distinguish between priorities. If I hadn't kept you alive 6 months ago, you might be dead by now. With that, she exited, leaving the still handsome middle-aged man in a daze. Chapter 126. Man-made calamity. Of course, Jiang Sheng overheard the conversation. Having taken the enhanced physique capsule too, she could hear everything distinctly as long as she concentrated. Just as the matron stepped outside, she was pinned to the ground by Yi Kongcheng, who bound her with ropes. Oh dear, you're killing me. What are you doing? The matron rolled on the ground, throwing a fit. I treated you well, you wretched lot. Jiang Sheng stepped forward and delivered a kick to the elderly woman's abdomen, saying, Cease your pretense. I heard every word you just uttered with utmost clarity. At this moment, Jiang Shaohua forcefully dragged Wang Chun out and threw him to the ground. Upon seeing the elderly woman bound, Wang Chun immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Speak up if you know anything. You are not from around here, after all. Jiang Sheng directed his gaze towards Wang Chun. Wang Chun gulped heavily, his head shaking vigorously as he exclaimed, No, they will kill me. The mere mention of this sent tremors through his body, as if he truly believed that a group of men would burst in and flay him alive any moment. Before Wang Chun could utter another word, Jiang Sheng was already aware of the cacophony of footsteps surrounding them. The inevitable had arrived. A throng of men burst through the door, wielding kitchen knives, hose, and other implements. However, they were swiftly met with resistance as Jiang Hao and Yi Kongcheng kicked them back out. Though numerous, the adversaries lacked comparable combat prowess. Within 5 minutes, over 50 men from the village had been bound. Listening to their incessant chatter caused Jiang Sheng to feel a twinge of annoyance. You can speak now, can't you? He prompted. Wang Chun, kneeling on the ground, nodded repeatedly the cellar, beneath the bed. Jiang Shaohua and Wang Zhengxi moved the bed aside, revealing a slightly sunken wooden panel beneath. Upon opening it, a peculiar aroma wafted from the cellar, reminiscent of smoked meat. With a flashlight in hand, they cautiously illuminated the interior, where wooden sticks adorned the ceiling, and beneath them hung darkened pieces of meat, clearly indicating they had been smoked for quite some time. Their outer layers coated in a thick, ashen black. Just by their shapes, Jiang Sheng discerned the nature of these items. She refrained from allowing the others to descend, instead gathering firewood and dousing it in gasoline to incinerate the gruesome evidence completely. What shall we do with these people? Jiang Hao inquired. Let's eliminate them. They have partaken of human flesh and can no longer be considered human, Jiang Sheng replied, her gaze icy, showing no remorse for the impending slaughter. The term cannibalism resonated too sensitively within her heart. Subsequently, in each of the 20 or so households throughout the village, Jiang Sheng discovered similar cellars, and without exception, she eradicated them all. According to the accounts of the young women, these villagers feigned the demeanor of humble farmers to deceive passers-by. The men would directly kill and consume the flesh, while the women were retained to bear children for them. Yet, curiously, despite 6 months having passed, none of the earliest women brought in had given birth. Jiang Sheng left the provisions of the village for the 20 or so women, many of whom hoped she would take them along. Yet, Jiang Sheng was not a paragon of virtue. Her capacity to assist was limited to this gesture. Without lingering in the small village, she boarded the vehicle and resumed her journey towards the northwest. The once thriving landscape had long vanished, and almost every place they passed bore the scars of natural disasters. Upon exiting the borders of Sichuan, the terrain flattened into vast plains, where the vehicle traversed an endless road, flanked by cracked farmlands. Observing the undulating ground, Jiang Sheng and her companions were compelled to proceed on foot. She stowed away the excess luggage within her space, and their group moved at a steady pace. Despite the language barrier, the attire they donned was universally recognized across nations. At this point, Jiang Hao beamed with pride, becoming more loquacious as he reminisced about past events. What happened in the end? How did you apprehend those 2 individuals? Inquired Jiang Shaohua, as the others attentively listened to Jiang Hao recount the tale of yesteryears. On a journey, monotony is the greatest foe. They were mere steps away from escaping abroad. We coordinated with the border police to apprehend them within the confines of our territory. Had they crossed over, it would have posed quite a challenge, Jiang Hao recounted. To the northwest lies Russia, though the 2 nations maintain amicable relations. Soldiers stationed at the border are not permitted to cross with ease. Brother Jiang, your scope of employment seems exceedingly vast. You appear quite busy, Jiang Sheng remarked. Jiang Hao paused for a moment, responding, Isn't that the truth? To whom much is given, much is expected. Engaging in our line of work entails constant busyness. Yet I would rather remain occupied than reflect on the present. Jiang Hao shook his head and sighed. Before the apocalypse, many perhaps led lives devoid of glamour. However, one was spared the sensations of cold and hunger, and with diligence, enjoyment could be attained. Everything has irrevocably changed. When discussing the end times, each individual had an abundance of grievances to share, from the initial sweltering heat to the deluge that irrevocably altered the fate of humanity. Jiang Sheng believes that ultimately, the actions of humanity have been excessively egregious, provoking a retribution from the earth. From Japan's discharge of nuclear wastewater into the ocean to the chemical plant leaks in the West, each incident constitutes an irrevocable blow to the planet's ecology. While the Earth possesses a purifying capability, even a small piece of plastic requires decades, if not centuries, to decompose, let alone those pernicious chemical substances. Perhaps the Earth has grown weary. This calamity has left a discernible trail from beginning to end. Following this disaster, there may indeed be a resurgence of vitality for the Earth, perhaps. Beneath one's feet lie numerous fissures, and with the slightest misstep, one risks falling in. Despite exercising caution, there are moments when one may step into emptiness. It is imperative to quicken one's pace to find a relatively level ground before darkness descends. Jiang Sheng, too, feels fatigued, Traversing this uneven terrain is indeed taxing. Should one inadvertently become ensnared, considerable effort would be required to extricate oneself. After several hours of wandering, one has yet to escape. The extent of this tremor is indeed fathomable. Jiang Sheng distributed the tents to everyone, advising them to set up their accommodations at a distance from one another, avoiding a concentrated arrangement. Throughout the day, it became evident that the land bore minimal strain. The group was divided into pairs, with each pair taking turns to keep watch during the night. Jiang Sheng shared a tent with Sero, confident that the presence of the loyal dog would ensure any issues were promptly detected. Jiang Sheng distributed lunch boxes to everyone, the flavors of which were entirely random. At that moment, the mere prospect of receiving a meal was beyond imagination. Each person consumed their food with great diligence, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. Later, someone requested half a steam bun from Jiang Sheng, determined to savor even the residual oil within. This evening, the moon hung exceptionally full in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars, with not a single cloud in sight. Jiang Sheng lay within the tent, peering out to gaze at the night sky. It was beautiful, exquisitely beautiful. Chapter 127. The Nameless City. Today, Jiang Sheng released the dog, allowing it to scout the path ahead. Sero was equipped with specially crafted armor made by Jiang Sheng. Unless faced with extreme peril, the dog would remain unharmed. The dog moved with remarkable agility. Jiang Sheng observed as it sprinted ahead, never once falling into a crevice, always managing to evade with deftness. Jiang Sheng rewarded Sero with a large chicken leg, exclaiming, "Well done, good dog." Meow Meow bestowed a kiss upon Sero. The dog's vitality was exuberant, having run for several hours without showing any signs of fatigue. The remaining journey could easily be completed in the car. Jiang Sheng tucked the dog into the spatial pocket, as it tended to take up space in the vehicle. To reach the city center, they would need to travel over 100 kilometers, prompting a moment of reflection on the vastness of the country's expanse. Shaosheng, there's a city ahead. Shall we take a look? Through the car window, they could see a few modest houses lining the roadside, while taller and grander buildings emerged in the distance. Let's take a glance. Who knows, it may not be a city plagued by desolation. We should at least try our luck. After circling the outskirts of the city, they finally discovered a route for entering. Once the car was stowed away in the spatial pocket, Jiang Sheng distributed a backpack to each person before they ventured inside. The buildings here bore peeling walls and shattered glass, presenting a scene devoid of life, resembling a ghost town. Jiang Sheng casually entered a building, noticing the door on the ground floor slightly ajar, revealing a narrow opening as it was pushed open from within. Upon approaching, he discovered a lifeless corpse lying just inside the entrance. Jiang Sheng did not pay much attention to the fact that the corpse had been reduced to mere bones by scavenging animals. Upon entering, he discovered that the furnishings remained intact, albeit heavily coated in dust. And Mo Quan even found several bags of expired instant noodles inside, if there was still food available. Why had death occurred? He then ventured into a few other rooms with open doors, where he observed that most of the skeletal hands were positioned above. What could this signify? Jiang Sheng gathered all the intact wooden furniture into her space, while the ceramic bowls lay shattered without exception. Any clothing that remained whole, including bed linens and quilts, was carefully collected, for such items were exceedingly precious in the apocalyptic world. Some supplies, such as adhesive tape, could not be produced for the foreseeable future. Thus, she took as much as she could. In this manner, Jiang Sheng and her companions scoured the desolate city for resources. A group of over 10 individuals ascended the floors, placing usable items in the corridors, while Jiang Sheng meticulously retrieved them from the lower levels. After 3 days in this place, Jiang Hao finally understood the cause of these people's demise. During this time, they had visited dozens of buildings, and in half of them, the deceased had their hands positioned near the sides of their heads, likely where their ears were located. This indicated that the fissures in the ground were not caused by an earthquake, but rather by an immense frequency of sound waves that swept across the plain, shattering the eardrums of the city's inhabitants instantaneously, subsequently affecting their brains. It could be said that these individuals perished within an hour. The degree of ossification suggested they had been dead for over 6 months, indicating that they had succumbed when the floodwaters receded. In the face of such catastrophic disaster, humanity had no means of escape. At this point, everyone felt a sense of relief. In this vast city, there were no survivors. The absence of a plague outbreak was attributed to the relentless high temperatures, which inhibited the spread of viruses. In some well-sealed rooms, the corpses had mummified, with remnants of flesh clinging to the bones of arms and thighs. It seems even the heavens have a sense of propriety, knowing to sanitize after wreaking havoc. Macau Guangesta. As they navigated through the city, they explored every supermarket they encountered. The prairie had not been submerged by the flood, and the buildings remained standing. It was noteworthy that most food items, especially those containing desiccants, had a shelf life extending over several years. The large supermarket they visited today was their primary destination. Upon entering, they found almost no monsters, only the dust suspended in the air. Jiang Sheng picked up a pack of chewing gum beside the cash register. Its plastic wrapper melted and fused with the gum inside. Most packaged food items were in a similar state, save for bottled water and beverages, excluding carbonated drinks and alcohol. Many bottles of cola had exploded. Honestly, Jiang Sheng was unsure if these drinks were still consumable, as their expiration dates had not yet passed, and the bottle openings remained intact. Despite her uncertainty, she collected these items into her space, designating a separate area for the supplies gathered from the city. The current capacity of her space was more than sufficient to accommodate the entire city. In truth, the supermarket's offerings had dwindled significantly, with most items being everyday necessities. Jiang Sheng's primary objective was to acquire these essentials, such as mops and towels, which she desperately needed. After residing in this city for nearly a month, she placed some food at the entrance of the largest supermarket, marking it with red lettering and covering it with a waterproof tarp. I hope these provisions can sustain those who come here in the future. Most of the food in the residential buildings was left behind by Jiang Sheng, partly out of fear that there might be something lurking within, and partly out of concern that the survivors, upon arriving in this city, would discover a complete absence of sustenance. How desperate that would be. Jiang Sheng's harvest comprises various types of timber, bricks, furniture, tools, and paper, all meticulously gathered in preparation for her future constructions. Departing from the city, she continues onward according to the map, with Hohot still a considerable distance away. Approximately 5 kilometers from her last stop, she no longer observes any cracks on the ground. At a gas station adjacent to the highway, Jiang Sheng siphons off a third of the gasoline and takes a significant amount of repair tools for backup. As the saying goes, it is wise to leave a margin for others. She had never realized how vast the northwestern region of the country could be. This is merely the northern part, and the view from the car window stretches endlessly. The grasslands today exhibit a yellow-green hue, with vibrant plants striving to regrow. Chapter 128, The Lake. The off-road vehicle relentlessly traverses the prairie, and the breeze filtering through the window brings great comfort to Jiang Sheng. By noon, she decides to alight from the vehicle to rest for a while, as the past few days of travel have indeed been exhausting. Jiang Sheng spread numerous blankets on the ground, allowing everyone to recline and rest. After a delightful meal, basking in the sun for a while was truly a pleasure. Hey, over there lies a lake, called out Jiang Shaohua and Wang Zhengxi from a distance, having just returned from their patrol. Jiang Sheng rose from the blanket and walked over, gazing into the distance where indeed lay a vast expanse of lake, surrounded by lush, tender grass, suggesting the water was quite deep. Cool, mate. Let's cast the nets and see if there are any fish, he urged. Jiang Sheng retrieved numerous nets of various sizes from his storage, while several men used wooden poles to spread the nets into the water. He then produced 5 or 6 fishing rods, noting that there were not many of them available. This is all I have in my storage. Does anyone among you know how to fish? Shall we do it together? Jiang Shaohua decisively picked up a fishing rod, while Wang Zhengxi, seated beside him, observed. Fishing is a skill that many affluent individuals possess, though his expertise lies primarily in deep-sea angling. The bait was procured from a supermarket, leaving them uncertain of its efficacy. Others wandered around the puddles by the lake, while Mo Quan grabbed a rod and settled next to Jiang Sheng. Aside from the 3 of them, Only Jiang Hao had any knowledge of fishing. After a wait of over half an hour, Jiang Shaohua's rod finally stirred. Wow, this fish is quite powerful. Wang Jingxi, quick, grab the net. Jiang Sheng had already prepared the necessary equipment, and Wang Zhengxi anxiously watched the water surface, ready to scoop up the fish as soon as it emerged. The fish exhibited a strong will to survive. Jiang Shaohua had to patiently tire it out, exerting minimal force during its struggles and swiftly pulling it towards the shore when it relaxed. Wang Jingxi was quick-witted, almost unable to contain the fish in the net. Once the grass carp was drawn up, it was devoid of vitality. Jiang Sheng promptly produced a stove. Yiga, it's your turn to prepare us some grilled fish. Thus, while they continued to fish, Yi Kongsheng set up the stove nearby to commence grilling, with a few eager youngsters gathering around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Sheng had verified that the fish was uncontaminated, as the area was far removed from the ocean and the local fauna showed no signs of mutation. In the shallow waters, they also discovered numerous crabs and freshwater snails, managing to collect half a bucket's worth in just half an hour. Jiang Sheng insisted that all found food be shown to her. Hanya approached Jiang Sheng with the bucket, and only after inspection did she allow Yi Kongsheng to begin grilling. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and the grilled fish was divided so that everyone could enjoy a substantial piece. Impressive, Yiga. Your culinary skills are worthy of a restaurant, Jiang Shaohua remarked after taking a bite. Besides the fish, the flavors of the crabs and snails were equally delightful. With ample seasoning, any preparation would be delectable. Here, both the crabs and fish were considerably larger than those found inland. In this year free from human interference, wildlife thrived remarkably well. Later, more fish were caught, and Jiang Sheng had exhausted her identification attempts. The fish, crabs, and snails were all placed in a water tank. However, the most thrilling moment occurred in the afternoon when Jiang Hao attempted to pull up the net. Even with his considerable strength, he struggled to bring it up, prompting a group of 5 or 6 men to exert their utmost efforts in pulling back. The net was brimming with fish, and laughter erupted, filling the air with the joy of bountiful harvests, truly exhilarating. Jiang Sheng instructed them to dispatch the fish, ensuring they were properly prepared, which entailed evisceration. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng commenced the arrangement of fishing nets in various locations, all in anticipation of future endeavors. They lingered by the lakeside for over a week, captivated by the picturesque surroundings, wishing to remain in this idyllic haven indefinitely. After careful contemplation, Jiang Sheng observed that the surrounding landscape was predominantly flat, save for a solitary mountain at the northernmost edge, suggesting that no catastrophic events were likely to transpire in this locale. This serene lake had been designated as one of the potential sites for establishing a base, should a more suitable location fail to present itself in the future. This would serve as an adequate establishment point. He resumed his journey toward the city, stopping intermittently at picturesque spots along the way, indulging in the beauty of the scenery and compensating for past missed opportunities. Even in the face of mortality, he felt less regretful. After wandering through the grasslands for several days, he finally caught sight of the highway. Jiang Sheng finally felt her tibia loosen and was ready to accelerate. It had indeed been a challenging journey. The past month of jostling across the grasslands had nearly rendered her, who typically does not suffer from motion sickness, quite ill. The good news was that the highway ahead was remarkably smooth, allowing for a steady speed of 120 kilometers per hour. At this rate, she estimated they would reach Ho Hot in less than 2 days. As they approached the highway exit, she noticed 4 vehicles parked on the opposite side, 2 on each side of the road, with a concrete barrier made of rebar in between. Clearly, they had encountered a roadblock. With Jiang Sheng at the wheel, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Mo Quan, do you have a firearm on you?" "Yes," he replied. Before setting off, Jiang Sheng had already entrusted Yi Kongsheng with a rifle, while Wang Jing held a pistol in his hand. As for Jiang Hao, he had been given a handgun by Jiang Sheng long ago. Subsequently, he picked up the walkie-talkie to report to Yi Kongsheng. "Brother Yi, there are obstructions ahead. Be prepared to grab your gear when we disembark." Received. Yi Kongsheng's expression remained largely impassive. They had encountered similar situations during missions prior to the apocalypse, and thus felt less apprehension. When they were still over 200 meters away, Jiang Sheng came to a halt. The individuals opposite assumed that the halted vehicle indicated their intent to retreat. A total of 20 men from 4 vehicles swiftly boarded, driving towards Jiang Sheng with determination. Even from 100 meters away, Jiang Sheng could discern that they were armed. The garment provided by Jiang Sheng has been thoroughly tested. It can withstand multiple rounds from a handgun, far surpassing the efficacy of a bulletproof vest. As the vehicle across the way came to a halt, Jiang Sheng emerged, brandishing a submachine gun, the sole one among their group. Upon stepping out of the car, he surveyed the individuals before him and was astonished to discover that they wielded an even greater number of firearms than his own party. A fleeting thought crossed his mind regarding the abundance of people on his side. To enter Hohot, each individual must carry 5 kilograms of provisions. Jiang Sheng leaned against the front of the car, saying, "Go ahead, the food is inside. You may reach out and take a look." Chapter 129. The City Submerged by Flames. Jiang Sheng was evidently not convinced by such words. He stepped forward, ready to seize the opportunity, when Jiang Hao swiftly grasped Jiang Cheng's wrist as he attempted to open the car door. Jiang Sheng, now infuriated, aimed a submachine gun at Jiang Hao, exclaiming, "Oh, my volatile temper! Whom do you think you're dealing with? Let go!" Jiang Hao, unfazed, calmly responded, "Go ahead and shoot. Kill me if you dare." He continued, "Given the exorbitant cost of medicine these days, we need not resort to firearms. Let us settle this with bare hands. If I prevail, you shall leave half of the provisions." With that, Jiang Sheng forcefully freed his hand from Jiang Hao's grip. Jiang Sheng observed the peculiar scene with curiosity. The robust man, appearing to be in his 20s, did not strike him as particularly avaricious. Unlike typical robbers who would act impulsively, this one seemed to deliberate. Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well. The 2 men approached each other unarmed, with Jiang Hao already adopting a fighting stance. Jiang Sheng initiated the attack, propelling his leg forward while swinging his left fist toward Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao raised his right elbow defensively, then swiftly lifted his left leg, delivering a kick to Jiang Cheng's abdomen. The force of Jiang Hao's elbow was so tremendous that it destabilized Jiang Sheng, causing him to absorb the blow. After being sent flying 2 meters away, Jiang Sheng felt a searing pain in his stomach. "You have lost. Step aside," Jiang Hao stated coldly, lowering his hands as he gazed at Jiang Sheng. From the moment Jiang Hao exited his vehicle, he discerned that their firearms were mere replicas, despite being high-quality imitations. The disparity was evident. Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth, and with a furious roar, scrambled to his feet to strike Jiang Hao once more. Jiang Hao sidestepped effortlessly and retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on Jiang Cheng's nose. Blood immediately streamed from Jiang Cheng's nostrils. Had Jiang Hao not tempered the force, the blow could have shattered his nasal bone. From the crowd, a small boy dashed forward, shaking his fists at Jiang Hao. "You villains! You shall not bully brother Jiang Sheng." Although the boy's voice was youthful, it resonated with determination, and his eyes were slightly reddened, clearly filled with indignation. Jiang Hao, taken aback, refrained from retaliating against the child. Meow Meow, incensed, rushed forward and shoved the boy to the ground. "My father is not a bad person. You are the ones robbing here, yet you dare to call us villains. How shameless." Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu trailed behind Meow Meow like loyal henchmen, glaring fiercely at the boy. The child, still recovering, was halted by Jiang Sheng. "Alung, enough. Let them go." However, upon turning his head, tears streamed down the boy's cheeks, his lips protruding in a pout of sheer grievance. At this moment, Jiang Sheng approached Jiang Cheng and inquired, "Is this child your son?" Jiang Cheng shook his head and replied, "You may proceed inside, but there is nothing left in Hohot. It would be futile to go." "Why?" Jiang Sheng, unfazed, retrieved 2 bags of instant noodles from the car and placed them before Alung. "My dear child," he said, "if you tell me what I wish to know, these 2 bags of noodles shall be yours." Alung swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the noodles in Ji Sheng's hand. He then glanced at Jiang Cheng before shaking his head. Jiang Sheng observed their reluctance to speak further and decided to drive away. Little Sheng was somewhat peculiar. Jiang Hao spoke up. Upon entering the urban area, they discovered that the entire city lay shrouded in darkness. Not a single part had escaped the devastation. It appeared that Hohhot had suffered a cataclysmic fire. The smaller buildings and courtyards had been entirely consumed by the flames, leaving only a few towering structures standing amidst the desolation. "Little Sheng, there is someone here," Xiao Lu exclaimed, having spotted a small girl behind a charred building. The girl, clad in an oversized dress and wearing makeshift shoes fashioned from grass, was filthy and her hair was matted. She appeared terribly frightened by the presence of these strangers, her body trembling involuntarily. Despite several adults attempting to converse with her, she remained silent until Meow Meow managed to elicit a response. As the girl approached, her wariness seemed to diminish significantly. "Meow Meow, what is your name?" she asked gently. The dirty little girl pressed her lips together. "I'm Baozhu." Meow Meow took Baozhu's hand. "Your name is truly beautiful." Baozhu felt a twinge of shyness as she noticed her own grimy hand clasped in Meow Meow's fair one. The girl before her wore clean clothes, free of dirt. Her face was unblemished, and she adorned a lovely butterfly hairpin. Noticing Baozhu's gaze lingering on her hairpin, Meow Meow removed it and offered, "Do you like this? Here, it's yours now. Doesn't this make us good friends?" Meow Meow gently took Baozhu's hand and placed the butterfly hairpin into her small palm. Baozhu gazed at the beautiful accessory, a smile creeping onto her lips, revealing a dimple on her right cheek. She was indeed a charming little girl. "Where are your parents?" Meow Meow inquired. "They are working," Baozhu replied, her growing comfort allowing for more trust in Meow Meow. Meow Meow felt a twinge of curiosity. "Where do they work?" Baozhu pointed toward the fields behind her. "They are farming. Everyone here works in the fields. Without farming, there is no food." Jiang Sheng, who had been listening, found nothing amiss in her words. Survival now depended solely on relentless labor. The devastation in Hohhot left nothing behind, not even a single garment. It was hard to fathom how they had managed to endure thus far. "Baozhu, could you take me to see your parents and older siblings?" Baozhu nodded, and the two little girls walked ahead. Meow Meow attempted to grasp Baozhu's hand, but Baozhu hesitated, concerned about dirtying Meow Meow's hands. They soon arrived at the place Baozhu referred to as home. Before them stood a makeshift shelter constructed from wood, with 2 or 3 dozen structures of varying sizes. Numerous women, upon seeing Jiang Sheng and the others, retreated in fear into the wooden shanties, peeking out cautiously to observe the newcomers. "Mother!" Baozhu exclaimed, rushing towards a similarly dirty woman who enveloped her in a warm embrace. The woman clutched the precious jewel tightly, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Andy, please do not be afraid. We mean you no harm," Jiang Sheng gently reassured as he and Meow Meow cautiously approached. The woman nodded slightly and inquired, "Where do you come from?" "We hail from a mainland, fleeing from peril," came the reply. The mother of the jewel shook her head. "This place is not suitable for refuge." Indeed, Jiang Sheng had not anticipated that even in such a remote location, various calamities would still prevail. Was there truly no corner of the nation untouched by disaster? Chapter 130. Do you like me? None of the inhabitants here bore a fair complexion. The newcomers disembarking from the vehicle were none other than Jiang Sheng and his companions. Uncle Jiang, the jewel, greeted him politely, her face adorned with a sweet smile. The little girl then circled around Jiang Sheng, peering left and right as if in search of something. With a rather expressionless face, she obediently ran back into her mother's embrace. "What do you primarily cultivate here?" Jiang Sheng inquired of Jiang Sheng. "Mainly potatoes and sweet potatoes. We have no other crops here," Jiang Sheng replied, his expression revealing his discomfort. When Jiang Sheng arrived, he glanced around at the small river nearby. Its gentle flow barely noticeable, and it seemed to be somewhat distant. There were over 100 individuals present, which was certainly insufficient for daily sustenance. Jiang Sheng exchanged a meaningful look with Jiang Shaohua, who then retrieved several kilograms of cassava from the vehicle, approximately 4 or 5 kilograms. "You may cultivate this," he said. "Cassava is relatively easy to grow, though it yields modestly and requires considerable effort to process into flour." Jiang Sheng, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned, "You're giving us these? What will you do?" Jiang Sheng let out a soft sigh, seemingly reassured that they were not ill-intentioned. "We naturally have our own share. He said, "Thank you, and I apologize for the earlier incident. It was clear that you possess supplies. We did not wish to take more than necessary. The children here, fewer than 10 in total, are severely lacking in nutrition. We, those who resort to robbery, are hardly virtuous, and I sincerely apologize." Jiang Sheng lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had initially been working in the fields when they heard from a scout that 2 vehicles had arrived outside. Jiang Sheng hastily gathered his companions and armed them with makeshift weapons, not anticipating that the group of over 10 would be so formidable. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng led them on a brief tour of their living quarters and farmlands. The inhabitants displayed remarkable diligence. Not a single weed could be seen in any plot of land. The community was well organized and united, with the only drawback being the stark lack of essential supplies. Jiang Sheng observed the dilapidated house, estimating that it would collapse with the slightest gust of wind. "Why do you not salvage bricks from the city?" he inquired. Jiang Sheng and his companions observed that the city was strewn with an abundance of bricks. Jiang Sheng paused momentarily to elucidate. "Those bricks are of no use. The majority of them on the ground are shattered. As for the towering edifices, we have previously attempted to salvage them, yet each time they would inevitably collapse, resulting in the bricks shattering and becoming unusable. Tragically, this has even claimed the lives of 2 adults, one of whom was Baoju's father. Consequently, we have afforded their family greater care." Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's account, a sense of discomfort enveloped each individual. In stark contrast, the survivors of the second base were living in what could only be described as paradise, at least before the emergence of the mutated creatures. If these individuals continued to reside in such dilapidated structures, it would be exceedingly challenging for them to endure the forthcoming winter. "Could I borrow your truck?" Jiang Sheng inquired. "What?" Jiang Sheng was evidently taken aback by the question. "Then we shall go ourselves, which would also spare you some effort." Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and said, "No, we cannot expose that location to you, especially when we plan to use it for our own purposes. Rest assured, I will only take 1 vehicle." Jiang Sheng nodded, acknowledging that they would not incur any losses. Jiang Sheng, accompanied by Jiang Shaohua, drove away with Wang Zhengxi, leaving the others behind. In truth, there was no small village. It was all a fabrication by Jiang Sheng. She distributed some of the items she had salvaged from an unnamed city to the people here, at least providing them with the means to endure the winter. Observing the 2 individuals in the front seat, Jiang Sheng cleared her throat twice and said, "Ahem, dear brother. Wang Zhengxi, is there something going on between you two? Speak candidly. Your elder sister is quite open-minded." Jiang Sheng gazed at them with a mischievous curiosity. I." At that moment, Jiang Shaohua's face burned with embarrassment, and Wang Zhengxi was scarcely better off, remaining silent as he drove. Noting their expressions, Jiang Sheng quickly grasped the situation. It was highly probable that both harbored feelings for one another, but had yet to take that step. In simple terms, they were not averse to each other. All right, she continued. "I have stated that I am very open-minded. If you 2 decide to be together, I will wholeheartedly support you." Jiang Shaohua had more to express, but he was interrupted by Jiang Sheng. "Stop. You 2 should listen to me. The circumstances are no longer what they used to be. Bringing a child into this world during the apocalypse is unrealistic. What truly matters is the companionship of 2 individuals navigating life together. It is not easy for anyone to find someone to share their existence with in these times. In any case, take some time to reflect on this. I am merely sharing my thoughts." After Jiang Sheng finished speaking, silence enveloped the car. Jiang Shaohua occasionally cast a glance at Wang Zhengxi. Having never previously contemplated this angle, he merely felt that their relationship had improved. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as brothers who would share life and death together. Yet, after hearing his sister's words, an odd sensation arose within him. Did he dislike Wang Zhengxi? It seemed not. Furthermore, while the latter may not surpass him, he was quite handsome in his own right. As Jiang Shaohua indulged in these thoughts, Jiang Sheng had already instructed Wang Zhengxi to stop. "You 2 stay in the car." After disembarking, Jiang Sheng began to ponder what items would be best to include. However, the remaining 2 in the vehicle found themselves in an awkward predicament. Wang Zhengxi turned to Jiang Shaohua. "Why are you looking at me?" Jiang Shaohua crossed his arms, his face slightly flushed. With utmost seriousness, Wang Zhengxi asked, "Do you like me?" A cough escaped Jiang Shaohua, caught off guard by the unexpected boldness of someone who usually spoke so little. I don't know. All right then. Wang Zhengxi said no more, and once again, the atmosphere in the car fell into silence. At that moment, Jiang Shaohua nearly struck Wang Zhengxi. Did he say all that only to remain passive? He had anticipated a confession. As a proud prince, Jiang Shaohua believed it beneath him to make the first move. Chapter 131. Sentimentality. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng had already decided what to load. The bottom layer consisted of bricks, which could fill the truck quite well. Next came wooden planks, a far better choice than their makeshift wooden sticks. On top, he placed some clothes and blankets. Jiang Sheng collected plenty, shoving whatever he found onto the truck without hesitation. After completing this task, he took a moment to play with Sero. The two enjoyed tossing a frisbee across the meadow. As for the duo left in the car, Jiang Sheng preferred not to be a third wheel. Sero, fully cooperative, relished his role as the ruler of the space, where no animal dared to engage with him in such a manner. Being outside was a delightful change. "I've got my eye on you," he winked. Although Wang Zhengxi remained bewildered, he nonetheless stuffed the items into his pockets and followed along. Where did all this come from? Zhang Chong stared in disbelief at the truck, brimming with goods. "Well, don't go robbing again," Jiang Sheng joked. Jiang Sheng never anticipated that this man would kneel before him. "I truly thank you. Without these provisions, I would have no idea how to survive the winter." Many succumbed to the cold as early as spring. Zhang Chong's tears flowed uncontrollably, his eyes reflecting genuine emotion, a poignant sincerity that belied his youthful age of merely 20-something. The other residents seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, and one by one, they too knelt in gratitude. Jiang Sheng, unable to withstand such a scene, reached out to assist, yet the man remained unmoved. After several minutes, the crowd finally rose, clamoring to treat them to a meal. Jiang Sheng did not decline. She could not allow these individuals to perceive this as something owed to them. The notion of unearned rewards has never been worthy of endorsement. During the meal preparation, the food was collectively contributed by the entire community, but at the dining table, only Zhang Chong, Elang, Baozhu, and her mother accompanied the group. The table held merely 2 dishes, a serving of stir-fried potato slices and a portion of roasted sweet potatoes. Baozhu and Elang merely observed, hesitant to reach for the food. "What's wrong? Baozhu, do you wish to have some sweet potato?" Jiang Sheng inquired, placing a sweet potato into Baozhu's bowl. Baozhu glanced up at her mother, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Zhang Chong broke the silence, clearing his throat. "Ahem, please go ahead and eat." Observing the obedient demeanor of the 2 children, Jiang Sheng felt a sharp pang in her heart. She split the sweet potato in half and directly offered it to the 2 little ones, saying, "Blow on it before eating. Be careful, it's hot." This time, Zhang Chong nodded, and only then did the children dare to take a bite. Their eyes sparkled with joy upon savoring the first mouthful of sweet potato. After the meal, Jiang Sheng engaged in conversation with Zhang Chong for a while. There were indeed many people here, which was why they had established lookout positions outside. Previously, a group of bandits had come, and although there was little of value left to steal, these individuals were indiscriminate. Once they see something, be it potatoes or sweet potatoes, they would drag it away into the distance. That incident resulted in severe injuries, and it was precisely because the locals were vigilant towards outsiders that such damage was inflicted. "We will head northwest. If the opportunity arises, I hope to meet again." Zhang Chong nodded as he bid farewell to Jiang Sheng and her group. The inhabitants here resided in wooden houses, leaving no accommodations for Jiang Sheng and her companions. Once back in the vehicle, Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment, allowing everyone to rest for 3 hours before leaving some supplies on the ground and departing in the dead of night. The act of parting truly evokes a sense of distaste. Jiang Sheng has never been one to indulge in sentimentality. The following day, when Zhang Chong beheld the scattered timber, bricks, ointments, and seeds on the ground, he bowed deeply in the direction of the departing tire tracks. They were now officially advancing toward the frontier. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Sheng had received 2 rewards from the system, enhancing the harvest speed of the living area and fortifying the farm's pest control system. It can be said that the entire living area has now become a cohesive ecological system. Harmful insects are automatically eradicated upon detection, and Jiang Sheng can also input specific species she wishes to eliminate into the system. Furthermore, she has gradually begun to explore the previously unlocked third area, where the mines are located. It appears that one of them is an iron mine, while another is a coal mine. Gazing at the distant, shadowy expanse, Jiang Sheng is aware that many secrets await her discovery. If the defense system approaches invincibility in its early stages, then the sign-in system draws one infinitely closer to late-game invincibility. As long as one remains alive and unlocks more areas, greater rewards await. Jiang Sheng believes that, if this continues, rescuing the entire nation may not be an impossible feat. The group halted before a bus stop. It seemed they had indeed entered the frontier region. Upon encountering this familiar script once more, an indescribable feeling welled up within each heart, a sense of pride unique to this nation. To be honest, I have never been to the frontier. Our missions have always taken place in the interior. Yikan Chang stood by the roadside, gazing at the boundless expanse of the Gobi Desert, lost in thought. It was vast. The frontier was indeed overwhelmingly expansive. Jiang Sheng wandered along the highway for quite some time. As it stands, the frontier appears to have been spared from any misfortune. Is it merely a matter of locating a city to reunite with the main forces? Such hopes linger in the hearts of everyone. Here, one can maintain a speed of nearly 150 yards without a care for traffic regulations. Ah, Jiang Sheng, look over there. There are camels. Mo Quan pointed toward Jiang Sheng's other side. Jiang Sheng gradually reduced his speed, casting his gaze toward that direction. Indeed, after bringing the vehicle to a halt, he approached slowly, knowing that as long as he could touch them, he could draw them into his space. Fortunately, these creatures were not in mating season and posed little threat to humans, as they were the largest beings in the desert. The onlookers watched as Jiang Sheng touched one of the Bactrian camels, which astonishingly vanished, making everyone realize the extent of Jiang Sheng's extraordinary abilities. However, he refrained from revealing the more astonishing aspects of his powers, which transcended the realm of humanity. Everyone, please stay back. I will take my time. Observing the disappearance of their companions, some camels stepped back a few paces. Jiang Sheng noted that as long as he gathered a sufficient number of pairs, he could breed them within his space. This dimension preserved them at their peak vitality, which was why the space's chickens could lay tens of thousands of eggs daily. Within a few minutes, Jiang Sheng successfully gathered all 12 camels into his realm, where they were now being instructed in the rules by Sero. Jiang Sheng naturally continued to drive forward. Along the way, if you happen to spot any other animals, please inform me. Jiang Sheng communicated with Group B through the walkie-talkie. As Jiang Sheng drove, his mind wandered to strategies for dealing with the swifter creatures of the wild, such as rabbits. Chapter 132: Cultivating the Land. Unfortunately, after 2 days of traversing the highway, they encountered a few sheep but saw no other wildlife. The sheep, upon spotting humans, fled in alarm, displaying remarkable wariness. All right, let us venture into the Gobi Desert. As long as we locate a stream, we can establish a sense of stability, Jiang Sheng remarked to Mo Quan, who was at the wheel. At present, their group consisted of 5 individuals taking turns driving, each possessing commendable driving skills. Though their speed had diminished upon entering the desert terrain, Jiang Sheng observed some insects and small lizards scurrying across the ground, marveling at their resilience in surviving in such a barren environment. After walking for 2 hours, the prevailing sensation among the group was one of desolation. Could life truly endure in such a desolate expanse? The most prominent feature in this Gobi Desert was the barbed wire fencing. Its purpose remained a mystery. Consulting the map, Jiang Sheng estimated they were now situated in the eastern central region of the border. A couple of days prior, they had stumbled upon a small village. It was devoid of any life or resources, likely abandoned in anticipation of impending calamity. From their vantage point, the sun's halo was clearly visible, casting a glow around its perimeter. Although the temperature was not as oppressive as during the peak heat, it was still quite unbearable. Even Jiang Sheng, who had consumed physical enhancement capsules, found the heat challenging. One could only imagine how ordinary individuals fared under such conditions. In the vehicle, the air conditioning lulled Jiang Sheng into a state of drowsiness, and she dozed off for an indeterminate time until she was roused by Mo Quan's voice. "What is it?" Jiang Sheng inquired, her languid demeanor eliciting a gentle smile from Mo Quan. "There's a small river ahead," he replied. Jiang Sheng leaned forward to take a glance and confirmed it was indeed not very large. "Let us follow the riverbed upstream and discover its source." After nodding in agreement, Mo Quan continued to drive ahead, eventually halting at the base of a modestly sized mountain. Jiang Sheng disembarked and surveyed the scene. The small river flowed forth from the subterranean waters of this mountain, which also served to shield against the frigid gales from the northwest. Jiang Sheng was well aware of the biting cold that characterizes winter in the border regions. The winter wind stung his face painfully. Before the apocalypse, he had read a report about students in the border areas who, in an effort to strengthen their bodies, ran in the early morning only to suffer frostbite on their fingers, resulting in blisters the size of apples. Doctors warned that if they lingered any longer, those fingers would perish completely. Moreover, the mountain was not particularly high, which pleased Jiang Sheng. "This will suffice," he concluded. The others, upon hearing him, began to look around, and though it was not a picturesque landscape of verdant hills and clear waters, it possessed a unique charm of its own. Jiang Sheng delineated a square measuring 20 meters on each side around the southeastern face of the mountain, establishing their stronghold. After partaking in lunch, she retrieved an assortment of tools from her spatial storage: hoes, shovels, chisels, and hammers, each a remnant of the pre-apocalyptic world. Her intention was to first excavate a solid foundation. The perimeter she had just marked would serve as the basis for a fence. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, as this would be the place they would eventually call home. As for the younger ones, Jiang Sheng assigned them the task of loosening the soil, reserving spaces for 2 houses while designating a vast area in front for cultivation. The most challenging aspect was the soil itself, largely composed of gravel and sand beneath the desert, rendering the earth pitifully scarce. Each shovel full barely unearthed a small patch, and the endeavor to cultivate this arid land would require considerable effort. However, Jiang Sheng was no oppressive overseer. She mandated a break every 40 minutes, allowing 20 minutes of respite. She believed that rest was essential for enhanced productivity. When one is invigorated, tasks are completed more swiftly and efficiently. Conversely, prolonged labor without reprieve leads to exhaustion and diminished efficacy. Even if the final output remained constant, Jiang Sheng valued the importance of recuperation. During the interlude, she meandered about the vicinity and, upon her earlier arrival, had noticed some low shrubs. Approaching them, she employed her appraisal skill. Sasa wood, inedible, possesses excellent drought resistance and can retain soil moisture. Jiang Sheng, filled with delight, unearthed several specimens of this low shrub, intending to cultivate them within her space until they matured, at which point she would release them. It was essential to wait until they bore seeds, for this particular shrub produced an abundance of seeds, commonly planted in border regions to enhance the soil. As for the nearby sea buckthorn and poplar trees, she would await their seed production in autumn. It was indeed a pity that amidst the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, only by the riverbank did some vegetation manage to thrive. That night, she decided to camp out, as her stock of tents was rather limited. Typically, 2 individuals would share one tent, while the 3 little ones could comfortably fit into another. Jiang Sheng decided to share the single tent with Mena, leaving the remaining men to disperse. However, the tent for Wang Jingxi was personally delivered by Jiang Sheng. He patted Wang on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Wang, everything is arranged. You two need not keep watch tonight." With a broad smile that conveyed no need for gratitude, Jiang Sheng slipped into the tent. Indeed, the borderlands were characterized by scorching days and frigid nights. Jiang Sheng found it necessary to let his dog out to warm the bed, realizing that the dog would spend most of his time by his side from now on. Nevertheless, he intended to reserve several hours each day for the dog to supervise the animals in the space he had prepared for raising chickens, sheep, and camels. He had decided to dedicate the space for planting vegetables, making sacrifices by reducing the quantity of fruit to accommodate this plan. After Wang Zhengxi finished setting up the tent, he entered with Jiang Sheng, both of them contemplating the single blanket left behind by Jiang Sheng. A chilly gust of wind crept in, causing Jiang Sheng to shudder, prompting Wang Zhengxi to promptly secure the tent's zipper. "You should lie down. It gets like this in the borderlands," he advised, as he removed his coat and trousers before slipping under the covers. The sudden coldness of the bedding sent goosebumps racing across his skin. Noticing Jiang Sheng still removing his coat, he couldn't help but suggest, "Wait a couple of minutes. I'll warm it up for you." For reasons unknown, Jiang Sheng felt a warmth in his heart. He kicked off his shoes and sat at the edge of the bed. "Have you been to the borderlands before?" he inquired. "Yes, I came here as a child on a trip. The place was called Kekatahai. It was quite beautiful," Wang Zhengxi replied, his voice soft and slightly melodic. "Did you go with your parents?" Jiang Sheng asked. Wang Zhengxi shook his head. "Just with my mother. She was very happy back then." Sensing he might have touched on a sensitive topic, Jiang Sheng fell silent. "All right, come in. It must be quite cold outside," Wang Zhengxi urged, noticing Jiang Sheng shivering. Jiang Sheng had mentioned that the temperature outside had dropped below zero, warning him not to catch a chill. Once Jiang Sheng lay down, he felt even more at a loss. The two were almost pressed together, and he could feel a slight draft on his right side. Both of their shoulders were quickly aligned, naturally allowing for some air to seep through. Observing Jiang Sheng's discomfort, Wang Zhengxi, feeling a bit of a draft himself, decided to wrap his left arm around Jiang Sheng's neck while embracing him with his right arm. "Cough, cough, what are you doing, Wang Zhengxi?" Jiang Sheng exclaimed, his heart racing uncontrollably and his ears warming slightly. "I can't cover myself properly. The wind is coming in, and I'm cold," Wang Zhengxi explained, feeling a strange sensation, a closeness he hadn't experienced with anyone but his mother in many years. "All right, fine," Jiang Sheng relented, and immediately the temperature rose, as his embrace was indeed quite warm. In order to alleviate the lingering awkwardness, Wang Zhengxi began recounting stories from his childhood spent in this place. "In truth, I did not play here for long. I only recall it being summer." Their heads leaned closely together, and Jiang Sheng felt the warmth of Wang Zhengxi's breath brushing against his face and neck, creating a slight tickling sensation. There exists a type of tree here, which the locals affectionately refer to as the couple trees. These trees grow only in pairs, and their colors are invariably different. When I visited, they were green and yellow. Wang Zhengxi lifted his gaze to look at the person nestled in his embrace. "Isn't it fascinating?" Jiang Sheng was momentarily captivated, abruptly raising his head. "Of course, I have yet to see." As he lifted his gaze, their faces drew perilously close, leaving Jiang Sheng momentarily stunned, paralyzed by the proximity of their lips. Merely centimeters apart, Wang Zhengxi swallowed softly, his breath tantalizingly near, involuntarily leaning in to gently press his lips against those of the person in his embrace, gradually parting his teeth and tenderly tasting. The following morning, after rising from his slumber, Jiang Sheng cast a glance towards the adjacent tent, feeling a twinge of despondency at the sight of the two individuals who had already awakened. A melancholic thought crossed his mind. Surely these two fellows did not spend the entire night idly. However, as he partook in breakfast and observed Wang Zhengxi dividing his milk and eggs with Jiang Sheng, a sense of solace washed over him, prompting a gentle nod of approval. Jiang Sheng held a deep-seated trust in Wang Zhengxi. Entrusting the care of his somewhat naive younger brother to him seemed a commendable resolution. Nonetheless, he pondered how Jiang Ergu would react if he were aware of this arrangement. Oh well, it was of no concern to him. Whistling a light tune, Jiang Sheng set forth to his tasks. As anticipated, the soil here proved to be exceedingly hard, but a slower pace was still manageable. There was ample time for gradual progress. After a fortnight of diligent labor, the foundation for the perimeter wall had been excavated, and Jiang Sheng stowed away the necessary building materials within their stronghold. Their team worked with remarkable efficiency. Under normal circumstances, they could have erected the wall within a week. Given his background in real estate, constructing a house posed no challenge for him. After mixing the cement, Jiang Sheng took on a supervisory role while the others executed the tasks at hand. The bricks, now in their possession, felt surprisingly light. Even Meow Meow could effortlessly carry 5 or 6 at a time. Erecting the wall required little technical skill, merely applying cement to the bricks sufficed, with the primary challenge being precision and straightness. Once they had mastered this process, Jiang Sheng turned his attention to the vegetable patch. The little ones had also removed a fair amount of sand and stones, giving rise to the initial outline of the garden. "All right, children, gather around," he called, retrieving an assortment of wooden planks from his space. He pointed to one of the planks and instructed, "Follow my example to shape the boards, and then let Uncle Jiang assist in securing them into the ground." Jiang Sheng intends to introduce fertile black soil from her space into these fields. Although the regeneration of the black soil is slow, it suffices. As long as she excavates a portion from each plot, the integrity of the space's land will remain unaffected. The design of the house is conceptualized as a spacious two-story structure, as Jiang Sheng has grown skeptical of taller buildings. In her architectural vision, the rooftop is divided into 3 sections, one designated for solar panels, given the abundance of such resources in her space, which can now also be exchanged using the currency from the mall since the store's recent updates. The second section is reserved for agriculture. Witnessing the desolation of the Gobi, Jiang Sheng yearns to transform this small area into a verdant oasis. The final section serves as a cozy balcony for relaxation, where she envisions basking in the sun during her leisure time. The chicken coop does not require elaborate construction, as the chickens will not wander. Furthermore, the abundance of insects in the Gobi will benefit them. Initially, she plans to raise the chickens within the confines of the base, with aspirations for a farm adjacent to it, although that can wait. Her primary focus now is to expedite the construction of the house. The materials for building are of superior quality, though it is inconsequential, as Jiang Sheng will integrate defensive construction materials along with insulation within. The houses built this way will endure for centuries without issue, offering excellent thermal efficiency. As for the materials, she already possesses some in her space, and anything that can be obtained with mall currency will not be a loss for her. After all, a single egg can be exchanged for 2 coins, and the hens in her space are producing eggs in abundance, as if invigorated. Jiang Sheng has delegated the internal operations of the base to Jiang Hao, as she prefers to focus on providing the plans while entrusting the execution to them, for she has more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Sheng resolved to carefully survey her surroundings in search of any latent dangers. Her first destination was the nearby brook, where she reached out to caress the water's surface, discovering it to be pleasantly warm, though descending further would reveal a bone-chilling coldness. In recent days, the community had taken to bathing by the riverbank. The boys occupied one end, while the girls ventured to the opposite side of the mountain for their ablutions. Despite the mutual trust in one another's character, a desire to avoid any semblance of impropriety remained paramount. Jiang Sheng extracted a variety of fish from the spatial realm, including grass carp, crucian carp, small white strips, and 5-striped black fish, among others. He also introduced some plankton. These green plants thrive remarkably well in water. The only concern lies in their ability to adapt to the extreme weather conditions here. Nonetheless, it is worth attempting, as algae and similar flora possess the remarkable capacity to enhance the air quality. Jiang Sheng has meticulously devised a plan. Once the house is completed, he hopes for another rain. An abundant downpour would undoubtedly benefit the growth of the flora in this region. Chapter 134. The Mushrooms on the Gobi Desert. Jiang Sheng launched himself with a powerful leap, effortlessly landing on the opposite bank of the river. Sero followed closely behind. Woof! Sero was genuinely delighted to accompany his master on this outdoor escapade, his tail wagging fervently as he circled around Jiang Sheng. On this side of the river, one could distinctly observe certain depressions, evidently formed when the seasonal rains overflowed, unable to be contained within their bounds. Jiang Sheng prodded the water with a wooden stick, revealing the dark mud beneath. He then added some rice snails and crabs, leaving their fate to chance. Even if they were to perish, they would ultimately be consumed by the small fish in the river. Jiang Sheng prepared to create a fish pond in this location. Initially, she pondered over the idea, yet soon realized that mere contemplation was futile. Thus, she took immediate action. Clad in her water shoes, she grasped a shovel and began to excavate. Sailor, her companion, came running down to frolic in the mud, and Jiang Sheng paid him no mind, content as long as he was joyful. The soil was easily turned, and she tossed it aside into the nearby water. At the point leading to the river, she employed a specially crafted board to seal it off, intending to make this area more secure in the future. It was not long before dust descended, prompting Jiang Sheng to lead Sailor to the riverbank for a quick rinse. Afterward, she brought him into her space for a thorough wash before releasing him. Not far off stood a large house, already over a meter in height, while the foundation for the second room had been excavated. With the walls and structure providing protection, sleeping in the tent was no longer as chilly. Jiang Sheng promptly filled the vegetable garden with rich black soil, allowing it to settle overnight so that seeds could be sown the following day. The others sat patiently by the small table, eagerly awaiting Jiang Sheng's return, which amused her greatly. From her supplies, she brought forth an assortment of hamburgers, chicken nuggets, fries, egg tarts, and milk tea. Today was indeed a day of indulgence in fried delicacies. "Oh wow, Sister Sheng," exclaimed the young girl, who had tasted these delights before, but was limited by Mei Ya's caution against overindulgence, having been allowed only 2 servings a month. The sight of the food made everyone salivate. The deliciousness was universally acknowledged. "All right, let's dig in. You've all worked hard," Jiang Sheng declared as she took her seat, prompting everyone to feast heartily. However, as they began to feel a little overwhelmed, Jiang Sheng produced some fruit, slicing several cantaloupes for sharing. She preferred not to reveal too many treats at once, aware that human nature is often susceptible to temptation. "Better safe than sorry. How many rooms should we keep in the house?" Jiang Hao inquired, taking a sip of his cola. "For I suppose you and Mei can take the master bedroom, while Mo and I will each have our own rooms. The younger brother can share with Wang Zhengxi, and you all can manage the B group's house as you see fit. We'll assist you as needed." No one questioned why Jiang Shaohua would share a room with Wang Zhengxi, nor did anyone oppose it, for such objections would be futile. They could not compete with Jiang Sheng, their little angel. Early the next morning, Jiang Sheng took a few little ones to dig a fish pond, leaving the gardening tasks to Wang Jing, who was more knowledgeable in that area. Jiang Sheng's absence from the spatial realm has certainly left a void that may not be easily filled. You all should exercise caution to avoid falling into traps. And remember to discard the excavated soil to the side. Understood, Sister Xiao Sheng. Today, Jiang Sheng refrained from bringing Sero to this place due to the unpleasant scent of the soil. Yesterday, she spent over 20 minutes washing Sero, consuming nearly half a bottle of shower gel to achieve cleanliness, and she was not keen on enduring that ordeal again. In merely a few minutes, the vast pool was filled, and Jiang Sheng introduced small fish along with aquatic plants that had already flourished in her spatial garden. To further purify the water, she added some pond snails, thus completing the simple fish pond. It appeared that the daily leap from here felt unsafe, prompting Jiang Sheng to retrieve several steel bars and wooden sticks from her space. After establishing a bridge approximately half a meter high, she proceeded to construct it using special defensive materials, ensuring it could bear substantial weight. The location was likely situated between the farm and the stronghold. Currently, the situation was that the stronghold lay about 20 meters from the riverbank, adjacent to the farm, with the cesspool positioned beside the latter. Reflecting on this layout, it seemed logical, rather than planting crops in front of the farm, Jiang Sheng envisioned transforming a section of the stronghold into a verdant expanse. Everything in the present must unfold gradually, as only time and human effort can breathe life into this place. The inhabitants of the stronghold remained diligent in their tasks. Today, Jiang Sheng intended to venture out. She wished to explore the surroundings, at least within a 2-kilometer radius of the stronghold. Having arrived by car from the rear, they had not yet glimpsed the landscape ahead. Thus, she retrieved a motorcycle from her space, donned her helmet, and set forth. She hoped to discover something ahead. Even a quaint village, devoid of inhabitants, would suffice. Choosing to head westward, she initially held little hope, yet unexpectedly, she beheld a patch of greenery in the distance, an herb resembling fennel, albeit larger. Jiang Sheng plucked a leaf and was greeted by a unique fragrance. Ferula, edible in small quantities, often accompanied by ferula mushrooms. Ferula mushrooms? What intriguing name! Eagerly, Jiang Sheng decided to seek out these mushrooms. After securing her motorcycle and releasing her dog, she felt confident that this companion would prove more adept at finding treasures than herself. Together, they ventured into the striking greenery in pursuit of mushrooms. To be honest, Jiang Sheng harbored doubts about the possibility of mushrooms thriving in such an arid environment. Nevertheless, with the system's assurance, she believed there should be no significant issue. Armed with a stick, she began to sift through the ferula, but after searching for over 10 minutes, no mushrooms had been discovered. It seemed these fungi were rather rare. Woof woof. Sero barked excitedly at Jiang Sheng, then began to dig at the ground with his paws. She knew letting Sero out was undoubtedly a wise choice. Jiang Sheng trotted over and, indeed, discovered a white mushroom in Sero's mouth. Upon identification, it was confirmed to be the elusive ferula mushroom. This peculiar white fungus exhibited an unusual appearance, with cracks adorning its cap, resembling scales or perhaps even armor. In any case, since a mushroom had been found, it was prudent to search for more. Noticing that Jiang Sheng had collected the mushroom, Sero commenced the hunt for the next one. A few minutes later, Jiang Sheng discovered the first mushroom. Although this mushroom was entirely white, it was not so easy to find, especially considering it was an environment untouched by human interference. After wandering nearby for another hour, he managed to collect approximately 1 kilogram of ferula mushrooms in his basket. Jiang Sheng deemed it sufficient and decided to return tomorrow with a few children. Chapter 135, The Competition. The sound of motorcycles zipped past the entrance of the outpost. "Oh, what do you have in your basket?" Mo Quan approached and leaned in beside Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng opened the basket, revealing mushrooms. "What sort of mushrooms are these? I have never encountered them before." Mo Quan picked up a pure white mushroom and inhaled its unique fragrance. "Of course, you haven't seen them. I discovered these 2 kilometers away." Hearing the commotion, everyone gathered around the table, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the basket. "Sister Xiao Sheng, what kind of mushrooms are these?" Miao Miao inquired, poking at the mushrooms inside. "These are called ferula mushrooms. They are highly nutritious. We shall stew them shortly." Jiang Sheng then gestured towards the chicken coop, instructing, "You youngsters, go catch some chickens. We need 2 for our chicken stew." Miao Miao eagerly tugged at Xiao Wu, and the 2 of them effortlessly subdued 2 hens, recalling that their mother had mentioned hen broth tastes best. "Maya, please prepare those 2 chickens." Jiang Sheng picked up the basket and made his way towards the river, accompanied by Mena. "Very well." Several men kindled a fire, preparing to boil water. Jiang Sheng retrieved 2 small stools and 2 basins from the space. "Please, have a seat." After Mena settled down, Jiang Sheng submerged the basket entirely in the water, agitating it gently. The roots of the mushrooms were laden with soil, and with this cleansing, much of the dirt was expelled. Subsequently, she transferred the mushrooms into one of the basins to conduct a second round of cleaning. "Are you still worried about your sister?" Jiang Sheng inquired. Mena hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to assist Jiang Sheng in the cleaning process. "A bit. Ever since I left, I haven't seen her, and I wonder how she is faring now." A hint of sadness flickered in Mena's blue eyes. Mo Quan informed me that there are escape pods at the base. Given that your sister is a team leader, it is likely she has been assigned to a protective escort mission. Jiang Sheng expressed her concern for the woman. Mena was usually reticent, only speaking when others engaged her, otherwise remaining a silent listener. Jiang Sheng feared for her mental well-being. Mena smiled softly, tucking her golden hair behind her ear. "Well, actually, I haven't seen my sister in quite a long time. Our relationship isn't particularly close. She is merely my only family." Jiang Sheng nodded. After conversing by the riverside for a while, he sensed that the young lady felt somewhat better. Only then did he rise to his feet. Upon returning, he discovered that the 2 little ones were assisting Mei in plucking feathers from the chickens. It is no wonder these 2 clever children had chosen the plumpest hens for the task. Jiang Sheng meticulously sliced the mushrooms before handing them over to Mei. Although his culinary skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to Mei Ya's exquisite craftsmanship. With an array of seasonings at their disposal, the 2 succulent hens were too precious to squander. In the frontier, twilight lingered long into the evening, and only as the meal was prepared did the sky begin to blush with the hues of sunset. gazing at the warm crimson on the horizon. The dishes in the bowl appeared even more delectable. As the dishes were served, Jiang Sheng eagerly picked up a chopstick full of mushrooms. The flavor of the Pleurotus oryngii was delightful, offering a refreshing taste that was utterly distinct from other mushrooms. It was no wonder that these fungi thrived in the Gobi Desert. The taste was remarkably robust, and when paired with a bowl of mushroom soup, it was simply divine. Jiang Sheng felt that it complemented the chicken even better than shiitake mushrooms. Both large pots of soup were emptied completely, and Meow Meow playfully expressed her desire to accompany Jiang Sheng on a mushroom foraging expedition the following day. Jiang Sheng readily agreed, as it was originally intended for them to go together. However, indulging in meat for every meal was unwise. Tomorrow, a more vegetarian approach was required. The chopsticks and bowls had been monopolized by others, who insisted that Jiang Sheng should not wash them, for Jiang Shaohua recalled that his cousin despised the chore of dishwashing. The sensation of greasy residue clinging to one's fingers was utterly repulsive. The following morning, upon noticing the promising growth of mushrooms from the previous day, he decided to search for more in the coming days. The mushrooms were white and nestled beneath the grass. Let us all strive to collect as many as we can. We shall have a contest to see who gathers the most, Jiang Sheng patiently explained to the eager little ones. Oh, I will definitely be first, Meow Meow exclaimed, her small fist clenched as she ventured further inside, with Xiao Wu closely trailing behind her. Jiang Sheng merely smiled, as it seemed that Sister Mei need not worry about Meow Meow's future. The young boy, Xiao Wu, was truly commendable. Sarago, let these four little ones witness what true strength looks like. Woof! Saro dashed forward into the grassy expanse with fervor. Jiang Sheng has entered a serious mode, while the little crows and Xiao Lu are methodically rummaging through the grass. Yesterday, Saro mastered the art of foraging for mushrooms, and Jiang Sheng adeptly held onto the one he had in his mouth. After 3 hours of searching, each basket was filled with a bounty. Your elder sister, Xiao Sheng, is invincible. Some of the little ones felt a tinge of disappointment, as they had not gathered as much as Saro. Yet this did not diminish their spirits, for they admired their brother, Saro, greatly. They had lunch in the car, where Jiang Sheng provided them with some fruits. For children must replenish their vitamins. Once the meal was concluded, they resumed their quest for mushrooms. After several days of searching, only a few scattered mushrooms remained, and Jiang Sheng realized that many might be out of season, so she decided against further foraging. Instead, they began constructing houses together at their base. The framework for the structure had emerged, and it was estimated that within a few days it would be ready for decoration. Nearby, the septic tank was also under construction. Jiang Sheng had no particular demands, simply wishing for it to be as large and deep as possible. With such a sizable group, they were likely to produce a significant amount. And as for fertilizer, her space contained superior manure from cattle, sheep, and hay. The septic tank would later provide nourishment for the plants in the Gobi. Now, she could utilize the resources from her space to assist them. Once the land was cultivated, they would need to sustain themselves. Whenever Jiang Sheng finds a moment of leisure, he imparts essential first aid knowledge and practical life skills to a few children. For even in an apocalyptic world, the pursuit of learning must not cease. To nourish the minds of all, Jiang Sheng has resolved to establish a library on the ground floor of their dwelling, with one half adorned with shelves brimming with an eclectic array of books. After a month of diligent effort, the house has been constructed and the ventilation has been functional for 2 days, allowing them to officially move in. The next endeavor is to build a second dwelling. However, before proceeding, a rain shower has passed, and the weather is becoming increasingly arid, necessitating Jiang Sheng's manual intervention. Team B has set up their tents within Team A's residence, and after the completion of the inauguration ceremony tomorrow, they will commence the construction of Team B's quarters. Chapter 136. Encountering the system again at the break of dawn, Jiang Sheng rises to a flurry of activity, summoning Mei Ye and Wang Jing. For the culinary skills of the others leave much to be desired. It is best they take a brief respite for now. Jiang Sheng refrained from presenting the finished product. It was indeed more prudent to prepare his own meal at this juncture. He procured a chicken, a duck, a fish, and a soft-shelled turtle. Merely the rice necessitated the preparation of 2 large pots. This morning, Jiang Sheng entrusted the television to Jiang Hao for installation. Currently, they're downstairs contemplating the task, a venture Jiang Sheng himself is not well versed in. The only requirement is to connect the television to the computer, which is already equipped with the necessary videos. After a long day of incessant activity, one must seek avenues to unwind, much like the bookshelves on the first floor. The project has now reached completion, and Jiang Sheng has thoughtfully constructed 2 bar counters to delineate the library area. A similar setup will be established in Group B. After laboring diligently for over an hour, the meal was finally ready, and the sounds of a television drama wafted up from downstairs. Everyone gathered to watch a zombie film. In comparison to natural disasters, they preferred the notion of zombies, for at least there would come a day when the undead could be eradicated. However, the end of a natural disaster remains an uncertain prospect. This celebratory feast spanned an entire day, during which Jiang Sheng established a supermarket on the opposite side of the villa's first floor, stocked with an array of snacks. Yet, these snacks could only be obtained through a point system. Similar to the base, one earns points through labor, with a maximum of 10 points attainable each day. After all, the purpose of creating this supermarket is to instill daily hope among the community, lest they become ensnared in a cycle of competition. Jiang Sheng entrusted the supermarket to Jiang Shaohua, allowing him to manage it alongside Wang Zhengxi, which also served to engage the young couple in meaningful pursuits. Their affairs were not intended for public scrutiny, and Jiang Sheng was indifferent to this. By afternoon, everyone resumed their industrious activities, as the construction of Group B's housing needed to progress swiftly. In the afternoon, Jiang Sheng observed the conditions of the fields. After nearly a week, numerous green shoots had emerged. She retrieved some fertilizer from her space and sprinkled it sparingly. It was essential not to overdo it, especially since today marked her first day residing in the house, necessitating an earlier departure from work. Upon returning to her small bedroom, Jiang Sheng adorned it in her distinct style, no longer needing to worry about others discovering her choices, allowing her to decorate with boldness. She began by laying down waterproof flooring, followed by a massive carpet, leaving only the entrance area for a shoe rack. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, there wasn't much she yearned to embellish. She set up a urinal and pee pads for her dog, along with an air conditioner and an air purifier. All tasks she could manage herself. The room was already electrified, with the solar panels on the rooftop operating efficiently. On the opposite side, Jiang Sheng transplanted growing vegetables directly from her space, having watered them today, uncertain if they would survive until tomorrow. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone resumed their labors. Jiang Sheng took Jiang Shaohua and Wang Zhengxi to a nearby area where she intended to establish a farm. After marking out a perimeter, she instructed the two to begin setting up stakes. Constructing a shelter for the animals would be simpler, requiring no second floor. The combination of the farm and the B Group's building had already consumed over a month of effort. Currently, the farm housed wild camels, along with a few young sheep and piglets, while a large outer section was designated for raising chickens. Yi Kongsheng was quite interested in animal husbandry, as the abundance of creatures necessitated collective management. The mountain behind had already been filled with the stronghold and the farm, leaving other areas requiring construction in exposed locations. However, Jiang Sheng was unhurried, recognizing that progress must be gradual. Just as she reveled in the fruits of her labor over the past 2 months, the system's voice resonated, detecting other systems within a 3-kilometer radius. Last month's reward had allowed Jiang Sheng to upgrade her predictive capabilities. Now, the system could sense other systems within a 3-kilometer range and provide her with a warning 6 hours prior to any impending disaster. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and retrieved an off-road vehicle from the spatial realm, pursuing relentlessly. The system had meticulously crafted a map of every path he had traversed, dispelling any concerns of becoming lost. While driving, he relayed his whereabouts to Jiang Hao. By sensing the direction indicated by the system and the speed of the other party's movement, Jiang Sheng surmised that they too possessed a vehicle or possibly a horse. After an hour of pursuit, the distance between them had narrowed to 500 meters, at which point Jiang Sheng could discern several vehicles ahead coming to a halt. Jiang Sheng haphazardly stuffed a few backpacks into the trunk. It seemed rather implausible for him to escape barehanded. The opposing vehicles numbered 3, one rugged SUV accompanied by 2 military trucks. Once the vehicles came to a halt, 6 individuals disembarked. Among them, one man donned a dark tactical jacket and sported sunglasses. After conversing with a few people present, they proceeded inside. Numerous survivors emerged from their homes. Observing the newcomers from afar, Jiang Sheng gazed from a distance, enveloped in confusion. It was evident that the man before him was the proprietor of the system. Moreover, he failed to notice that Jiang Sheng had indicated his system lacked the capability to locate other systems. Jiang Sheng drove his vehicle over, but as this was a relatively larger village where cars could not venture far, he parked behind a truck. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Sheng meticulously examined the few cars ahead of him. Their designs were peculiar, although they appeared to be ordinary vehicles from the outside. Their internal structures bore intricate details that Jiang Sheng had never encountered before. This must be related to the man's system. Soon, a slightly younger man approached from distance. "Hello, may I inquire if you require accommodation?" he asked eagerly, holding a wooden bucket in his hands. Jiang Sheng shook his head. "Brother, do you know what those people were up to just now?" Wang Jiahui glanced back. "Oh, you mean them? They're sent by the Lan City base." "Lan City base? What brings them here?" Jiang Sheng pressed a half-pack of cigarettes into Wang Jiahui's hand. Wang Jiahui's enthusiasm gradually ignited. What else could it be? "Today, a big shot from the Lan City base came to discuss our recruitment efforts." "Recruitment?" Wang Jiahui set down the water bucket he was holding. "It's about working at the Lan City base. They said it would be for at least a month with food and accommodation provided. And the points earned can be exchanged for goods at the base." Jiang Sheng nodded. In today's world, securing a job that provides food and accommodation is indeed a rarity. It seems that the Lan province base requires a significant number of individuals, though their purpose remains unclear. Where exactly is this Lan province base? Wang Jiaxiang pondered for a moment. It's roughly 7 or 8 kilometers away, situated in the larger city nearby. Initially, it was a modest base, but as the influx of people increased, it evolved into a substantial facility. As he spoke, Wang Jiaxiang sighed. Natural disasters have taken their toll. The authorities have announced plans to establish a national base in the northwest, yet very few have managed to reach it. Over the past few months, most arrivals have been from the inland regions. Without transportation, attempting to reach the national base is nearly impossible. Consequently, a majority have settled in the Lan province base. Although there are still calamities, life here is significantly better compared to the inland areas. "Thank you, brother," Jiang Sheng replied. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. My home is just over there. If you need a place to stay, I can help." After bidding farewell to Wang Jiaxiang, Jiang Sheng noticed the man with the system had also paused. She slowly walked into the village, intending to explore further. Chapter 137. Annihilation. Before long, Jiang Sheng arrived at a relatively clean house. The man lingered inside. Surprisingly, she did not anticipate that the others would emerge from the house so swiftly. It barely took 10 minutes. The man wearing sunglasses caught a glimpse of Jiang Sheng amidst the crowd and flashed a smile. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brows, realizing that his previous speculation was erroneous. It seemed highly likely that this man was also aware of his possession of the system. Jiang Sheng felt compelled to engage in a conversation with him. As the group prepared to depart, the system unexpectedly interjected. "The modification system wishes to converse with you. Do you accept?" The others swiftly exited. Yet Jiang Sheng remained absorbed in contemplation of the system's remarks. A modification system? How intriguing. This revelation elucidated the peculiar designs of those vehicles. He acquiesced. Soon, a voice emanated from the man. "Modification. I require your assistance." "Sign in." "What assistance?" "Sign in. Why should I aid you?" Strangely, at this juncture, the modification system ceased its communication, prompting Jiang Sheng to regain his composure and reflect. "What is the matter? Have you uncovered something?" "Tonight." The watch was being kept by Jiang Hao, who emerged to investigate upon hearing the commotion. "Indeed." Jiang Sheng nodded and, subsequently, seated himself upon a chair in the living room. Approximately 20 kilometers from their location lies a village, and another 10 kilometers further is the base in Lan province. Jiang Hao poured a glass of water for Jiang Sheng. The Lan province base? What are your thoughts? Do you wish to go there, or? After a gentle sigh, Jiang Sheng shook his head. Since I have resolved to settle here, I shall refrain from considering any other bases for the time being. Jiang Hao likewise showed no inclination to visit the base. In places bustling with people, disputes inevitably arise. Presently, their group finds joy in their daily lives here, tending to the land and raising livestock, which has proven to be both leisurely and fulfilling. Indeed, there is no pressing need to venture to the base now. Jiang Sheng did not dwell on it too much. Should the individual possessing the system harbor any ulterior motives, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. The foremost priority at present was to cultivate the rice fields without becoming overly entangled in other matters. The following day, Jiang Sheng ventured across the riverbank. With a spray gun in hand, she delineated several plots of land around the fish pond, approximately a dozen in total, before pausing. The areas adjacent to the small river were designated for the cultivation of rice or wheat. The 2 plots nearest to the pond were ready for excavation. Currently, the family farm was primarily managed by Meiya and Mei Na, with a few younger helpers assisting, as there was not much work to be done. The animals were relatively well behaved. The remaining men were summoned by Jiang Sheng to dig the earth, and by midday, the 2 plots had been nearly completed. Jiang Sheng merged the mud previously excavated from the fish pond with the dark soil of the space, scattering it across the fields. He then irrigated these plots, waiting for the water to cease its downward seepage. Given that the foundation had been enriched with soil, a mere 1 or 2 additional waterings would suffice to retain moisture within the earth. The rice seedlings were already present in Jiang Sheng's space, and he anticipated planting them the day after tomorrow, hoping they would flourish before the onset of winter. The courtyard was meticulously maintained, with Jiang Hao having constructed a drainage channel over the past few days to prevent flooding during rainstorms. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng excavated a reservoir on the farm, approximately 4 meters by 4 meters, which he sealed with cement. He created an opening by the stream, allowing water to flow from the vegetable garden of the base and ultimately converge in the reservoir. In the past 2 days, the ditches were dug, and the reservoir was completed. All that remained was to commence the transplanting of seedlings. Each day's tasks were tightly scheduled, for only through work could one escape the burdensome thoughts. In just 2 months, the entire base had been transformed into a picturesque haven, complete with mountains, water, fields, and fertile land. Though the rice grew slowly, it had indeed come to life, and even a modest harvest would still be a harvest. Jiang Sheng placed 2 bags of rice and 2 portions of flour in each person's room, thereafter opting to prepare his own meals independently. He entrusted the management of the family farm and vegetable garden to them, intending to involve himself minimally in their affairs moving forward. There were no objections from anyone. Alas, what should I do if I cannot cook? Mo Quan sat despondently in a chair, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Sheng. Learn, Jiang Sheng replied. I began cooking when I was merely 3 years old. Jiang Sheng held a farming novel in her hands, engrossed in its narrative. Cooking at the age of 3? I find that hard to believe. It must have been during playtime. Ahem. Mo Quan never anticipated such an approach. While others typically paired off, he and Jiang Sheng remained solitary. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng held him in disdain. The success of their current base now hinged entirely on her management. Taking her dog out for a stroll, Jiang Sheng scattered a considerable amount of grass seeds along the way. She also dispersed some tumbleweed seeds, known for their drought resistance. With a stroke of luck, they might sprout come next year. Whenever she found a moment, Jiang Sheng would meticulously dig holes, envisioning that these would eventually host trees, with the saplings currently nurtured in her space. In her mind, she began to outline the approximate area and layout of the base, all radiating outward from a modest hill at its center. The specifics of tree planting seemed inconsequential. They could simply be avoided when constructing houses later on. After her excursion today, Jiang Sheng gained a clearer vision for the future construction. It was at this juncture that she received a message from the man she had encountered a month prior. Modification. The annihilation system has taken control of both myself and the flourishing system. We require your assistance. Jiang Sheng gazed intently at the message sent by the system, pondering its implications. This brief line of text contained a wealth of information. In essence, It conveyed that annihilation had taken control over both the modifications and the flourishing. Sign in. First, enlighten me on what benefits I may gain. Modification. In a month's time, you shall come to the Lan province base, and I will relinquish the core of system control to you, provided you assist me in eliminating annihilation. Sign in, and what a breeding. Modification. I will confer with her and provide you with a response in a week's time. Sign in. Very well. I require knowledge of both your capabilities. Should the value you offer not warrant the risk, I shall not acquiesce. At this juncture, there was no further communication from the other party, and Jiang Sheng found herself increasingly restless. If the possessor of the annihilation system were indeed malevolent, she would eliminate them regardless of the modification as request. In this world, only other systems posed a threat to her. The most prudent course of action would be to obliterate them. Chapter 138. Lan City Base for the moment. Let us set aside the matter of modifications. Jiang Sheng now has to attend to other matters. Previously, whether at the Longquan base or the second base in Sichuan province, Jiang Sheng had collected an abundance of soil. During that time, she was deeply apprehensive about the possibility of acid rain, should such a calamity occur. These lands would remain uncultivable for decades. To avert this dire situation, Jiang Sheng diligently excavated soil almost every time she ventured out. Presently, a considerable amount of earth had accumulated in her space. She spread this soil generously around the stronghold, for a meager layer would be swept away by the wind, rendering her efforts futile. In addition to this, she entrusted Jiang Hao with the task of constructing a sufficiently large watchtower on the mountain. They would first assault the base, and once it was secured, Jiang Sheng would transport the necessary materials. The soil from her space was easily scattered, and soon the area surrounding the stronghold was cloaked in a dark gray hue of earth. Jiang Sheng once again scattered a considerable amount along the small river, while on the other side of the rice fields, excavation would commence once the lookout tower was constructed. Only then would the sowing begin. In addition to the fertile soil on this side, Jiang Sheng had previously filled half of the holes he dug, thus preventing the newly planted trees from perishing due to poor adaptability. Observing the current stronghold in stark contrast to its initial state, one could hardly believe the transformation. It took a full 10 days to properly lay the foundation in the mountains. Jiang Sheng constructed 4 10-meter-tall pillars using materials from the defense system. In the center of these pillars, he secured a structure made from the same materials. Atop the pillars rests a quaint, square room, adorned with 4 windows that facilitate a panoramic view of the surroundings. The roof of the tower features a small window, thoughtfully designed to address heating concerns during the winter months. Those tasked with monitoring from the watchtower must remain inside for half the day, where a mat is provided, ample enough for curling up and resting. Jiang Sheng thoughtfully included an MP3 player within, containing tens of thousands of songs alongside a collection of ebooks, significantly alleviating the tedium of the enclosed space. When released from its confines, it is to be inserted into the earth, thus conserving considerable effort. Once it stands upright, swift cementing is to follow for stabilization. To ensure absolute safety, Jiang Sheng affixed 2 iron nails into the ground, penetrating 5 to 6 meters below the surface, subsequently securing the observation tower with steel cables. The safety and comfort are unequivocally guaranteed. Any further enhancements can be implemented as necessary. Today, arrangements can be made for alternating shifts, whether in pairs or individually. Jiang Sheng refrained from intervening, allowing them the liberty to allocate tasks as they saw fit, provided that there was always someone present within the designated area. Once their distribution was complete, Jiang Sheng assigned them specific tasks. Brother Jiang, from now on, you are to dig pits in the area I have marked with a red line, located 4 kilometers northwest of the base. You must excavate 1 pit every 2 meters, angling them as I have demonstrated. Should the drilling yield insufficient points later on, please proceed according to the markings I previously indicated. Jiang Sheng intends to construct a windbreak over there, aiming to mitigate her hardships at least until the trees have fully matured. The winters in the borderlands are unforgiving, particularly during such extraordinary times. Jiang Hao nodded, inquiring if she planned to venture out. Yes, I have some matters to attend to. After ensuring there was ample fuel left for them, Jiang Sheng set off in her vehicle. Perhaps last month, upon receiving news of the modifications, she would have acted with caution. However, this month, her attendant's reward granted her the invaluable ability to evade detection. With this capability, she need not concern herself with the more advanced systems that might track her whereabouts. Without such an advantage, even if the modifications boasted exceptional breeding capabilities, Jiang Sheng would not risk it. Now, equipped with sufficient means to eliminate the threat of obliteration, she would not squander this opportunity. A few days prior, the modification had sent her a message detailing its ability to create small robotic entities. These robots could assist her in construction or alterations. Relying on this skill, she had adeptly survived the onset of the apocalypse within her uniquely modified abode. The breeding function, in essence, was an enhanced acceleration skill, allowing for the rapid growth of flora and fauna by consuming the system's energy. With the system having evolved over the past year, Jiang Sheng firmly believed that this breeding capability would be formidable. The survival of the Lan province base can indeed be attributed to the assistance of these two systems. Likewise, by controlling individuals endowed with these systems, Jiang Sheng could expedite the fortification of the base. The skill of obliteration was rather straightforward. Its sole purpose was to extinguish other systems, not the host. Systems destroyed by obliteration would cease to exist. Previously, Jiang Sheng had eliminated the corpulent figure from the underground city, leading to the severance of the defense system from its host, rendering it a masterless entity. Thus, Jiang Sheng was able to assimilate the defense system. Had there been no such constraints, a person wielding the obliteration system would undoubtedly be the most formidable, capable of effortlessly commandeering other systems. In life, there are no absolute blessings. What Jiang Sheng must do now is to swiftly locate a means to obliterate the system. Subsequently, he must assess the statements made regarding the modifications. The vehicle raced across the Gobi Desert, stirring up clouds of sand. After passing the previous village, Jiang Sheng successfully arrived at the entrance of the Lan City base. At the outermost perimeter of the base, there was a structure resembling a toll booth, with a kiosk on either side, each manned by a man clad in black uniforms. Jiang Sheng brought the vehicle to a halt, and the two emerged from the pavilion. "Are you new here?" the man inquired. Jiang Sheng lowered the car window and nodded, affirming, "Yes, I have just arrived at the Lan City base." The man then produced a small notebook and inquired, "What is your name, and where do you hail from?" "Jiang Sheng. I come from the Sichuan Chongqing region," he replied. The man paused momentarily, slightly taken aback. "That is quite a distance. To enter the base, you are required to pay a fee of 3 kilograms of provisions. Any kind will suffice, though the better the quality, the lesser the amount you need to contribute." Jiang Sheng nodded and retrieved 3 kilograms of rice from the trunk. The man took it, weighed it in his hands, and upon opening the bag, confirmed that it was indeed premium rice. "Here you go. Consider this a temporary identification. It will expire in a week. If you wish to move about freely, I suggest you secure a formal identity at your earliest convenience." Jiang Sheng took the small green card. Once the driver had secured the temporary identification card, the man reminded him, "Upon entering, you must adhere to the rules. Our Lan City base operates under strict regulations." He continued, "For instance, acts of violence, robbery, or coercion are strictly prohibited within the base. However, free trade is permitted, provided it is mutually agreeable." Jiang Sheng perused a book in his vehicle before entering the base. Undoubtedly, parking at the base necessitated a fee, which Jiang Sheng managed to cover with a single fruit canister over the course of 3 days. Upon stepping into the Lan City base, he was enveloped by a fleeting sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. The citizens may not have been exuberant with laughter, but there was at least a palpable sense of humanity. Patrol teams could be observed diligently traversing the city, and the base had not succumbed to incidents of robbery. Even sanitation was meticulously upheld, with several stalls along the roadside offering a variety of goods for sale. As Jiang Sheng ventured further inside, she found the surroundings increasingly astonishing. Each restaurant was illuminated, and to her left stood a Wanda Plaza, bustling with numerous stylishly attired young individuals entering and exiting. Intrigued by the novelty, Jiang Sheng decided to step inside. However, before she could enter, She was halted by a woman in a suit stationed at the entrance. Chapter 139. A dog's eye sees no gentleman. The woman in the suit regarded Jiang Sheng with a smile and said, "Good day. Mississippi entry requires a card swipe." Jiang Sheng felt a sense of confusion. "What card?" The woman in the suit clearly paused for a moment, then patiently explained, "The Lawn City Silver Card." Noticing Jiang Sheng's prolonged inability to produce the card, her impatience began to surface. "I apologize, but where am I supposed to obtain a silver card?" Upon realizing that Jiang Sheng could not provide the card, the woman sneered, "If you cannot even present a silver card, how dare you enter our Wanda Plaza? You should leave at once, you impoverished individual." Her irritation grew with each word, nearly on the verge of resorting to verbal abuse. After enduring a day filled with frustrations, she now had to tolerate the presence of someone she deemed beneath her. Jiang Sheng found the woman before him utterly perplexing. She epitomized the disdainful attitude of a dog looking down on others. Cast out, Jiang Sheng glanced at the sign of the Wanda Plaza overhead. "I shall make you aware of what true grandeur is, the essence of opulence." Jiang Sheng searched extensively and, after 10 minutes, finally located the office building. The abundance of towering structures in this area made it quite challenging for an unfamiliar person to navigate. Upon entering, it was evident that the staff here were far more courteous than those at Wanda Plaza. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" Jiang Sheng sat in the chair at the front desk, as the languid voice of the woman before him drifted in. "How does one attain a silver card here?" She yawned. "It merely requires a sufficient point accumulation, 10,000 points to be precise." Jiang Sheng nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "Where can one exchange points?" The woman gestured towards the opposite side. Jiang Sheng approached the opposite side, completed the exchange rate transaction, and then exited the premises. A few minutes later, he re-entered with a large backpack slung over his shoulders. Upon entering, he first inquired with the sales staff about the highest tier card available here. The woman's voice remained devoid of enthusiasm. The gold card, however, requires a recommendation from someone within the city center for its issuance. Jiang Sheng, perplexed, inquired about the inner city. In an effort to encourage the visibly fatigued salesperson to elucidate, Jiang Sheng offered a tube of lip balm. Instantly, the eyes of Jiang Yufeng, the saleswoman before him, brightened, and a smile graced her lips. "Sister, feel free to ask me anything. I am well versed in all matters." Jiang Yufeng opened the lip balm to confirm its contents, discovering it was indeed a brand new item. "Our Lawn City base is divided into the outer and inner city. The inhabitants of the outer city generally possess a golden card, which permits them access to the inner city once a week. However, acquiring such a golden card is not merely a matter of wealth. It necessitates connections. Each person from the outer city yearns for the inner city, for it is truly a paradise on earth." Jiang Sheng was somewhat swayed by Jiang Yufeng's words, pondering the true nature of the inner city. Observing the location of the modified system, it seemed to be situated within the inner city as well. He needed to find an opportunity to meet him again. Yet, why were the individuals at Wanda Plaza so arrogant? Speaking of this, Jiang Yufeng also displayed a look of disdain. It was merely a venue of luxury, beyond the reach of ordinary people. One must ensure that their card was at least a silver tier before entering. They feared that you might not be able to afford the expenses. Jiang Sheng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that such individuals exist at all times. Their need to showcase superiority is ever present. Frequenting upscale venues serves only to satiate their vanity. Moreover, access to the inner city necessitates entering through the stairs of Wanda Plaza. The inner city is elevated, its foundations suspended above ground. Even in the event of an earthquake, the inhabitants of the inner city remain unaffected. One might wonder why the denizens of the outer city are so eager to breach the barriers into the inner city. Jiang Sheng was utterly astonished. Could contemporary technology truly facilitate the construction of cities in the sky? However, contemplating the modified systems, she realized it was not entirely implausible. One could possess a realm entirely independent of Earth. What then remained impossible? After engaging in conversation with Jiang Yufeng for a while, Jiang Sheng departed from the administrative hall, choosing not to exchange for a silver card, as it did not align with her esteemed status. Jiang Sheng settled into a hotel opposite Wanda Plaza. After ensuring the hotel was free of any listening devices, he sent a message to the modification team. Modification, are you coming to the base? Check in, yes. No didas. It was only natural for the modification system to react in such a manner, as he had already lost connection with the check-in system. When it comes to decisiveness, this fellow truly excelled. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, Jiang Sheng heard a knock at the door. The man before him still wore sunglasses. Why do you have such a penchant for wearing sunglasses? Qin Shiwen remained silent, slowly making his way to the sofa to sit down. He then retrieved a small notebook and a carbon pen from his jacket pocket. Pointing to the notebook, Jiang Sheng immediately understood. Qin, why am I unable to detect your system anymore? On the sofa on the opposite side of Jiang Sheng's table. Jiang, that is my secret, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. Qin Shiwen made an okay gesture and continued to write. Qin, when shall we take action? Jiang, present me with a golden card, or perhaps something even more impressive. Although Qin Shiwen was unaware of Jiang Sheng's intentions, he still extended a golden card. However, Jiang Sheng distinctly noticed that he had another card in his pocket, one adorned with a green hue and bordered in gold. This left him with the impression that the man was rather stingy. Jiang, I shall first venture into the inner city to observe for 2 days, after which I will send you a message. Furthermore, prior to taking action, you must relinquish your core to me. Qin Shiwen nodded, then ignited the piece of paper from his notebook, reducing it to ashes. He smiled gently, bowing slightly to Jiang Sheng, and communicated through lip movements, expressing his delight in making the acquaintance. Jiang Sheng nodded, and Qin Shiwen pushed open the door and walked out. After resting for a night at the hotel, Jiang Sheng arrived at Wanda Plaza the following noon. As she entered, she encountered the same disdainful attendant from yesterday, who greeted her with a dismissive tone. Oh, you dare to come back? Someone like you doesn't deserve to visit us. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Sheng pulled a golden card from her pocket. Where did you steal that gold card? Call the police. Quickly. The woman, of course, found it hard to believe that anyone could acquire a golden card within a day. A silver card might be plausible, and even if she had brought a silver card to cause trouble, the woman would not have been intimidated. However, what Jiang Sheng held was undeniably a golden card. Soon, 5 or 6 burly men surrounded her. Quickly, capture this thief. The woman pointed menacingly at Jiang Sheng. There were fewer than 10 individuals in the outer city who possessed a golden card, and they were all prominent figures. This woman had never seen Jiang Sheng before, so how could she possibly have obtained a golden card? Jiang Sheng immediately slapped the woman across the face. The sound of the slap echoed crisply throughout the building. How audacious of you to confront me. What gives you the right to show such insolence? Jiang Sheng had taken special care in her appearance today. Her tall stature, accentuated by a flowing white gown, exuded an extraordinary elegance. The security personnel surrounding her were momentarily taken aback. It was evident that such a pristine and refined outfit could only be afforded with the backing of influential connections. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the manager on the first floor of the Wanda Plaza. Chapter 140. A lesson learned. An elderly gentleman clad in a suit hurried over, regarding the woman on the ground with curiosity. Xiao Tsui scrambled to her feet in haste. Manager Wang, she exclaimed, this woman has brazenly paraded into our plaza with a stolen gold card from some distinguished patron. Xiao Tsui, linking her arm through that of the silver-haired elder, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Sheng while furiously denouncing her. She even dared to strike me. Just look at my face, it's flushed. Manager Wang reached out to gently touch Xiao Tsui's cheek, a hint of sympathy flickering in his eyes. Jiang Sheng observed the spectacle with a sense of urgency and astonishment. It was evident that this woman, driven by financial gain or some other motive, had willingly climbed into the bed of an elderly man. Jiang Sheng cast another glance at the elderly gentleman with gray hair and a Mediterranean appearance, pondering to himself about the old man's vitality. Wang, the supervisor, turned his gaze toward the stunningly tall woman before him, a smile gracing his lips. Might this young lady permit us to inspect some cards in your possession? As Wang's eyes lingered on the woman who had just slapped him, Xiao Tsui felt a surge of discontent. She playfully rubbed her chest against Wang's arm, adopting a coy demeanor. Wang should have promptly apprehended this insufferable woman. Yet he hesitated. Although the woman had indeed struck Xiao Tsui, what if the card truly belonged to her? Such influential figures were not to be trifled with. Ultimately, with a resolute sigh, he respectfully reiterated his request to Jiang Sheng, thinking that a mere gift for Xiao Chui later that evening would suffice to placate her. Very well, feel free to investigate. Jiang Sheng extended the golden card in his hand. Supervisor Wang reverently accepted the card, and at that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered around them. Such lively scenes are not witnessed every day. Supervisor Wang procured a machine and inserted the card. Yet the screen of the device glaringly displayed that the card belonged to a man. Xiao Chui, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I told you this card was stolen." You still refuse to admit it. With that, Xiao Chui raised his right hand and struck towards Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng grasped the hand of the approaching Chui with her right hand, while her left hand delivered a sharp slap to the right side of her face. Now balancing the scales for Zheng Hai. You vile creature, why isn't anyone apprehending her?" Chui lay on the ground, incessantly cursing the 5 security guards. Jiang Sheng retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her bag and adorned herself with them. "Supervisor Wang, you wouldn't dare claim ignorance of this item, would you?" The words flowed slowly from the woman's crimson lips. Supervisor Wang swallowed hard, who in the base did not recognize those glasses. They belonged to Qin Chiwen, one of the 3 ruling figures of the inner city. The sight of those sunglasses caused a heaviness in Supervisor Wang's heart, for this madwoman had truly stirred up a grave situation. At that moment, Chui, now devoid of reason, resolved to take matters into her own hands as the onlookers hesitated. She crawled towards Jiang Sheng, but just as she was about to reach her, Supervisor Wang seized her by the hair and forcefully threw her back to the ground. "Wang Fugue, have you lost your mind?" Chui yelled furiously from the ground. Supervisor Wang, equally enraged, strode over and delivered a heavy kick to Chui's abdomen. "I detest being called Wang Fugue. Get this lunatic out of my sight." He then turned to Jiang Sheng with a smile. "My apologies, Mississippi. This lackluster individual has delayed your journey, and I offer my sincerest regrets." Supervisor Wang bowed his head respectfully, performing a courteous bow to Jiang Sheng. Was merely an apology sufficient? The woman from yesterday had directly expelled me from the premises. Jiang Sheng placed her hands on her hips, straightening her already proud chest, which captured the attention of many onlookers, including several strikingly beautiful women who gazed at her with longing. To them, even being her mistress seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Manager Wang was suddenly drenched in sweat. "Would this arrangement suffice? I can reimburse you for your expenses today. I will also ensure that the woman in question is appropriately dealt with. You need not concern yourself with such trifles." Jiang Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Supervisor Wang. Had he known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Now that he had reached this point, he would show no mercy. Jiang Sheng chuckled softly, her heels clicking lightly as she gracefully made her way into the building. "Today, I am in a splendid mood and wish to treat you all to drinks," she announced, ascending the staircase with poise. "To everyone present, this round is on me, and let's not underestimate Manager Wang," she added with a playful tone. Indeed, Manager Wang could only nod submissively. After all, who was Qin Zhizhen? It was entirely within his power to dismiss him outright. In these circumstances, spending a bit to avert disaster seemed the wisest course. A fierce expression crossed Manager Wang's face, for he knew it was that foolish woman who had orchestrated this situation. As the saying goes, some revel in joy while others are engulfed in sorrow. Downstairs, a crowd of over 100 erupted in cheers upon hearing the announcement of the beautiful sister's generosity. "Long live the sister! You are truly stunning," they exclaimed. "Sister, have you considered a little white? A mistress would do, even a 4th or 5th. With that, a throng followed Jiang Sheng as she elegantly made her way to the bar on the 2nd floor. Jiang Sheng had already spotted this bar from the notice downstairs. It was undoubtedly the most extravagant establishment in the area, and she had no intention of sparing any expense for Manager Wang. When it came to indulgence, one must indulge. Only then could they learn a lasting lesson. Jiang Sheng merely sampled the wine here, finding its flavor rather mediocre. The alcohol content was low, as it was produced in the aftermath of the apocalypse. After sitting for a while, none of those who had boisterously proclaimed their desire to be his mistress dared to approach him. Jiang Sheng, feeling rather bored, sought an excuse to depart. As she made her way, Numerous onlookers cast their gazes in her direction. Had she known, she would have chosen a different outfit to avoid any unnecessary attention. Jiang Sheng opted to change into a tracksuit, tying her hair back into a ponytail and donning a baseball cap. After inquiring with the locals, she made her way to the elevator leading to the inner city. At the elevator entrance stood 4 burly men clad in suits. Before them were 2 individuals, a fair-haired man in a pristine white suit, possessing a delicate yet strikingly handsome visage, embodying the archetype of a dapper gentleman, and a woman adorned in a stunning blue gown, the V-neckline plunging dramatically, accentuating her exquisite figure. Jiang Sheng could vividly envision the scene of their brawl, where their garments would be torn asunder. "Sister, please present the card," the blond man sweetly called out. Subsequently, he gently retrieved a handkerchief from the pocket of his suit jacket and spread it out in his palm. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, Jiang Sheng would have dearly wished to keep this man by her side for an entire evening, indulging in stories as he read to her. His voice was undeniably soft, reminiscent of the charming prince from a fairy tale, and his appearance echoed that sentiment as well. Jiang Sheng carefully placed the golden card within her handkerchief. The man with golden hair utilized the handkerchief to insert the card into the machine, returning it to Jiang Sheng moments later. "All set, dear sister. Remember to come out at this time tomorrow," he said, gently taking her hand and bestowing a soft kiss upon it. "Wishing you a delightful time." Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the golden-haired man, Jiang Sheng entered the elevator, departing towards the inner city. Chapter 141. The inner city. The elevator ascended for several minutes before finally coming to a halt with a soft chime. Before her lay an elongated tunnel, its upper structure crafted from glass. Jiang Sheng arrived at the edge, gazing down through the glass. The intricate roadways below resembled the convoluted multi-ring roads of a bustling metropolis from a bygone era. The paths here were not of the typical asphalt variety. Instead, they resembled tracks, unidirectional and devoid of the concern of collisions. Moreover, Jiang Sheng observed that the uniquely designed vehicles were devoid of drivers. Although autonomous driving technology existed prior to the apocalypse, was it truly so widely adopted within the inner city of Alan Province Base? In that moment, Jiang Sheng felt as if she had stepped into a high-tech city, where most of the elements bore little resemblance to the world before the cataclysm. Emerging from the tunnel, she found herself on the streets below. Jiang Sheng strolled leisurely through the inner city, and upon exiting the tunnel, he noticed a shop to his right. Pushing open the door, he entered a store filled with an array of products encased in transparent packaging on both sides. The food within these packages was evidently a novelty born of the post-apocalyptic era. The packaging was remarkably simplistic, yet the items inside were priced according to their worth. Strangely, the shop appeared to be unguarded. Jiang Sheng approached the checkout counter, where there was but a solitary scanning machine. As long as one took items from this point, the outer door would lock, allowing exit only upon swiping a card at the entrance. How truly fascinating. Jiang Sheng emerged with a packet of potato chips and a bottle of vibrantly pure carrot juice, having utilized the golden card bestowed by Qin Shiwen for his purchase. As he tore open the packet of chips, the authentic aroma of the chips wafted forth, devoid of any superfluous additives. Even the carrot juice contained genuine bits of carrot. It struck Jiang Sheng as intriguing. Paradoxically, in the face of a post-apocalyptic world, the food became increasingly wholesome. The sole drawback was the limited variety. Apart from potatoes, there were only sweet potato chips, while dehydrated vegetables and meat-like snacks commanded a higher price. Presently, there was no urgency to seek out Qin Shiwen. Jiang Sheng was keen to ascertain whether this obliteration was indeed as dreadful as Qin Shiwen had described. Firstly, he did not concur with the division between the inner and outer cities, as this approach inherently fostered a sense of class distinction from the very outset. After walking for a while, Jiang Sheng realized that the so-called inhabitants of the inner city were indeed quite scarce. In the span of over 10 minutes, he encountered merely 2 individuals. The area of the inner city is a mere quarter of that of the outer city. It is perplexing how it could sustain a population of over 20,000. Based on the density of the population here, Jiang Sheng deduced that the maximum number of residents in the inner city could not exceed 20,000. Raising his gaze towards the very center, he beheld a grand edifice standing majestically at the core. Its architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of castle. It seemed that this was indeed the abode of the obliterated. Jiang Sheng arrived at a quaint CAF near the central castle. Fortunately, the establishment was staffed by a proprietor, as Jiang Sheng had yet to acclimate to conversing with machines. He casually ordered a cup of coffee and leaned against the glass table, gazing outwards. The inhabitants of the inner city receive a monthly subsidy of 5,000 points, which allows them to lead a comfortable life without any need for labor. Moreover, various forms of entertainment, reminiscent of those seen before the apocalypse, continue to thrive here. Each street is diligently patrolled by designated inspectors, with pairs assigned to oversee specific thoroughfares. Incidents occurring in other streets are managed solely by the inspectors of those respective areas, providing the residents of the inner city with a profound sense of security. The inspectors are well equipped, donning helmets, boots, bulletproof vests, and sidearms. It is said that since the establishment of the inner city, no disturbances have ever occurred within its confines. After Jiang Sheng sent a message to Qin Shiwen, he waited in the coffee shop. The establishment was not particularly busy, yet the owner appeared quite at ease, leisurely playing on his phone while seated on a small sofa. After waiting for half an hour, Qin Shiwen entered, surprisingly without his sunglasses this time. Jiang Sheng glanced upwards, observing a man whose appearance was not conventionally handsome, yet possessed a distinctive charm. A scar traced from the inner corner of his right eye to the bridge of his nose, bestowing upon this already broad-shouldered, slender-waisted gentleman a touch of rugged allure. Qin Kaiwen smiled faintly and strode directly to stand opposite Jiang Sheng. "Boss, another drink, please." Jiang Sheng turned towards the cash register and said, "Please hold on a moment." The lady boss slowly rose and began grinding the coffee beans. "You are a most beautiful lady. My name is Qin Shiwen. May I inquire your name?" Qin Shiwen's resonant voice echoed as he smiled politely at Jiang Sheng. "I am Jiang Sheng. Why not use a notebook?" she replied, recalling the two inspectors who had previously halted her to inquire about her identity. Once within the inner city, she would no longer be subject to their surveillance. Their watchful gaze extended only beyond its confines. Jiang Sheng lifted the coffee cup from the table and took a small sip. "Oh, how intriguing," he remarked. "Would you like me to elucidate the matters concerning the inner city?" Qin Shiwen replied gently. Just then, the female proprietor arrived with their coffee. "Please take your time," she said, her eyes widening in surprise upon recognizing Qin Shiwen. "Qin, the governor." A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she continued. "To have the honor of serving the governor in my humble establishment, I consider myself extraordinarily fortunate." Her cheeks flushed as she adjusted her attire, deliberately pulling her clothing down to reveal a glimmer of alabaster skin. Qin Shiwen chuckled softly. "I am merely here with a friend. Thank you for the coffee." The proprietor then directed her gaze towards Jiang Sheng, scrutinizing him closely. Upon glancing down at herself, she realized that the counterpart was fair-skinned, beautiful, and youthful. She felt utterly outmatched. "Very well, please enjoy your conversation," she said, before retreating to a distance, covertly observing them. Even her phone was neglected, her eyes betraying a predatory gleam, as if she perceived Qin Shiwen as a mere lamb amidst her wolfish intentions. Jiang Sheng inquired with confusion, "What is the situation? Are you a male celebrity from the inner city?" Qin Shiwen shook his head in resignation. "Not all. It's merely that here, the law permits the wife of the ruling official and any family members to reside together in the seat of government." Jiang Sheng suddenly realized, "You're not married yet?" This man, robust in appearance, must be around 28 or 29, yet he remains unwed. Haha, what a surprise. Indeed, I have yet to find a woman who captivates my heart. Jiang Sheng nodded, understanding why that female boss exhibited such behavior. Ascending to the heights of success. One person's marriage could bring prosperity to the entire family, although they were already enjoying a life of comfort. Who wouldn't be enticed by the prospect of something even better? Now, let us address the matter at hand. After you provide me with an introduction, I shall contemplate whether to take action. You must carefully consider why I would assist you, and when I decide to offer my help, your core must first be presented to me. Qin Shiwen lifted his coffee cup, disregarding the steam that still rose from it, and savored a sip before slowly uttering a single word, "Good." Chapter 142. A pleasant collaboration. Jiang Sheng set down his cup and, after pondering for 3 to 5 minutes, finally spoke. Let me first tell you about annihilation. She is a woman, or perhaps more accurately, a madwoman. I belong to the first group of individuals who arrived at the Northwest Nation base during a calamity where I encountered Chen Yiping, now known as annihilation. That woman is utterly insane. At this point, Jiang Sheng suddenly gritted his teeth. From the moment I could pinpoint her location, she had already locked onto me. Her system offers no assistance to herself, yet she is a nemesis to those of us endowed with other systems. Once she designates a system, she can determine your life or death. If the system is severed, the host is doomed. From that day onward, she took me away, and upon our arrival in Lawn City, she compelled me to commence the construction of the inner city. Jiang Sheng's gaze swept outside. Everything here is a creation of mine, crafted over the span of an entire year. As for the outer city, it already existed. This is a border city, and she has reigned supreme here due to her absolute status. Now her demands have become increasingly outrageous. I no longer wish to heed her commands. You may not believe this, but she desires the extinction of all men. At this revelation, Jiang Sheng appeared perplexed. Extinction? How exactly? Jiang Sheng drained his coffee in one gulp. Of course, by severing the testicles of every man in this base. She plans to enact this on the day of the autumn equinox. I had originally prepared to confront her in a final stand, but then I met you. Upon discovering that you could sever the system's lock, I became even more certain of your potential to assist me. As Jiang Sheng spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes took on a slightly crimson hue. Just then, a woman clad in a peacock-colored qipao entered through the door. The dress was cut high, revealing her sensuous long legs. The shop owner, upon recognizing the visitor, immediately became flustered and hurried forward. Deng Zhijing, please come in. Deng Xin walked in with a lively stride, each step accompanied by a graceful sway of her waist. Her hair was elegantly styled high, and the tomato-red lipstick accentuated the allure of her face. The female shopkeeper hurriedly added a stool for Deng Xin, and then promptly rushed outside to hang a sign indicating that the establishment was temporarily closed for business. She immediately proceeded to the kitchen, immersing herself in her tasks. Jiang Sheng scrutinized the woman before him. Her figure could only be described as voluptuous. Even he found himself somewhat captivated by her presence. So, this is the aid you have procured under the governance of Qin, he mused. Deng Xin smiled alluringly, her beautiful eyes playfully glancing at Jiang Sheng. Hello, little sister, she greeted. As Qin settled into her seat, her legs elegantly crossed, Jiang Sheng could even discern the color of her undergarments, a delicate white lace. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Hello. Unexpectedly, Deng Xin stepped forward, gently lifting Jiang Sheng's chin with her right hand and then inhaling deeply. Quite delightful. Jiang Sheng merely inquired about a faint scent of perfume, her cheeks flushing even more intensely. Deng Xin lowered her right hand and introduced herself to Jiang Sheng. I am Deng Xin, also known as Fertility. You may call me Sister Qin or my dear wife. Deng Xin slowly reclined in her chair, tilting her head as she gazed at Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng swallowed hard and cleared her throat. Ahem, I understand. My name is Jiang Sheng. Qin Jijing has already shared some information with me. Now, please tell me about yourself. Deng Xin opened her handbag, a deep blue small bag adorned with diamond embellishments. After rummaging through it for a moment, she extracted a pack of Hahua brand cigarettes. She lifted the cigarette pack and gave it a gentle shake. Little Sheng, do you mind if I indulge in a cigarette? Jiang Sheng nodded casually. Deng Xin ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply as her left hand propped her right elbow, the palm of her right hand holding the cigarette upside down. This posture was intended to prevent the cigarette from extinguishing. As for me, I'm not as unfortunate as Brother Chiwen. She adores me, you know. The female shopkeeper returned with 3 cups of coffee, uttering not a word, and promptly took away the empty cups. Once the shopkeeper had departed, Jiang Sheng spoke up. Then why do you wish to eliminate her? Deng Xin took another puff, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. Her actions have been somewhat excessive, though I do not harbor such intense disdain for her. However, she could ruin this place, and I certainly do not wish for my life to be in the hands of that lunatic. Jiang Sheng furrowed her brow slightly. These two individuals had branded her a madwoman. Just how deranged was Qin Yiping after all? Furthermore, he must have divulged my leverage to you. Your lives now rest in my hands. Deng Qin nodded gracefully. Indeed, but you are a rational individual, so there's nothing to be concerned about, and besides, you appear quite delightful. Jiang Sheng found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly a matter of affection? What she sought was the very essence of their lives. This alluring woman, it seemed, had yet to comprehend the gravity of the current situation. At that moment, Qin Shiwen spoke up. This evening, there will be a gala, and the two of us will escort you inside. You may assume two identities. First, as my fiancée, Yi, and second, as her girlfriend. Jiang Sheng frowned. Her girlfriend? She is a woman. Deng Qin interjected. What of it? Women possess a wealth of understanding. She then smiled knowingly at Jiang Sheng. Qin Shiwen elaborated. Qin Yiping is a lesbian, and she appears to harbor a strong aversion to men. Among the three officials, two are women. Had it not been for my modified system, she would never have permitted me to enter the palace. Typically, any matters are relayed to me through Deng Qin. Jiang Sheng turned to Deng Qin. So, you're also fond of women? Deng Qin took the last drag of her cigarette, exhaling the smoke into Jiang Sheng's face. No. My sister prefers men, particularly those robust, like Qin Zhijing. Jiang Sheng waved his hand to disperse the smoke before him, not dwelling excessively on the topic. Then I shall consider you my fiancé, Yi, he declared. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's choice, Deng Qin revealed a sorrowful expression. Oh dear, Xiao Shengsheng, your words make me quite forlorn, she lamented. Qin Shiwen interjected. Enough of this jesting. We can act tonight. You should wait outside for a while, as the palace only opens in the afternoon. I will come for you when the time is right. Wait. The fellow who received me today instructed that I must exit promptly tomorrow, she replied. Leave this matter to me. You need not concern yourself. Having said that, Qin Shiwen entrusted his core to Jiang Sheng. The core of the system consists of a sequence of data, although Jiang Sheng was not well versed in it. The sign-in system would assist her in recognition. Control commands from the modified system detected, receipt confirmed. After completing these tasks, Qin Shiwen gazed at Deng Qin. Do not look at her in such a manner. Control commands from the breeding system detected, receipt confirmed. Jiang Sheng did not anticipate that these two individuals would act with such resolve. It seems they are genuinely eager to escape the clutches of Qin Yiping. The trio exchanged no further words, as Deng Qin linked arms with Qin Shiwen and departed from the CF. Chapter 143. A grand appearance before long. The female proprietor approached. Excuse me, miss, do you know Qin Zhijing and Deng Zhijing? She inquired, her demeanor slightly anxious. Jiang Sheng nodded slightly. Ah, the fiancé, Yi of Qin Zhijing. The female shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock. She had unwittingly displayed her pretentious demeanor in front of Qin Zhijing's fiancé. At that moment, she felt as if she could perish from embarrassment. I am so sorry. I did not realize you were Mrs. Qin. Tears streamed down the shopkeeper's face, and she was on the verge of kneeling before Jiang Sheng. It's all right. It's not that grave a matter. I merely wish to find a place to rest for a while. The shopkeeper immediately approached with utmost respect, guiding Jiang Sheng to her recliner. She then presented her cherished snacks as a tribute to the future Mrs. Qin. Jiang Sheng reclined on the lounge chair, indulging in a moment of repose, while the female shopkeeper stood nearby, poised and ready to attend to his beck and call. Yet, Jiang Sheng merely kept his eyes closed, immersed in slumber, seemingly indifferent to her presence. For a fleeting moment, the shopkeeper found herself at a loss, uncertain whether she should take her leave. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng grasped her hand, inquiring, Sister, what is your name? The shopkeeper, visibly startled, stammered, I am Tianghua. Jiang Sheng nodded slightly. Why do you choose to run the shop yourself when others employ robots? Tianghua, slightly embarrassed, replied, I do not possess sufficient funds. The only reason I managed to acquire a platinum card is due to the appreciation shown by Deng Zhijing. One could say that this establishment is as much hers as it is mine. I can only rely on my monthly stipend to make ends meet, and occasionally, some patrons come to purchase coffee. The clientele here are affluent individuals who largely do not concern themselves with the cost of a cup of coffee. Jiang Sheng nodded slightly and slowly sat up. Are you interested in following me? Tianguo's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback. Follow you? Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment, feeling it somewhat abrupt. Never mind, it could be explained later. Following this conversation, the shop fell into an unusual silence, remaining so until the afternoon when Qin Shiwen arrived to escort Jiang Sheng away. Are you sure it is acceptable for you to wear this? Jiang Sheng gestured towards Qin Shiwen's tactical jacket. Qin Shiwen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. I have seldom attended banquets. In the past, Mingmi never summoned me. Come with me. Jiang Sheng walked towards the back of the CAF. Tianguo, may I borrow your bedroom for a moment? Tianguo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded in the affirmative. Jiang Sheng retrieved a tailored black suit from the space, and it appeared to be an appropriate size. What shoe size do you wear? Let us switch to this. I will change into another set shortly, he said. Qin Shiwen nodded in response. 45. After conducting a thorough search of the surroundings, Jiang Sheng retrieved a pair of size 45 leather shoes and proceeded to exit. These garments had been there for quite some time. Leaving them behind would only be a waste. A complete set like this would have cost several thousand yuan before the apocalypse. 10 minutes later, a commotion was heard at the entrance. Jiang Sheng rose and cast a glance towards the bedroom. Qin Shiwen's shoulders were broad, perfectly supporting the tailored suit, while his well-defined pectoral muscles indicated a dedication to fitness. His legs were also commendably long. Aside from a somewhat rugged complexion, his physique was flawlessly proportioned. Jiang Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Although her fiancé was merely a fabrication, it still required a semblance of prestige. Qin Zhijing now had a fiancé, and she dared not entertain any further notions about him. She approached. Jiang Sheng beckoned to Qin Shiwen, who obediently approached. Jiang Sheng then retrieved a bottle of perfume from her bag, delicately applying it to Qin Shiwen's wrist, behind her ears, and at her calves. This enhancement made a notable difference. Only then did they proceed into the bedroom. The outfit she had worn during the day could scarcely be termed a dress. It would require a more elaborate design for an evening soiree. Moreover, it could serve as a means to draw closer to Qin Yiping. After all, did he not have a penchant for beautiful women? Consider it a fulfillment of that desire. Qin Shiwen waited patiently for a full 20 minutes before the bedroom door finally swung open. Upon seeing the person who emerged, she was momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang Sheng gently curled her hair and applied a light touch of makeup. This marked her first serious attempt at cosmetics since the year of calamity, leaving her feeling somewhat unaccustomed. She adorned herself in a white gown, complete with a trailing hem, and around her neck lay a simple yet elegant gemstone necklace. She opted against a handbag, mindful that it might invite a sense of complacency. Observing the two individuals outside, she noted their silence. Jiang Sheng waved her hand in front of Qin Shiwen. How is it? Is it all right? She coughed lightly. It's quite beautiful. Jiang Sheng smiled with satisfaction. Of course. All right. Tianjia, we shall take our leave. I hope to see you again next time. Tianguo hurried to the door to let the two in. Very well. As they stepped outside, Jiang Sheng linked her arm with Qin Shiwen's. If we're to perform, let us do so thoroughly. Qin Shiwen was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. Without uttering a word, he followed Jiang Sheng's pace, cautious not to outstep her. After walking for 200 or 300 meters, they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the palace. Two women clad in resplendent red gowns stood at the threshold, flanked by 4 members of the inspection team. Governor Qin, may I ask who this is? One of the women inquired, her voice soft and slightly coy. She is my fiancée, and here is our invitation. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, then quickly resumed her smile. Very well, please enter. The two women gestured for them to proceed. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Sheng was truly awed by the opulence that surrounded her. It could be said that the most unadorned feature within was the tiled floor. The ceiling was an exquisite tapestry of gold and silver metal panels, gently shimmering without being overly dazzling. Jiang Sheng tightened his grip on Qin Shiwen's arm. Hey, is that golden glow on the ceiling made of real gold? Qin Shiwen looked up and smiled at Jiang Sheng, saying, there isn't that much gold. It's merely an alloy that has been dyed. Jiang Sheng felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, the two soon arrived at the grand hall. It was already bustling with a multitude of guests, approximately 40 to 50 in number. At the very center of the hall stood an immense cake, seemingly consisting of over a dozen layers. Jiang Sheng merely cast a fleeting glance, her interest quickly waning. She had encountered such items prior to the apocalypse. What piqued her curiosity instead was the array of delicacies encircling the table, which from a distance appeared to be macarons and similar confections. The presentation was indeed exquisite. She beckoned Qin Shiwen to the edge of the table, and after a brief inspection, she picked one up to sample. It was quite delightful, with a flavor profile leaning more towards aromatic rather than overly sweet. Jiang Sheng had already noticed that many eyes were directed towards her, especially since they were the last to arrive. Moreover, the man beside her was Qin Zhizheng. Who was that woman? She was clinging to Qin Zhizheng's arm. Perhaps. The crowd had begun to murmur, yet Jiang Sheng remained indifferent, silently calculating how much longer it would take for Mingmi to reach the center of the stage. Chapter 144. Waltz under the positioning of the check-in system. Chen Yiping and Deng Qin gradually approached. A total of 5 individuals had arrived, with the young woman in the center likely being Chen Yiping. Her appearance was entirely different from Jiang Sheng's expectations. She had anticipated a rather plain middle-aged woman, but was instead greeted by someone youthful, possessing a unique beauty. Her complexion was a warm wheat tone, suggesting she belonged to an ethnic minority. Standing tall, approximately 1.8 meters, Deng Qin, who was of similar height, appeared somewhat diminutive beside her. To Chen Yiping's left stood a girl clad in a princess dress, likely around 11 or 12 years old. She possessed a quintessential porcelain doll face, hinting at a mixed heritage. Flanking her were 2 fair-skinned boys, bare-chested and clad in black, pleated skirts. Their skin was exceptionally pale, reminiscent of a winter crow. Yet their complexions were vibrant, exuding a delicate beauty. As Chen Yiping reached the very center, the little girl and Deng Qin stepped back a few paces, allowing the 2 shirtless boys to stand beside her, lifting their hands to support her. Jiang Sheng let out a cold snort, remarking on a common flaw shared by all, an insatiable desire to reign like a local despot. The woman's approach bore a striking resemblance to that of the corpulent figure from the underground city of Longquan Base, albeit with an elevated sense of grandeur. Chen Yiping cast a polite smile as her gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting upon Jiang Sheng. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before Chen Yiping averted her gaze after 2 seconds. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my banquet. I have but one request. I hope you all enjoy your meal and revel in good company. Our meeting will commence promptly after midnight, Chen Yiping announced, her voice resonating as she surveyed the room once more. Long live obliteration. The attendees seemed to echo as if under a spell, their voices rising in unison. Long live obliteration. Long live obliteration. Jiang Sheng felt quite embarrassed as she inched closer to Qin Shiwen. What were they engaged in? Was it the annihilation of the establishment of the church? Qin Shiwen's expression revealed little else. It was somewhat accurate. The annihilation had been incessantly indoctrinating the denizens of the inner city. Clearly, he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Oh, it seems you have no pressing matters at hand. Then, Qin Shiwen glanced at Jiang Sheng and offered a faint smile. My dear, as individuals of systematic nature, how could we be so easily swayed by others? Ahem. Jiang Sheng refrained from engaging him further. Once the crowd dispersed, a delightful fragrance wafted towards Jiang Sheng. Oh my dear, you look absolutely stunning today, Deng Qin exclaimed, embracing Jiang Sheng from behind and inhaling the scent at her neck. Indeed, it was exquisite. Jiang Sheng was momentarily startled, soon feeling 2 soft objects pressing against her back. Her face instantly flushed with warmth. Please let go. Deng Qin nuzzled against Jiang Sheng's neck, reluctant to part. Well, since you've taken the initiative to link arms with this insufferable man, can't you allow your sister to hold on for a moment? Jiang Sheng took a small step towards Qin Shiwen. It was different. Suddenly, a pair of large hands encircled Jiang Sheng's slender waist. Just as Jiang Sheng was about to turn and speak to Qin Shiwen, a woman's voice echoed from a distance. Qin Zhizheng, who is this beside you? The speaker was none other than Chen Yiping. She had been observing Jiang Sheng from afar. Qin Shiwen took a small step forward, holding Jiang Sheng close. Esteemed lord, this is my fiancée. Oh. As Chen Yiping approached, she began to scrutinize Jiang Sheng with great interest. The young woman was exquisite, her gentle demeanor and graceful movements suggesting she was no ordinary person. One could easily surmise that this young lady must have belonged to high society before the cataclysm. Chen Yiping felt an urgent need for this girl. Only by living alongside her could she truly transform into nobility and shed the lingering scent of impoverishment that clung to her. For the destitute are inherently poor, even when fortune smiles upon them. Chen Yiping's gaze upon Jiang Sheng grew increasingly fervent. Jiang Sheng feigned innocence as she gazed at Chen Yiping. You have quite an eye. Qin Zhijing, she remarked. Chen Yiping cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shiwen, her tone tinged with a hint of irritation. Perhaps my judgment is somewhat lacking. To have caught the attention of someone like me, having spent over a year in the company of this erratic woman, Qin Shiwen was well aware of her thoughts. At this juncture, everything unfolded with remarkable ease. Jiang Sheng picked up a glass of red wine from the table. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My lord of the city, might I request the honor of sharing a drink? Chen Yiping replied with a slight smile. Of course. After gently clinking their glasses, Chen Yiping downed her drink in one swift motion, while Jiang Sheng merely took a small sip. Chen Yiping was momentarily taken aback, her brow slightly furrowing. Was it customary among the elite to refrain from finishing their drink in one go? A lesson learned. In an effort to leave a deeper impression on this woman, Jiang Sheng leaned closer to Qin Shiwen and whispered, Do you know how to dance? Qin Shiwen pondered for a moment. I have some knowledge of the waltz and social dancing. Before the apocalypse, during a company gathering, our supervisor had a fondness for the waltz and insisted that we all learn it. Jiang Sheng nodded. Then let us waltz. A few fewer steps matter not. I shall follow your lead. The two advanced to the center of the ballroom, where Qin Shiwen had previously conferred with the event organizer. As they drew closer, the music began to swell. Qin Shiwen raised his left hand to the level of his head, extending his right hand downwards until their fingertips gently brushed against one another. When the main melody arrived, Qin Shiwen softly grasped Jiang Sheng's waist with his right hand. Jiang Sheng took a large step backward with his right foot, while Qin Shiwen followed suit with his left foot. After completing this semicircular movement, Qin Shiwen stood firmly with his feet closely aligned, raising his left hand to grasp Jiang Sheng's right hand before his eyes. Jiang Sheng gracefully retreated a step, while the two of them elegantly rotated to the left and right in succession. With arms outstretched, the small fragments inverted backward, gradually drawing closer. Qin Shiwen stepped forward, guiding Jiang Sheng in a swirling motion as they moved in harmony until the music ceased. From a distance, Chen Yiping watched, somewhat entranced, following a round of applause. Her laughter erupted, bordering on madness. Instantly, everyone halted their activities, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Ha ha, my apologies, please continue, Chen Yiping said, her eyes glinting as she progressed towards the chair at the center, while Deng Qin trailed behind, blowing a kiss towards Jiang Sheng. Wang Jiangwo. Qin Shiwen followed Jiang Sheng's gaze. What happened to him? Jiang Sheng wore a perplexed expression. Hadn't he gone to the Qin province base? How had he ended up here? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Shiwen elucidated that he had arrived 6 months prior, bringing with him an abundance of medicine bottles and firearms, not to mention countless other supplies. He was also the oldest man in the Royal Palace Club. Observing the darkening expression on Jiang Sheng's face, Qin Shiwen inquired once more, What is it? Is there a connection? Not just a connection. I intend to eliminate that old man, Jiang Sheng retorted with conviction. Chapter 145. Past events. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Qin Shiwen's interest was piqued. Jiang Sheng had always been quite honest and principled. It was perplexing how he could harbor such animosity. After all, this was the man who had absconded with the entire base's supplies. What survivor of Longquan base wouldn't wish to see him suffer 1,000 deaths? Once he had somewhat calmed his emotions, he turned to Qin Shiwen and said, Very well, you assist me in dealing with him. Knock him unconscious and bind him. As for the matter of obliteration, I shall handle it myself. Jiang Sheng released Qin Shiwen's arm and approached the seated Chen Yiping. Qin Chuan stood momentarily in a daze before shaking his head and walking over to Wang Jiangwo, draping his arm around his shoulder. Member Wang, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we deliberate together? Although Wang Zhengwo was puzzled as to why this Qin official, who had never engaged in conversation with him before, suddenly sought him out, he nonetheless complied and followed. Jiang Sheng approached the podium and exchanged a glance with Deng Qin. After a brief communication through their system, Deng Qin leaned down to Chen Yiping and said, City Lord, it seems that Qin Zhijing's fiancé Yi wishes to speak with you. A hint of a smile graced Chen Yiping's typically stern visage. Very well, let her come in. Deng Qin nodded in acknowledgement, and Jiang Sheng, having prepared herself, stepped forward. What is her name? Chen Yiping inquired. Jiang Sheng, she replied. What brings you to seek my attention? Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment as she gently pinched Chen Yiping's sleeve and turned to the side. During the dance earlier, she had moved rather vigorously, causing her garment to tear slightly. Might she borrow her sister's attire? Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's request, the young girl's eyes narrowed with a piercing intensity. How audacious! Do you believe you are worthy of donning the Lord's clothing? A resounding slap echoed across the young girl's face. Yin Zhijing, who permitted you to interject in my conversation with Jiang Sheng? Chen Yiping cast a cold glance at Yin Yao. Clutching her reddened cheek, Yin Yao immediately knelt down. With her gesture, everyone except Deng Qin followed suit. Yes, I apologize, my lord. It was my indiscretion. Jiang Sheng found it quite amusing, reminiscent of the many who would indulge in playing house with her during her childhood. Chen Yiping disregarded Yin Yao, taking Jiang Sheng's hand and leading her further inside. I hope this provides you with some amusement. Jiang Sheng gently shook his head. It was I who was too abrupt. Chen Yiping smiled tenderly. How could that be? Soon, the two arrived at Chen Yiping's bedroom, where several men clad in silk lay. The distinction between being clothed or unclothed was virtually non-existent. Furthermore, every man present had, without exception, been castrated. Jiang Sheng merely felt a sense of embarrassment. How is it that those who have survived this apocalyptic era have developed such a penchant for the excision of men's attributes? It truly astonishes me. It is more jarring to the eyes than decaying flesh. You may leave now. With a command from Chen Yiping, all the male servants gradually exited the room. What color do you prefer? Jiang Sheng glanced into her open wardrobe, where numerous garments were somewhat revealing. Moreover, most of them were custom-made, and given Chen Yiping's tall stature, she might not be able to wear them. That light blue shawl looks quite lovely and would require no alteration. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiping felt a surge of anger. Are you expressing disdain for my clothing? Jiang Shengwei smiled, showing no particular reaction. Of course not. If my sister has any reservations, then I shall take that red dress. Chen Yiping's expression softened slightly as she handed the vibrant crimson gown to Jiang Sheng. In her heart, she silently praised Jiang Sheng's discerning taste, for this was the most exquisite and elaborate piece among all her garments. Chen Yiping passed the dress to her and then moved to sit by the bed. Jiang Sheng turned her back to Chen Yiping and began to change her attire. The white gown gradually slipped away, revealing her delicate shoulders, slender waist, and subsequently, her long legs. The more Chen Yiping beheld her, the more satisfied she became. Just as Jiang Sheng was about to pull up the zipper at the back, Chen Yiping embraced her from behind. Jiang Sheng, be with me, and do not follow those odious men. Jiang Sheng's face was etched with terror. This. Chen Yiping pressed her head against Jiang Sheng's back. Being close to men would only bring misfortune. All men in this world deserve to perish. Chen Yiping's tone grew increasingly fierce. Although Qin Zhijing was marginally better than those other men, he was still unworthy of you. Thus, Chen Yiping embraced Jiang Sheng and poured out her heart. Before the apocalypse, she was a girl from a minority village. Her mother died young, and her father was a ne'er-do-well who spent his days smoking and drinking. When intoxicated, he would beat Chen Yiping. As time passed, that man squandered her mother's inheritance. He then resorted to borrowing money, drinking whatever little he could obtain, yet he could not repay his debts. The lenders would beat him, and in turn, he would unleash his fury on Chen Yiping. Consequently, every time she saw those debt collectors approaching, her body would ache in anticipation, until one day, an unscrupulous old man cast a lecherous glance at Chen Yiping. He took her father aside, and after a brief conversation, the debt collector ceased his assaults. Instead, he slowly approached the barely teenage Chen Yiping. The old man loosened his belt and, with breath reeking of alcohol, said to her, "Do not be afraid. Uncle will be gentle. Just relax." Initially, Chen Yiping's father was reluctant, but gradually, as his debts ceased to haunt him and even his funds for liquor became ample, he began to overlook his daughter's plight. To him, she had become a lucrative asset. In pursuit of better wine, he even started soliciting clients, initially targeting young men. He needed only to sit back and count the money. That lifestyle led to his moral decay. Yet slowly, Chen Yiping's reputation became tarnished within the village. Her worth diminished, and the younger men began to shun her. Consequently, he turned to older men. Though the payments were smaller, they still contributed to his earnings. No one was left to profit from him anymore. And once more, he vented his frustrations on Chen Yiping, until that sudden torrential rain obliterated the entire village miraculously. Chen Yiping survived. Upon reaching this point, Chen Yiping began to sob. Jiang Sheng could sense a dampness spreading across her back, her fists clenched tightly. If she were to place herself in this situation, what would become of her? After a brief moment of contemplation, she shook her head. If it were she would ensure to leave some mark on the man at the very first blow he dealt her. At worst, she would endure a bit more pain, allowing him to suffer a little less. And if it came to the worst, then so be it. She would choose death. Jiang Sheng was acutely aware that her words were merely reflections of the past. A girl who has endured such experiences harbors a heart that is profoundly twisted. Jiang Sheng gently released Chen Yiping's hand. "I comprehend your plight, and I extend my heartfelt sympathy to you." Jiang Sheng turned her head away. "Did Qin Shiwen do anything to you? Did the man in the room just now do anything to you? You are being overly extreme." Chen Yiping clearly did not anticipate that Jiang Sheng would utter such words. "You do not understand. You know nothing." She trembled as she stepped back 2 paces. "All men deserve to die. They all deserve to perish." Immediately after, she moved forward and grasped Jiang Sheng. "You must stand by my side. You must stand with me. Sign it." Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow. "Have you noticed?" Chen Yiping let out a cold scoff. "I had already discerned at the moment you entered the Lan province base." Jiang Sheng sat leisurely in the chair. "So, are you putting on an act for me? Do you wish for my sympathy?" Chapter 146, A Conspiracy. Chen Yiping slowly settled onto the bed, her right leg elegantly crossed over her left. "No, I do not seek your pity. Rather, I hold you in high regard." Jiang Sheng let out a deep sigh. "It appears that I cannot alter your perspective. Can I? Alter my perspective? I'm not at fault." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Sheng felt a flurry of codes pulsating within his mind. Self-destruction mode activated due to unknown circumstances, attempting interception. Interception failed. Interception failed. Warning functions have been disabled. Artificial rain has been eliminated. Automatic harvesting has been eradicated. Spatial code anomalies detected. Activating emergency response mode. Defense systems are now operational. Defense system interception successful. Attempting to repair data. A look of astonishment crossed Chen Yiping's face. "Remarkably, you possess a defense system after all." Jiang Sheng's face is now glistening with perspiration. From a moment the system emitted its initial alarm, she contemplated retrieving her firearm from the space to eliminate this woman. After the recent tumultuous struggle orchestrated by the system, Jiang Sheng realized the terrors of obliteration. The instant she issued her command, all items within the space became utterly inaccessible. Chen Yiping approached with measured steps, her fist raised as she aimed to strike directly at Jiang Sheng's face. Jiang Sheng raised her hands to shield her head, acutely aware of the immense weight behind that punch. The only recourse for Chen Yiping was to restrain or eliminate her before Jiang Sheng could successfully repair herself. Despite her genuine affection for this woman, the danger she posed was undeniable. It was perplexing that the righteous system proved ineffective against her own system. No matter how hard Chen Yiping pondered, she could never fathom that within that woman's body resided another system, one that was intriguingly a defensive one. Jiang Sheng pushed Chen Yiping away with both hands, intending to kick, but found her legs ensnared by her skirt, rendering her incapable of executing any significant movement. She promptly shifted to a defensive stance, creating distance between herself and Chen Yiping. Jiang Sheng crouched down, grasping the red dress with both hands, and tore it apart completely. Chen Yiping frowned. That was her favorite dress. She adjusted her stance and charged at Jiang Sheng once more. However, as an ordinary person, even with the system enhancing her physique, how could she possibly compete against the trained Jiang Sheng? Jiang Sheng seized the opportunity to grasp Chen Yiping's arm, pulling her toward himself. He then forcefully slammed his shoulder against Chen Yiping's, resulting in a sharp crack. In that moment, Chen Yiping's shoulder was utterly shattered. Jiang Sheng lifted her stiletto heel and aimed it towards Chen Yiping's head. The latter reacted swiftly, rolling across the ground twice in quick succession. Jiang Sheng exerted force through his legs, repeatedly stepping on Chen Yiping, who was rolling on the ground. Wherever he could land his foot, he did so. Thus, a comical scene unfolded within the room. Jiang Sheng lifted her high heel and stepped forward, while Chen Yiping continuously rolled backward. Within mere seconds, Chen Yiping collided with the wall. Subsequently, the high heel firmly pressed down upon Chen Yiping's abdomen. Jiang Sheng could feel her heel piercing through the woman's abdomen. Yet she remained indifferent. I genuinely sympathize with you. However, those men who have lost their dignity are equally pitiable. I recognize that I lack the authority to judge your actions, for I have not endured the trials you have faced. Therefore, I act according to my own beliefs. If I perceive you as being in the wrong, then indeed, you are mistaken. You failed to bring about my demise, which merely reflects your inadequacy. We both operate beyond the confines of the system, and you are equally incapable of besting me. This is a testament to my own prowess. Jiang Sheng sighed heavily and spoke, So, farewell, I have made arrangements with someone else. Vivid red petals cascaded to the ground, some splattering across Jiang Sheng's face. Observing the person lying on the ground, Jiang Sheng found himself devoid of many thoughts. Unattended annihilation system detected. Would you like to proceed with assimilation? Jiang Sheng contemplated deeply. After weighing all considerations, she resolved to assimilate it. Indeed, it was highly probable that this annihilation system had altered her character. Neither humanity nor any other systems could pose a threat to her any longer. She could even unify this nation, if her ambitions were to expand further. The unification of the world would not present an insurmountable challenge. However, she was not that kind of person, not at least for now. Her initial dream was simply to amass sufficient time to leisurely enjoy her twilight years in this space. She was indifferent to the affairs beyond her immediate surroundings. Her only desire was to live a tranquil life. Moreover, there lingered concern. What if those possessing systems abroad invaded her homeland? In comparison to her ruling the world, she found the prospect of another nation wielding dominion over it far less palatable. Regardless of what the future may hold, she would, for the time being, focus on establishing stability. Jiang Sheng contacted Qin Shiwen and Deng Qin from within the room. A few minutes later, Qin Shiwen entered the room, carrying Wang Jiangwo. Meanwhile, Deng Qin was outside, keeping the members in the factory calm. Wang Jiangwo had been rendered unconscious by Qin Shiwen and was now lying in the room. What do you intend to do with him? Jiang Sheng retrieved a black trench coat and sports pants from his space. Turning around, Qin Shiwen was momentarily taken aback, but obediently averted his gaze. Qin Shiwen chuckled, remarking, You already have a sister-in-law. It's truly hard to discern. There are many things you might not perceive, Jiang Sheng replied. After Jiang Sheng gestured for him to turn back, they discovered that the bodies of Wang Jiangwo and Chen Yiping had vanished from the floor. Let's proceed, Jiang Sheng urged. The two exited the room and soon found themselves at the heart of the evening's gathering, surrounded by a cacophony of discussions. The arrival of Jiang Sheng and Qin Shiwen instantly silenced them. Jiang Sheng wiped his hands and spoke. We have rebelled. Yami has been eliminated by us. Now, we face two choices. One, long live Madame Qin. Long live Madame Qin. Before Jiang Sheng could utter another word, the crowd knelt in unison. In a mere half a second, they had proclaimed a new ruler. Although Jiang Sheng felt somewhat speechless, these individuals had made a prudent choice. To prevent chaos at the Lan province base, they had no option but to comply. Well, tomorrow I shall bring forth a new leader. Henceforth, you shall follow her, he declared. Tonight, you all shall stay here and ponder over this matter. Having said this, Jiang Sheng turned to Deng Qin and instructed, "You shall oversee the arrangements here. We shall return first thing in the morning." Jiang Sheng handed a pistol to Deng Qin, who took it and held onto Jiang Sheng's hand tightly. "Oh dear, you are so worried about me, sister. From now on, I shall be yours. Must I really spend the first night with that despicable man? I'm far more delightful than he is. We are here to attend to serious matters, so focus on your responsibilities." With that, she grasped Qin Chiwen's hand and hurriedly departed from this somewhat distressing place. "What about this outfit?" Qin Chiwen inquired with a hint of mischief. "It's for you. It looks quite lovely on you." "Really?" Jiang Sheng paid him no heed as they strolled for a while until they reached the entrance of the CF. The lights inside were still aglow, and Tianguo was busily engaged within. Chapter 147, Preparations for Infrastructure. The door swung open, and Tianguo was clearly taken aback. "Qin, Governor Qin, and Madam Qin, what brings you here?" Jiang Sheng felt a tinge of displeasure. "Do not refer to me as Mrs. Qin. I am Jiang Sheng. Why do you not address him as Mr. Jiang?" Tianguo was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Sheng's inquiry. "Ah, well." Jiang Sheng and Qin Chiwen casually selected a stool to settle upon. "All right, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Tianguo paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, before making her way over, deliberately keeping her distance from Qin Chiwen. Mr. King, Jiang Sheng, do you have something to say to me?" Jiang Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Are you not interested in possessing a base?" Jiang Sheng probably recounted the events from a few hours ago to Tianguo. At this moment, Tianguo had already grown a chin. "What? You can't be deceiving me. Can you? Why would I deceive you when the esteemed Qinda is right here?" After careful contemplation, Tianguo realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. No, I cannot do it. I can't even manage a coffee shop, let alone a base." Jiang Sheng, upon reaching this point, realized the remarkable adaptability of the personnel at this base. "You need not concern yourself with those matters. Simply heed Sister Deng Qin's words. In the future, I will need to connect my base with yours." "Connect?" Tianguo appeared somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng elucidated a few more details to her. Ultimately, in a somewhat muddled fashion, she became the head of the Lan province base. The following day, Deng Qin briefed her on several matters, leaving behind a communicator and a handgun. The two then departed from Lan province with Jiang Sheng. Meanwhile, Yin Yao continued to support Tianguo in managing the Lan province base. "Darling, your vehicle is quite impressive," Deng Qin remarked from the back seat, her arms crossed as she admired the surroundings. "It cost several million. Of course, it's impressive." Deng Qin chuckled softly. "Oh, what a little wealthy lady you are. I could assist in modifying your vehicle. It should be quite capable." Since encountering Jiang Sheng's rugged vehicle, Qin Chiwen had been somewhat enchanted by it. Jiang Sheng drove with remarkable steadiness, and in the back seat, Deng Qin had begun to doze off lightly. After several hours of driving, Jiang Sheng finally beheld the familiar stronghold. At that moment, Jiang Hao was in the courtyard with Miao Miao, tending to the soil. Jiang Hao glanced into the distance, noting that the sound of the car engine was still somewhat loud. "I'm not sure. You should go and summon your brothers," he suggested. Miao Miao strode purposefully towards the house, while Jiang Hao made his way to the entrance of the stronghold. "Brother Jiang, it has been quite some time." Jiang Sheng alighted from the vehicle with a smile. Jiang Hao glanced at the man and woman trailing behind, but chose to remain silent, greeting Jiang Sheng first. "You've been gone for quite a while. Miao Miao has been incessantly mentioning you. A great deal has transpired. It's rather complicated to explain," Jiang Sheng replied. Jiang Hao nodded, feeling that if it were too convoluted, it was of little concern to him. "Sister, Xiao Sheng," Miao Miao exclaimed as she rushed into Jiang Sheng's embrace. Following closely were Jiang Xiaohua and Wang Jingxi. "Sister." Jiang Xiaohua took a step forward. Qin Chiwen quietly inquired of Jiang Sheng, "Is that your brother? What about his sister-in-law?" Jiang Sheng gestured towards Wang Jingxi with his chin. Nodding, Qin Chiwen took a moment to appraise the surroundings but refrained from commenting. Once everyone had gathered, Jiang Sheng introduced them to one another. "Your base exudes a charming rusticity," Qin Chiwen remarked, having observed it from a distance. Most notably, the watchtower on the rear hill captured his attention. His own construction efforts had not relied solely on machinery. Rather, they had garnered the assistance of over 100,000 individuals. In contrast, Jiang Sheng's contingent numbered merely a dozen. Your base pales in comparison. Let us step inside and converse, he suggested. Given that mealtime had just concluded, the outpost's inhabitants did not have a custom of leaving over food. I'll prepare the meal. Mei was about to step out when Jiang Sheng called her back. Mei, it's unnecessary. He then retrieved food from his space, still steaming. Although contained in takeout boxes, their aroma remained irresistible. Your system could be utilized in such a manner? Qin Shiwen was taken aback. Isn't yours capable of the same? Deng Xin seated herself beside Jiang Sheng. Not at all. Mine merely serves as a storage facility. My system is superior. It grants me a realm of my own. He is left with a dreary mechanical factory. As he savored a piece of pig trotter, the tender morsel melted in his mouth. It had been ages since he had tasted such flavorful fare. Although the Lan province base was not lacking in food, essential seasonings had long been depleted, rendering the dishes largely bland. How have the past few days treated you? Jiang Sheng inquired of Jiang Hao. A tempest had swept through 2 days prior, resulting in the demise of numerous vegetables in the courtyard, while the winds carried with them a great deal of sand. I surmise that this area has begun its process of desertification. Jiang Sheng nodded. They had not encountered sandstorms at the base in Lan province. This indicated that desertification was not as severe. The primary focus now was to enhance greening efforts. The calamities that could befall a Gobi desert were primarily strong winds, droughts, and extreme cold. Jiang Sheng consumed her meal swiftly, then led the two individuals to the bedroom. Shall we change our shoes? Qin Shiwen said, feeling somewhat at a loss in front of the vast plush carpet. Ha ha, you country bumpkin, Deng Xin exclaimed as she removed her high heels and stepped onto the carpet, which felt extraordinarily soft. Upon learning they were changed shoes, Qin Shiwen felt a bit embarrassed. Do you have foot odor? Jiang Sheng was quite candid. That's not the case. It's all right. I have disposable slippers. Once the three of them donned the slippers, they seated themselves on the carpet and engaged in discussion. What do you think I should consider when constructing the base here? Qin Shiwen spoke first, as he had prior experience in building. As long as the foundation is solid, even a significant earthquake would not result in catastrophic consequences. Furthermore, the structure need not be excessively tall. A broader design would suffice, and crops could be cultivated atop the building. The earth here is primarily rocky, making it difficult for plants to thrive unless they are of the variety nurtured by Deng Xin. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. We can begin by constructing some houses. Your numbers are limited here, yet we possess ample space to relocate individuals, Deng Xin remarked. Are you referring to the surrounding villages? More or less. Once the Lan province base reaches saturation, it will cease to accept survivors. In truth, many wish to remain at the base. With an increased population, there will be less strenuous labor outside, allowing us to focus solely on greening efforts. The current issue lies in the scarcity of seed varieties on my end. I can initiate the first step to prevent desertification. My space only contains species such as poplar, tamarisk, and tumbleweed, which, while resilient, do not yield satisfactory greening results. You need not worry about that. I will procure the seeds. As for the relocation of people, I will assign this task to Brother Jiang and his team. How you manage to bring yourselves over will depend on your own capabilities. The three deliberated in the bedroom for an extended period. Early the next morning, Qin Shiwen set out with all the men from this side, each driving a truck. Chapter 148. The people must continue to strive. Jiang Sheng rode his motorcycle, accompanied by Deng Xin, towards the northwest. The pits that had been arranged for Jiang Hao and his team to dig in this area had already been completed. Jiang Sheng glanced inside and indeed found an abundance of sand. Judging by the quantity, it did not appear to be a significant sandstorm. With just a single scoop, he could easily extract the sand from the pit, followed by the deployment of the windbreak wall from a space. The two of them spent the entire morning efficiently arranging a considerable amount. It seemed that over the past few days, Brother Jiang and the others had excavated quite a bit. Deng Xin observed the orderly rows of these structures, appreciating the method. This approach is quite commendable. Once the trees are planted, the sand will be no more. Come with me to a certain place. Jiang Sheng extended his hand to grasp Deng Qin's. Deng Qin tilted her head slightly and smiled. My dear, are you about to confess your feelings? Jiang Sheng remained silent, and in the next moment, the two found themselves in a vast expanse. Deng Qin gazed upon the hundreds of acres of farmland and the expansive estate before her, momentarily rendered speechless. Is it possible that your space is accessible? Jiang Sheng nodded and led Deng Qin as they strolled through the vegetable garden. Sero dashed out from the small wooden cabin, circling around Jiang Sheng incessantly. Such a large German shepherd is indeed a rarity. Deng Qin reached out to stroke Sero's head, and surprisingly, the dog did not resist. Well, having been raised since childhood, is just over a year old. That is truly remarkable. Deng Qin then glanced around, and the myriad of vegetables in the fields made her feel almost surreal. My goodness, a place like this truly exists. If I could reside in such a location, I would gladly spend my entire life here without ever venturing out. Jiang Sheng nodded to himself, realizing that this was indeed a place prepared for his retirement. Now, he need not worry about the issue of seeds, or so he thought, until he was interrupted by Deng Qin's exclamation. Goodness, why are the plants here so enormous? Is this still an eggplant? It's larger than a pumpkin. The story behind it is lengthy, but in essence, I possess a certain concoction, which could arguably be classified as a remedy. The excitement on Deng Qin's face was about to overflow. After exiting the space, Jiang Sheng led Deng Qin to the expanse of ferula grass. The grass now towered like low trees. From a distance, this verdant patch was the only vibrant green in sight. I must protect this place, he declared. It is a sanctuary of pure nature. Jiang Sheng provided him with materials for the defense system. Qin Shiwen was so exhilarated by these materials that he spent an entire sleepless night engrossed in research with the two others. That very night, Qin Shiwen summoned numerous machines. 3 smaller ones were dispatched to dig trenches several kilometers away, as the windbreak walls required further expansion. Additionally, there were pits needed for the trees, nearly filling the area of 5 to 6 kilometers. Deng Qin had a substantial number of trees in her space, and although Jiang Sheng's trees could not directly thrive in the Gobi Desert, they could flourish once the area was greened. Subsequently, there were several larger machines, operating similarly to excavators. After discussing the situation, Jiang Sheng placed a considerable amount of construction materials in Qin Shiwen's space. Jiang Sheng and Deng Qin are responsible for the landscaping effect around the periphery of the base. Several small machines continue to operate tirelessly. The points to be excavated are marked on the map. If any additions or deletions are necessary, they can be easily managed via the display screen. Jiang Sheng placed some soil in the small pit. Deng Qin then inserted a sapling, subsequently utilizing the capabilities of the breeding system to ensure its roots delved deeper. Behind the two, an automated irrigation machine stood ready, with Jiang Sheng responsible for replenishing water when it ran low. Their efficiency was astonishingly high. The outermost layer was adorned with low shrubs and drought-resistant grasses, while the trees grew progressively taller towards the center. The residential buildings constructed by Qin Shiwen would be completed within a week. After sending a message to Jiang Hao and the others, he brought the villagers along. Jiang Hao and his companions were tasked with registering the population, ensuring that everyone could be found within Jiang Sheng's base. The houses in the residential building were a gift to them, serving as a benefit for the earliest residents. However, they were required to contribute to the labor for a full year. After this year, those wishing to continue working would receive a salary. Jiang Sheng has managed companies valued at tens of billions. Overseeing such substantial sums is well within her capabilities. She possesses specialized knowledge in management. Subsequently, it is advisable to continue utilizing the laws from the pre-apocalyptic era, with only slight modifications as necessary. Each epoch has its own set of rules. The expansion of the base will be entrusted to Qin Shiwen and Jiang Hao. Jiang Sheng did not require them to labor, but merely oversaw their work. Throughout the journey, everyone toiled diligently, and it was a rare opportunity for them to assume a leadership role. Additionally, at the base, a complimentary lunch was provided while they worked. In Jiang Sheng's space, there are countless billions of eggs that can be gradually consumed. Recently, a significant amount of resources has been expended while exchanging items in the mall. However, The production capacity of the space is more than sufficient to meet the output demands, so there is no need to worry about this issue for the time being. Jiang Sheng's primary mission was to expedite the establishment of artificial forests, ensuring that every area he traversed blossomed with verdant greenery. Both he and his companion found joy in their labor, for every ounce of effort was deemed worthwhile. With approximately 4 months remaining until the arrival of winter, there is ample time for the plants to acclimatize. The outermost ring was dedicated to drought-resistant flora, a task that consumed a full month. Within the inner circle, Deng Qin planted a sprawling grove of apricot trees. She recounted her journey to the frontier before the cataclysm, where she beheld the breathtaking spectacle of mountains adorned with delicate pink and white apricot blossoms, both beautiful and magnificent. This endeavor not only contributed to reforestation, but also offered aesthetic pleasure and sustenance, embodying a truly multifaceted achievement. On winter nights, Jiang Sheng was perched in the lookout tower. "Sero, please wait outside for a moment. Let me clean your paws." "Woof." Sero patiently awaited outside, tilting his head upwards. After meticulously wiping with the towel, Jiang Sheng embraced him and brought him inside. "If you come in, I shall have no place to sit." Sero gently nudged Jiang Sheng with his head, adorably tilting it, as if to convey, "Mother, please do not speak of my plumpness." Jiang Sheng gazed at the foolish dog with an affectionate smile, illuminating the watchtower's light. It had begun to snow since his arrival, but now the flakes were falling more heavily. Tomorrow, arrangements would need to be made for someone to clear the snow from the solar panels. Looking down from the watchtower, the entire mountain peak was blanketed with solar panels. From a distance, the base, if not brilliantly illuminated, still emanated a soft glow. Over the past 6 months, many from the inland regions had reached the border but found themselves unable to proceed further. The base has now accommodated over 20,000 individuals, each arriving with tears streaming down their faces. Jiang Sheng rested her hand on the table, gently stroking Sai Luo's head, and then leaned against it, gazing into the distance. The reason she established the base here was to alleviate the burden on the national base behind her. Her capabilities were limited, and she yearned for the people to lead better lives. If a severe incident were to occur even in this place, the national base behind them would be their final refuge. The current Lan province base had transformed into a sub-base, meticulously looked after by Tianhua. There was now no distinction between the inner and outer cities at the Lan province base. Moreover, Meina and Wang Jing had become a couple. Both were taciturn by nature, yet they complemented each other remarkably well. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. It wasn't that no one had confessed their feelings to her. She had turned them all down, as she wasn't ready to be with someone else. At the very least, she hoped for a year of stability. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Jiang Sheng now perceives that this statement does not constitute moral coercion, at least in her view. She possesses the capability to enhance the lives of many, and thus she is determined to strive for this purpose. The national calamity has yet to subside, and the people must continue their relentless efforts. Jiang Sheng reclined comfortably, legs crossed, humming a gentle tune. Such days can indeed be deemed leisurely.